the young boy inadvertently stumbles into the enchanting world of Pokemon, gradually progressing toward becoming a Pokemon master with the aid of a sophisticated system. Along the journey, from the reckless exuberance of youth to the present moment where he holds the reins of destiny. Amidst the chaotic dance of legendary creatures and the fierce rivalries among friends, everything is directed towards achieving the ultimate title of Pokemon Master. Chapter 1. The Golden Finger of Transmigration. The first rays of morning sunlight spill over the vast expanse of the forest, filtering through the leaves and illuminating the verdant grass below. Simultaneously, it casts its gentle glow upon the face of a young boy reclining on the grass, who rubs his eyes, stretches lazily, and suddenly notices his clothes hanging loosely, prompting him to sit up. Upon opening his eyes, he is greeted by a lush, verdant woodland. Observing his small hands and feet, Luo Yangshuo's mouth twitches in disbelief, and he cannot help but exclaim, "What on earth is happening here?" His voice carries far, startling a flock of birds that take flight, flapping their wings as they ascend into the sky. Watching the departing birds, Luo Yangshuo ponders, could this be the world of Pokemon? Ding. Host's emotions are stable, commencing system explanation. An electronic voice resonates, reminiscent of Hatsune Miku, pulling Luo Yangshuo from his reverie. Just as he begins to contemplate further, the system speaks again. Ding. The purpose of this system is to assist the host in becoming the world's foremost Pokemon master. The host can complete tasks provided by this system to earn rewards and enhance their abilities. Additionally, various subsystems have been activated, which the host may explore. This system will also provide explanations. Following this, a virtual screen materializes before him, accompanied by a voice indicating, "This screen is visible only to the host. You may swipe through it with your hand." Luo Yangshuo integrates the information in his mind with what he sees and deduces the following points. First, it seems he has transmigrated to the world of Pokemon. Second, he has shrunk, though, without a mirror, he cannot ascertain his appearance. Third, he possesses the benefits of transmigration, including a seemingly formidable system. Nevertheless, Luo Yangshuo remains adaptable and does not lament his situation. While he feels a twinge of longing for his parents on Earth, he is uncertain how to return, so he resolves to take things one step at a time. As he swipes through the interface, he finds it quite advanced. Several options are displayed, including character status, Pokemon status, shop, lottery, tasks, recharge, and cheat codes. Without even checking character status, Luo Yangshuo immediately clicks on cheat codes to examine it in detail. He cannot help but remark, why are there so few cheat codes? Ding. Due to the influence of world rules, not all codes can be recorded. The host can collect popularity points to unlock cheat codes and also input new ones, the system explains. How can I obtain popularity points? Luo Yangshuo inquires. By becoming famous. Luo Yangshuo finds this response too simplistic to critique. Currently, the cheat codes available to him include gender modification of dubious utility, double movement speed, enemy HP display, and guaranteed win at vending machines. After confirming with the system that activating cheat codes would have no adverse effects, he proceeds to activate all except the one that alters gender. He then checks his character status. Upon entering, a three-dimensional representation of himself materializes before Luo Yangshuo. He observes it resembles his childhood likeness and clicks on his character, revealing a series of detailed information. Character: Luo Yangshuo. Gender: male. Age: 13. Height: 160 centimeters. Weight: 45 kilograms. Strength: 8. Stamina: 9. Intelligence: 10. Spirit: 10. Note: the average adult in this world possesses a score of 10. Luo Yangshuo immediately feels as though he is viewing a bootleg game. The system's notification sound follows. Host, you have an initial character gift pack available for collection. Luo Yangshuo feels touched by the system's thoughtfulness. Upon clicking to claim the gift pack, several items materialize before him. 3 identical sets of pure black clothing, a backpack, and an identification document. Luo Yangshuo hastily changes into the new attire and inspects the backpack, which contains a complete array of supplies, including a tent, sleeping bag, 3 sets of onesies, an electronic navigation map, 5 Pokeballs, a full set of cooking utensils, and some currency from this world. Examining the identification document, he finds it blank, while the system prompts. The host may freely choose their birthplace. The system will automatically register the local household. However, the host must consider this carefully, as after selecting a region, only one of the local starter Pokemon may be chosen and cannot be changed. Luo Yangshuo finds himself in a dilemma. or should he choose? Hearing that he could obtain a local starter Pokemon, he immediately narrows his focus to two Pokemon, Charizard and Greninja. Their formidable strengths are well known, and whether it be Charizard's powerful Mega Evolution or Greninja's unique bond phenomenon, both are highly coveted by Luo Yangshuo. After much deliberation, he asks, "System, which region am I currently in?" The host is presently located in the Tohoku region, specifically in the forest of Choban City. Nodding, Luo Yangshuo declares, "I choose the Tohoku region, and my initial Pokemon will be Charmander." Understood. Information input. Luo Yangshuo, born in Pallet Town, both parents deceased, raised independently from a young age, often aided by Professor Oak, from whom he receives the initial Pokemon Charmander. Information input complete. The system's voice reverberates, and Luo Yangshuo's mind fills with new memories, solidifying his integration into this world. The identification document now displays the corresponding information, and his backpack has also acquired a Pokédex and an additional Pokeball. Ding! Acquiring a Pokédex triggers a side quest. Collect Pokemon. Successfully input data for 146 Pokemon, excluding the 5 legendary beasts from the Tohoku region, into the Pokédex. Rewards include 10,000 diamonds and a random set of Mega Evolution Stones, along with the activation of 2 cheat code permissions. If legendary Pokemon data is collected, there will be additional rewards. This is a delightful surprise. Luo Yangshuo opens the Pokeball, and a robust Charmander appears before him. Upon seeing Luo Yangshuo, it squints its eyes and smiles. Luo Yangshuo measures its height and finds that this Charmander stands a full 80 centimeters tall, significantly taller than the average 60 centimeters Charmander. Ruffling Charmander's head, he says, "Hello, Charmander. From now on, I shall be your trainer. You can call me Xiao Luo." Charmander nods, raising its claws in a display of strength, showcasing its prowess. Luo Yangshuo then checks the Pokemon status. Pokemon, Charmander. Level, 5. Gender, male. Height, 80 centimeters. Weight, 10 kilograms. Ability, Blaze. Skills, Dragon Rage, Inherited, Scratch, Growl. Quite impressive attributes, especially with the inherited skill being the powerful Dragon Rage. Next, he opens the shop, which boasts a variety of items, predominantly evolution stones, tools, and berries for Pokemon. A smaller selection includes skills for characters, such as driving, cooking, and attribute points, all requiring the expenditure of coins and diamonds for purchase. Coins are earned by defeating trainers and wild Pokemon, while diamonds can only be obtained through monetary transactions. Upon accessing the recharge system, Luo Yangshuo finds himself at a loss. A minimum recharge of 10,000 coins is required to obtain 10 diamonds. Glancing at the 2,000 coins gifted by the system, he decides to look away. Opening the lottery system, the system kindly grants him 1 chance for a draw and a 10-fold draw. Oh, Yangshuo rubs his hands together and selects both options then, with little hope for good fortune. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn a portion of Pokemon food. Ding! Congratulations, your 10-fold draw was successful, yielding 5 portions of Pokemon food, 1 Firestone, 2 healing potions, 1 antidote, and 1 EV. Indeed, his luck appears dismal. The 10-fold draw guaranteed a Pokemon, and he ended up with just the minimum. The other items, while valuable, are overshadowed by his poor luck. Chapter 2. The initial recharge gift package. Charmeleon, Dragon Rage. Luo Yangshuo exclaimed. Charmeleon responded with a fierce roar, enveloped in draconic energy, and charged towards the nearby Sandshrew. With a resounding explosion, the Sandshrew fell into a daze, rendered incapable of further combat. Roar! Charmeleon cried triumphantly, radiating a brilliant white light, having evolved into a Charizard. Approaching Charizard, I embraced it, exclaiming, "Has it finally evolved? Splendid, Charizard, this marks your 20th consecutive victory." EV. The nearby EV chimed in joy, celebrating Charizard's evolution. Luo Yangshuo released Charizard from his embrace and called out, "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? If not, I shall take my leave for a meal." The crowd murmured among themselves. This young trainer from Pallet Town, Luo, is quite remarkable. He has defeated 20 trainers in just 2 days. Indeed. And his Charmeleon has now evolved into a Charizard, making him even more formidable. Noticing that no one else stepped forward, Luo Yangshuo shook his head, withdrew Charizard and EV, and turned to enter the Pokemon Center. This was the Pokemon Center in Pewter City, where Luo Yangshuo had arrived 2 days prior to challenge all trainers. Initially, he had been taught a lesson by various trainers, but as he and Charmeleon grew in synergy, he gradually mastered the nuances of battle, achieving a record of 20 consecutive victories. System, have I completed the task? Luo Yangshua muttered as he savored the complimentary lunch provided by the Pokemon Center. Beep. Congratulations, host, for achieving 20 consecutive victories and completing the side quest. 20 consecutive victories. Rewards. Bonding power, 20 diamonds, 1,000 popularity points. Finally, it had come to fruition. The arduous battles of the past 2 days had not been in vain. Luo Yangshua couldn't help but be moved to tears, especially since Ash and his companions had already surpassed him. Just a day prior, Ash had burst into the Pokemon Center with Pikachu, aided by Brock and Luo Yangshua. Curious to see if the system truly integrated him into this world, approached Ash to greet him. To his surprise, Ash recognized him and even invited him over for dinner the next time he returned home. Having witnessed the system's capabilities, Luo Yangshua began to yearn for his future life. After all, encountering the protagonist signified the onset of the narrative, and he would soon be able to partake in the adventures Ash and others would face. There were certainly some powerful Pokemon that he found quite enticing, especially given the rather deceptive task assigned by the system. Main quest, the path to mastery. Strength lies not in numbers, but in quality. The quantity of Pokemon does not equate to strength. Only those of elite caliber can propel you further. Capture 6 high-quality Pokemon to participate in the Quartz Conference and secure the championship, thereby taking the first step on the path to mastery. Rewards: 1 Master Ball, a full set of evolution stones for Charizard worth millions, and a random legendary Pokemon map. However, he soon realized the tragedy of his situation. Encountering high-quality Pokemon was no simple feat, even with the system granting him a pair of eyes capable of discerning Pokemon quality. Most he encountered were of mediocre quality, far from sufficient. The system categorized Pokemon quality into 4 tiers: low, medium, high, and exceptional. Low and medium quality represented the weak and ordinary creatures, while high quality denoted those with considerable potential. With dedicated training, they could all become elite contenders. As for exceptional quality, the system merely stated, possesses the potential to become a legendary Pokemon. Although the chances were slim, the host was advised to capture and train them diligently. Salivating over the idea of acquiring such creatures was futile, as most wild Pokemon were of medium to low quality. He had yet to encounter any high-quality ones, let alone exceptional ones. Interestingly, both Charmeleon and EV provided by the system were of high quality, albeit not exceptional, which was somewhat disappointing. The system then informed him that the shop offered quality enhancement potions, with those upgrading high quality to exceptional costing a staggering 100,000 diamonds. Luo Yangshua pondered over his meager savings and sighed, deciding it was best not to indulge in fanciful dreams and instead focus on completing tasks to accumulate diamonds. His popularity points had been steadily increasing, accumulating over 10,000, especially with the additional 1,000 points awarded upon task completion. Luo Yangshua hastily requested the system to provide him with the most essential cheat for his current needs. Experience Boost 2. Gain double the experience after each battle. This was indeed the cheat he needed for future strength. Nothing surpassed the advantage of level superiority. If several levels did not yield noticeable differences, then dozens of levels would surely provide overwhelming superiority. As for the bonding power, it was also crucial for Luo Yangshua at this moment. He aspired to evolve EV into Sylveon, which in the game required EV's bond to reach 2 stars before it could evolve. However, he was perplexed about how to achieve a 2-star bond in reality. Thankfully, the system had conveniently bestowed upon him the bonding power as a reward for completing 20 consecutive victories. By nurturing EV with this power, he could facilitate its evolution into Sylveon. Moreover, Luo Yangshua was also keen on the bonding evolution of his Greninja. Possessing bonding power would ease the process of facilitating Greninja's bonding evolution. After glancing at his 2 Pokemon, currently devouring their food, Luo Yangshua decided it was time to depart Pewter City and head towards Cerulean City. After all, he did not believe that Brock's father would be any weaker than Brock himself. He first checked the current status of his Pokemon to prepare for the upcoming gym battles. Pokemon: Charizard. Level: 16. Gender: male. Height: 145 centimeters. Weight: 20 kilograms. Ability: Blaze. Skills: Dragon Rage, Inherited, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smoke Screen, Dragon Rage. Pokemon: EV. Level: 13. Gender: female. Height: 30 centimeters. Weight: 65 kilograms. Ability: Runaway. Skills: Yawn, Inherited, Helping Hand, Growl, Tackle, Tail Whip, Sand Attack, Baby Doll Eyes, Quick Attack. It was still quite challenging, as their levels were not particularly high, and they lacked any advantageous types against Rock-type Pokemon. Luo Yangshua stroked his chin, deciding to spend some coins in the shop to purchase a fishing rod. The best he could afford with coins was a good fishing rod. The sight of the super fishing rod made him salivate. Good fishing rod. 50 chance of catching rare water-type Pokemon. 1 chance of catching high-quality Pokemon. Super fishing rod. 100 chance of catching rare water-type Pokemon. 10 chance of catching high-quality Pokemon. That was the distinction. Unfortunately, the super fishing rod cost 400 diamonds. And looking at his meager 100 diamonds accumulated from tasks over the past 2 days, he decided it was best to hold off. However, he did find the fire stone in his backpack. After wandering through the shop, he could only conclude that ordinary items were genuinely inexpensive. But anything related to Pokemon was exorbitantly priced. Dining at a restaurant cost only 20 to 30 Pokemon coins, while a standard Pokeball was 200 Pokemon coins. He decided to sell the fire stone and recharge to see if he could purchase a super fishing rod, thus increasing his chances of catching high-quality Pokemon. After finishing his meal, Luo Yangshua hurriedly sold the fire stone at the Pewter City shop, receiving 300,000 Pokemon coins in return. He recharged his account, acquiring precisely 400 diamonds, sufficient to buy the super fishing rod. Luo Yangshua couldn't help but feel that it was fate. Upon recharging, the system's voice resonated. Congratulations, host. For recharging 300 diamonds, you have received the initial recharge gift package. Please claim it immediately. Luo Yangshua felt as if he were playing a knockoff mobile game. Upon clicking to claim, several items appeared before him. 10 Ultra Balls, a jar of honey, and a Pokemon egg. Upon carefully reading the descriptions, he gasped in astonishment. This is a grand giveaway from the system. This gift package is indeed worthwhile. Sweet honey, concentrated the sweetest honey. Capable of attracting exceptional bug-type Pokemon with a 100 success rate. Pokemon egg. This is an egg of an exceptional quasi-legendary Pokemon, but it will take a considerable amount of time to hatch. Handle it with care. Chapter 3. Exceptional Beedrill. Luo Yangshua had initially intended to stay another night at the Pokemon Center, yet upon seeing the sweet honey, concentrated, he promptly packed his belongings and set off towards Viridian Forest, as the allure of exceptional Pokemon was simply too enticing. Retrieving the 2 sprites that had finished their meal, he hastily made his way to a certain area within the Johto Forest, where a barbed wire fence stood before him, adorned with a massive white sign bearing bold crimson letters. Beedrill territory, no entry. The Beedrill, the ultimate evolution of the Weedle, was renowned for its million evolutions, making it his primary target. Although he had the option of a superior choice in the form of a Scyther, he harbored no illusions that an exceptional Scyther would be present. Scythers were exceedingly rare, and the likelihood of encountering a top-tier specimen among such a scarce breed was slim. Conversely, the vast population of Beedrills was far more likely to yield 1 or 2 gems. Unscrewing the cap of the sweet honey, concentrated, an intoxicating aroma wafted into the air. Luo Yangshua could not help but swallow hard, dipping his finger into the viscous liquid and savoring its sweetness, a sensation that enveloped him in sheer bliss. Summoning immense willpower, he placed the bottle on the ground, only to find himself surrounded by a dark mass of Caterpies, Weedles, Butterfrees, and Beedrills, with a few Scythers and Pinsir interspersed among them, though none sparked his desire to capture. Curiously, despite their evident yearning for the honey, none dared to seize it. Luo Yangshua attributed this curious restraint to the capabilities of the system. Shortly thereafter, the swarm of Beedrills parted, revealing a gleaming Beedrill that approached. Its yellow-green exterior was somewhat unappealing, yet its sapphire-like, deep-set eyes were undeniably beautiful. Luo Yangshua sent forth his Charmeleon, lifting the sweet honey, concentrated, from the ground. Would you like a taste? Defeat my Charmeleon, and it shall be yours. Should you fail, however, I will capture you, but the honey will still be yours. What do you say? The Beedrill raised its dual stingers in a gesture that prompted the swarm of Beedrills and Weedles to retreat, clearing a space. The Caterpies and Butterfrees also withdrew slightly, showing their respect. Charmeleon, greet it. Use Ember, Luo Yangshua commanded, narrowing his eyes. It appeared that this Beedrill was the leader of the swarm, and a distinguished shiny specimen at that. Charmeleon unleashed a flurry of sparks, which the Beedrill valiantly attempted to fend off, managing to deflect a significant portion, though some still struck its form. Luo Yangshua nodded in approval. The Beedrill's reflexes were remarkable, its potential evident. Panting slightly, the Beedrill released a barrage of poisonous stingers. Finish it, Charmeleon. Use Smokescreen to evade, then Dragon Rage, Luo Yangshua instructed. Taking advantage of the cheat that revealed the opponent's health, Charmeleon expelled a thick cloud of black smoke, enveloping both Pokemon. The poisonous stingers disappeared into the obscurity. The Beedrill, bewildered, looked around, only to be struck from behind by Charmeleon's Dragon Rage. As the smoke cleared, The Beedrill lay dizzy on the ground. Luo Yangshua threw a pokeball, successfully capturing the shiny Beedrill. Releasing the Beedrill, he tended to its wounds while offering it the coveted sweet honey, concentrated. Watching as it indulged, Charmeleon, eyeing the Beedrill's feast, sauntered over and absconded with nearly half of the honey, much to the Beedrill's chagrin. No choice but to relent. It seemed to convey, though it was relieved to have a portion still remaining. Moments later, Eevee leapt from its pokeball, gazing at the Beedrill with wide, watery eyes, compelling the Beedrill to share yet again, leaving it with but a quarter of its treat. Amused by the scene, Luo Yangshua patted the Beedrill's head, reassuring it. Do not worry, there will be more delightful treasures in the future. I am destined to become a Pokemon master. The Beedrill nodded eagerly, devouring the honey with fervor, determined not to have its meal pilfered again. Observing the tiny puncture marks on the ground made by the poisonous stingers, Luo Yangshua contemplated the path ahead for the Beedrill, simultaneously assessing its status to better understand his companion. Pokemon, Beedrill, shiny. Level, 17. Gender, male. Height, 100 centimeters. Weight, 295 kilograms. Ability, Sniper. Moves, Poison Sting, String Shot, Harden, Twin Needle, Fury Attack, Rage, Pursuit. It possesses the hidden ability Sniper. Luo Yangshua felt a surge of unexpected joy. The Sniper ability enhances critical hits. It seemed prudent to save some funds in the shop for a scope lens, and with Beedrill learning Focus Energy at level 20, the prospect of landing critical hits was thrilling. Alas, aside from the exorbitantly priced million evolution stones, every item that a Pokemon could hold was priced at a flat rate of 10,000 coins. After 2 days of battling, he had amassed only a little over 3,000 coins. Plenty of time remained. Once the 3 sprites had concluded their honey feast, the surrounding insect-type Pokemon dispersed, gathering his belongings. He returned Charmeleon and Beedrill to their Pokeballs, leaving only Eevee out while employing the bond power to nurture it, hoping for its swift evolution into a Sylveon. Placing Eevee on his shoulder, Luo Yangshua opened his electronic map to search for any lakes within the Johto Forest, if any were to be found. The super fishing rod he had acquired at great expense from the system shop would finally see some use. However, after scouring the area and finding no blue lake icons, he resigned himself to the reality of utilizing these 3 sprites to challenge the Nibby Gym in Nibby City. At least he had activated the experience multiplier cheat, so now it was time to help the 3 sprites level up swiftly. Determinedly, Luo Yangshua pursued the direction where the vast swarm of Butterfrees had vanished. As for why he did not venture into Beedrill territory, he was no fool. A solitary Beedrill might be manageable, but within that territory lay hundreds of Beedrills, an overwhelming tide that even a god would struggle against. In contrast, Butterfrees were far more docile. They would not attack intruders or their Pokemon, allowing a gradual approach to eliminate them one by one. Furthermore, having already evolved into Butterfree, their experience points were quite substantial. With time, he hoped to elevate them to level 30. Butterfree, I have a bone to pick with you. The burst of speed astonished Luo Yangshua. The double speed cheat seamlessly integrating into his being, corresponding to the newfound strength in his legs. This prompted him to contemplate other cheats he had previously dismissed, such as wider vision and the ability to ignore obstacles. What might those unlock? Yet, considering the significant number of popularity points required, he decided to take things slow. Bread would come, and milk would follow. Chapter 4, Battling Wooloo, Eevee Evolves. On a crisp morning, Luo Yangshua yawned as he arrived in Nibby City. Having battled until midnight the previous day, both Charmeleon and the others were fatigued. Checking the time, he resolved to first visit the Pokemon Center for a recovery before challenging the Nibby Gym. At the Pokemon Center, he entrusted his 3 Pokeballs to Nurse Joy and took the opportunity to enjoy a hearty breakfast in the cafeteria. Approaching the automated vending machine, he inserted a coin, and an orange juice can fell to the ground. As he pulled the tab, the words Grand Prize glimmered before his eyes. It suddenly dawned on Luo Yangshua that he possessed a cheat that guaranteed a win at the vending machine. Initially expecting a second can, he was instead rewarded with a grand prize. After finishing the juice, he handed the tab to Nurse Joy, who placed a call, and shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man arrived at the Pokemon Center. As he congratulated Luo Yangshua, he also presented the grand prize, 2 round-trip plane tickets and a hotel card for 3 days and 2 nights. Upon inspecting the tickets, Luo Yangshua discovered they were for the luxurious Hanahono Resort on Akala Island in the Alola region. Instantly, his eyes lit up. This was a 5-star hotel, with all expenses covered for 3 blissful days and nights. Regrettably, I must make my way to the airport within a week, and altering my ticket is not an option. Otherwise, it would have been splendid to take a vacation after the conclusion of the court's conference. I inquired with Miss Joy and discovered that MY City has a small airport from which one can fly directly to Akala Island. Luo Yangshua also consulted an electronic map and resolved to head straight to Akala Island after completing the gym battle, allowing his 3 Pokémon a well-deserved respite. Subsequently, he would take a flight to Golden City, transfer to Hualan City, and finally proceed to Leaf Town. Upon making this decision, Luo Yangshua remembered that Ash and his companions had seemingly headed straight to Leaf Town after finishing their gym battle in Hualan City. Gazing at the proximity of Golden City to Hualan City, as well as the necessity of passing through Golden City to reach Leaf Town, Luo Yangshua couldn't help but admire Ash's group's talent for getting lost, as they seemed to wander aimlessly. Retrieving his 3 Pokeballs, Luo Yangshua followed Miss Joy's directions to the MY gym. Upon pushing open the door, he was unexpectedly drenched by the fire sprinkler system. Resignedly observing the scene from the storyline, Luo Yangshua cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the crowd, and announced, "I am Luo from Shino Town. Has the gym battle concluded? I wish to challenge the gym." Brock recalled his Onix and replied, "I suppose it has concluded. However, if you wish to partake in the gym battle, you'll need to wait a moment. I must first restore my Onix at the Pokemon Center." Brock's younger siblings dismounted from Ash's side, curiously regarding this new challenger. Before Luo Yangshua could respond, a voice resonated from outside, saying, "No need. I shall handle this gym battle." As the words fell, a bearded man wearing a hat entered the room. Ash, intrigued, asked, "Uncle Wu, what brings you here?" "Because, as an irresponsible father, I also wish to do something for my child," Wu replied, removing his hat and the beard that had been affixed to his face. Brock and his siblings immediately recognized him as their father, for that squinting gaze was unmistakably hereditary. What followed was a melodramatic family reunion that left Luo Yangshua feeling quite awkward. Once the reunion concluded, Wu accepted the gym challenge, encouraging Brock to travel and pursue his dreams, and then it was finally Luo Yangshua's turn for the gym battle. Ash's group remained, intending to cheer him on, as they hailed from the same place. Brock also took on the role of a temporary referee. The gym battle commenced, pitting Luo from Shino Town against gym leader Wu. Each participant could utilize 2 Pokemon, with the challenger allowed to switch Pokemon at will, while the gym leader could not change theirs until one side's 2 Pokemon were rendered unable to battle. "Do you understand?" Brock inquired from the sidelines. "No problem," Luo Yangshua replied. "As the challenger, you may attack first." "My first Pokemon, come forth, Darumaka." Wu summoned his first Pokemon, remarking, "You two are a newcomer who just acquired your Pokemon, so I shall not take advantage of you. This Pokemon is one I have only recently caught. Let me test your strength." "Heh, prepare to be astonished." "Eevee, you are my choice," Luo Yangshua declared. Ash immediately pulled out his Pokédex to examine Eevee, while Misty leaned in to take a look as well. Eevee, to this day, it remains unclear why only Eevee harbors such unstable genetic traits. It possesses a genetic makeup highly susceptible to external influences. Its appearance can even resemble that of its trainer. "No data available. It is an unknown Pokemon," came the voice from the Pokédex. "Ah, it seems Luo is at a disadvantage," Ash remarked. "Eevee, yawn," Luo Yangshua commanded. He would not take this lightly. Since he was the first to attack, he intended to unsettle Wu. Eevee opened its mouth and let out a yawn, releasing a wave of lethargic energy that enveloped the entire rocky arena. Wu furrowed his brow, realizing the predicament. Darumaka was a recent acquisition and lacked any countermeasures against such a move. Yet, he couldn't underestimate Luo Yangshua's tactical application of the first move advantage to inflict a debilitating status effect. Nevertheless, Wu quickly asserted, "Flame Swirl. Dodge with Quick Attack." Luo Yangshua's eyes lit up. Eevee executed a quick attack to evade the Flame Swirl unleashed by Darumaka, while Darumaka, left with no choice, succumbed to slumber. Luo Yangshua recognized the situation was secure and instructed, "Continue to wag your tail until Darumaka wakes up, then unleash Swift." Wu watched helplessly as Eevee persistently wagged its tail, causing Darumaka's defenses to steadily diminish. After a while, Darumaka finally awoke, only to be met with a barrage of swift attacks from Eevee. Darumaka collapsed to the ground, unable to continue battling. Brock raised his hand and announced, "Darumaka has lost its ability to battle. Eevee is the victor. Gym leader, please change your Pokemon." As soon as Brock finished speaking, a brilliant white light radiated from Eevee, gradually fading to reveal a beautiful Pokemon, adorned in pink and white, with 2 bows on its left ear and neck, and 4 ribbon-like appendages fluttering, one of which wrapped around Luo Yangshua's arm. "So adorable," Misty exclaimed in delight. "No data available. It is an unknown Pokemon," stated the Pokédex. Luo Yangshua crouched down, affectionately stroking Sylvian's head, and said, You performed wonderfully, and look, you've finally evolved into Sylveon. Aren't you beautiful? He then produced a small mirror for Sylveon to admire its new appearance. Sylveon inspected its evolved form and nodded in satisfaction, realizing it was now a lovely girl, and this form aligned perfectly with its aesthetic sense. Chapter 5. Journey to the Alola region. Pokemon, Sylveon. Level, 29. Gender, female. Height, 100 centimeters. Weight, 235 kilograms. Ability, Cute Charm. Moves, Yawn, Inherited, Helping Hand, Growl, Tackle, Tail Whip, Sand Attack, Round, Quick Attack, Fairy Wind, Draining Kiss, Skill Swap. Misty Terrain. This is Sylveon's current status, which is quite adequate for the time being. Moreover, having reached level 29, it learned Misty Terrain, rendering it immune to status conditions for 5 turns and having the damage from Dragon-type moves. Particularly upon witnessing Wu's next Pokemon, the Vibrava, Luo Yangshua nearly burst into laughter. After all, Fairy types had yet to be introduced, and no one was aware that they were immune to Dragon-type attacks. Wu recalled Darumaka and sent forth Vibrava, saying, Luo, your comprehension of moves is impressive, and your training of Pokemon is commendable. Your strength is considerable. I shall take this seriously. This is a Pokemon I captured during my travels in the Hoenn region, and it is quite powerful. Even if your 2 Pokemon were to fall to it, I would still award you the badge. Let's begin. You may attack first. Observing Wu's demeanor, which radiated an air of invincibility, Luo Yangshua smirked and declared, Let us see your prowess, Sylveon. Misty Terrain. As Sylveon made contact with the ground, waves of Fairy-type energy washed over the rocky arena, painting it a soft pink. Wu, perplexed by the move's purpose, commanded, Vibrava, use Dragon Breath. Endure it, then use Skill Swap. Luo Yangshua chuckled. Vibrava, a Dragon Ground type with the ability Levitate, found itself completely countered. Sylveon had nullified both of its primary offensive attributes. Even if Vibrava possessed other moves, it could hardly hope to defeat Sylveon, who also had Draining Kiss to restore its health, thus securing an advantageous position. As Luo Yangshua had anticipated, after Skill Swap, Sylveon's ability changed to Vibrava's Levitate, leading Wu to abandon Ground-type moves entirely. Observing Sylveon withstand the Dragon Breath with minimal damage, he instinctively assumed Sylveon had a substantial health pool. With Misty Terrain in effect, Vibrava's moves were rendered ineffective, leaving only Dragon Breath and Rock Slide to whittle down Sylveon's health. However, the enchanting Sylveon, through its healing ability known as Draining Kiss, managed to outlast and exhaust the Soundwave larva. With the Soundwave larva incapacitated, the victor of this gym battle was none other than Little Luo from Jinshin Town. Brock announced the outcome of the match, and Wuning's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling as though he had been dealt a stinging slap. Clearing his throat, Wuning remarked, Congratulations on your victory, Little Luo. This gray badge is now yours. He added, By the way, could you enlighten me about this Sylveon? It's quite an impressive Pokemon. Luo Yangshua accepted the badge and, crouching down to pet Sylveon's head, explained, Sylveon is an evolved form of EV, representing a new type that I refer to as the Fairy type. This type is completely immune to Dragon-type damage and deals double damage to Dragon types. I plan to relay this information to Professor Oak shortly. Hopefully, he can help me secure some funding. Upon hearing that the Fairy type was immune to Dragon types, Wuning felt a surge of frustration rise within him. Reflecting on the recent battle, he realized that his defeat stemmed from deploying the Soundwave larva. Its Fairy typing and levitating ability rendered it incapable of swiftly eliminating Sylveon, enabling it to wear down the Soundwave larva instead. Shaking his head, Wuning felt the weight of age settle upon him. Ash and his companions approached eagerly, bombarding Luo Yangshua with questions, to which he willingly responded. However, when Ash invited Luo Yangshua to join him on his journey, Luo promptly declined, waving his ticket and stating, I've won the grand prize. After a quick call to Professor Oak, I'll be jetting off to the Alola region for a vacation. Perhaps we'll meet again some other time. With that, he departed swiftly, thinking it would be unwise to travel with this trio who often found themselves lost. Upon returning to the Pokemon Center, Luo Yangshua allowed Sylveon to rest and contacted Professor Oak, sharing the details about Sylveon and the Fairy type. He also expressed a desire for Professor Oak to request some renovation funds from the Pokemon League to improve the dilapidated house provided by the Jinshin Town system. Professor Oak readily agreed and suggested that Luo Yangshua send Sylveon to him for observation. Luo, wishing to enjoy a vacation with his Pokemon, postponed that idea and instead sent several photographs of Sylveon, along with information about various Fairy-type Pokemon in the Kanto region for Professor Oak to study. After indulging in a complimentary lunch at the Pokemon Center, Luo Yangshua made his way to the airport. Once aboard, The plane took off for the Alola region. The following morning, the aircraft landed at the Akala Island Airport, where a dedicated vehicle transported Luo Yangshua to the Hano Hano Hotel. Upon entering the expansive presidential suite on the top floor, he released his 3 eager Pokémon, allowing them ample space to move freely, no longer confined within their Pokeballs. After changing into his swimming trunks and donning a large pair of beach shorts, he ventured onto the beach, instantly drawing the attention of numerous beautiful women. However, it was not Luo Yangshua who captivated them, but rather Sylveon. Its adorable appearance attracted a throng of admirers. And as Luo observed the crowd of curvaceous women in bikinis before him, he discreetly gave Sylveon a thumbs up, allowing his Pokémon to roam freely. Beedrill and Sylveon made their way to a beach chair to bask in the sun, while Sylveon's cuteness and Beedrill's sparkling appearance endeared them to the ladies. Only Charmeleon remained close to Luo Yangshua, wearing a small beach outfit. Luo affectionately patted Charmeleon's head, grateful for their strong bond as it was his starter Pokémon. He then headed to the rental area for Lapras, eager to experience Alola's unique riding culture. He also brought along his super fishing rod, as the seas of Alola were known to be teeming with Pokémon, making the rod a valuable tool. Riding Lapras to a spot further from the shoreline, Charmeleon watched the schools of fish swimming beneath the surface and instinctively reached out to catch them, causing the fish to scatter in panic. Luo Yangshua, recognizing them as ordinary fish, paid them no mind. The Pokémon world also contained common animals, as humans could not consume Pokémon. Even those like Farfetch'd would not willingly be caught by humans. Attaching a piece of Pokémon food to the uniquely shaped hook of his super fishing rod, which resembled a Magikarp, Luo cast it into the water. Within mere seconds, the line tightened. He swiftly reeled in a Feebas. Shaking his head, he released the Feebas back into the ocean. While Feebas had strong schooling traits, in reality, they were somewhat lackluster. A single one could not constitute a school. Casting the hook again with another piece of Pokémon food, he waited patiently for the next Pokémon to bite. Chapter 6. Capturing Froakie. Lanternfish, Sun Coral, Shelter, Sea Cucumber, Love Disc. An abundance of rare water-type Pokémon were caught, nearly all of them of medium quality, with a few being of superior quality and hardly any of inferior quality. However, Luo Yangshua did not capture any, as he noticed the stark differences between the superior and premium Pokémon after a few quick battles with his 3 Pokémon. Beedrill was decidedly stronger than Charmeleon and the others. The medium-quality Pokémon were even more challenging to capture. Thus, unless a Pokémon was premium or one he particularly desired, he would refrain from capturing those with inferior traits. Premium Pokémon could be upgraded with quality-enhancing items in the shop, but those were prohibitively expensive. 2 items were required to elevate a medium-quality Pokémon to premium, which felt wasteful. Previously, he had encountered several superior water-type Pokémon, but none were to his liking, leading him to release them. After all, the system had tasked him with capturing 6 high-quality Pokémon for the Quartz Conference Challenge. Casting the hook once more, he patiently awaited another catch. Before long, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, drawn by the rapid pace of his fishing. Gasps of surprise echoed from time to time, granting Luo Yangshua a surge of popularity points. Hey there, are you a tourist visiting Akala Island? Your fishing skills are incredible. A mature woman's voice called out. Turning around, Luo Yangshua was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "You're the island queen, Lizzie." Behind her was a woman with sun-kissed skin, clad in a bikini that accentuated her alluring figure, riding atop a Sharpedo. Upon hearing her name, Lizzie smiled. It seems you know a bit about the Alola region. I am indeed the island queen of Akala, Lizzie. How should I address you? I'm Luo Yangshua from Jinshin Town. Just call me Luo, he replied, retracting the hook and releasing a medium-quality shelter back into the sea. Ah, Luo, are you a fishing master? Your speed is truly impressive, Lizzie remarked, guiding her Sharpedo alongside Lapras. She lightly hopped onto Lapras' back and patted Charmeleon's head. It's just a talent, Luo Yangshua said shamelessly. By the way, is the island queen so free as to vacation at Hano Hano Beach? Haha, I'm a woman too, and even I need a break sometimes, Lizzie laughed heartily. You've caught so many Pokémon. Aren't you going to keep any? Well, I'm a bit picky when it comes to Pokémon. I only want the strong ones. But more importantly, it's about the connection. If I find them appealing, I'll capture them. Otherwise, they can return to the sea. After all, if I don't capture them, I wouldn't want to waste their time, Luo Yangshua replied casually. Luo, I like your character, Lizzie said, laughing without reservation. As they chatted back and forth, suddenly the fishing rod tightened, prompting Luo Yangshua to quickly reel in. As soon as the water was drawn up, Luo Yangshua felt a surge of joy. He had finally arrived at his long-awaited moment. A blue, frog-like sprite plummeted onto the back of his Lapras. It was none other than a Froakie. Furthermore, it possessed excellent qualifications. Although it was somewhat regrettable that it wasn't T of the highest caliber, the thought of its final evolution into Greninja and the bond evolution it could achieve filled him with excitement. His water-type powerhouse had finally graced him. Charmeleon. Unleash Dragon Rage to deal with it, Luo Yangshua commanded. He could see the sprite's HP and could roughly gauge its level. This Froakie appeared to be around level 10, and under the might of his level 28 Charmeleon's Dragon Rage, it was swiftly incapacitated. Just as the Froakie was drawn up from the water, a single blast of Dragon Rage rendered it unable to battle. Elated, Luo Yangshua produced a Pokeball to capture the Froakie. He exchanged a celebratory high-five with Charmeleon, saying, "Leezy, I've captured the sprite I desired. Let us head back now." "Thank you, Lapras, for bringing me here." Leezy congratulated Luo Yangshua and then leapt back onto her Sharpedo. Luo Yangshua affectionately patted Lapras on the head and fed it the remaining Pokemon food. Just as they were about to depart, a haunting call echoed from the depths of the sea. Leezy's expression shifted as she exclaimed, "That's the call of Tapu Koko. What is it doing here on Akala Island?" No sooner had she spoken than a colossal column of water erupted from the ocean floor, revealing a purple sprite before them, somewhat resembling a shell with a violet exterior. Within it resided a strikingly beautiful dark-skinned sprite. It was indeed Tapu Koko. Simultaneously, a melodious call resonated from the depths of Akala Island, and a pink silhouette rapidly ascended to the ocean's surface, casting a colorful phosphorescent trail. It was none other than the charming Tapu Lele. Luo Yangshua gazed at the phosphorescence and promptly released Froakie. Upon contact with the luminescent powder, Froakie's injuries healed instantaneously, and it bowed gratefully towards Tapu Lele before turning back to Luo Yangshua, leaping onto his head in acknowledgement. Leezy watched in astonishment as Tapu Koko and Tapu Lele interacted. After a brief exchange, Tapu Koko tossed a stone from the sky towards Luo Yangshua, casting a glance at him before diving into the ocean and vanishing. Meanwhile, Tapu Lele circled Luo Yangshua with playful curiosity, then waved its hand, sending Charmeleon crashing onto Lapras's back, rendering it unable to battle. It then chuckled joyfully, showering Charmeleon with a wave of phosphorescence that healed it before departing swiftly. Charmeleon stood atop Lapras, defiantly spraying flames towards the sky in dissatisfaction, unwilling to accept defeat. It had forcibly learned the signature move of the Charizard line, Flamethrower. Luo Yangshua patted Charmeleon's head and said, "Are you feeling disheartened? Worry not. I shall dedicate myself to nurturing you into a legendary Pokemon. At that time, we shall seek our revenge." Charmeleon turned to Luo Yangshua, gazing earnestly into his eyes, and they shared a fist bump, affirming its trust in him as a trainer, especially considering his ability to facilitate its rapid growth. Leezy, observing the fiery bond between trainer and Pokemon, hesitated to interject. "Do you think legendary Pokemon are so easily nurtured?" Her eyes brightened as she glanced at the stone that Luo Yangshua held, gifted by Tapu Koko. "Little Luo, could I borrow this stone for a while? I'll refine it and return it to you tomorrow." Luo Yangshua nodded, handing the stone over to Leezy. He recognized it as a radiant stone, used in the crafting of Z-rings. He was not adept at handling such items, so it was best left to a professional. After departing with Leezy and reaching the beach, she hurried away. It was at that moment that Luo Yangshua recalled a pressing thought, urgently calling out to the system. "System, I encountered 2 legendary Pokemon. Why was there no additional reward?" Ding. Currently, the Pokédex can only record Pokemon from the Kanto region. Pokemon from other regions will be unlocked in subsequent missions. So, no rewards then. It seems the opportunity for rewards will only arise when traversing the Alola region in the future. Exactly. Luo Yangshua, Chapter 7, The First Encounter with Lily. Taking a moment to rest on a beach chair, his fairy-like EV and Beedrill approached, sizing up their new companion. Luo Yangshua opened Froakie's panel to examine its details. Species, Froakie. Level, 15. Gender, male. Height, 30 centimeters. Weight, 7 kilograms. Ability, Torrent. Moves, Toxic Spikes. Inherited, Pound, Growl, Bubble, Quick Attack, Lick, Water Pulse. Luo Yangshua recalled that Froakie had a chance to change its ability to that of the Bond evolution after evolving, and once its Bond level reached its peak, it could evolve into its Bond evolution form after defeating another Pokemon. However, that was the case within the game. He wondered how it would translate into reality. He promptly summoned the system to inquire, and it responded immediately. The host possesses the power of Bond evolution and can directly utilize it to assist Greninja in achieving Bond evolution. The specifics, however, are for the host to explore. Luo Yangshua nodded, finding this acceptable. As he reclined on the beach chair to bask in the sunlight, his 4 Pokémon gathered around, engaging in heartfelt conversation. While relishing the sun, a shrill scream pierced the air. Luo Yangshua immediately sat up, looking up to see a girl surrounded by several sea cucumbers. It appeared that the sea cucumbers were attempting to approach her, but the girl sat on the ground in evident fear, retreating repeatedly. Ding. Triggered side quest. Help Lily overcome her fear of Pokémon. Reward: 1,000 coins, 20 diamonds, 500 popularity points. Luo Yangshua stroked his chin, realizing she was the protagonist from the Sun and Moon series. No wonder she seemed familiar. However, to assist Lily in overcoming her fear of Pokémon, it seemed he would need to help her confront her childhood psychological trauma. Yet first, he needed to resolve the situation with the sea cucumbers. Beedrill, Twin Needle. Toss these sea cucumbers back into the sea, Luo Yangshua commanded. Beedrill complied, swiftly flying to Lily's side and using Twin Needle to send the sea cucumbers back into the ocean. It wasn't that they couldn't defeat the sea cucumbers. It was simply that their ability to expel their innards was utterly revolting. After defeating the sea cucumbers, they would spray their insides upon their opponents, which, given Beedrill's fragility, could easily knock it out. Therefore, it was simply not worth the trouble. Luo Yangshua approached Lily, extending his hand and asking, "How are you? Are you alright?" I'm fine, just startled," Lily replied, taking Luo Yangshua's hand to stand up. "Hello, my name is Lily. I'm Luo Yangshua from New Bark Town. You can just call me Little Luo," he said, feeling the softness of her hand, reluctant to let go. "New Bark Town? Are you here on vacation?" Lily inquired. Luo Yangshua surveyed her. She wore a pristine white one-piece swimsuit, her pure and beautiful visage causing a flutter in his heart as he nodded. "Yes. I won a special prize in a drink lottery, and this vacation package was the reward." "Well, you are indeed quite lucky," Lily remarked as the other 3 Pokémon approached. Eevee, waving its ribbon-like tail, inadvertently brushed against Lily, causing her to shiver as if electrified, rendering her speechless. Lily, are you very afraid of Pokémon?" Luo Yangshua asked. Lily took a few steps back, distancing herself from Eevee and the others, her voice trembling with apprehension. "Yes, I'm not sure why, but I used to love Pokémon as a child, but for some reason, after one day, I began to fear them." Upon finishing her statement, a shadow of sorrow crossed her face. This sudden change must have been quite painful for her. Luo Yangshua, having watched the anime before his transmigration, was aware of the backstory. However, he possessed no supernatural powers to break the seal of her fears. When it comes to supernatural abilities, Luo Yangshua immediately thought of someone, Naz, the master of the dojo in Golden City. If Naz were to lift the seal, it would surely be a trivial task. Luo Yangshua could also spend diamonds to purchase supernatural powers from the marketplace, where a plethora of options awaited selection. Unfortunately, even the most affordable options required 1,000 diamonds, the equivalent of a tenfold draw. Glancing at his meager 80 diamonds, he resolved to ponder how to persuade Lilia to accompany him to Golden City instead. After considering his words, Luo Yangshua said, "How about I assist you in examining your condition? I possess a bit of supernatural ability that could help uncover what is amiss with your body. Is that possible?" Lilia responded, her eyes lighting up with hope. "Let us just say we can give it a try. I cannot guarantee a solution, but we may discover the cause," Luo Yangshua replied. "All right then, let us do it. I hope to once again experience the wonders of Pokémon, as they are my absolute favorite," Lilia exclaimed with excitement. Nodding in agreement, Luo Yangshua led Lilia to a beach chair where she could sit down comfortably. He gently placed his hands on her temples, enveloping her in the power of connection, as a full performance was necessary for the act. However, as the power made contact with Lilia's brain, Luo Yangshua distinctly sensed a formidable mental force sealing away a portion of her memories. He attempted to use his power to unlock the seal, but it remained impervious. Releasing his hands, Luo Yangshua shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I am unable to assist you. However, there exists a powerful mental force that has sealed a fragment of your memories within your brain. This is likely the root of your predicament." "Oh, thank you, Luo. It's all right. After all these years, it doesn't matter much," Lilia replied, forcing a smile that could not conceal her evident disappointment. Seeing the melancholy on Lilia's face stirred Luo Yangshua's heart, prompting him to say, "Although I cannot help you, it does not mean that others cannot. In fact, we could seek the assistance of supernatural Pokémon to help lift the seal, but your inability to access Pokémon presents a challenge. It is likely that those from years past created this barrier to completely seal that part of your memory." Lilia's expression darkened further, but Luo Yangshua continued, "However, I have another idea. The Golden Dojo in the Kanto region is home to a remarkably powerful supernatural being. If we request her help, she should be able to easily assist you in breaking the seal. Lilia's eyes brightened instantly as she grasped Luo Yangshua's hand and asked, Really? Indeed. There is no benefit in deceiving you. However, I am uncertain if you can join me. I will be vacationing here for 3 days and 2 nights before taking a flight to Golden City, as I am preparing to challenge the dojo and participate in the Kanto Region's Courts Conference. If you wish to accompany me, I can take you along after 3 days, Luo Yangshua explained earnestly. All right, it's settled. I'll return to discuss it with my family. Let us meet here tomorrow. Wait for me, she exclaimed before hurriedly running off, leaving Luo Yangshua to watch her vibrant figure fade into the distance until it vanished from sight. Chapter 8, Challenging Nas. 3 days passed swiftly, and a plane landed smoothly at the bustling airport of Golden City. Luo Yangshua disembarked alongside Lilia, who donned a pure white leisure outfit. Her previously loose hair now tied into a ponytail while cradling a pristine Pokemon egg. Protected by an incubator, Lilia could finally interact with the egg. This egg had been entrusted to Professor Oak by the principal of her school, who happened to be a cousin of Professor Oak. Luo Yangshua surmised that this egg was indeed the same one from the anime, originally carried by Ash from the Kanto region's Vulpix to the Alola region. Now, however, Lilia was bringing Alola's Ice Vulpix back to Kanto. In any case, this Ice Vulpix would serve as Lilia's starter Pokemon. For Luo Yangshua had no intention of making an extra trip to Pallet Town for a mere egg. He could simply bring the already hatched Ice Vulpix to meet Professor Oak, as he doubted Professor Oak would snatch a young girl's starter Pokemon. After a long flight, they both felt weary. Luo Yangshua first took Lilia to the Pokemon Center to heal their Pokemon and the egg while they enjoyed a short nap. Rejuvenated, Luo Yangshua promptly guided Lilia to the Golden Dojo. Upon arriving at the Grand Dojo, he did not spot Naz's father, which assured him of Naz's prowess. Although it was vacation time, they encountered several travelers eager for battles. After 3 days of scattered fights, all 4 of his Pokemon were at levels in the 30s. With Charmeleon on the verge of evolving into Charizard and Froakie already having evolved into Frogadier. Unfortunately, Frogadier was still at level 31, far from evolution. Otherwise, the evolved Greninja, possessing both water and dark types, would have easily overpowered Naz's Kadabra. Regardless, both Charmeleon and Beedrill were high-damage Pokemon capable of swiftly defeating Kadabra, which was notoriously fragile. Pushing open the dojo's large doors, Luo Yangshua and Lilia found several individuals practicing their supernatural abilities in a side room. Lilia observed with keen interest, while Luo Yangshua scoffed in disdain. Such feeble powers paled in comparison to his own connection abilities. At that moment, a masked man approached them and asked, "Are you challengers? Do you possess any supernatural powers?" "I do not, but Luo does. He seeks to challenge the dojo and needs your master's assistance," Lilia candidly responded. Upon hearing that Luo Yangshua had supernatural abilities, the man nodded and said, "Follow me. I will take you to Master Naz." He led Luo Yangshua and Lilia deeper into the dojo. They arrived at a vast arena, where the lights illuminated Naz seated upon a high chair, cradling a doll. As they entered the arena, the doll spoke, "You must be the challengers. I am Naz. If you win, I will grant you a badge, but if you lose, you must stay and keep me company." Curious, Lilia turned to Luo Yangshua and asked, "Is that really Naz? How can the doll talk?" "It merely controls the doll with its supernatural abilities. The voice is simply telepathy," Luo Yangshua explained, then addressed Naz, "Master Naz, I accept your terms. However, should I win, I would like to request your assistance." This is Lilia. A portion of her memory is sealed within her brain, and if I win, could you help remove that seal? Indeed, there is a seal present, but it should not pose a significant issue. I agree, Naz replied. Let the match begin. We shall determine the victor in a single bout. Go, Kadabra. The doll commanded, using its powers to levitate a poke ball into the arena, releasing a Kadabra onto the field. Agreed. Go, Charmeleon. Luo Yangshua called forth Charmeleon. Charmeleon, unleash flamethrower. As Charmeleon emerged, it immediately blasted a column of fire toward Kadabra. In a swift motion, Kadabra vanished from sight, reappearing on the opposite side of the arena, leaving Luo Yangshua feeling somewhat challenged. This was teleportation, a mechanic that allowed one to escape battles in the game. In actual combat, Kadabra's rapid movements, if not countered by psychic or ghostly attributes, made it exceedingly difficult to catch its elusive form. Furthermore, it was likely not Kadabra's own teleportation. Gazing at the silent Naz, Luo Yangshua realized she was undoubtedly using her powers to assist Kadabra, but he hesitated to confront her about it. He quickly devised a rudimentary strategy and exclaimed, "Charmeleon, use smokescreen." The black smoke enveloped the entire arena, followed by a brilliant flash of light and a series of explosive sounds that shook the Golden Dojo. As the smoke dissipated, Charmeleon stood panting in the center of the arena, while Kadabra remained unscathed, encased in a pale blue energy sphere. However, upon casting a glance at the pallid-faced Naz, Luo Yingxia understood that she was far from as composed as she appeared. Yet, employing such a strategy, inflicting damage on the enemy while sustaining self-harm, was a desperate measure. Observing that Charizard was left with merely a quarter of its health, he realized the battle had taken a turn for the worse. Should Naz possess any remaining strength, victory was uncertain. Charizard let out a defiant roar as the flames on its tail blazed fiercely, activating its blaze ability. It then radiated a brilliant white light, and as the luminosity faded, a colossal Dragonite emerged onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, the soft blue orb surrounding Kadabra dissipated, revealing the psychic-type Pokémon holding a spoon, which stood across from Charizard. Charizard, unleash a wing attack, commanded Luo Yangxua. The evolution into Charizard had significantly enhanced its speed, making aerial maneuvers far more convenient than running on the ground. Kadabra swiftly dodged the wing attack, raising its spoon as blue light emanated from its eyes, using telekinesis to bind Charizard. Charizard, with a powerful shake, broke free from the psychic grasp, and a blast of flamethrower struck Kadabra, who was caught off guard. With that single flamethrower, Kadabra was left with but a sliver of health. Luo Yangxua chuckled. Charizard, finish it off with one final flamethrower. Charizard roared once more, releasing a stream of flames. Although Kadabra managed to teleport just in time, it still incurred a glancing blow, and as it reappeared nearby, it succumbed to its injuries. Luo Yangxua rushed to Charizard, embracing it. The battle had indeed been rather peculiar, highlighting Luo Yangshua's current dilemma, a scarcity of Pokémon and an insufficient diversity in elemental types. He resolved to start accumulating some diamonds to purchase a few TMs to broaden his Pokémon's elemental coverage. Otherwise, facing a similar situation again would be unbearably frustrating. At that moment, a golden badge floated before Luo Yangxua as Naz descended, her voice icy as she stated, "You have one. Here is your badge. I shall also fulfill your other condition." After saying this, she approached Lily and lightly tapped her finger on Lily's head before turning and retreating into the depths of the gym. Luo Yangxua stood there, astonished. Was that it? Chapter 9, Bounty Challenge. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest of helping Lily overcome her fear of Pokémon. Reward: 1,000 gold coins, 20 diamonds, 500 popularity points. The system's notification informed Luo Yangxua that Lily had fully recovered, prompting him to marvel at Naz's formidable psychic abilities. With her eyes closed, Lily delved into her hidden memories, tears cascading down her cheeks. After a considerable interval, she finally opened her eyes, wiped away her tears, and gratefully addressed Luo Yangxua, "Xiao Luo. Thank you for bringing me to Kanto and helping me recover my sealed memories." With that, she embraced Charizard and exclaimed, "This is wonderful. I can interact with Pokémon again. I must also thank that Pokémon when I return." "Lily, are you planning to go back?" Luo Yangxua inquired, feeling a sudden pang of reluctance. I suppose I won't be returning just yet. After all, I need to deliver the Pokémon eggs to Professor Oak. And I also wish to explore Kanto a bit more," Lily replied, shaking her head. "Xiao Luo, may I travel with you?" "Absolutely." Luo Yangxua smiled, extending his right hand, which Lily took in hers. The two departed from the Golden Gym, and Luo Yangxua decided to rest in Golden City for the night before setting off for Celadon City the following day, eager to show Lily around the bustling metropolis. As they strolled through the streets, Luo Yangxua summoned the system to inquire, "System, are there any quick ways to earn money or diamonds? I am currently quite impoverished. With evolution stones, held items, and now the necessity of TMs, I feel on the brink of financial ruin. Please, host, take your time. Building a solid foundation is paramount. I understand the importance of a solid foundation, but the main quest you've issued is exceedingly stringent. With so few high-quality Pokémon and the exorbitant cost of diamonds, I have only managed to capture 2 Pokémon for the main quest. How can I not feel anxious?" Ding. Special bounty challenge issued. Please proceed to the game center and bring down the player with the highest score on the leaderboard, limited to a deadline of 10 p.m. Reward: 10,000 gold coins, 10,000 diamonds, 10,000 popularity points. Luo Yangxua was momentarily dumbfounded. Was the system truly generous? Noticing that it was only 3 in the afternoon, he quickly urged Lily to the game center in Golden City. Upon entering, they beheld the leaderboard, where the top score exceeded 300,000 points, an achievement supposedly earned after a day of gaming. Luo Yangshua realized then that there was no such thing as a free lunch. However, for such a bountiful reward, he was willing to take risks. He withdrew 300 Pokemon coins to purchase game tokens, exchanging 1 Pokemon coin for 10 game tokens. He distributed 1,000 game tokens to Lily so she could play as well, while he settled in front of a slot machine to begin his game. An hour later, with a mix of wins and losses, he managed to multiply his tokens several times over, amassing a total of 5,000 game tokens. Turning to check on Lily, he was taken aback. She had collected 3 large baskets of game tokens. Indeed, it seemed that as the protagonist, luck was on his side. Without hesitation, he handed over his game tokens to Lily, allowing her to play. System, host, this is cheating. Which of your eyes saw me cheat? Lily and I are merely sharing the tokens I purchased. This is called cooperative play. Luo Yangshua scoffed. System, your integrity is in question. What is integrity worth in diamonds? For gold coins. For diamonds. For popularity points. I'm all in. Luo Yangshua acknowledged with a sense of self-awareness. With Lily's assistance, they successfully refreshed the leaderboard before 10 p.m. Then, under the disapproving glare of the manager, they began to exchange their points for prizes. Opening each Pokeball to examine the Pokemon within, Luo Yangshua marveled at the sheer variety and quantity of Pokemon in the big city. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he secured a pair of Nidoran and Nidorina, 2 exceptional Pokemon. Initially intending to capture both, he reconsidered as they shared the same type and similar skills, realizing that capturing both would obviously occupy a slot. After much deliberation, Luo Yangshua decided to gift the Nidorina to Lily, acknowledging her hard work. He also selected a high-quality Clefairy for her, recalling that her mother had owned a Clefable in her youth, which had been her childhood companion. This Clefairy would undoubtedly suit her well. After sifting through nearly 200 Pokemon, Luo Yangshua discovered another exceptional oddish. Acquiring 3 exceptional Pokemon in one go was indeed a significant haul. With such a diverse array, he completed more than half of the side quest for collecting Pokemon, leaving only about 20 rare species to complete the task. He then selected over 20 rare mid-tier Pokemon to send to Professor Oak, recognizing the value in assisting with his research, especially since he provided meals in return. With the exceptional Nidoran and Oddish in tow, he finally had a full roster of 6 Pokemon, entrusting the system with the care of Nidorina and Clefairy. He would wait for the Ice Vulpix to hatch as Lily's starter Pokemon, before presenting her with these 2 Pokemon. Lily was busy selecting clothing and plush toys, while Luo Yangshua opted for a year's supply of energy cubes as Pokemon food, knowing they were far more nutritious than regular Pokemon food. Once Lily finished choosing her garments and toys, they departed, leaving the shop owner to weep alone in the wind. That evening, Luo Yangshua excitedly claimed his rewards and opened the shop to begin selecting the items he desired. In the section regarding held items, he unhesitatingly spent 10,000 gold coins to acquire the focus lens. He discovered a minor bug within the system. The items purchased could be integrated into the Pokemon's body, whereas the million evolution stones were directly equipped on the Pokemon. This meant that a Pokemon capable of million evolution could wield 2 held items. In contrast, real-world held items could not be integrated into a Pokemon's body and could only be equipped externally, which revealed a flaw in the system that had not yet been rectified, seemingly accepted as a default. Next came the technical machines and million evolution stones, which were paired evolution stones and keystones, with the cheapest priced at 3,000 diamonds, and the most expensive at 10,000, while the divine beast stones cost a staggering 50,000. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to purchase a technical machine. This was primarily to enhance his Pokemon's offensive capabilities, as although the million evolution was formidable, it was also vulnerable to targeted attacks. Without a broad offensive strategy, even the mightiest million evolution would be rendered ineffective. He then contemplated his choice of technical machines. With 10,000 diamonds, he could only acquire 10 machines, but fortunately, they were permanent, thus justifying the expenditure. Chapter 10. The Hatching of the Pokemon Egg. After much deliberation in the store regarding the technical machines, he first selected the move Dream Talk, which could be learned by all Pokemon, followed by Protect, which was crucial against one-hit knockouts. He then chose weather-related moves, Sunny Day, Rain Dance, Hail, and Sandstorm. Finally, he opted for 2 high-damage moves, Hyper Beam and Giga Impact, totaling 8 technical machines. It was not that other options were unworthy, but rather that these selections sufficed for the time being. With the remaining diamonds, Luo Yangshua decided to exchange for some personal skills, as he was now traveling with a companion and could no longer rely solely on quick meals and instant noodles. Without hesitation, he allocated his diamonds towards personal skills. First on his list were culinary arts and medical expertise, both essential for food preparation and wound treatment in the wild, and reasonably priced at only 200 diamonds each, especially when compared to the exorbitant costs of Pokemon items. He then considered the 600 diamond driving skill. Albeit costly, it encompassed all modes of transportation: cars, airplanes, and ships. Now, even if given a rocket, Luo Yangshua could navigate to outer space. For 1,000 diamonds, he acquired Pokemon communication, enabling him to comprehend the language of Pokemon, thus facilitating training and interaction. He chose to conserve the remaining 280 diamonds for future needs. As for his popularity points, he had accumulated over 14,000, and with 12,000 points, he unlocked the ability to modify Pokemon abilities, something he had long desired. Some Pokemon possessed rather outrageous abilities, and the prospect of modification was enticing. However, upon accessing the feature, he was somewhat disappointed to learn that he could only alter a Pokemon's inherent ability and not change it to that of another Pokemon. Yet, upon reflection, this made sense. Otherwise, the potential for abuse would be too great. For instance, if the Pokemon Mismagius had a dual Ghost and Dark typing, and was paired with the ability Wonder Guard, along with the move Protect, it would indeed be invincible. After careful consideration, he decided that Charizard's ability did not require modification. While solar power dealt devastating damage, the constant health depletion in sunny weather was a nuisance. He opted to change Sylveon's ability to Pixelate, allowing normal-type moves to become Fairy-type. Frogadier's ability was altered to Protean, granting it the flexibility to change type at will. Beedrill, Nidoran, and Oddish remained unchanged, as their current abilities were most suitable compared to others. Once modifications were complete, he summoned his Pokemon and had them successively learn the technical machine moves. Subsequently, Luo Yangshua inspected the status of his Pokemon. Pokemon: Charizard. Level: 36. Gender: male. Height: 200 centimeters. Weight: 98 kilograms. Ability: Blaze. Moves: Outrage, Inherited, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Rage, Flamethrower, Confuse Ray, Fire Fong, Flame Burst, Cut, Wing Attack, Sunny Day, Dream Talk, Protect, Hyper Beam, Giga Impact. Pokemon: Sylveon. Level: 35. Gender: female. Height: 30 centimeters. Weight: 65 kilograms. Ability: Pixelate. Moves: Yawn, Inherited, Helping Hand, Growl, Tackle, Baby Doll Eyes, Fairy Wind, Draining Kiss, Skill Swap, Misty Terrain, Light Screen, Moonblast, Covet, Self-Suggestion, Sunny Day. Rain Dance, Dream Talk, Protect, Hyper Beam, Giga Impact. Pokemon: Beedrill Shiny. Level: 38. Gender: male. Height: 100 centimeters. Weight: 295 kilograms. Ability: Sniper. Moves: Poison Sting, String Shot, Harden, Twin Needle, Fury Attack, Rage, Pursuit, Focus Energy, Sludge Bomb, Phantom Force, Toxic Spikes, Agility, Endeavor, Sunny Day, Dream Talk, Protect, Hyper Beam, Giga Impact. Pokemon: Frogadier. Level: 34. Gender: male. Height: 30 centimeters. Weight: 7 kilograms. Ability: Protean. Moves: Toxic Spikes, Inherited, Pound, Growl, Bubble, Quick Attack, Lick, Water Pulse, Smokescreen, Round, Bounce, Substitute, Waterfall, Rain Dance, Dream Talk, Protect. Hyper Beam, Giga Impact. Pokemon: Nidoran. Level: 5. Gender: male. Height: 50 centimeters. Weight: 9 kilograms. Ability: Poison Point. Moves: Tackle, Inherited, Leer, Peck, Poison Sting, Horn Attack, Sunny Day. Rain Dance, Dream Talk, Protect. Pokemon: Oddish. Level: 5. Gender: female. Height: 50 centimeters. Weight: 54 kilograms. Ability: Chlorophyll. Moves: Absorb, Inherited, Growth, Sweet Scent, Sunny Day, Dream Talk, Protect. After some reflection, he also had Nidoran and Clefairy learn Dream Talk and Protect, as they would eventually be gifted to Lily, and he did not wish to be stingy. Just as he had finished organizing his Pokemon, there came a knock at the door. Luo Yangshua promptly rose to answer it, and to his surprise, Lily stood outside, clad in a pristine white nightgown, cradling a glowing Pokemon egg, her expression fraught with urgency. "Luo, something's wrong. I just saw the egg glow." As she spoke, the Pokemon egg in her hands flickered with white light before dimming again. Having watched countless episodes of Pokemon, Luo Yangshua immediately exclaimed, "Come inside. The egg is about to hatch." Lily hurriedly entered the room, placing the egg on Luo Yangshua's desk. He shut the door and turned back to find the egg glowing once more, this time consistently, signaling that the little one was eager to enter the world. Rushing to the bedside, he and Lily prepared to witness the arrival of this new companion. The white light intensified, and Lily nervously grasped the edge of Luo Yanshua's nightgown. Then, with a crack, the light began to dissipate. A fluffy white creature emerged before them. Exactly as Luo had anticipated, it was an Alolan Vulpix. The little one opened its eyes, sitting upright and glancing from Luo Yanshua to Lily, uncertain of who its parents were. Luo Yanshua stood up and took a step back. The Alolan Vulpix immediately approached Lily, calling out to her and nuzzling its little head against her face. Delighted, Lily embraced the Alolan Vulpix, stroking its soft fur and exclaiming, "You're so cool and white. From now on, I'll call you Snowball." Snowball squinted its eyes, seemingly pleased with the name. Observing this, Luo Yanshua retrieved a Pokeball from his backpack and handed it to Lily, saying, "Lily, since Snowball has hatched and recognizes you, you should catch it. It will be your starter Pokemon." Lily hesitated, saying, "Isn't this a bit inappropriate? This is the Pokemon entrusted to me by the principal to deliver to Professor Oak. It's perfectly fine. Besides, I had previously informed Professor Oak about this situation. He is not an inflexible person. He merely wishes to study the differences among regional Pokemon. You can simply stay at Professor Oak's laboratory for a while longer," Luo Yanshua replied, placing the Pokeball directly into Lily's hands. "Moreover, you must consider Bai Huanging's feelings. Perhaps it wishes to accompany you on your journey." Lily was persuaded by my words and held the Pokeball in front of Bai Huanging, asking, "Bai Huanging, do you wish to travel with me and become my starter Pokemon?" Bai Huanging nodded, gently pressed the button on the Pokeball, and transformed into a beam of red light, entering the Pokeball and becoming Lily's companion. Lily joyfully exclaimed, "This is wonderful." Seeing this, Luo Yanshua handed her the Pokeballs for Nidoran and Jigglypuff. When she looked at him with a puzzled expression, he blushed slightly and said, "This is to celebrate your becoming a Pokemon trainer. These two Pokemon were selected for you at the game center. I hope you like them." "Thank you, Xiao Luo," Lily replied, giving him a big hug and wishing him good night as she left his room. This embrace brought Luo Yanshua immense joy, keeping him awake until the late hours of the night. The fairy-like EV he used as a pillow shook its head, thinking, "It seems my master is exceedingly happy." Chapter 11. The Love Story of Nidoran. Early the next morning, Luo Yanshua and Lily called Professor Oak to inform him of the hatching of the Pokemon egg and that the Ice Vulpix had become Lily's starter Pokemon. Professor Oak was quite accommodating, inviting Lily to stay at his laboratory for a few days so he could study the Ice Vulpix thoroughly. Oh, and Xiao Luo. The report on fairy-type attributes has also been submitted to the Pokemon League, which is taking it seriously. Regarding your housing and subsidy, it's all been settled. A total of 200,000, along with renovations for your house, Professor Oak stated. Only 200,000. Luo Yanshua replied helplessly. That's equivalent to 200 diamonds. A single lottery ticket costs 100 diamonds, and even a tin draw is priced at 988 diamonds. I suddenly feel a profound sense of helplessness. You little rascal. 200,000 is already a considerable amount. What do you need so much money for at your age? Professor Oak retorted. Only the head of the household knows the cost of oil and rice, Luo Yanshua thought, realizing he truly needed money. With a glint in his eye, he said, Professor Oak, regarding the renovations, can I have my way in the reconstruction? Yes, the League has agreed to that. You provide the blueprints, and they will construct it. Professor Oak confirmed. All right, then don't blame me. Luo Yanshua gritted his teeth, contacting the system to help design an expansive seaside villa, albeit one that was rather large. Once the system completed the design, it sent the blueprints to his backpack. Luo Yanshua retrieved the blueprints and faxed them to Professor Oak. Upon seeing the blueprints, Professor Oak nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming, Are you trying to kill me? Is this a house or an aquarium? Indeed, the dilapidated house provided by the system was situated in the most remote part of Viridian City, near the sea, with a vast expanse of land. The design blueprint indicated that the villa, along with its yard and road improvements, spanned over 10,000 square meters. The first floor was to be transformed into an aquarium, capable of housing a multitude of water-type Pokemon. After all, he couldn't let his super fishing rod go to waste. It could serve as a tourist attraction, charging admission, while these water-type Pokemon could also help guard the premises. The second floor would be the living area, a seaside villa with a balcony facing the ocean. Facing the sea. Spring blossoms. As for the various details, let the League deal with those headaches. After all, they had given him such a meager subsidy. It would be remiss not to take full advantage of the situation. They explicitly requested that I provide blueprints for them to construct. I have not coerced them at all. Luo Yanshua blinked innocently. Professor Oak, infuriated, hung up the phone, rubbing his aching head. Suddenly, the transporter began sending numerous Pokeballs, and upon inspection, Professor Oak realized they were the 20 rare Pokemon Luo Yangshua had sent him. Seeing these Pokemon lightened his mood, and he sighed with a hint of resignation. Sigh. What a troubled child he is. Well, it's not for me to worry about. Let the League handle that. I'll focus on my research. After the Pokemon were sent, Luo Yangshua took Lily to the airline to ship back the pile of clothing and plush toys she had chosen for the Alola region. The two then set off on their journey to Hualan City. Along the way, they released Oddish and Nidoran to engage in battles, attempting to familiarize themselves with the rhythm of combat. Oddish performed admirably, diligently following Luo Yangshua's commands, while Nidoran, however, seemed somewhat distracted, constantly glancing in Lily's direction. Luo Yangshua pondered the situation and suggested that Lily release Nidorina. As expected, the moment Nidorina appeared, Nidoran rushed over to her, eager to impress and showcase himself. However, Nidorina, being somewhat proud, knew that wild Nidorina were rarer than Nidoran. If Nidoran wished to win her heart, he would have to compete against other Nidoran. Without formidable strength, Nidoran would likely remain single. Nidorina called out to Nidoran a few times, causing Nidoran to lose all color in his body, appearing utterly despondent. Luo Yangshua smacked Nidoran lightly on the head and admonished, "If you don't train hard now, who will pay you any mind? Haven't you heard that she only likes powerful Nidoqueens?" With tears in his eyes, Nidoran called out to Luo Yangshua, "Exactly, I can understand your words. She doesn't just fancy Nidoqueens. Listen to me, train diligently, and together we will win the courts conference. By then, you will have evolved into a Nidoqueen, and after winning the championship, you can propose to her." Nidoran nodded and called out a few times, as if saying, "Big brother, I leave everything to you. Train me hard, don't treat me like just a Pokemon." He then ran back to Nidorina and called out a few times, to which Nidorina nodded in agreement. Seeing Nidoran's newfound determination, Luo Yangshu couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, this is the beauty of youth." With the encouragement of love, Nidoran's progress was astonishing. And coupled with his rare lineage and Luo Yangshua's experience-boosting device, he reached level 16 and evolved into Nidorino within just a single morning. Even Nidorina, who had been watching from the sidelines, felt a twinge of admiration. However, a promise is a promise, at the very least. Nidoran should win a championship adorned with glory before proposing. Nidorina thought to herself, feeling somewhat proud. Lily, intrigued by Luo Yangshua's ability to understand Pokemon language and his training methods, bombarded him with questions, and he answered them all. Lily absorbed a plethora of knowledge, which was something the Pokemon School could never teach them. The Pokemon School focused more on theoretical knowledge. To become stronger, one must venture out into the world, experience more, and grow both in strength and knowledge. Of course, this did not apply to Ash. Ash was effectively starting anew in every new location, with his experience reset to 0, which left one baffled. Suddenly, Luo Yangshua considered a crucial question. Ash had traveled to so many places yet remained 10 years old. Would he also be doomed to forever remain 13? You need not worry. The previously chaotic timeline has been restored. The system suddenly interjected. What do you mean? Luo Yangshua inquired. It means that both Ash and you will grow older. Moreover, Ash is the darling of this world, and the universe will not allow him to remain weak. Although Ash may not currently be a match for the host, with the world's favor, he is destined to grow increasingly formidable. The system solemnly remarked that Ash might become the host's most formidable rival on the path to becoming a Pokemon master. Luo Yangshua felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, pondering, battling with an external aid against a fortuitous champion. Such is the nature of their conflict. Chapter 12. The Double Battle on the Ferry. Sigh. Luo Yangshua leaned against the railing of the ferry, somewhat dispirited. Don't be disheartened. Are you truly going to refuse the badge that was gifted to you? Lilia gently patted Luo Yangshua's back while cradling the gleaming badge. You haven't yet decided on your future path, so you wouldn't understand the frustration of a trainer unable to fight at full capacity, Luo Yangshua muttered gloomily. Alright. It's just that you haven't had enough of battling. This ferry has a large enough arena, and it will take 3 days to reach Leaf Town. A small double battle tournament is being organized on board, and you might want to give it a try. I've heard that the first prize is an evolution stone, Lilia suggested. Upon hearing about the tournament and the rewards, Luo Yangshua's spirits were instantly lifted. The system also issued a mission to claim the championship, offering a reward of 1,000 gold coins, 60 diamonds, and 3,000 popularity points. This ignited Luo Yangshua's enthusiasm. They were currently at the seaside dock in Hualan City, boarding a ferry to Leaf Town. Having already secured the blue badge from Hualan City, Luo Yangshua realized he had underestimated the Hualan sisters. However, with just a level 21 evolution into a Stunky, he had managed to overcome all three of them, revealing that the Hualan gym was indeed one of the weakest in Kanto. It seemed only when Misty returned to take over the gym would it truly gain strength. This was the third day since their departure from Golden City. Given the pace at which Ash and his companions were known to get lost, it was likely they would encounter each other in Leaf Town, although there were no guarantees. Since hearing the system's optimistic view of Ash, Luo Yangshua had felt a growing urge to challenge him, if only to gauge Ash's current capabilities. However, contemplating other matters was futile at this point. The rewards were decent. But since it was a double battle tournament, he had no choice but to enlist Lilia to participate alongside him. Lilia, on the other hand, was somewhat excited, as this would be her first experience battling Pokémon. After registering, they received a number 3 badge and made their way to the open deck of the ferry, where a large battle arena had already attracted a crowd. The captain delivered a few words, and the competition commenced. As a privately organized small tournament, there were only 8 pairs of competitors. The first match pitted Group 1 against Group 2, followed by Group 3 against Group 4, and so on. The first group consisted of twin brothers utilizing a Pidgey and a Hypno. The second group was a couple using a Magnemite and a Machop. Luo Yangshua glanced at them and lost interest immediately. Their levels and qualifications were far inferior, and the couple was destined to win. As he had anticipated, the couple emerged victorious, albeit with considerable difficulty. Luo Yangshua shook his head, realizing he had overlooked a crucial element. The commanding and predictive abilities of trainers were paramount. This first group posed no real threat. In the second match, Luo Yangshua and Lilia took the stage, deploying their Froakie and Clefairy. Their opponents, 2 males presumably friends, sent out a Geodude and a Weepinbell. Luo Yangshua's eyes brightened. Their levels and qualifications were commendable, and he anticipated an exhilarating battle. Hail, he declared. With both a Geodude and a Weepinbell being susceptible to Ice-type moves, it would be a disservice not to utilize Hail. Froakie let out a cry, summoning dark clouds overhead, with icy snowflakes cascading down, inflicting ongoing damage on their foes. Geodude, Rock Throw at that white Clefairy. Weepinbell, use Leaf Blade to attack that white Clefairy as well. The 2 opponents commanded their Pokémon to retaliate. Lilia, slightly delayed in her response, finally said, Clefairy, use Icy Wind. Lilia, do not worry about Clefairy's safety. Froakie, defend. Protect Clefairy, Luo Yangshua instructed. Froakie leaped in front of Clefairy, enveloped in a pale green orb of light, shielding both Pokémon from the Rock Throw and Leaf Blade attacks. Clefairy's Icy Wind, bolstered by the hail, intensified, leaving both opponents in considerable distress, while Geodude found its feet encased in ice. Froakie, finish Geodude with Water Gun. Luo Yangshua commanded. Weepinbell, help Geodude block the Water Gun. The opposing trainer reacted immediately, positioning Weepinbell in front of the immobilized Geodude to absorb the Water Gun attack. Despite the Water Gun's immense power, Weepinbell's Grass type mitigated its impact, sparing it from significant harm. Clefairy, continue with Icy Wind, Lilia instructed. Weepinbell, once more with Leaf Blade. Geodude, shake off the ice. The opponents were growing anxious. Luo Yangshua chuckled, no need to struggle. Froakie, unleash the final ultimate strike. Froakie let out a powerful cry, surging through the Leaf Blade attack, and forcefully collided with Weepinbell, sending it crashing against the fairy wall, rendering it unable to continue. Froakie also succumbed to momentary paralysis. The opposing trainer sighed, I concede. He understood that with one of his Pokémon frozen, he could not hope to compete against both of Luo Yangshua's. Moreover, it appeared that the Froakie, being water type, possessed the Water Gun, and he decided it was best not to subject Geodude to further punishment. After winning this match, Luo Yangshua felt indifferent, while Lilia exuberantly embraced Clefairy, bouncing with joy. Following their victory, the subsequent 2 matches were unremarkable, save for one trainer SB drill, which showcased impressive poison-type moves. However, Luo Yangshua felt no pressure. Froakie was sufficient, and he sought to challenge Froakie, who was already at level 36 and on the verge of evolving into a Greninja. He was eager to test the bond evolution, which had been building for quite some time, and he felt a mounting impatience. In the following battle against the couple, Clefairy needed only to chant Icy Wind to support Froakie, who decisively eliminated both opponents, further familiarizing himself with his new ability. Transformative. Each time it uses a move, its type changes to match that of the move. It must be noted that with this ability, Froakie had become the Pokémon with the greatest demand for technical moves. However, as long as it acquired more type-based skills, Froakie's operational versatility would surpass that of all other Pokémon. In another match, the young trainer whom Luo Yangshua had been watching won as well, with his Weezing displaying commendable prowess, seamlessly executing a variety of poison-type moves. Luo Yangshua stroked his chin, contemplating. If this individual continues down the poison path, he might have a promising chance at contending for the title of poison-type champion once Arjun steps down. The final decisive match was about to commence. The captain re-emerged, presenting the victor's prizes, 2 moonstones. Perfectly suited for Lilia and himself. They could aid Nidorino and Nidorina in evolving into Nidoqueen and Nidoking. Luo Yangshua sent out Froakie once more, while Lilia hesitated before choosing Jigglypuff. Deciding not to push Clefairy into battle, as it was already fatigued, the opposing young trainer sent forth a Beedrill, while his companion released a Squirtle. After exchanging greetings, the battle began. Chapter 13, Meeting Xiao Fei, Securing the Moonstones. Froakie, quick attack. Luo Yangshua took the initiative, targeting the Squirtle. The trainer using Beedrill also set his sights on Lilia, landing a poison sting on Jigglypuff before either could react, both collapsing to the ground. As Luo Yangshua and the young boy exchanged knowing smiles, they both recognized each other as formidable opponents. Lily and her companions were merely there to fill the ranks. Eliminating them was essential for an exhilarating showdown. Abominable creature, use toxic, the boy commanded. Frogadier, defend. Luo Yangshua chuckled softly. Through careful observation, he had discerned a particular battle habit of the boy, initiating with toxic to inflict poison on his adversaries, followed by other skills to wear them down. The protective barrier successfully intercepted the toxic attack, prompting the boy to frown. Abominable creature, unleash toxic once more. I refuse to believe he can defend against it again. Luo Yangshua shook his head, aware that relying on defense was not a sustainable strategy. The more it was employed, the lower the success rate would become. Nonetheless, the boy continued to utilize toxic as his opening move, a habit that, if unaltered, would forever limit his achievements, preventing him from reaching the level of a champion. Rain Dance, Luo Yangshua announced. Frogadier executed the command, summoning a gentle rain that began to patter down. However, Frogadier was struck by the toxic attack, its body shimmering with a purple hue. Luo Yangshua contemplated. Next comes Bind, followed by Toxic Fong. Just as he predicted, the boy called out, Abominable creature, bind. Then Toxic Fong. Shadow Clone. Water Gun, Luo Yangshua replied coolly. Frogadier instantly duplicated itself into 10 clones. The abominable creature lunged at one, only to be struck down by a water gun from a clone positioned to the left. Abominable creature, rally. Use Poison Sting to sweep away all the Frogadiers. The boy urged, his voice tinged with anxiety. The abominable creature staggered to its feet, releasing a barrage of poison stings that swept across the Frogadiers. Yet, the last Frogadier vanished, leaving the opponent bewildered. What happened? Where's Frogadier? Frogadier, execute the final bounce. Luo Yangshua directed, feeling a tinge of disappointment at the boy's delayed realization. In that moment, the boy finally understood, as the descending Frogadier delivered a knee strike, forcefully slamming the abominable creature's head against the deck, resulting in its incapacitation. Luo Yangshua shook his head. He had commanded Frogadier to substitute itself for him, allowing it to bounce stealthily into the air and deliver a decisive blow to the already weakened abominable creature. The captain announced the victor, and Frogadier radiated a brilliant light. The rain continued to fall, coalescing into a swirling column of water around Frogadier. As the column dissipated, a majestic Greninja emerged, one hand forming a seal over its chest while the other was raised high, exuding an aura of grandeur. Luo Yangshua approached Greninja, embracing it with a smile. At last. You've evolved. Greninja nodded with an air of aloofness, clenching its fist in satisfaction with its new form. Luo Yangshua produced an antidote to assist Greninja in alleviating its poisoning. At which point the young boy approached, saying, I am Xiao Fei from Shallow Red City. It's a pleasure to meet you. With a hand extended towards Luo Yangshua. He reciprocated the gesture after finishing with Greninja, replying, Hello, I am Xiao Luo from Pallet Town. It's a delight to make your acquaintance. I am Lily. Traveling alongside Xiao Luo, Lily interjected as she approached. Ah, greetings. Xiao Luo, how long have you been on your journey? Your skills are impressive, Xiao Fei inquired. I haven't been traveling for long. I just received my first Pokemon this year, Luo Yangshua replied. However, I am already 13, so my experiences may surpass yours slightly. Oh, I see. You must be participating in the Indigo Conference, then. Let's have a match when the time comes, Xiao Fei proposed. Certainly, but I hope you can improve. If you continue like today, you will still lose. I look forward to a more thrilling battle, Luo Yangshua responded. Afterward, he and Lily approached the captain to collect the 2 moonstones. Luo Yangshua was not in a hurry to evolve Nidorino into Nidoking, as there were several skills Nidoking could not learn. It would be prudent to wait until Nidorino mastered those skills before evolving, considering it was a top-tier Pokemon with strong aptitude for skill comprehension. Upon hearing Luo Yangshua's words, Xiao Fei appeared contemplative, his resolve strengthening. Over the next 2 days, Luo Yangshua occupied himself with fishing for Pokemon and began to ponder the concept of bond evolution. First, he needed to maximize his bond with Greninja, achieving complete integration of body and mind. As he moved, so did Greninja, mimicking various poses that might be deemed embarrassing. Lily watched with great amusement, cradling a seahorse recently caught and captured by Luo Yangshua. White, feeling a pang of jealousy, observed the seahorse, as it had originally been in her embrace. As the power of their bond gradually infused Greninja's body, streams of water enveloped it, forming a rapidly spinning column. When the column dissipated, a bond-evolved Greninja materialized before Luo Yangshua. Excitedly, he checked Greninja's current status. Pokemon, Greninja, Bond Evolution, Level, 36 Gender, Male Height, 150 centimeters Weight, 40 kilograms Ability, Protean Moves, Spike Cannon, Inherited, Pound, Growl, Bubble, Quick Attack, Lick, Water Pulse, Smokescreen, Round. Knock Off, Substitute, Bounce, Shadow Clone, Water Gun, Rain Dance, Sleep Talk, Protect, Light of Ruin, Final Impact, Shadow Strike, Spikes, Critical Hit, Water Shuriken, Telekinesis. On the surface, there appeared to be no significant changes. It resembled Greninja as before. However, upon testing, it was evident that bond evolution had enhanced Greninja in various aspects, albeit not significantly. Inquiring with the system, Luo Yangshua received the response: the bond is not yet deep enough. The deeper the bond, the more your own attributes will be transferred to Greninja. Luo Yangshua felt a wave of frustration, remarking, "So, you mean to say I'm a mere novice, and I should spend money to buy attribute points? Indeed. How shameless of you to admit it. This system merely states the truth. You've changed, system. I have not changed. This system remains committed to helping the host become a Pokemon master as its primary objective. It does not speak falsehoods. That's disheartening, my friend." During this exchange with the system, Greninja could no longer maintain its bond-evolved form, reverting to its original state. As the system had indicated, their bond was still insufficiently deep, merely scratching the surface of bond evolution. Further training was necessary. Simultaneously, the prospect of acquiring attribute points loomed before Luo Yangshua like a financial burden. "Alas, I am penniless," Luo Yangshua lamented. Amid his lamentations, the ferry approached the dock, with Leaf Dry City coming into view. Chapter 14, The Battle Against Majishur. Disembarking from the ship, Luo Yangshua, Lily, and Xiao Fei made their way to the Pokemon Center. Upon entering, they were immediately met with a scene of chaos and urgency. Everywhere, Pokemon scorched by electricity awaited emergency treatment. Seeing this, Luo Yangshua immediately deduced that Majishur was responsible. However, noticing Nurse Joy's flustered demeanor, it was clear that she would not be able to assist them in restoring their Pokemon anytime soon. Luo Yangshua was unconcerned. Any of his 6 Pokemon were more than capable. After all, Majishur's Raichu had yet to master its abilities, and given the current state of Luo Yangshua's Pokemon, he was confident in a straightforward victory. However, Xiao Fei's Pokemon were not in optimal condition, leaving him with no choice but to wait. Luo Yangshua first led Lily to challenge the gym, and upon arrival, they witnessed someone frantically rushing towards the Pokemon Center, clutching a low-quality Rattata. Observing the subpar Rattata and recalling the numerous low-quality Pokemon he had seen earlier, Luo Yangshua felt a twinge of sympathy for Majishur, recognizing the frustration of playing pretend with such inexperienced trainers. While he empathized with Majishur's plight, he did not condone his extreme methods. Although he was currently in a role assigned by the system and had no family ties, he understood the need for balance in the Pokemon world. Yet the elves had always been by his side, accompanying him through journeys, sharing meals, and living together. To call them family would not be an exaggeration. Thus, he harbored a profound disdain for any actions that would harm these creatures. Majishur's conduct had indeed crossed a line, suppressing the anger bubbling within him. Luo Yangshua led Liliai into the gym. There stood Majishur, clad in military attire at one end of the arena, flanked by 4 disciples, with a plump Raichu at his feet. Upon spotting Luo Yangshua and Liliai, he smirked derisively. "Ah, 2 more little ones. Who will take the first step? No need for that. I challenge the gym alone. I am Luo from Viridian City. How many rounds will the match consist of?" Luo Yangshua replied. "Well then, let each side send out 2 Pokemon," Majishur said, stroking his chin. "You've got some spirit. I admire that. I will send out Raichu first. Step up, Beedrill," Luo Yangshua commanded, releasing his Beedrill into the arena. Oh, a shiny Pokemon, is it? But it will still be at a disadvantage against my Raichu, Majishur scoffed. It still requires the ability to catch Beedrill, Luo Yangshua retorted calmly. To be honest, Gym Leader Majishur, I understand your displeasure, but your approach is rather thoughtless. If you do not wish to battle weak opponents, you could have your subordinates battle first to select stronger challengers. Oh, it seems you understand me well. I will consider your suggestion, but don't expect me to go easy on you. You can take the first attack, Majishur laughed heartily. Then don't blame me. Beedrill. Focus your energy, Luo Yangshua commanded. Beedrill concentrated intensely, doubling its critical hit chance. Majishur called out, Raichu, start with a thunderbolt to say hello. Raichu unleashed a thunderbolt toward Beedrill, but with a glance from Luo Yangshua, Beedrill swiftly executed quick attack, evading the electric strike, while simultaneously increasing its speed. That was too slow. Beedrill, use poison jab, Luo Yangshua instructed. Beedrill's stingers glimmered ominously as it charged toward Raichu. Don't be afraid, Raichu. Withstand it with a heavy slam. Majishur shouted. How naive, Luo Yangshua mused inwardly. Beedrill's speed far surpassed Raichu's reaction time. With a deft sidestep, it evaded Raichu's heavy slam, landing a direct hit to Raichu's flank. Raichu cried out in pain, sent hurtling against the gym's wall, and upon landing, was rendered unable to continue the battle. Majishur gasped, such high damage. Luo Yangshua understood, Beedrill's attack was naturally high. And with the addition of a focus lens and the energy focus increasing critical hit rates, the probability of a critical strike with poison jab was significantly enhanced. It was entirely reasonable for Beedrill's critical hit to take down the frail Raichu. Retrieving Raichu, Majishur inhaled deeply, saying, I underestimated you a bit. I will take this more seriously. Come forth, Magneton. Luo Yangshua, observing the appearance of Magneton, recalled Beedrill. The steel and electric type would have a distinct advantage over Beedrill. Allowing Beedrill to continue would only be self-imposed torment. Instead, he sent forth Charizard to face the challenge. As Charizard entered the arena, it quickly seized the initiative with a sunny day. Majishur immediately retaliated with a thunderbolt. Defend, Luo Yangshua commanded. The protective sphere successfully absorbed the thunderbolt, followed by a flamethrower aimed at Magneton. Majishur, ever the strategist, declared, next, lock on, followed by a zap cannon. A cold sweat broke out on Luo Yangshua. To think he would employ lock on. After locking on, the next move would hit with absolute certainty, and it was a powerful electric-type move, zap cannon. Charizard, defend. Luo Yangshua could only hope for a stroke of luck to withstand the impending attack. The flamethrower struck Magneton, inflicting substantial damage, nearly depleting its health. However, it did not incapacitate it, and judging by Majishur's confidence in Magneton enduring the flamethrower, Luo Yangshua deduced that Magneton likely possessed the ability sturdy. A flicker of data flowed through Magneton's eyes as its magnet rose, unleashing a colossal zap cannon toward Charizard. Charizard attempted to defend, but the protective shield had not yet fully formed when the zap cannon struck. Charizard let out a wail, its body charred and sporadically emitting small arcs of electricity. Luo Yangshua realized the gravity of the situation. Not only had the defense failed, but Charizard was now paralyzed, placing it in peril. Magneton, unleash the final thunderbolt. Majishur commanded. Hearing this made Luo Yangshua feel immensely awkward, as this was a phrase he would typically utter himself. Luo Yangshua erupted, shouting, Charizard, defend. Then unleash your dragon rage. He had no choice but to gamble. If the defense succeeded, there was a chance to turn the tide. If it failed, defeat was inevitable. Although Beedrill was still in reserve, Charizard would surely feel disgruntled. Without hesitation, Luo Yangshua enveloped Charizard in the power of bonds, allowing it to accumulate the defensive skill's energy slightly faster, successfully blocking the thunderbolt. Subsequently, a torrent of dragon energy surged forth, colliding furiously with Magneton, ultimately vanquishing it in one decisive blow. TCH, just luck, Majishur remarked begrudgingly, recalling Magneton. He approached Luo Yangshua and handed him an orange badge, saying, Kid, consider yourself fortunate. Otherwise, victory would have been far from assured. Indeed, Luo Yangshua agreed. He recognized his oversight. He had not anticipated that Magneton would learn lock-on so early, resulting in the subsequent predicament. Patting Charizard on the back, he said, Brother, that was my mistake. I will be more cautious next time. Charizard rolled its eyes and punched Luo Yangshua's shoulder lightly with its right claw. Be more careful next time. Chapter 15. The Dark Forest, the Dilapidated Base. Luo Yangshua and Liliai departed the gym and returned to the Pokemon Center, as it was essential to restore their Pokemon. Majishur had also ceased accepting challengers. agreeing with Luo Yangshua's perspective and preparing to close the gym for a reevaluation. This significantly alleviated the pressure on the Pokemon Center. But upon hearing that the gym would be closed for a few days, Xiao Fei was at a loss for words. He had yet to challenge the gym. Luo Yangshua chose to disregard Xiao Fei's complaints. He still needed to collect more badges and was also short 2 Pokemon. He had already set his sights on 2 specific Pokemon, the Colossal Onyx from the Miltank Mountain and the elusive Mutuo from Saffron City. The enormous Onyx, having caught the attention of the Elite Four Shiba, undoubtedly possessed formidable strength. All he needed to do was arrive at Miltank Mountain before Shiba. As for Mutuo, it posed a challenge, but if he could capture it, victory would be assured. However, it was uncertain whether Mutuo would consent to accompany him. Persuading it before it escaped would be a near impossible task. After all, with the Pokemon he currently possessed, he was ill-equipped to contend with a legendary Pokemon, particularly one of the more formidable ones. Yet, if he successfully captured Mutuo, Team Rocket would undoubtedly not take it lightly, and he would face a life of unrest. Unless he refrained from utilizing Mutuo. However, he was self-aware. With his current Pokemon, entering the top 4 would not be an issue, but afterward, he would face powerful opponents. Battling with so few Pokemon would undoubtedly make him a target. Without Mutuo, the chances of securing the championship remained slim. But with Mutuo on his side, unless the opponent also possessed a legendary Pokemon, victory would be nearly assured. Nevertheless, overthinking would yield no results. Striving to enhance his strength was the true path. Without sufficient power, encountering Mutuo would remain a distant dream. Once his Pokemon were restored, Luo Yangshua prepared to head toward Rainbow City with Liliai. Upon reviewing the map, he discovered 2 possible routes. One was a direct highway that would allow them to reach their destination in a day, while the other wound through a forest, renowned for its abundance of Pokemon, known as the Dark Forest. The name alone suggested a plethora of ghost-type Pokemon within. Luo Yangshua's eyes lit up. He had yet to capture any ghost types, and acquiring one would certainly fill a gap in his team. After discussing it with Liliai, she nodded in agreement. Luo, I also feel that taking the forest route would be the better choice. On one hand, the journey allows for encounters with a diverse array of sprites. On the other, as we are indeed traveling, relying solely on transportation would deprive us of the true joys of exploration. Luo Yangshua nodded, resolving to take the path through the dusky forest. He then accompanied Lilia to a shopping mall to procure some medicinal supplies and provisions before setting off toward the dusky forest. According to the map within the game, there should be a mole tunnel in this forest leading to Nibi City. However, it remains uncertain whether they might stumble upon it. Even if they did, they could not traverse that route to Nibi City, as their ultimate destination was Rainbow City, not Nibi. Upon entering the dusky forest, Luo Yangshua and Lilia discovered that, indeed, as described, the variety of sprite species was extraordinarily abundant. Lilia was particularly captivated by a Pikachu, eagerly exclaiming, "Xiao Luo, I want to capture that Pikachu." Luo Yangshua nodded and encouraged her, "If you wish to capture it, go ahead, I will support you." Without hesitation, Lilia dashed over and called out to the Pikachu, which was nibbling on fruit in a tree, "Pikachu, I want to capture you. Let us battle." Witnessing this scene, Luo Yangshua nodded in approval. As the saying goes, one who associates with vermilion will become red. One who associates with ink will become black. Over the course of their travels together, Lilia had gradually developed an affinity for battles since that double match, even if her skills were still developing. Unlike her previous reliance on Luo Yangshua to capture her favorite sprites, she was now stepping up to take action herself. "Pika?" The Pikachu tilted its head in confusion. Luo Yangshua chuckled, saying, "Pikachu, engage in a battle with her. She wishes to become your trainer." The young Pikachu, still inexperienced in battling, looked uncertain, prompting Luo Yangshua to provide a brief explanation. After hearing his words, the Pikachu stood up, shook its head, and leapt away. "Wait, let us battle." Lilia, determined not to relinquish her chance to capture a sprite, promptly chased after it, flinging her Pokeball. In a moment of distraction, Luo Yangshua lost sight of both the Pikachu and Lilia. With a resigned smile, he hurriedly pursued them. After running for a considerable distance, Luo Yangshua realized Lilia had vanished from his side, leaving only her distant screams. Turning back, he saw a large hole in the ground. He quickly knelt at the edge of the pit and peered down into the darkness, unable to discern anything. "Lilia, are you all right?" He called down into the abyss. It seems my foot is immobilized," Lilia's voice echoed back, sounding pained, likely indicating an injury. "Just a moment. I'll come to rescue you," Luo Yangshua shouted. Retrieving a bundle of rope from his backpack, he secured one end to a sturdy tree and tied the other around his waist. After confirming its strength, he approached the hole, tightened the rope, and began to lower himself down slowly. Upon reaching the bottom, he lit a camping lantern, illuminating the depths of the pit. The flickering light revealed Lilia lying on the ground, cradling her right foot. Upon noticing Luo Yangshua, she winced and said, "Xiao Luo, I think my foot is dislocated. I can't move it at all." "Let me take a look," Luo Yangshua replied, placing the lantern on the ground. Utilizing his medical skills, he gently examined Lilia's foot and confirmed it was indeed dislocated. "Lilia, do you like me?" he asked suddenly. "Huh? What?" Lilia was caught off guard, and before she could process his words, Luo Yangshua swiftly repositioned her bone back into place. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he said, "All done. But you'll need to avoid moving your foot for now. I'll carry you." With that, he crouched down and lifted Lilia onto his back. As she held the lantern, Luo Yangshua supported her legs and pondered their escape route. It was then that Lilia realized his earlier question was a distraction to help her through the pain, causing her face to flush. In her instinctive curiosity, she raised the lantern to survey their surroundings and exclaimed, "Xiao Luo, look around. This appears to be an abandoned underground base." Luo Yangshua then surveyed their environment, noting they were in a corridor made of steel. The ground was littered with debris, likely remnants from Lilia's fall, alongside shattered glass and scattered papers, suggesting it was indeed an underground laboratory. "Let's south explore this place and see if there's an exit," Luo Yangshua suggested. Typically, underground facilities have exits, but given the apparent abandonment of this one, it was uncertain whether they had been sealed off. Ideally, finding an exit would be best, as climbing back up through the hole could exacerbate Lilia's injury, potentially leading to lasting repercussions. Lilia nodded in agreement, and together they began to navigate through the subterranean base in search of an exit. Chapter 16. The Remains of Mutuo, the Rebirth of Mutuo. System, come forth immediately. There has been a major development, Luo Yangshua exclaimed, stunned by the sight before him. While exploring the underground base for an exit, he inadvertently discovered a wall emblazoned with a large letter R, leading him to deduce that this was a base abandoned by Team Rocket. However, he remained curious about the experiments conducted here and began inspecting room after room until he arrived at an enormous laboratory that left him utterly astonished. There were approximately 20 cylindrical containers, each housing bizarre and peculiar small sprites that bore a striking resemblance to Mutuo. Could this be the site where Team Rocket attempted to research and create Mutuo? Ding. Scanning complete. The specimens in these incubators are failed attempts to create Mutuo, possessing various functional defects, all currently deceased. Their physical forms are preserved only by the cultivation fluid, which, if it were to dissipate, would result in their decomposition into a puddle of flesh. Luo Yangshua was rendered speechless, his heart filled with rage towards the deranged scientists, while simultaneously feeling disheartened by their methods. Ding. Mutuo's genetic data successfully recorded in the system, now issuing additional rewards. Reward 1. The system can assist one of the failed Mutuo specimens in regaining life, but it will possess significantly greater strength than the host, potentially leading to an attack on the host. Not recommended for selection. Reward 2. The system can extract the genes from all failed Mutuo specimens, amalgamate them into an egg, and hatch a new Mutuo, albeit with lower power, necessitating cultivation from scratch. Please make your selection. Could this be an unexpected stroke of luck? Luo Yangshua could scarcely believe his ears. He could resurrect Mutuo. However, the system presented a choice. A high-level Mutuo that might not obey, or a level 0 Mutuo that would be obedient. Naturally, anyone would choose the latter, and he too opted for the second choice. Instantly, to Lilia's astonished gaze, the remains of Mutuo in the incubators rapidly dissolved into silvery light beams, which coalesced above them, eventually forming a silvery egg. Luo Yangshua supported Lilia with his right hand while extending his left to catch the egg. Following the system's guidance, he infused the egg with a bond of power to connect with the Mutuo within. Subsequently, the eggshell radiated a dazzling white light, revealing a small Mutuo before them. Then, a voice resonated in their minds. "Daddy, Mommy." Luo Yangshua and Lilia exchanged bewildered glances, while Luo Yangshua accepted the small Mutuo's address. Gazing at the tiny creature before him, he couldn't help but wonder, had he truly just acquired a legendary Pokémon? Only after communicating with the small Mutuo did he realize that it was time to capture it in a high-grade Pokeball, which he held firmly without it wavering, confirming that this was no mere dream. Certainly, thereafter, I also managed to deceive Lilian a bit, attributing the earlier incident to my supernatural abilities. The telepathic link from the young Mutuo had led Lilian to realize that this was indeed a Pokémon of the psychic type, which she accepted as a fact. After all, the world of Pokémon is vast, filled with many mysteries that humanity cannot fully comprehend, is it not? Pokémon, Mutuo, young. Level, 0. Gender, male. Height, 50 centimeters, 200 centimeters. Weight, 35 kilograms, 122 kilograms. Ability, pressure. Skills, sharpen, Psywave, telekinesis, confusion, mystical shield. In truth, Luoyang Shuo had not anticipated discovering a Team Rocket underground base within the Dark Forest. The origins of Mutuo are depicted in various narratives, with the manga and anime presenting starkly different accounts. In the manga, it is shown that Professor Shuckle assisted Team Rocket in their research, infusing his own DNA into Mutuo's creation, establishing a close connection between them. However, the anime portrays a different tale, particularly in the birth of Mutuo, which extensively explores the background of the Pokémon world and the history of human interaction with Pokémon. It also delves into the origins of Jessie, whose biological mother, Mikamoto, obeyed the orders of the then Team Rocket leader, the mother of Sakaki, venturing deep into the primordial jungles of Guyana and South America in search of Mew, and never returned. The narrative further reveals the lineage of Fuji AI, as well as the unawakened young Mutuo's method of education during its slumber. Throughout, there are numerous monologues from Mutuo itself, offering a glimpse into its tumultuous growth, fraught with sorrow, isolation, and the haunting of lost memories, which gradually twisted its inherently benevolent nature into something more volatile. Regardless of the version, Mutuo's origins are undeniably tragic. Now, with the assistance of the system, another young Mutuo has come into existence, and compared to the one in Sakaki's possession, this one is likely to lead a far happier life. Moreover, its arrival does not count as a Pokémon gifted by the system, which means that if Luoyang Shuo captures another high-quality Pokémon to participate in the court's conference, he will fulfill the prerequisite for his task. Although Luoyang Shuo cannot discern the innate potential of the young Mutuo, based on the inherent qualities of legendary Pokémon, it is undoubtedly exceptional. However, upon capturing Mutuo, Luoyang Shuo would then have reached the limit of 7 Pokémon, necessitating the return of one to Professor Oak. After considerable hesitation, he reluctantly decided to send back the Pixie EV, especially since Professor Oak had urged him multiple times. Luoyang Shuo could already envision the gleam in Professor Oak's eyes upon receiving the Pixie EV, though he felt a twinge of reluctance. The upcoming battles at both the Rainbow Gym and the Light Red Gym were predominantly poison type, offering limited operational space for the Pixie EV, necessitating its temporary withdrawal from the team. With Lillian on his back, he began searching for an exit, while also checking for any remaining items. However, upon finding an exit, he discovered nothing else of value. This was to be expected, as the area had long been abandoned, and all portable items had likely been removed. Even the remnants of Mutuo in the incubator would vanish upon exiting, rendering them devoid of research value. The exit had been sealed, but it was not overly sturdy. He dispatched Charizard, Greninja, and Beedrill, and the trio combined their efforts to unleash a powerful hyper beam, successfully demolishing the gate. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted by a group of hostile Geodude and Onyx glaring at Luoyang Shuo and his companions. With a twitch of his lips, Luoyang Shuo said, "I assure you, we did not intend any offense. Do you believe me?" The response was a barrage of rock-type moves, prompting Luoyang Shuo to release all his Pokémon and utilize Protect to shield himself and Lillian as they retreated. The young Mutuo, accompanying Luoyang Shuo, witnessed the rocks bullying his father and, with a wave of his hand, unleashed a formidable telekinetic force that repelled most of the opposing Pokémon. With his hands clenched, he conjured a telekinetic barrier that blocked all adversaries. However, he soon collapsed from exhaustion, only to be caught by Charizard, who hastily fled from the cave crowded with rock-type Pokémon. Once outside the cave, Charizard unleashed another hyper beam to seal the entrance, temporarily thwarting their pursuers. Luoyang Shuo finally breathed a sigh of relief regarding the possibility of the Geodude being trapped inside. However, there was no cause for concern. These Pokémon, being both rock and ground types, possessed an innate talent for burrowing and would not be confined within. Chapter 17, Rainbow Gym, The Might of Mutuo. 10 days swiftly passed, and Luoyang Shuo, accompanied by Lillian riding Nidoqueen, arrived at Rainbow City. What should have been a 3-day journey had inexplicably stretched into a week. The reason was none other than Lillian's obsession. She was determined to capture the Pikachu that had caused her foot injury. It must be said that a woman's obsession can be quite formidable, and while she may not yet be a woman, merely a girl, her fixation was evident. After a week of pursuit, they finally encountered the young Pikachu once more. In a state of vexation, Luoyang Shuo surrounded the Pikachu with all 6 of his Pokémon, leaving no escape route. Ultimately, with the assistance of his Pokémon ensuring Pikachu's inability to flee, it reluctantly succumbed to Luoyang Shua's overwhelming presence, and Lilian successfully captured it with ease. Simultaneously, with Luoyang Shua's aid, Nidoran evolved into Nidoqueen, standing a full 1.6 meters tall, capable of supporting Lilian's weight, finally liberating him from his role as a mount after 10 days. Initially, as he carried Lilian, their close proximity created a distinctly flirtatious atmosphere. However, as time wore on, anyone burdened with the weight of a vengeance-driven girl would find little romance in the situation, only the resignation of a reluctant steed. After capturing Pikachu, Lilian, now riding Nidoqueen, followed Luoyang Shua out of the forest. However, their extended stay bore fruit. Aside from the young Mewtwo, the other 5 Pokémon had all reached level 40, with the young Mewtwo achieving level 28. As for the Pokédex, only 3 fossil sets and the Mini-Dragon series remained, and completion of this collection task was imminent. With 10,000 diamonds, a random set of 1 million evolution stones unlocked, and 2 cheat permissions activated, a bright future awaited him. As these delightful thoughts filled his mind, Rainbow City came into view. Upon entering, Luoyang Shua and his companions dashed into the Pokémon Center, indulging in a refreshing bath and a hearty meal. Lilian also consulted Nurse Joy regarding her foot, and after an examination, Nurse Joy replaced her bandages, assuring her that her injury was healing well and she would likely be able to walk again in 2 or 3 days. After resting for a day in the Pokémon Center, the following morning, they arrived at the Rainbow Gym, ready to challenge it. Upon entering, they encountered a group of ladies attending to grass-type Pokémon. After explaining their purpose, one of the ladies guided them to the battle arena within the gym. Upon meeting the gym leader, Erica, Luoyang Shua introduced himself, saying, "I am Luoyang from New Town, here to challenge the Rainbow Gym." "I am Erica, the gym leader." "And I accept your challenge," replied Erica, adorned in a kimono, as she sent forth a Budew. After a moment's hesitation, Luoyang Shua chose to send out the young Mewtwo. Erica, observing the young Mewtwo, exclaimed, "What a peculiar Pokémon. I have never seen one like it before. It appears quite young, having only recently hatched." Luoyang Shua gently patted Mewtwo's head and responded, "Indeed, it has only been hatched for a little over 10 days. However, gym leader Erica, do not underestimate its potential. Once it matures, its strength will rival that of legendary Pokémon." "Rival that of legendary Pokémon?" Erica expressed her skepticism. "We shall see once we engage in battle. The match will be 3 against 3. The battle concludes when all 3 Pokémon can no longer continue. You may attack first." Seeing the doubtful expression on Erica's face, Luoyang Shua chuckled, "Mewtwo, it seems we are being underestimated. Let us start by sending a telekinetic greeting." Mewtwo nodded, pointing a finger at Budew, instantly using telekinesis to levitate Budew into the air. With a swift downward motion of his finger, Budew crashed violently to the ground, incapacitated. "Budew, return." Erica called back her Pokémon, visibly distressed. "It appears I indeed underestimated you. However, I will not go easy on you. Go, Gloom. Gloom, use Leaf Blade." Elega no longer afforded Luoyang Shua the opportunity to strike first and immediately launched her assault. "Psychic Blade," exclaimed Luoyang Shua. A swift motion from the petite Mewtwo unleashed an invisible blade that effortlessly tore through the flying Leaf Blade attack, striking the stunned Bellossom and resulting in an instant knockout. Luoyang Shua nodded and addressed Elega, "Please reveal your trump card. I am eager to discover the limits of Mewtwo's prowess. After all, my starter Pokémon, Charizard, would be bested by Mewtwo if I do not treat it seriously, let alone the novice Pokémon you have dispatched." "Ah, so that is the case. It seems your assertion that Mewtwo could ascend to legendary status is not mere bravado. I apologize and shall now summon my strongest Pokémon. Go, Venusaur," Elega declared earnestly. Upon her command, a formidable Venusaur materialized in the arena. Luoyang Shua took a moment to assess it and gasped. This Venusaur exhibited exceptional qualities, boasting at least a level 70 vitality. "Venusaur, sunny day?" Elega commanded. Venusaur unleashed an energy sphere into the sky, intensifying the sunlight. Luoyang Shua was not about to allow her to seize the weather advantage. "Mewtwo, hail," he countered. A flurry of snow descended, inflicting damage upon both Pokémon. Recognizing the futility of claiming the weather advantage, Elega refrained from further attempts, declaring, "Venusaur, Stun Spore. Protect." Luoyang Shua retorted without hesitation, nullifying Venusaur's status-altering move. Such a meticulous man, Elega mused. "Venusaur, Petal Dance," she commanded, unleashing a powerful move in hopes of swiftly incapacitating Mewtwo, as she had already revealed her ace. And a loss would be quite embarrassing. "Hold strong, then hone your abilities," Luoyang Shua instructed. The protective barrier shielded Mutwo from the grass-type assault. Yet Elega promptly commanded another petal dance. Mutwo, not daring to underestimate the attack, utilized Sword's Dance, ensuring its next strike would be devastating. The ensuing petal dance struck true, leaving Mutwo severely weakened. With determination, Luo Yangshua declared, Psychic Blade. Mutwo summoned its last vestiges of strength, launching a Psychic Blade towards Venusaur, who retaliated with Petal Dance. The clash resulted in a thunderous explosion. Mutwo collapsed, incapacitated, while Venusaur suffered a fifth of its health. Return, Mutwo. It is your turn, Charizard. Luo Yangshua called forth Charizard. Charizard, Flamethrower. Due to the side effect of Petal Dance, Venusaur was left confused and unable to evade the Flamethrower, which left it with merely half of its health remaining. Luo Yangshua rejoiced. Unrelenting Flamethrower, do not cease. Venusaur, Giga Drain. Elega urged anxiously. The relentless Flamethrower battered Venusaur, although it countered with Giga Drain, ultimately suffering more damage itself. As the confusion wore off, Venusaur was left with a sliver of health. Final Petal Dance. Elega sighed, realizing the prolonged confusion had thwarted her chances of a decisive victory against Charizard. Final Flamethrower. Despite Charizard only being level 43, it was no match for the seasoned Venusaur. The two Giga Drains during the confusion had nearly depleted Charizard's strength, yet the Grass-type's disadvantage against Fire-type moves played a crucial role in the battle. Both Pokemon ultimately fell, concluding this gym battle. Chapter 18, The Bat Calamity. As they watched their respective Pokemon collapse, both trainers recalled their companions. Elega sighed, I made an error. Had I not employed Petal Dance earlier, you likely would not have won so effortlessly. Lily, riding Nidoqueen, approached with surprise. I had no idea the gym leader possessed such strength. Seeing you, Luo, win so easily led me to believe their abilities were lacking. With a hint of annoyance, Luo Yangshua ruffled Lily's hair. Who told you that? The gym leader is the most powerful individual in this city, tasked not only with assisting the league in governing their town, but also preventing ferocious Pokemon from invading. As for challenging the gym for badges, leaders do not deploy their strongest Pokemon. They merely provide capable trainers for the competition. If they unleash their full teams, few trainers would secure badges. Elega glanced at Luo Yangshua. I did not expect you to be so knowledgeable. Just as Luo said, young lady, do not make such mistakes in the future. Nevertheless, congratulations, Luo, on winning the match. I suspect if your Mutwo grows further, you may very well claim the championship in this tournament. Curious. Luo Yangshua placed the badge in his backpack and inquired, are you implying that with my current strength, winning the Indigo Plateau Conference would be a challenge? Lily perked up. Is there a trainer stronger than Luo? Indeed. Elega hesitated before continuing. Have you heard of Lance, the Dragon Master? Yes, Luo Yangshua replied, silently critiquing. Isn't he the flying type Elite Four? Lance has a cousin named Claire, who serves as a gym leader in the Johto region. He also has a younger cousin named Kyle, who is about 13 years old and has been serving the league. Lance is soon to be appointed as the champion of the Johto region, and the vacant Elite Four position will likely be filled by Kyle. Though not as formidable as Lance, he is still among the top-tier trainers. He will participate in this year's Indigo Plateau Conference. I have battled him before, and he is indeed stronger than you, Luo, Elega stated earnestly. How intriguing, Luo Yangshua mused, stroking his chin. After acquiring Mutwo, I initially thought this tournament would be dull, yet another formidable opponent has emerged. How exhilarating. During his time in the Pokemon world, Luo Yangshua gradually realized profound changes within himself. Once an ordinary individual on Earth, he had drifted through life aimlessly. However, upon entering the Pokemon realm, despite the system's guidance, he genuinely immersed himself in this world, revealing facets of his personality that had long been concealed. He had become cheerful, slightly cunning, with a fervent love for Pokemon and a thirst for battle. This was the essence of Luo Yangshua now. He felt no fear toward powerful adversaries, but rather exhilaration at the prospect of engaging in combat with them, fueling his desire to become even stronger. After bidding farewell to Elega, he also received a discount voucher for her perfume shop. While Luo Yangshua held little interest in perfumes, Lily was quite intrigued, as it seemed to be a natural inclination for women. Lily purchased several fragrances to send to her mother before finalizing the items for shipping and resting for a day in Rainbow City. The following day, after procuring supplies, Luo Yangshua and Lily set forth towards Vermilion City. Instead of following the route taken by Ash, they chose a slightly shorter path that traversed 3 villages en route to their destination. Initially believing the journey would proceed smoothly, they encountered unforeseen issues on the very first day. In the evening, as they camped beside a small stream, Luo Yangshua prepared dinner while Lily, still recuperating, sat by the water with a simple fishing rod, hoping to catch a fish to enhance their meal. The Pokémon were released to roam freely, engaging in playful sparring. Mewtwo, however, diligently honed its psychic abilities, serving as a motivating example for Charizard and the others, who felt the pressure of being surpassed by a junior. After all, Mewtwo, not yet level 30, was already matching up against Pokémon in the 40s, compelling its elder counterparts to strive harder lest they be outdone by a younger counterpart. Luo Yanxua stood by, smiling silently, having refrained from informing the Charizards that the little Mewtwo was a legendary Pokémon. He was delighted to see his own Pokémon being pursued by the young Mewtwo, which was continuously enhancing its strength. If the Charizards could maintain pressure on the young Mewtwo, or at least hold their ground, by the time the Mewtwo matured into a true legendary, the Charizards, despite not being legendary themselves, would possess the strength to contend with one. As dusk gradually descended, Luo Yanxua prepared a large pot of creamy soup, complemented by some bread he had purchased to satiate their hunger. He poured a bowl for each of his Pokémon, ensuring they had ample energy cubes alongside. Just as he was about to dig in, a cacophony of chattering erupted from the horizon, growing ever closer. Luo Yanshua's expression turned pale as he focused his gaze. It was a dark swarm of Zubat and Golbat, conservatively numbering close to 1,000. Into the tent. Do not engage them. Luo Yanxua exclaimed as he swiftly gathered Lily AI in his arms and dashed into his tent. He then recalled all his Pokémon and sealed the tent's entrance. The wild Zubat and Golbat were known to be bloodsuckers. While their feeding was not excessively harmful, the sheer number of them posed a lethal threat. Although he had blocked the tent's entrance, the relentless pounding continued, with the tent fabric tearing under the assault. Furrowing his brow, Luo Yanxua dispatched the young Mewtwo to reinforce the tent with its psychic abilities, striving to prevent it from collapsing under the onslaught. Lily AI, gripped by fear, clutched Luo Yanshua's arm, her mind in disarray, unsure of how to respond. Do not worry. I am here, Luo Yanxua reassured Lily AI, though his trembling hands betrayed the terror he felt within. The saying that a multitude of ants can take down an elephant rang true. He surmised that even a legendary Pokémon would think twice before provoking such a vast horde. When numbers reached a certain threshold, they could indeed impact the quality of the encounter. Only after the disturbances outside subsided did Luo Yanxua and Lily AI emerge from the tent, surveying the chaotic scene outside. Luo Yanxua offered a wry smile. Fortunately, it seems only our food has been devoured, and we are all safe. Lily AI nodded, having witnessed the might of a swarm of Pokémon for the first time. After releasing his Pokémon for a simple meal, Luo Yanxua and Lily AI promptly began to pack up and move on. It was clear they could not linger here. Who knew if the Zubat and Golbat might return for another assault? If that were to happen, their day would be far from pleasant. They hastened their journey and finally reached the small town marked on the map just before dawn. Upon entering, they located the Pokémon Center and knocked at the door for quite some time before a sleepy Chansey opened it. After explaining their situation, Chansey allowed them entry. Once inside the Pokémon Center, Luo Yanxua felt a weight lift from his heart, realizing this had been the most perilous situation they had encountered during their travels. The combination of physical exhaustion and mental fatigue soon lulled both into a deep slumber. Chapter 19. Metagross and Steven. They awoke to the sun high in the sky. After a visit to the cafeteria for a bite to eat, they inquired with Nurse Joy about the swarm of Zubat and Golbat from the previous night. Oh, you mean that group of Zubat and Golbat? I know about them. They usually reside in a cave in the eastern forest, but recently, they have inexplicably abandoned it. Causing quite a stir, Nurse Joy explained after a moment of thought. Luo Yanxua frowned. This was troubling news. The fact that the Zubat and Golbat were unwilling to return to their home and were now scattered in search of food posed a dire consequence. If left unchecked, the situation could spiral out of control, prompting the League to intervene, likely with no gentle measures. Ding. Side quest activated. Investigate the Bat Cave. Determine why the Zubat and Golbat cannot return to their cave and address the issue. Rewards: 1,000 coins, 20 diamonds, 10,000 popularity points. System. Did you get that right? For such a minor task, the popularity points are a staggering 10,000. Luo Yanxua exclaimed, his composure unraveling. Ding. The gratitude of Pokémon can also increase popularity points. Alright, I'll take this task, Luo Yanxua decided, then promptly inquired of Nurse Joy. Do you have a detailed map? I intend to investigate. We cannot allow these Zubat and Golbat to continue their rampage. Yes, I do. I cannot express my gratitude enough for your willingness to help. If you can ascertain the cause, please return immediately, and I will report it to the League, Nurse Joy replied, rummaging through her desk until she found a dusty map. Luo Yanxua took it, blowing off the dust, and studying it carefully before addressing Lily AI. Lily AI, please wait here at the Pokemon Center. After all, your injury hasn't fully healed. I will go and investigate and will surely return by afternoon. Lily AI nodded in agreement. Be careful on your own. If things seem off, make sure to escape quickly. Luo Yangshua acknowledged her concern and, with the map and his restored Pokemon, set off toward the cave. After nearly an hour of traversing the forest, Luo Yangshua finally spotted the cave marked on the map. Along the way, he noticed an abundance of fruit-bearing trees, which explained how so many Zubat and Golbat could thrive. It seemed that a powerful group of Pokemon had invaded this area, displacing the Zubat and Golbat, forcing them to seek food elsewhere. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yangshua released all his Pokemon, forming a protective circle around him as they entered the cave together. The interior was dim, prompting Luo Yangshua to raise a lantern while the Charizard held its tail high, illuminating a portion of the area. However, after a considerable distance, there was no sign of any Pokemon, not even a trace remained. Had he misjudged the situation? Doubt crept into Luo Yangshua's mind about his deductions. As he continued onward, faint sounds of clashing began to reach his ears, perhaps the sound of attacks against the rocky walls, albeit muffled and distant. Yet any noise indicated a connection to the Zubat and Golbat predicament. Luo Yangshua quickened his pace, navigating through the twists and turns until he finally spotted a glow in the distance. Running towards it, he gasped in surprise. Instead of the multitude of Pokemon he had envisioned, there stood merely a single individual alongside a colossal Pokemon. The young man was familiar to Luo Yangshua, though he could hardly believe his eyes. "Is that Steven, the champion of the Hoenn region?" he inquired. The young man turned at the sound of his voice. Confirming Luo Yangshua's assumption, it was indeed Steven, accompanied by his signature shiny Metagross. "Who are you?" Steven asked. "I'm Luo from New Bark Town, currently on a journey to prepare for the upcoming Quartz Conference," Luo Yangshua replied. "However, I came here to investigate why the Zubat and Golbat abandoned their cave to attack others." "Oh, is that so?" Steven responded. "I apologize for the disturbance. I discovered that this cave connects to a small vein of stone ore. The Zubat and Golbat would not let me pass, so I had to engage them in battle. I suspect that frightened them away from the cave. I'm almost done collecting stones and will be leaving shortly. Once I do, I'll inform the League to guide the Zubat back." "Wait, you mean you dealt with that entire swarm of Zubat and Golbat by yourself?" Luo Yangshua gasped. "Not quite. There were only a few hundred of them. The rest were scared off, so they fled. It was still quite a struggle, given their numbers," Steven chuckled. Dismissing the ordeal lightly, Luo Yangshua felt a twinge of disappointment and pressed on. "You managed it all with just a Metagross?" "Of course. It is my ace Pokemon," Steven replied, patting the leg of his shiny Metagross proudly. Luo Yangshua was instantly disheartened. Initially, he believed that the nearly 1,000 Superbats would overshadow even the mightiest of divine beasts. However, he was taken aback when a single champion-level semi-deity effortlessly dispatched nearly 100 of them. Luo Yangshua realized that he had been viewing the world through a narrow lens, unable to grasp the true strength of higher echelons, despite his unwavering confidence in his own abilities. Nevertheless, with the awareness of his limitations came an indomitable spirit and a fervent desire for power. This tenacity did not go unnoticed by Dawu, who nodded appreciatively, recognizing him as a promising talent. Approaching Dawu, Luo Yangshua bowed deeply and said, "Mr. Dawu, upon exiting, I humbly request a battle with you. I wish to witness the prowess of a champion and discern what I still lack. Please grant me this opportunity." Dawu nodded, retracting his giant golden monster and picking up a bag filled with stones from the ground. "Very well. I am more than willing to guide a junior," he replied. They both exited the cave and found a relatively spacious area. Dawu released his shining golden monster and said, "Let all 6 of your Pokemon take the stage one by one. Let us engage in a wheel battle, so I may assess your capabilities and provide guidance." "Understood, Senior," Luo Yangshua responded earnestly. He did not perceive Dawu's words as an insult, but rather acknowledged the reality of his superior strength. The fact that Dawu chose to field his ace Pokemon indicated his genuine intent to mentor Luo Yangshua. "Charizard, you are my initial Pokemon. You shall take the first match. Give it your all, for this is an excellent opportunity for learning," Luo Yangshua declared. Charizard nodded, soaring into the air, poised for battle as it regarded the golden monster. It sensed the formidable power emanating from its opponent, realizing it was not a match for now. It could only hope to endure for as long as possible. Chapter 20, The Champion's Guidance. "Charizard, under the bright sun, unleash Flamethrower," Luo Yangshua commanded. Charizard launched an energy blast into the sky, causing the sunlight to intensify dramatically. Just as it prepared to fire Flamethrower, The golden monster's steel claws struck Charizard's abdomen, sending it hurtling through the air. It was the golden monster's bullet punch. There is no need to deliberately employ weather-related skills to amplify your attack, unless you are preparing for subsequent battles. Your skill execution speed is too sluggish and requires significant improvement, Dawu calmly advised. Understood. Charizard, use Smokescreen, followed by Dragon Rage. Luo Yangshua stated earnestly. Charizard exhaled a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped the golden monster, and then unleashed a torrent of dragon-type energy, crashing into the golden monster. Defend. Dawu replied nonchalantly, the golden monster successfully blocking Charizard's Dragon Rage and interrupting its execution. Dawu then added, do not always rely on high-powered attacks. Sometimes, standard or low-powered moves can yield surprising effects. Your Charizard performs well in other aspects, but you must pay attention to its skill deficiencies. Finish it with Psychic. Dawu commanded. The Psychic Force hurled Charizard violently to the ground, rendering it unable to continue the fight. Luo Yangshua fell silent, a glimmer of understanding illuminating his eyes. Before he sent out Beedrill. Beedrill, use agility, then go all out. Luo Yangshua instructed. A commendable strategy. However, you underestimate the champion, Dawu remarked. The protective barrier of light screen was erected instantly, successfully halting Beedrill's reckless attack. Luo Yangshua gritted his teeth and insisted, continue with reckless abandon. Use light screen, then bullet punch. Dawu instructed, emphasizing that skill execution should not be a mere formula. I assure you, my golden monster's light screen has a 100 success rate. The nuances of skill usage are for you to comprehend. The light screen once again thwarted the reckless assault, and a bullet punch dispatched Beedrill. Dawu observed. Given Beedrill's appearance, it seems you have focused entirely on its offensive capabilities, but its health is too low. This is an extreme approach. Remember, the capacity of a barrel is determined by its shortest plank. Next, Nidoking, evolve. Luo Yangshua declared, retrieving a moonstone from his bag and presenting it to Nidoking. The light of evolution enveloped Nidoking, transforming it into Nidoking. Nidoking had already learned Horn Drill, a guaranteed one-hit knockout move that Nidoking could not learn, which was why Luo Yangshua had delayed its evolution to hone Nidoking's skills. However, facing Dawu, he knew he must unleash his full power. Mediocrity would be of no use. With unwavering determination, Luo Yangshua commanded, Nidoking, use Earth Power. Nidoking stomped heavily on the ground, causing the earth to surge towards the golden monster. Dawu responded coolly, Magnet Rise. The golden monster levitated into the air, rendering Earth Power ineffective. Luo Yangshua countered, Nidoking, use Rock Slide. Follow up with Bullet Punch. Dawu furrowed his brow. Little Luo, it appears you struggle with type matchups. If your opponent's Pokemon has an advantage over yours, you must consider alternative strategies. Moreover, expand your skill attribute range. Otherwise, being at a disadvantage means certain defeat. Luo Yangshua recalled Nidoking, nodding, and sent out Gloom. Dawu shook his head and tossed 2 stones from his bag, saying, here, take these. Luo Yangshua accepted the stones, recognizing them as a leaf stone and a sunstone. He handed the sunstone to Gloom and tossed the leaf stone to Dawu, saying, thank you, senior. Once again, the light of evolution shone, and a petite, stunning Bellossom appeared on the battlefield. Luo Yangshua called out, Bellossom, use Petal Dance. Good choice. And while the speed is commendable, do not overly pursue priority status, Dawu advised. I understand. Change tactics. Magical Leaf, Luo Yangshua replied with a smile. The ice punch struck Bellossom, incapacitating it, but Bellossom managed to hit the golden monster with Magical Leaf, finally inflicting damage. Dawu chuckled, not bad. You learn quickly. Certainly. With such dedicated guidance from you, senior, it would be disappointing to show no improvement. Greninja, let the champion witness our full strength. Bond evolution, Luo Yangshua declared. Striking a pose alongside Greninja, countless streams of water enveloped Greninja, and as the water dispersed, the bond-evolved Greninja appeared on the battlefield. Luo Yangshua waved his hands, commanding, Water Shuriken. Simultaneously, Greninja drew 2 massive water shurikens from behind and hurled them at the golden monster. Dawu's eyes lit up as he remarked, a form of evolution I have never seen before. Truly astonishing. Next, golden monster, use Psychic. As the 2 water shurikens struck the golden monster, the psychic force ensnared Greninja. However, Greninja effortlessly broke free. Luo Yangshua charged forward, and Greninja mirrored his motion, landing a surprise strike on the golden monster. Oh, it possesses dark-type moves, Dawu chuckled. Then, use Hammer Arm Psychic. Luo Yangshua formed hand seals at his chest, and Greninja mirrored the action, launching a psychic attack at the golden monster. while the golden monster's hammer arm struck Greninja, having its effectiveness. Ah, it did not fall. Is its health substantial? Or is it? Dawu pondered aloud. Bullet punch! Luo Yangshua exclaimed, and Greninja unleashed a water gun at the golden monster, only to be struck by bullet punch, rendering it unable to continue. Greninja reverted from its bond-evolved state to its normal form. Quite a fascinating experience. However, foundational training must be strengthened. I sense there is ample room for improvement in both speed and attack, Dawu acknowledged. Indeed. Lastly, Mewtwo, let him witness your strength. Defense swap, Luo Yangshua declared earnestly. An unusual force exchanged Mewtwo's and the golden monster's defenses. Dawu smiled silently and commanded, Shadow Ball. Luo Yangshua grimaced and replied, Future Sight. By the way, Senior, how did you deduce that Mewtwo is a psychic type? Mewtwo launched its psychic energy into the void, and the Shadow Ball successfully struck Mewtwo. Fortunately, with the golden monster's defense, it avoided being knocked out in a single blow. Daigo chuckled, Do not forget that my Metagross possesses psychic abilities as well. Discerning your Mewtwo's psychic nature is quite elementary. Allow me to unleash another Shadow Ball. Self-regeneration. Hypnosis. Luo Yangshua aims to seal this Shadow Ball. Too slow. Final Comet Punch. Daigo declared. Although self-regeneration restored some of Mewtwo's health and hypnosis successfully sealed the Shadow Ball, Metagross remained indifferent to these actions. With a single Comet Punch, it sent Mewtwo crashing to the ground. As the battle concluded, Luo Yangshua recalled Mewtwo. Daigo, stroking his chin, remarked, I am uncertain of the exact nature of your Mewtwo, but it is apparent that its potential surpasses that of all your other Pokémon. With proper training, should you reach my level, Mewtwo's strength ought to eclipse that of Metagross. While Daigo did not articulate his thoughts fully, he surmised them nonetheless. His Metagross was a quasi-deity, and beyond it lay only legendary Pokémon. He refrained from voicing this. Respecting the fortunes of others and choosing not to intrude, Luo Yangshua nodded and bid farewell to Daigo. Daigo then leapt onto Metagross's head, which soared into the sky, disappearing from view shortly thereafter. Luo Yangshua watched Daigo depart, feeling enriched by the encounter with the champion. At the same time, he recognized his own weaknesses. Taking a deep breath, he returned to the Pokémon Center, mindful that Lilii was awaiting him. Chapter 21, Fiery Town, Flare Blitz. Upon returning to the town, Luo Yangshua entrusted 6 Pokeballs to Nurse Joy for restoration and recounted his encounter with the champion from the Hoenn region. Upon learning that it was Champion Daigo, Nurse Joy expressed a mix of exasperation and concern but promptly contacted the League, informing them of the situation and urging them to retrieve the Zubats and Golbats. Lilii expressed her envy towards Luo Yangshua for having met the champion and receiving his guidance. Luo Yangshua smiled silently. Once the 6 Pokémon were restored, he set off with Lilii towards the next rumored destination, an exceptionally distinctive fiery town. Thereafter, they encountered no further crises, and Lilii's foot injury had healed, enabling her to walk unaided. After a day and a half of travel, they arrived at the uniquely themed fiery town. Upon entering, they immediately felt the temperature rise a few degrees, and it became evident why this town was deemed so extraordinary. Charmanders, Charmeleons, Charizards, Vulpixes, Ninetales, Houndours, Houndoums, Ponytas, Rapidashes, Magby. Fire types. Every fire Pokémon from Kanto was present here. Inquiring with the townsfolk, they learned of a dormant small volcano nearby that attracted a plethora of fire Pokémon, leading to the establishment of hot springs, which contributed to the town's fame. However, due to its small size, it was not as renowned as the Fiery Island. The name Fiery Town arose from its abundance of hot springs and fire Pokémon. Luo Yangshua also discovered that the proprietor of a hot spring inn was exceptionally kind and offered to teach fire-type Pokémon the powerful move Flare Blitz for free. The prospect of enjoying the hot springs ignited excitement in both of them, and upon hearing this news, they quickly resolved to visit this particular inn. Guided by the townsfolk, Luo Yangshua and Lilii arrived at the inn, which exuded a traditional Japanese ambience. The owner, an elderly couple, assured Luo Yangshua that he would surely be able to teach him Flare Blitz. With a knowing smile, the elderly man added, Our hot springs are unisex, allowing both humans and Pokémon to enjoy a soak together. Luo Yangshua shot a sideways glance at the old man, thinking him rather unrefined. Even if Lilii were agreeable, he was still underage, rendering any such notions moot. After paying and changing into swim trunks, Luo Yangshua, accompanied by his 6 Pokémon, plunged into the hot spring. The water had a faint sulfuric scent that was not overpowering. Generally, hot springs contain various trace elements with active properties and possess a certain mineralization level, with temperatures often exceeding 30 degrees Celsius. Mineral hot springs can aid in treating various ailments, including obesity, musculoskeletal disorders, such as injuries and chronic rheumatoid arthritis, neurological conditions, nerve damage, neuritis, etc., early-stage mild cardiovascular diseases, gout, and skin diseases. Low-temperature springs, 38 to 40 degrees Celsius, have a calming effect and can benefit those suffering from nervous exhaustion, insomnia, hypertension, heart disease, rheumatism, and joint pain. High-temperature springs, above 43 degrees Celsius, stimulate the body and exhibit remarkable efficacy for cardiovascular issues, improving physical condition, enhancing immunity, and preventing diseases. Lily also joined the hot spring, clad in a pure white one-piece swimsuit with a towel wrapped around her. Her Pokémon basked in the warmth, closing their eyes in comfort. Only the Charizard awkwardly rested its tail outside the spring, unable to move. After soaking in the hot spring, they were treated to steamed buns and milk from the inn. Following their meal, Luo Yangshua and Lily ventured to the back of the inn, where a professional Pokémon battle arena awaited them. A Charizard was already present. Slightly smaller than Luo Yangshua's, but evidently of equal strength. Luo Yangshua's Charizard approached the other to engage in conversation. The elderly man's Charizard began to explain the technique of Flare Blitz, demonstrating it for them. Seizing this opportunity to learn, Luo Yangshua directed his capable Pokémon, Mutwo and Nidoking, to master Fire Punch, Flamethrower, and Overheat, while also allowing Lily to send forth Nidoqueen and Clefairy to learn alongside them. Although these techniques typically require technical machines for acquisition, hands-on instruction from a Pokémon could facilitate learning, albeit not as swiftly or conveniently as through machines. And it also depended on the Pokémon's comprehension abilities. This posed no significant concern, as aside from Lily's Horsia and Pikachu, which were of average quality, the rest were exceptional or elite Pokémon with acute understanding. After expressing his intentions, the elderly man generously sent out a Magby to coach the Pokémon. Within 20 minutes, Mutwo had mastered 3 fire-type techniques. It then tugged at Luo Yangshua's clothing, communicating telepathically, "Father, I wish to learn additional skills." After some contemplation, Luo Yangshua summoned Greninja to teach Mutwo Water Pulse, which it learned in just 4 minutes. By the time Charizard had mastered Flare Blitz, Mutwo had acquired all possible skills from Greninja, Bellossom, and Beedrill. The impressive display ignited a sense of urgency within Charizard. Accompanied by a profound feeling of helplessness, this junior was gradually surpassing it. Nevertheless, it was determined to push itself, as it was Luo Yangshua's initial Pokémon. It then sought the elderly Charizard's counsel on Heat Wave and Inferno. Meanwhile, under Luo Yangshua's guidance, Mutwo began to contemplate skill execution and minimize delay, while utilizing its psychic abilities to float in the air, honing its fundamental attributes. They continued training until nightfall. And after dinner and another soak in the hot spring to alleviate fatigue, everyone drifted into slumber. Charizard opened its eyes, gazing at Mutwo, who hovered nearby. Sensing Charizard's gaze, Mutwo opened its eyes and looked back. Charizard pointed outside, and Mutwo nodded, teleporting them both out of the bedroom. Luo Yangshua, facing away from his Pokémon, sighed in resignation. Charizard was quite competitive. Although it wouldn't voice complaints, it was undoubtedly concerned for its own situation. After all, it was Luo Yangshua's initial Pokémon. While it didn't dwell on its status as the leader, watching Mutwo grow from a mere hatchling into a Pokémon rivaling its own strength caused Charizard distress, fearing it might not keep pace with Luo Yangshua's journey. Although Luo Yangshua might not concern himself with this matter, it is the Charizard that has wandered into a dead end, and only it can find a way out. Luo Yangshua felt it inappropriate to intervene. Charizard possessed its own pride, and any attempt to explain the situation would only entangle it further. "Hang in there, Charizard," he murmured as he lay in bed. "Do not succumb to yourself." Chapter 22. The growth of Charizard with a flash. Mutwo transported Charizard to a forest far removed from Flametown. Charizard nodded and declared, "Let us engage in battle." "Are you truly certain about this, Senior?" Mutwo hesitated, questioning the decision. In response, a blast of flames erupted forth. Mutwo sighed and gently waved a hand, redirecting the flames back towards Charizard. Charizard's eyes sharpened. "This is not merely a skill, it is an application of psychic power. But do not presume that you are the only one capable of such feats. I am also ever evolving." Flames ignited around Charizard's hands, transforming into fiery claws. With a powerful swipe, it shattered the returning flames. With a vigorous flap of its wings, Charizard lunged at Mutwo, engulfed in flames, executing the newly learned Flare Blitz. The massive flames coalesced in its right claw and struck Mutwo's protective sphere with tremendous force, shattering it. "Do not underestimate me," Charizard roared. shattering the barrier and sending Mutwo hurtling back. Mutwo was propelled a distance, using psychic power to halt its fall. A flash of white light enveloped it, restoring its energy through self-regeneration. Senior, Mutwo lamented, my father once said that sparring is acceptable, but risking everything is not. You have entered a dead end. Simultaneously, Mutwo clenched its right hand, conjuring a massive spoon formed from its psychic abilities, a weapon of sorts. In a swift motion, Mutwo dashed forth, the spoon colliding with Charizard's fiery claws. Charizard flapped its wings, unleashing a torrent of scorching winds towards Mutwo. Mutwo's gaze sharpened as it disrupted Charizard's heated gusts with psychic force. Meanwhile, the spoon and Charizard's fiery claws clashed repeatedly. Nidoking, Spearow, Zubat. Destruction Beam. A voice rang out, and 3 beams of light struck the unsuspecting Charizard and Mutwo. An explosive sound echoed as both were left battered on the ground. Mutwo gazed at the masked figure approaching, adorned with an Ronit's cloak. For reasons unknown, an overwhelming urge to obliterate him surged within. Suppressing this desire for destruction, Mutwo communicated telepathically with the masked man. Who are you? Why do you attack us? Huh. I never anticipated that the foolish leader's creation would escape, but now that I am aware, allow me to subdue you. With these dark balls enhancing my power, I am the true master. The masked man cackled, hurling 2 peculiar black Pokeballs at Charizard and Mutwo. Mutwo sprang up, swatting the Pokeballs away with the spoon. A surge of psychic energy erupted as the 2 black Pokeballs exploded, disintegrating entirely. How dare you? You seek your own demise. The masked man bellowed. Nidoking, Spearow, Zubat. Destroy them. The 3 Pokemon unleashed a relentless barrage of destruction beams, sweeping across Charizard and Mutwo. Mutwo supported Charizard, evading the attacks with a teleportation maneuver, but the trio continued their unyielding assault without a hint of pause. Mutwo's fury ignited, cease at once. They are exhausting their life force in this battle. Merely trash. What use are they? They shall expend their lives to destroy you. The masked man shouted. You 3 useless creatures, intensify your firepower. Mutwo fell silent, its anger surging. From the moment of its birth, it had followed Luo Yangshua and Lily, witnessing the world's purest beauty. Now, it confronted the malevolence embodied by the masked man, which only amplified the destructive urge within. With a sweeping motion, countless psychic blades rained down upon the 3 Pokemon, rendering them incapacitated. Then, pointing a finger, the remaining 4 dark balls embedded in the masked man's clothing erupted in an instant. As the masked man attempted to flee, Mutwo swiftly turned his legs around, and a cry of agony echoed through the forest. When the masked man tried to crawl away, Mutwo made his arms spin as well, leaving him utterly incapacitated. Gazing at the writhing figure on the ground, Mutwo's eyes gleamed with a predatory light as it prepared to eliminate this foe. Enough, Charizard interjected, grasping Mutwo's arm. Do not allow malevolence to consume your heart. Our master would be heartbroken. Charizard's words effectively dispelled the destructive desire within Mutwo. After a moment of contemplation, Mutwo nodded, and with a surge of psychic energy, it bound the masked man in vines, sealing his mouth with a clump of mud. Charizard patted Mutwo's head and remarked, Your power has surpassed mine by a great measure, but your mentality remains rather immature. Be mindful of this moving forward. Yes, I understand, Mutwo replied. Even if I grow stronger, you will always be my senior. I will forever remember the kindness shown to me by my predecessors. Seeing Mutwo's earnest demeanor, Charizard chuckled to itself. Perhaps it had overthought matters. Even if its strength was surpassed by its junior, it would always remain the master's initial Pokemon, and the master would never forsake his Pokemon. With this realization, Charizard felt a weight lift from its heart, and everything became clear. In an instant of enlightenment, it sensed a deepening connection with Luo Yangshua, enhancing its understanding and application of skills. Let us return. Our master will surely be worried if he cannot find us, Charizard suggested, adding, and let us bring this one along. He is no good person, and it is best left to our master to deal with him. Mutwo nodded, teleporting away with everything, including the 3 Pokemon and the shattered remains of the 6 dark Pokeballs. Luo Yangshua felt 2 heavy objects gently land behind him, coming to rest on the carpet. Though uncertain of their progress, he felt a sense of relief that they had returned safely. Taking a deep breath, waves of drowsiness washed over him, and he succumbed to sleep. Little did he know, a grand surprise awaited him the following morning, perhaps more than one. Chapter 23. The Arrival of Kona. What is this? Team Rocket's Beacha? Luo Yangshua exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the masked man suspended from a tree. Early the next morning, Mutwo roused Luo Yangshua, recounting the events of the previous night. With Mutwo's description, coupled with the image of the masked man hanging from the tree, Luo Yangshua deduced that this was the high-ranking member of Team Rocket from the movie featuring Shalebi. He promptly notified Nurse Joy to report the incident to the Alliance, requesting assistance in handling the situation. As the parties involved, they were compelled to remain and await the arrival of the Alliance personnel. Luo Yangshua gazed at the 3 Pokémon confined within the iron cage, knowing that they were effectively ruined. Having expended their life force in battle and twisted in mind due to the Dark Ball's enhancement, he felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, hoping that the Alliance could rescue these Pokémon. The efficiency of the Alliance was remarkably swift. By noon, Luo Yangshua and his companions had already welcomed a contingent to Flame Town. Leading the group was a voluptuous woman with striking features and wine-red hair, adorned with glasses. Luo Yangshua couldn't help but swallow hard, pondering, what brings Kona, one of the 4 heavenly kings, here? Do you recognize me, little brother? Kona inquired gently, her demeanor as soft as water. Are you the one who captured the high-ranking members of Team Rocket? Well, not entirely me. It was my Pokémon that apprehended them. Luo Yangshua replied, scratching his head. I am Luo from Shinshin Town, and this is my travel companion, Lilia. Hello, I am Lilia, she greeted Kona, her gaze inadvertently drifting to Kona's curvaceous figure, a flicker of envy shimmering in her eyes as she compared herself. Greetings, Kona responded, her attention then shifting to the gleaming Vulpix beside Lilia. Oh, is that a Vulpix? What form is this? It appears to be of the ice type. Indeed, this is the Alolan Vulpix, Luo Yangshua explained. In the Alola region, several Pokémon introduced from Kanto have adapted to their new environment, resulting in changes to both their forms and types. Not only Vulpix, but even Alolan Sandshrew has transformed into an ice type. Kona, as the ice type champion, you should consider visiting the Alola region sometime, he suggested. That sounds delightful. I am quite intrigued by new ice type Pokémon. Perhaps I shall visit during my next vacation. Kona replied with a smile. By the way, you mentioned you are Luo from Shinshin Town. You wouldn't be the one who scammed the Alliance into constructing that grand villa, would you? Well, you could say that. After all, I did earn the reward through my own efforts, didn't I? Luo Yangshua winked innocently at Kona. Kona rolled her eyes, saying, I couldn't care less, as it's not my money at stake. However, the higher-ups in the Alliance likely harbor a less favorable opinion of you. Good luck with that. I've heard your villa is nearing completion. I shall certainly pay a visit. After all, I am quite curious about the edifice constructed through your machinations. Hehe. I assure you, you shan't be disappointed, Luo Yangshua chuckled. But I must say, the Alliance works remarkably fast. The villa is nearly finished in such a short span. Kona shot him a glance, saying, putting that aside, let's discuss the matter at hand. Bisaz is considered a high-ranking member of Team Rocket and possesses formidable strength. The fact that your Pokémon managed to defeat him suggests it is exceptionally powerful. May I have the honor of witnessing its prowess? Luo Yangshua hesitated briefly, glancing at Mutuo before nodding. All right, Mutuo, come forth. Mutuo floated over as Luo Yangshua recalled his other Pokémon and requested Lilia to do the same. He exchanged a knowing look with Kona, who understood and led Bisaz away, ensuring their surroundings were clear before Luo Yangshua spoke. Initially, I intended to keep this under wraps, so I would appreciate it if you could refrain from spreading this information. Mutuo, you should also pay attention. This pertains to your origins. Both Mutuo and Lilia nodded, while Kona listened intently. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yangshua continued. In truth, Mutuo is not a pure Pokémon. It is a creation of Team Rocket, developed using Mu's DNA combined with various other Pokémon genes. It is an artificial legendary Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Kona's pupils dilated in shock as she exclaimed, an artificial legendary? And it was successful. Does this mean it can be mass-produced? Lilia, equally astounded, added, to think it was artificially manufactured. Poor little Mutuo. Mass production is not feasible. They have succeeded in creating only one, which currently resides with the leader of Team Rocket. My Mutuo was born from a fusion of my psychic abilities and those failed experiments, resulting in a single Pokémon egg, which subsequently hatched, Luo Yangshua clarified. Although they achieved success, given Team Rocket's nature, they could never truly control a legendary Pokémon. Even if they could manage to maintain a semblance of control, I believe that should the slightest opportunity arise, it would escape. My greatest concern is not that Team Rocket might misuse that Mutuo, but rather that it could develop a hatred for humanity and begin to retaliate against us. Kona, her expression serious, contemplated for a moment before asking, do you have any evidence to support your claims? None, Luo Yangshua replied candidly. I am merely deducing based on the residual consciousness of those failed experiments and my own conjectures. I can only state that the likelihood of this scenario is quite high. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. However, I advise against opposing Mutuo whenever possible. for a fully grown Mewtwo is among the most formidable of legendary Pokémon. Kona remained silent for a while before stating, "This is a serious matter. I shall relay this information to the Alliance. I will also convey your words, and I hope that everything unfolds as you have described. And do not underestimate the Alliance. In their eyes, legendary Pokémon are certainly not invincible." Luo Yangshua fell silent, having surmised much from their exchange. The strength of a champion had already shattered his perceptions. If he were to claim that the Alliance had no connection to legendary Pokémon, he would hardly believe it himself. The Alliance had endured in this world for so long without being toppled by those villainous factions. And even Team Rocket dared to engage in their schemes only in hopes of capturing legendary Pokémon. This alone spoke volumes of the Alliance's formidable strength. Furthermore, nurture your Mewtwo carefully. Should Team Rocket come seeking trouble, you may inform the Alliance directly, Kona remarked casually. Well then, that should cover everything. I will head back to the Alliance to report, until we meet again at your villa. With that, she turned and departed. Luo Yangshua chuckled, remarking, conversing with an astute individual is certainly convenient. What on earth are you two discussing? Lilia exclaimed, clearly bewildered by the conversation. Luo Yangshua affectionately ruffled Lilia's hair and replied, I simply adore your adorably clueless demeanor. Keep it up. Lilia immediately flared up, exclaiming, Luo, what do you mean by that? Explain yourself. Don't run away. Stand still. Luo Yangshua quickly made his escape on Mewtwo, who, upon learning of its origins, exhibited little reaction. It felt immense gratitude toward Luo Yangshua for bringing it into this world, allowing it to experience the emotions and experiences of life. That alone was its greatest joy. Moreover, it had come to learn of another Mewtwo's existence and resolved to rescue that Mewtwo, ensuring it knew that there were still beautiful things in the world, refusing to let it succumb to despair. Thus, it vowed to grow stronger, surpassing that Mewtwo in power. Chapter 24, Shallow Red Gym, Champion Level Strength. Is the Shallow Red Gym truly located within this forest? Lilia exclaimed in exasperation, having departed from Flame Town 4 days prior. Luo Yangshua and his companions arrived in Shallow Red City only to be informed that the Shallow Red Gym was not situated within the city, but nestled deep within the forest, where the gym leader, Aju, was training, boasting formidable strength. Luo Yangshua scoffed, no gym leader is without strength, though, well, excluding the Hualan Gym. In the anime, Aju's performance was rather lackluster, to the point of being defeated by a Charmander. However, in the manga, Aju undoubtedly possesses champion-level prowess, with potential for even greater enhancement. Luo Yangshua recalled that the Shallow Red Gym was near a deep ravine, yet after wandering through the forest for quite some time, without any sight of the gym, he reluctantly summoned Charizard to carry both him and Lilia through the skies in search. However, during this flight, they nearly collided with a tree due to Charizard's clumsiness in aerial navigation. It seemed that flying with passengers required a certain level of skill. Especially with 2 individuals on board, it appeared prudent to invest in a flying skill machine, as it would undoubtedly prove beneficial for aerial travel. After deciding on Charizard's flying training regimen, Luo Yangshua called forth Mewtwo, whose psychic abilities made it effortless to levitate the 2 of them as they soared through the skies. After searching for a considerable time, they finally located the Shallow Red Gym, a sprawling structure with a sunlit design. Upon landing in the courtyard of the building, a girl dressed as a ninja emerged and inquired, Who are you? Why did you enter without knocking? Greetings, I am Xiao Luo from Jinshin Town, here to challenge the Akihiko Gym. This is my travel companion, Lilian. Luo Yangshua spoke. Hello, I am Lilian, she said politely. We flew here from the sky, so we did not knock. My apologies. From the sky? The girl was momentarily speechless, but upon realizing Luo Yangshua was a challenger, she said, Let us battle. My name is Ayako. Only by defeating me can you meet the gym leader. Go, Mocha. As Mocha appeared before them, Luo Yangshua remarked, Very well, but please, do not cry. Step forth, Gekuga, let us engage in a ninja battle. Gekuga materialized in the arena, gazing at the opposing Mocha, momentarily taken aback. It turned to Luo Yangshua with a soft call, as if questioning whether this was truly such a weak opponent. Luo Yangshua nodded, saying, go easy. Wow, what a handsome Gekuga. Is it indeed called Gekuga? Would you swap it for my Mocha? Ayako exclaimed with excitement. Absolutely not. Are we still going to fight? Luo Yangshua replied, his face darkened with exasperation. Lilian, observing from the side, wore a look of disbelief. Who suggests trading Pokemon upon first meeting? Besides, Mocha looks to be of a very low level. What makes you think anyone would trade a higher level Pokemon for it? Is that so? What a pity. I will attack first. Mocha, use paralyzing powder. Ayako said, disappointment evident in her voice, yet she initiated her attack. Water Shuriken, Luo Yangshua commanded. Mocha released a small amount of paralyzing powder, yet it was insufficient. No wonder Ash's Bulbasaur had effortlessly blown it away. Gekuga, with a swift motion, unleashed 5 water shurikens from various angles, striking Mocha directly and knocking it out immediately. "Ah, my Mocha!" Ayako cried, cradling her fallen Pokémon with a pained expression, then glared resentfully at Luo Yangshua and Gekuga. It seems it was a one-hit KO, Luo Yangshua said awkwardly. Gekuga, that was a bit excessive. Guys, it my fault. Gekuga seemed equally nonplussed. Suddenly, a thunderball rolled onto the scene, followed by an explosion. As the smoke cleared, a man dressed in a ninja outfit appeared, stating, "Greetings. I am Aki, the gym leader of Akihiko. My sister has caused you some trouble." He reprimanded Ayako for a moment, then turned to Luo Yangshua, saying, "You must be Xiao Luo from Jinshin Town. The league has great confidence in your abilities. Thus the challenge level will be slightly elevated. We shall settle this in one match, and I shall send out my Aburak. Then I shall stick with Gekuga." Luo Yangshua replied. A slender Aburak appeared in the arena. Luo Yangshua assessed it and noted it was a level 50-something Aburak, not too far off from his own Gekuga, which had recently crossed the threshold into level 50, but its subsequent leveling had slowed considerably. With over 20,000 popularity points accumulated, once he reached 30,000, he could activate the experience multiplier, allowing for quicker leveling. Since it is a single match to decide the victor, I shall give it my all. Luo Yangshua formed hand seals, and Gekuga was instantly enveloped by a stream of water, entering its bond evolution form. "Then we shall attack first," Luo Yangshua declared, drawing his hands back and then launching them forward. Gekuga mirrored the motion, producing 5 large water shurikens from behind, which it hurled at Aburak from various angles. "Dive underground to evade," Aki commanded. "What a unique evolution method. Now I am tempted to capture a Gekuga as well. Could you share where you captured your Gekuga?" "I caught it while fishing in the Alola region, but it was previously known as Gekabo, a Pokemon from the Kalos region. If you wish to capture one, perhaps you should visit Kalos," Luo Yangshua replied. As they conversed, Luo Yangshua suddenly jumped, and Gekuga executed a leap into the air. Meanwhile, Aburak emerged from the ground, and Gekuga descended, bringing down its massive water shuriken forcefully upon Aburak's head. Aburak let out a pained cry, its eyes widening dramatically, and it retaliated with its signature move, Glare, paralyzing Gekuga. Sensing the paralysis emanating from Gekuga, Luo Yangshua knew he needed to act swiftly. This was not a game where only one status condition could exist. If he was not mistaken, the next move would likely be a poison-type attack, which combined with paralysis could easily wear Gekuga down. With a single hand seal, multiple Gekuga appeared in the arena. Aki frowned, commanding, "Aburak, use Poison Sting to cover the area." Luo Yangshua chuckled softly, forming a seal with his other hand against his forehead. Instantly, a powerful psychic energy engulfed Aburak, ruthlessly subjecting it to torment. After employing the psychic move, the hand seal transformed again, and as Poison Sting rained down, Gekuga vanished from sight. In the sky, Thunderfang, Aki calmly instructed, glancing upwards to spot Gekuga overhead. With a flourish of his hands, Luo Yangshua directed Gekuga to use spikes as it descended. Aburak's Thunderfang struck Gekuga, yet it remained unharmed. Just as it attempted to respond, a surge of electricity coursed through, interrupting Gekuga's attack. Luo Yangshua felt a sense of frustration. Had he been able to unleash water cannon, the battle would likely have concluded. No effect? Toxic, Aki remarked curiously. "Poison spikes," Luo Yangshua commanded, feeling out of sorts due to the paralysis, resorting to verbal communication. Gekuga quickly executed poison spikes, but the tiny electric currents flickered, causing the move to fail. The toxic venom drenched Gekuga from head to tail, a scenario Luo Yangshua dreaded most. Feeling the connection with Gekuga return, Luo Yangshua charged forward, executing a hydro pump that sent Aburak soaring. Yet Gekuga also fell into a state of paralysis. "Final Toxic Fang," Aki shouted. "Final Water Cannon," Luo Yangshua called out. Toxic Fang struck Gekuga, while Gekuga's water cannon sent Aburak flying. They exchanged glances, then both collapsed to the ground. Chapter 25, The Wild Regions Mini-Dragon. "A tie?" Liliane expressed her surprise. "Not at all. I won. See, Gekuga has yet to revert from its bond evolution form." Luo Yangshua shook his head. As he had predicted, Gekuga stirred, struggling to rise before ultimately reverting from its bond evolution form, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Luo Yangshua approached, patting Gekuga's shoulder and saying, "You performed admirably, Gekuga. I shall treat you immediately." He then retrieved antidotes, paralyzed cures, and healing potions from his backpack to tend to Gekuga. Aki also returned Aburak and approached, pulling out a scroll from his chest pocket, which he opened to present the pink badge to Luo Yangshua, saying, "You are truly formidable, and Gekuga's performance is commendable. I find myself increasingly eager to capture one. I may return to the Kalos region soon to see if I can acquire one." "Thank you, Aki, for your badge," Luo Yangshua replied. "And I must also thank you for not sending out your strongest Pokemon to battle. Had you done so, I might have faced a crushing defeat. Could you tell me where this Aburak ranks in your team?" "I wish to gauge my current strength," Luo Yangshua inquired. "Haha, based on your performance, I would have awarded you the badge even in defeat," Aki said without hesitation. "As for this Aburak, to be honest, I have not had it for long. But it possesses great potential and will likely become my mainstay. Right now, it would rank within the top 20. Luo Yangshua felt somewhat disheartened by this revelation. Yet more so, he recognized the need to strengthen himself further. After treating Gekuga, Luo Yangshua and Lilian bid farewell to the Aki siblings and set forth toward the wild region. "Brother is deceiving. That Aburak could easily rank in your second team. Its strength is at least within the top 10. Although it lags behind your main team, it is certainly not weak," Ayako remarked curiously after the two had departed. "Why not share this with that Xiao Luo?" "You are still too young to understand the situation," Aki replied. Eiju gently patted Lingzi's head and remarked, "Xiao Luo possesses a divine beast and has become a focal point for the Alliance's attention. It has been quite some time since a champion-level individual has emerged in the Kanto and Qingdu regions. Du's strength is nearing that of a champion, and he will soon head to the Qingdu area to assume that title, yet the Kanto region remains without a champion. This Xiao Luo's rapid ascent in strength has drawn the Alliance's interest in nurturing him to the point where he can succeed the champion." Lingzi fell silent, clearly taken aback by this revelation. After a moment of contemplation, she earnestly declared, "Brother, I wish to grow stronger. Once you become an Elite Four member, I will take over this gym." Eiju smiled with satisfaction and replied, "Then prepare yourself for rigorous training. After all, you are my sister and cannot afford to be complacent." "Yes, brother," Lingzi replied solemnly. Meanwhile, Eiju and Lingzi were brimming with enthusiasm, while Luo Yangshua and Lilith ventured into the confines of the protected area, where capturing Pokemon was strictly prohibited. After a day of travel, they finally reached the Lalame tribe, but regrettably, they arrived too late to participate in their racing competition. After resting for a night with the Lalame tribe, they hastened to the wild prairie the following day. Although Luo Yangshua had little interest in the two Pokemon, Hakron and Mini Dragon, residing in the prairie, he needed their data to complete his mission. Upon pushing open the gate to the wild prairie, they were startled by the sight of two ominous gun barrels aimed at them. An elderly man brandishing twin firearms demanded, "Who are you? What brings you here?" "Sir, please don't point that at us. We mean no harm," Luo Yangshua shrugged, adding, "Besides, if we were villains, you would have been in grave danger long ago." He gestured behind him, where Mutuo had materialized, its spoon aimed threateningly at the man's head. Luo Yangshua urged Mutuo to remain calm, saying, "Sir, please holster your weapons. We are merely ordinary Pokemon trainers seeking to capture some Pokemon and gather data." "Indeed, sir. We truly are not bad people," Lilith chimed in. "All right, I understand. I am Caesar, the administrator of the wild prairie. Follow me," the elderly man said, retracting his weapons. Once inside, he provided them with 30 wild prairie Pokeballs and a fishing rod, stating, "You may only use wild prairie Pokeballs here. If I discover any violations, I will ensure you face the consequences." "Understood," Luo Yangshua replied. "By the way, I have my own fishing rod. That won't be an issue, will it? As long as you don't use any other Pokeballs for capturing, it's fine," Caesar confirmed. With that, Luo Yangshua and Lilith delved into the wild prairie. As they entered, a stampede of Tauros rushed past them, prompting Luo Yangshua to recall Ash's 30 Tauros. Shaking off the unwelcome thoughts, he handed 15 Pokeballs to Lilith, saying, "Here you go, Lilith. If you find a Pokemon you like, feel free to capture it." "All right, let's have a contest to see who can catch 15 Pokemon first," Lilith exclaimed eagerly. "But no teaming up. Once we each capture 15, we will regroup back with Caesar." Nodding, Luo Yangshua cautioned, "Just be careful and don't get hurt." Lilith assured him she would be fine, releasing her white ray to accompany her as she dashed off in a chosen direction. Luo Yangshua shook his head, summoned Charizard, and climbed onto its back, beginning his search for a place known as Dragon Valley from the anime. After an hour of searching, Luo Yangshua finally discovered the location and instructed Charizard to land by a lakeside in a small canyon. He recalled Charizard, found a flat rock to sit on, and took out his super fishing rod along with energy cubes, ready to embark on his fishing venture. With a villain now at his disposal, and plans to transform the first floor into an aquarium. He aimed to capture some water-type Pokemon, intending to fill his 15 Pokeballs. However, Luo Yangshua was quite selective. He would only consider capturing superior or extraordinary specimens, dismissing those of average quality. After binding an energy cube to the hook, he cast it into the lake. Before long, the fishing line tightened, and Luo Yangshua swiftly reeled in a blue and white Pokemon from the water. Upon closer inspection, he hesitated. Mini Dragon, extraordinary, he muttered, uncertain of how to react. Although he initially had no desire to capture a mini dragon, its exceptional quality was undeniably tempting. Suddenly, a splash echoed as a larger blue and white Pokemon emerged before him. Hakron. Superior. Luo Yangshua chuckled wryly. Well, I caught the little one, and now the big one appears. He gently placed Mini Dragon back into the water, offering it several energy cubes, saying, Your mother has arrived. You should return home. As he uttered these words, his heart ached. An extraordinary Pokemon was slipping away. Chapter 26. The Trust of Hakron. After Mini Dragon finished the energy cubes, it called out a few times to Luo Yangshua. He replied, I have no more energy cubes. I still need to fish. You and your mother should head back. Hakron also landed beside him, calling out. Luo Yangshua reassured it. Yes, I can understand Pokemon speech. Life is not easy for you here, so I want to capture you. Please return home and avoid capture by any ill-intentioned individuals. I still need to catch other Pokemon. Hakron shook its head and called out once more. With a sigh of resignation, Luo Yangshua let them be and reattached the energy cube to his fishing line, casting it back into the water. After a while, a tremendous force tugged at the line, and Luo Yangshua quickly reeled it in, revealing a massive Gyarados leaping from the water. His heart leapt with joy as he exclaimed, Is today my lucky day? Gyarados, extraordinary. Without hesitation, he hurled a wild prairie Pokeball, but it quickly broke free, bursting back out. Luo Yangshua frowned and commanded, Mutwo, subdue it. Mutwo emerged from its Pokeball, unleashing its formidable psychic powers upon Gyarados. For a full 3 minutes, Gyarados, terrified, finally dove back into the wild prairie Pokeball, no longer wishing to escape. Luo Yangshua picked up the Pokeball to inspect it. Pokemon Gyarados. Level, 24. Gender, male. Height, 650 centimeters. Weight, 235 kilograms. Ability, Intimidate. Skills, Splash, Tackle, Bite, Rampage, Glare, Hurricane, Ice Fong, Water Tail. It was indeed a healthy Gyarados with commendable strength. With a promising start, Luo Yangshua quickly prepared the energy cube and resumed his fishing endeavors. Hakron, meanwhile, gazed intently at the floating Mutwo, sensing an intense aura of danger emanating from it. Observing how effortlessly Mutwo had dominated Gyarados, Hakron realized this mysterious Pokemon was one it could not afford to provoke. But knowing it was a companion of this human, Hakron pondered just how formidable this trainer must be. An impulse to align itself with this human surged within Hakron, as it yearned for freedom rather than being confined to this small lake. Watching Mini Dragon curiously observe Luo Yangshua, Hakron felt a pang of reluctance but understood this was an opportunity. If missed, it might be a long time before encountering such a human again. As Hakron wrestled with its thoughts, Luo Yangshua successfully recorded the data for Hakron and Mini Dragon, and began to catch a few more Pokemon, though they were all of mediocre quality, quickly extinguishing his desire to capture them. After releasing several average Pokemon, he caught a superior Kingler. Without hesitation, he captured it. An average Goldfish, released. An average Krogunk, released. An average Clamperl, released. Continuing this way, he captured 6 more superior Pokemon, bringing his total to 8, with the extraordinary Gyarados among them. As the fishing proved futile, with scarcely any Pokemon biting, Luo Yangshua realized that the rare creatures in this lake had already been caught and were unlikely to take the bait again. Tidying up his belongings, he prepared to depart. At that moment, Hakulon called out to him, urgency lacing his tone. Stopping in his tracks, Luo Yangshua curiously inquired, What made you think of letting me take Mini Dragon with me? Hakulon, reluctant to part, brought Mini Dragon before Luo Yangshua, softly murmuring a few words while nuzzling the creature's head. Luo Yangshua shook his head, replying, My words hold little weight. You must know Uncle Caesar. If you wish for Mini Dragon to accompany me, let us go speak with him and clarify matters. Nodding in agreement, Hakulon soared behind Luo Yangshua, carrying Mini Dragon. Luo Yangshua then began his search for Pokemon suitable for guarding and companionship, such as Chansey, Machoke, and Herdier. After an extensive search, he indeed found the Pokemon he desired. Chansey was rare in itself, and as he did not intend to train it, he did not concern himself with its qualifications, capturing 2 lower-tier ones. He also caught a mid-tier Machoke and 4 mid-tier Herdiers, exhausting all 15 Pokeballs. Upon returning to Uncle Caesar's room, the sight of Hakulong brought tears to Caesar's eyes. After a heartfelt reunion, Hakulong expressed its desire for Mini Dragon to accompany Luo Yangshua on adventures, wishing not to confine its child to a small world. For they were quasi-deities and deserved to carry the pride of their kind. The bond between Hakulong and Caesar was evident, though not captured by Caesar. Their feelings were unmistakably sincere. Resolving to remain by Caesar's side, Hakulong relinquished its wish to venture out. Listening to Luo Yangshua's account and perceiving Hakulong's silent plea, Uncle Caesar sighed. Hakulong, this is your wish, and I shall honor it. Ultimately, Mini Dragon is your child, and I cannot interfere excessively. Young man, I entrust Mini Dragon to you, but I implore you to care for it well, ensuring it grows to become a formidable individual. Luo Yangshua smiled, assuring, you shall not be disappointed. I will participate in this year's courts conference, and Mini Dragon might compete. Even if not, I plan to travel to the Chengdu region after the tournament, where the Silver Conference will be held. By then, Mini Dragon will likely have evolved into Dragonite, and it will undoubtedly take the stage. He added, make sure to watch when the time comes. With that, he approached Mini Dragon, holding out a great ball. Would you like to accompany me on this journey? Mini Dragon gazed at the human before it, then turned to meet its mother's encouraging gaze, gently nodding before nudging the ball's switch, transforming into a beam of red light and entering the Pokeball. Holding the still great ball aloft, Luo Yangshua declared, good. I have captured Mini Dragon. Congratulations, young Luo. It seems I have lost this round, but I'm glad not to have missed such a spectacle, commented Lily, who had just entered. Have you captured 15 as well? Luo Yangshua inquired. Yes, I will teleport them home shortly, Lily replied, showcasing her captured Pokemon. Flababy, Bulbasaur, Magikarp, Butterfree. Jigglypuff, 2, Pidgey, 3, Scyther, Psyduck, Vulpix, Ponyta, Tadbulb, and Frogadier. Her collection was rather eclectic, while Luo Yangshua's was more straightforward. Kingler, 6 Magikarp, Gyarados, 2 Chansey, Machoke, and 4 Herdiers. Indeed, all 6 previously caught high-tier Pokemon were Magikarp, a situation Luo Yangshua found unavoidable, as rules must not be broken. He transmitted the 15 wild area Pokeballs to Professor Oak and, after some contemplation, arranged to send back Beedrill and Bellossom in exchange for Sylveon, while retaining Mini Dragon. Lily also contacted her mother to send back her Pokeballs, keeping 1 Vulpix, as the combination of ice and fire was quite fitting. Bidding farewell to Uncle Caesar, Luo Yangshua set his sights on the next destination, continuing their journey. Chapter 27. Rich Man, Shall We Be Friends? Pokemon, Mini Dragon. Level, 16. Gender, male. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 33 kilograms. Ability, Shed Skin. Moves, Dragon Dance, Inherited, Bind, Glare, Thunder Wave, Dragon Rage. These were Mini Dragon's attributes, while not particularly powerful. Its exceptional quasi-deity potential held promise for a brilliant future with proper training. As they continued their journey, Luo Yangshua decided to follow Ash and company towards Fiery Island, then take a boat back to Hualan City, heading straight to Judo City, ultimately returning to Masera Town to prepare for the court's conference. Riding his bicycle, Luo Yangshua mused, now accompanied by Lily as they pedaled along a bridge under construction. Mini Dragon sat comfortably in the front basket, while Sylveon lounged on Luo Yangshua's shoulder. It had been a while since they last met, and although it had been well cared for at Professor Oak's, it yearned to travel with Luo Yangshua again. As they rode, they did not encounter any reckless bikers, maintaining the cheerful mood of both Luo Yangshua and Lily. After returning the rented bicycle, they passed through Pikachu Forest. Spotting a large group of Pikachu, there were indeed a few high-tier ones, but neither Luo Yangshua nor Lily felt inclined to capture any. Exiting the forest swiftly, they arrived before the estate of the EV brothers, who had amassed wealth by trading evolution stones, just before nightfall, and decided to stay for the night. The 3 brothers, clad in tight outfits and sporting colorful hairstyles, became quite excited upon hearing Luo Yangshua's name, exclaiming, "You are the one who discovered alternative evolution methods for EV, young Luo. Welcome, welcome. You may stay as long as you wish." Under their warm hospitality, Luo Yangshua and Lily settled into the estate. The next morning, after a sumptuous breakfast, the brothers introduced their younger sibling, Tai, and the eldest brother, Raizang, who was an electric-type EV, said, "Young Luo, I hope you can share with us how to evolve EV into Sylveon. In return, we will offer you 5 million as compensation. What do you say?" "But brother, I don't want EV to evolve," Tai protested, hugging EV with a hint of distress. "Don't jest," the brothers chimed in unison. "Tai, we do this for your own good. Eevee can only grow stronger through evolution, argued Akira, the fire-type brother. Indeed, initially, we intended for your Eevee to choose one of our evolutions, but now that we know of another method, let us have it evolve into Sylveon, added Mizuki, the water-type brother. Exactly. Young Luo, we beg you. If the money is insufficient, we can increase it. How about 10 million? Ray Zhang suggested eagerly. Coughing lightly, Luo Yangshua exchanged glances with Lily. He was indeed in need of money, yet knowing the storyline made him hesitant to interfere in their family matters. Young Luo, please help them. Besides, Tai seems a bit pitiful, Lily remarked, and they, like their mother, always hastily let their Pokemon evolve. Thus, we must assist Tai. All right, you all must listen. Let me speak, Luo Yangshua began. Has young Luo finally come to a decision? Rest assured, we shall not treat you unfairly. Just tell us. And we will offer you 50 million. Ray Zhang exclaimed joyfully. Luo Yangshua shook his head, asking Tai, are you certain you do not want Eevee to evolve? Yes. I wish to be Eevee's trainer, not its evolved form's trainer, Tai replied earnestly. That may prove quite challenging. Luo Yangshua remarked that Eevee is a Pokemon that evolves with relative ease. Even without the use of evolution stones, given sufficient time spent together, it will naturally evolve. Oh, is this the evolution method for Sylveon? Aki inquired. Indeed, he replied. What a common method, Mizuki commented. No, this is merely one of Eevee's various evolution methods. Luo Yangshua clarified, shaking his head. Evolution is a part of a Pokemon's growth. There is no need to impose constraints. Allow it to happen naturally. It is essential to consider the feelings of the Pokemon as well, is it not? Turning to Eevee, he asked, do you wish to evolve? Taichi, somewhat swayed by Luo Yangshua's words, posed the question. Bew. Eevee gazed at Taichi, calling out with an expression of longing. You truly share a deep bond, Luo Yangshua chuckled. I can understand Pokemon language. Just now, Eevee expressed that it is entirely willing to follow your wishes, Taichi. Is that so? Eevee, if you wish to evolve. Then feel free, but I hope it is not through the use of an evolution stone, Taichi stated earnestly, to which Eevee nodded in agreement. Observing this, Luo Yangshua smiled and said, allow me to inform you of Eevee's evolution methods. When an Eevee shares a strong bond with its trainer and reaches a certain level of intimacy, it may evolve into either Espeon or Umbreon depending on whether it is day or night. The evolution into Sylveon occurs when Eevee learns a fairy-type move and the bond with its trainer reaches a certain threshold. The three Eevee brothers' eyes sparkled upon hearing this, and Leizong exclaimed, indeed, the world is vast, and our knowledge is but a fraction of it. Taichi, if possible in the future, travel like Luo. Only then can you truly experience more. With that, he pulled out a checkbook, swiftly writing down a series of numbers and handing it to Luo Yangshua, saying, thank you, Luo, for sharing this knowledge. It has helped Taichi reconsider. Please accept this token of appreciation. Luo Yangshua glanced at the check, momentarily stunned, and replied, Isn't this too much? Nonsense, take it. It's only 50 million. As a trainer, you know that items related to Pokemon are often quite expensive. We don't mind this small sum, Aki chimed in. Upon hearing this, Luo Yangshua couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow, reflecting on the disparities between people. Silently wishing, we should be friends, affluent one. He promptly tucked the check away and contacted the system to convert it into Poke dollars, reserving 10 million for future expenses at the villa and converting the remaining 40 million into diamonds. Gazing at the over 40,000 diamonds displayed on the system panel, he felt a sense of relief, realizing he could finally indulge a little. Although he still needed many more quality enhancement potions, he could at least purchase some items, such as the Million Evolution Stone for Beedrill, various powerful TMs, and attribute points he had long desired. Now he could indeed buy to his heart's content. After bidding farewell to the Eevee brothers, Leizong generously gifted both Taichi and Luo Yangshua a set of evolution stones, including Leaf Stone, Fire Stone, and Water Stone. While it wasn't a complete set, it was certainly a gesture of goodwill, and they could always sell the extras for profit. Humming a tune, Luo Yangshua, accompanied by Lily, continued their journey towards the Great Fool Valley, while simultaneously diving into the system mall to indulge in purchasing. Chapter 28. The Battle at Great Fool Valley. Super Beedrill, Pin Missile, Luo Yangshua commanded. The Super Beedrill, after its million evolution, unleashed a flurry of pin missiles with its 4 stingers. The rapid speed leaving the opposing Machop utterly unable to react and rendering it incapable of battle. Damn it, I lost. Remember this, grumbled the boy dressed like a thug, retrieving his Machop and departing without a backward glance. What's with the people in this city? Lily approached and asked. Neon Town is a sleepless city, with little sleep. Tempers naturally flare. Let us stock up on supplies and head to Grateful Valley, where Pokemon fossils can be found, Luo Yangshua explained. After purchasing some supplies with Lily, they departed from the small town. As for the town's issues, they would leave them to Ash, just as they had with the previous dark market. It had been a week since they left the EV brothers, and Luo Yangshua had made ample use of the diamonds to purchase various items, including the Million Evolution Stone, and switched his Greninja back to Beedrill to begin practicing the Million Evolution mode. The accompanying Beedrill Million Evolution Stone set, 3,000 diamonds, included TMs such as Dig, Earthquake, Volt Tackle, Flamethrower, Solar Beam, Surf, Fly, Toxic, Rock Slide, Ice Beam, Dragon Claw, and Shadow Claw, 12,000 diamonds. As for personal attribute points, these were relatively inexpensive, at 100 diamonds each. Thus, he invested 5,000 diamonds into enhancing his attribute points. Character, Luo Yangshua. Gender, male. Age, 13. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Strength, 10-10. Stamina, 11-10. Intelligence, 12-10. Spirit, 26-20. Note, the average adult in this world has a baseline of 10. After a period of travel, he had indeed improved his strength and stamina, while the utilization of bond power significantly enhanced his intelligence and spirit. Notably, his spirit was crucial for sustaining bond power, so he allocated an additional 10 points to it. After another day of travel, Luo Yangshua and his companions finally arrived at the vicinity of Grateful Valley. How did Luo Yangshua know? The answer lay in the throngs of people excavating fossils. Witnessing the bustling crowd in the deep pit of Grateful Valley, Lily could hardly contain her excitement. Luo, let us dig for fossils too. Perhaps we can uncover one. Luo Yangshua firmly grasped the enthusiastic Lily, pulling her back, and replied, "What is so fascinating about fossils? I'll take you to meet fossil Pokemon." Really? Lily expressed disbelief. "Just follow me," Luo Yangshua urged. Releasing Mutwo and Sylveon, he instructed. "Mutwo, use your psychic abilities to sense if there are any hollow spaces underground. Once found, lead us there, and Sylveon, use Dig to create a tunnel." Mutwo nodded and began its search. Sylveon, however, wore a pained expression, realizing why its trainer had insisted it learn Dig, internally lamenting with 1,000 expletives. Before long, Mutwo communicated telepathically with Luo Yangshua and Lily, indicating it had located a suitable area. Using its psychic powers, it flew them into a spacious valley underground, conveying, "There is a vast space beneath, and I sense signs of life. The rock layer here is the thinnest, let me handle it." With that, Mutwo clasped its hands together, conjuring a sphere of light, and with a swift motion, hurled it to the ground, causing a massive fissure to form. Mutwo then manipulated several large rocks with its psychic powers, crashing them down to create an enormous pit. Luo Yangshua couldn't help but whistle, thinking, Mutwo's strength has indeed increased. It has even mastered the Aura Sphere. Lily, astonished, thought, "Is this the power of a legendary Pokemon? It's astonishing." As for Sylveon, it mused, "What an impressive junior. It doesn't even need me to dig a tunnel anymore." Mutwo guided them into the underground realm. With the sunlight filtering through, Luo Yangshua was finally able to see the entire underground landscape. They found themselves in a cavern adorned with stalactites, likely shaped by the flow of water, providing a safe haven for ancient Pokemon, undisturbed by the outside world. However, their arrival disrupted the underground Pokemon's tranquil existence. Awakening from their slumber, they stared at Luo Yangshua and his companions with red eyes, poised to attack at any moment. Luo Yangshua smacked his lips, observing that this group of fossil Pokemon truly lived up to their reputation as living fossils, each boasting a commendable level nearing 80. Regrettably, they were all Omanite, Kabuto, and their respective evolutions, but he had yet to spot a fossil pterodactyl. Nevertheless, Luo Yangshua intended to capture some of these fossil creatures. Given their elevated levels and commendable qualities, most of which were of superior grade, albeit lacking in the exceptional. Lily AI, feeling a twinge of trepidation, took a couple of steps back and tugged at Luo Yangshua's sleeve, saying, "Little Luo, perhaps we should leave. It seems we have disturbed them." "It's fine, I can manage," Luo Yangshua reassured her, patting her to help her relax. With merely 20 or so Pokemon, he could still hold his ground. "Everyone come forth. Nidoking, use Thunderbolt. Espeon, yawn. Charizard, use Dragon Claw. Beedrill, Toxic. Mutwo, guard us." These Pokemon were a combination of water and rock types, which is why he had procured Thunderbolt and Ice Beam to counter them. Although these fossil Pokemon were of high level, their languid lifestyle had considerably diminished their combat prowess. After unleashing a barrage of attacks, they only began to realize what was happening and initiated their counteroffensive. What followed were sporadic watergun attacks, with some Omanite rolling and Kabuto attempting to slice through the air. However, their disorganized efforts were futile. Mutwo and the others were all in their 50s and thus posed no challenge to these fossil Pokemon. Bright and glistening amidst the gentle snow. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Nidoqueen, Double Kick. Clefairy, Heal Pulse. Seadra, Whirlpool. Vulpix, Hypnosis. Lily AI, shaking off her earlier fears, dispatched her Pokemon to assist Luo Yangshua. Before long, all 27 fossil Pokemon lay defeated. Noticing he was short on Pokeballs, Luo Yangshua utilized some coins to purchase additional ones, capturing all the fossil creatures. Subsequently, these Pokeballs were transmitted to Professor Oak's lab. Turning to Lily AI, he expressed, "Thank you, Lily AI. You've been a great help. Do you have any interest in these Pokemon? A few of them are ones you defeated. Feel free to choose a couple if you wish." Lily AI contemplated for a moment, deciding she would select an Omanite as her share of the spoils. However, with the Pokemon already sent to Professor Oak's lab, she resolved to address that later. At Professor Oak's lab, the esteemed professor examined the Pokemon contained within the Pokeballs, beaming with joy. Though the number of Pokemon sent back by little Luo is not vast, they are indeed rare specimens. I never anticipated he would discover fossil Pokemon. This calls for extensive research. Without delay, he commenced measuring their data. Some of the Pokemon still harbored resistance, but a Dragonite that stood nearby swiftly subdued them all. Chapter 29. The Exceptional Fossil Pterodactyl. Despite having captured numerous Pokemon and logged their data into his Pokédex, Luo Yangshua realized that any remaining fossil pterodactyl could not be found elsewhere. He had to rely on a stroke of luck here. Thus, he instructed Lily AI to retract her Pokemon, while he too recalled his, leaving only Mutwo to meticulously search for the elusive pterodactyl using its psychic abilities. The two then slowed their pace, beginning to seek the traces of the fossil pterodactyl. After nearly half an hour of searching, they had yet to uncover its presence. Though they encountered many slumbering fossil Pokemon, unfortunately, none were of exceptional quality. Otherwise, Luo Yangshua would have captured them without hesitation. As they continued their search, Mutwo suddenly halted. Communicating telepathically, "Dad, there's a Pokemon you mentioned on the opposite side of the rock wall. Shall I break through it?" Luo Yangshua hesitated for a moment, glancing at Lily AI and the fossil Pokemon that had fallen into slumber. "Lily AI, have Clefairy sing to put these Pokemon to sleep. Then, we'll break the rock wall and see this fossil pterodactyl." Lily AI nodded, sending Clefairy forth. Once Clefairy received the command, it began to sing. Luo Yangshua quickly handed earplugs to Lily AI and Mutwo, putting on a pair himself. As Clefairy finished its song, Luo Yangshua approached and gently shook an Omanite. Noting its lack of reaction, he nodded, saying, "Mutwo, use Aura Sphere to break the rock wall." Mutwo complied, launching an Aura Sphere that created a sizable hole in the wall. Subsequently, a swarm of fossil Pokemon surged forward, followed by a resonant cry. As a colossal creature soared towards Luo Yangshua and his companions, the fossil Pokemon that had been charging towards them halted in their tracks. Upon seeing the pterodactyl hurtling towards them, Luo Yangshua's expression sharpened as he commanded, "Mutwo, defend." The fossil pterodactyl was exceptional, and upon inspecting its health, it was abundantly clear it exceeded level 80, likely reaching level 90. This would be a formidable challenge. Mutwo utilized its defensive barrier to shield against the pterodactyl's ultimate charge, and without needing further instruction from Luo Yangshua, unleashed an ice beam upon the pterodactyl. Before the creature could react, a future sight struck it from the void. The pterodactyl let out a bellow, unleashing a flurry of rocks in Mutwo's direction, employing Rock Slide. Luo Yangshua summoned all his strength to envelop Mutwo in the bonding power, which, through experimentation, he had discovered could assist Pokemon in resisting damage while enhancing their synergy. "Teleport, then use Water Pulse to jolt it awake," Luo Yangshua shouted. Mutwo teleported onto the pterodactyl's back, conjuring a water sphere that it slammed onto the creature's head, inflicting substantial damage. Luck was on their side, as this also caused the pterodactyl to become disoriented, flailing about and crashing into the rock wall, which in turn inflicted damage upon itself. Retreat and self-recover. Now Ice Beam. Luo Yangshua was determined not to give the pterodactyl a moment's respite, especially given the significant level disparity. A relentless series of assaults whittled down a third of the pterodactyl's health. Mutwo swiftly evaded the pterodactyl, then self-recovered, launching another ice beam, targeting its wings. Mutwo was astute enough to realize that while striking other parts would be effective, targeting the wings would more significantly hinder the pterodactyl's flight. Poison. Luo Yangshuo resolved to wear down this pterodactyl. After such a long slumber, its movements and skill releases exhibited a certain rigidity, which presented Luo Yangshuo with a unique opportunity to triumph. Electro Ball. Luo Yangshuo declared, combining poison with paralysis, an insidious tactic he had learned from Aju. Yet, almost immediately, the pterodactyl charged at him with a ferocious strike, sending him sprawling. It was left with but a sliver of health. Self-recover. Luo Yangshuo felt a pang of fear. The level gap was indeed vast. He hastened to instruct Mutuo to regain health. Otherwise, another strike could easily spell its doom. Fortunately, though the pterodactyl had dispelled its confusion, it remained paralyzed and failed to execute any skills. Soon, a torrent of poison ravaged the pterodactyl's body, causing it immense suffering. Ice Beam. Luo Yangshuo commanded. The 4 times effective Ice Beam causing the pterodactyl to shudder and cry out. Supersonic. But Luo Yangshuo would not grant it any opportunities. Mysterious Guardian swiftly nullified its status conditions. And as the pterodactyl unleashed its ultimate charge towards Mutuo, the latter deftly dodged. Hail! Ice Beam. Luo Yangshuo called out, seizing the pterodactyl's moment of paralysis. Mutuo unleashed Hail to inflict continuous damage, followed by an Ice Beam that became the final straw, encasing the pterodactyl's wings in ice. Luo Yangshuo chuckled, declaring, the consecutive Ice Beams have sealed its fate. The pterodactyl made one last desperate attempt, firing a Hyper Beam at Mutuo. Mutuo swiftly evaded, and then the Ice Beam successfully struck the pterodactyl. With the combined onslaught of poison and hail, the pterodactyl could no longer endure and plummeted. Luo Yangshuo hastily produced a Great Ball and captured the fossil pterodactyl. As he glanced at the restless fossil Pokemon, he quickly shouted, Mutuo, let us make our exit. Mew nodded, and in an instant, transported Luo Yangshuo and his companions away from the site, reappearing at their previous location. He then brought the two back to the surface, while simultaneously sealing the large hole below, preventing the fossil Pokemon from escaping. Luo Yangshuo and Lilia finally caught their breath as they sat down, exchanging smiles, stealing away like that was truly exhilarating. Pokemon, Fossil Pterodactyl. Level, 90. Gender, male. Height, 230 centimeters. Weight, 723 kilograms. Ability, Hard Head. Skills, Roost, Inherited. Iron Head, Ice Fong, Fire Fong, Thunder Fong. Luo Yangshuo nodded in satisfaction. This fossil pterodactyl was larger than the ordinary ones, akin to a Charizard, and with a higher level. Apart from a few TM moves it lacked, it had nearly mastered all other skills. Unfortunately, being a wild Pokemon, it fought chaotically, otherwise, Mew would not have been a match for it. He teleported Nidoking back, leaving behind the fossil pterodactyl. Upon releasing it, the fossil pterodactyl regarded Luo Yangshuo without aggression, as if acknowledging him as its trainer. Luo Yangshuo hurriedly tended to its injuries, while Lilia curiously patted the fossil pterodactyl's body, saying, Hello there, fossil pterodactyl. I am Lilia. Let's get along well from now on. The fossil pterodactyl turned its head away haughtily. Luo Yangshuo playfully tapped its head, saying, Stop being so stubborn. I am Luo, your trainer from now on. Lilia is my travel companion. You must get along with her. The fossil pterodactyl let out a cry, signaling its understanding. Luo Yangshuo shook his throbbing hand, pondering. This hard head ability is no exaggeration. It's indeed hard. Chapter 30, Pokemon League Assessment. After helping the fossil pterodactyl recover its stamina, he took out his phone from his backpack to call Professor Oak. This phone was a luxury he had purchased, as he would not have wasted money on it otherwise. He subsequently informed Professor Oak about the discovery of fossil Pokemon in the Great Fool Valley, urging him to notify the League to protect these fossil creatures. Professor Oak acknowledged the information and advised him not to disturb his research unless necessary, then hung up. Shortly after, a group of League personnel arrived at the Great Fool Valley, driving away all fossil hunters. They exchanged greetings with Luo Yangshuo and his companions, stating that the valley would soon be designated as a fossil Pokemon reserve. Luo Yangshuo mischievously thought, without the thrill of the fossil pterodactyl, I wonder if Ash's Charmeleon will evolve into a Charizard. After bidding farewell to the League personnel, Luo Yangshuo and Lilia continued their journey. Their next destination was the League's assessment venue, where a single badge would grant them direct entry into competitions. After discussing this matter with Lilia, she became intrigued and decided to participate, fully aware that she might not achieve a ranking, but believing that participation itself was what mattered. The Great Fool Valley was vast, and it was not until nightfall that they reached the Pokemon Center on the outskirts. After resting for the night, they set off again, passing through Doll Town. Lilia bought a multitude of dolls to send back home. After 6 days of travel, they finally arrived at the Pokemon League assessment location. Luo Yangshuo and Lilia registered. Luo Yangshua was number 12, and Lilia was number 16. After handing over all their Pokeballs to the examiner, they were escorted into the examination arena. Luo Yangshua glanced around, noting the considerable distance between him and Lilia, presumably to prevent familiar participants from aiding each other. The first written test assessed their knowledge and understanding of Pokemon, a challenge Luo Yangshua felt confident in, having experienced many games in the past. The heaviest known Pokemon is Snorlax. Or X. Luo Yangshua was momentarily bewildered. Was this referring to the Kanto region or including other regions as well? Without a doubt, the heaviest was Cosmoem, with a staggering weight of 9,999 kilograms, dwarfing all others. However, if restricted to Kanto, Snorlax was undoubtedly the heaviest at 460 kilograms. After some contemplation, he chose O, reasoning that Cosmoem, being a legendary Pokemon, would not be easily encountered. The next question, the tongue of Lickitung is twice its body length. O or X? This was straightforward. O. The nickname of Hitmonlee is the Kicking Demon. O or X? Simple, X. Following that, the questions varied in difficulty, but all were reasonable for anyone familiar with the Pokemon series. After completing the first round, the next segment involved identifying Pokemon from images, a task that left many anime watchers bemused. Under the examiner's guidance, the first image, a spiraling pattern, was presented. Luo Yangshua recognized it as he noted that it rotated clockwise, promptly writing down Frogadier. This Pokemon had appeared in the anime, albeit in a counterclockwise spin, representing its earlier evolution, Tadbulb. Thus, clockwise would correspond to Frogadier. The answer was revealed to be correct. The next image depicted a flame. The examiner stated it was the tail flame of a Pokemon. Luo Yangshua identified it as Charizard, having one of his own, and wrote it down. The answer was again confirmed as correct. The subsequent questions varied in complexity. Luo Yangshua answered a mix of right and wrong, finishing the test completely. After exiting the examination room and awaiting the results, Lilia approached him, pouting in exasperation. That was so difficult. It seems a bit precarious. Don't worry, he reassured her. You said it yourself. It's all about participation. Before long, the results were announced. Luo Yangshua scrutinized the list. The first column was excellent, the second good, and the third poor. Neither his nor Lilia's names appeared in the poor column. In the good column, he located Lilia's name, and she excitedly high-fived him in celebration, indicating she had passed the written test. He then found his name and avatar in the excellent column. Following that was a break, coinciding with lunchtime. In the afternoon, Luo Yangshua and Lilia were taken to a small booth displaying belts with 3 Pokeballs attached. Next was a 3-on-3 battle format, best 2 out of 3, with points adjusted based on their performance during combat, the examiner explained. They nodded in understanding and chose their belts before being led to the arena's edge. Lilia was the first to take the stage, gripping her first Pokeball as she declared, "Go, give it your all." A flash of white light revealed a Venusaur on the field. Lilia cheered, "It's Venusaur. Wonderful. Come on, Venusaur, let's do our best." The examiner also released their first Pokemon, revealing a Caterpie that left everyone in shock, including the examiner, who scratched his head awkwardly. Luo Yangshua covered his face, unable to bear the sight, thinking, truly a stroke of luck. This is absurd. The battle unfolded swiftly, with a single vine whip securing victory. In the second round, Lilia sent out Blastoise, and Luo Yangshua felt a sense of foreboding. As anticipated, the examiner released a Beedrill. Onlookers couldn't suppress their murmurs of envy, lamenting, "This luck is unreal. Why can't I have such fortune?" The battle concluded with a water gun, and as the Beedrill was recalled, the examiner remarked, "This student truly possesses remarkable luck. However, luck is a form of skill in itself. I wouldn't say your performance was lacking. Are you ready for the final round?" "Yes, let's give it a try," Lilia replied. The examiner nodded, secretly impressed and ready to award her extra points as both sides released their final Pokemon. Lilia, predictably, sent out the Fire-type Charizard, while the examiner brought forth a Scyther. Luo Yangshua nodded, recognizing that this battle was indeed secure. Having observed Lily AI's training of Charizard closely, it is evident that Charizard is perhaps the second most familiar Pokemon to her, following her own. The examiner, through his actions, unequivocally demonstrated that the examination was devoid of any deceit, as both the examiners and candidates randomly selected their Pokemon for battle. The confrontation itself progressed rather ordinarily. Given Charizard's fire and flying types, which inherently counter Scyther, coupled with Lily AI's extensive training of it, a defeat for her would signify a grave inadequacy in her skills. However, it is quite apparent that after such a lengthy journey, Lily AI's prowess is commendable, striking a balance between the top-tier and lower-tier trainers. One might speculate that if Ash were to face Lily AI now, they would be evenly matched, as both are protagonists in their own right, destined for greatness, each a paragon of fortune, rendering the outcome indeterminate. Following the conclusion of Lily AI's battle, it was time for Luo Yangshua to take the stage. He released his first Pokemon from its Pokeball, revealing a white sea lion. The examiner gasped audibly, perhaps indicating an unfavorable draw, as his Pokemon was a Dragonite. Without hesitation, Luo Yangshua activated his Pokédex, inputting Dragonite's data, while simultaneously recalling the system's notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest, Collect Pokemon. You have earned a reward of 10,000 diamonds, a complete set of 1 million evolution stones for Bangilas, and 2 lines of cheat permissions. Please check your rewards. Luo Yangshua beamed with delight, astonished that this evaluation would feature a Dragonite. Truly, his endeavors had borne fruit with minimal effort. With the addition of the 10,000 diamonds to his existing balance, he now possessed over 20,000 diamonds. While he currently lacked the 1 million evolution stones for Bangilas, he anticipated capturing one in the Chengdu region. As for the 2 lines of cheat permissions, he pondered thoughtfully before activating them, gaining experience level 4 and maximizing HP effort values. Subsequently, considering the forthcoming battles, he expended 10,000 popularity points to unlock the cheat that broadened his perspective. The experience level 4 is valued at 30,000 popularity points, while the maximum HP effort value is worth 50,000. Both enhancements were crucial for Luo Yangshua. The experience level 4 speaks for itself, while the maximum HP effort value is particularly vital at this juncture, as most of Luo Yangshua's Pokemon are quite fragile with low health. This maximum HP effort value would enable him to accumulate a substantial health pool, thereby addressing his current weaknesses. Once he unlocks other maximum effort values and invests some diamonds to reset his Pokemon's effort points, nearly all his Pokemon would be akin to legendary beings. However, the high cost of popularity points remains a formidable obstacle, prompting Luo Yangshua to commit to further effort. The utility of the broadened perspective would only manifest during battles. In the matchup of the White Sea Lion against Dragonite, Luo Yangshua held the advantage. He commanded, "White Sea Lion, use Hail." The White Sea Lion immediately summoned Hail, the icy particles pelting Dragonite and inflicting damage. Simultaneously, Luo Yangshua perceived the inherent drawbacks of these Pokemon, their lack of agility, as they acted solely on the trainer's commands. Devoid of independent judgment, Dragonite used Thunderbolt. The examiner was unyielding, unleashing a powerful move. At that moment, Luo Yangshua felt as if the visuals captured by his eyes had slowed, granting him a comprehensive view of the battlefield. He smacked his lips, exclaiming, "This is impressive. This alone is worth 10,000 popularity points. I'm clearly in the green. White Sea Lion, take 2 steps back, then surf." Luo Yangshua expertly anticipated the trajectory of Thunderbolt's attack, instructing his Pokemon accordingly. The White Sea Lion retreated, evading the Thunderbolt, and then surged forward on a massive wave towards Dragonite. While Dragonite endured the strike, as it was a water-type attack, the damage was minimal. The arena is now drenched. That could incur penalties, the examiner remarked. Dragonite, use Thunder. That is not a penalty at all. Luo Yangshua chuckled. This is a guaranteed knockout. White Sea Lion, withstand the thunder, then unleash Absolute Zero. What? The examiner was suddenly perturbed. Thunder struck the ground, the electricity coursing through the rain and fiercely impacting the White Sea Lion. Yet, the Sea Lion, well-trained and with ample health, weathered the blow. An overwhelming chill spread across the arena, and the combination of water and snowflakes formed an inescapable net for Dragonite. Absolute Zero was a guaranteed critical hit. Retrieving the frozen Dragonite, the examiner nodded, conceding, "I misjudged." The web of water and snowflakes left Dragonite with no escape. That was an exquisite display of skill. Thus commenced the second round. Luo Yangshua smiled, recalling the White Sea Lion and dispatching his second Pokemon. With a flash of white light, a Lapras materialized on the battlefield, while the examiner sent forth a Hitmonlee. Although the fighting-type Hitmonlee held an advantage, Lapras, much like the White Sea Lion, was a tank and could endure considerable punishment. High Jump Kick. The examiner issued his command first. Luo Yangshua shook his head, countering, "The ice layer from Absolute Zero has yet to dissipate. Do not underestimate Lapras' speed on ice." He instructed, "Lapras, evade to the right front, then use Heavy Slam." Hitmonlee executed a high jump kick aimed at Lapras, but the Lapras glided across the icy surface, deftly avoiding the attack. Then, It pounced upon Hitmonlee, pinning it down and rubbing it vigorously against the ground. Close combat will send it flying, the examiner exclaimed. Soon after, Hitmonlee utilized close combat, inflicting significant damage upon Lapras. Luo Yangshua then commanded, Ice Beam, Mind's Eye, followed by High Knee Kick. The examiner declared. The Ice Beam struck Hitmonlee, which did not evade but instead closed its eyes to employ Mind's Eye, then launched a High Knee Kick towards Lapras. Luo Yangshua furrowed his brow, knowing that should Lapras take this hit, it would certainly fall. He could only hope for the best. Lapras, hold your ground. If you cannot, unleash Absolute Zero. Lapras cried out, releasing a powerful blast of cold air towards Hitmonlee. However, before it could hit, the High Knee Kick collided with Lapras, sending it flying and rendering it unable to continue fighting. Recalling Lapras, Luo Yangshua expressed gratitude. Thank you. You performed admirably. As the examiner recalled Hitmonlee and sent out his third Pokemon, Luo Yangshua introduced his third, a Chansey, while the examiner deployed a Machoke. Luo Yangshua chuckled. If that doesn't annoy you, my name isn't Luo. Machoke, use Sonic Punch. The examiner was quick to act. Luo Yangshua was undeterred, stating, Chansey, shrink. Instantly, Chansey halved in size, evading the Sonic Punch. Luo Yangshua then commanded, continue to shrink, then use Egg Bomb. In its smaller form, Chansey retrieved an energy egg and hurled it at Machoke. The Machoke sidestepped, prompting the examiner to shout, Rapid Punch. Machoke dashed forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the now diminutive Chansey. Luo Yangshua calmly remarked, Egg Bomb. One Egg Bomb fully restored Chansey's health, followed by a barrage of Egg Bombs. The examiner was left exasperated. If you can't take down Chansey in one blow, it will just heal back to full health and continue the fight. It's utterly infuriating. With Chansey's disheartening health pool and commendable special defense, how can any Pokemon at this level dare claim to defeat it? In the end, as the examiner's frustration mounted, Chansey outlasted Machoke, fully restoring its health in the process. The examiner sighed. Finally, liberation. I shall never allow Chansey in any future examinations. Upon concluding the examination, both Lily AI and Luo Yangshua received their qualification badges without a shred of doubt. Both individuals are now eligible to directly participate in the court's conference. However, Luo Yangshua has resolutely decided to collect all 8 badges, a sentiment echoed by Lily, who is not eager to conclude their journey so soon. As Lily hails from a region far removed from Kanto, the examiner assisted her in recording her information, and by the time all was settled, dusk had fallen. Hastily, Luo Yangshua and Lily sought out an inn to rest for the night, preparing to embark on a ferry to Crimson Lotus Island the following day. Chapter 32. The Crimson Lotus Gym, Battling Xiaobo. The next morning, Luo Yangshua and Lily boarded the ferry, arriving at Crimson Lotus Island. Following the guidance of an electronic map, they soon found themselves at the dilapidated gym. Observing the derelict structure, Lily remarked, Xiao Luo, is this truly a gym? I heard on the ferry that the gym leader, Xiaobo, no longer presides here. It has transformed into a resort. Patience, Luo Yangshua chuckled. Come forth, Leader Xiaobo. I have already spotted you. With the aid of a vision-enhancing gadget, Luo Yangshua's eyesight was remarkably acute, allowing him to discern Xiaobo, who, much like a character from an anime, donned a wig and false beard, blending into the crowd. Upon being unmasked, Xiaobo emerged with a few coughs, declaring, Ahem. I am not Xiaobo, merely a passerby. Luo Yangshua, with an incredulous expression, retorted, You think I wouldn't recognize you just because you wear a wig? Cornered by Luo Yangshua's keen perception, Xiaobo sighed in resignation. Very well, you are indeed sharp. I am Xiaobo. If you wish to challenge the gym, follow me. With that, he led them to his inn, where Lily inquired curiously, Leader Xiaobo. I heard from Xiao Luo that you possess the strength of an Elite Four member. Is that true? Xiao Luo, do you truly regard me so highly? Xiaobo replied with a wry smile. It's not the case. In my youth, driven by fervor, I once challenged the Elite Four, but was soundly defeated. Now, I have grown old and am uncertain of my current strength. Luo Yangshua scoffed inwardly, thinking, believing you would be a fool, errant. He had previously inquired with Professor Okido, who confirmed that Xiaobo had indeed challenged the Elite Four in his youth and lost. However, that Elite Four member had suggested that with 2 years of rigorous training, Xiaobo could assume a position among them, a proposition he had declined. Yet, it was undeniable that Xiaobo had aged, and his prowess was certainly diminished. Nevertheless, with the imminent vacancy among the Elite Four following the recent championess departure, the league would surely seek to fill the gap, and the only contenders among the gym leaders were Xiaobo and Aju. There was a chance that the league might indeed summon Xiaobo from retirement. As these thoughts lingered, Xiaobo escorted Luo Yangshua and Lily to his inn, subsequently leading them to a hot spring. Unable to resist, he posed a riddle. What is above a great flood and below a great fire? Luo Yangshua and Lily exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as Xiaobo's penchant for riddles remained unchanged. Luo Yangshua could only respond, a bathhouse. Correct, Xiaobo nodded, pressing a switch that gradually revealed a hidden passageway. The group descended into Xiaobo's lava arena. Standing at the opposite end of the battlefield, Xiaobo remarked, Xiao Luo, I have heard your name mentioned by the League on numerous occasions. I am intrigued, having already obtained your qualification badges. Why do you still seek to challenge the gym? Competing against formidable opponents is a thrill, Luo Yangshua declared, raising a pokeball. Moreover, I have had the honor of receiving guidance from the Hoenn champion, Dawu, which has illuminated my shortcomings. My aspiration is to become a Pokemon master, and my current abilities are unworthy of such a title. Let us commence, Aerodactyl. This is your inaugural battle. A colossal Aerodactyl soared above the arena, its eyes gleaming with ferocity as it glared at Xiaobo, emitting a tremendous roar. Xiaobo's expression sharpened as he replied earnestly, This Aerodactyl must be one you captured in the Grateful Valley. It is indeed formidable, and I shall have to send out my strongest. The match would consist of 3 rounds, 2 victories required to triumph. Let me witness the strength of your Pokemon. Go, Arcanine. A magnificent Arcanine appeared on the battlefield, growling menacingly at Aerodactyl, which momentarily recoiled, its temper flaring. Calm down, Aerodactyl. Use Hyper Beam, Luo Yangshua instructed, brow furrowed. Aerodactyl, fueled by its rage, charged at Arcanine with a wild ferocity. Quick attack, then Thunderfang. Xiaobo commanded. Arcanine became a streak of light, evading Aerodactyl's Hyper Beam, and capitalized on Aerodactyl's momentary stun to unleash Thunderfang, sinking its fangs into Aerodactyl's wing. Aerodactyl screeched in agony, clearly suffering. Now you comprehend the pain, do you? Did you think you still held dominion over your cave? Luo Yangshua said darkly. Do not underestimate the world outside. There are many Pokemon stronger than you. Such arrogance is merely squandering your potential. If you wish to win, heed my words. Use Sonic Boom. Aerodactyl nodded and unleashed a Sonic Boom towards Arcanine. Mystical Veil. Xiaobo countered, enveloping Arcanine in a shimmering barrier that warded off any adverse effects. Stealth Rock. Luo Yangshua calmly declared. Aerodactyl screeched as it scattered a plethora of rocks across the arena before vanishing from sight. You're quite the cunning one, Xiaobo chuckled, shaking his head. Arcanine. Use Last Resort. Indeed, this is the final move. Aerodactyl, unleash your final Hyper Beam. Luo Yangshua recognized that Xiaobo had discerned Arcanine's dwindling strength and was prepared to make one last desperate attempt. Arcanine, engulfed in a fiery blaze of energy, crashed into Aerodactyl, while Aerodactyl retaliated with a close-range Hyper Beam, sending Arcanine crashing to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. Having utilized the HP effort value cheat, Luo Yangshua had ensured that all his Pokemon were equipped with maximum vitality, with a reset cost of 10 diamonds for each Pokemon. Even the frail Beedrill now boasted a significantly higher health pool than the average Pokemon. In terms of damage absorption and endurance, Luo Yangshua's Pokemon were far from lacking. The 2 trainers withdrew their Pokemon and simultaneously released their second Pokemon, Charizard, and the fiery Dazzling Blaze that emerged from the molten depths. As Dazzling Blaze entered the fray, it summoned torrents of lava that engulfed the arena, instantly dissolving the recently laid stealth rocks. Luo Yangshua stroked his chin, taken aback by such a tactic. It appeared that even operations devoid of skills could yield remarkable results, prompting Luo Yangshua to contemplate whether he should develop some of his own in the future. However, now was not the time for such considerations. Observing the lava-laden battlefield, Luo Yangshua felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if his Charizard could withstand the molten onslaught. Dazzling Blaze. Use Eruption. Xiaobo unleashed a formidable attack right from the outset. Charizard, evade by descending a meter. Luo Yangshua commanded with confidence. Rock Slide. Charizard descended a meter, narrowly avoiding the eruption that soared just above its head, and retaliated with a Rock Slide, sending massive boulders crashing down upon Dazzling Blaze, inflicting substantial damage. Observing Dazzling Blaze's health plummet, Luo Yangshua fell silent, taken aback by how drastically its vitality had diminished after just one Rock Slide. Now, let us conclude with a final Hyper Beam, he declared. Dazzling Blaze, we cannot afford to lose. Overheat. Xiaobo replied earnestly. The overheat struck Charizard, dealing some damage. Yet it was merely a minor inconvenience. The ensuing Hyper Beam collided with Dazzling Blaze, sending it flying and rendering it unable to continue battling. Why? Luo Yangshua retracted his Charizard, his eyes brimming with a simmering anger tinged with reluctance. Chapter 33, The Final Badge. Xiao Luo, what are you saying? Did you win? Lily AI inquired, somewhat perplexed. Xiaobo, this duckbill fire beast isn't your ace, is it? Why did you send it out? Luo Yangshua furrowed his brow. No, this duckbill fire beast is indeed my mainstay, Xiaobo replied, recalling the duckbill fire beast. However, I have grown old, and so has it. The duckbill fire beast has begun to decline in all aspects, and I must thank you, Xiao Luo, for granting it a final battle to bid farewell. Losing to a vigorous and powerful young Pokemon like Charizard. It must find solace in that. Xiaobo approached and handed the deep red badge to Luo Yangshua. Upon hearing Xiaobo's words, Luo Yangshua felt his anger dissipate and replied helplessly, "You should have said so earlier. I could have arranged for an extra match." It's different. Ordinary battles and gym matches are not the same, Xiaobo remarked. The gym match is its last aspiration. After all, witnessing a young person continually advance imparts a different sensation. Luo Yangshua accepted the badge and said, "I shall take this badge. I will return when time permits. And at that time, I will bring my strongest team, stepping over your generation to ascend to the position of Pokemon Master." Haha, that would indeed be a welcome challenge. Xiaobo laughed heartily, looking at Luo Yangshua with satisfaction. "I promise I will send my 6 strongest to battle you then." Luo Yangshua nodded, shook hands with Xiaobo, and then exited the Crimson Lotus Gym. As Xiaobo watched Luo Yangshua and Lily AI's figures fade into the distance, he was filled with emotion. At that moment, Luo Yangshua's voice echoed softly, "Gym leader Xiaobo, the champion will soon depart, and King Juko is aging as well. He will retire shortly. The league will surely seek you out." "The champion, huh?" Xiaobo smiled faintly. "Sometimes, one must still put up a fight. My old comrade has taken a bow. It wouldn't he want to see me do the same?" Luo Yangshua and Lily AI did not linger on Crimson Lotus Island. They boarded the last ferry, leaving the island under the cover of night. The ferry journeyed for 10 days before finally arriving at the port of Hualan City. During this time, Luo Yangshua captured over 30 high-quality water-type Pokemon, and his mini-dragon evolved into a Hakuryu due to ample experience. Most importantly, Luo Yangshua discovered a cheat for farming gold coins, possessing a coin pendant. In the game, it doubled the money earned after battles, but in reality, it doubled the coins generated by the system. Luo Yangshua suddenly felt as though he would never lack for money again. Capturing a Pokemon required a Pokeball, and previously, the gold coins earned from defeating Pokemon were barely enough to purchase one. Now, with the doubling effect, he had enough for Pokeballs and then some, filling him with immense joy. Luo Yangshua's subsequent plan was also set in motion, to open an aquarium and establish a breeding house under his name. As long as visitors paid to tour, he could freely capture any Pokemon that caught his eye, while also charging a fee. Thus, both gold coins and diamonds would flow abundantly. His blissful life was on the horizon. Upon arriving in Hualan City and greeting the Hualan trio, the two promptly set off for Jotun City. Finally, after 3 days, Luo Yangshua and Lily AI reached Jotun City. Mutwo was already trembling with anticipation in its Pokeball. Luo Yangshua calmed the Pokeball, supportive of Mutwo's aspirations. He often allowed the fossil pterodactyl to train it, and with frequent battles and the aid of the cheat. Aside from Hakuryu, who was merely at level 40, all others had surged past level 60, with Mutwo leading the charge at level 72. Thoroughly prepared for the upcoming challenge against Sakaki. Upon arriving at the Jotun Gym, Luo Yangshua addressed the 2 gatekeepers. "I am Xiao Luo from Shinshin Town, here to challenge the gym." The gatekeepers struck the ground with their axes, opening the gates, and led Luo Yangshua and Lily AI inside. As they approached the competition arena, they spotted a high platform. The lights illuminated, revealing Sakaki, exuding an air of superiority as he lounged on a sofa, accompanied by a notably beautiful feline Pokemon. Upon seeing Luo Yangshua, Sakaki offered a slight smile and said, "I am Sakaki, the gym leader of Jotun. I accept your challenge. I am aware of you. The league executives have spoken of you. I'm curious what remarkable attributes have garnered the league's attention." "You'll find out soon enough," Luo Yangshua replied with a smile. "Let's go. Beedrill." He sent forth his Beedrill, casting a glance at Sakaki atop the platform. Sakaki chuckled, "Beedrill, how nostalgic, especially a shiny one. Go Geodude." Sakaki sent out Geodude. And Luo Yangshua grimaced, estimating its level to be around 30, truly underestimating him. The 2 gatekeepers then announced, "The use of Pokemon is limited to 3, with no time constraint. The match begins. Geodude, tackle." Sakaki commanded. "Beedrill, poison jab." Luo Yangshua ordered. Geodude rolled forward with a rumble. while Beedrill disdainfully executed a poison jab right into Geodude's rocky fissures, instantly defeating it. Oh, quite impressive, Sakaki remarked as he recalled Geodude. Next is yours. He then sent out a Kingler, also approximately level 30. Luo Yangshua could only shake his head in exasperation, stating, poison jab should handle it. Beedrill charged towards Kingler, landing a poison jab that swiftly took it down. Observing Sakaki's recall of Kingler, Luo Yangshua quipped, could you please take this more seriously, Gym Leader Sakaki? Or do you wish to concede outright? Sakaki stood up and stepped forward, stating, concede? That is out of the question. I possess absolute strength. With that, he snapped his fingers. The gates below the platform gradually opened, revealing a humanoid Pokemon clad in armor before the crowd. As the blue light glimmered from the helmet's visor, Beedrill found itself ensnared by a powerful psychic force, immobilized. Your Beedrill is quite formidable, Sakaki observed, noting that Beedrill was merely restrained and had not been flung away by the psychic force. However, this farcical gym match ends here. Young man, even if all your Pokemon come forth, they will not stand a chance against it. Oh, is that so? Luo Yangshua recalled Beedrill, stating, I won't send them all at once, as that would violate the rules of the match and result in my loss. The battle continues, one-on-one. Come forth, Mutuo. What? Sakaki exclaimed in astonishment. There appeared a slightly shorter Mutuo than the armored one across the field. The armored Mutuo, previously motionless, suddenly shifted, darting towards Mutuo and initiating a telepathic exchange. How do you possess a Mutuo? Sakaki asked incredulously. Why shouldn't I have a Mutuo? After all, it is a Pokemon, not a mere imitation. It is a living entity. Why shouldn't I capture one? Luo Yangshua smiled, discreetly opening his phone to connect to the League's internal line he had procured from Professor Okido. Kid, who exactly are you? Sakaki managed to suppress his inner turmoil and inquired. I am Xiao Luo from Shinshin Town. As I previously mentioned, Luo Yangshua replied nonchalantly. By the way, Gym Leader Sakaki, you just questioned how I have a Mutuo, implying that this armored one is another Mutuo. Where did yours come from? That is none of your concern, Sakaki retorted coolly. Shall we continue battling, kid? I would love to, but it seems your Mutuo is rather reluctant to engage, Luo Yangshua replied with a grin. He had already observed Mutuo assisting in dismantling the armored Mutuo's armor. As Sakaki's expression shifted dramatically, he bellowed, stop. Mutuo successfully removed a piece of the armor with its psychic abilities, unleashing a psychic storm far more potent than Luo Yanshua's Mutuo, causing the armored Mutuo's armor to shatter into fragments. Chapter 34. Sakaki's Escape, returning to Shinshin Town. Block it, Sakaki roared, subsequently throwing out dozens of Pokeballs as numerous Pokemon charged towards the liberated Mutuo. As the two Mutuos locked eyes, a formidable surge of psychic energy erupted forth, overwhelming the Pokemon under Sakaki's command, who fell to the ground, unable to withstand the onslaught. Subsequently, Mutuo shattered a significant opening in the building and swiftly departed from the Tokiwa Gym. Before its departure, it cast a glance at Luoyang Shua and his companions, a mature and resonant voice echoing in their minds. Wait for a while. I will return to find you. Kid, look at the mess you've created. Sakaki could no longer maintain his calm demeanor and, suppressing his fury, bellowed at Luoyang Shua. With a faint smile, Luoyang Shua replied, Gym Leader Sakaki, your Pokemon has fled. I win without a fight. Kindly hand over the badge. Take it. Without hesitation, Sakaki tossed the green badge to Luoyang Shua and added, Kid, since my Mutuo has escaped, let us consider your Mutuo as compensation. As he finished speaking, a group of individuals clad in black uniforms, emblazoned with a prominent red, are on their chests, encircled Luoyang Shua and Lily. Remaining unfazed, Luoyang Shua remarked, Indeed, it is Team Rocket. This city is the nearest one to the Quartz Conference. You truly are blind to danger, but capturing us will not be an easy task. With that, he unleashed his 6 Pokemon. The Team Rocket members responded in kind, deploying their own Pokemon, predominantly Zubat, Coughing, and other similar creatures. Sakaki scoffed, capturing you will be a piece of cake. Attack. Let us see about that, Luoyang Shua retorted, retrieving his phone from his pocket and shaking it slightly. Don't say I didn't warn you. The Alliance has eyes on you. If you wish to avoid calamity, you should flee while you still can. Luoyang Shua's words were born of necessity. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Faced with such numbers, he could not afford to be reckless. He hoped to instill a sense of retreat among them, leading them to make hasty mistakes that he could exploit. Sakaki hesitated immediately. The proximity to the Alliance was undeniable. It would only take about 20 minutes for them to arrive, and if any Elite Four member were present, they could be here in as little as 10 minutes. There was no time to lose, yet losing Mutuo was a colossal blow. After a prolonged contemplation, Sakaki gritted his teeth and declared, "Retreat. All units withdraw from Tokiwa City." Ignoring Luoyang Shuo and his companions, the group hastily exited the Tokiwa gym. Once the coast was clear, Luoyang Shuo exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the combined efforts of the two Mutuos had neutralized Sakaki's main force. Otherwise, facing such a formidable adversary, Luoyang Shuo felt certain he would not have escaped. Collapsing onto the ground, Luoyang Shuo felt as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Observing Lily, who had similarly slumped to the ground, he apologized. "I'm sorry for involving you in this mess." "It's nothing. We are partners, are we not?" Lily shook her head, gazing earnestly at Luoyang Shuo. "Best friends." "Indeed." Luoyang Shuo said nothing more, gently holding Lily's small hand. Before long, two figures appeared in the Tokiwa gym. Luoyang Shuo looked at the newcomers and chuckled. "You two are remarkably swift. I didn't expect the Alliance to send you both so promptly." The visitors were indeed Kikuko and Wataru. Upon seeing the vacant gym, Wataru sighed. "Did we arrive too late? I never imagined Sakaki was the leader of Team Rocket. The Alliance's scrutiny is rather lax," Kikuko remarked, hunched over and leaning on her cane. "Neither did the Alliance, it seems. Sakaki is a local of Tokiwa City and has no prior criminal record. It can only be said that he hid his true self too well." Wataru shook his head. "However, I didn't expect you to survive." Luoyang Shuo's forehead twitched in annoyance as he retorted, "Why would we not survive? I am Wataru, the Dragon-type Elite Four." Wataru immediately felt the urge to facepalm and replied, "I am the Dragon-type Elite." "Oh, is that so? Then explain why your Pokemon isn't of the Flying type?" Luoyang Shuo's remark left Wataru momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, all Wataru could muster was a begrudging, "Haxorus. Once evolved into Dragonite, it does possess the Flying type." Luoyang Shuo's quip effectively ended Wataru's argument. Kikuko, meanwhile, approached Lily with a smile. "What a lovely young lady. May I inquire if you have a partner? Perhaps I could introduce you to some of my less-than-stellar grandsons." "Not interested." Luoyang Shuo interjected, positioning himself between Lily and Kikuko, causing Lily to blush fiercely. Kikuko bore no ill will, chuckling. "I know you, little one. The Alliance owes you a debt of gratitude. Any requests you have can be directed to them." Luoyang Shuo's eyes brightened, and he promptly shared his vision for a breeding facility. Kikuko nodded in agreement, deeming it a minor matter, especially since Luoyang Shuo's proposal would benefit trainers. The Alliance would not let Luoyang Shuo be at a disadvantage in this regard. Kikuko then placed a call to the Alliance, which promptly approved the proposal. They even assigned a small team to assist Luoyang Shuo with various matters, allowing his breeding facility to bear the official emblem. Wataru felt somewhat disgruntled, being misidentified as a Flying-type Elite, yet he found himself at a loss for words to counter. It was quite vexing. Luoyang Shuo, however, made an effort to maintain good relations with Wataru, as he was destined to be a champion in the future. Sharing insights about Dragon-type Pokemon helped alleviate Wataru's grievances. Eventually, the Alliance's combat personnel arrived, thoroughly searching the Tokiwa gym, yet uncovering no significant intelligence. News from the Alliance soon followed, appointing Kikuko as the interim gym leader of Tokiwa City. With that, Luoyang Shuo and his companions had no further obligations. After bidding farewell to Kikuko and Wataru, Luoyang Shuo and Lily returned to the Pokemon Center. They rested for the night, and, the following morning, set off towards Masera Town. Perhaps eager to see his luxurious villa, Luoyang Shuo quickened his pace significantly. Finally, nearing midday, they arrived at Masera Town, where Lily, trailing behind, pouted. Having nearly run the entire way and feeling utterly exhausted, gazing at the familiar yet foreign Masera Town, Luoyang Shuo couldn't help but exclaim, "This will be my hometown from now on." Originally, he intended to visit Professor Oak's lab to check on his Pokemon first, but he reconsidered and decided to see his villa before retrieving his Pokemon. Once again jogging, he followed his memories to a secluded coastal area in Masera Town. Not long after, he sensed a change. A broad road stretched ahead, leading to a grand estate, flanked by numerous fruit trees. Upon arriving at the estate, an imposing golden gate barred their path, with railings extending as far as the eye could see. A sign indicating ongoing construction hung above, suggesting that the Alliance had commenced renovations following Luoyang Shuo's mention of the breeding facility. Just as he was about to ring the doorbell, a familiar voice emerged from the intercom. "No need to ring the bell. I can see you. I'll open the door for you." The grand gate slowly swung open, revealing a vast courtyard with picturesque bridges and flowing water, exuding an ancient charm, a design curated by the system. Following that was a magnificent villa, covering over 3,000 square meters. Though the second floor was considerably smaller, occupying only 8 or 900 square meters. The remainder comprised training grounds, a swimming pool, gardens, and a small forest, all designed for Luoyang Shua's Pokémon to exercise and relax. From the entrance emerged a beautiful woman, and upon recognizing her, Luoyang Shua remarked in disbelief, "Kona, I haven't even settled into my villa yet, and you've already made yourself at home." Chapter 35. A Flourishing Income. "Don't be so stingy," Kona replied with a gentle smile. "Let me experience the luxury of your villa. But seriously, who designed this? It's absolutely perfect. I've been here for 2 days and don't want to leave." Luoyang Shua was at a loss for words, but silently commended the system's design. Accompanied by 2 young ladies, Luo Yangshua commenced his exploration of the aquarium's first floor. The design of the system was perplexing, although there was another level above. The entire aquarium remained brilliantly illuminated without the aid of lights. At that moment, the system chimed in, utilizing the refraction and reflection of light. Ignoring the system's interjection, Luo Yangshua continued his tour. As he meandered through the aquarium, it felt as though he were strolling along the ocean floor, surrounded by breathtaking scenery. Though regrettably devoid of any fish or magical creatures. After a leisurely circuit, they found themselves at the rear of the villa. The back area was adjacent to the sea, but it also encompassed a vast expanse that had been transformed by the League's architects into 4 distinct zones: rocky terrain, prairie, forest, and beach. Each of these zones was expansive enough to comfortably accommodate the lives of the magical creatures. It was at this juncture that Luo Yangshua noticed the enormous pipelines of the aquarium, which led directly to the ocean. He realized that the League had designated the nearby waters for him, genuinely aspiring to construct a grand breeding facility in Shinshin Town, albeit a fee-based one. What could possibly motivate the League to invest such effort in assisting Luo Yangshua? It was merely a single statement from him: "I can discern the potential of magical creatures." Following this declaration, the League became fervently engaged, diligently aiding him in the establishment of the breeding facility. After surveying the backyard, Luo Yangshua ascended the staircase to the 2nd floor, where his opulent living quarters awaited him. The enchanting decor, exquisite furnishings, and spacious layout made it a villa he had longed for. Upon entering the master bedroom, the plush bed beckoned him to remain, yet with unfinished exploration of the house, he reluctantly rose. The villa comprised a master suite, 3 additional bedrooms, a kitchen, a bathroom, a gym, a study, and a grand hall. After thoroughly inspecting the entire villa, Luo Yangshua ventured out to admire the views from the 2nd floor, releasing the magical creatures to select their preferred resting spots. One could not help but admire the system's design. Both the rooms and the surrounding vistas were crafted with such comfort that a mere glance elicited feelings of ease. At noon, a sumptuous lunch was prepared in the kitchen, with Kona and Lilia devouring the meal as if they were starved. It was indeed a culinary delight, prompting thoughts of heavenly flavors from both Kona and Lilia. Following their meal, Luo Yangshua and his companions paid a visit to Professor Oak. Luo Yangshua proposed bringing the magical creatures back to his villa, to which Professor Oak readily consented, packing all the Pokeballs left in his care, which were then transported back to the villa by a Machoke. Luo Yangshua also handed over his Pokédex, which was nearly complete with the exception of a few legendary creatures. Much to Professor Oak's delight, Lilia decided to leave her white creature with Professor Oak for further study, knowing she could visit anytime, and was not in a hurry. Moreover, in a couple of days, a team dispatched by the League would arrive, bringing along all the necessary equipment, including video phones and creature transportation devices. Upon returning to the villa, Luo Yangshua began contemplating how to accomplish the main storyline task. A piece of good news was that Kona was on temporary leave, intending to stay a few extra days with Luo Yangshua. Luo Yangshua felt fortunate to have a suitable battle partner at hand and saw no reason for discontent. Currently, his primary magical creatures included Charizard, Sylveon, Beedrill, Greninja, Nidoking, Bellossom, Mutwo, Dragonair, Gyarados, and Aerodactyl. Except for Charizard, Sylveon, and Greninja, which were of high quality. The rest were exceptional, with Mutwo being extraordinarily rare. Charizard and Sylveon were gifts from the system and did not count towards his 6 Pokémon. Thus, for the upcoming Quartz Conference, Luo Yangshua could only utilize 8 creatures in battle. Subsequently, he decided to exclude Dragonair and Gyarados from his lineup, as Gyarados had not undergone sufficient training. Starting now would be viable for the Silver Conference, but too ambitious for the Quartz Conference. Dragonair, too, was not strong enough and had little hope for the Quartz Conference. The finalized roster consisted of Charizard, Sylveon, Beedrill, Greninja, Nidoking, Bellossom, Mutwo, and Aerodactyl. Therefore, the forthcoming training sessions would focus on these creatures, with the goal of elevating them all to level 80 before the court's conference, ensuring a more stable footing. Especially since Luo Yangshua had learned from Elijah that Dudo, the cousin of a certain champion, would also be participating in the conference and was exceptionally powerful, leaving no room for complacency. The following day, the League's dispatch team arrived to assist Luo Yangshua in constructing the necessary facilities. Over the next week, Luo Yangshua embraced a leisurely lifestyle, beginning each day with breakfast followed by fishing at the seaside, checking on the progress of the construction at noon, and communicating with the system for assistance. In the afternoons, he trained his magical creatures, with Kona being enlisted as an assistant. However, Luo Yangshua soon found himself questioning his abilities as he faced defeats against Kona's creatures. The disparity in strength was stark. Yet, this also ignited his competitive spirit, and through persistent battles, his skills and understanding continued to expand. Fortunately for Luo Yangshua, the League held him in high regard, and Kona's visit was not merely for leisure. Firstly, it was to prevent retaliation from Team Rocket, and secondly, it was to nurture Luo Yangshua's abilities, with a member of the Elite Four providing direct training. After all, one does not expect an Elite Four member to engage in daily battles without purpose. By the end of the week, the construction of the facilities was nearly complete, prompting Luo Yangshua to announce the opening of his establishment. The results of his week of fishing were remarkable. He had not anticipated that all the high-quality magical creatures would attract interest, as such exceptional specimens were rare. Over 200 medium-quality water creatures and more than 30 high-quality water creatures were introduced into the aquarium. Most were housed within the aquarium, while a few were scattered throughout the courtyard. On the day of the grand opening, Professor Oak, accompanied by a gathering of townsfolk from Shinshin, came to show their support. The League also ramped up their promotional efforts, attracting numerous trainers and visitors from other cities. The entrance fee was set at 200 Poke Dollars, allowing visitors who bonded with a creature to take it home for a corresponding fee. Luo Yangshua established the prices at 50,000 for medium-quality creatures, 1,000,000 for high-quality, and 10,000,000 for exceptional creatures, with additional charges for rare specimens. This pricing was agreed upon with the League and was quite reasonable. Medium-quality creatures were commonplace, while well-cultivated high-quality creatures would undoubtedly serve as the mainstay for trainers. Exceptional creatures, on the other hand, were coveted by champions, making them true trump cards. In hindsight, the prices set were indeed quite low. Luo Yangshua felt somewhat helpless in this regard. After all, his breeding facility was essentially a welfare organization established by the League, with him merely acting as a supplier and agent. Nevertheless, he was content, as it provided a stable source of income, and he could manage his expenses with coins and diamonds in the future. For the first 3 days of operation, no entrance fees were collected, yet a stellar reputation was established. Gradually, individuals began to leave with magical creatures, and many were willing to pay handsomely for the creatures listed on Luo Yangshua's quality chart. Some fortunate individuals even captured high-quality creatures, igniting excitement among the crowd. An influx of visitors and trainers arrived, hoping to find their desired magical creature. Daily ticket sales brought in substantial Poke Dollars, leaving Luo Yangshua beaming with joy. 3 days later, on a bright morning, Luo Yangshua donned his beach attire and returned to the seaside for fishing, while his participating Pokemon underwent special training. Lilia also unleashed her creatures for specialized training, enlisting Charizard and the others to instruct her Pokemon. The Charizard and others, albeit reluctantly, agreed to assist Lilia, who might soon become the mistress of the household, resulting in a lively atmosphere. Dragonair and Gyarados swam in the sea, and upon witnessing Luo Yangshua reel in a creature, they quickly set about capturing it, which he then ensnared. The subsequent Pokeball was tossed into a nearby box, to be later transported to the aquarium by Mac-Hoke. Kona had already departed from Shinshin Town. As a member of the Elite Four, he was undoubtedly quite busy. "Xiao Luo, I've come to challenge you. Let's battle." A voice filled with enthusiasm rang out. Luo Yangshua turned around to see Ash, accompanied by Brock and Misty, standing before him. With a hint of annoyance, Luo Yangshua remarked, "Ash, your speed is truly lacking. I've been back for nearly half a month, and you just returned today." "Hee, it's just that various matters kept me busy." Ash replied sheepishly, scratching his head. Might I ask, are you Xiao Luo? Is it really possible to take Pokemon from here without restrictions?" Misty, cradling a Togepi, inquired. "Well, there are conditions. First, you must have sufficient funds to cover the cost of the Pokemon, and second, the Pokemon must be willing to accompany you. If both conditions are met, you may take the Pokemon," Luo Yangshua explained, holding up 2 fingers. "That's fantastic. As someone determined to become a master of water-type Pokemon, I will surely capture these water types with ease. Ash exclaimed before bidding farewell to Luo Yangshua and heading toward the aquarium. At this moment, Luo Yangshua turned to Ash and said, "By the way, aren't you going to train? The tournament is still some time away. If you don't take this opportunity to train diligently, you might find yourself eliminated. That's precisely why I came to challenge you." Ash responded earnestly. Real combat is the best form of training. Luo Yangshua, appearing somewhat defeated by Ash's enthusiasm, replied, "Before you battle me, you should first defeat Lily." Hearing the commotion, Lily approached and said, "Hello, I'm Lily. Are you the Ash and Brock that Xiao Luo mentioned? Would you like to battle me? I'll be participating in the upcoming tournament as well." "That's exactly what I want," Ash exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Let's have a match. Pikachu, I rely on you." Pikachu jumped down from Ash's shoulder, calling out to Lily, signaling her to bring it on. Lily smiled and said, "I have a Pikachu too. But since yours is your starter Pokemon, I'll let my starter Pokemon battle as well. Come forth, Alolan Vulpix." Upon hearing its name, Alolan Vulpix scampered over, taking its position on the battlefield, eyeing Pikachu. Brock stepped aside and said, "I'll serve as the temporary referee." "All right, I'll go first." "Pikachu, Thunderbolt," Ash declared, thinking to himself that this Vulpix is quite different from Brock's. "Alolan Vulpix, use Icy Wind," Lily commanded. Ever since begrudgingly establishing a relationship with Lily, Luo Yangshua had not held back, allowing Lily's Pokemon to utilize all the technical machines he possessed. While not comprehensive, it certainly expanded their range of attacks. Pikachu's Thunderbolt clashed with Alolan Vulpix's Icy Wind, resulting in an explosion that neutralized both moves. "Pikachu, quick attack," Ash shouted instantly. "Alolan Vulpix, use surprise attack," Lily replied. Pikachu charged forward and collided with Alolan Vulpix, but was swiftly sent flying by the latter's surprise attack. However, a series of small electric arcs flickered across Alolan Vulpix, paralyzing it. Luo Yangshua turned to observe the situation, realizing it was not looking good. Status conditions are always pivotal in battles, and what could have been a close match for Lily against Ash now seemed precarious. Lily, sensing the predicament, frowned and said, "Alolan Vulpix, are you all right? Let's use Powder Snow." "Great opportunity." Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash seized the moment, knowing this was his chance, and unleashed a powerful Thunderbolt that struck Alolan Vulpix. Alolan Vulpix shrieked in pain. It was nearing its limit. "Pikachu, finish it with one last quick attack," Ash shouted mercilessly, unable to react due to its paralysis. Alolan Vulpix was struck down by Pikachu's quick attack, losing its ability to battle. The Alolan Vulpix is unable to battle. "The winner is Ash," Brock announced from the sidelines. "Alolan Vulpix," Lily cried out in concern, scooping up her Pokemon to begin treatment. "Hey, how about that, Xiao Luo? Now it's your turn to battle me," Ash said, brimming with pride. "Mutwo, accompany him in practice," Luo Yangshua responded nonchalantly without turning around. "Hey, Xiao Luo, are you underestimating me?" Ash exclaimed in frustration. Brock, observing the approaching Mutwo, warned, "Be careful, Ash. Your opponent is no weakling." "You're still too weak, Ash. You have great potential, but it remains untapped. First, overcome Mutwo, and then we can talk," Luo Yangshua advised. The system had previously informed Luo Yangshua that Ash was the favored child of this world and would soon grow, a notion Luo Yangshua believed. Yet, he knew that for the present, Ash was not worth his involvement. "Fine, I'll defeat this Pokemon and show you," Ash declared angrily. "Pikachu, Thunderbolt." Pikachu immediately unleashed a Thunderbolt towards Mutwo, but Mutwo merely waved its hand, redirecting the Thunderbolt back toward Pikachu. It then unleashed Psyshock, controlling Pikachu and tossing it into the sea to snap it out of its daze. "Pikachu, damn it, what a strong Pokemon," Ash shouted anxiously, pulling out his Pokédex, which displayed no data. "I refuse to believe you are that formidable. Come forth, Pidgeotto," Ash declared, watching Pikachu emerge from the water, unwilling to concede. However, reality proved harsh. Pidgeotto fell within a single attack from Mutwo, and the same fate befell Bulbasaur and Squirtle. Ash's last hope rested on Charizard. Yet Charizard lay lazily on the beach soaking up the sun, displaying no desire to battle. Mutwo shook its head, disregarding Charizard and Ash, returning to its training routine. Ash found himself kneeling on the ground, lamenting, "Am I truly this weak?" Recognizing your own weaknesses is the first step to becoming stronger, Luo Yangshua stated as he approached Ash. "I was once like you, just slightly better. What I called confidence was actually arrogance. It was Champion Steven who awakened me to the fact that there are always greater heights and stronger individuals. Ash, you have immense potential, do not squander it. I am eagerly awaiting your challenge from the position of Pokemon Master. Not if I can help it. The title of Pokemon Master is mine," Ash exclaimed, revitalized and filled with fervor. Then let us make a pact. Luo Yangshua extended his right palm. The title of Pokemon Master shall arise between us. Of course, Ash replied. The two struck their palms together, sealing their agreement. Chapter 37. The Training of Physical Techniques and the Hatching of Eggs. Greninja, Dark Pulse. Luo Yangshua clasped his hands together. As Greninja assumed its bond form, gathering a black energy sphere, then thrusting it forward, sending Dark Pulse toward Mutuo. Unfazed, Mutuo converged its hands, forming a Psyshock that shattered the Dark Pulse and sent Greninja flying, incapacitating it. The match is over. Mutuo is victorious, Lily announced from the side. Luo Yangshua collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The bond evolution with Greninja consumed a substantial amount of his stamina, and currently, due to his burdens, it felt somewhat underwhelming. System, is there any method to rapidly increase my stamina and strength? Luo Yangshua inquired. Let's not even mention attribute points. I still plan to save diamonds to enhance the potential of my 3 Pokemon. Beep. The shop has been updated. Items can be purchased using popularity points. The system promptly replied. Luo Yangshua opened the shop, discovering a myriad of enigmatic items, such as training and supernatural abilities, and then he stumbled upon something he truly needed. The 8 gates, originating from Naruto, trains chakra to enhance physical strength. Opening the gates significantly boosts attributes. Value: 1,000,000 popularity points. The Art of Assassination, originating from Hunter x Hunter, is a formidable technique that enhances the physical body through extraordinary skills. Its value stands at 100,000 popularity points. The 6 forms, derived from One Piece, also serve to train the body, aiming to achieve the pinnacle of human physicality, valued at 50,000 popularity points. System, you are impressive. You can replicate abilities from other anime, Luo Yangshua remarked in admiration. Ding. This is a physical training technique extracted from the host's memories, albeit not in its original form and lacking its full potency. It will only serve to enhance physical conditioning, the system explained. Then why complicate matters? Why not simply list the 3 training methods? Luo Yangshua nearly bellowed in frustration. Ding. This adds a certain prestige, the system replied. Luo Yangshua, devoid of energy to critique it further, opted to purchase the 6 forms, despite the pain of sacrificing 50,000 popularity points. Initially, he intended to invest in a maximum speed effort value, only to be ensnared by the marketplace. However, he now found himself unconcerned. The opening of the breeding house not only generated a steady income, but also consistently increased his popularity points daily. After gaining notoriety, his popularity points surged, accumulating hundreds each day. Upon reviewing the introduction and application of the 6 forms, Luo Yangshua's face turned pale. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "System, long-distance running, push-ups, sit-ups. Are you telling me this is the entry level for the 6 forms?" Indeed, the host's physical condition is rather poor. A solid foundation is essential before commencing the 6 forms, the system stated. Enough. I demand a shortcut. Luo Yangshua nearly exploded, infuriated that such trivial exercises cost him 50,000 popularity points. Perhaps attribute points? The system suggested. With a snap, Luo Yangshua abruptly closed the system interface. Sighing, he resigned himself to training. Although the expenditure of popularity points felt unjust, he consoled himself with the knowledge that there were numerous quick tips for rapidly restoring stamina, allowing for more time to exercise. Thus, he began a long run along the beach, oblivious to the curious sprites who assumed he was engaged in additional training and followed suit. Lilia, observing Luo Yangshua's sudden fervor for exercise, shook her head in bewilderment and picked up a super fishing rod, taking over his fishing spot. As Luo Yangshua trained, he recalled the Z-ring nestled in his backpack. Z-moves also required coordination from the trainer to unleash their full potential, necessitating stamina. Yet, without Z-crystals, the Z-ring was merely a decorative item. He resolved to visit Alola at some point to challenge several dominant Pokemon and acquire some Z-crystals. However, with the upcoming tournament, there was no time for such a journey. After the tournament concluded, Lilia would be returning to Alola, providing an opportunity for Luo Yangshua to accompany her and challenge those dominant Pokemon. After training until noon, Luo Yangshua and Lilia returned to the villa, preparing for lunch. Suddenly, a frantic Chansey dashed towards them, cradling a Pokemon egg that radiated a soft white light, signaling imminent hatching. Luo Yangshua quickly accepted the egg, a precious gift from the system following task completion. A near-mythical Pokemon egg that had not hatched until now, just as they were about to participate in the tournament. Seated on the beach with the egg in his arms, Luo Yangshua was joined by a curious Lilia, eager to discover what Pokémon would emerge from this egg. As the egg gradually hatched and the white light dissipated, a small green creature appeared before him, and Luo Yangshua struggled to hold it, marveling at Ash's strength. Indeed, this little Pokémon was a Larvitar. Ash would eventually have one too, but considering how effortlessly Ash could lift a Larvitar, Luo Yangshua felt a tinge of exasperation. Pokémon, Larvitar. Level 0. Gender male. Height, 60 centimeters. Weight, 72 kilograms. Ability, Guts. Skills, Tackle, Inherited. Bite, Leer. It was a healthy, juvenile form of the pseudo-legendary Tyranitar. Luo Yangshua gently patted Larvitar's head and the sharp horn atop it, contemplating that with proper care, it would undoubtedly become the monarch of sandstorms. Moreover, he already possessed 1,000,000 evolution stones for Tyranitar. He could consider entering it in the next Silver Conference. The little creature joyfully leaped from Luo Yangshua's arms and began frolicking on the beach, kicking up a storm of sand, only to be subdued by Mutwo's psychic power. Luo Yangshua marveled at the exceptional comprehension abilities of this exquisite Pokémon and was astonished by Larvitar's affinity for sandstorms. Truly, a product of the system is guaranteed to be of superior quality. After ensuring Larvitar's enjoyment, they proceeded to lunch, needing to prepare ample nourishment for the little one. Larvitar would need to consume the equivalent of a mountain's worth of soil to evolve into a sandshrew. Ding. Nutrient-rich. Energy-packed soil can be purchased in the marketplace for merely 100 gold coins per pound, the system timely reminded him. Luo Yangshua's expression darkened as he opened the system interface to indeed find such soil available. It was noted to promote plant growth significantly, proving beneficial for the soil-eating Pokémon's development. Luo Yangshua mused, in the future, it's not just about eating soil. Sometimes, soil can be quite the expense. After spending 10,000 gold coins to acquire 100 pounds of soil, he instructed the system to place it on the second-floor platform for Larvitar to enjoy later. He also requested the system to scatter some soil on the platform to facilitate faster plant growth. Chapter 38. The tournament begins. A week later, Luo Yangshua and Lilia set out once more, arriving at the main venue for the court's conference. Initially, he had hoped to be a torchbearer, only to discover they had arrived too early. With no choice, Luo Yangshua led Lilia to the contestant village to register. Just as he was about to confirm his badge with Nurse Joy, a commotion erupted behind him. Make way for that guy. Let our Kuin register first. Luo Yangshua frowned and replied, there should be an order to this. Who are you anyway? Turning around, he saw a group of girls surrounding a flamboyant young man. For some reason, he was reminded of Green and his gaggle of girlfriends. Before the young man could speak, voices erupted from the girls. How ignorant. He doesn't even know a Kuin from Golden City. Indeed, he must be a nobody. Seriously, he looks like an uncle. So ugly. Veins throbbed on Luo Yangshua's forehead. Was he called ugly? While he couldn't claim to be handsome, he certainly had a certain charm. The physical training he had undergone recently had accentuated his muscles, and he would undoubtedly grow into a formidable figure, yet a group of young girls dared to label him an uncle and call him ugly. Such individuals would inevitably face their own reckoning. Ignoring them, Luo Yangshua completed the registration with Lilia and proceeded to select a quiet room in the contestant village. The following day, the court's conference officially commenced. As the host introduced the event, over 100 contestants entered the arena. The sacred fire was then passed, igniting the torch of the tournament. However, as seen in the anime, Team Rocket arrived to wreak havoc. Watching the sacred fire being stolen, Ash rushed in, but was a moment too late. The sacred fire was ignited, and a grasshopper robot hoisted the torch onto its back, leaping towards the crowd. Mutwo, use Psychic, Luo Yangshua commanded, sending out Mutwo. With its immense psychic power, Mutwo halted the grasshopper robot and the torch in midair. With a flick of its right hand, the torch returned to its rightful place, and with a squeeze of its left hand, the grasshopper robot was obliterated, sending Team Rocket soaring into the distance, exclaiming, "What an unpleasant feeling." Luo Yangshua retracted his super dream, shaking his head, and remarked, "This trio from the Rocket team is truly like a stubborn gum that one cannot shake off. Ash will surely face hardships ahead. Is he the cousin that my elder spoke of, little Luo? His strength is indeed formidable, yet I shall not concede." Among the crowd, a red-haired youth observed Luo Yangshua's figure, clenching his fists as he spoke. "Ah, the sacred fire is now unharmed. The opening ceremony will recommence. First, we shall hear the opening declaration from President Damalanki," announced the host. Subsequently, President Damalanki leisurely ascended the stage. Addressing the microphone, the Pokémon League competition is a venue for those who genuinely cherish Pokémon to engage in friendly battles. The sacred fire, the flames of the legendary Moltres, Protect us. All Pokemon trainers, please fight honorably and leave no regrets. As President Damalanki concluded, the audience erupted in applause, marking the official commencement of the Quartz Conference. The trainers then proceeded to the drawing area for registration and venue selection. They must first win 5 battles in the outer field before entering the main arena for a 6-on-6 battle. After submitting his Pokédex to the staff for registration, Luo Yangshua began to select his venue, ultimately deciding on the grass arena for his first match. Soon, his randomized opponent, a rather effeminate and handsome youth, appeared beside him. Oh, it's him, right? He seems to be from Golden City. What was his name again? Luo Yangshua recalled having a minor altercation with him the previous day, but the name eluded him. Yet, it mattered little. Such minor characters were hardly worth remembering. Next was Lily AI, who drew the ice arena and was matched against another girl whom Luo Yangshua did not recognize, unaware of her strength. Luo Yangshua was set to compete in the first match, which was about to commence. Lily AI was slated for the second match in the ice arena, and with time pressing, she could not cheer him on. Luo Yangshua gently ruffled Lily AI's hair, assuring her, "I will finish my battle swiftly and come to support you." Someone is rather arrogant, a dismissive voice interjected. Luo Yangshua turned to see his opponent and his entourage of girls. Shrugging, he replied, "Think what you will. The truth will be revealed in the battle." With that, he turned away, feeling somewhat irked. He had initially intended to show some leniency, but now felt a decisive victory was in order. The first match quickly began as Luo Yangshua strode down the corridor to the battlefield, where his opponent, the effeminate beauty, also made his entrance, flipping his hair and saying, "Though I harbor no ill will towards you, I cannot disappoint the girls. So, do not blame me if I strike hard." The first match in the grass arena was now ready to commence. The green side represented Akuin from Golden City, while the red side was Luo from True New Town. Akuin was a Pokemon trainer of some renown in Golden City, having never lost a match thus far, boasting considerable strength. In contrast, Luo was a highly regarded seed contender within the league, known for establishing a breeding facility that had gained international acclaim. The commentator announced, "Each trainer will use only 3 Pokemon. The first match in the grass arena begins." The referee declared. With the sound of a bell, the battle commenced. "Thank you for the victory you've gifted me, little Luo. Even if you're favored by the league, perhaps you should train for a few more years," Akuin taunted. Tossing out his Pokeball, Luo Yangshua remained silent, regarding him merely as a jester. 2 Pokemon appeared on the field, and the commentator announced, "Akuin has sent out his Psyduck, while little Luo has deployed his Bellossom. Oh dear, little Luo is in a dire situation. He is severely outmatched. I'll secure my victory in the first match. Psyduck, use Hydro Pump," Akuin stated confidently. Luo Yangshua was at a loss for words. What gave him the audacity to believe he could win? Merely due to type advantage? "You send out a level 40 Psyduck against my level 80 Bellossom? Bellossom, use Petal Dance to finish it," Luo Yangshua commanded. Surrounding Bellossom were numerous pink petals that eventually spiraled into a petal vortex. Psyduck's Hydro Pump collided with the petal tornado, only to be shredded apart, and the vortex surged towards Psyduck, pinning it down against the ground. After the petal whirlwind dissipated, Psyduck lay motionless on the grass. "Psyduck is unable to battle," announced the referee. "Oh my, a stunning turnaround. The grass-type Bellossom has defeated the fire-type Psyduck in one blow. Could this be little Luo's trump card?" The commentator exclaimed. "Return, Psyduck," Akuin called back his Pokemon. "Come forth, Doduo." "Oh, Akuin has sent out Doduo. Attempting to counter Bellossom?" The commentator remarked. "Still not learning your lesson, are you?" "Sunny day, solar beam," Luo Yangshua replied coolly. Bellossom shot an energy ball into the sky, and before Doduo could react, a solar beam struck it down instantly. "How is this possible?" Akuin exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. "Is the gap so vast? Come forth, Houndoom." However, Houndoom too met its demise at the hands of Bellossom's solar beam. With a flick of his wrist, Luo Yangshua recalled Bellossom, not sparing Akuin a glance as he turned to leave the battlefield. He declined the interview from the broadcaster, as he still had to support Lily AI. Chapter 39. Lily AI's battle arriving at the ice arena. The first match had yet to conclude, but was nearing its end, with Nidoking currently in the lead against Heracross. Shortly, the victor was determined, with the trainer using Nidoking emerging triumphant. Moments later, the second match commenced, and Lily AI took the stage. Luo Yangshua cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Go, Lily AI! Fight earnestly, you can win." Hearing his voice, Lily AI turned to glance in his direction, spotting him and signaling her determination with a gesture. This moment was captured on camera and relayed in its entirety to the Alola region, where Luzaman and Gladion sat watching Lily AI's performance. Luzaman smiled, remarking, Lily AI seems so cheerful. By the way, that boy is called Little Luo, right? They seem to be traveling together. It appears that Lily AI has developed feelings for him. Humph. Even if he is strong, should he dare to bully Lily AI, I shall defeat him, Gladion asserted. Indeed. My Gladion is quite strong too. How about it? Planning to travel as well? Luzaman inquired with a smile. Yes. I wish to explore. Lily AI has grown stronger. She no longer requires my protection. I intend to travel to the Hoenn region once she returns, Gladion replied earnestly. Well, do come back to visit when you feel tired, Luzaman said with a smile. After all, you are still a child. Understood. Gladion brushed away Luzaman's hand that had been patting his head. The scene shifted to the Pokemon school where Lily AI studied, with Mizuki, Mao, Kachi, and Mamane huddled around the television, watching Lily AI's battle. Kachi expressed a hint of envy. How wonderful. I also wish to participate in such a grand tournament. The opponents must be incredibly strong. Professor Kukui chuckled. Indeed, they are strong. In my youth, I challenged the Kanto region, but alas, I was defeated by those gym leaders and had to return to become a researcher. Is that true? Wow, Lily AI is amazing. Mao exclaimed. But I'm not particularly interested in battles. I prefer cooking. Last time, Lily AI called to say that the boy sitting in the stands, Little Luo, has impressive fishing skills. I truly hope to spar with him someday, Mizuki said, gazing at Luo Yangshua on the screen. Say, should we go cheer for Lily AI? Mamane suggested to Professor Kukui. That's a splendid idea. I'll speak to the principal about it. It would be nice to bring him along and meet his relatives as well, Professor Kukui replied. Then this group of individuals resolved to embark on a flight towards the Kanto region, where perhaps an array of extraordinary events would unfold. The scene shifted to the arena, where the commentator, with fervent enthusiasm, proclaimed, on the red team, we have Lily from the Alola region, and on the green team, we have Xiaoya from Doll Town. Both are strikingly beautiful young ladies, yet the true measure here lies in their prowess. The match featured only 3 Pokemon each, and as the second round on the icy terrain commenced, the referee announced, let the battle begin. I cannot afford to lose. Go, Rhyhorn, Xiaoya declared. I too have my reasons for victory. Take the stage, Nidoqueen. Lily countered, sending forth her Nidoqueen, which had recently evolved using a moonstone. Rhyhorn, use rollout. Xiaoya commanded. Seizing the initiative. Nidoqueen, freeze it with Ice Beam. Lily responded. Rhyhorn rolled forward, crashing into Nidoqueen, but Nidoqueen retaliated with a powerful Ice Beam, raising the ice surface before it. Rhyhorn shattered the ice upon impact, but came to a halt. Observing the situation, Lily exclaimed, what a splendid opportunity. Nidoqueen, use Earthquake. Nidoqueen stomped heavily upon the ice, sending tremors that fractured the ice into shards, inflicting substantial damage upon Rhyhorn. Hang in there, Rhyhorn. Use Heavy Slam, Xiaoya urged, to which Lily replied, defend yourself, Nidoqueen. Rhyhorn's right fist glowed with a white light as it swung towards Nidoqueen. However, Nidoqueen erected a protective barrier that absorbed the blow. Nidoqueen, unleash one final Ice Beam. Lily commanded. The Ice Beam struck Rhyhorn, rendering it unable to continue fighting. The referee raised his flag and announced, Rhyhorn has lost its combat ability. Return, Rhyhorn. You performed admirably. Now, it's your turn, Wailmare. Xiaoya swiftly sent out Wailmare, a Pokemon advantageous against Nidoqueen. Return, Nidoqueen, Lily said, preparing to withdraw her Pokemon. Not so fast. Wailmare, block its retreat. Xiaoya ordered, and Wailmare successfully intercepted Nidoqueen, preventing its withdrawal. Lily furrowed her brow. In official matches, a trainer could only utilize 4 moves, testing not only the trainer's preparation, but also their ability to adapt in the heat of battle. Nidoqueen had already employed Protect, Ice Beam, and Earthquake. After much contemplation, Lily commanded, Nidoqueen, use Thunderbolt. Observing this, Lu Yangshua nodded. Unlike casual battles, official matches demanded strategic use of the limited moves, and Lily understood this well. Thunderbolt struck Wailmare, reducing its health by 1/3, though Wailmare remained blissfully unaware of its injuries. Future Sight, Xiaoya declared, and Wailmare launched a psychic projectile into the void. Nidoqueen, continue with Thunderbolt. Lily instructed. Wailmare's sluggish movements rendered it an easy target, and another Thunderbolt hit, prompting Xiaoya to bite her lip and exclaim, Wailmare, use Psychic. A powerful psychic force slammed into Nidoqueen, inflicting significant damage. Lily, undeterred, unleashed another Thunderbolt, knocking Wailmare out. Yet, before she could celebrate, the Future Sight attack descended, incapacitating Nidoqueen. Both trainers withdrew their Pokemon and summoned their next combatants. Xiaoya sent forth her final Pokemon, Oddish, while Lily deployed her Whimsicott. Lu Yangshua sighed, remarking, Lily is holding steady. Fearing Lily might lack a trump card, Lu Yangshua had purchased the move Blizzard for Whimsicott, allowing it to learn the technique. With both Hail and Blizzard in its arsenal, handling Oddish would pose no challenge. As anticipated, Lily commanded, Whimsicott, use Hail, followed by Blizzard. Don't let it succeed, Oddish. Use Sleep Powder. Xiaoya ordered. Whimsicott, change tactics, use Magical Shield. Lily responded. Hail fell gracefully, while Oddish sprinkled Sleep Powder towards Whimsicott, who quickly enveloped itself in a protective energy shield, rendering the Sleep Powder ineffective. Oddish, Leaf Tornado. Xiaoya urged anxiously. Blizzard. Lily commanded. Oddish unleashed Leaf Tornado towards Whimsicott, but the prepped Blizzard engulfed the icy terrain, successfully freezing Oddish in place. The referee raised his flag, declaring, Oddish has lost its combat ability. The winner is Lily from Alola. Lu Yangshua rose to his feet, applauding Lily, congratulating her on her victory in the first round. Chapter 40, Battle on the Water Terrain. Arrival of Friends. The following day, Lu Yangshua drew the water terrain, while Lily was assigned to the rock terrain. Lu Yangshua's match was scheduled for the afternoon, while Lily South took place earlier, allowing him to continue cheering her on. Unfortunately, as a participant, he could not provide on-site guidance, so he silently supported Lily from the stands. Her opponent was formidable, a trainer named I, who previously sent out a Pidgey and Onix, both of which were easily defeated by Lily's Pikachu and Whimsicott. However, I later summoned his ace, Charizard, which swiftly dispatched both Pikachu and Whimsicott. Ultimately, Lily sent forth the fossil Pokemon she had received from Lu Yangshua, successfully turning the tide as it evolved into a Bastiodon. Lu Yangshua felt a pang of anxiety for Lily. Ice Charizard was undeniably powerful, yet only at level 50. In contrast, the fossil Pokemon in Lu Yangshua's possession were around level 80, with even the one Lily had taken being at level 72, an overwhelming level advantage. Fortunately, Lily and Bastiodon shared a strong bond, and the latter was obedient. Otherwise, Lily's skills might have been insufficient to command it effectively. After a midday meal, the two took a brief respite before Lu Yangshua's match on the water terrain. His opponent was Xiao Kai from Ziyuan Town, a specialist in ghost-type Pokemon. As the bell rang, they released their Pokemon simultaneously. Lu Yangshua sent out Greninja, while Xiao Kai deployed Gyarados. It appeared to be a challenging matchup. You may attack first. Lu Yangshua smiled. You're quite strong, so I will bring out my main force, Xiao Kai replied earnestly. Gyarados, Hydro Pump. Given Lu Yangshua's performance the previous day, he had garnered attention as a formidable contender. Hydro Pump, push it back. Lu Yangshua countered. Greninja unleashed its own Hydro Pump, and as the two collided, a spray of water erupted, but the audience soon noticed Greninja's Hydro Pump gradually overpowering Gyarados' attack, ultimately striking true. Xiao Kai's expression darkened. It was evident that Gyarados was no match for Greninja. Reluctantly, he shouted, Gyarados, don't lose. Use Dragon Dance, then unleash Rampage. Water Gun, Lu Yangshua replied nonchalantly. Greninja's long tongue lashed out at Gyarados, inflicting minor damage without inflicting paralysis. Seizing the moment, Gyarados executed Dragon Dance, followed by Rampage. But all its attacks passed harmlessly through Greninja. Ghost type. This is bad. Xiao Kai exclaimed in alarm. Finish it with Hydro Pump. Lu Yangshua declared, observing the chaotic Gyarados. Greninja fired a Hydro Pump that struck Gyarados with tremendous force, incapacitating it. The referee raised his flag, announcing, Gyarados has lost its combat ability. Return, Gyarados. Xiao Kai withdrew his Gyarados, expressing surprise at your Greninja's ghost-type attributes. I must take this seriously now. Step forth, Magnezone. The electric and steel type of Magnezone proves to be quite effective against Greninja, showcasing Xiao Kai's strategic prowess. However, it also evokes an unsettling memory for Luo Yangshua. Could it be that Magnezone is locking on, followed by a discharge of electromagnetic cannon? Xiao Kai exclaimed. Indeed, it was that very maneuver. Greninja, set up spikes. Luo Yangshua remarked with a frown. After suffering a setback against Majishur, he certainly did not wish to endure another. With Magnezone successfully locking onto Greninja, a colossal electromagnetic cannon struck true. As the sparks dissipated, Greninja appeared unscathed. Luo Yangshua commanded, Water Pulse. The Water Pulse hit Magnezone, which was momentarily dazed, sending it crashing into the battleground, though the sturdy Magnezone retained a sliver of health. Impossible. How could your Greninja remain unharmed? Xiao Kai was on the brink of despair. A powerful attack had yielded no results, a sentiment likely shared by any onlookers unaware of the circumstances. Luo Yangshua shook his head, instructing Greninja to finish off Magnezone with a tongue lick. Xiao Kai recalled Magnezone, taking several deep breaths to steady his emotions, and said, I am no match for you. Xiao Luo, after the match, could you enlighten me on the reason? I cannot move past this hurdle without understanding. Very well, Luo Yangshuo replied, wishing to spare Xiao Kai further discouragement, displaying his kindness. Xiao Kai expressed his gratitude and sent forth his final trump card, Jingar, declaring, Jingar, curse. Luo Yangshuo frowned and countered, Water Pulse. You've fallen for it. Same fate. Xiao Kai gritted his teeth. Luo Yangshuo realized the predicament. Jingar was indeed employing curse. While he had already committed to using Water Pulse, unable to retract it, Jingar's outline morphed into a violet hue, and as it succumbed to the Water Pulse, two swirling purple patterns emanated from its eyes, enveloping the Greninja in a purple halo, causing it to collapse immediately. Luo Yangshuo, resigned, recalled Greninja. Though victorious, he felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. He began contemplating the prospect of capturing a Ghost-type Pokemon, for a well-utilized Ghost-type could indeed turn the tide of battle. The mechanics of curse and same fate, sharing pain, were utterly insufferable. The most perilous moments for Ghost-types are not when their health is full, but rather when they are on the brink of defeat, which can drive one to despair. Descending from the battleground, Xiao Kai found Luo Yangshuo in the contestants' passage. Despite feeling slightly displeased, Luo Yangshuo took the opportunity to explain the intricacies of adaptability in Pokemon abilities. Realizing he had fallen to a superior ability, Xiao Kai was filled with emotion, arranging to battle again should their paths cross during their travels before taking his leave. In the evening, a private jet arrived at the Quartz Plateau's landing area. Luo Yangshuo, observing the jet-like design, couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the Ether Foundation. Lily, filled with excitement, rushed over to embrace Luzaman, who had just disembarked from the aircraft, joyfully exclaiming, Mom, what brings you here? Of course, we came to cheer you on. Luzaman replied with a smile. Indeed, Lily is quite cunning. Taking a vacation without bringing us along, Mao chimed in nonchalantly. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lily tugged Luo Yangshuo along to introduce him to everyone. Upon surveying the group, Luo Yangshuo recognized them all: Lily's mother, Luzaman, her brother, Gladion, the esteemed Professor Oak from the Pokemon School, Professor Kukui, Water Lily, Mao, Kaki, and Mamane, all part of Lily's entourage. The others exhibited keen interest in Luo Yangshuo, peppering him with questions, while only Gladion placed a hand on Luo Yangshuo's shoulder, advising, take good care of Lily. Luo Yangshuo felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Was this a warning from a future brother-in-law? After all, he and Lily had only recently developed feelings for one another. Was this an indication that matters were becoming serious? Chapter 41. The Arena of Rock and the Glory of Nidoking. In the third match, Luo Yangshuo drew the Rock Arena, while Lily was assigned the Grass Arena. As Luo Yangshuo was the first to compete in the morning, he quickly took the stage. His opponent was Xiao Wu from Red Lotus Island, a trainer who had proven their worth to reach this stage, so Luo Yangshuo was cautious not to underestimate him. The atmosphere today was livelier than yesterday, bolstered by the support of Lily's friends, who cheered for Luo Yangshuo. Furthermore, after 2 battles, Luo Yangshuo's impressive Pokemon prowess had garnered him a considerable fan base, with his popularity skyrocketing. Last night, he had unlocked a significant cheat for maximizing effort points, spending some diamonds to reset his effort points, resulting in a substantial boost to his Pokemon strength. As the bell rang, Luo Yangshuo and Xiao Wu simultaneously sent forth their Pokemon. Luo Yangshuo summoned Nidoking, while Xiao Wu unleashed Dodrio. There was no type advantage between the two, so it would ultimately boil down to individual performance. Dodrio, take the initiative. Use Tri-Attack. Xiao Wu commanded. Dodrio leaped into the air, closing in on Nidoking, and simultaneously, its 3 heads lunged forward, delivering sharp pecks. Luo Yangshuo calmly replied, next, Horn Drill. Nidoking let out a low growl, swiftly seizing one of Dodrio's heads while allowing the middle head to strike him. Then, the horn on its forehead began to spin rapidly, and with a decisive horn drill, it struck Dodrio, delivering a lethal blow. After discarding the defeated Dodrio, Nidoking raised its claw to the sky, roaring to display its might. It recalled the promise made with Nidoqueen. Only when it secured the championship would it don the glory and propose to Nidoqueen. Xiao Wu, visibly frustrated, recalled Dodrio, muttering, damn. Just as the rumors suggested, it's incredibly strong. I entrust this to you, Shelmet. A Shelmet appeared on the rocky terrain, eyeing Nidoking warily. Nidoking beckoned with its finger, inviting it to attack first. Although Xiao Wu felt displeased by Nidoking's provocation, he respected its strength and commanded, Shelmet, Ice Beam. Shelmet unleashed 2 beams of icy light from its large horns towards Nidoking. Luo Yangshuo instructed, sidestep twice, then unleash Thunderbolt. The speed enhancement from the cheat was not in vain. Nidoking deftly sidestepped the ice beams and was soon engulfed in a crackling yellow aura, releasing a powerful jolt of electricity at Shelmet. Thunderbolt struck true, inflicting significant damage. Shelmet, are you alright? Use spike cannon. Xiaowu called out. Shelmet closed its shell, emitting a white glow, and fired multiple white spikes at Nidoking. Luo Yangshua scoffed. Is quantity your strategy for hitting? How naive. Nidoking, follow up with Thunderbolt. The spike cannon scattered, with only a few spikes landing on Nidoking. With a mighty roar, Nidoking unleashed Thunderbolt once more, and the electrical blast struck Shelmet, which collapsed in a cloud of black smoke, its shell opening in defeat. Shelmet has lost its ability to battle, the referee announced. Remarkable. Luo, the competitor, is indeed a seed player favored by the league. His prowess is truly formidable. Xiaowu is left with only one Pokemon. What will he deploy next? The commentator exclaimed with excitement. Go Hypno. Xiaowu sent forth his final Pokemon, the hypnotic creature Hypno. Nidoking scoffed, confident in its resistance to psychic moves. Having trained under the tutelage of Mewtwo, Hypno's psychic abilities, Nidoking regarded them as mere trifles. Dreamweaver, Hypnosis, Xiaowu declared. Luo Yangshua did not allow King Nido to evade. Upon witnessing the slumber of King Nido, he remarked, Dream talk. In his sleep, King Nido murmured softly, then suddenly stomped his foot on the ground, unleashing a powerful tremor that struck the Dreamweaver. Luo Yangshua chuckled, acknowledging that Dream Talk merely occupied a skill slot in the competition, but could randomly manifest various skills, offering a commendable cost-to-benefit ratio, albeit with an element of unpredictability that could be somewhat exasperating. Dreamweaver, binding technique, followed by a forceful mental command. Xiaowu shouted, believing he had seized a glimmer of hope for victory. The Dreamweaver's pupils instantly radiated a brilliant blue light. Subsequently, a vast azure aura enveloped the Dreamweaver, rapidly expanding and instilling both the effects of the move upon King Nido and a sense of fear that rendered him immobile while sealing the Dream Talk. A formidable psychic force subsequently ensnared King Nido, ruthlessly ravaging him. Luo Yangshua observed calmly, aware of one fact. The Dreamweaver's health was dwindling, yet it had not utilized Dream Eater to recover health, indicating that this Dreamweaver had not mastered the move and thus lacked a means of recovery. As King Nido began to awaken, Luo Yangshua coolly stated, end it with your final Super Horn attack. Dreamweaver, once more with Hypnosis. Xiaowu cried out. King Nido charged fiercely, ramming into his opponent and launching him into the air, offering the Dreamweaver no opportunity whatsoever. Upon landing, the Dreamweaver spun around, its eyes rolling back as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Luo Yangshua recalled the roaring King Nido, gazing at the Pokeball as he said, my apologies. I wanted to test the effectiveness of Dream Talk. I should have held my ground and finished it with a Super Horn attack. You suffered for my folly. The Pokeball shook twice, indicating it bore him no ill will. Luo Yangshua smiled, stepping down from the arena to engage in an interview with the television station. He understood that such exposure would enable more people to recognize him, rapidly boosting his popularity. Young Luo, thank you for agreeing to our interview. Your Pokemon are all remarkably strong, and you have triumphed in each match with just one Pokemon. However, the Pokemon you choose each time varies. Are you afraid others might discover your trump card? A female reporter inquired, microphone extended towards Luo Yangshua. Trump card? I wish someone would force me to reveal it. Otherwise, I would be quite disappointed. Luo Yangshua replied nonchalantly, exuding confidence. Oh, so your trump card is even stronger? Could you perhaps divulge a hint? The reporter asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Certainly. For this tournament, I have prepared my Charizard, Sylveon, Beedrill, Greninja, King Nido, Bellossom, Mewtwo, and Aerodactyl. I've provided you with the details. I hope for a thrilling battle, and I trust my future opponents will study me closely, allowing me to compete at my best. My goal is, after all, the championship. Luo Yangshua declared calmly. As the live broadcast disseminated, it sparked a significant reaction, and Luo Yangshua noticed an immediate surge of over 20,000 popularity points, which continued to grow, filling his heart with joy. After the interview concluded, Luo Yangshua reunited with Lily AI, knowing that her battle was set for the afternoon. Chapter 42, Lily AI's Tears After Dining. The group arrived at the grass arena, where Lily AI's opponent was a man named Sneck from the Tree region, known for his formidable strength. The two commenced their battle with their respective Pokemon, Cool Cat and Clefairy, with Lily AI enjoying a type advantage. Recently, following the emergence of Luo Yangshua's fairy-type Pokemon, various professors across regions had published numerous papers. Dr. Komu from Chengdu, in collaboration with Professor Okido, had revealed insights into dark and steel types, while the evolutionary forms of EV were also being uncovered one by one. The wheel of time began to turn, suggesting that it would soon be impossible to locate rare Pokémon and legendary creatures based solely on the storyline. Furthermore, the forthcoming changes to the world would undeniably be immense. Sneck, despite being at a type disadvantage, pressed on with unyielding force against Clefairy, resulting in a mutual knockout in the first round. Subsequently, both trainers sent out their second Pokémon, Eelektross and Nidoqueen. Luo Yangshuo couldn't help but admire Lily AI's fortune. Nidoqueen's ground type rendered her immune to Eelektross's electric moves, while Eelektross's levitate ability also negated Nidoqueen's ground type attacks, placing them on equal footing. Nidoqueen, use Attract. Lily AI commanded. Nidoqueen cast a flirtatious glance towards Eelektross, who immediately became infatuated, successfully ensnaring it in confusion. Seizing the opportunity, Lily AI instructed Nidoqueen, unleash a full-power ice beam. Sneck called out Eelektross's name, urging it to regain its senses, but to no avail. The ice beam struck Eelektross, encasing it in ice. While Lily AI's luck is extraordinary, Luo Yangshuo gasped in surprise. The others nearby nodded in agreement, equally astounded by her fortune. Eelektross exhibited no distinction between male and female, and Lily AI's gamble on its gender proved fortuitous, allowing the ice beam to strike true, securing her a significant advantage. Indeed, upon witnessing Eelektross frozen in place, Lily AI exclaimed, "Finish it, Nidoqueen." Hyper Beam. Nidoqueen gathered energy and unleashed a Hyper Beam, promptly eliminating Eelektross. Sneck, feeling somewhat dejected, recalled Eelektross, having not been able to make a single move before its defeat. It was little wonder he felt frustrated. Anyone in his position would be disheartened. Nonetheless, this also underscored Lily AI's skill and move coordination, and with her stroke of luck, even those lacking considerable strength would find it challenging to overcome her. Sneck sent forth his final Pokémon, a Bastiodon. Luo Yangshuo stroked his chin, sensing impending trouble. Lily AI had already utilized Attract, Ice Beam, and Hyper Beam. He doubted Sneck would send out another male Pokémon, rendering her previous strategy ineffective. Moreover, Ice Beam and Hyper Beam were both weakened by Steel-type resistance, severely limiting her available options. Nidoqueen, strike first. Earthquake. Lily AI decisively commanded. The ground-type attack would hit Bastiodon with 4 times the damage, yet Luo Yangshuo held reservations about Nidoqueen's chances, as this Bastiodon appeared to possess significantly greater strength. Withstand it, and then use Heavy Slam. Sneck instructed. This is bad. That Bastiodon has the heavy metal ability. Luo Yangshuo realized immediately upon hearing the name of the move. The Bastiodon's ability would undoubtedly double its weight, amplifying the power of Heavy Slam, which increased proportionally to the user's weight compared to the target's. A standard Bastiodon weighed around 360 kilograms, while a heavy metal variant would weigh 720 kilograms, easily capable of defeating Nidoqueen with a single blow. However, this also came with a drawback. Such excessive weight would lead to a significantly slower speed. Those in the know could easily exploit this weakness by sending out a fast Pokémon to outmaneuver it. Yet, it was evident that Lily AI was unaware of this. Nidoqueen, use Earthquake again. Lily AI commanded, witnessing Bastiodon endure the first earthquake before launching a slow, yet forceful charge towards Nidoqueen. Trusting in Nidoqueen's health, she decided to execute another earthquake. The earthquake and Heavy Slam collided simultaneously. Nidoqueen was struck and hurled away, leaving a deep trail across the grass arena before crashing into the stands, shattering a massive hole in the wall and rendering it unable to battle. The sheer might of the attack caused Luo Yangshuo's brow to furrow. It was excessive. Nidoqueen. Lily AI cried out in distress as she recalled Nidoqueen. Luo Yangshuo swiftly leaped down from the stands, snatching Nidoqueen's Pokeball from Lily AI's grasp and hurriedly making his way to the Pokémon Center. The injury this time is quite severe. It is likely that Nidoqueen will be unable to participate in the forthcoming battles. After escorting Nidoqueen to the Pokémon Center, upon returning to the arena, Lily had already faced defeat. She sent out her spiky-eared Piku to battle against Boscodora, but her concern for Nidoqueen rendered her unable to focus, ultimately leading to her defeat at the hands of Sneak. Upon seeing Luo Yangshuo's return, Lily could no longer hold back her tears and leaned against him, soaking his clothes with her sorrow. Luo Yangshuo, observing Sneak preparing to depart, remarked, "Aren't you going to say something?" "What is there to say? Victory and defeat are the norms. If you cannot accept that, you are not a qualified trainer," Sneak replied nonchalantly. "As for Nidoqueen's inability to contend with my Boscodora, she can only blame her lack of training." Fury surged within Luo Yangshuo, and he retorted with a cold smile, "While you speak the truth, it is nonetheless infuriating. I am one to support my friends over principles. If I encounter you again, you shall come to no despair. One a seasoned traveler of 3 to 4 years. The other, merely a novice, just beginning their journey. Even if your words hold validity, have you considered the disparity of time? What of the difference in experience? Pokemon battles often require restraint. One does not strike with such ferocity as to leave the opponent's Pokemon unable to participate in future contests. This transcends mere competition and touches upon one's character. After leading Lily away from the arena, they regrouped with their companions and arrived at the Pokemon Center, where Nidoqueen was still in the emergency room. A somber silence enveloped the group as they waited, with Lily staring blankly at the ground while Luzamin comforted her by cradling her head. Luo Yangshua was in communication with the system, having just discovered that Sneak would be facing off in the ice arena the following day. He intended to modify the program to ensure that Sneak would be his opponent. Ding. This does not align with the main quest flow. How many diamonds do you require? Or popularity points? Luo Yangshua interrupted the system, stating, if vengeance is attainable, let it not linger for a decade. He acted not to discern right from wrong, but to remain true to his convictions. 10,000 diamonds. 10,000 coins. 10,000 popularity points. Take them. Ding. System modification complete. Luo Yangshua gazed at Lily, whose eyes were devoid of life, fervently wishing for the dawn of the next day. Chapter 43, Revenge, Modified Moves. The following day, the group arrived at the selection venue. Luo Yangshua input the information directly, and lo and behold, his opponent in the final ice arena was none other than Sneak. Hey, make sure to teach him a lesson, Gladio encouraged, giving Luo Yangshua a friendly pat on the back. Indeed. Avenge Lily. Mao chimed in. Absolutely. That fellow is far too arrogant. Xiao Luo. Show him what he's in for. Mamane added, shaking his pudgy fists. Water Lily and Catch also urged Luo Yangshua to seek vengeance for Lily. He smiled, assuring, rest assured, I will plunge him into despair. Lily was absent, having spent the night beside Nidoqueen in the emergency room, and now she was asleep while her mother, Luzamin, tended to them. Professor Oak and Professor Kukui had gone to retrieve Professor Oak and Ash's mother, leaving Luo Yangshua among peers, free to converse without reservation. As Luo Yangshua stepped out of the contestants' passage onto the ice arena, he faced Sneak, who frowned in surprise. You didn't expect me as your opponent, did you? I warned you. I will bring you to despair. Humph. You'll find out once we battle, Sneak scoffed. With the ringing of the bell, both trainers sent forth their Pokemon. Luo Yangshua summoned his Charizard while Sneak unleashed his Boscodora, and the match began. Boscodora, strike first. Rock slide. Sneak commanded. Massive boulders plummeted from above, hurtling towards Charizard. With ease, Charizard flapped its wings, deftly maneuvering between the falling rocks. Let him grasp the reality of our difference. Charizard, Inferno, transformed this arena into a fiery battlefield. Charizard brought its arms together, conjuring a sphere of deep crimson flames between its hands. It then drew its arms back, hurling the flames overhead while simultaneously tilting its head towards the opponent and spinning rapidly. A spiraling, orange flame tinged with a deep red halo was unleashed from above, striking Boscodora. The searing inferno engulfed Boscodora, inflicting severe damage while the intense heat melted the ice arena, transforming it into a water arena where the water gradually receded, leaving a deep pit ablaze with flames. Unbelievable. Charizard's Inferno has directly converted the ice arena into a fiery battleground. This is simply astounding. The commentator exclaimed. Boscodora roar. Sneak, desperate to switch Pokemon, urged. Your speed is akin to that of a snail, Luo Yangshua remarked coolly. Finish it, Charizard. Final Flame Vortex. Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames that spiraled towards the opponent, ensnaring Boscodora within the vortex, consuming it with the remnants of Inferno. As the flames dissipated, only a charred Boscodora remained. Its metallic armor melted and deformed. Without prompt treatment, it would be rendered unusable in the future. Return, Boscodora. Sneak recalled his Pokemon. I entrust you. Windspeed Dog. Dragon Claw. Resolve this, Luo Yangshua stated indifferently. Charizard's claws glimmered with draconic energy, forming massive talons. In a rapid flight, it struck Windspeed Dog from above, sending it soaring through the air. With a series of swift Dragon Claw attacks, Windspeed Dog plummeted to the ground, having lost its ability to continue the fight. As Charizard landed, it disdainfully snorted, releasing a few sparks from its nostrils. Sneak silently withdrew Windspeed Dog and sent forth a Swampert, yet it too was effortlessly toyed with by Charizard, collapsing upon landing and losing its fighting capability. Observing Sneak silently recalling his Swampert, Luo Yangshua scoffed. With your level of skill, How dare you criticize others? I have shown restraint. Do ensure they receive proper care. And perhaps next time, refrain from such arrogance. With that, he turned away, intending to check on Lily. The group of friends also departed the ice arena, heading to the Pokemon Center to see how Lily was faring. Upon entering the hospital room, Luo Yangshua discovered that both Lily and Nidoqueen had awakened. Upon seeing Luo Yangshua, Lily blushed and embraced him briefly, whispering, "Thank you, Xiao Luo." Nidoqueen also sat up, expressing gratitude towards Luo Yangshua. Shortly thereafter, Professor Kukui and Professor Oak arrived with Professor Oak and Ash's mother. After some pleasantries, Luo Yangshua learned that Green had also faced defeat. They resolved to cheer for Ash. And with Nidoqueen awake, the weight on their hearts was lifted, prompting the decision to go together. Arriving at the grass arena, they found Ash's match already underway. Spotting Misty and Brock, they settled down to watch the battle. As in the animation, Ash's opponent was the young lady from Viridian City, and Brock soon fell into a state of infatuation. The first match featured Beedrill against Bulbasaur. Observing Bulbasaur's nimble dodges, Luo Yangshua mused, "It seems Ash favors speed. Most of the Pokemon he captures are rather petite." However, Beedrill was swiftly subdued by a single seed bomb, leaving many perplexed. Watching the seed bomb ensnare Beedrill completely, rendering it immobile, Luo Yangshua contemplated the development of skills. After all, there is a distinction between skills. The difference in technique and execution between game mechanics and real-world applications is significant. Following this, Ash's opponent recalled Beedrill and sent forth a Scyther, which met a swift end at the hands of Bulbasaur's Vine Whip. The final appearance of the Trumpet Bud truly opened everyone's eyes, showcasing the principle of using a feather to lift 1,000 pounds. When the trickster made his entrance, he was immediately knocked out by a heel kick. At this moment, Luo Yangshua suddenly conceived a bold idea. What if he imparted his practiced 6 techniques to the Pokemon? It was evident that this Trumpet Bud was not utilizing the skills typical of its kind, but rather some martial arts techniques, which proved remarkably effective in the competition. Observing its average qualifications, it was merely a mid-tier Trumpet Bud with a low level, yet it managed to KO 2 of Ash's formidable companions. Had it not been for his muck, Ash might have truly faced defeat. This line of thought indeed held some merit. After all, in a match, one couldn't employ various skills as in regular practice. The limitation to 4 move choices constricted the Pokemon's potential. However, alternative approaches could indeed yield extraordinary results. Once the contest concluded, Professor Oak invited everyone to dine at a grand hotel, where Ash's mother took over the chef's duties, preparing an extravagant feast. Luo Yangshua and his companions relished the delightful meal, which was undeniably exquisite. Even Mao took out a notebook to seek culinary advice from Ash's mother. Having satisfied his hunger, Luo Yangshua began inquiring whether the system had developed any modified moves for his Pokemon. After a lengthy pause, the system finally presented its offerings. Moves suitable for Charizard, valued at 100,000 popularity points. Moves for Sylveon, likewise valued, and moves for Greninja, also at 100,000 points. Luo Yangshua felt compelled to express his exasperation at this pricing. In Chapter 44, the rematch against Xiao Fei loomed. After much contemplation, Luo Yangshua decided to activate all his effort-maximizing cheats and first modify Charizard's moves, recalling the incident when Charizard was struck down by Tapu Koko. Following the match, he intended to visit Alola and challenge Tapu Koko, especially since completing the main storyline would reward him with a Master Ball, a set of 1,000,000 evolution stones for Charizard X, and a random legendary Pokemon map. With the Master Ball in hand, Luo Yangshua was eager to attempt capturing a legendary Pokemon. The 1,000,000 evolution stones for Charizard X combined with the modified battle techniques made Tapu Koko his primary target. He was determined to dethrone it. As he daydreamed, the group descended to prepare for the drawing event. Predictably, they encountered Ash's rival, Ahong, before the elevator lost power, a situation Ahong resolved. After introductions, the voice of Team Rocket echoed, announcing their intent to inspect the health of the Pokemon. Luo Yangshua smirked, wondering how so many people failed to recognize the voices of Jesse and James. Initially uninterested, he suddenly realized that if he intervened, he could swiftly resolve the issue, ensuring that Ash's Pidgeotto retained its battle strength. Moreover, with Ash adequately prepared for the duel against Ahong, the outcome became uncertain. With this thought, Luo Yangshua smiled and followed Team Rocket's vehicle to the event venue. Soon, Jesse threatened the competitors with claims of disqualification unless they surrendered their Pokeballs. Unable to tolerate the spectacle any longer, Luo Yangshua summoned Beedrill before the two, stating, "Aren't you the same two who previously stole the Sacred Flame? Your disguise is quite subpar." Beedrill's stingers hovered threateningly at Jesse and James's throats, its azure eyes radiating a chilling aura, should they dare to move. Beedrill would not hesitate to draw blood. He then instructed Ash to call for Miss Junsha, and after escorting Team Rocket away, Luo Yanshua yawned, preparing to catch up on sleep, as he had hardly rested the previous night, concerned about Nito's injuries. The following morning, they arrived at the drawing venue, where Luo Yanshua caught a Magikarp labeled G1. Upon checking the computer allocation, he was surprised to find a familiar face, Xiao Fei, whom he had encountered during the double battle in Kure City. It seemed he was quite the poison specialist, indicating that a worthy opponent lay ahead. Glancing at Ash, he saw that, as in the storyline, Ash was battling Ah Hong, leaving the outcome uncertain. After a brief respite, the next day marked the beginning of Luo Yangshua's match. After much deliberation, he decided to field Beedrill, Sylveon, and reserve Mutuo for backup. On the day of the match, Luo Yangshua stepped onto the stage of the division competition. This was already the top 16. Winning this match would propel him into the top 8, leading to the final showdown at the main venue. Opposite him stood Xiao Fei, who greeted him with a smile, saying, "Hey Luo, I've prepared thoroughly to defeat you. We'll see after we exchange blows," Luo Yangshua replied. As the bell rang and the referee signaled the start of the match, two beams of white light materialized on the battlefield, Weezing and Beedrill. Luo Yangshua chuckled, knowing that Beedrill possessed a poison typing, rendering it immune to poison-type moves while having their damage. Xiao Fei remarked, "Is it necessary to target me so specifically? I don't want to make a blunder. I'll take the first move." Twin Needle, Luo Yangshua declared. Beedrill zipped toward Weezing, unleashing a flurry of stabs with its twin stingers. The critical hit rate from the focus sash allowed Beedrill to easily inflict severe damage, and with the sniper ability, the damage skyrocketed, reducing Weezing to a sliver of health. "Too cheeky, Weezing. Mud bomb," Xiao Fei shouted. "Ignore it. Deliver the final needle," Luo Yangshua commanded. "You're pushing me. Self-destruct." Xiao Fei retaliated, calling for mutual destruction. "Apologies, I was deceiving you. Beedrill, protect," Luo Yangshua responded. The two Pokemon exchanged moves, but ultimately, Luo Yangshua's superior skill led to a successful baiting of Weezing's self-destruct. He had always been wary of Pokemon capable of self-detonation, so successfully tricking it was a noteworthy achievement. A tremendous explosion erupted from Weezing, yet Beedrill stood unscathed behind its protective barrier. Xiao Fei sighed, "Luo, you've indeed become stronger, but I won't concede easily. Go, Pidgeot." Pidgeot appeared before Beedrill, launching itself at high speed without hesitation. Beedrill was caught off guard and sent tumbling through the air, inciting its wrath. "Since you want to use a poison-type Pokemon, I shall borrow your technique. Beedrill, toxic," Luo Yangshua commanded. A stream of purple venom sprayed from Beedrill's stinger, coating Pidgeot entirely in deep purple toxins. "Let us end this quickly. Pidgeot, brave bird," Xiao Fei shouted. Pidgeot soared towards its opponent, launching itself with all its might to strike Beedrill, leaving a trail of energy in its wake. Luo Yangshua furrowed his brow and ordered, "Protect," then final needle. The protective barrier enveloped Beedrill, negating the attack, and Pidgeot sustained no recoil damage. With a gleam of determination, Beedrill's twin stingers glowed as they plunged into Pidgeot's wings, striking deep and incapacitating them, drastically reducing Pidgeot's speed. "Final needle," Luo Yangshua proclaimed. "I'll give it my all. Pidgeot, brave bird," Xiao Fei countered. The two attacks collided. Both Pokemon struck down, Pidgeot helplessly crashing to the ground while Beedrill descended. Panting heavily, the final needle had defeated Pidgeot, granting Luo Yangshua a surge in attack levels, yet he decided to withdraw Beedrill, recognizing it was no longer fit for battle against the next Pokemon. "The last one, please come forth," Xiao Fei called. A Crobat emerged into the air, evidently well-trained. Luo Yangshua sent out Sylveon, aware that its typing was at a disadvantage, yet he would not underestimate Sylveon's capabilities. "Crobat, supersonic," Xiao Fei commanded. Sylveon, misty terrain. In an instant, Luo Yangshua dispelled Xiao Fei's unusual state of play. "Cross-shaped bat, toxic fong," Xiao Fei exclaimed. After the fairy type made its debut, it was only natural that its weaknesses were studied, and thus the vulnerabilities of the fairy type became known to the world. Without hesitation, Xiao Fei unleashed his most familiar poison-type skill, Shadow Clone. Then, Psychic Shock, Luo Yangshua commanded. Aware that the fairy type was weak against poison and steel, Luo Yangshua had undoubtedly prepared countermeasures. The Shadow Clone caused Cross-shaped bat's toxic fong to miss, and then Pixie EV conjured a spherical manifestation of psychic energy from its eyes, launching an attack on Cross-shaped bat. Successfully bringing it down from the sky, Luo Yangshua seized the opportunity and declared, "Pixie EV, unleash your final treasure." Pixie EV leaped into the air above cross-shaped bat, and as it descended, it struck down with both forepaws. A thunderous sound erupted, causing the ground to crack inch by inch, and cross-shaped bat had lost its battle capability. With cross-shaped bat incapacitated, the victor is Luo from Shinshin Town, the referee announced. Xiao Fei let out a sigh, recalled cross-shaped bat, approached Luo Yangshua, and shook his hand, saying, "I admit defeat, but I will continue to strive. Next time, I will not lose to you." "Indeed, keep at it," Luo Yangshua encouraged. The two exchanged smiles, an unspoken agreement between men. Chapter 45. Ash advances to the top 8. That evening, the match between Ash and Ahong officially commenced. Thanks to Luo Yangshua's intervention, Team Rocket's trio remained imprisoned, ensuring that no one would disturb Ash, making the outcome of the battle quite predictable. According to the storyline, Ahong was supposed to send out Butterfree, Charmander, and Pikachu, while Ash would utilize Squirtle, Pikachu, and Charizard, with Charizard ultimately forfeiting the match rather than battling Ash. As the match began, Ahong indeed sent out Butterfree, while Ash deployed Pidgeotto. Luo Yangshua stroked his chin, remarking, "This is intriguing, Pidgeotto versus Butterfree. If Ash doesn't make any mistakes, he should secure the first round." The spectators nodded in agreement with Luo Yangshua's assessment. Ash did not disappoint, defeating Butterfree with Pidgeotto, and subsequently engaged Pikachu in a fierce contest, depleting most of Pikachu's health before ultimately succumbing. Then, with a swift performance, Raichu dealt with Ahong's Pikachu, and soon after, Charmander fell victim to Raichu's prowess. Thus, Ash emerged victorious, successfully entering the top 8. Luo Yangshua felt a hint of surprise, yet deemed it entirely expected. However, Ash's stroke of luck would soon come to an end. Having perused the battle brackets, Luo Yangshua noted that due to their intervention, Ash's opponent the following day would be Xiao Tao, a relative of Du, whose strength had reached the level of a potential champion. At Ash's current state, defeating Xiao Tao would prove to be a daunting task. Returning to the competitor's village, Luo Yangshua began to contemplate the upcoming battle. Tomorrow's opponent, a trainer named Lily, was not a significant concern. The true challenge lay in those who followed. Luo Yangshua gathered some information, revealing a trainer known as Big Bear, hailing from the Hoenn region and a distant cousin of Ji Wuchi De Wu, who had received guidance from him. The known Pokemon in his possession included Sharpedo, Electrode, Kingdra, Blaziken, Pelipper, and Cacturne, all of considerable strength. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Luo Yangshua anticipated that his opponent in the semifinals would indeed be him, followed by the battle against Xiao Tao. Currently, Xiao Tao was known to have Pokemon such as Machamp, Ampharos, Honchkrow, Scyther, Teddiursa, and Houndoom. However, those were likely not his main forces, as he was said to be aiming to succeed the Dragon-type champion, indicating he must possess many Dragon-type Pokemon. Luo Yangshua slapped his face, shaking off any lingering doubts. No matter how strong his opponents were, he simply needed to respond to their moves. Furthermore, with a substantial reserve of diamonds, coins, and popularity points accumulated, it was time to enhance his Pokemon. The diamonds remained untouched, as he was saving them to purchase potential enhancing medicine for Charizard. The coins were spent without regret, having procured several bitten apple cores, which restored a bit of health each turn, essential for prolonged battles. Other than not having replaced the focus sash on Beedrill, every Pokemon was now equipped. Next came the matter of the cheat device. Making it to the top 8 had bestowed a wealth of popularity points upon Luo Yangshua, allowing him to confidently maximize the effort values for defense and special defense. While there was no shortage of Pokemon capable of attacking Luo Yangshua, their defensive capabilities lagged considerably behind their offensive strength. Thus, boosting his defenses was the wisest choice. Contemplating the popularity points that came with reaching the top 8, he speculated that winning the championship would enable him to further enhance his attack capabilities. He planned to grant Charizard the modified 6th style, supplemented with potential enhancing medicine and 1,000,000 evolution stones. Luo Yangshua firmly believed he would be worthy of battling against Tapu Koko. After a night of rest, Luo Yangshua and his companions arrived at the main venue. He registered the Pokemon he intended to use in the upcoming battle and then stepped onto the competition stage. The 6 Pokemon he had prepared were Pixie EV, Nidoqueen, Bellossom, Beedrill, Greninja, and Charizard. Mutwo and Aerodactyl remained as trump cards, best left unrevealed for now. Moreover, even if complications arose, Beedrill's Million Evolution and Greninja's Bond Evolution had yet to be utilized. His opponent, Lily, was also a young girl. As the match commenced, both trainers sent out their first Pokemon simultaneously, a Nidoqueen and a Rampardos, Tyrantrum. appeared on the field. Rampardos, use Earthquake. Lily commanded. Nidoqueen, Earthquake. Luo Yangshuo replied nonchalantly. The two colossal beasts stomped their feet against the ground, unleashing powerful shockwaves that surged toward one another. The arena shattered instantaneously, with visible shockwaves colliding. Nidoqueen's Earthquake overpowered Rampardos', delivering immense damage to the latter. Don't be afraid, Rampardos. Charge in with Horn Drill. Lily urged. Too slow. We'll also use Horn Drill, Luo Yangshuo chuckled. To land a decisive blow, your speed must be considered. Nidoqueen, possessing significantly superior speed, struck Rampardos with Horn Drill, achieving a knockout in a single blow. Lily recalled Rampardos and sent forth her second Pokemon, a Love Disc. Luo Yangshuo could only sigh in exasperation, questioning whether this trainer had merely been fortunate to advance this far. Love Disc, use Water Pulse. Lily commanded. Thunderbolt will take care of it, Luo Yangshuo instructed. Ignoring the Water Pulse impacting it, Nidoqueen unleashed a powerful surge of electricity, instantly defeating Love Disc with a single Thunderbolt. After recalling Love Disc, Lily sent out her third Pokemon, a Fletchinder. Fletchinder, use Brave Bird, she called. As Fletchinder soared into the sky and dove down with full force towards Nidoqueen, Luo Yangshuo frowned and ordered, catch it. Then finish it off with Thunderbolt. Nidoqueen grasped the descending Fletchinder with both hands. Although it endured some damage, Nidoqueen's health, bolstered by maximum effort values, was not easily depleted. A flash of electricity illuminated the arena as Fletchinder fell, charred, and defeated. Hey, trying to wear down my Nidoqueen's health isn't as simple as you think. Can we have a serious battle? Luo Yangshuo remarked with a furrowed brow. My apologies. I'm just thrilled to have made it this far. And I'm truly giving it my all, but I am indeed no match for you. However, I will continue to fight for my Pokemon. Lily replied earnestly as she sent out her fourth Pokemon, a Mothim. Luo Yangshuo sighed, realizing he had held too much hope for her. Lily had only just received her starter Pokemon this year. Lacking the kind of system advantage Luo Yangshuo possessed, her accomplishment of reaching the top 8 was already impressive. Yet, facing a trainer like Luo Yangshuo, who wielded such advantages, she could only retreat with regret. Luo Yangshuo graciously restored Nidoking to her, bestowing upon her the respect she deserved. In the final 3 matches, he declared, let the other 3 come forth. Though acutely aware of the inevitable defeat, he summoned all her strength to battle Luo Yangshuo. He, in turn, tempered his power slightly, ensuring that he did not suffer an embarrassing loss, allowing the match to extend for a while longer. Ultimately, her initial Pokemon, Bulbasaur, took the stage, while Luo Yangshuo sent forth his beloved Bellossom. Although it was a competition, it felt more like an exchange of camaraderie. After the match concluded, he bowed deeply to Luo Yangshuo, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Departing from the arena, Luo Yangshuo made his way to the stands, eager to observe the status of his upcoming opponents. Chapter 46, The Final 4, Facing Big Bear. As expected, Ash was defeated by Xiao Tao, who successfully forced out 3 of Ash's Pokemon. Ash's Charizard displayed formidable strength, yet its disobedience proved to be a critical flaw. Ultimately, facing a formidable adversary, Ash managed to ignite Charizard's fighting spirit, taking down both Ursaring and Honchkrow before finally succumbing to Electivire. Luo Yangshuo mused that Charizard must be feeling quite indignant. However, once they reached the Orange Archipelago, Ash would be able to command Charizard effectively. By the time they arrived at the Chengdu Silver Conference, Ash's skills were likely to propel him into the top 4, or perhaps even the finals. On the other side, Big Bear also dispatched his opponent with remarkable efficiency. Luo Yangshuo's next opponent was none other than Big Bear, who, upon noticing Luo Yangshuo, flashed a toothy grin that reminded him of Naruto and Luffy. After some time, Big Bear approached Luo Yangshuo's section in the stands, greeting him with a casual, "Hey, I'm Big Bear from Kanas City. You must be Xiao Luo. I've heard about you from Dawu. From here on, we are rivals, and I hope you can bring your utmost strength to defeat me." Luo Yangshuo, observing this cheerful individual, extended his hand and replied, "I am Xiao Luo from Shinshin Town. Your opponent in the next match. I look forward to an exhilarating duel." Big Bear grasped Luo Yangshuo's hand firmly, affirming, "Absolutely. I will unleash all of my best Pokemon. By the way, thank you for discovering the fossil Pokemon of Dashigu. I had been applying to the League for ages to gain access, and I've caught a splendid Pokemon that is now my ace." Luo Yangshuo smiled quietly, refraining from further comment, and introduced the others before they parted ways. After dinner, reflecting on Big Bear's words, Luo Yangshuo surmised that the Pokemon he had captured was likely the fossilized Aerodactyl. Thus, he resolved to send Aerodactyl and Mutwo into battle the following day, In the semifinals, there could be no room for error. Conversely, he decided to allow Bellissime and Sylveon, who were not particularly fond of combat, to rest, contemplating their potential inclusion in the finals. The next day, amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, Luo Yangshua and Big Bear entered the arena. They shook hands as a gesture of friendship before taking their positions at opposite ends of the battlefield. As the bell rang, both trainers summoned their Pokémon, and 2 Nidokings materialized on the field. Oh, both sides have chosen Nidoking as their first Pokémon. It is well known that Nidoking often battles fiercely to win the affections of Nidoqueen. Who among these two will prove to be the strongest Nidoking? Who will win the heart of Nidoqueen in the wild? Let us wait and see. The commentators' spirited words ignited the atmosphere, fueling the excitement of the 2 Nidokings. Luo Yangshua's Nidoking had made a pact with Lily's Nidoqueen, and now his opponent was perhaps the one it had longed for. Luo Yangshua smiled and declared, "Show your true power, Nidoking. Ice Beam. We shall not falter either, Nidoking. Rock Slide." Luo Yangshua's Nidoking unleashed a concentrated blast of icy energy, sending an ice beam hurtling towards Big Bear's Nidoking, which conjured massive boulders to hurl at Luo Yangshua's Pokémon. The two attacks collided mid-air, with the rocks shattering into ice shards that rained down upon the battlefield. The first round ended in a stalemate. Yet Luo Yangshua chuckled. While Ice Beam inflicted special attack damage, Rock Slide was a physical attack. Though the outcome was a draw, it indicated that in terms of offensive capabilities, Big Bear's Nidoking could not match Luo Yangshua's. Big Bear, realizing this, furrowed his brow and commanded, "Super Horn Attack." "Let us show him the difference." "We shall use Super Horn Attack as well," Luo Yangshua replied. Nidoking let out a mighty roar, relishing the direct confrontation. Their horns glimmered with energy as they charged towards each other, both Nidokings colliding with their horns against one another's foreheads. Luo Yangshua's Nidoking staggered back a few steps, while Big Bear's Nidoking was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and struggling to rise, swaying its head. It was evident it had reached its limits. Luo Yangshua calmly stated, "Finish it with one final Ice Beam." Nidoking unleashed another Ice Beam, and Big Bear shouted for his Nidoking to evade. However, still dazed, Nidoking was unable to react in time and was struck by the Ice Beam, losing its ability to fight. Oh, a magnificent Ice Beam concluded the first match. Player Xiao Luo has once again demonstrated his formidable prowess. Throughout this competition, scarcely anyone has managed to defeat Xiao Luo's Pokémon in one-on-one matchups. Such strength warrants our applause. The commentator fervently stirred the audience's excitement, observing the fervor in the stands. Big Bear recalled Nidoking and remarked, "You are truly formidable, Xiao Luo. I must take this seriously. Come forth, Empoleon." A massive penguin Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Luo Yangshua smirked, realizing the strategy. Steel-type Pokémon are immune to Poison-type moves, and Water-type moves counter Ground-type attacks. This was clearly a tactical maneuver against Nidoking. "Return, Nidoking. Go, Greninja." Luo Yangshua switched out Nidoking for Greninja to face Empoleon. "Empoleon, Aqua Jet," Big Bear commanded. As the Empoleon spun rapidly, hurtling towards Greninja, Luo Yangshua instructed, "Use Grass Knot." Greninja formed a hand seal and struck the ground, causing several green energy vines to spring forth, ensnaring Empoleon's feet and sending it crashing to the ground. "Now is your chance, Greninja. Use Power-Up Punch," Luo Yangshua called out. Greninja's fist glowed with orange energy as it struck Empoleon. Big Bear quickly countered, "Water Jet." Empoleon was enveloped in a surge of water as it propelled itself towards Greninja, while Greninja retaliated with a powerful punch to Empoleon's face. The two Pokémon collided, with Empoleon rubbing its face in frustration, while Greninja assumed a battle stance, eyeing its opponent. When Water Jet struck Greninja, its power-up punch had yet to be unleashed. The effects of Grass Knot lingered, reducing the damage from the Water-type attack to a mere tickle. Conversely, the power-up punch, which was super effective against Empoleon, increased Greninja's attack power after landing. "Empoleon, Water Ring," Big Bear declared, seemingly opting for a war of attrition. Water droplets swirled around Empoleon, coalescing into 3 rings that encircled its body. Though the rings healed Empoleon before dissipating, the effects lingered. Luo Yangshua chose not to interrupt. After all, Greninja was equipped with a leftovers item, gradually restoring its health. "Shadow Clone, then Power-Up Punch," Luo Yangshua commanded. A multitude of Greninja clones flooded the arena, dazzling Empoleon, before the real Greninja landed a punch squarely on Empoleon's face, provoking its wrath. Big Bear, resigned, ordered, "Empoleon, use Whirlpool Attack on the entire field." Luo Yangshua laughed. Now that all 4 moves had been revealed, he felt reassured. "Grass Knot." Once again, Energy Vine sent Empoleon crashing to the ground, followed by another power-up punch from Greninja that struck Empoleon squarely in the face. The intensity of the attacks has been significantly amplified, greatly enhancing the power of the Force Palm. Even the Emperor Nebo could not withstand this onslaught, succumbing to unconsciousness. There lingers an impression that Emperor Nebo wished to express something. Perhaps it is merely an illusion. Observing the bear, who retrieved Emperor Nebo, one could sense the anticipation for the third match. Chapter 47. The battle commences. The bear, exhaling a sigh, remarked, "That was a miscalculation. It is now your turn." Exploding Magneton. A creature resembling a flying saucer materialized upon the field, prompting the bear to call out, "Lock on." Upon hearing this, Luo Yangshua felt a wave of dread wash over him and exclaimed, "Frogadier, defend." Supersonic. The bear commanded. As the protective barrier held against the supersonic attack from exploding Magneton, Luo Yangshua's mind erupted with a cacophony of frustration, mentally shouting, "What about the electromagnetic cannon?" Faced with the bear's smug grin, the image of the amiable and cheerful bear in Luo Yangshua's mind crumbled, revealing a cunning adversary. Deceived into utilizing his final skill, Luo Yangshua could only channel his indignation into strength, declaring, "Frogadier, Force Palm." With no alternatives available, this was the only move capable of inflicting damage, as binding this rotund. Airborne exploding Magneton was out of the question. "Lock on, then electromagnetic cannon," the bear shouted. Luo Yangshua narrowed his eyes, recognizing the necessity of forcing out this move, lest Frogadier fall here. With his hands forming seals, Frogadier simultaneously withdrew the Force Palm in favor of a similar gesture. Subsequently, torrents of water enveloped Frogadier, dissipating to reveal the evolved form of Frogadier, now enhanced by the bond. Oh my, are we imagining things? Frogadier has evolved once more. Is this the ace-up little Luo's sleeve? The evolution altered Frogadier's appearance, revealing a colossal water shuriken on its back, a newly discovered form. The commentators erupted in excitement, passionately narrating the unfolding events. "This lad, how many secrets has he kept from me?" Professor Oak mused, scratching his head. "Lily, you've traveled with him the longest. Have you witnessed this form before?" "Yes, I have," Lily responded. According to Little Luo, he possesses a unique ability known as Bond Power, allowing for wondrous transformations with specific Pokémon, facilitating their evolution anew. He refers to this as Bond Evolution, which is not permanent. It reverts once the battle concludes. He also mentioned that even without Bond Power, a deeper connection between a human and a Pokémon can lead to potential Bond Evolution for certain Pokémon, much like the Sylveon he discovered, which requires a bond to evolve. "I see. It appears further research is in order. After the match, I must insist he allows me to study Frogadier," Professor Oak declared, a hint of frustration in his voice. The audience listened intently, gaining new insights. With a swift motion, Luo Yangshua drew back and thrust his right arm forward. Frogadier brandished the water shuriken from its back, striking exploding Magneton powerfully, interrupting its lock-on. The water shuriken, an extension of Frogadier itself, was deemed a legitimate weapon for combat. Much like the Galarian Darmanitan and Ducklet, the bear furrowed his brow, commanding, "Exploding Magneton, Magnet Bomb." Surrounded by pale blue electric sparks, the Magneton emitted a shimmering light, launching multiple electrically charged spheres toward Frogadier. Luo Yangshua deftly maneuvered, and Frogadier swung the water shuriken, blocking each magnet bomb with precision. "Lock on, electromagnetic cannon," the bear shouted. Seizing the moment while Frogadier defended against the magnet bombs, exploding Magneton successfully locked onto Frogadier, unleashing the electromagnetic cannon, which struck true. Fortunately, Frogadier was not in its water form, but the attack still reduced its health by half. Another hit would surely spell disaster. Luo Yangshua clenched his fist and signaled Frogadier, which promptly lunged forward, delivering a rapid punch to exploding Magneton, achieving remarkable effect. "Ignore it." Once more, exploding Magneton, the bear commanded. Exploding Magneton floated, evading Frogadier's assault. Lock-on achieved, electromagnetic cannon is ready. Luo Yangshua gritted his teeth, swiftly tossing the water shuriken towards exploding Magneton. The water shuriken struck home, just as the electromagnetic cannon hit Frogadier. Frogadier collapsed, losing its fighting capability, shortly followed by exploding Magneton, which also succumbed. The three successive force palms had already reduced exploding Magneton to critical health. The final water shuriken became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Regrettably, the electromagnetic cannon was still unleashed. Otherwise, who could say what might have transpired? Retrieving Frogadier, the bear also recalled exploding Magneton. The commentators were in a frenzy. as Luo Yangshua had, after all, achieved the distinction of being the first in this grand tournament to render a Pokémon incapable of battle, thus affirming the bear's prowess. Exchanging glances, Luo Yangshua summoned his third Pokémon, while the bear released his fourth. Charizard faced off against Dugtrio. Sandstorm. The bear initiated. Clear skies. Luo Yangshua countered without hesitation. The freshly stirred sands were quickly quelled by the sunlight, and the bear relinquished the weather battle, calling, Swords Dance. Once your Dugtrio emerges, this match is yours to lose. Charizard Heat Wave. Luo Yangshua commanded. Charizard generated a scorching gust, amplified by the clear skies, surging toward Dugtrio. The spinning Dugtrio absorbed the heat wave, sustaining significant damage, and sparks of fire erupted from its body as it was burned. Burned Pokémon suffer reduced damage from non-fixed physical moves and lose health each turn, making it one of the most vexing statuses in battle, rivaled only by paralysis. The bear's Swords Dance became futile, and were it not for the attraction of the spinning motion, Dugtrio might have escaped the burn entirely. Return, Dugtrio. The bear hastily called, attempting to withdraw his Pokémon. Too late. Luo Yangshua declared, Charizard, Dragon Claw. Charizard darted forward, striking Dugtrio before it could be recalled, following up with a flurry of rapid Dragon Claw strikes, sending Dugtrio soaring into the air. The final Dragon Claw slammed it down hard, rendering it incapable of battle. Oh my, here it is. Little Luo's Charizard unleashes a rapid barrage of Dragon Claws, leaving no chance for the opponent to retaliate, decisively defeating the bear's Dugtrio. What will the bear do now? He still has 2 Pokémon remaining. The commentator exclaimed. Return, Dugtrio, the bear muttered, recalling his Pokémon. Step forth, Aerodactyl. A colossal Aerodactyl soared into the sky, showcasing the majesty of an ancient ruler. On the sidelines, Ash recoiled slightly, memories of less favorable encounters flooding his mind. Chapter 48. The battle concludes, advancing to the finals. An Aerodactyl, you say? Luo Yangshua observed the soaring creature and recalled Charizard, sending forth his own Aerodactyl. The 2 Aerodactyls, one large and one small, faced off, Luo Yangshua's being the larger of the 2. With a faint smile, he remarked, both are Aerodactyls. Let us see whose is superior. What a spectacle. 2 ancient rulers of the skies shall engage in a duel of kings within this arena. As a side note, it was little Luo who discovered the fossil Pokémon in the Great Fossil Valley, which has since been designated as a protected area by the League, barring unauthorized capture of Pokémon within its bounds without prior approval. Without further ado, let us return to the match. The commentator resumed. Aerodactyl, tackle. The bear commanded. Fossil Pterosaur. Ice Fong, Luo Yangshua declared. 2 fossil pterosaurs collided with tremendous force. Luo Yangshua's fossil pterosaur withstood the impact, subsequently unleashing an ice fong that sank deeply into the body of the great bear's fossil pterosaur, achieving quadruple effectiveness. Damn it, roared the great bear. A thunderous bellow forced the fossil pterosaur back into its poke ball, and then a radiant light materialized in the arena, revealing a Beedrill. This doesn't bode well, thought Luo Yangshua, steeling himself for the challenge. Focus energy, then Twin Needle. He commanded. Don't give it a chance. Ultimate impact. The great bear shouted. The extraordinary speed of the fossil pterosaur was far beyond what Beedrill could match. Although Mega Evolution could potentially allow for a fighting chance, it was unnecessary to force that option. Luo Yangshua understood that Beedrill stood no chance against the fossil pterosaur. Even with Mega Evolution, it would barely hold its ground. So he chose to conserve his trump card for the next battle. Beedrill, go all out, Luo Yangshua urged. Beedrill, facing the oncoming fossil pterosaur, summoned all its strength to push back. The reckless attempt struck the fossil pterosaur, significantly depleting its health and leveling it with Beedrill's own. However, shortly after, the ultimate impact hit Beedrill, sending it crashing down before Luo Yangshua, rendering it incapable of continuing the battle. In silence, Luo Yangshua recalled Beedrill into its pokeball, gazing at it as he murmured, "Thank you for your understanding. Rest assured, I will make you stronger. This setback means nothing. We will reclaim victory in the next round. Come forth, Mutuo," he declared, feeling a pang of heartache at Beedrill's sacrifice. Turning to the stands, he observed the mixed reactions of the audience towards Beedrill's performance. Though it was generally acknowledged that despite being a shiny Pokémon, it was merely a filler in Luo Yangshua's roster. Beedrill was the first Pokémon he had captured, and indeed, his first exceptional one. Although he rationally assessed the battle and made the correct decisions, an essential requirement for any trainer, he was human, capable of feeling emotions. He wasn't strong enough to prevent Beedrill from enduring such a fate, and he could sense that the audience viewed Beedrill as little more than a mere placeholder in his lineup. Unable to bear this feeling, Luo Yangshua yearned to finish the match swiftly, and for the finals that evening, he resolved to have Beedrill take center stage against Xiao Tao's strongest Pokémon, to prove that it was Luo Yangshua's ace. It was as capable as any of his Pokémon. Mutwo sensed Luo Yangshua's emotions, its eyes glinting with fierceness. A powerful aura enveloping the arena, causing even the fossil pterosaur in the sky to shudder. In the game, the pressure ability is not particularly formidable, merely doubling the opponent's move cost. However, in reality, its impact was palpable, instilling fear in the opponent and creating brief openings in their move connections. Such gaps could sometimes prove fatal. Do not be afraid, fossil pterosaur. Use tackle, the Great Bear commanded, dispelling the fossil pterosaur's trepidation. With a mighty roar to bolster its courage, the fossil pterosaur charged towards Mutwo. Mutwo simply extended its right hand, clenching fiercely, halting the fossil pterosaur's tackle midair. What? Impossible! The Great Bear exclaimed, astonished. The strength of Luo's trump card, Mutwo, is simply staggering. What extraordinary power allows it to negate its opponent's attacks entirely? The commentators echoed, equally taken aback. Eliminated, Luo Yangshua said calmly. Mutwo nodded, sweeping its hand downward, sending the fossil pterosaur crashing to the ground, incapacitated. Incredible. Truly incredible. Luo's Mutwo is astonishingly powerful. The Great Bear's fossil pterosaur stands no chance. The Great Bear is left with only one Pokémon. What will it be? The commentators exclaimed. Return, fossil pterosaur, the Great Bear conceded. Psychic types, after all, have the upper hand against you. Come forth, Tyranitar. Naive, you underestimate Mutwo far too much, Luo Yangshua remarked. Mutwo, Aura Sphere. Mutwo brought its hands together, extending them forward and forming a formidable energy sphere that struck Tyranitar with blinding speed, leaving it barely standing. Tyranitar. How infuriating. What kind of Pokemon is this? How can it be so powerful? The Great Bear lamented, utterly defeated. It was simply not on the same level. Luo Yangshua covered his mouth and nose to shield himself from the sandstorm stirred up by Tyranitar's sandstream ability, muttering, Mutwo, finish it. Mutwo nodded, unleashing a pellet-sized aura sphere that struck Tyranitar, rendering it incapable of battle. Tyranitar is unable to continue. Thus the winner is Luo from Pallet Town, the referee announced. And there it was. The first contestant to enter the finals has emerged. Let us give the warmest applause to our Luo. Congratulations on securing a ticket to the finals, the commentator declared. The Great Bear recalled Tyranitar, approaching Luo Yangshua with resignation. What a formidable Pokemon you have. I concede wholeheartedly. Best of luck in the finals. I will be cheering for you. You must claim the championship. After extending his hand, Luo Yangshua shook it, saying, Apologies, I'm feeling a bit down. Don't be so sentimental. The Great Bear clapped Luo Yangshua on the shoulder. If you don't give it your all, I won't be pleased either. Even in defeat, I wish to lose with dignity, don't you agree? So, don't be too sentimental. Take my share and bring home the championship trophy. Absolutely. Luo Yangshua replied earnestly. Chapter 49, The Finals, Facing Xiao Tao. After handing over his Pokeballs for restoration, Luo Yangshua settled onto the spectator stands, preparing to watch the upcoming battles. Xiao Tao, with fiery red hair reminiscent of Wataru's, but styled in a buzz cut that exuded sharpness, displayed a physique that filled his t-shirt to the brim, evoking Luo Yangshua's envy. Perhaps spurred on by Luo Yangshua's Mutwo, Xiao Tao chose to send out Dragonite first, achieving a remarkable feat of 1 against 6. Though Dragonite was panting heavily and on the brink of collapse, it still retained a sliver of health. Luo Yangshua pondered, stroking his chin as he considered Beedrill's chances. After Mega Evolution, the victory rate stood at 60%. However, that was sufficient. His task was to transform that 60% into 100, allowing Beedrill to prove its worth. After the match concluded, everyone enjoyed lunch, engaging in discussions about who would ultimately claim the championship between Luo Yangshua and Xiao Tao. Luo Yangshua rested on the sofa in his room within the contestants' village, as the afternoon held no matches, enabling participants to recuperate for the true finals in the evening. Will Beedrill manage against Dragonite? Came Lily AI's voice from behind. How do you know? Luo Yangshua replied without turning. I've traveled with you long enough to know your character. Are you confident? Lily AI inquired. 60%. Good luck. Their silence spoke volumes. It was their unspoken understanding. Luo Yangshua closed his eyes, resting quietly to prepare for the final battle. That evening, after dinner, the grand finale of the court's conference commenced. The flames of the Firebird blazed fiercely, illuminating the arena like daylight, as the lights above the stands flickered to life. Though the autumn chill had set in, it did little to dampen the crowd's enthusiasm. With the commentators' fervent narrations, Luo Yangshua and Xiao Tao entered the arena. The two shook hands in the center of the field, and Xiao Tao remarked, "I've always wanted to battle you. Let us see if your Mutuo is superior or if my Dragonite is stronger. I regret to inform you that the one battling against Dragonite is not Mutuo. Yet I am still confident in my victory," Luo Yangshua remarked with an air of nonchalance. "Oh, I shall await your demonstration. I will force your Mutuo into the fray," Xiao Tao replied. The two competitors parted ways, taking their positions at opposite ends of the arena. As the bell signaling the commencement of the match rang, they each summoned their first Pokémon, Nidoqueen against Dragonair. Being a dragon type, Nidoqueen, initiate with Ice Beam, Luo Yangshua commanded, taking the offensive. Dragonair, counter with Surf, Xiao Tao instructed. Dragonair conjured a towering wave that surged towards Nidoqueen, who unleashed its Ice Beam, sweeping through the wave, which was swiftly encased in ice before shattering into fragments. However, amidst the descent of the ice shards, Nidoqueen charged forward, its horn striking Dragonair with great force, sending it flying and rendering it unable to continue the battle. Was that horn drill? Xiao Tao mused as he recalled Dragonair, acknowledging, "I underestimated you. I did not anticipate Nidoqueen's speed. Come forth, Gyarados." A colossal Gyarados emerged onto the battlefield, prompting Luo Yangshua to smirk. "Indeed, it seems you're intent on carrying forth the mantle of water types." "Thunderbolt," Luo Yangshua declared. "Hydro Pump," Xiao Tao commanded. Gyarados disregarded Nidoqueen's Thunderbolt entirely, unleashing a Hydro Pump that struck Nidoqueen with such force that it was sent crashing to the ground, rolling several times. Observing that Gyarados had only lost a third of its health, Luo Yangshua could not help but marvel at Xiao Tao's meticulous training. Gyarados had been honed for resilience. Despite Thunderbolt dealing quadruple damage due to Gyarados' water and flying dual type, it had only managed to deplete a third of its health, illustrating the formidable endurance cultivated through rigorous training. This was not merely a game. Statistics indicated everything. Even though Luo Yangshua's Pokémon possessed significantly superior stats compared to average ones, they could not compete with the resilience developed through years of training. The cheating device he employed could only enhance the numerical values of his Pokémon. When it came to experience and training, they were no match for the seasoned trainer's Pokémon. At this juncture, Luo Yangshua could merely assist his Pokémon in reaching a higher platform. Their subsequent ascent would depend on their own efforts. What he lacked most was not prowess, but rather the patience for time to yield its fruits. "Return, Nidoqueen," Luo Yangshua commanded, summoning forth Charizard. "It is your turn. Still a counter to you." "Gyarados, Hydro Pump," Xiao Tao exclaimed. "But your speed is too sluggish," Luo Yangshua retorted. "Charizard, Dragon Claw." As Gyarados unleashed another Hydro Pump towards Charizard, the latter took flight, maneuvering sideways to evade the attack, while forming Dragon Claw with its claws. With a swift upward swipe, Charizard struck Gyarados' gaping maw, forcing it shut. Subsequently, Charizard sidestepped Gyarados' bite, executing a series of Dragon Claw attacks upon Gyarados. "Gyarados, Aqua Tail, drive it away," Xiao Tao urged, anxiety creeping into his voice. Too slow, Luo Yangshua shouted. "Charizard, deliver the final Dragon Claw." Gyarados' tail whipped up a massive wave, crashing down upon the relentless Charizard. Yet, empowered by Luo Yangshua's bond, Charizard achieved an almost seamless synergy with its trainer, deftly dodging the Aqua Tail's onslaught and soaring atop Gyarados' head. With a powerful Dragon Claw, Charizard sent Gyarados crashing into the ground, concluding the battle, regardless of defensive capabilities. "Without speed, one merely becomes a target for punishment," Luo Yangshua remarked coolly. "Let us see who prevails in swiftness." "Come forth, Pidgeot," Xiao Tao declared, recalling Gyarados. Luo Yangshua suppressed a chuckle, observing, "Truly, the next flying-type champion is upon us." The Pidgeot was noted in the Pokédex to soar at Mach 2, a speed that would ascend into the heavens. However, this also highlighted Pidgeot's remarkable velocity. "Charizard, execute Dragon Claw," Luo Yangshua instructed. "Pidgeot, show them what speed really means." "Use Quick Attack," Xiao Tao commanded. Pidgeot shot into the sky, then dove towards Charizard. Luo Yangshua squinted, saying, "Now, Charizard, release a flamethrower." Charizard sensed the command, crossing its claws to intercept Pidgeot's quick attack. Seizing Pidgeot's beak, Charizard flung it aside, following up with a flamethrower that sent Pidgeot tumbling far away. "Pidgeot, use Sky Attack," Xiao Tao shouted. Pidgeot ascended high, then dived down with tremendous force to strike Charizard. "Defend, then counter with Dragon Claw," Luo Yangshua instructed. Pidgeot's assault was thwarted by Charizard's defense, which swiftly retaliated with Dragon Claw, sending Pidgeot spiraling downwards. Observing Pidgeot panting with exhaustion, Xiao Tao implored, "Pidgeot, Unleash your final Brave Bird. Wait, can it execute both moves? Luo Yangshua questioned in astonishment. In the game, the difference between Sky Attack and Brave Bird lay in the former requiring a charging phase, while the latter inflicted substantial recoil damage but dealt higher overall damage. In reality, due to the rapid execution of the charging action by swift Pokémon, many would opt for Brave Bird unless they possessed a strong defensive trait. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Luo Yangshua commanded. Pidgeot surged towards Charizard at high speed, braving the Flamethrower as it collided with Charizard, leaving a trail of energy in its wake. Charizard landed heavily, clutching its shoulder, momentarily incapacitated. Pidgeot, meanwhile, glided down, leaving a long mark upon the ground, ultimately losing its battle capability. Chapter 50, The Mighty Beedrill. A grave crisis. Xiao Tao has now lost 3 Pokémon, while Luo Yangshua has only 2 injured Pokémon, none of which have succumbed. The commentator exclaimed. Xiao Tao silently recalled Pidgeot and sent forth his 4th Pokémon, a cheerful Electrode, its short arms swaying, generating a cascade of tiny electric currents. Charizard, can you still fight? Luo Yangshua inquired. Roar. Charizard responded, raising its thumb towards Luo Yangshua. Understanding its intent, Luo Yangshua nodded. Then I entrust you with Earthquake. Charizard stomped fiercely upon the ground, sending powerful tremors towards Electrode. Electrode, use Magnet Rise. Xiao Tao commanded. A surge of electricity enveloped Electrode, allowing it to levitate gracefully above the ground, rendering Earthquake ineffective. Luo Yangshua furrowed his brow, declaring, Charizard, unleash Heatwave. Thunder. Xiao Tao shouted. Charizard ascended into the sky, flapping its wings to create a scorching gust. Electrode braved the heat wave, raising its arms to the heavens, as a bolt of lightning descended, striking Charizard. With a pained cry, Charizard plummeted from the sky, losing its battle capability. Luo Yangshua's eyelids twitched. It became evident that Xiao Tao's training method was extreme, neglecting all else to maximize output for offensive Pokémon while fortifying defensive ones solely for damage absorption. This Electrode's output was explosive, yet it was reduced to a sliver of health after merely one heat wave, proving alarmingly fragile. Recalling Charizard, Luo Yangshua shook his head. He had once entertained similar notions, but Dawu had made it abundantly clear that such an approach, while feasible, maximized strengths at the expense of amplifying weaknesses. Pokémon trained in this manner could never advance far. Reaching the Elite Four would be their pinnacle, while aspiring to become champions or masters was but a distant dream. Come forth, Sylveon. Let us create a misty terrain, Luo Yangshua declared. A soft pink energy enveloped the entire arena, creating a dreamy, ethereal landscape. Upon witnessing the formation of the misty terrain, Xiao Tao commanded, Electrode, use Iron Tail. Your speed is no match for this, Moonblast. Luo Yangshua instructed. Sylveon extended its feelers, and the image of the moon appeared behind it in the sky. Subsequently, a pink energy sphere formed before it, launching towards the Dragonite. The energy sphere was deflected by Dragonite's iron tail, but the resulting explosion incapacitated it. Xiao Tao withdrew Dragonite and declared, Come forth, Kingdra. Use Bubble Beam. Hydro Pump. Luo Yangshua commanded. Kingdra unleashed a beam of energy at its opponent, which then fragmented into countless bubbles that violently assaulted Sylveon. Following Luo Yangshua's command, Sylveon gracefully leaped to evade Kingdra's Bubble Beam. It then extended its feelers, generating a beam of radiant star-shaped energy to launch an attack on its foe. Kingdra, though swift, evaded the Hydro Pump. Yet, in the realm of the game, the Hydro Pump is an unmissable move due to its inherent ability to slightly adjust its trajectory. Sylveon skillfully directed the Hydro Pump, successfully striking Kingdra. Although the impact was minimal, it is worth noting that Sylveon's ability, Pixelate, transformed the normal-type Hydro Pump into a Fairy-type move, inflicting considerable damage on Kingdra. Now unleash Moonblast, commanded Luo Yangshua. Kingdra, Water Gun, shouted Xiao Tao. Sylveon's Moonblast and Kingdra's Water Gun collided, both successfully hitting their targets. Kingdra collapsed, having lost its combat capability, while Sylveon, drenched and panting, stood resiliently in place. Oh, Xiao Tao's Kingdra has fallen. He is now left with only one Pokémon. What will he send out next? The commentator exclaimed. Final hope. Come forth, Dragonite. Xiao Tao withdrew Kingdra and sent out Dragonite. Return, Sylveon, Luo Yangshua said, recalling Sylveon. Now let us bring forth Beedrill. Beedrill? Planning to wear down Dragonite's stamina? Xiao Tao remarked with a frown. Is Xiao Luo attempting to allow Sylveon a respite to battle Dragonite later? As we know, Sylveon's Fairy type is immune to Dragon-type moves. Given that Sylveon expended considerable energy in the previous match, granting it a proper rest is indeed a wise choice. The commentator noted, "It seems everyone underestimates you." Luo Yangshuo mused, touching the 2 keystones embedded in his left bracelet. "Let them silence their doubts, Beedrill." The pendant on Beedrill's chest radiated brilliant colors, connecting with the light from Luo Yangshuo's keystones. As the brilliance faded, a Mega Beedrill emerged onto the battlefield. "What is this? Beedrill has evolved once again. Xiao Luo has surprised us once more." Who could have anticipated that after the evolution of Greninja, he would prompt Beedrill to evolve again? What an astonishing competitor! The commentator exclaimed. "And what difference does it make? It's still a feeble bug," Xiao Tao retorted. "Dragonite, use Fire Punch." Dragonite nodded and raced towards Mega Beedrill. Its right fist engulfed in roaring flames. Yet, in an instant, a flicker of shadow passed, and Beedrill vanished from view. Moments later, Dragonite felt a sharp sting in its back as Mega Beedrill's stinger pierced through, releasing a potent toxin. Luo Yangshuo chuckled. What was once a 60 chance of victory has now risen to 90 with the successful toxin release. Despite being dubbed the fastest Pokemon in the world, Dragonite's initial speed stat is only 80, with an attack of 134. In contrast, Mega Beedrill boasts a speed of 145 and an attack of 150. Though fragile, Mega Beedrill's assault can leave opponents in despair. Mega Beedrill, Poison Jab, Luo Yangshuo commanded. Beedrill's stinger rapidly shot forth a green liquid laden with toxins, striking Dragonite and causing pain to manifest on its face. The poisoning effect doubled the damage from the Poison Jab. However, due to Mega Beedrill's reduced special attack, the damage was not substantial, yet it exacerbated Dragonite's poisoned state. "Damn it, Dragonite, use Rain Dance, then Thunder to finish it," Xiao Tao ordered. "Do you think I will allow you to attack? Mega Beedrill, keep up the Twin Needle Assault and finish it," Luo Yangshuo countered. In a flash, Beedrill transformed into a blur, unleashing a rapid flurry of Twin Needle strikes upon Dragonite. With its high attack power and the potential for critical hits due to the Focus Sash effect, Dragonite found itself in dire straits, unable to catch a glimpse of its elusive foe, enduring a relentless barrage. Ultimately, with a final Twin Needle, Dragonite fell to the ground, having lost its battle capability. Dragonite is unable to battle. Thus, the victor is Xiao Luo. The referee declared loudly. Luo Yangshuo stepped forward, fist bumping with Mega Beedrill's steel stinger, both reveling in the cheers and applause of the audience. He had done it. Chapter 51. The conclusion of the conference, a surge of popularity. Xiao Tao withdrew Dragonite, approaching Luo Yangshuo with a resigned expression. "Damn it, you are truly formidable. I suppose my chance of succeeding Brother Du is now in jeopardy." Luo Yangshuo shook his hand, replying, "You can still train for a while longer. However, your approach is rather extreme. I was once advised by the champion Steven from the Hoenn region, and I can share this. A person's strength is always determined by their weakest aspect. Your Pokemon's strengths are apparent, but so are their weaknesses. Exploit those flaws, and you will find yourself outmatched." Xiao Tao scratched his head, saying, "Brother Du mentioned the same thing. However, this is my style, and I probably won't change. But I will explore other methods to compensate." Luo Yangshuo remained silent. This was a path others had to tread alone. The competition had finally drawn to a close, and the next event was the award ceremony and closing ceremony. Once he received the championship trophy, the system rewards would be his. He also planned to rest for a while before accompanying Lily to Alola to prepare for a challenge against Tapu Koko. The closing ceremony commenced, with all competitors entering the arena. President Damalanki presented commemorative medals to all. Lily also received a medal, featuring a black base adorned with white wings on either side, and a crystal crown at the center with a small golden Pokeball emblem, truly exquisite. Next, the top 3 were recognized, with President Damalanki awarding medals and trophies to them: Luo Yangshuo, Xiao Tao, and Xiong. Luo Yangshuo received a gold medal and a golden trophy topped with a Pokeball, flanked by gilded wings. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest, Path of the Master. Reward: 1 Master Ball, a complete set of Charizard X Evolution Stones worth millions, and a random legendary map. Main Quest 2 initiated. Capture 6 Pokemon from the Johto region to participate in the Silver Conference. Legendary Pokemon are not permitted, and System Lottery Pokemon do not count. Rewards: 2 Master Balls, a complete set of Mutwo X Evolution Stones worth millions, a random legendary map, and the powers of healing and psychic abilities unlocked. Luo Yangshuo mused. It seems the requirements have become stricter, yet the rewards remain enticing. This means that apart from Charizard and Sylveon, none of my other Pokemon are eligible for battle. Wait, it seems that Haxorus and the others did not participate in this tournament. He quickly inquired with the system. which confirmed that his young Bagon could participate in the Silver Conference, alleviating his concerns. This means that the current requirement for the Silver Conference is already 3 Pokemon. He merely needs to capture 3 more from the Johto region. Luo Yangshua stepped down and stood beside Lily as the lights dimmed and fireworks erupted into the sky, illuminating the entire venue. Lily leaned against Luo Yangshua, exclaiming, "How beautiful!" Luo Yangshua smiled silently, savoring the moment. Once the closing ceremony concluded, everyone returned to the competitor village for one last night, and after exchanging goodbyes, Luo Yangshua and his companions returned to Pallet Town. Subsequently, it was announced that a celebration soiree would be held to commemorate Luo Yangshua's victory and Xiaoji's achievement of reaching the top 8. Initially, the event was to take place at the Professor Oak's Research Institute, but Lily's companions insisted on visiting Luo Yangshua's breeding mansion, prompting a change of venue to Luo Yangshua's current residence. Luo Yangshua did not object to this alteration. He invested a bit of money in procuring various ingredients and beverages, enlisting the assistance of Tu Chansey to prepare a feast for everyone. Xiaoji's mother also came to lend a hand, and soon, merriment ensued among the guests. Shuelian and others began to explore the expansive mansion, and before long, each of them returned with a Pokemon in tow. Luo Yangshua was nearly beside himself with frustration, as luck seemed to favor the 4 of them, each acquiring a premium Pokemon. He felt it inappropriate to charge them for their newfound companions, thus allowing them to depart with 4 Pokemon: Shuelian's premium Gyarados, Mao's premium Oddish, Kaki's premium Ponyta, and Mamanai's premium Magnemite. Luo Yangshua's heart ached, for he had just lost 4 million Poke Dollars. Professor Oak, aware of Luo Yangshua's impending journey to Alola, promptly entrusted him with the task of capturing some Alolan forms of Pokemon. Luo Yangshua readily agreed, recognizing the necessity of a diverse Pokemon stock for his breeding facility, particularly as he had accumulated a wealth of coins, rendering him well prepared for capturing Pokemon. Simultaneously, Professor Oak requested that Luo Yangshua allow him to study his Greninja and Beedrill. After some consideration, Luo Yangshua consented, as most of his Pokemon were already approaching level 90. He had provided them with all the resources he could, and now it was up to their own efforts, although he planned to retain the cheat codes and modified moves for himself before eventually handing them over to Professor Oak. Speaking of cheat codes and modified moves, Luo Yangshua realized he had yet to check his popularity points, uncertain if they would suffice. Upon accessing the system interface, he was taken aback by the number of popularity points displayed, taking a moment to recover his composure. He exclaimed, "At last, I feel like a tycoon. Activate the cheat codes for me. I want a dozen modified moves." With his championship victory, his popularity points surged to an astonishing 1.2 million, eliciting a sense of euphoria that momentarily clouded his judgment. Having selected his desired items, he proceeded to the checkout, only to be met with a notification: insufficient balance to complete the purchase. He was incensed, incredulous that such a modest selection would exceed his 1.2 million points. The system chimed again: maximize attack EV. 50,000 popularity points. Maximize special attack EV. 50,000 popularity points. Experience X8. 300,000 popularity points. Total for modified Pokemon moves: 1 million points. Luo Yangshua fell silent, contemplating his options. Ultimately, he decided to procure 2 attack cheat codes, achieving a sense of completeness. He knew he needed to double the experience points, as leveling up past 90 was notoriously challenging. After much deliberation, he ruled out Pokemon like Bellossom, who didn't relish battle, and Sylveon, a pacifist by nature. The remaining Pokemon were all battle-hardened. He decided to allocate the modified moves to Charizard, Greninja, Mewtwo, and Beedrill, using the remaining 300,000 points to purchase a set of modified Claw moves for Charizard, a set of modified Blade moves for Greninja, and a set of modified Weapon Mastery moves for Mewtwo. This corresponded to Charizard's Dragon Claw, Greninja's Blade and Water Shuriken, and Mewtwo's Psychic Spoon. As the evening unfolded with laughter and revelry, the guests gradually dispersed. Afterward, Luo Yangshua opened the door to the villa, ascending to the 2nd floor where Charizard rested. Upon hearing Luo Yangshua's footsteps, Charizard opened its eyes. In silence, Luo Yangshua presented a pill radiating an unusual glow to Charizard before departing to retire for the night. Charizard, watching Luo Yangshua's retreating figure, unhesitatingly consumed the pill, its potent effects surging through its body. Enduring the intense pain, Charizard's tail flames blazed fiercely, enveloping it entirely. A flash of white light illuminated the sky as Mewtwo appeared above Charizard, observing the engulfed Pokemon. Shortly thereafter, Luo Yangshua's Mewtwo emerged from its resting place. and the two Mutuo exchanged a silent glance before departing, their destination unknown. Charizard struggled for some time before the flames finally dissipated, feeling a significant surge in power within. Satisfied, it nodded and sought a different spot to rest, falling into a deep slumber. Chapter 52. Journey to Alola, Confronting Leezy. After spending 2 days in Pallet Town, Luo Yangshua and his companions boarded a private plane to the Ether Paradise in Alola. Luzamin served as their guide, introducing them to the wonders of the Ether Paradise. Indeed, it was vast, occupying an entire small island as the base for the Ether Foundation, a testament to the wealth of Lily's family. As autumn deepened, Luo Yangshua resolved to spend the entire winter in Alola, planning to challenge the Silver Conference alongside Xiaoji in the spring. Thus, he had ample time to train Charizard and capture Tapu Koko. After a day at the Ether Paradise, Luo Yangshua requested several Ultra Balls from his future mother-in-law. Although he could purchase them through the system, why not take advantage of free offerings? After all, Ultra Beasts occasionally appeared in the Alola region, and he was keen to capture a few. Moreover, his future mother-in-law shared an interest in Ultra Beasts. Even if he had no use for them, he could still present them to her as a gesture of filial piety. Luzamin, confident in Luo Yanshua's abilities, provided him with 30 Ultra Balls for research purposes. Ultra Balls were exclusively for capturing Ultra Beasts. Attempting to use them on regular Pokemon would yield a success rate inferior to that of a standard Pokeball. Bidding farewell to Luzamin and Gladion, Luo Yangshua, accompanied by Professor Oak and Professor Kukui, returned to the Pokemon School. Lily had taken a leave of absence for travel and needed to catch up on her studies, but fortunately, her passion for learning ensured she was a top student, alleviating concerns about her academic performance. However, Lily still required an additional year to graduate from the Pokemon School, meaning she could not accompany Luo Yangshua on this journey. Luo Yangshua understood. Planning to stay at the professor's home for a few days to capture a group of Pokemon to deliver to Professor Oak before embarking on a boat to Akalo Island. On this occasion, Luo Yangshua left most of his primary team in the mansion, retaining only Charizard, Hakuryu, Gyarados, and Larvitar. Mutuo seemed to have its own agenda, opting to remain behind without disclosing its intentions. Luo Yangshua did not press for details, merely advising Mutuo to seek him out in times of trouble or to take along his primary Pokemon, to which Mutuo nodded in agreement. The ferry did not pause in Kanekoni City, but headed directly to Nanu City. From the deck, the iconic lighthouse of Nanu City came into view. The lighthouse served as a landmark for Nanu City, providing a vantage point to glimpse Kanekoni City. After all, the two cities were separated by only a body of water, and a diglet tunnel connected them, facilitating travel. Luo Yangshua arrived in Nanu City with the intention of finding Leezy, the island queen. To capture Tapu Koko, he needed to consult her. Otherwise, attempting to capture it directly would likely result in a pursuit by Leezy, and potentially the other 3 guardians would join in the chase as well. After all, the 4 Tapus were the guardians of the 4 islands of Alola, and they did not constitute a singular group like the legendary birds or Shalebi, where capturing one would not provoke the others. No way, absolutely not. How could you entertain the idea of capturing Tapu Koko, even if you possessed the ability to do so? Do you think the other guardians would permit you to take Tapu Koko away? Leezy exclaimed vehemently. All right. I understand, Luo Yangshua replied. I shall not capture it, but I can certainly engage it in battle, right? Luo Yangshua remarked, scratching his ear. As he traversed the vibrant streets of Neon City, he inquired about Leezy's gemstone shop. With the warm guidance of the locals, he soon located Leezy's establishment. Leezy was genuinely pleased to see Luo Yangshua, especially upon learning that he had secured the championship title in the Kanto region, which brought her much joy. However, her demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing that Luo Yangshua intended to capture Tapu Koko. She poked his forehead with her finger, delivering a stern lecture. Really? Leezy asked. Skepticism etched across her face, unable to believe that Luo Yangshua truly aimed to capture Tapu Koko. More genuine than a pearl, Luo Yangshua replied with a resigned expression. Although it was somewhat regrettable that he couldn't capture Tapu Koko, he was determined to avenge his Charizard, at the very least. He wanted to teach Tapu Koko a lesson for bullying the weak indiscriminately. Very well, let us have a battle. If you win, I shall take you to the ruins of life and present you with the Roxy Crystal. If you lose, you must reflect on your actions, Leezy declared. Even if you intend to challenge Tapu Koko, I shall be right here to observe. Agreed. Where shall we battle? Luo Yangshua responded nonchalantly. After all, this was his inaugural encounter with a legendary Pokemon, and whether he would prevail was uncertain. Though he spoke of capturing a legendary, it was merely a form of self-hypnosis to bolster his confidence. To the ruins of life, Leezy instructed. Tapu Koko will not remain in the ruins forever, but battling there will draw its attention. Understanding this, Luo Yangshua realized why the Alolan people offered battles as tributes to these guardians. These four beings were inherently combative and held a strong interest in battles. Lizzie asked a shop assistant to watch over the store, and she led Luo Yangshua through a lengthy jungle until they arrived at the entrance of the Ruins of Life. However, Lizzie did not permit Luo Yangshua to enter the ruins. As she explained, entry was a trial reserved for the Island Queen or the Island King. Only those who could earn the Guardian's favor within the ruins could hold such a title. In essence, Luo Yangshua was an outsider, lacking the qualifications for entry unless he chose to settle there permanently. Luo Yangshua shrugged off the matter and sent out his Charizard. Lizzie glanced at Charizard and commented, "You've trained it quite well. It's no wonder you emerged victorious in the championship. But don't underestimate me, the Island Queen. Go, Electrode." "Electrode, use Charge Beam," Lizzie commanded. "Finish it off, Mega Charizard X. Flamethrower," Luo Yangshua called out as he initiated Mega Evolution the moment Lizzie sent out Electrode. "Is this Charizard's next evolutionary form?" "It seems formidable," Lizzie remarked, but she urged Electrode not to be underestimated. "Electrode, use Charge Beam." Indeed, as Luo Yangshua had predicted, the next Flamethrower struck Electrode, rendering it unable to continue fighting. Lizzie, reluctantly recalling Electrode, admitted, "Your strength is truly impressive. It's no surprise you won the championship." Luo Yangshua stroked his chin, acknowledging the compliment. Modified version of Scratch, inspired by the King of Fighters, it creates a rapid flurry of claw strikes that leave the opponent with no chance to retaliate. Worth 100,000 popularity points. Chapter 53, Tapu Koko appears. "Let's get serious now, go Golem," Lizzie commanded. Then, a colossal rock Pokemon, comparable in size to Mega Charizard X, emerged onto the battlefield. Upon its entry, its ability activated, summoning a fierce sandstorm that dealt damage to Mega Charizard X. Luo Yangshua recognized that he was facing a formidable opponent. Golem was top tier and appeared to be at level 80, easily matching his Mega Charizard X. "Golem, use Rock Throw," Lizzie ordered, unleashing a powerful attack right from the start. "Take to the skies, sunny day," Luo Yangshua declared, eager to seize the advantage of the weather. With a thunderous stomp, Golem caused numerous rock spikes to erupt from the ground, raining down upon Mega Charizard X and inflicting substantial damage. However, Mega Charizard X successfully launched an energy ball into the air, establishing sunny day as the sandstorm gradually dissipated. "Solar Beam," Lizzie commanded. "Did you think we wouldn't?" Luo Yangshua countered. "Mega Charizard X, Solar Beam." Thanks to the sunny day effect, the solar beam rapidly coalesced, and as the two beams collided, Mega Charizard X's solar beam overpowered Golem's, striking the immobile rock Pokemon with a weakened blast. While Golem boasted high defenses and attack power, its special attack and speed were rather lackluster. It would be unwise to engage in a special attack duel against Mega Charizard X. Lizzie remained unfazed, ordering, "Rock Blast." "Dodge it, Mega Charizard X," Luo Yangshua instructed. Each of Luo Yangshua's Pokemon had unique modified moves tailored to their abilities. The system had equipped Charizard with 3 customized attacks, primarily enhancing its claws and wings, with secondary boosts to its physical attributes. After training for a while, the power of the Scratch attack, as well as the speed and durability of flight, had significantly improved, allowing Mega Charizard X to easily evade Golem's Rock Blast. Following a swift dash, it approached Golem, unleashing its claws. Forbidden Technique 211. 8-Child Maiden, Luo Yangshua proclaimed, reminiscent of Kyo Kusanagi from the King of Fighters. The system had thoughtfully incorporated Kyo's claw attack, which, while not identical, fit Mega Charizard X remarkably well. A series of claw strikes landed upon Golem, culminating in a powerful headbutt, where Mega Charizard X unleashed its flamethrower. After a relentless combo, Golem's health plummeted precariously, prompting even Lizzie to express her astonishment. "What an impressive combo. It seems you have undergone rigorous training. Did you devise this strategy yourself?" Luo Yangshua shamelessly nodded in affirmation, then commanded, "Mega Charizard X, finish it off with Flamethrower." "Not yet. Rock Throw," Lizzie countered. Golem summoned its last reserves of strength to launch a Rock Throw at Mega Charizard X. Both moves struck simultaneously, causing Golem to collapse while Mega Charizard X landed safely, still with half its health intact, showing no signs of fear against Lizzie. "Return, Golem," Lizzie said, recalling her Pokemon. "Your Mega Charizard X is incredibly strong. Tapu Koko will surely be pleased. Little Luo, this final match will be my utmost effort. Prepare to experience the might of Alola's Z moves. Come forth, Lycanroc." As Luo Yangshua observed the midnight form of Lycanroc on the field, he inwardly lamented that this would be a challenging battle. Lycanroc was top tier and appeared to be above level 90, likely Leezy's starting Pokemon. Lycanroc, use Rock Throw. Leezy commanded. With a powerful punch, Lycanroc struck the ground, causing massive boulders to erupt and charge toward Mega Charizard X. Dodge it, Mega Charizard X, and then Solar Beam. Luo Yangshuo ordered, capitalizing on the ongoing sunny day effect. Mega Charizard X soared into the sky, and with its claws joined together, it unleashed a Solar Beam at Lycanroc. Dodge it, then unleash the colossal boulder. Leezy shouted, performing the Z-move gesture. Lycanroc accelerated, evading the Solar Beam, then let out a mighty howl as it leapt high into the air. Countless rocks appeared from thin air, rapidly converging to form a massive rocky mountain that plummeted toward Mega Charizard X. Mega Charizard X, use Flare Blitz to withstand it. Luo Yangshuo exclaimed, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he gazed at the impending mountain. It was truly a terrifying sight. The majestic Charizard X let out a thunderous roar, its tail engulfed in raging flames, as it charged towards the colossal rock formation in the sky. Yet, despite its fervent resistance, the mountain's vastness proved overwhelming, forcefully suppressing its efforts. Luo Yangshuo felt a peculiar sensation in his eye, akin to the legendary sun Wukong being trapped beneath the Five-Finger Mountain. As the dust settled, Charizard X stood panting on the ground, its health diminished but not entirely obliterated. The Lycanroc, too, bore its share of damage. Charizard X, Dragon Claw, Luo Yangshuo commanded. Lycanroc, Rock Block. Leezy responded, determined to prevent Charizard X from unleashing its devastating Z-move, the Eightfold Maiden. With a mighty roar, Lycanroc summoned a barrage of enormous boulders from above, intent on entrapping Charizard X. However, Leezy had underestimated Charizard X's agility. It deftly maneuvered through the air, swiftly closing in on Lycanroc, successfully executing the Eightfold Maiden, followed by a fiery blast that concluded the battle. Gazing at the incapacitated Lycanroc, Charizard X could no longer contain itself, reverting from its mega evolution, stumbling to the ground, gasping for breath, gradually regaining its strength from the remnants of energy within. Alas, we have lost, Leezy consoled, helping Lycanroc to its feet. You are now eligible to challenge Tapu Koko. Furthermore, as a reward for defeating me, this rock Z crystal is yours. With that, Leezy handed over a dusty yellow Z crystal to Luo Yangshuo. He promptly retrieved his Z ring from his backpack, affixing the rock Z crystal onto it. As he adorned his right wrist with the Z ring, a smile spread across his face. He had gained another trump card. Tapu Koko. A sweet, melodic voice chimed, showering the area with shimmering dust, instantly revitalizing both Charizard and Lycanroc. Leezy also released her two Pokemon, Delmise and Mudsdale, to restore their strength. A pink Pokemon glided gracefully through the sky, alighting before Luo Yangshuo and Leezy, its large eyes twinkling with delight. Luo Yangshuo recognized it instantly. It was indeed his intended target, Tapu Koko. Without hesitation, Charizard roared defiantly at Tapu Koko. Taken aback for a moment, Tapu Koko joyfully nodded in approval, for it relished the thrill of battle. Luo Yangshuo turned to Tapu Koko, asserting, we have come to challenge you. Should we prevail, you must grant me a single request. Shall Luo? Leezy interjected, her irritation evident as she interrupted him. Fear not, Leezy. I shall not request to capture Tapu Koko. My desire is merely for Charizard to train under your guidance. If we lose, we shall remain here to battle you for a month. What do you say? Luo Yangshuo proposed. Regardless of the outcome, Luo Yangshuo hoped to allow Charizard and the legendary Pokemon to engage in numerous battles, absorbing the invaluable experience that such encounters would yield, preparing for future endeavors to capture legendary Pokemon. Thus, whether victory or defeat, he perceived it as a gain. Tapu Koko displayed no objection, delighted by the prospect of having a companion to spar with. Chapter 54. The Might of the Ancient Legendary Pokemon, the Entrustment of the Tapu. Charizard, Mega Evolution. Luo Yangshuo declared. The keystone on his left wrist reacted with the Charizardite X on Charizard's left, enveloping it in a radiant sphere of light. As the luminescent cocoon shattered, a resplendent Charizard X emerged, its gaze fiercely fixed upon Tapu Koko. Tapu Koko, it chuckled lightly. Luo Yangshuo, hearing this, exclaimed, do not underestimate my Charizard X. Shadow Claw. Charizard charged rapidly towards Tapu Koko, its dark claws exuding a ferocious aura as it unleashed the Eightfold Maiden with wild abandon. Tapu Koko, Tapu Koko, Tapu Koko. It hummed a cheerful tune, effortlessly evading Charizard X's claw strikes, before delivering a swift collision to Charizard X's abdomen. The impact left Charizard X doubled over, struggling to regain its composure. Raising its head, Charizard X glared menacingly at Tapu Koko, letting out a fierce roar as it unleashed a torrent of flames toward it. Tapu Koko. With a mere flick of its finger, Tapu Koko sent the flames hurtling back. Striking Charizard X, Luo Yangshua fell into silence, observing Charizard X's health dwindle to half. Is there truly such a disparity? He murmured despondently. Tapu Koko. It beckoned, playfully gesturing to Charizard X. Even in defeat, we must know our limits. Charizard X, Flare Blitz. Luo Yangshua commanded. With a resounding roar, Charizard X surged forward, its blue flames ablaze, enveloping its body in an overwhelming power that far surpassed its usual might. Tapu Koko struck the ground with one hand, generating a pink shockwave that propelled Charizard X backward, while blue halos flickered across the surface. Charizard X found itself besieged by a barrage of pink, blue, and yellow flashes of energy. Nature's fury, Luo Yangshua lamented. This is truly unfair. There's no way in. Panting heavily, Charizard stood before Luo Yangshua, fully aware that it was no match for Tapu Koko, yet it could not accept this fate. For what purpose had it strived to grow stronger? Ultimate impact, Luo Yangshua shouted. Charizard X let out a defiant roar, charging resolutely towards Tapu Koko. Tapu Koko, it chuckled softly, a powerful wave of psychic energy immobilizing Charizard X midair, rendering it unable to continue fighting, and causing it to revert from its Mega Evolution form. With a gentle laugh, Tapu Koko sprinkled a shower of glowing dust, restoring Charizard's health. Luo Yangshua stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and stated, I accept my defeat. For the coming month, I shall accompany you in battle. Tapu Koko nodded in agreement, a smile gracing its features. Observing the now composed Luo Yangshua, Lizzie remarked, So, have you come to understand the prowess of Tapu Koko? Luo Yangshua plopped down onto the ground, gazing at Tapu Koko, and confessed, the might of ancient legendary Pokémon is indeed beyond my capacity to contend with. Yet, I possess my own methods. One day, I shall lead my Pokémon into the realm of legends, and we shall triumph over Tapu Koko. Lizzie playfully swatted the back of Luo Yangshua's head, chiding, Did I not tell you? Do you think legendary Pokémon are easy to capture? Without opportunity or the legendary Pokémon's favor, you can forget about capturing them. Yet, you are correct in one regard. Only a legendary can defeat another legendary. Luo Yangshua scoffed, thinking to himself, what about Ash defeating the nightmare Pokémon, Darkrai? Is the Lizard King considered a legendary? He pondered his own Mutuo, realizing that its current state would yield less than a 10% chance of victory against Tapu Koko. But is not Mutuo a legendary? No, Mutuo is indeed a legendary. But is this merely the result of time as passage? System, what precisely defines a legendary Pokémon? Don't try to bamboozle me with game mechanics. Nearly all my Pokémon exceed 600 in stats. Ding. The definition of legendary Pokémon pertains more to their utilization of the world's primal essence. To put it in terms easier for the host to comprehend, one wields elemental energy, while the other harnesses the most fundamental energy of the world. One is of lower tier, the other of a higher tier, and from a qualitative perspective, they are worlds apart, the system elucidated. So, the path ahead involves guiding my Pokémon to comprehend the essence of the world? Luo Yangshua contemplated, pondering how one might achieve such understanding. Ding. Currently, there is no available information. If the host can locate Arceus's plate, the system may be able to analyze it and potentially uncover a method. Where on earth am I supposed to find Arceus's plate? Luo Yangshua lamented in frustration. Understanding the essence of power is the first step towards entering the realm of legendary Pokémon. Yet this initial step had already posed a significant challenge for Luo Yangshua. Regardless, he resolved to spend a month training with Tapu Koko, first familiarizing himself with battles against legendary beings. Luo Yangshua displayed a carefree disposition, or perhaps it was a lack of concern. In truth, he was acutely aware that the mythical beasts were still a distant reality for him. Even Mutuo, which had been inadvertently resurrected by the system, was not something he had the experience to confront these legendary creatures. With little time for contemplation, a new round of battles commenced. Luo Yangshua released his Hackdragon and the others to observe the fight, even if they were not directly involved. The experience of witnessing a battle against a legendary beast was invaluable. He retrieved a camera from his backpack, intending to document the encounter with Tapu Koko, knowing that even in defeat, the experience would be exceedingly precious. Lizzie watched as Charizard faced defeat time and again, yet continued to battle valiantly. Fortunately, Tapu Koko's healing powder allowed Charizard to engage in intense combat. After a while, Lizzie departed, as even the Island Queen had her duties to attend to. Recognizing that Luo Yangshua was no match for Tapu Koko, she felt little concern for him. Luo Yangshua, not wishing to return to Conic City just yet, decided to have Leezy send over some supplies later. He set up a tent at the life ruins, preparing for a prolonged struggle. A month later, it was not just Charizard who faced Tapu Koko. Dragonite, Gyarados, and Tyranitar joined the fray, launching a full-scale assault. Yet, Tapu Koko danced gracefully amidst the onslaught, effortlessly defeating them one by one. Ah, the month has come to an end. Tapu Koko, I must take my leave, Luo Yangshua said, recalling his 4 Pokémon that had been healed by Tapu Koko. Tapu Koko nodded, calling out cheerfully. Do you wish to entrust me with a Pokémon? Which one is it? Luo Yangshua inquired, curiosity piqued. Chirp, Mew, Finn, came the sounds of 3 calls. All 4 Tapu Koko approached Luo Yangshua. As he gazed at the 4 before him, a thought crossed his mind. Ash had been favored by Tapu Koko upon his arrival in Alola and had been entrusted with one as well. Could it be? As anticipated, a small, nebula-like creature was presented to Luo Yangshua, safeguarded by the 4 Tapu. Looking down at the Cosmic in his arms, he frowned. But I am not from Alola. Can I truly care for it? I plan to travel to other regions and may not return for a year. Tapu Koko assured him, conveying the message. Take it with you. We will handle matters thereafter. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Yangshua agreed. All right, I shall see you in a year. If you need me, come to Kanto's Masera town. If I'm not there, my Pokemon will be able to contact me. The 4 Tapu nodded in agreement, letting out a soft call before departing from the life ruins. Luo Yangshua cradled Cosmic as he made his way back to Conic City, preparing to bid farewell to Leezy. He aimed to gather more Z-crystals in the remaining time to prepare for future battles. Chapter 55, Charizard in Love. Upon acquiring Cosmic, Luo Yangshua was suddenly filled with a plethora of creative strategies. After all, in the games, both Solgaleo and Lunala had the ability to traverse the Ultra Wormhole into other dimensions. Luo Yangshua was certain that within the Ultra Wormhole, there existed the possibility of finding legendary beasts in alternate realms, albeit a slim chance, but worth the attempt, was it not? The legendary creatures he had longed to capture, most were indeed Cosmic and Celebi, one traversing space, the other time. With Celebi's ability to manipulate time, Luo Yangshua could potentially return to ancient eras, where the legendary Pokémon he envisioned were the 3 from the Hoenn region, Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza. These 3 had lain dormant since ancient times, yet no one could truly recount the events of that era. Rayquaza, dwelling within the ozone, raised questions about the vastness of the universe. Who could say if other Rayquaza existed among the stars? Everything remained a mystery. Returning to Conic City, he found Leezy and bid her farewell. Leezy expressed immense curiosity about the Pokémon Tapu Koko had entrusted to Luo Yangshua. However, after examining Cosmic thoroughly, she found nothing particularly special about it. Instead, her attempts to inspect it awakened the creature, leading to a cacophony of cries that tortured both of them. Fortunately, Luo Yangshua had prepared beforehand, producing a precious sweet candy. After feeding it to Cosmic, the creature ceased its wailing, happily munching on the treat. From this, it was clear that this Cosmic was indeed the one entrusted to Ash in the animated series. Yet, Luo Yangshua wondered why he had been chosen by Tapu Koko. Even if the plot had a certain inertia, it seemed improbable that it would involve him. Unable to ponder further, Luo Yangshua accepted that Cosmic was now in his care and could not be returned. Only Ash would release his primary Pokémon. Luo Yangshua was certain that no one else would relinquish a legendary beast if they obtained one. After bidding farewell to Leezy, Luo Yangshua instructed Charizard to fly him to Mount Vera, where he intended to challenge the dominant Pokémon to acquire a Fire Z crystal to enhance Charizard's power. Cosmic perched contentedly on Charizard's back, chirping joyfully. Initially, Luo Yangshua contemplated capturing it with a Pokeball, but the system directly interjected, ding. Notification to the host. Unless a legendary beast willingly chooses to remain in a Pokeball, a standard Pokeball cannot confine them. They could easily burst out at any moment. If the host wishes to capture a legendary beast, it is advisable to use the Master Ball provided by the system. According to the system, legendary beasts harness primordial powers, resisting the confines of ordinary Pokeballs. Even a Master Ball could barely withstand the might of a legendary creature. Only the Master Ball provided by the system could truly contain their power and secure their allegiance. Attempting to capture a legendary beast with a standard Pokeball would merely result in a half-hearted capture, as the creature could depart at will. Luo Yangshua's Mutwo had also chosen to follow him willingly. Otherwise, did anyone truly believe a Great Ball could capture Mutwo? Thus, Luo Yangshua dismissed any notion of using a Pokeball on Cosmic. Arriving at Mount Vera, Luo Yangshua commenced his ascent from the base of the mountain. He was unaware of the exact location of the dominant Pokemon, as Kachi had inherited the Fire Z crystal from his grandfather. Consequently, Luo Yangshua opted for a secluded path, hoping to encounter the dominant Pokémon. Meanwhile, Cosmic curiously explored its surroundings. In a moment of distraction, Luo Yangshua failed to notice when Cosmic suddenly teleported away. "Ah, Charizard. Quickly search for Cosmic," Luo Yangshua exclaimed, his temper flaring. Finding a teleporting creature was no easy task. As he prepared to send Charizard soaring, he heard Cosmic's cries echoing from above. Looking up, he spotted a distant cave opening on a rocky ledge. He gestured to Charizard, who promptly carried him to the cave entrance. Upon entering, Luo Yangshua discovered Cosmic surrounded by 3 fiery night thief lizards. He couldn't help but facepalm. After all, this was a fledgling legendary beast, yet it was intimidated by mere level 20 night thief lizards, an utterly disheartening sight. Charizard unleashed a fiery attack, driving the night thief lizards away. Luo Yangshua approached and picked up Cosmic, offering it a few sweet candies, saying, "Next time, don't run off. I worry when I can't find you." Cosmic nodded in understanding, then tugged at Luo Yangshua's sleeve, pointing with its nebula-like arms towards a nearby wooden sculpture that housed Z crystals. A radiant fire Z crystal glimmered atop it. Luo Yangshua happily patted Cosmic's head, realizing that the little creature had understood his intentions and brought him here. However, he noted that there seemed to be no sign of the dominant Pokémon nearby. Waiting patiently, Luo Yangshua stood still, and within moments, a colossal flame lizard appeared at the cave entrance. "I shall take the Fire Z crystal. Let us battle," he declared. The flame lizard nodded slightly and rushed forward, emanating a dazzling brilliance, reminiscent of the spectacle in a game. Luo Yangshua, eager to test the prowess of the Dominator's spirit, declared, "Charizard, unleash your flames." Charizard immediately opened its mouth, projecting a torrent of fire towards the flame lizard. Unfazed, the flame lizard cast a seductive glance at Charizard, then opened its mouth to release its own flames, effortlessly countering Charizard's attack while simultaneously enchanting it. Luo Yangshua furrowed his brow. The bonds of power surged within him, temporarily mitigating the effects of the enchantment. "Dragon's Claw," he commanded. Charizard roared, conjuring a colossal claw of dragon energy that lunged at the flame lizard. The flame lizard feigned a pitiful expression, causing Charizard to hesitate, its assault significantly diminished. Nevertheless, the onslaught was sufficient to leave the flame lizard in a state of distress. Luo Yangshua shook his head, bemused by the age-old adage that even heroes struggle against the allure of beauty. Not only Charizard, but even Nidoking had succumbed to the charms of Lily's Nidoqueen after their match, now basking in affection at the estate. Likely on the cusp of starting a family upon Luo Yangshua's return, Charizard and the others, youthful and impetuous, were evidently susceptible to temptation. The flame lizard, with a flick of its tail, sent a deluge of venom towards Charizard. "Defend, then strike with reverse scale," Luo Yangshua commanded. Charizard countered the toxic barrage and, empowered by potent dragon energy, collided forcefully with the flame lizard, rendering it incapable of further combat. Luo Yangshua glanced at the Night Stalker lizard lingering behind the flame lizard, which made no attempt to impede his progress. Approaching the statue, he retrieved the Fire Z pure crystal. As he turned to celebrate with Charizard, he was taken aback to see Charizard cozied up to the recovering flame lizard. It seemed this battle had indeed captured the flame lizard's heart. Both Pokémon had compatible egg groups, making breeding a possibility. Yet, what was this palpable atmosphere of affection? It felt as though he had been unwittingly fed a banquet of dog food by his own Pokémon. As the 56th chapter unfolds, Charizard opted not to accompany Luo Yangshua, choosing instead to spend some time with the flame lizard, promising to return once Luo Yangshua embarked on his journey to the Johto region. With a reluctant sigh, Luo Yangshua summoned Dragonite to descend the mountain. He then visited Kachi's family ranch, where Kachi's mother, Amara, and father, Shibu, warmly welcomed him. Recalling how he had looked after Kachi and others during his time in Kanto, Kachi's sister, Xing'er, a devoted sibling, curiously observed the Cosmoem sipping fresh moo milk and inquired, "Brother Luo, what is the name of this Pokemon? It's so adorable." The 3 Pokemon, busy with their milk, felt an acute sense of inferiority, given their wild nature and fearsome appearances compared to the charming Cosmoem. "Oh, you can call it Little Nebula," Luo Yangshua said, gently patting Cosmoem's small head. Cosmoem tilted its head, pondering, "Little Nebula? Is that my name?" Xing'er playfully poked Cosmoem's face, engaging it for a while before shifting her attention to Dragonite and the others, who greeted her with amiable smiles, eager for her affection. Sipping on the moo milk, Luo Yangshua mused about the necessity of capturing a herd of Miltank during his trip to Chengdu, given the high nutritional value and exquisite taste of their milk. Suddenly, His phone chimed with a familiar ringtone, a voice message recorded by Lily. "Hello, this is Luo Yangshua. Who is calling?" He answered. "It's me," came the voice of Lizaman. "Little Luo, we have discovered traces of an ultra beast at Mount Lanakala on Ulula Island. Could you please capture it?" "Understood. How many are there? I need to prepare." "Currently unclear, but at least 2, she replied. "All right, I'll head over right away. Should I say the Guardian is aware?" "Depart immediately. I'll hang up now." Luo Yangshua ended the call, a frown creasing his face at his prospective mother-in-law's peculiar interests, a sentiment shared with Lily. Summoning Gyarados and Banette, he cradled Cosmoem and hopped onto Dragonite's back, bidding farewell to Kachi's parents. Dragonite soared into the sky, aiming for Mount Lanakila. Although not as swift as Charizard, Dragonite flew at an impressive pace, and after more than an hour, Luo Yangshua arrived at Mount Lanakila, landing in a snowy expanse under the guidance of an Ether Foundation helicopter. As the helicopter descended, powerful gusts of wind stirred up a flurry of snow, pelting Dragonite and causing it discomfort, an environment likely inhospitable to all Dragon-type Pokémon. The helicopter door swung open, and 2 figures emerged. One was Lizaman, and the other was Barnett. Noticing the ring on Barnett's finger, Luo Yangshua inquired, "You must be Dr. Barnett. Your partner is Dr. Kukui, correct?" "Indeed. You must be the little Luo that Kukui often mentions." "I appreciate your assistance in this matter," Barnett replied with a warm smile, tinged with a hint of sweetness. Luo Yangshua felt as though he had been unwittingly served a mouthful of dog food once again, silently chastising himself for the unintended remark. "Rest assured, I will handle it," he assured them. "By the way, little Luo, where is your Charizard? Why did you come with Dragonite?" Lizaman inquired curiously. It's in love and is at Mount Vela. It will join me on my return," Luo Yangshua responded with a resigned expression. The 2 women exchanged amused glances before breaking into laughter. After a while, they regained their composure and unpacked some equipment, instructing Luo Yangshua to capture the Ultra Beasts and that they would open the Ultra Wormhole for their return. They indicated that if there were a significant number, they wouldn't mind retaining 1 or 2 for research. Luo Yangshua accepted the task and, mounting Dragonite, began his search of Mount Lanakila. With the aid of a vision-enhancing device, Luo Yangshua's sight proved sharp. About 2 kilometers from Barnett and Lizaman, he spotted an Ultra Beast in the snow. He promptly directed Dragonite to land. In the snow, a slender, humanoid Pokémon lay amidst the flurries. Luo Yangshua quickly recognized it as the Ultra Beast Pheromosa, though it appeared to have been beset by Ice-type Pokémon. Sustaining significant injuries, its body encased in ice, with evident frostbite in severe areas. Pheromosa struggled to open its eyes, gazing at the human before it and calling out weakly. To Luo Yangshua's surprise, he comprehended its words, reminiscent of how, in the animated series, Meowth had failed to understand the speech of Buzzwole. Offering a silent nod of approval to the system, Luo Yangshua reassured, "Don't worry, I won't harm you. First, I will capture you, and then I will tend to your wounds." With that, he produced an Ultra Ball and easily captured Pheromosa, releasing it afterward. He purchased revival herbs and unfreezing medicine using his system credits. With the system's guarantee of quality, the 2 potions swiftly healed Pheromosa's injuries. Pheromosa, in a gesture of pride, embraced Luo Yangshua, who remained unfazed, acknowledging that Pheromosa's nature was inherently noble and elegant, seemingly disdainful of the world around it. Unwilling to touch anything with its delicate hands. The embrace was a significant sign of intimacy. Luo Yangshua then inquired about Pheromosa, learning that it had inadvertently fallen into the Ultra Wormhole and arrived here. Pheromosa described its homeland as a vast, desolate expanse dotted with towering stone pillars and numerous caves, adorned with azure crystals, a striking resemblance to the game world. Luo Yangshua asked if any other Pheromosa had also fallen through, offering to help them return if they wished. Should they choose to stay, he welcomed them, provided they did not disrupt the local ecosystem and spent some time living with the Ether Foundation, ensuring there were no issues before venturing outside. The Philomoth expressed its desire to live alongside Luo Yangshua, thus choosing to remain. As for its companions, they had ventured off in search of something that could save them, promising to return shortly. Indeed, as the Philomoth had foretold, soon 10 Philomoths came rushing back, delighted to see their fellow companions in good health. Observing the frostbite injuries upon them, Luo Yangshua procured frostbite medication from the system to aid their recovery. In no time, this group of Philomoths developed a profound fondness for Luo Yangshua, eagerly expressing their wish to stay, for their former habitat was but a barren desert. Although they had grown accustomed to life there, who would not yearn for better living conditions? Yet, 2 of them, presumably tethered by some ties to their previous home, decided to return, a choice that Luo Yangshua did not contest. He captured the 10 Philomoths into Ultra Balls and hopped onto his Dragonite, heading back to Barnet and the others. Upon recounting the events to Luzaman, she assured him that the Ether Foundation would take in the 8 Philomoths, assisting them in establishing a life in Alola. Barnet then utilized a machine to open the Ultra Wormhole, allowing the 2 Philomoths wishing to return to leap into the abyss, vanishing from sight. Handing the remaining 8 Ultra Balls to Luzaman, Luo Yangshua tossed one in his hand, feeling as though he had struck a remarkable bargain. The Philomoth, a rare Pokemon, and the rest were all of superior quality. He requested Luzaman to reserve one for Lily, hoping she would take a liking to it. At least Luzaman, upon witnessing the Philomoth, appeared enchanted, clinging to one and refusing to let go. The Philomoth pushed her away in mild annoyance while casting a resigned glance at Luo Yangshua, who merely shrugged, indicating his inability to intervene. Truth be told, the Philomoth bore a striking resemblance to Luzaman, suggesting they might coexist harmoniously in the future. Chapter 57. The Arrival of Ilima. Philomoth, Dance of the Butterfly, Evade. Luo Yangshua commanded. The Philomoth began a graceful dance, twirling to evade the razor-like leaves of the Lurantis. With its long legs, it unleashed a breathtaking speed. The Philomoth was lauded for its formidable dual offensive capabilities and ranked 3rd in speed among all Pokemon. Much like the formidable Beedrill, it belonged to the Assassin class, where both offense and defense were nearly negligible, an all-or-nothing scenario. Silver Wind, resolve it, Luo Yangshua called out. The delicate, gown-like wings of the Philomoth unfurled behind it, sending forth a silvery tempest towards Lurantis. The latter crossed its arms in defense, but ultimately succumbed to the damage. Collapsing in defeat, Luo Yangshua approached to retrieve the Grass Z Crystal. With the Fire Z Crystal from Vera Volcano and the Water Z Crystal from the Burbling Hill, he now possessed all 3 starter-type Z Crystals. Turning to the throng of Grass-type Pokemon utterly captivated by the Philomoth, Luo Yangshua scratched his head, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The Philomoth exhibited a humanoid physique, slender and predominantly cream-colored. It possessed a flattened head with drooping eyelashes and blue-violet eyes, and beneath its elongated neck, 4 layers of flared skirts expanded, with the topmost layer slightly broader than the 3 beneath. Its arms extended from a lacy area in the upper layer, thin and delicate, with oval-shaped joints and claw-like fingers at the tips, all of vivid yellow. Above its eyelashes rested a yellow crown-like structure, prominently extending at both ends into long, slender antennae, slightly swollen at their tips. From beneath the final layer of its skirt, it appeared to don a pair of pants, from which 2 legs emerged. The area behind its head connected to a gown-like structure, curving inward as if to envelop the Philomoth's slender form, yet suddenly narrowing to an X-shaped contour near its feet. Its legs, while somewhat plumper than its other slender features, still displayed yellow oval joints. And its feet were even more dainty, resembling 2 yellow antennae akin to high-heeled shoes. Externally, the Philomoth certainly possessed the allure to enchant any observer, much like the enchanting Shinado. Yet, Luo Yangshua was uncertain whether it was the Philomoth's appearance or the mysterious pheromones it exuded that drew so many Pokemon to its side. Nevertheless, whenever the Philomoth took to battle, a multitude of Pokemon would invariably be attracted to it. However, a word of caution to those indulging in daydreams. While half of the Shinado population may be male crossdressers, the Philomoth exists in a form of ambiguous gender. Much like the mythical Pokemon Diancie, presenting a feminine appearance without being female. After capturing several Pokemon of commendable quality, Luo Yangshua remarked that with the Philomoth, the process of capturing seemed akin to having an advantage, as it required no battles. One could simply toss a ball. However, the Pokemon drawn to the Philomoth were predominantly of low level, a fact Luo Yangshua did not mind, as he intended to allow others to select their own Pokemon later on, serving merely as a transit point. Recalling the Philomoth, Luo Yangshua released his Dragonite, preparing to venture to Melee Island to challenge Hala and acquire the Fighting Z Crystal, for he needed to prepare one for the Philomoth as well. Furthermore, he had recently contacted Professor Kukui, learning that Ash was preparing to challenge his 4th gym and would soon compete in the Orange League's Victory Cup. Thus, Luo Yangshua felt the need to hasten his pace and gather more Z Crystals. If time became too tight, he would have to wait until after the Silver Conference to proceed, at which point Lily would have completed her studies and could join him in exploring new horizons, or rather, embarking on a new journey. Upon returning to Melee Island, Luo Yangshua first visited the Pokemon School to check on Lily, only to discover the arrival of a strikingly handsome individual, Ilima, a character with whom Luo Yangshua was fairly familiar from the games, having watched the anime. Luo Yangshuo noted that Ilima had traveled to the Kalos region for study and had likely just returned. According to the storyline, Ilima would probably settle in Alola after a year or more and assume the role of captain of Melemele Island. Following the character design from the games, Kaki, Mallow, and Lana would also become captains of Akala Island, prompting Luo Yangshuo to contemplate whether he might request them to provide him with additional Z crystals to spare him the hassle of traveling around. Upon noticing Luo Yangshuo's arrival, the Pokémon that had been swimming in the lake quickly gathered around him, and he greeted them in return. "Hello, you must be little Luo. I'm Ilima. I watched the court's conference. You truly are formidable. May we have a battle?" Ilima approached with a smile, extending his right hand. "A friendly spar is certainly acceptable," Luo Yangshuo replied, shaking his hand. "Then it's settled. Eevee, I entrust you with this," Ilima declared, as his Eevee stepped forward, exuding confidence. Luo Yangshuo chuckled and produced an Ultra Ball. Noticing this, Lily curiously inquired, "Little Luo, is that the Ultra Ball developed by my mother?" "Yes, this one is mine, and I helped the Ether Foundation capture 8 Philomoths. They've chosen to stay here instead of returning to the Ultra Wormhole. If you're interested, you can visit the Ether Foundation to see them. However, they are quite proud," Luo Yangshuo explained. As the Philomoth emerged, it placed its hands on its hips, proudly gazing at the Eevee before it. An Ultra Beast, you say? I didn't expect them to be capturable already. But we won be defeated," Ilima asserted. "Eevee, use Swift." "Boy." Eevee swiftly flicked its tail, unleashing a multitude of energy stars towards the Philomoth. "Counter with Swift," Luo Yangshuo commanded. Countless energy stars collided, subsequently dissipating, with a few remaining energy stars directed at Eevee. "As I observed, little Luo, your Pokémon are indeed robust in every aspect. You prefer strength over finesse," Ilima noted. "Dodge with quick attack, then follow up with round." Luo Yangshuo was acutely aware that his use of a cheat to enhance his Pokémon's attributes allowed him to overwhelmingly dominate ordinary Pokémon. This realization led him to forego the consideration of strategy, simply bulldozing through his opponents. However, it was not that he lacked skill. Rather, he had yet to encounter a worthy adversary. At present, Luo found himself in an awkward position. He could easily overpower those at the quasi-champion level. Yet he was utterly outmatched by true champions, leaving him unable to hone his techniques. "Jump," Luo commanded. Eevee deftly evaded the high-speed star attack with a quick flash of electricity, then cast a flirtatious wink at the Vivillon. The elegant Vivillon leaped gracefully into the air, launching a kick towards Eevee. "Eevee, let us see you handle this move." "Multicolor Ascendance," Ilima declared. As he struck the Z-move pose, 8 beams of energy converged upon Eevee, and Ilima shouted, "Final treasure." With a resounding cry, Eevee unleashed a colossal energy star towards the airborne Vivillon. Upon impact, an explosion erupted, sending shockwaves that toppled Vivillon, which spiraled gracefully before landing steadily on the ground. Its gaze now fixed on Eevee, stripped of its earlier arrogance and replaced with solemnity. "All right, let us call it a draw," Luo declared, recalling Vivillon. "No, I concede defeat," Ilima responded, calling back Eevee. "I have no skills left that can contend with Vivillon. If we continue, I am certain to lose. Truly, you are a champion of the tournament, and I, standing among the top 16, am still far behind." Chapter 58. The shifts in the league. Luo shook his head, dismissing Ilima as self-doubt. He was aware that Ilima had participated in the Kalos conference, though the specifics of his placement remained unclear. Nevertheless, making it to the top 16 using a standard-type Pokémon attested to Ilima's remarkable prowess. Ilima's approach was one of skill-based strategy, a stark contrast to Luo's brute force, excelling in overcoming the strong with the weak, a quality Luo felt he lacked. Thus, he resolved to seek guidance from Ilima, recognizing the wisdom in leveraging the strengths of others to overcome his own limitations. Ilima generously shared his insights, eager to uncover the secret behind Luo's powerful Pokémon. Luo could hardly divulge that he was utilizing cheats. Thus, he reluctantly spent some of his saved popularity points to purchase Eevee's training skills, sharing them with Ilima. Elated, Ilima engaged in fervent discussion, leaving those around them completely disregarded. Through their exchanges, Luo decided to temporarily set aside his ambitions of challenging Z-Crystal and instead focus on refining his techniques. In truth, Luo possessed 2 significant advantages: the power of bonds and a broadening perspective, yet these had not significantly impacted his battles, as he often relied on the sheer strength of his Pokémon, rendering his support unnecessary. This circumstance had led Luo to a minor impasse. He could easily dominate quasi-champions, but was entirely incapable of defeating true champions, let alone the reigning champion. He recognized the need for change. Otherwise, his future path would prove exceedingly arduous, perhaps akin to Xiao Tao, who struggled to progress further. Therefore, Luo settled down at the Pokemon Academy, engaging daily with Ilima in theoretical discussions, which he then applied in practice, simultaneously training his Pokemon and enhancing his own physical prowess. Days later, Ilima departed, and Luo received a call from the league. Luo Yanshua, we sincerely hope you will take on the role of Elite Four. Kona stated from the other end of the line. Kona, please spare me the flattery. I am acutely aware of my own limitations. I am still quite far from champion-level strength. Appointing me as an Elite Four would be tantamount to setting me up for failure, Luo replied with a grimace. Listen, Luo. To be frank, the entire Team Rocket has vacated Kanto and headed towards Johto. Dadu has immediately gone to Johto to assume the position of champion, taking Shiba along with him, while Grandma Kiku has retired, leaving the position of Tokiwa City Gym leader vacant. The league is in dire need of personnel, and I'm practically begging you, Kona implored. But what about Aoki and Xiao Tao? If it comes to it, ISNT Shaber still available? Luo questioned. Do you think the league hasn't considered that? Aoki has also been reassigned to Johto, alongside 2 individuals rescued from a dark organization. The Elite Four and champion positions in Chengdu have been filled, but in Kanto, Shaber has agreed to join as an Elite Four. And Xiao Tao did not secure the champion title, which means we still have 2 vacancies. The champion position is temporarily filled by Daigo from Hoenn, who has reportedly been in a lengthy dispute with the Hoenn region, Kona replied, exasperated. Is it my fault then? Luo sighed. Daigo is stepping in as champion. So the current champion in Hoenn must be Macaulay, correct? Indeed, Kona affirmed. Kona, you might want to consider Naji, the gym leader from Goldenrod City. Her psychic abilities are truly formidable and should be considered by the league, not to mention Majishir from Akrutik City, who is also quite powerful, Luo suggested after contemplation. In the anime, Naji and Majishir were not particularly prominent, but in the manga, their performances shone brightly. Majishir, recognized by Reiku, was a trainer of immense caliber, while Naji exhibited astonishing intellect in the manga. After some training, she could rank among the exceptionally powerful Elite Four. Naji and Majishir, you say? Kona hesitated. I'll reach out and see. If that doesn't work out, you'd better not think about running away. By the way, Kona, what is the background of the 2 newly appointed Elite Four in Johto? Luo inquired. It seems they aim to dismantle a dark organization associated with Team Rocket, which was suppressed by both the League and Team Rocket, resulting in their arrest. The League discovered 2 officers among them with commendable strength and character, so they were absorbed into the League. One is a male named Ichiki, specializing in psychic Pokemon, and the other is a female named Rika, who excels in dark-type Pokemon. Kona explained. But enough about that. I need to respond to other matters. I'm utterly swamped right now. With that, the line went dead as Kona hung up. Luo stroked his chin, pondering. Ichiki and Rika? Those names seem familiar. After a lengthy moment, he recalled that they were likely the 2 from the manga who succeeded Sakaki as the new leaders of Team Rocket, capturing numerous children to train as their subordinates. However, in the manga, the 2 had voluntarily followed that leader. How could they have turned traitor? The final boss in the manga was the Johto figure, Yu. But after making an inquiry, Luo confirmed the possibility of Yu's involvement. The reasoning was simple. Luo had asked whether Yu had lost 2 Lapras in his youth and received an affirmative response, leading him to deduce that the leader of this dark organization was indeed Yu. Yet, Luo was instantly plagued by a headache. Yu was undeniably a true champion-level powerhouse, and the reasons behind his dark turn were tied to the rescue of those 2 Lapras, making him a character that was difficult to hate. But upon considering that Yu was the one from the manga, did that mean Xiao Lan and Xiao Yin existed as well? Or were they absent from this narrative? Luo felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him and decided to set aside the matter, as it was ultimately of no concern to him. After ending the call, Luo gazed out towards the beach, where Dragonite, Gyarados, and Tyranitar were tirelessly unleashing their skills to enhance their power. Vivillon danced expertly between the onslaught of their attacks, its astonishing speed allowing it to evade the barrage with remarkable finesse. Meanwhile, Cosmic observed eagerly from the sidelines, cheering them on. Luo, having sacrificed a high-grade Pokeball, had come to understand the lesson that legendary Pokemon were not meant to be captured without their consent. Attempting to do so was nearly impossible without their approval. Currently, Luo felt a twinge of concern. Cosmic weighed only 0.1 kilogram, which was manageable, but should it evolve into Cosmoem, it would weigh 999 kilograms, a formidable challenge. Luo was certainly not like Ash, with a penchant for exploiting loopholes. Handling Cosmoem was no simple feat at that time. It seemed that the only option left would be to use the Master Ball gifted by the system to capture it. However, This Master Ball was not available for purchase. It could only be obtained through main storyline quests. The thought of wasting it on Cosmic made Luo Yangshua feel somewhat regretful. He could only focus on building a bond with it, hoping it would willingly enter the ball. While doing push-ups, Luo Yangshua pondered this. Although the weights were merely a simulation, he sensed they might be heavier in reality. Cosmic floated over, circling around Luo Yangshua. Reluctantly, he offered it some candy, knowing that if it began to cry, it would be unbearable. In the distance, Gladion observed Luo Yangshua on the beach and said to his nearby Pokemon, "Let us go. Silvally, we shall await them in the Hoenn region." With that, he performed a somersault and leaped onto his Silvally, departing from the scene, leaving Luo Yangshua and a group of Pokemon training on the sandy shore. Chapter 59. Return to Pallet Town, the growth of Mutuo. A few days later, Luo Yangshua returned to Pallet Town aboard a private jet provided by the Ether Foundation. His breeding house had gained a bit of renown, and the Pokemon League had thoughtfully constructed an airport and dock to welcome visitors from various regions. After disembarking, he walked for a few minutes before arriving at his estate, where he was greeted by his main Pokemon. Nidoking raced forward, pulling Nidoqueen along, and presented 2 Pokemon eggs to Luo Yangshua with a proud expression. Seeing the excited Nidoking and the bashful Nidoqueen, Luo Yangshua felt as if he had been dealt 1,000 blows. He was still just a child. Why must he accept such gifts? These eggs were unlikely to be given to anyone else, unless they were someone intimately close to him. The offspring of 2 exceptional Pokemon. Indeed, 2 remarkable Pokemon. Charizard burst forth from its Pokeball, curiously eyeing the 2 eggs in Luo Yangshua's arms, a hint of envy evident in its demeanor. Luo Yangshua thought, "I must definitely get Charizard a Pokeball that it cannot break free from." Luo Yangshua shot a glance at Charizard, acknowledging its speed. It had only been a short time since it had paired with its mate, and now it had an egg as well, which Luo Yangshua entrusted to Lily for care. Following the recent courts conference, Lily had begun to determine her future path. She had conveyed to Luo Yangshua that being a trainer wasn't quite suited for her, yet her fondness for Pokemon was undeniable. Thus, Lily decided to pursue the path of a breeder. After all, Luo Yangshua's breeding house, despite its size, primarily revolved around his own efforts in capturing Pokemon, with most being free-range and lacking scientific breeding methods. Therefore, Lily intended to become a breeder and assist Luo Yangshua. To give her some practice, he unhesitatingly handed over the eggs of Charizard and its mate to Lily. He entrusted the care of the eggs to 2 Jigglypuff. Taking a moment to assess the other Pokemon, they all appeared robust and healthy, seemingly training diligently even without Luo Yangshua's supervision. Only Bellossom, disinterested in battle, began to take on the role of caretaker for the entire estate, much like Ash's Bulbasaur, using its strength to maintain order and enjoy a leisurely life. Luo Yangshua respected Bellossom's wishes and had no intention of forcing it into combat, allowing it to live freely. However, he noticed that Mutuo was absent. Inquiring with Aerodactyl, he learned that Mutuo had scarcely returned during this period, but each time it did, its power had significantly increased, now capable of overpowering all of Luo Yangshua's Pokemon. Almost none could withstand a single move from Mutuo. Dad! A wave of telepathic communication reached him. While Luo Yangshua was still contemplating Mutuo's situation, Mutuo appeared before him in a flash. It embraced Luo Yangshua tightly, and he sensed a hint of the ancient legendary Pokemon's aura emanating from it, coupled with Aerodactyl's words. Luo Yangshua's heart began to grasp the truth. Returning to his second-floor villa with his Pokemon, he pulled Mutuo into the room and observed its somewhat anxious demeanor. "Is another Mutuo training you?" he queried. "Yes, Dad," Mutuo communicated telepathically. "The other Mutuo carries much darkness in its heart. I wish to gradually guide it, so it does not commit grave errors." Listening to Mutuo's words, Luo Yangshua felt a sense of his child growing up. He gently patted Mutuo's head as it sat cross-legged on the floor. "Mutuo has matured. You have your own thoughts, and I won't hold anything against you. Even if you wish to leave, I won't stop you. Just remember, although you are a legendary Pokemon, you are still too inexperienced compared to those ancient beings. Exercise caution in all things." "I understand, Dad," Mutuo replied. "The elder Mutuo has not acted out of line. Rather, it trains me and teaches me how to perceive the essence of power." "Essence of power?" Luo Yangshua exclaimed, intrigued. "Could you elaborate on that?" Mutuo nodded and began to relay the information Luo Yangshua was eager to learn. After a while, Luo Yangshua fell into deep contemplation. According to Mutuo, comprehending the essence of power resembled those mystical tales, grasping the rules inherent in one's attributes. For instance, Ho-Oh's sacred fire is the fire of rebirth within the fire type. Other Pokemon may utilize sacred fire, but without the essence of rebirth, they cannot summon the legendary beasts. Similarly, the dream of Cresselia and the nightmare of Darkrai, as well as the time-traveling abilities of Celebi, all represent forms of these rules. Mutuo's rule is destruction, the formidable destructive capacity inherent in the psychic type. This is also why, in the anime, Mutuo was created with strength rivaling that of a first-tier legendary Pokémon. Yet, understanding one's essence of power is profoundly elusive, and only Pokémon of the same kind can pass down this knowledge. For others, it is exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Ding. Essence of power logged. Special side quest. Within 3 years, cultivate a legendary Pokémon and defeat one to capture it. Rewards: 100 million diamonds, 100 million popularity points, 100 million coins, 5 Master Balls, 5 sets of 1 million evolution stones. Choice available. Unlocking of the legendary Pokémon incubator. Penalty for failure: deduction of 100 million diamonds, 100 million popularity points, 100 million coins, and the sealing of the shop and lottery system. Hiss. There's even a penalty? It appears this is a mandatory quest, Luo Yangshua gasped, and the rewards are exceedingly enticing. It must be completed. While this was indeed true, the system would not assign impossible tasks to Luo Yangshua. Previously, when he lacked diamonds, it often granted him beneficial tasks, making it a conscientious system. However, this time the time frame given was 3 years, indicating that the system did not believe Luo Yangshua could raise a legendary Pokémon within that period. Rules? Luo Yangshua murmured. In this regard, he truly had no means to teach his Pokémon. They could only grasp it themselves. After stepping outside, he relayed the situation to his Pokémon, encouraging them to seek their own understanding. Charizard immediately seized Mutuo to engage in a battle for practice, while the other Pokémon were left bewildered. Only Aerodactyl appeared pensive. Having lived for countless years and possibly possessing a deeper understanding of the essence of power, Cosmic, meanwhile, wandered about aimlessly, filled with curiosity about its new surroundings. After dismissing the group of Pokémon, Luo Yangshua received a call from Kona. Answering, he said, "Sister Kona, what can I do for you?" "Don't worry. This isn't about making you a member of the Elite Four," Kona replied, somewhat exasperated. "The individuals you recommended, Nessa and Marcellus, have already been hired. Currently, we have enough personnel for the Elite Four, so you need not assist." "Oh, that's good. But what does Sister Kona need me for?" Luo Yangshua inquired. "I heard you plan to challenge the Silver Conference in Chengdu?" Kona said seriously. "Could you help us investigate a certain dark organization, the one the League eradicated? Their leader is still unaccounted for, but reports suggest they are still in Chengdu. Please keep an eye out during your travels." "Understood," Luo Yangshua agreed. After hanging up the phone, he took a deep breath, thinking, Lu Bo? I hope this will awaken him. Otherwise, with Lu Bo's obsession, it is quite possible that he might resort to violence against Shirabi. Chapter 60. The 6v6 battle with Ash Snorlax, asleep and snoring. Ash shouted. Snorlax instantly collapsed, succumbing to slumber, and the thunderous snores inflicted considerable damage upon Beedrill. Today marked Ash's return, having become a champion. He was filled with newfound pride and sought to challenge Luo Yangshua to a 6v6 duel. Intrigued by Ash's growth, Luo Yangshua accepted the challenge. The scene unfolded as follows. The first combatants were Luo Yangshua's Beedrill and Ash's Snorlax. Observing the impressive sound of Snorlax's snores, Luo Yangshua nodded inwardly, acknowledging Ash's substantial growth. His strength had not diminished. This Snorlax possessed exceptional potential and the thick fat ability, making it particularly effective against Beedrill. With a frown, Luo Yangshua commanded, Beedrill, use Fury Attack. Beedrill's twin stingers glimmered with light as they struck forcefully at Snorlax's abdomen. The sleeping Snorlax furrowed its brow, clearly feeling the impact. Snorlax, use Dream Talk. Ash called out, preparing for a decisive moment. Snorlax murmured softly before rising to its feet, launching a fierce charge towards the airborne Beedrill. Is that the Giga Impact? What luck! Beedrill, defend yourself and follow up with Fury Attack, Luo Yangshua instructed. Beedrill was enveloped in a protective barrier, successfully fending off the Giga Impact. Subsequently, its stingers pierced deeply into Snorlax's belly, causing it to collapse, unable to continue the battle. Return, Snorlax, Ash said as he withdrew his Pokémon. You're still as formidable as ever, Luo. Step forward, Bulbasaur. Come forth, Greninja, Luo Yangshua replied. Vine Whip, Ash commanded. Greninja closed its eyes, dodging with a sideways movement. Luo Yangshua, channeling the power of connection, became the eyes for Greninja. I refuse to be outdone. Bulbasaur, use Leaf Tornado, Ash called. Without needing words, Greninja, eyes still shut, unleashed an extraordinary burst of speed, evading the Leaf Tornado attack. though still sustaining minor hits from a couple of leaves. Finish it with a blade of justice, Luo Yangshua ordered. Greninja assumed a poised stance, and Ash sensed impending danger, shouting, Vine Whip to intercept it, Bulbasaur. However, it was too late. Greninja unleashed its energy blade with blinding speed, slicing through Bulbasaur. The energy blade dissipated as Bulbasaur fell, its Vine Whip falling limply to the ground. Such speed. It's impossible to catch. Ash exclaimed, Grimer, I'm counting on you. He withdrew Bulbasaur and sent out Grimer. Let us go, Gyarados, Luo Yangshua commanded. Gyarados roared fiercely, leaping into the fray, eyeing Grimer with disdain. Is this truly my opponent? I have battled legendary Pokémon. This seems rather trivial. Sensing Gyarados' shift in mentality, Luo Yangshua frowned. Gyarados, do not underestimate any Pokémon. Your attitude disappoints me. Gyarados shuddered, its expression turning serious. Since learning that Mutwo was a legendary Pokémon, all of Luo Yangshua's Pokémon regarded him with admiration and respect. After all, he had promised to lead them toward the realm of legends. And every Pokémon aspired to achieve that greatness. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they would strive for it. Thank you, Luo. We must give it our all. Ash shouted. Grimer, use Mud Bomb. Grimer swung its arm, launching 2 blobs of purple sludge toward Gyarados. Luo Yangshua's eye sharpened. Ascend to evade, then unleash Hydro Pump. Gyarados swiftly ascended, dodging Grimer's mud bombs, and then unleashed a powerful stream of water, washing over Grimer. Ash scratched his head. Can Gyarados fly? Considering Gyarados is a water-flying type, what do you think? Luo Yangshua replied, somewhat exasperated. Oh, I see. Grimer, use Mud Wave. Ash commanded. Blast it with Water Tail. Grimer expelled a wave of purple sludge, while Gyarados countered with a sweeping tail of water. Gyarados' Water Tail shattered Grimer's Mud Wave, striking Grimer with immense force, rendering it incapable of battle. Kingler, I'm relying on you. Ash immediately sent out Kingler, recalling Grimer. Nidoking, your turn, Luo Yangshua said. Ash, our disparity remains vast. Though you have made some progress, I too have not been stagnant. Let us see who can strive harder. Nidoking, use Horn Attack. Don't underestimate me. I'm also making strides, Ash retorted. Kingler, Bubble. Kingler unleashed a barrage of white bubbles at the advancing Nidoking. As Nidoking stepped onto the bubbles, it slipped, tumbling onto its back, sliding uncontrollably towards Kingler. Now is your chance. Kingler, use Guillotine. Ash shouted. Kingler swung its massive claw down upon the struggling Nidoking's head, delivering a decisive blow. Nidoking fell, unable to continue the fight. Yay! Finally defeated one. Ash cheered. Indeed, quite impressive, Luo Yangshua smiled as he recalled Nidoking, entrusting the 2 Chansey to restore its health. Ash, your skills indeed merit my attention. I must also take this seriously. Vespiquen, it's your turn. Vespiquen gracefully leaped in front of Kingler, arrogantly beckoning for it to come forth. What? A Pokémon I've never seen before. Ash exclaimed, hastily retrieving his Pokédex, which revealed no information. This is Vespiquen, a Pokémon I captured in the Alola region, not exclusive to that area, but from another dimension. That's why there is no data available yet, Luo Yangshua explained. How wonderful. I wish to visit the Alola region too, but the battle must continue. Kingler, Bubble. Ash commanded. Will you truly fall for the same trick again? Vespiquen, feint, then Flying Knee. Luo Yangshua instructed. Vespiquen charged forward, swiftly reaching Kingler, delivering a kick that sent Kingler flying, followed by a Flying Knee that knocked it out instantly. How can it be so fast? Ash gasped, unable to keep up with Vespiquen's speed, feeling utterly helpless. Pikachu, I'm counting on you. Ash shouted, quick attack. Pika, Pika. Pikachu responded confidently, transforming into a streak of light as it charged at Vespiquen. Rapid retreat, switch out. Luo Yangshua commanded. Vespiquen and Pikachu collided, immediately reverting to red light and returning to their respective Pokeballs as Charizard emerged to face Ash's Pikachu. Flare Blitz. Luo Yangshua shouted. Pikachu, quick attack to evade, then Thunderbolt. Ash commanded. Charizard transformed into a massive fireball, hurtling towards Pikachu. Pikachu executed a quick attack, dodging Flare Blitz, maintaining momentum, and unleashed a powerful current of electricity upon Charizard. Oh, is that a Volt Tackle? Use Flamethrower to finish it, Luo Yangshua ordered. Charizard unleashed a flamethrower, striking Pikachu before it could react, knocking Pikachu out. Ash cradled Pikachu in distress as Luo Yangshua signaled Chansey, who promptly whisked Pikachu away for recovery. Shall we proceed to the final battle? Luo Yangshua inquired, having gained insight into Ash's growth. The last match would likely see Charizard take the stage. Of course, Ash affirmed, sending out his own Charizard. The 2 Charizards clashed, engaging in a fierce struggle. Chapter 61, Leaf Town, the town where the winds of change begin. Leaf Town, a city where the winds of change begin to blow. It appears we have arrived at the starting point of the Johto League journey, Luo Yangshua remarked, shouldering his backpack and gazing at the distant city. Previously, in the battle against Ash, his Charizard had indeed left Luo Yangshua in awe, showcasing a myriad of combinations that made him marvel at Ash's rapid progress. However, he ultimately fell to Luo Yangshua's prowess. Following their agreement for a rematch, Ash departed. Luo Yangshua had initially intended to accompany Ash to the Johto region, hoping to encounter Suicune, which would enable him to log its data into the Pokédex and potentially secure additional rewards. Yet, he quickly realized that he did not possess the Johto Pokédex, thus the system had not issued any tasks for data collection. Consequently, Luo Yangshua decided to depart ahead of Ash, determined to first upgrade his Pokédex at Professor Elm's lab before returning to wait for Ash. The reward for Suicune was already in his grasp. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, he requested Nurse Joy to log his Pokédex and confirm his challenge for the Silver Conference. He then hastily made his way to Professor Elm's research facility to pay his respects. Professor Elm, I am Luo from Pallet Town, he introduced himself. You hail from Pallet Town. Surely, you must know Professor Oak. Professor Elm interjected excitedly, abruptly interrupting Luo Yangshua. Well actually, Luo began. Professor Oak is my benefactor. He was the first to recognize my thesis. Professor Elm continued, not allowing Luo to finish. Now, don't interrupt me. My primary research focuses on, who am I? Where am I? Luo Yangshua was left utterly bewildered. It was only after he had walked quite a distance with his newly acquired Pokédex that he realized he was supposed to gather data on Suicune. Casting a glance back at New Bark Town and remembering how Professor Elm had rambled on for a full 3 hours, Luo Yangshua couldn't help but shudder. Professor Elm was truly formidable, not one to be trifled with. He hastily took his leave. Not even daring to linger at the Pokémon Center, Luo Yangshua finished his dinner and promptly set off for Azalea Town, willing to camp out in the wild if necessary. Ding! Owning a Pokédex triggers a side quest, collect Pokémon. Successfully input the data of 93 Pokémon, excluding the 6 legendary beasts from Johto. Rewards, 10,000 diamonds. A random set of 1 million evolution stones. Additional rewards will be granted for capturing legendary Pokémon data, announced the system. Luo Yangshua clicked his tongue. There were certainly fewer Pokémon than in Kanto, leading to diminished rewards. However, there weren't particularly rare Pokémon, as most were quite commonplace, many of which he already had in his own estate, allowing him to complete a significant portion of the task in an instant. Finding a flat stretch of land in the wilderness, Luo Yangshua set up camp and released his Pokémon to rest. For the upcoming challenge at the Silver Conference, his current battle-ready Pokémon included Charizard, Sylveon, Frosmoth, Dragonite, Gyarados, and Tyranitar. Yet, he only had Charizard, Cosmoem, Frosmoth, Dragonite, Gyarados, and Tyranitar with him. Cosmoem, being a legendary Pokémon, could not participate according to the task guidelines, even if it evolved to its final form. Excluding Charizard and Sylveon, he was still short 2 Pokémon. Truth be told, the Pokémon of the Johto region were rather overlooked compared to others. Aside from Tyranitar, which had some recognition, only Sizer and Happiny were considered nuisances in battles. Rubbing his eyes, Luo Yangshua tightened his sleeping bag and ceased to ponder further, surrendering to the embrace of slumber. The next morning, he was awakened by the wind. Wait, wind. His tent was supposed to be windproof. Covered in cold sweat, he opened his eyes to find himself hundreds of meters above the ground. Almost frightened to the point of losing control, he looked up to see a swarm of ladybugs and ladybird beetles carrying him aloft, while Charizard and Dragonite trailed behind. Refraining from attacking for fear of harming Luo Yangshua. What on earth? Can someone explain this to me? Luo Yangshua exclaimed, addressing the ladybugs carrying him. The ladybugs, sounding somewhat apologetic, explained the situation. Their kind had been living off several large sweet trees, but recently, they had been overrun by a swarm of Beedrill. Unable to fend off the Beedrill, they sought assistance and noticed Luo Yangshua and his Pokémon. The subsequent events unfolded just as Luo Yangshua had witnessed. The ladybugs had captured him and lulled him into a deep sleep with their peculiar chirps, which explained why he hadn't woken during the commotion. Charizard and the others had also been somewhat affected, leading to their temporary capture by the ladybugs. Luo Yangshua felt a mix of disbelief and amusement. While one might consider the ladybugs clever, their ingenuity was misplaced, and while their strength was lacking, they had managed to ensnare even Charizard. It seemed their skills were quite misaligned. He assured them that he would return to the ground, as apart from Charizard and Dragonite. The other 4 Pokémon could not fly, and he would not want to overexert Gyarados, who could only float. After a brief discussion, the ladybugs decided to release Luo Yangshua, as they had several companions held captive by Frosmoth. Leaping onto Charizard's back, he instructed, "Stay alert, and let us return swiftly to my campsite." Upon returning, Luo Yangshua gazed at the multitude of ladybugs and ladybird beetles surrounding his camp and couldn't help but jest, with such a willingness to sacrifice for a kidnapping. You'd think you'd muster some resolve to confront your formidable foes. After gathering his belongings and recalling his other Pokémon, he hopped onto Charizard and said, "Lead the way. Let us resolve your issue quickly, and next time, handle your own problems. Relying on others is of no use." Uncertain if the ladybugs comprehended his words, they immediately took flight, guiding Luo Yangshua back to their original habitat. Seated atop Charizard, he watched the ladybugs ahead and felt no desire to capture any. Pokémon devoid of a fighting spirit were better off living freely. Even if captured, they wouldn't choose to train or embark on journeys. After flying for over an hour, Luo Yangshua spotted several towering trees, with swarms of Beedrill flitting between them. He knew they had reached their destination. 200 meters from the trees, they descended. Even at this distance, he could smell a sweet aroma, likely a specialty of the trees in the area. Luo Yangshua began contemplating whether to request the League's permission to excavate some of these trees for planting in his estate, especially since the system-provided soil would ensure their survival. Just as he contemplated moving forward, a horde of Beedrill charged at him. Luo Yangshua smirked and declared, "In the past, I feared swarms of Beedrill in the Viridian Forest, but I am no longer intimidated. Charizard, use Heat Wave." With a mighty roar, Charizard flapped its wings, conjuring a scorching gale that incapacitated the entire swarm of Beedrill before they could close the distance. Chapter 62. The Enigmatic Forest, Capturing the Shiny Ghastly. Reflecting on his past in the Viridian Forest, where he had trained his Butterfree without daring to provoke a swarm of Beedrill, Luo Yangshua felt a poignant sense of how swiftly time had passed. Recalling his former self, he realized how youthful and reckless he had been, thinking himself formidable. Yet he had merely been a frog in a well. The boy who had once feared even a swarm of Beedrill now faced them with unshakable composure. Yet he was also more acutely aware of his own limitations. Charizard, Heat Wave. Dragonite, use Hurricane. Gyarados, Hydro Pump. Tyranitar, Rock Slide. Frosmoth, Silver Wind. Luo Yangshua released all his Pokémon in one breath, commencing a rampage against the Beedrill swarm. Looking back at the excited ladybugs and ladybird beetles, he urged, "Stop dawdling. You should join the fray as well. This is your ancestral home. Should it not be your duty to protect it?" The ladybugs and ladybird beetles whispered among themselves, none daring to step forward. Luo Yangshua sighed, feeling a tinge of disappointment. This group of ladybugs and ladybird beetles had become utterly ineffectual. Simultaneously, he resolved silently to intimidate a swarm of Vespiquen into retreat, then instructed his fairies to cease their actions. Observing the remaining Vespiquen, he inquired, "Is there a leader among you? I wish to converse." After some commotion, a robust Vespiquen emerged, buzzing towards Luo Yangshua, seemingly questioning why he had attacked them. "This is the territory of the ladybugs and ladybird beetles. You are intruders, hence your assault is justified," Luo Yangshua explained. "There are 7 grand trees here. I intend to have 2 removed. The remaining 5 will be divided such that your tribe claims 2, while the last will be contested between your factions. The losing fairy will relinquish ownership of that tree, while the victor shall enjoy a year of rights to it, after which the battle can be resumed. What say you?" The Vespiquen conferred briefly and promptly acquiesced. Meanwhile, the ladybugs and ladybird beetles erupted in a frenzy. Their timid nature made them unwilling to confront the Vespiquen, and they collectively expressed a desire to forfeit their claim to the tree. Some even chastised Luo Yangshua for failing to uphold his promise to reclaim all the trees for them. Ignoring their clamor, Luo Yangshua contacted the estate staff to retrieve the 2 trees. The sweet sap from these trees could potentially attract a multitude of bug-type fairies to settle in his estate, which would be a boon for him. He extracted 2 signal devices from his backpack and affixed them to the trees, then ceased to concern himself with the discord between the 2 factions. He hoped that the ladybugs and ladybird beetles would overcome their cowardice. After all, one's homeland must always be safeguarded by oneself. The Pokédex recorded these 2 types of fairies, and Luo Yangshua prepared to venture onward. However, he meandered through the forest for a while, ultimately locating the area where Heracross and Pinsir resided. After capturing several Heracross and Pinsir, he departed the forest with satisfaction. Subsequently, as he passed through the Duanjia Valley, Luo Yangshua purchased some exquisite agate ornaments, planning to present them to Lily after completing the Silver Conference, along with gifts for her classmates. He selected a pair of couple necklaces, which cost him a considerable sum. Days later, Luo Yangshua arrived at the enigmatic forest depicted in the animation. He refrained from hastily entering, as he currently lacked Mute Woe and could not detect the ghost-type fairies notorious for their mischievous antics within. Charizard and the others were equally unequipped to discern such abilities, so he decided to rent a Noctowl from the Bellflower Granny for convenience. Upon reaching the quaint cottage of the Bellflower Granny and inquiring about the rental price, Luo Yangshua was left speechless. Her demands were exorbitantly high. After a bit of haggling, he managed to rent a Noctowl and ventured into the forest. Shortly after entering, the Noctowl began to hoot, pecking at Luo Yangshua's face. Utilizing its ability, the Noctowl illuminated the path ahead with its crimson gaze, revealing several Ghastly and Haunter before him. Luo Yangshua smacked his lips, realizing the Noctowl was indeed adept at targeting ghost-type fairies. Cosmog, intrigued by the commotion, peeked out from his backpack, giggling at the unfolding scene. Benit, use Shadow Ball to handle them, Luo Yangshua commanded, dispatching his Benit. Benit unleashed a stream of dark energy, incapacitating the Ghastly and Haunter, allowing Luo Yangshua to capture them with several Pokeballs and teleport them back to his estate. The enigmatic forest was teeming with ghost-type fairies. He encountered many along the way, and without hesitation, he defeated and captured those that obstructed his path, sending them back to his estate. Benit, block their escape. Rock Tomb, Luo Yangshua ordered. After a while, he finally encountered an exceptional specimen, a shiny Haunter. The shimmering variant of the ghost type was indeed hard to spot. Given that the regular one was a dark purple while the shiny was a grayish-black, and the dim ambience of the enigmatic forest further complicated matters. Fortunately, Luo Yangshua's keen eyesight caught the unusual color of its tongue, revealing it to be a shiny fairy. Rock Tomb sealed off the Haunter's escape route. Yet the mischievous creature stuck out its tongue, phasing through the rocks to flee. No way. I refuse to let you escape. Benit, obstruct its path, Luo Yangshua exclaimed. Benit raised its hands, releasing an energy wave that immobilized Haunter in place. Haunter, startled, struggled to break free. Futile. You cannot flee as long as my Benit stands in your way. I intend to capture you, Luo Yangshua declared. Benit, unleash Shadow Ball. Benit fired a dark wave toward Haunter, which hastily retaliated with its own Shadow Ball. The two attacks collided, and Benit's Shadow Ball obliterated Haunter's, striking it directly and rendering it incapable of battle. Luo Yangshua produced a Great Ball and captured it. Now that he had acquired wealth, he upgraded his own fairies using Great Balls, reserving regular Pokeballs for capturing and sending to his estate. Come forth, Haunter, Luo Yangshua summoned, releasing the shiny Haunter. He purchased a full restore from the system shop and applied it directly. Fairy, Haunter, shiny. Level, 39. Gender, male. Height, 1, 6 meters. Weight, 1, 0 kilograms. Ability, levitate. Moves, Ice Punch, inherited, Shadow Punch, Hypnosis. The stats were quite impressive, yet he recalled that Haunter required a trade evolution to become Jengar. Luo Yangshua inquired within the system for possible alternatives. Ding. Trade evolution occurs when a special magnetic field generated during the exchange stimulates the fairy to evolve. The system can simulate such a magnetic field for a fee of 10 diamonds, the system elucidated. Let it evolve. There are no skills exclusive to Haunter's form that I particularly desire. Evolving into Jengar will be more convenient, Luo Yangshua decided. Retrieving Haunter. He submitted the 10 diamonds to the system. Moments later, a peculiar wave enveloped the Great Ball. Cosmog sensed the energy, peering curiously, wondering where such power originated. As the energy dissipated, Luo Yangshua released the Great Ball once more, revealing a stout, newly evolved Jengar before him. Chapter 63, Celadon City, Battling ASU. Fairy, Jengar, shiny. Level, 39. Gender, male. Height, 1, 5 meters. Weight, 40, 5 kilograms. Ability, Cursed Body. Moves, Ice Punch, inherited, Shadow Punch, Hypnosis. Oh, such a pity it has the Cursed Body ability, Luo Yangshua remarked, studying its details. Wait, can it be changed? Seeing the modification symbol next to the ability, he clicked on it, and, indeed, the ability changed from Cursed Body to Levitate. System, can previous abilities be modified? Luo Yangshua asked, intrigued. Ding. Yes, they can. The system confirmed. Luo Yangshua nodded. Levitate was a more favorable ability for Jengar, as Cursed Body was rather disadvantageous. Stowing Jengar away, he pressed on, finally exiting the enigmatic forest before nightfall. After returning the Noctowl to Bellflower Granny's twin sister, he rested for the night and set out once more towards Celadon City. A week later, Luo Yangshua finally spotted the emblem of Celadon City, the Bugle Tower. He hurried to the Pokemon Center to restore his fairies. Then, after enjoying a meal there, he made his way to the Celadon gym. It cannot be said that Luo Yangshua discovered it, for certainly anyone could see such a large glider soaring in the sky. Following the glider's trajectory, Luo Yangshua arrived at the Kikyo dojo. Upon seeing Luo Yangshua, the dojo master Isyu was quite delighted and remarked, "I know you. You are the champion of the Kanto region competition. I never expected you to challenge the Shido Alliance this year. Let us engage in a proper gym battle." With that, he led Luo Yangshua into the elevator, ascending to the rooftop sky arena. Once they reached the battleground, ASU declared, "We shall each use 3 Pokemon. And the match concludes when all 3 of either side can no longer battle. My first Pokemon is this. Go, Skarmory." Upon witnessing Skarmory on the field, Luo Yangshua felt an immediate pang of discomfort. Skarmory possessed formidable defenses, and with its steel and flying dual type, it was only doubly weak to fire and electric moves. While most others were resisted, coupled with its already impressive defensive capabilities, it was indeed a significant adversary in the realm of battles. "Gengar, it's your first match. Step forth." Luo Yangshua sent out Gengar. Gengar emerged, flickering around Skarmory with a mischievous demeanor. "I want to hold back." Skarmory, spikes, then Steel Wing. ASU commanded. "Gengar, use Confuse Ray." Luo Yangshua instructed. Skarmory immediately scattered spikes across the field, which then became invisible, and it spun rapidly, thrusting its beak towards Gengar. At that moment, Gengar's Confuse Ray was unleashed, casting a strange light upon Skarmory. "Ascend and give it no chance to breathe." ASU shouted. Skarmory swiftly took flight, evading the Confuse Ray, and struck Gengar with Steel Wing, taking advantage of Gengar's retreat to land a powerful hit. "Skarmory, don't allow it any opportunity. Unleash Steel Wing rapidly." ASU urged. Skarmory relentlessly rained down Steel Wings upon Gengar, executing SU's command flawlessly, denying Gengar any chance to retaliate. "ASU, you are quite formidable. However, you seem to have overlooked one crucial detail. A Ghost-type Pokemon should never be allowed to remain with low health. That is when they are most perilous," Luo Yangshua remarked, sharing the pain. "Now Hypnosis." Gengar gazed at the approaching Skarmory, its previously exhausted demeanor transformed into gleeful laughter. A shadow swiftly connected Gengar to Skarmory, invigorating Gengar while simultaneously sapping Skarmory's energy. In a flash, Gengar appeared before Skarmory, executing Hypnosis at point-blank range. Skarmory succumbed to slumber, crashing heavily onto the ground. Luo Yangshua chuckled, "Let us end this with Dream Eater." Gengar cackled as it dove into Skarmory's body, emerging afterward with a satisfied expression, licking its lips as if savoring a delightful dream, while Skarmory lost its ability to battle. "Return, Skarmory." "My mistake," ASU admitted. "But the next one will not be so easy. Go, Noctowl. Let us continue the battle." "Gengar," Luo Yangshua commanded, invoking Curse. Gengar, still in high spirits, suddenly lost half its health as a shadow descended from above, entering Noctowl's body. "We need to end this decisively. Noctowl, use Detect, then Confusion," ASU directed. Noctowl emitted a red beam from its eyes, rendering Gengar unable to conceal itself, and subsequently, Noctowl launched a confusion attack towards Gengar. "Did you think that was all of Gengar's speed? Gengar, stop playing around and use Ice Punch," Luo Yangshua commanded. Gengar's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a wicked grin. As it swiftly reached Noctowl's side, freezing cold energy coalescing around its fist, delivering an ice punch that struck Noctowl with great force. Noctowl cried out in pain, plummeting towards the ground. "Show your spirit. Show your spirit." ASU's disciples began to rally for Noctowl. "Show your spirit, Noctowl," ASU urged. Amidst the cheers, Noctowl spread its wings once more, soaring back into the sky. "Hypnosis!" Luo Yangshua and ASU shouted in unison. Instantly, both Pokemon commenced a duel of hypnosis, each putting the other to sleep and collapsing to the ground. Soon after, Noctowl exhibited signs of distress, losing its ability to continue fighting. "Alas, has time already run out?" ASU lamented, recalling Noctowl. "Return, Gengar. You performed admirably." ASU, you did well. My Gengar was affected by your Detect. Your next Pokemon surely won't withstand it. "Let us commence the next round," Luo Yangshua stated. "Since you say so, I shall not argue. Step forth, Pidgeot." ASU sent out his ace. "Then let us engage in a contest of speed. Go, Beautifly," Luo Yangshua declared, spinning rapidly to clear the spikes. As Beautifly entered the arena, it executed a spin in midair, generating a powerful cyclone that swept away all the hidden spikes, landing gracefully while casting a proud glance at Pidgeot. An unfamiliar Pokemon. It appears to be bug-type and quite formidable. We shall not be defeated, Pidgeot. Use quick attack followed by wing attack. ASU commanded. Pidgeot accelerated, darting behind Beautifly and unleashing a wing attack imbued with radiant energy. Beautifly scoffed, evading the attack without needing Luo Yangshua's guidance. Executing a nimble jump to dodge Pidgeot's strike, and then with a high-heeled stomp, sent Pidgeot crashing to the ground beneath its foot. Let it witness true speed. Triple kick. Luo Yangshua commanded. Beautifly delivered a powerful kick that sent Pidgeot flying, followed by a forward lunge, kicking it aloft once more, then leaping into the air to spin several times, adding momentum before delivering a fierce axe-like strike that sent Pidgeot crashing down. Pidgeot, ASU shouted. Finish it with ultimate impact. Luo Yangshua commanded. Beautifly accelerated in midair, landing both feet heavily upon Pidgeot, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Pidgeot had succumbed to defeat, while Beautifly stood with one hand on its hip, gazing arrogantly at ASU and his disciples, as if to say, "You dare to challenge me in speed? You clearly have not witnessed true velocity. Return, Pidgeot," ASU conceded. "I am thoroughly impressed. This wing badge is now yours." He handed the badge to Luo Yangshua, who expressed his gratitude as he accepted it. Cosmoem then scampered out of the backpack, snatching the wing badge and gazing at it in the sunlight, giggling merrily. Luo Yangshua, somewhat exasperated, reclaimed the badge, saying, "Little Nebula, do not be mischievous." Cosmoem was unfazed, choosing to remain perched atop Luo Yangshua's head, curiously observing ASU and the others. "You truly are popular among Pokemon. It seems this one has yet to be captured, yet it travels with you," ASU remarked with a hint of envy. Luo Yangshua chuckled lightly, not elaborating further. After bidding farewell to ASU, he prepared to head towards the Hinoki Dojo, as indicated by his electronic map, passing through the Charizard Valley along the way, an opportunity for Charizard to explore. Luo Yangshua pondered the fact that Jengar's victory had been somewhat precarious, particularly because of its overly carefree nature. Had it not been for the held focus sash, it likely would have succumbed in the first match. He resolved to train Jengar diligently moving forward. The focus sash allows the holder to endure potentially lethal moves with just 1 HP remaining. Were it not for that, Jengar would have perished by its own reckless abandon in the initial round. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on that. Instead, he was most concerned about Cosmoem's evolution. He had equipped Cosmoem with a first-generation experience share, and although it lacked the benefits of a cheat, it had steadily reached level 35. Once it hit level 43, it would evolve into Cosmoem, presenting a significant challenge in how to carry it thereafter. He certainly did not possess Ash's incredible strength to transport a 9,999 kilograms Cosmoem. Well, after evolving into Cosmoem, I suppose I can linger there for a few more days before moving on, Luo Yangshua contemplated. As he departed from Kikyo City, lost in thought, he inadvertently collided with a figure that sent him tumbling. Upon landing, Luo Yangshua rubbed his aching abdomen, reflecting on his own decent physical condition, which had been honed through training over the years. What could possibly possess such strength to send him flying? "Luck," came a familiar voice, and as he looked up, he was met with the sight of a Happiny. The little creature nodded fervently, expressing its apologies. As for why it didn't bow, with such a plump figure, could it even bend? While offering its apologies, Happiny retrieved an egg from its abdomen and presented it to Luo Yangshua. He was aware of this fact. Happiny could lay several eggs daily, each rich in nutrients and extraordinarily delicious. Being a kind-hearted Pokemon, Happiny would share its eggs with any injured Pokemon it happened upon. Having received its humble gesture, Luo Yangshua chose not to hold a grudge, especially with the prospect of savoring a delectable and nutritious egg, a true blessing. Moreover, this Happiny was of exceptional quality. He could easily overlook its previous mishap. Wait a moment. Exceptional quality. Luo Yangshua rubbed his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken. When did extraordinary Pokemon start appearing so readily on the streets? Suddenly, a furious roar erupted as a Snorlax charged towards him, covering its lower half in a peculiar manner. Upon spotting Happiny, its blood-red eyes burned with hatred. Without uttering a word, it unleashed a hyper beam aimed at Happiny, inadvertently targeting Luo Yangshua as well. "Quick, Gyarados! Intercept that hyper beam," Luo Yangshua commanded, summoning Gyarados, who retaliated with its own hyper beam. Glancing back at Happiny, he inquired, "What on earth did you do to provoke it? It seems to be in a rage." Happiny timidly chirped a few words, and upon hearing it, Luo Yangshua instinctively shielded himself. Such pain was universally understood among men. No wonder Snorlax had gone berserk. "Take it down, Gyarados." "Hydro Pump," Luo Yangshua ordered. Casting a sympathetic glance at Snorlax, hoping it wouldn't bear psychological scars from this incident. After all, anyone would be incensed if they were so rudely interrupted during an intimate moment. With a powerful hydro pump, Gyarados sent Snorlax flying, crashing through 2 large trees before coming to a halt, rendered unable to continue the fight. Luo Yangshua tossed a Pokeball, successfully capturing the Snorlax. As the ball disappeared, he turned to Happiny and asked, "Could you enlighten me on how you offended it?" Happiny, somewhat embarrassed, began to explain, and with each word, Luo Yangshua's expression darkened further. By the end of its tale, he was utterly speechless. This creature was indeed exceptional, not only in talent, but also in its remarkable ability to get lost. To wander from Yuanju City to Kikyo City? Perhaps it should be called Rorinoa Happiny. At this rate, it might end up in Kanto. Your sense of direction is hopeless. Why not travel with me? I can guide you back to Yuanju City, Luo Yangshua suggested. Happiny shook its head, cheerfully calling out. Luo Yangshua sighed in exasperation, exclaiming, "You've been lost 59 times and separated from your group over 200 times. How on earth have you survived?" Happiny waved its hands and began walking forward. "No, you've turned the wrong way." Happiny turned around. "Why are you making turns? Just go straight," Luo Yangshua urged. Happiny resumed its course. "Can you not walk in a straight line?" Luo Yangshua asked, watching as Happiny altered its direction once more. Left turn. After half an hour, Happiny appeared utterly defeated. Sitting on the ground in a disheveled state, its grayish-white form reflecting its exhaustion. Luo Yangshua's mouth twitched. He had corrected its path countless times in that brief span. Glancing back, he noted Kikyo City was still within a short distance, estimating they had only traveled around 400 to 500 meters. "I can't take this anymore. Let's battle," Luo Yangshua declared, exasperated. "If you lose, you'll be my Pokemon, and I'll carry you there. No more walking." With that, he summoned his Beedrill. Happiny stood up, asserting its strength, and charged at Beedrill with a tackle. Dodge with double team, then follow up with triple kick, Luo Yangshua commanded. Beedrill gracefully danced in the air, deftly evading Happiny's charge, then executed a series of swift kicks, the final one delivering a powerful blow that sent Happiny crashing to the ground. Happiny quickly regained its footing and used Healing Wish, instantly looking adorable once more. "Delicious," Luo Yangshua remarked, determined to deny it any respite. "Keep up the triple kick. Don't stop." Beedrill responded with a flurry of kicks, sending Happiny soaring into the air, then swiftly followed with a flying knee strike. Seeing Happiny about to unleash another Healing Wish, Beedrill seized the moment, launching itself upward and delivering a crushing blow that sent Happiny crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact, creating a sizable crater. Luo Yangshua quickly covered his mouth and nose, shielding himself from the dust and debris that swirled around him. As the dust settled, Happiny lay defeated in the crater, its eyes swirling. "Go, Ultra Ball!" Luo Yangshua threw the ball to capture Happiny, then summoned Dragonite. "Come forth, Happiny," he called, administering a full restore. Happiny stood up, looking lively once again. Luo Yangshua smiled. "With Happiny on our side, we could indeed overwhelm opponents one after another." Pokemon, Happiny. Level, 46. Gender, female. Height, 110 centimeters. Weight, 346 kilograms. Ability, Natural Cure. Moves, Return, Inherited, Tackle, Transform, Healing Wish. Chapter 65, The Battle in Charizard Valley. Without a way to unleash a sustained high-output attack, it's truly challenging to defeat such a tanky Pokemon, Luo Yangshua lamented, simultaneously adjusting Happiny's ability to Healing Heart. Wild Happinys were exceptionally rare. Tales suggested that those who captured one would gain its friendship and immense luck. This was what the Pokédex claimed, and unable to resist, Luo Yangshua indulged in 10 consecutive draws. Alas, the Pokédex had proven deceptive once more. After sending back the only decent quality Simisage, Luo Yangshua felt a pang of regret over the wasted diamonds, especially as he was saving up to purchase a second quality enhancing medicine. At the current rate of earning, it would likely take him another 2 or 3 months. Retrieving Happiny and Beedrill, he noted that Cosmoem was nearing evolution as well, growing increasingly drowsy and gradually gaining weight, often hiding in his backpack for an entire day. Continuing his journey, Luo Yangshua found his pace significantly quicker without the burden of Happiny. After a day's travel, he arrived at a valley region. According to the map, he estimated he would need another day's journey to reach Charizard Valley. After a moment's hesitation, he summoned Charizard. Climbing onto its back, he instructed, "Charizard, fly in a straight line. Let us head to Charizard Valley. I've heard it's filled with powerful wild Charizards." "Roar!" Charizard cried, igniting with excitement at the prospect of formidable adversaries. With a powerful flap of its wings, it transformed into a streak of orange-red light. soaring swiftly towards Charizard Valley. Charizard halt. After flying for nearly 2 hours, Luo Yangshua heard a commotion behind them. Turning back, he spotted a girl riding a Charizard adorned with a bow, tethered to a balloon basket. She held a megaphone, calling out. Charizard immediately paused midair, observing the girl and her Charizard, uncertain of who they were. The girl approached, introducing herself. Hello, I'm Charizard Trainer Jiku, and this is my Charizard, Lisa. Who might you be? Greetings. I'm Luo from Shinshin Town, and this is my starter Pokemon, Charizard. We've come to challenge the Johto League and heard of Charizard Valley, so we decided to explore, Luo Yangshua replied. Ah, I see. Allow me to guide you there. We warmly welcome trainers with Charizards to visit us, and they can also leave their Charizards here to enhance their strength, said Jiku. Luo Yangshua could not deny it. The Alliance had played a clever hand, allowing trainers' Charizards to remain here, where powerful Charizards could pair up and produce even stronger offspring. This Charizard Valley could be regarded as the core breeding base for the Alliance's Pokemon. Jiku's little Lisa led the way, while Luo Yangshua and his Charizard leisurely followed behind. Passing through a rocky archway, Jiku exclaimed, Welcome to Charizard Valley. They traversed a passage flanked by sculptures of Charizards and arrived at a valley surrounded by a shimmering lake. Luo Yangshua nodded. Without large flying or water-type Pokemon, it was indeed quite challenging to reach this place, which also served as a deterrent to poachers. As they landed at the entrance, Jiku dismounted from her Lisa and remarked to Luo Yangshua and his Charizard, Not bad. Many trainers lack even the ability to fly here. Let us head inside. With that, she pressed a button, and the steel gate began to open slowly. Before them lay an array of Charizards of various sizes, some feeding, some resting, and others engaging in playful tussles. Luo Yangshua nodded in approval. Every Charizard in sight was of excellent quality, with over a dozen being exceptional. One glance at their potential revealed the promise of this Charizard Valley. Charizard, give it a try. Let us see how far you can go, Luo Yangshua encouraged. The Charizard nodded and stepped forward, letting out a series of roars. Roar, roar. Is anyone here to battle me? Several Charizards turned their heads, and one that resembled Luo Yangshua's Charizard stepped forward. Luo Yangshua recognized it as exceptional. The two Charizards charged at each other without unleashing flames, locking claws in a fierce struggle. After a minute of entangled grappling, one of them began to tire, and Luo Yangshua's Charizard released its grip, spinning around and delivering a powerful tail swipe that sent the other Charizard flying. Roar! Another Charizard descended from the rocky ledge, launching a flame punch towards Luo Yangshua's Charizard. In response, Luo Yangshua's Charizard formed its flame claw, flapping its wings to swiftly counter the incoming attack. It did not shy away from the flame punch, which struck its chest without causing it to budge an inch. Following that, it unleashed a series of claw strikes, decisively defeating the attacking Charizard. Your Charizard is truly well-trained, Jiku remarked. It seems it's time for the top 3 Charizards in the valley to come and test their mettle. With a sharp whistle, 3 Charizards of varying sizes soared into view from the back of the valley. Each bore signs of battle, their formidable strength unmistakable. Luo Yangshua's gaze sharpened as he murmured, 3 level 100 Charizards, huh? His own Charizard sensed the looming danger, although currently under the influence of an experienced cheat granting 8 times the usual gain. It was only at level 93, and the amount of experience required to reach level 100 was immense, likely requiring a year of diligent effort. Faced with 3 level 100 Charizards, Luo Yangshua decided to reveal his hand. Charizard, Mega Evolution. A radiant light connected Luo Yangshua with his Charizard, enveloping it in a cocoon of energy. When the cocoon shattered, the formidable Mega Charizard X emerged. Go, Charizard! Luo Yangshua commanded. Jiku's eyes widened in realization as she exclaimed, I remember now. You're the one from Pallet Town. You're the champion of the Indigo Plateau Conference and the one who proposed the concepts of Bond Evolution and Mega Evolution. Can Charizards undergo Mega Evolution too? Indeed, Luo Yangshua replied, shaking the keystone on his bracelet. However, one must also find the corresponding Mega Stone. The attributes of Mega Charizard X surged dramatically, and without hesitation. It beckoned the 3 Charizards with a gesture, clearly indicating its challenge. Who would step forward first? One of the Charizards, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed its dragon claw towards Mega Charizard X. Unfazed, Mega Charizard X formed its own dragon claw, transforming its claws into a radiant strike that met the incoming attack. In a single blow, the first Charizard was sent flying, disqualified from the challenge. Landing gracefully, Mega Charizard X gestured towards the remaining 2, inviting them to take their turn. Despite the level disparity of 7 levels, the experience cheat had nullified that difference, and with the power of Mega Evolution, it was on par with these Charizards and attributes. With a mighty roar, The most composed of the three stepped forward, ready to commence the battle. Roar! The Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames at Mega Charizard X, who retaliated with a blue stream of fire. Their flames clashed, each proving equally matched. Luo Yangshua was taken aback. After all, this was Mega Charizard X, which should hold a slight advantage in attributes over these level 100 Charizards. Yet, the intensity of their flames remained on par. Sensing the stalemate, Mega Charizard X intensified its flame power, while the opposing Charizard did the same, maintaining the balance. Luo Yangshua felt a sense of urgency from the flames of this Charizard. He detected a familiar essence, reminiscent of the presence Mutwo had once imparted upon him. Is this the power of the origin? He murmured. Mega Charizard X, swiftly resolve this. I have some inquiries for them. Immediately, Mega Charizard X abandoned the fiery exchange, striking the Charizard with a powerful Dragon Claw, pushing it back several steps. As a fire and dragon type, Mega Charizard X had a quadruple resistance to fire damage, making these flames merely a gentle drizzle. The retreat of this Charizard prompted the final level 100 Charizard to act, launching its own Dragon Claw in tandem with Mega Charizard X's strike. The clash resulted in Mega Charizard X being pushed back a couple of steps, concluding the skirmish. Indeed, Luo Yangshua noted, observing the heightened aura of the last Charizard. Upon reverting from Mega Evolution, he approached the Charizard, gently patting its lowered head. You've done exceptionally well. The abilities your opponent possesses are what you must begin to comprehend. Turning to Jiku, he remarked, the Alliance has orchestrated a clever scheme, leaving Ho-Oh's flames here to attract these Charizards. You've seen through it. Jiku playfully stuck out her tongue and smiled. The Alliance indeed allowed Ho-Oh to leave a flame here to entice Charizards to settle in this valley, which is the origin of Charizard Valley. In Pallet Town, both you and Ash are key targets for the Alliance's cultivation, which is why I was sent to guide you here. So, Ash's Charmander came from here? Luo Yangshua questioned skeptically. Yes, Jiku affirmed. It was dispatched to Ash by the Alliance. Otherwise, do you think a weak Charmander could ever be so weak as to be abandoned? It's impossible for it to have been left by the roadside. Jiku continued. What is most baffling is that this Ash is somehow worthy of Ho-Oh personally delivering a message to the Alliance. Indeed, Luo Yangshua mused, as a lingering doubt in his mind found clarity. He had suspected Ash's Charizard was exceptionally gifted when he first saw its outstanding potential. The original trainer must have been blind to abandon such a promising Charmander. Furthermore, Ash's future main team would primarily consist of fire and flying types, perfectly aligning with the attributes of Ho-Oh. The serendipitous encounters, such as Ho-Oh passing by as Ash set out on his journey, and the arrival of Suicune in the town of Choto, only reinforced the idea that Ash was destined to be the child of fate in this world. It seemed highly probable that all legendary Pokémon would heed his call, with Ho-Oh and the three legendary beasts likely being his first companions. The flame Ho-Oh left here was probably an unintended gift, ultimately benefiting Ash's Charizard, which would have the Charizards of Charizard Valley as training partners, coupled with Ho-Oh's flame. This pig can barely touch the fringes of a divine beast, yet he is a paragon of fortune, a true European monarch. We cannot compare to him, Luo Yangshua uttered through gritted teeth. Jiku, perplexed, replied, now that you are privy to the details, I implore you to keep it confidential and refrain from mentioning it to Ash. At the same time, do make a concerted effort to thwart Ash's path to victory. Until he meets the requirements set by the Phoenix King, the king does not wish for him to attain the championship and thus become complacent. Luo Yangshua, struck by a sudden realization, understood why Ash perpetually occupied the position of the eternal second, forever out of reach of the championship. Ash, you must take heart. Yet, Luo Yangshua quickly adjusted his thinking. Wait, Ash is no longer the same character from the anime. He is evolving steadily. If I do not hasten my pace, a cadre of seasoned divine beasts might emerge, becoming a veritable nightmare for all trainers. Indeed, if I could command a divine beast to heed the League's directives, I might be able to request the capture of one. Luo Yangshua mused aloud. Are you referring to your Mutwo? Jiku inquired. No, I mean the one from Team Rocket, who is currently teaching my Mutwo how to become a divine beast, Luo Yangshua replied, while secretly calculating. Mutwo, you must put forth your utmost effort. Whether I can request a divine beast from the League hinges on your performance. On a solitary island, several nautical miles away from Pallet Town, two Mutwos simultaneously shuddered. They exchanged glances, sensing an ominous premonition. After conferring with Jiku, she discreetly retrieved a special communication device and placed a private call to the League to relay the situation. What divine beast do you seek? To be clear, I can only provide you with a juvenile from a divine beast lineage, but you must also manage that Mutwo. A gruff voice intoned. That is acceptable. However, I desire a Shalebi. Is that possible? Luo Yangshuo responded. Shalebi? No, that is out of the question. If you were to ask for the 3 legendary birds, I could procure them for you immediately, the voice declared. What use have I for those 3 foolish birds? What I want now is Shalebi, Luo Yangshuo insisted. Why is Shalebi unavailable? It belongs to one of the larger divine beast lineages, does it not? I said no, and that is final. What do you intend to do with Shalebi? That is none of your concern. Allow me 1 hour, Luo Yangshuo conceded, then turned to Jiku and asked. Can you take me to see the Phoenix King's flame? Follow me, Jiku replied. After leading Luo Yangshuo and Charizard to the rear of the valley, Luo Yangshuo observed numerous Charmeleons and Charmanders, each residing in their respective small caves, with many of them curiously eyeing him. Luo Yangshuo silently estimated that there were nearly 100 Charmanders and Charmeleons, indicating the profound heritage of Charizard Valley. Jiku guided Luo Yangshuo and Charizard to a concave rock pit, where a modest flame hovered at the bottom, radiating an enduring vitality. Surrounding the flame were 3 flat stones, likely the perches of the 3 level 100 Charizards. Jiku then stated, your Charizard has defeated 2 of them, earning the right to claim 1, but he must also endure daily challenges from the other Charizards. Now, let your Charizard extend its fiery tail into the flame. Luo Yangshuo glanced at Charizard, who nodded and flew over to land on the rock, its tail extending directly into the fire. Soon, the flame at the end of Charizard's tail blazed intensely, and Charizard appeared contemplative, calling out to Luo Yangshuo a few times. Is that so? If it suits you, Charizard, remain here to gain insight. When the Silver Conference begins, I will ask Jiku to teleport you over, Luo Yangshuo declared. Charizard nodded and lay down on the rock, its tail immersed in the flame, absorbing the experience. Luo Yangshuo handed Charizard's Ultra Ball to Jiku, saying, I entrust Charizard to you for now. When the Silver Conference commences, I will contact you, and I would appreciate it if you could teleport Charizard over. Of course, no problem. Jiku responded as she accepted the Ultra Ball. Luo Yangshuo turned away to avoid looking at Charizard, knowing this was for Charizard's benefit, and it was also Charizard's choice. Yet, as the moment of parting approached, an indescribable sorrow welled within him. Jiku instructed Shalisa to escort Luo Yangshuo away from Charizard Valley. As they departed, a resounding roar prompted Luo Yangshuo to glance back, only to witness a jet of flames soaring into the sky, lingering long after. Chapter 67, Shalebi arrives. Not long after exiting Charizard Valley, Luo Yangshuo's phone rang. The gruff voice announced, you have prevailed. The Shalebi clan has decided to entrust you with 1 Shalebi. In return, you must resolve the issues surrounding that Mutuo. Furthermore, that Mutuo must unconditionally assist the League 10 times. No more than twice, Luo Yangshuo replied without hesitation. 9 times. Twice. 8 times. Twice. 7 times. Twice. Is this how you negotiate? The voice roared. At least 5 times. If you refuse, then so be it. Deal. Luo Yangshuo agreed. He merely sought to gauge the League's bottom line, for persuading that obstinate Mutuo was beyond his capabilities. He could only rely on the Mutuo entrusted to him. When can you deliver Shalebi? Luo Yangshuo inquired. Once you reach the next city, call this number. Then head to the Pokemon Center. It will be transmitted to you via the center's teleportation device, the gruff voice instructed. Additionally, make a visit to the Elm Forest in Johto. Members of the Shalebi clan will be waiting to receive you. If you fail to meet their requirements, they will reclaim Shalebi. Luo Yangshuo's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth, no more than twice. The line went dead, and Luo Yangshuo felt as if he might shatter his teeth in frustration. Experience teaches wisdom, he mused, realizing that he believed he had gained an advantage, only to find himself working for the other side instead. They spoke of delivering a divine beast, yet it was merely a matter of a single command, without agreement. It would be taken back. He had learned his lesson. Next time he faced the League, he would not be so easily appeased. Consulting the electronic map, he noted that the next city was renowned for its abundance of sunflora. Shaking his head, Luo Yangshuo put away the electronic map. Now, without Charizard and with Dragonite sent back, he would have to rely on his own strength to traverse the distance. 2 days later, Luo Yangshuo arrived in the city famous for its sunflora. Eagerly, he made his way to the Pokemon Center and dialed the number. The phone rang twice before it was abruptly disconnected. Moments later, the teleportation device ejected a rather ordinary Pokeball, which Nurse Joy retrieved. The Pokemon Center's announcement echoed, attention, Luo from Pallet Town, please report to the front desk to collect a Pokeball. Hearing the announcement, Luo Yangshuo felt a surge of irritation as he clutched his phone, contemplating a more assertive approach to the League. Upon reaching the front desk and taking the Pokeball from Nurse Joy, he stowed it in his backpack and requested a room. deciding to stay at the Pokemon Center for the night. Once in his room, he locked the door. Before Luo Yangshua could even open the Pokeball, it shattered entirely, revealing a Celebi before him. Celebi appeared as a green, fairy-like creature, possessing round, toe-less feet and three-fingered hands. Its head was circular, tapering to a point, with pale blue eyes framed by thick black rings and green antennae tipped with blue. Celebi spiraled through the air, humming a cheerful tune, before settling on Luo Yangshua's right shoulder. Luo Yangshua glanced at Celebi's data. Pokemon, Celebi, Divine Beast. Level, 8. Gender, none. Height, 20 centimeters. Weight, 20 kilograms. Ability, Natural Recovery. Abilities, Parasitic Seed, Telekinesis, Self-Regeneration, Healing Chime. Truly, it is no surprise that this creature hails from the esteemed lineage of divine beasts. At merely level 8, it has nearly mastered all its skills. Moreover, this little one is evidently a recent arrival into the world, reminiscent of Mewtwo in its infancy. However, unlike Mewtwo, Shiny Celebi is a divinely recognized creature, having comprehended the true essence of primordial power, while Mewtwo is still engaged in learning from another Mewtwo. Hello, little one. Luo Yangshua gently prodded Shiny Celebi's tiny head with a finger. One must admit, the body of this young Celebi is remarkably soft, and it emanates a vibrant aura of life from its slender form. Shiny Celebi disdainfully nudged Luo Yangshua's finger away, chirping a few notes in response. Luo Yangshua nodded and remarked, "From this day forth, I shall be your trainer. I can also understand Pokemon language, so our communication will be seamless." Shiny Celebi nodded, then noticed something intriguing. It fluttered to Luo Yangshua's backpack, waved its little hand, and unzipped the bag, causing Cosmic to emerge. And the two little creatures began to frolic joyfully together. This indeed aligns with Luo Yangshua's grand ambition. One traverses time, the other traverses space. Together, they master the continuum of existence. Yet, for now, this remains merely a dream, as both little ones have yet to grow. Discussions of time and space shall wait for another day. Come here, enter the ball. I shall enhance your abilities, Luo Yangshua declared, producing a luxury ball. Please do not rupture it, it is quite costly. Shiny Celebi curiously pressed the button on the luxury ball and was captured within. Subsequently, Luo Yangshua maximized Shiny Celebi's effort values, resetting its effort points with some diamonds. Upon releasing Shiny Celebi, it distinctly felt a surge of strength, not an illusion, but a profound enhancement from within. Shiny Celebi chirped softly towards Luo Yangshua in gratitude. "It is nothing. This is standard for my Pokemon. In due time, you shall come to appreciate the benefits of being my companion." Luo Yangshua waved dismissively. In his heart, he resolved, regardless of the cost, he must ensure that Shiny Celebi remains by his side. Cosmic, observing the interaction between Shiny Celebi and Luo Yangshua, suddenly became intrigued by the luxury ball in Luo Yangshua's hand. However, it could not retrieve it while it was in his grasp. Suddenly, it recalled a more exquisite Pokeball residing in the backpack. With a cheerful demeanor, it burrowed back into the bag, found the Pokeball, and pressed the button. A flash of red light enveloped Cosmic as it was drawn into the Pokeball. Luo Yangshua, witnessing the flicker of red light in his bag, felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. Upon opening the bag, he noticed the Master Ball swaying slightly before coming to a standstill. Luo Yangshua chuckled wryly. One must be cautious of the homegrown thief. I had hoped to nurture a bond with Cosmic before capturing it with a luxury ball. Had he succeeded, he could have spared a Master Ball for potentially capturing a legendary Pokemon in the future. Alas, it was too late now. He could hardly let Cosmic out. The system warned Luo Yangshua that a Master Ball could only capture a legendary Pokemon once. If released, it would become ineffective, akin to a standard Pokeball. What to do? He could only forgive it. As if amplifying Luo Yangshua's predicament, Shiny Celebi, upon spotting the Master Ball, deemed it far more attractive than its own and expressed a desire to swap. Luo Yangshua, in an earnest attempt to reason with Shiny Celebi, found his arguments falling on deaf ears, as it repeatedly insisted, "I won't listen. I won't listen." Finally, Luo Yangshua promised to procure a Master Ball for it post the Silver Conference, which appeased the irate Shiny Celebi. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he mused, "This Celebi should be genderless. Why does it behave like a feisty young girl?" Chapter 68, Battle with the Scyther. Days later, Shiny Celebi perched upon Luo Yangshua's shoulder, playfully waving a small twig, clearly in high spirits. Luo Yangshua found himself at a loss. Much like Ash's Pikachu, Shiny Celebi was quite unwilling to enter its Pokeball. Since it was not heavy, he allowed it to remain as it pleased. Being a mythical creature among Pokemon, most would fail to recognize Shiny Celebi as a divine beast, allowing Luo Yangshua to carry it without concern. Recently, Shiny Shalebi's mood had indeed brightened considerably. Initially apprehensive about leaving its kin to be entrusted to a stranger, fearing a life of deprivation and discomfort, it was pleasantly surprised to find that life with this individual was vibrant and full of delights, with ample food and engaging activities. Its strength had escalated far beyond what it experienced among its kind, and now it found itself reluctant to leave. As Shiny Shalebi hummed a cheerful tune, a flash of red light zipped past them. Luo Yangshua stroked his chin and remarked, "That appears to be a Scyther. Quite swift, but alas, I already have a Volcarona. I am not in need of a bug-type Pokemon at the moment." Shiny Shalebi nodded in agreement. That Scyther is quite unattractive compared to Volcarona. Another flash of red light appeared as the Scyther halted before Luo Yangshua, striking a threatening pose. Luo Yangshua scratched his head and suggested, "Shiny Shalebi, would you care to handle this?" Shiny Shalebi shook its head, indicating its disinterest in battling such an unsightly creature. Luo Yangshua, resigned, sent out his Gyarados and declared, "Do you wish to fight, old chap?" Cough, cough. "How did you see through my disguise?" A man sporting a distinctive mustache stepped forth. "Surely you underestimate me. My eyesight is quite sharp. I could clearly see the speed of your Scyther. Did you think I would not notice the hem of your clothing peeking from behind the tree?" Luo Yangshua replied, somewhat exasperated. "Haha, it seems I have encountered a formidable trainer. Your Gyarados is well trained," the man replied, introducing himself as Muramasa. "This is my Pokemon, Scyther, which I fondly named Authentic. I have long sought trainers like you. I am Luo from Newtown. Are you looking for me?" Luo Yangshua inquired, pointing to himself in puzzlement. His memories of past anime episodes were somewhat hazy, though he vaguely recalled this man seeking a trainer to teach his son a lesson. "Indeed. I have a favor to ask of you, though if it is inconvenient, I shall not press," Muramasa said. "Well, it is no trouble. I can accompany you for a bit," Luo Yangshua replied thoughtfully. "Thank you so much. Please, follow me," Muramasa exclaimed, leading Luo Yangshua onward. After a short while, they arrived at a dojo styled in the manner of a traditional Japanese building. Upon entering, Luo Yangshua observed numerous trainers and their Pokemon engaged in rigorous training. He appreciated the synergy between the two as they grew together. Upon seeing Muramasa return, the trainers immediately bowed and greeted, "Master, welcome back. Continue with your training," Muramasa commanded sternly. He then guided Luo Yangshua to the dojo's hall, where a disciple promptly offered hot tea and began to recount the dojo's history and Muramasa's past. "Are you the opponent my father sought?" a voice interjected. Luo Yangshua turned to see a young man holding a laptop computer, scrutinizing him. "You must be Luo from Newtown. I've reviewed your credentials. Quite impressive, winning the quartz conference." After checking his laptop, he added, "You are a Type C trainer, specializing in overwhelming opponents with sheer power. Young Luo, this is my son, Shinobu. I would like to ask you for a favor. Would you be willing to battle my son?" Muramasa inquired. "That is certainly agreeable. Though I worry it may be too much for your son as confidence," Luo Yangshua replied. Luo Yangshua understood that to ignite the fighting spirit of such a proud individual, the best approach was to downplay their abilities. As anticipated, upon hearing this, Shinobu erupted with indignation, exclaiming, "What? You underestimate me. Very well, let us battle. I refuse to lose in a guaranteed win situation. I shall ensure your defeat is utterly disgraceful." With that, he strode towards the Pokemon battle arena, casting forth his Pokeball to summon his beloved Scyther, exclaiming, "Let us engage in combat. My Bray has surpassed my father's authentic specimen in stamina, speed, and attack power. It is now the most formidable Scyther in the world." This proclamation nearly elicited a laugh from Luo Yangshua, who retorted, "Are you aware of how diminutive the frog at the bottom of the well is?" "Why?" Xian Wu, momentarily perplexed, inquired. "Because its view of the sky is limited to the size of the well's opening. The well constitutes its entire universe," Luo Yangshua elaborated. "Are you merely a master of rhetoric?" Xian Wu challenged. "I am eager to witness the extent of your prowess." "Very well, let me showcase my strength," Luo Yangshua declared, releasing his Frosmoth. Upon seeing Frosmoth, Shalabi waved in greeting, and Frosmoth returned the gesture with a smile. Frosmoth had developed a close bond with Shalabi, second only to Cosmic. "No data on this Pokemon. Quickly store it," Xian Wu exclaimed, settling cross-legged on the ground. "All right, data registration complete. Victory is assured. Bray, use Thunderbolt. Dodge with Dance of the Butterflies, then counter with a low kick," Luo Yangshua instructed. "Be gentle, educate it properly." Frosmoth, with an air of pride, observed the oncoming Scyther, gracefully evading the Thunderbolt with elegant footwork before executing a precise kick that sent Scyther soaring away. A triple kick. Luo Yangshua exclaimed. In an instant, Frosmoth vanished from its position, reappearing before the flying Scyther to deliver a powerful kick back onto the battlefield, then swiftly leaping to launch it into the air, finishing with a downward axe kick that sent Scyther crashing back down. Impossible. Its speed, reflexes, and attack power are nearly at their zenith. The camera couldn't even capture its velocity. What manner of creature is this? Xin shouted, scrambling to adjust the data. Do you truly believe you have time to attend to your computer? Deal with it. Final flying kick. Luo Yangshua urged. Dodge, Bray. Xin cried, his gaze finally leaving the computer to focus on his Scyther. But it was far too late. Frosmoth executed a flying kick, striking Scyther's slender waist with tremendous force, sending it crashing into the rear wall, where it fell, incapacitated. Bray. Xin rushed over to support Scyther, asking, How are you? Are you alright? Scyther regained some stamina, shaking its head to indicate it was fine. Xin, what troubles your computer? Uncle Muramasa inquired with a smile. Xin shook his head, replying, I simply couldn't capture Frosmoth's image. I had no time to attend to the computer. Collecting data to understand your opponent is certainly prudent. But you rely too heavily on it in battle, Luo Yangshua advised. The battlefield is ever-changing. There is seldom time for analysis. I have learned a valuable lesson. I shall not be defeated again, Xin vowed as he assisted Scyther in departing, presumably for home, to recuperate. Chapter 69. Arrival at Hinoki Town, Master of Steel. It is sweltering. Is it truly still spring? Why does it feel like summer? Luo Yangshua lamented as he neared Hinoki Town, the intense heat enveloping him as if it were midsummer. Even Shalabi languidly reclined on Luo Yangshua's shoulder. Having departed from Uncle Muramasa several days prior, he passed through a region where he spotted a Cyndaquil. Recalling what Jiku had said, he decided to attempt capturing the Cyndaquil, only to be interrupted, shortly thereafter receiving a call from the League. Luo Yangshua could only sigh in exasperation at the disparity of treatment. Continuing on his journey, he finally approached the vicinity of Hinoki Town, only to be met with this dreadful weather, leaving him utterly fatigued. He requested Shalabi to invoke Rain Dance, which provided a brief respite as the rain fell, revitalizing them momentarily. However, within 2 minutes, the rain ceased, returning them to the oppressive heat. After walking for a while, Luo Yangshua arrived at the entrance of the Drowsy Cave, hesitating briefly before deciding to explore the cave and replenish his hydration. Upon entering, he soon discovered a vast underground lake, teeming with drowsy along its shores. Suddenly reminded of a legend, he approached the water's edge to quench his thirst, then addressed a nearby drowsy. Can you understand my words? If so, respond. The drowsy merely stared blankly. Luo Yangshua sighed, deciding it best not to disturb them any further. Turning to leave while remarking, it is scorching outside. If you can summon rain, please let it fall. He then exited the drowsy cave and headed toward Hinoki Town. 3 hours later, one drowsy stirred, letting out a call. An additional hour passed before the group of drowsy began to move. One by one, they made their way outside, yawning as they climbed to a high vantage point. The multitude of drowsy invoked Rain Dance, and the accumulated effect transformed into a torrential downpour, drastically altering the weather. Meanwhile, Luo Yangshua arrived in Hinoki Town, where drowsy were revered as deities. He chose not to interfere with them and instead inquired with the townsfolk, ultimately locating the residence of the Master of Steel. After knocking on the door, a young girl opened it, glancing at Luo Yangshua and asking, Who are you? What brings you here? I am Luo from Shinnen Town. As Professor Oak suggested, it is advisable to visit the Master of Steel while in the area, Luo Yangshua replied. Oh, one moment, please. I shall ask my grandfather, she said, closing the door to seek out the Master of Steel. After a short while, the Master of Steel and his granddaughter came to greet Luo Yangshua. The three of them entered the reception room, where the Master of Steel remarked, Ah, so it is Professor Oak who sent you. Is he in good health? Yes, he is quite well, Luo Yangshua assured. I have come to place an order for a batch of Pokeballs, as I operate a breeding facility and have quite the demand for them. Furthermore, your Pokeballs are renowned for their quality. I would be most grateful. Well, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you. The Master of Steel replied with a hint of resignation. Money is not an issue, Luo Yangshua stated confidently. It is not the money, it is the water. The special Pokeballs crafted from oran berries require the water from Drowsy Cave, but with the recent drought, the well is nearly dry, making it quite impossible. The Master of Steel explained. I shall find a solution, Luo Yangshua pondered. Once the water issue is resolved, the order can be discussed further, the Master of Steel added. Also, I have heard from Professor Oak about your breeding facility. I hope you can assist my granddaughter in selecting her initial Pokemon. That is no problem at all. Just have the Master of Steel accompany Chi Hui to my estate, and we shall proceed according to the usual process. I will not charge for capturing a few Pokémon," Luo Yangshua declared with enthusiasm. After all, he felt confident in his abilities, as the breeding facility had provided him with ample financial resources. Establishing a good rapport with a master who creates special Pokeballs was worth any price. Once their discussion concluded, Luo Yangshua prepared to return to Drowsy Cave to find a way to deal with the Drowsy. As he made his way halfway back, thunder rumbled and torrential rain began to pour. Checking the time, Luo Yangshua found himself in disarray amidst the downpour. Goodness, these Drowsy have an exceedingly long reflex arc. It took them 4 hours to respond. Battling the rain, he returned to the Master of Steel's residence, where he was warmly welcomed and assured that the Pokeballs he requested would soon be ready. However, the round citrus fruit still needed to be personally picked by Luo Yangshua, as the Steel Master had a dwindling stock. Luo Yangshua expressed no objections, and the Steel Master requested Qianhui to assist in teaching him how to select the round citrus fruits. Unfortunately, the rain persisted for an entire day. Once the rain ceased the following day, Luo Yangshua and Qianhui set off to the back mountain to harvest the round citrus fruits. The round citrus fruits came in 7 colors: white, red, blue, black, peach, green, and yellow. As they walked, Qianhui explained that the different colored round citrus fruits each possessed unique characteristics and could be crafted into various types of Pokeballs, namely the Great Ball, Quick Ball, Lure Ball, Moon Ball, Friend Ball, Sweet Ball, and Heavy Ball. While elucidating the attributes of these various balls, Luo Yangshua and Qianhui arrived at the back mountain, commencing their harvest of the assorted round citrus fruits. "Be careful, there are hazelnut balls," Qianhui exclaimed. "Fear not. Trainers have their own methods. Gung Gui Hypnosis. Jigglypuff, sing," Luo Yangshua replied, dispatching Gung Gui and Jigglypuff. "Just don't harm those hazelnut balls." Both Pokemon nodded in agreement, and with a melodious song and Gung Gui's eerie hypnosis, they lulled all the hazelnut balls on the trees into a deep slumber. Luo Yangshua approached and picked 5 or 6 yellow round citrus fruits before Qianhui advised against further harvesting. Luo Yangshua nodded, understanding Qianhui's rationale. It was essential not to harvest everything, but rather to ensure sustainable practices. They subsequently encountered a swarm of Beedrills, and the appearance of Gyarados showcased the true prowess of a trainer, leaving Qianhui both impressed and somewhat enchanted. After completing their harvest of round citrus fruits, Qianhui tugged at Luo Yangshua's sleeve and asked, "Brother Luo, will I be as formidable as you in the future?" "Certainly," he assured her. "As long as you have aspirations and strive towards them, success will follow. Even if you encounter failures, transform them into experiences and continue to grow stronger." Luo Yangshua gently patted Qianhui's head, planting a seed of ambition within her heart. Upon returning to the Steel Master's abode, they presented the harvested round citrus fruits. A day later, Luo Yangshua received a collection of 7 distinct Pokeballs. The remaining ones would be packaged and sent to Masera Town, alleviating any concerns he had. Luo Yangshua nodded and prepared to head to the Hinoki Gym to earn his second badge. Chapter 70, Battling Abai. Arriving at the Hinoki Gym, which resembled more of a botanical garden than a traditional gym, Luo Yangshua swiftly located the gym leader, Abai. "Please wait a moment. I need to feed my bug-type Pokemon, and then we can commence the gym battle," Abai stated. After feeding a multitude of bug-type Pokemon, Abai turned to Luo Yangshua and remarked, "You must be little Luo from Masera Town. I've heard some rumors about you. Did you bring your Beedrill? I'm eager to witness its mega evolution. Bug-type Pokemon are truly extraordinary." "Apologies, my Beedrill is currently training at home," Luo Yangshua replied. "However, I have another bug-type Pokemon with me. Would you care to test it? It is my mainstay." "Oh, really? Then I shall bring out my strongest as well, one I had to apply to the league for quite some time to obtain. Its current strength is unrivaled among my Pokemon," Abai declared as he led Luo Yangshua to the battle arena. "The match will be a best of 3. Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely. Let us begin," Luo Yangshua affirmed. A formal referee approached, nodding at both participants, and announced, "The gym battle officially commences. Go, Ariados." Abai sent forth his first Pokemon. "Then I shall entrust you with this task, Gung Gui," Luo Yangshua commanded. "Strike first, Ariados, use String Shot," Abai instructed. Ariados expelled white threads from its mouth, swiftly weaving a chaotic web above the arena. Luo Yangshua furrowed his brow and said, "Gung Gui Shadow Ball." Gung Gui clasped its hands together and thrust them forward, unleashing a barrage of dark purple energy orbs towards Ariados. Utilizing the web, Ariados nimbly evaded the attack, moving at over twice its usual speed. "Futile, little Luo. With the web in play, my Ariados will not be outpaced," Abai proclaimed. "Ariados, quick attack, bombard it with multidirectional signal beam. Ariados darted across the web with astonishing speed, elusive as it unleashed signal beam from various angles. Heh, same old tricks, Luo Yangshuo remarked. It's merely leveraging its environment. Without the web, it's nothing. Will-o-wisp. Gung Gue cackled ominously, unleashing a torrent of ghostly fire that significantly drained Ariados' health, before igniting the web in flames. Ariados plummeted from the burning web. Not good. Ariados. Use string shot. Abai shouted. Too late. Hypnosis. Dream Eater. Finish it. Luo Yangshuo commanded. Gung Gue vanished, and as Ariados prepared to shoot its string shot to evade, it found itself face-to-face with Gung Gue's hypnosis, which struck true. Gung Gue then merged into the shadows of Ariados, emerging moments later with Ariados incapacitated. Return, Ariados, Abai said. What a troublesome Pokemon you have. It's your turn now, Shedinja. Gazing at the floating Pokemon before him, Luo Yangshuo could only exclaim, Are you serious? Don't underestimate this Pokemon. Its defensive capabilities are astounding. Abai insisted. Shedinja, use Wonder Guard. Astounding defensive capabilities, indeed. Luo Yangshuo thought to himself. It has only one hit point. Without its Wonder Guard ability, it would be utterly useless. End it, Shadow Ball, he commanded, covering his face in disbelief. Gung Gue scratched its head in confusion, wondering if it should resolve the battle so easily, but chose to trust Luo Yangshuo. With a thrust of its hands, Gung Gue unleashed the Shadow Ball towards Shedinja. Dodge. Shedinja, Abai shouted, having momentarily forgotten Gung Gue's ghost-type advantage. Shedinja, being slow, managed to evade some of the attack, but was ultimately grazed by a small Shadow Ball, losing its ability to battle. Return, Shedinja, Abai conceded. Little Luo, do you know this Pokemon? Yes, I recognize it. It's a regional specialty from Hoenn, Luo Yangshuo nodded. Surely, that cannot be your strongest? Of course not. Alas, I should have sent out my Iron Face Ninja, Abai lamented. However, now comes my true strongest. Let us see what you can do. With that, a fiery whirlwind erupted in the arena as Abai sent forth his Pokemon. Luo Yangshuo pondered, muttering, fire and bug type. Could it be that one? As he had surmised, once the flames dissipated, a Volcarona materialized in the arena. Resembling a moth, it boasted a white neck ruff, with a pair of red antennae encircling its cheeks. It possessed 3 pairs of reddish-brown wings, adorned with black spots that represented the scales of its wings. Its body appeared robust, and its wings were arranged in a floral pattern of large, medium, and small sizes. What do you think? This is my strongest Pokemon. Abai declared earnestly. Return, Gung Gue, Luo Yangshuo said, summoning Gung Gue back in respect. Let us have a proper bug-type battle. Go, Beautifly. Beautifly appeared in the arena, striking a pose with one hand on its hip, gazing proudly at Volcarona. Abai, looking at Beautifly, sparkled with excitement. Strike first, triple kick. Luo Yangshuo commanded. Beautifly darted towards Volcarona, delivering a swift kick. However, Volcarona executed an unexpectedly graceful maneuver, evading Beautifly's attack. With a flap of its wings, it distanced itself from Beautifly. Such speed. It rivals my Iron Face Ninja at its maximum velocity, Abai remarked. Luo Yangshuo realized he had underestimated the situation. If Abai possessed a Pokemon faster than Beautifly, it was likely his own Pokemon had not been trained for speed. This would indeed pose a challenge. In the realm of Pokemon, when it comes to speed attributes, the universally acknowledged fastest is the legendary Pokemon, Deoxys in its speed form, followed closely by the formidable Greninja, and then by the elegant Vivillon. Even if Vivillon's effort values are maximized, Greninja's ability, Torrent, theoretically allows for infinite acceleration, though physical limitations prevent such an outcome. Flame Dance. Abner commanded. Butterfly Dance. Luo Yangshuo echoed. The fire moth was instantly enveloped in flames, its wings fluttering as it performed an ancient and graceful dance, the flames swirling like ribbons, striking towards Vivillon. In response, Vivillon rose on its tiptoes, executing a lively dance, evading the fire moth's assaults while significantly boosting its special attack, special defense, and speed. Let us try again. Move at high speed, then jump. Luo Yangshuo instructed. I feel a bit at a loss here. Heat wave. Abner called out. Vivillon surged forward with a burst of speed, leaping to the top of the botanical garden, and immediately leveraged its position to kick towards the fire moth. However, the fire moth flapped its wings, unleashing a searing gust directed at Vivillon. Endure it and charge through, Luo Yangshuo urged. Vivillon, unable to change its tactics mid-air, gritted its teeth and endured the intense flames, landing a powerful kick against the fire moth's wing. Both Pokemon were left panting, battered and bruised. Vivillon's body was scorched and still smoldering, while the fire moth hung its wings limply, incapacitated for the moment. Flamethrower, Abner commanded. Aerial Ace, Luo Yangshua shouted. Both Pokemon summoned their last reserves of strength. Their attacks colliding and striking true, leading to their simultaneous collapse, rendered unable to continue the battle. Chapter 71, The Cedar Grove, Time Portal. Return, Fire Moth, Abner said, recalling his Pokemon, acknowledging, you were very close. Your Vivillon has been well trained. This is proof of your victory, the insect badge, Luo Yangshua said, healing Vivillon and accepting the badge with a smile. Thank you, Abner. Let us have a rematch next time. Certainly, Abner replied, shaking Luo Yangshua's hand. Luo Yangshua departed from the Cypress Gym, setting his sights on the Cedar Grove, hoping to capture Shalebi this time. Just then, Shalebi emerged from its Ultra Ball, alighting on Luo Yangshua's shoulder, expressing its displeasure at being confined. Luo Yangshua gently tapped Shalebi's little head, chuckling. I'm sorry, some situations are not suitable for you. I promise to get you a treat later. Shalebi, appeased, hummed a cheerful tune as it sensed they were nearing home. After purchasing some of Shalebi's favorite snacks in Cypress Town, Luo Yangshua and Shalebi hastened towards the Cedar Grove. Deep within the grove, in a simple shrine, an unusual temporal distortion twisted a small space, where 5 Shalebi appeared. Among them, 3 were elderly, exuding an aura of profound wisdom, while 2 younger, Shalebi anxiously awaited. Hee, what splendid luck to have 5 appear. A voice, aged yet commanding, resonated. A figure cloaked in black, wearing a peculiar ice mask, stepped forth before the 5 Shalebi. The Shalebi regarded the newcomer with a calm demeanor, uncertain of his intentions. Are you not afraid of me? The masked man chuckled. Truly, you live up to your legendary status. But I hope you remain unperturbed. Attack. Yes, came a multitude of voices from the forest. Then, massive equipment was wheeled in, encircling the area with a total of 24 devices. Once activated, invisible waves swept through the space, causing the 5 Shalebi to pale as they realized their powers were rendered inaccessible. Surprised? This is the culmination of years of effort. Crafted to prevent you from utilizing your abilities, the masked man declared. Every moment of waiting has been worth it. With that, he produced 2 peculiar Pokeballs. If Ash were present, he would surely exclaim, those are GS balls. After years of searching, he had finally acquired feathers from Lugia and Ho-Oh. With these feathers, I've woven the capture time ball, and you are powerless to resist. The masked man proclaimed, hurling the 2 GS balls towards the 5 Shalebi. Vivillon, intercept. Luo Yangshua shouted. Vivillon swooped down, executing a series of kicks that sent the GS balls flying. It then positioned itself protectively in front of the 5 Shalebi, facing the masked man. Haha, you finally arrived. Did you think I had no backup? The masked man scoffed. A messenger bird darted towards an elderly Shalebi at incredible speed, extracting 2 GS balls from its pocket and capturing 1 old and 1 young Shalebi within. This is bad, Luo Yangshua exclaimed. Dragonite landed with Luo Yangshua aboard, yet they were unable to prevent the unfolding events. The messenger bird burst forth from behind Vivillon, which also failed to intervene. Fortunately, Luo Yangshua had switched his Gyarados and Dragonite, or all 5 Shalebi would have been captured. The masked man pocketed the 2 GS balls, and when he released them again, the 2 containing Shalebi were already in his possession. He glanced at the Shalebi perched on Luo Yangshua's shoulder and remarked, Boy, you're luckier than I am. You get to keep a Shalebi, but you can't stop me now. Shalebi, open the portal of time and let me return to the past. 1 GS ball was placed upon a device, and an unending flow of energy was drawn into the machine. Vivillon, Dragonite, destroy that machine. Luo Yangshua commanded. Do not act rashly. The masked man warned. Holding the other GS ball, I have a hostage, and I cannot guarantee their safety. Luo Yangshua halted Vivillon and Dragonite, unwilling to bear that responsibility. Uncle Lu, do not be stubborn. Even if you return to the past, what can you change? I know not what you speak of, the masked man, or rather Lu, replied. In that instant, a time portal began to form. Lu erupted into laughter, exclaiming, At last, I have succeeded. Wait for me, I'm coming. With that, he leapt into the time portal, GS ball raised high. Luo Yangshua shouted, Vivillon, Dragonite, take care of that machine. Jengar, Blissey, restrain these people. Shalebi, you lend a hand too. We cannot notify the League. Uncle Lu is merely obstinate and not yet mad. I will bring him back. Vivillon and Dragonite swiftly dismantled the machine, while the returning Shalebi gathered the forest's Pokemon, resolving the situation in just 10 minutes. They then destroyed the GS ball, leaving the elderly Shalebi weak and collapsed on the ground. The younger Shalebi cried out in worry, pleading for Luo Yangshua to rescue its parents. Luo Yangshua, gazing at the vanished time portal, inquired of the Shalebi, Which of you can open the time portal? I must pursue Lu and the other Shalebi. The two elderly Shalebi sighed, communicating telepathically. Young one, we implore you. Our powers cannot overly interfere with time. Only one Shalebi may enter the time portal at a time. If we were to do so, it could result in chaotic time currents. The younger Shalebi flew over, patting its little chest and calling out several times. No, you have not fully mastered it. You risk trapping yourselves in another time, the younger Shalebi cautioned. No, let it try, the other elderly Shalebi declared. Once we rescue them, we can intervene. At most, we can have them wait a month. From a temporal standpoint, they will enter, and 1 minute later, we will embark to find them, bringing them back to this moment. They will be safe. Then do not hesitate. Trust my Shalebi just this once. It has grown, Luo Yangshua urged. The young Shalebi hesitated. While the two elder Shalebi had already united their efforts to open the time portal, gazing at the mesmerizing and bizarre passage of time, Luo Yangshua swiftly withdrew the Pokemon, organized his belongings, and, cradling Shalebi, leaped into the temporal vortex. As the portal sealed shut, the elder Shalebi remarked, regardless of their success, we shall enter the time portal in 1 minute. Let us first observe from another timeline. Once we ascertain that there are no issues, we shall proceed to retrieve them. I will summon some of our kin. The more, the better, the young Shalebi declared, expressing concern for the child. He is a commendable trainer. That child will not suffer by his side, one elder Shalebi acknowledged. Agreed, the other elder Shalebi concurred, supporting the weakened elder Shalebi. The young Shalebi opened another time portal and ventured forth to search for their kin. The two elder Shalebi, sensing that a minute had passed, opened the time portal and entered, embarking on their own search. Chapter 72, Lost in the Ancient Era. Isn't it a beautiful sight? Lubo murmured, pausing at a temporal node, witnessing the demise of his two Lapras upon the icy plains, tears cascading down his cheeks. Upon catching up with Luo Yangshua and the young Shalebi, this was the poignant scene they beheld. Luo Yangshua sighed, Senior Lubo, why must you torment yourself? In that time frame, there can only be one of you. If you force your way through, only one can survive, your past self or the intruder, which will inevitably lead to your dissolution. Such is the law of time. Luo Yangshua had long inquired about the rules of time with Shalebi, initially hoping to assist Lubo. However, upon grasping the gravity of the situation, he understood that Lubo could not accomplish this alone. His forceful attempt to capture Shalebi would only culminate in tragedy. I can help you, Luo Yangshua offered. In that time period, I do not exist. I can lend you a hand. Lubo, filled with excitement, grasped Luo Yangshua's shoulders, exclaiming, you truly wish to assist me. Thank you, thank you. Witnessing the elderly man's tearful expression, Luo Yangshua found it difficult to refuse. With a resigned sigh, he stated, Shalebi, let us proceed. Shalebi shook its head, softly uttering a few cries of refusal. It understood that entering another time would inevitably introduce discrepancies, which could range from a mere second to several years. It could not allow Luo Yangshua to take such a risk. Wait, here are the Pokeballs of the two Lapras. This will expedite things, Lubo said, removing his mask and producing 2 Pokeballs. Shalebi, give it a try, Luo Yangshua suggested as he took the Pokeballs. Shalebi vehemently shook its head, firmly refusing to let Luo Yangshua take the risk. Use this, Lubo insisted, handing the GS ball to Luo Yangshua before plunging into the time portal, vanishing from sight. Is it worth it? Luo Yangshua murmured to himself, gripping the GS ball with determination. For Lubo's passion for Pokemon, I shall take this chance. Ignoring the protests of the young Shalebi, Luo Yangshua dashed into that time frame, soon arriving upon an icy expanse. In the distance, he spotted the young Lubo struggling with the 2 Lapras on the frozen ground. I hope I make it in time, Luo Yangshua thought, accelerating across the ice. As he closed the distance, he pressed the button on the Pokeball just as the 2 Lapras were about to tumble into a crevasse, successfully recalling them. He then tossed the 2 Pokeballs to the stunned Lubo, but he could not halt his momentum, sliding straight toward the crevasse. Be careful, the young Lubo shouted. Luo Yangshua helplessly realized he had lost control, plummeting into the icy abyss. This moment will determine my fate, he thought, shattering the GS ball. Releasing Shalebi. Just before Luo Yangshua hit the ground, a time portal formed beneath him, and he plunged into its depths. Inside the time portal, Luo Yangshua found himself unable to stop his retreating motion. Shalebi communicated telepathically. This cannot end well. Your interference with history has triggered temporal turbulence, and we are uncertain of where we shall emerge. Oh, come on. This is happening. Luo Yangshua could not help but scoff. A sudden pressure enveloped him, and he promptly lost consciousness, being swept into a different era amidst the swirling time currents. In the ancient landscape, a figure and two Pokémon descended from the sky, landing on the back of a colossal creature. The tremendous impact jolted Luo Yangshua awake, causing him to cough blood before succumbing to unconsciousness once more. The gigantic Pokémon scratched its back, examining Luo Yangshua and the two Shalebi with curiosity. It recognized Shalebi as a guardian of time and protector of the forest, albeit with a fraught relationship. However, the other figure was unfamiliar. Was it a human from another dimension? The creature mused, noting the subtle differences from contemporary humans. Sensing the blood trickling from Luo Yangshua's mouth, it decided to assist him with healing, setting Luo Yangshua and the two Shalebi upon a rocky surface. The Pokémon turned to seek medicinal herbs. If Luo Yangshua were conscious, he might have called out in surprise. The creature was none other than Groudon, in its primal form. Or rather, it was not accurate to call it primal, for this was the ancient era. This was Groudon's true form. Groudon procured the herbs and a small, bowl-shaped stone. Placing Luo Yangshua and the Shalebi within the bowl, it crushed the herbs, allowing the juice to seep into the bowl, administering a restorative bath. The remaining herbs were not wasted. Groudon chewed them before swallowing. Unbeknownst to Luo Yangshua, who lay unconscious, the system chimed with notifications that would have delighted him. Ding. Absorbing energy for body refinement. Absorption commencing. Ding. Constitution 1, Strength 1. The physical prowess Luo Yangshua had painstakingly developed was now rapidly enhancing. It was worth noting that these were the medicinal herbs Groudon sought out for its own recovery. And considering Groudon's substantial size, standing 5 meters tall and weighing 9,997 kilograms, one herb could suffice for its healing. For Luo Yangshua, this was an extraordinary boon. Gradually regaining consciousness, Luo Yangshua saw the two Shalebi gazing at him with concern. Initially wanting to greet them, he was suddenly overwhelmed by the massive head of Groudon blocking his entire field of vision. A single cry nearly sent him spiraling back into unconsciousness. After a prolonged moment, he finally managed to speak. "I'm sorry to have worried you. Kid, we are stranded in the ancient era. For now, do not run off. Let us wait for rescue." Shalebi conveyed telepathically. The young Shalebi, equally irked, playfully smacked Luo Yangshua's head with its tiny hands, angrily chiding him, likely calling him a fool. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Luo Yangshua scratched his head and turned to face the colossal creature, exclaiming in awe, "Groudon. But it's primal Groudon. No, wait, this is the ancient era. It cannot be called primal Groudon. This is its normal form." Subsequently, Luo Yangshua noticed the sticky green substance coating his body and the green tinge in his hair. As the realization dawned, he glimpsed the system notifications indicating his stamina and strength skyrocketing to over 70, prompting him to leap in excitement. To his astonishment, his jump exceeded 3 meters in height. Instinctively employing the 6 techniques bestowed by the system, he created a resounding impact in midair, ascending slightly. Luo Yangshua broke into a wide grin, only to comically crash back down onto the rocky surface with a thud, rubbing his somewhat sore chest. Luo Yangshua was certain that he had become significantly stronger, managing to barely utilize the 6 forms. "Thank you, Groudon," he expressed his gratitude, having learned from Shalebi that it was Groudon who had rescued him. Groudon squinted and nodded, breaking into a somewhat menacing grin. There was no way to charm such a formidable Pokémon with cuteness. It was remarkable enough that it didn't frighten him to death. Chapter 73, The Triumvirate of Peace Among Land, Sea, and Sky. Thunderbolt Attack. Luo Yangshua shouted into a megaphone. Groudon roared, unleashing a powerful electrical current towards the colossal sea creature known as Kyogre, the Sea Monarch. Kyogre, unfazed, summoned waves encountered with its own thunderbolt, effectively neutralizing Groudon's attack. The Groudon and Kyogre on both sides cheered, while a few juvenile Rayquaza in the sky curiously observed the clash between the two factions. Having been in this place for nearly 2 weeks, Luo Yangshua was gradually acclimating. The father of Shalebi, the one captured, had departed to seek aid from his kin, leaving Luo Yangshua alone with his 6 Pokémon, watching the battle unfold between Groudon and Kyogre. It dawned on him that this was merely a sparring match between their respective clans. Indeed, it was 2 factions. No, glancing up at the juvenile Rayquaza, it was clear that it involved the triad of land, sea, and sky. He could not recall how much time had passed, but he had encountered primitive humans here, though communication proved impossible. Thus, he remained within Groudon's territory. Soon after, he witnessed both Groudon's and Kyogre's clans, as well as the occasionally observing Rayquaza tribe. There was no sign of the legendary battles between Groudon and Kyogre as recounted in lore. Instead, he found a community of primal Groudon and Kyogre. As for why only one of each faction remained in the end, and why they had lost their primal forms, that was beyond Luo Yangshua's understanding. Here, he also encountered various other Pokémon, each impressively large and adorned with strange patterns reminiscent of the colossal Jengar and Ho-Oh unearthed in the Kanto region. Initially, he contemplated capturing a few to bring back as a statement of prestige, but with the Ultra Balls and Heavy Balls shattering, his hopes of capturing them were dashed. Bored, Luo Yangshua began to teach Groudon some moves using technical machines, while Groudon reciprocated by providing him with valuable herbs. Life was quite comfortable and leisurely. The only regret was not bringing his Greninja, as witnessing Kyogre's demonstrations would have been immensely beneficial for a Water-type Pokémon. After the battle between the younger generations of Groudon and Kyogre concluded, Luo Yangshua leaped onto the head of a Groudon, suggesting, "Let's head back." The lead Groudon nodded and guided its clan towards a volcanic rock area. Upon arrival, Luo Yangshua hopped off, marveling at his enhanced physical prowess. Leaping 5 meters down was effortless, requiring no cushioning at all. Before him stood the magnificent Groudon, a creature reminiscent of a dinosaur, its body encased in red, plate-like skin that served as armor. The underside was gray, with large spikes extending from its head, torso, and tail. Each arm bore 4 claws, and its tail ended in 4 bulldozer-like teeth, while its feet had 3 claws adorned with gray markings. Blue spikes would occasionally emerge from the seams of its skin when Groudon gathered power. The primal Groudon featured a circular emblem on its arm, a design that later appeared on the crimson orbs. Finding his little nest, Luo Yangshua lay on a bed of grass, reflecting on the current peace among the 3 factions, yet aware that this tranquility could shatter at any moment. As night fell, illuminated by the sporadic eruptions of the volcano, Luo Yangshua gazed upon 3 large Pokémon eggs nestled in the grass, each significantly larger than a typical egg. These were gifts from the Triad, Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza. He had managed to persuade them, explaining that in the future, only one of their kind would remain, while the others would vanish, perhaps dead or departed from this world. Curious to see if he could return with these eggs, he noted that the factions were somewhat skeptical of his claims. Thus, they agreed to present him with the eggs but sealed them with primordial energy, only to be unlocked by the corresponding powers. In essence, Luo Yangshua would need to locate Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza in his own timeline and beseech their assistance to unseal the eggs. Should he prove dishonest, the factions had entrusted Celebi to retrieve the eggs and him, ensuring he would face their wrath. Luo Yangshua was indifferent, having only concealed the battles between Groudon and Kyogre. He had spoken no lies otherwise. Regarding the Celebi of this era, he had visited them, but they indicated they could not pinpoint his exact timeline and required a Celebi from that specific period to bring him back. The following morning, having absorbed the energies of the herbs provided by Groudon, Luo Yangshua checked his attributes, both stamina and strength at 100, nodding in approval. He then engaged in a spar with his Pheromosa, only to be thoroughly defeated. Rubbing his sore body, he remarked, "Not too shabby. I've finally managed to reach a level where I can withstand a thunderbolt like Ash." Looking at his 100 attributes, tears welled up in his eyes. It had taken reaching 100 in stamina and strength to barely match Ash's prowess. Now that was a cheat. And Professor Oak, always experimenting with Pokemon moves, had somehow survived to this day, likely due to his overwhelming power. As Luo Yangshua trained, another half-month passed, and a time portal finally opened before him. Watching nearly 60 to 70 Celebi emerge, he marveled at the strength of the Celebi clan, as no other legendary Pokemon group could rival such numbers. Celebi finally reunited with its parents, and although Luo Yangshua was curious about how Celebi, with its ambiguous gender, reproduced, he wisely chose to keep that thought to himself for the sake of his own safety. Placing the 3 Pokemon eggs into his backpack, Luo Yangshua bid farewell to the 3 factions and stepped once more into the time portal. Within the portal, at intervals, a Celebi guided him and the other Celebi, finally leading them back to the present. As the Celebi looked at Luo Yangshua, they vanished back into the time portal. Turning to the Celebi perched on his shoulder, he mused, "So does this mean I've passed?" The young Celebi shot him an exasperated glance, patted his face, and chirped a few times, conveying the message, "Hurry and find a populated area to check how much time has passed." With a light chuckle, Luo Yangshua briskly exited the forest of trees. The oppressive presence of Team Rocket and their machines was gone, suggesting a significant amount of time had elapsed. Chapter 74, The Pokemon Exchange Conference. "You fool. Do you wish to perish?" Professor Oak bellowed in frustration. "Do you really think history can be rewritten so easily? One careless mistake could alter history itself, and you might find yourself erased from existence." Luo Yangshua nodded apologetically, understanding that the professor's admonishment stemmed from genuine concern. This warm-hearted elder sincerely regarded Luo Yangshua as his own protege, and the thought of Luo's earlier recklessness had nearly frightened him to death. By the way, Professor Oak, how do you know so much about shiny rabbits? Luo Yangshua inquired deliberately. A hint of nostalgia crossed Professor Oak's face before he replied earnestly, in any case, be more vigilant next time. Take good care of that little shiny rabbit. Yes, I understand, Luo Yangshua affirmed. Also, Xiaoji just asked me to send a Tauros to him. He is not far ahead in Yiji Town. According to him, there's an exchange event taking place there. So you know what that means. The Pokemon exchange event. Luo Yangshua exclaimed with delight, realizing how perfectly tailored this event was for him. It provided an opportunity to assess the qualifications of various Pokemon, and given the many mid-tier Pokemon in his breeding house, he could trade them for high-tier or even exceptional ones, subsequently selling them at a premium. A small fortune beckoned him. Noticing the gleam of excitement in Luo Yangshua's eyes, Professor Oak remarked with a hint of exasperation, just remember to exchange for some rare Pokemon. I need them for my research. Rest assured, I will absolutely satisfy your expectations, Luo Yangshua assured him. After ending the video call, he took out his phone and called the estate, instructing them to send several Pokemon to Yiji Town. Subsequently, Luo Yangshua exited the Pokemon Center, stretched his legs, and, fueled by the sea breeze, sprinted towards Yiji Town. After 5 or 6 minutes of running, he arrived at Yiji Town, slightly out of breath from the exertion. However, seeing the bustling Pokemon exchange event filled him with relief. He had indeed made it in time. At the Pokemon Center, he gathered the delivered Pokeballs into a large package and located a Pokemon exchange machine. Luo Yangshua pulled out a piece of cardboard and began writing energetically before placing it beside the exchange machine. As people passed by, a young boy glanced at the sign and read aloud, "Massive Pokemon Exchange. I run a breeding house and am seeking to introduce a multitude of Pokemon from different regions. All Pokemon must be inspected for damage. You may freely select any Pokemon you desire." Is that true? A crowd began to gather, intrigued. Indeed, but I will also examine the condition of the Pokemon before deciding on any exchanges. As long as I find a Pokemon appealing, any of those available in my breeding house can be traded, Luo Yangshua explained. I want to trade. I want a Delibird. Do you have a Ghastly? I'll trade you a Stantler. Hold on. One at a time. Luo Yangshua called out, please form a line. Anyone cutting in will not be served. Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively lined up, and Luo Yangshua felt quite satisfied with the turnout. He began inspecting each Pokemon, trading mid-tier Pokemon if they were of decent rarity, while ignoring the others. In the process, he did indeed discover 3 exceptional Pokemon, a Spinarak, a Ledaba, and a Tentacle. Unfortunately, they were not particularly powerful, so Luo Yangshua decided to hand them over to the breeding house. Just as I thought, you're quite the trader, came a voice. And Luo Yangshua turned to see Xiao Ji, Xiao Gang, and Xiao Xia approaching with a young boy. Xiao Ji said, could we possibly trade with Ade? He wants to breed other Pokemon. Sure, I'll make an exception for you. As long as there are no issues with his Pokemon, we can trade. Luo Yangshua waved them off dismissively. Thank you. Come out, Gloom. The boy named Ade released his Pokemon. Luo Yangshua's eyes narrowed. A Gloom, exceptional quality. His heart soared with joy as he remarked, very nice. What Pokemon are you looking for? Anything available in my breeding house can be exchanged. Really? That is fantastic. I do love a Ponyta. Is that possible? Ade replied excitedly. Not a problem. I have one right here. Let me show you. Luo Yangshua rummaged through his Pokeballs and presented one labeled with Ponyta, releasing the Pokemon. Ade nodded enthusiastically, and they quickly exchanged the Gloom for the Ponyta. Watching Ade leave with endless gratitude, Luo Yangshua tossed the Gloom's Pokeball and laughed. Gloom Ison, T particularly strong. Aside from its health, it has little to offer. With only 4 moves, it's rather lackluster. However, its incredible endurance can be quite annoying in battles, reflecting both physical and special attacks. Combined with its ability to negate status conditions, it could drag an opponent down with it. In terms of capability, aside from its attack, it is remarkably versatile. Moreover, I see potential. If I can truly train Gloom into a legendary Pokemon, its innate power of reflection will surely not disappoint. Used wisely, it could be the Pokemon version of an unstoppable force. After a day filled with exchanges and some interruptions from Team Rocket, Luo Yangshua ended up trading 86 mid-tier Pokemon for 12 high-tier ones, reaping a significant profit. Outside of Gloom, which he valued, the other exceptional Pokemon were rather unremarkable and would be handed over to the breeding house for future endeavors. Returning to the Pokemon Center, Luo Yangshua planned to stay for the night, but Xiao Ji and the others shamelessly squeezed into the same room. Meanwhile, Shiny Rabbits was happily playing with Piku. Seeing Shiny Rabbit's joyful expression, Luo Yangshua could not bring himself to protest. In front of Xiao Ji and the others, he released Gloom from its Pokeball, gazing at its vacant expression, and said, "From now on, I shall be your trainer. Let us work hard together, okay?" Gloom. It replied, acknowledging its understanding. Luo Yangshua took out a great ball to recapture it, and upon seeing this, Xiao Ji remarked, "Luo, are you planning to fully train Gloom?" "Yes. It's quite a decent fellow. In terms of my breeding house's standards, it qualifies as an exceptional Pokemon," Luo Yangshua replied. "Oh, I never would have guessed that this daft-looking creature could possess such high potential, even surpassing my Gyarados," Xiao Xian noted, having recently evolved her own Magikarp into a Gyarados. "I've told you before, focus on training your Psyduck. It will be your primary powerhouse in the future. Any Pokemon recognized for exceptional potential in my breeding house possesses significant promise," Luo Yangshua advised Xiao Xia. I know, but it's such a fool. I truly have no idea how to train it," Xiao Xia lamented. "Perhaps if you could remedy its headaches, it might experience a breakthrough," Xiao Gang suggested. Xiao Xia and Psyduck exchanged a glance, feeling an inexplicable sense of helplessness. Chapter 75, A Wild Miltank and the Evolution of Cosmoem. The following day, Luo Yangshua set off with Xiao Ji and the others towards Mankin City. Initially, he was reluctant to accompany them, but given their coinciding paths, he had no choice but to join them. Moreover, Luo Yangshua had indeed wasted an excessive amount of time traversing the time portal, and he couldn't afford to linger here for another day. After a short journey with Xiao Ji and the others, they arrived at the next town, where a firefighting competition was taking place, which they eagerly participated in. Luo Yangshua, however, felt indifferent and bid them farewell to continue on his way. After 2 days of travel, he found himself on a flat meadow, preparing to have lunch when he stumbled upon several wild Miltanks. This discovery brought him immense joy, for his breeding house did not possess any Miltanks, and the Moo Moo milk produced by them was indeed a sought-after commodity, renowned for its delightful flavor and high nutritional value. Essentially, the various ranches have monopolized the area, so encountering wild Miltanks in the open is indeed a stroke of luck. Upon counting, there are a total of 6, one of which is of superior quality, while the rest are of mediocre to low grade. Luo Yangshua promptly dispatched several sprites to encircle these Miltanks. Jengar cut off their escape route. Chansey on the right, Dragonite on the left, and Shiny Shalebi. You go help as well. You do enjoy the milk produced by the Miltanks, do you not? Luo commanded, and finally, he directed, Gorgiast, confront them head-on. As Gorgiast entered the fray, it immediately stepped onto the shadow of the superior Miltank. The Shadow Trap ability activated, preventing the Miltank from fleeing. Realizing its immobility, the Miltank charged at Gorgiast. Gorgiast, reflect that attack, Luo instructed. The Miltank collided with Gorgiast, causing a brilliant flash from its surface, and sent the Miltank flying, yielding remarkable results. Miltanks, if you can defeat my Gorgiast, I'll let you go. However, if you lose, I shall capture you, Luo declared. The superior Miltank moved, and all 6 Miltanks charged towards Gorgiast. Reflect against one of them, Luo shouted. The 6 Miltanks collided with Gorgiast, their combined force directed back at the superior one, propelling it several meters away. Dragonite swiftly retrieved it, and Luo tossed a Pokeball to capture it, subsequently transporting it to his estate. Is that all you've got? Luo scoffed. Gorgiast's health had only diminished by a fifth, exhausting them posed no challenge. The 5 remaining Miltanks quickly formed a rolling sphere, barreling towards Gorgiast. Same strategy as before, Luo instructed. The impact of their charge converged into one, striking down another Miltank instantaneously. Luo captured it with another Pokeball. Glancing at Gorgiast's health, which still stood at 3/5, no issues there. Seeing this, the 4 Miltanks opened their mouths, unleashing 4 beams of freezing light towards Gorgiast. Mirror reflection, Luo commanded. The icy beams returned along the same path, striking the 4 Miltanks. One unfortunate Miltank found itself frozen in place, while another quickly utilized Heal Bell to dispel its status condition. Subsequently, one Miltank fired another freezing beam at Gorgiast, while another attempted to crush Gorgiast with a heavy slam. Are you using both moves simultaneously? Luo remarked. What a pity. With your special attack prowess, the damage is negligible. Gorgiast, reflect and deal with it. Gorgiast absorbed both attacks, then retaliated, incapacitating the Miltank that had used heavy slam. Turning to the remaining Miltank, which appeared frightened and ready to flee, Gorgiast stepped forward decisively, extending its shadow and pinning the Miltank beneath its foot, preventing its escape. Luo stroked his chin, acknowledging Gorgiast's effectiveness, while it could not attack directly. The reflected damage was doubled, and if it ran out of health, it could take the opponent down with it. Truly a frustrating tactic. However, the downside lay in its inability to launch an offensive, requiring a slow war of attrition that would likely drive the impatient to madness. The 3 remaining Miltanks. Having discerned this, each used milk drink to restore their health and then plopped down, ceasing movement altogether, staring defiantly at Luo, as if to say, "Come at us if you dare. Are you kidding me? You think you can just play dead? If you don't get up, I'll switch out my Pokemon." Luo retorted. The lead Miltank mooed in response, implying, "Do as you wish." "Dragonite, resolve this," Luo ordered. Dragonite nodded, gathering energy in its hands, launching 3 aura spheres at the Miltanks. Accepting their fate, the Miltanks offered little resistance and were swiftly rendered incapable of battle by the 3 attacks. 3 Pokeballs were thrown, successfully capturing the trio. Ding! Cosmog is evolving. Please release it immediately to facilitate its evolution. Just as the 3 Pokeballs were teleported away, a system prompt sounded. Luo mused, is it finally happening? Cosmog is about to evolve. He quickly retrieved a Master Ball and released Cosmog. As the slumbering Cosmog began to emit a soft glow, it suddenly transformed into Cosmoem. However, a vortex formed around Cosmoem, drawing in all light and creating a miniature black hole. Even with Luo's typically composed demeanor, he felt the urge to curse. He hastily recalled his Pokemon and tried to flee, only to find his efforts futile. The immense gravitational pull had ensnared him, rendering escape impossible. In fact, any movement on his part threatened to lift him off the ground and draw him into the black hole. Luo recalled the descriptions he had encountered in games about Cosmoem. It was said to be the ruler of Alola during ancient times, revered as the cocoon of stars, with altars built in its honor. Within its hard shell, something continuously gathered towards its dark core, absorbing light as it grew. The golden exterior was astonishingly tough. The system provided Luo with the answer he sought. "Don't give me any introductions. I can barely hold on," Luo shouted, now sprawled on the ground, his hands and feet clawed into the earth. Despite this, he was being pulled backward, leaving deep grooves in the soil as his fingers sank 30 centimeters deep, his nails nearly torn off. The pain was excruciating, but letting go was not an option. 10,000 diamonds. The system will provide ample energy for Cosmoem, the system stated. "Hurry up and give it to me." "Take the diamonds," Luo yelled. The diamonds were deducted, and energy was supplied. Suddenly, a blinding light radiated from Luo, only to be immediately absorbed by the black hole. Fortunately, the continuous supply of brilliance managed to maintain a semblance of balance, and Luo felt the gravitational pull begin to wane until it finally ceased. "System, heal my injuries. Deduct the cost from my account. What in the world is happening? I don't recall anything like this in the anime," Luo exclaimed. "Ding. Healing complete. Analyzing cause." The system replied. "The reason is that while Cosmoem was still cosmic, it did not absorb sufficient solar and lunar energy, leading to the current situation where it requires a substantial energy influx upon evolution. In simpler terms, it means it has been cooped up in my bag and Pokeballs without getting some sunlight and exercise." Luo looked skyward, speechless. Chapter 76, An Unexpected Encounter with a Kin. Observing the now tranquil, floating Cosmoem, Luo instinctively picked it up, feeling no weight at all. He scratched his head, pondering, strange? Have I developed immense arm strength like Ash? No sooner had he spoken than the Cosmoem in his hands suddenly gained weight, crashing to the ground with a thud, creating a deep crater before slowly levitating again. "I see now," Luo said, holding Cosmoem. "You're using psychic abilities to float, aren't you? All right, stop sulking. I'll let you out more often next time." After returning Cosmoem to the Master Ball, Luo did not linger in the area any longer and hurriedly departed, leaving behind a patch of trampled grass that could easily be mistaken for the work of a larger Pokemon. 3 days later, by a small lake. After enjoying lunch, Luo and his companions decided to take a brief respite. Luo took out his super fishing rod, hoping to catch some superior water-type Pokemon. However, he found it peculiar that whereas previously a single cast would yield a catch within a minute, this time, 3 minutes had passed without any sign of life on the line. "Is this water body devoid of high-quality Pokemon?" Luo muttered to himself, gazing at the still fishing rod. He glanced at the sprites beside him, who had already drifted into slumber, yawned, and began his own midday nap. As he was caught in a drowsy stupor, the fishing rod in his hand was suddenly yanked. Luo Yangshua jolted awake, and with a surge of over 100 points of power, he pulled a shadow from the water's depths. Upon closer inspection, he found himself at a loss for words. A youth clad in swim trunks and donning diving gear was clinging tightly to a Maril, yet the Maril was firmly hooked on Luo Yangshua's fishing line. What on earth was happening? Their eyes met, and Luo Yangshua felt a peculiar familiarity with the boy. The youth struggled in midair before spitting out the underwater breathing apparatus and exclaimed, "Hey, who are you? That maril is mine. I went to great lengths to catch it." At that moment, a Krogunk leaped from the water, lending credence to the boy's claim. "My apologies, Akin, for the trouble," came a voice. A girl, dressed in overalls and sporting a large hat with twin ponytails that curled upward, emerged from the bushes. Upon seeing Akin, she remarked, "Akin, it's evident this person hooked that maril. You should refrain from interfering." "No way. I discovered that maril after much effort and chased it for ages," Akin retorted without hesitation. "Fine. If you wish to capture that maril, go ahead," Luo Yangshua said, though he had already begun to piece together the identities of these two individuals. "Really? Thank you. I'm Krista, but you can call me Chris," the girl expressed her gratitude with a smile. "Hee, thanks, buddy," Akin chimed in. "Serious Taro, I entrust this to you." Leaf Tornado. A sunflora was dispatched, and it swung its leafy arms, sending a barrage of leaves hurtling towards the maril. Caught off guard, the maril was pushed back repeatedly. "Serious Taro, use seed bomb to ensnare it," Akin commanded. The sunflora released a flurry of seeds that quickly sprouted upon contacting the maril, binding it securely. Soon after, Akin captured it with a pokeball. The pokeball vanished in an instant, and Akin rubbed his nose, turning to Luo Yangshua, saying, "Thanks, brother. By the way, I don't believe I caught your name. I'm Luo from Newtown, currently challenging the Johto League and preparing for the Silver Conference." "And you?" Luo Yangshua replied with a smile. "As for us, we're just wandering about," Akin responded. "Oh, Luo, such a familiar name. I remember now. You're the one seeking to capture a Shalebi," Chris exclaimed. Luo Yangshua nodded and waved as a Shalebi that had been resting on a tree descended onto his shoulder. "Greeting, Chris. An acquaintance?" Luo Yangshua inquired curiously. The Shalebi chirped a few times, indicating it knew her from the league and found her pleasant. Luo Yangshua nodded with a smile, and then asked Chris and Akin, "Are you on vacation?" From the Shalebi's words, Luo Yangshua had surmised their identities. Akin, the male protagonist from Pokemon Gold and Silver, and Chris, the female protagonist. They appeared to be engaged in league affairs. "Indeed, we're just here to wander around, as the league will soon send us to the Hoenn region. I doubt we'll have much free time afterward," Chris explained. "Yeah, if I had known, I wouldn't have accepted the league's invitation. Running around every day is such a hassle," Akin grumbled. Suddenly, Luo Yangshua recalled that in the comic, one was an incubator and the other a catcher, and he wondered if that was indeed the case. Thus, Luo Yangshua posed the question, "Chris, I've heard you're quite adept at capturing Pokemon. Is that true?" "Yes, indeed. You should see the Pokemon Chris has captured. It's nearly 500. Akin interjected before Chris could respond. Chris, annoyed, swatted Akin lightly and said, "I know you run a breeding house, and you want my help to capture Pokemon, don't you?" Luo Yangshua nodded. "My apologies, but I haven't done that in quite some time. After all, I'm quite satisfied with my wallet. And I have first pick of the premium Pokemon in my breeding house. As long as you have the ability, you can pay and take them anytime." Luo Yangshua interrupted Chris. "Deal. Send me the location of the Pokemon." Chris replied without hesitation. Having joined the league, her horizons had broadened, and she understood that to advance further, a partner of high caliber was indispensable. Luo Yangshua's breeding house offered premium Pokemon primarily to the league, typically selected by champions and Elite Four members before being available to others. Although Luo Yangshua insisted that the Pokemon must consent to be taken, surely the champions and Elite Four would have exhibited their prowess, making those Pokemon inclined to follow the strong. Thus, the first pick privilege at Luo Yangshua's place was undeniably enticing, and it seemed that both had taken the bait. Upon seeing Chris agree, Luo Yangshua looked at Akin, who now wore a hopeful expression, and said, "I also have a favor to ask of you, Akin. Count on me." Akin replied confidently. "So what is the reward?" "I'll give you a premium Pokemon of your choice. No charge," Luo Yangshua stated. Akin hesitated, as the terms were better than Chris's, indicating it would be a challenging task. "What is the task?" Akin inquired. Luo Yangshua handed Akin 3 Pokemon eggs and explained, "Since you're headed to the Hoenn region, please investigate the whereabouts of these 3 individuals. If you can locate them, that would be ideal, as they can unlock these 3 Pokemon eggs." Akin's eyes widened in disbelief. Luo Yangshua nodded, assuring him, "As long as you understand, it's fine if you fail, but you must find the addresses. Once the Silver Conference concludes, I'll head to the Hoenn region to meet you. I'm counting on you, Akin. Even if you fail, while I can't directly give you a Pokemon, the first pick privilege remains." Akin clenched his teeth and declared, "I'm in." Chapter 77, The Fishing Competition and the Acquisition of a Furret. Akin, Chris, and Luo Yangshua bid farewell. as they had a week left of vacation before departing for the Hoenn region. Luo Yangshua hoped they would accomplish their task. Having rested sufficiently, Luo Yangshua resumed his journey toward Macon City. 2 days later, he arrived in a quaint town named Bibo, only to discover that a fishing competition was underway. It was said that the first-place winner would not only keep the Pokémon they caught, but also receive an additional rare Pokémon from another region. Luo Yangshua had little interest in competitions, but the allure of a rare Pokémon piqued his curiosity, prompting him to enter the contest. With the assistance of his super fishing rod, he thought it would be next to impossible to lose. However, when the contestants entered, Luo Yangshua's mood soured as he recognized 3 familiar figures among the dozen participants. One was the ever-familiar Shigeru, accompanied by his EV. Another was a boy wearing a beanie. If Luo Yangshua's instincts were correct, he was the Ruby from the comics. Goodness gracious, Ruby was the son of Kenta in the comics, while Shafia was the daughter of Otani. But in the anime, Shafia became Xiao Yao, the daughter of Kenta, who also had a younger brother named Xiao Sheng. So, whose son was this Ruby? Unintentionally, Luo Yangshua observed Ruby removing his hat to adjust his hair, only to replace it once more. The hairstyle he revealed bore an uncanny resemblance to Kenta's. There was no way Ruby was unrelated to Kenta. Luo Yangshua pondered that once the competition concluded, he could engage in a thorough dialogue with Ruby. As for the third individual, Luo Yangshua gazed at the energetic girl and found himself at a loss for words. She was likely Mei from the Unova region, according to official nomenclature. Other unofficial or commonly used translations included Yai, Xiaomei, or Neru. What was she doing in Johto? Although aware that the timeline of this world diverges from the memories of anime and games, encountering these characters inevitably ignites a sarcastic impulse within Luo Yangshua. The fishing competition in Bibo Town unfolds upon the signature Bibo Lake, where contestants navigate small boats into the waters, employing the rods and bait provided by the organizers for the contest. Upon catching a Pokémon, participants must utilize the designated Pokeballs to capture it, with the evaluation based on the rarity of the caught Pokémon. Luo Yangshua felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He initially believed that wielding a super rod would guarantee victory, but it now seemed uncertain whether he could indeed triumph. With a bait delicately affixed to the hook, Luo Yangshua cast his line into the water. Resigned, he settled into his small boat, beginning the slow wait. Occasionally, fellow competitors would pull up their lines, mostly revealing kinglers, with only a handful managing to catch the likes of Clawitzer or Goldfish. Soon enough, however, Luo Yangshua felt a tug on his line, and upon reeling it in, he found a kingler surfacing. Despair washed over him. Not only had he caught a kingler, but it was of inferior quality. Truly, without the super rod, his fishing prowess was but a shadow of its potential. System, do you have any similar bait available for purchase? Luo Yangshua inquired, summoning the system. Ding. This constitutes cheating and is strictly prohibited. The system replied sternly. A system capable of facilitating cheats dares to lecture me on integrity? Are you jesting? Luo Yangshua scoffed. I'll pay double. No, triple. Deal, he declared boldly. Moments later, the system's store presented bait identical to that used in the competition. However, priced at 300 gold coins each. It was now a staggering 900 coins per piece. Reluctantly, he spent the gold to procure one, mixing it with the provided bait, and then retrieved the system's bait from his supplies. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he cast the bait into the water once more, relaxing in his boat. He was determined to uphold his reputation as a master fisherman, especially in the quaint town of Masera. Failing to secure a victory in such a minor contest would be utterly humiliating. Before long, his line tautened, and without hesitation, he began to reel in his catch. The formidable strength of his Pokémon ensured that the creature below had no time to react before being yanked from the depths. Gyarados, of superior quality. A masterpiece from the system, indeed. Luo Yangshua exclaimed, promptly releasing Jengar. Jengar, use hypnosis. Jengar floated before the Gyarados and promptly cast it into a deep slumber. The sleeping Gyarados fell heavily into the water, creating a significant splash that drenched Luo Yangshua. Noticing his soaked attire, he resignedly captured the Gyarados and paddled towards shore to change his clothes. His actions attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. Xiao Mao, upon witnessing this, shook his head and remarked, with Xiao Luo competing, we have no chance. Let us simply enjoy this leisurely moment. Eevee rubbed against Xiao Mao's face, emitting a few contented sounds. Ruby, spotting Luo Yangshua, mused quietly, isn't that the person Dad mentioned? After the competition, I should meet him. Mei also glanced at Luo Yangshua, exclaiming, that must be him. I refuse to lose. I shall not be bested. After changing clothes, Luo Yangshua presented the Gyarados Pokeball to the competition officials. For now, He was in first place. Barring any miracles, the victory was undoubtedly his. Luo Yangshua then approached the shore, curious to observe the progress of the three individuals he had noted earlier. Xiao Mao appeared to have given up, now simply enjoying the moment. Ruby, on the other hand, had made a catch, reeling in a sun coral, and was preparing for battle. No matter how time flows, its charm remains eternal. This delightful creature, with its captivating form, is none other than the Pokémon, Espurr, Ruby declared, releasing her Espurr. Espurr? So, Ruby hasn't moved to the Hoenn region yet, Luo Yangshua contemplated. That's right, I remember now. In the manga, Ruby's hometown is in Goldenrod City, and after a transfer, they settled in Hoenn. Realization dawned upon him. Ruby must be the son of Kenta. Thus, Mei could not simply be Mei. She must be the daughter of Dr. Tokuwa, Sophia. Ruby's prowess was impressive. This Espurr seemed to have been acquired recently. Yet Ruby's talent truly left Luo Yangshua in awe. Truly, as the saying goes, a tiger does not father a dog. As for Mei, her Servine was soaring through the air, unleashing Leaf Storm with relentless vigor, mercilessly overpowering the Anorith. Observing the increasingly fierce Leaf Storm, Luo Yangshua confirmed that Mei's Servine possessed the contrarian ability. Eventually, the competition concluded, and there was no doubt that first place belonged to Luo Yangshua. Following a concluding speech, the contest came to an end. Luo Yangshua secured the Pokémon he desired, and the Gyarados was promptly transported back to his estate. Come forth. Luo Yangshua eagerly summoned his Pokémon, curious to see what rare creature would appear before him. Before him materialized a Pokémon of vibrant yellow and red hues, slightly diminutive, yet possessing a fierce gaze. Upon noticing Luo Yangshua, it smiled and performed a traditional Chinese gesture of respect, acknowledging him. A Kung Fu ferret. What a delightful surprise. Luo Yangshua exclaimed with excitement. Oh, a Kung Fu ferret from the Unova region. It appears quite formidable, a female voice chimed in. Turning, Luo Yangshua discovered Mei standing behind him, beaming with joy. Hello, I am Mei, hailing from the city of Hashigai in the Unova region. She introduced herself. Greetings, I am Ruby, from Goldenrod City. You must be the Xiao Luo from Masera town. My father has spoken of you, Ruby added as he approached. Xiao Mao also glanced over, exchanged pleasantries with Luo Yangshua, then departed. Luo Yangshua regarded the two before him and inquired, I am indeed Xiao Luo from Masera town. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Mei and Ruby exchanged glances before Mei spoke up. I heard about your breeding facility, which is why I traveled here from Unova, hoping to see if I could acquire a Pokémon. Ruby nodded in agreement, adding, I share the same intention, hoping to visit your breeding facility to find a Pokémon. However, the competition drew my attention, leading me to participate, and lo and behold, I encountered you, Xiao Luo. Mei concurred with Ruby's sentiments. Luo Yangshua nodded, carefully inspecting the Kung Fu ferret. He had to admit, luck was on his side. It was a top-quality Kung Fu ferret. This Pokémon, embodying the spirit of Chinese martial arts, was ideally suited for the modified moves within his system. To acquire such a perfectly aligned Kung Fu ferret, coupled with the system's enhanced techniques, presented a significant opportunity for Luo Yangshua to develop a formidable asset. After securing the Kung Fu ferret, he decided to send his Chansey back. Rising from his seat, he asked, Are you both heading to my breeding facility? Will you travel to Goldenrod City? Or take another route? That's precisely what I wished to convey, Ruby replied. Xiao Luo, if you're planning to challenge the Johto League, your next destination is undoubtedly Goldenrod City. We could conveniently travel together. Indeed, traveling with companions enhances the joy of the journey, Mei chimed in. Luo Yangshua contemplated briefly before responding. That sounds agreeable. Since you're from Goldenrod City, Ruby, I shall rely on you as our guide. Not a problem, Ruby exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Afterward, he glanced at the shiny Shalebi resting on Luo Yangshua's shoulder and then drew Luo Yangshua aside, saying, Xiao Luo, allow me to share with you that I have recently acquired a shiny Lapras, which has foretold that I will be relocating to the Hoenn region, where a grave calamity is destined to unfold. Only I, alongside a certain young girl, possess the means to avert this disaster. However, it has recently reached out to me once more, expressing a desire for your assistance, should circumstances permit. This is the very reason I sought you out. Upon observing Ruby's serious demeanor, Luo Yangshua likely discerned the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded affirmatively and inquired, When do you plan to move? At present, I have no such intentions, Ruby replied earnestly. However, my father has been appointed by the League as the gym leader of Orange City, so it is likely to happen soon, probably after the Silver Conference. Consequently, I have a favor to ask of you, Xiao Luo. What is it? Luo Yangshua inquired. I wish to accompany you on your journey, at least until that significant event has concluded. Additionally, I hope you can train me. Although my father has introduced me to Macaulay as my mentor, he is far too busy to provide me with the extensive guidance I seek. Thus, I wish to train under you first, as you have attained the championship title of the Quartz Conference, which surely indicates your formidable strength, Ruby articulated. Luo Yangshua found himself at a loss for words, contemplating the vast disparity in their circumstances. While he had merely received a few pointers from Daigo, Ruby had directly acknowledged Macaulay as her master, yet still sought further instruction. He felt an urge to shake her awake, yet after a moment's reflection, he decided to acquiesce to Ruby's request, recognizing that having a champion mentor might indeed benefit him as well. Once their discussion concluded, Mei approached, saying, "Have you boys finished your secret conversation? Now it's my turn. Xiao Luo, do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of me?" With that, she gazed at Luo Yangshua with a flirtatious look, clearly ready to leap into his arms at the slightest encouragement. Luo Yangshua felt a cold sweat break out. Are kids nowadays so bold as to express their affections so openly? Seeing the expression on Luo Yangshua's face, Mei burst into laughter and said, "I was just kidding. I don't fancy your type." Luo Yangshua, witnessing Mei's swift change in demeanor, shook his head in resignation and said, "Fine, if we are to go together, let's head to Mankin City first." "All right," Mei exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Then let us be off," Ruby declared. Observing the varied expressions on their faces, it seemed their journey would not be a solitary one. Soon after, the group found themselves in a dimly lit forest. To ensure their safety, Luo Yangshua released his Jengar. Strangely, however, the forest appeared devoid of any ghost-type Pokémon. Even Mei remarked with curiosity, in such a shadowy forest, one would expect it to be a haven for ghost-type Pokémon. Why have we not encountered a single one? Perhaps it's due to that. Ruby indicated toward a creature perched upon a tree branch. Luo Yangshua looked up and remarked, "No wonder. It is a Noctowl." Noctowl possesses an innate ability to counter ghost types. While it may not necessarily defeat them in battle, its inherent ability to perceive them ensures that ghost types would undoubtedly feel intimidated. As he spoke, Luo Yangshua recalled that this was likely the very spot where Ash had captured his own Noctowl. Just then, Mei exclaimed, "Look, it's a shiny Noctowl." Following her gesture, Luo Yangshua and the others saw the shiny Noctowl, its head twisting a full 180 degrees, intently observing their group. "All right, I shall capture it. Go, Superior. Use Leaf Tornado," Mei commanded, sending forth her Superior. Luo Yangshua facepalmed, realizing they were underestimating the Noctowl. Each shiny Pokémon possesses a distinctive trait that sets it apart from its counterparts. For instance, Luo Yangshua's Beedrill and Jengar are exceptional in their own rights. Beedrill boasts extraordinary strength, while Jengar excels in the art of deception, adeptly portraying itself as weak and vulnerable. Unknowing individuals could easily fall victim to its tricks. As for the Noctowl, it is renowned for its exceptional intelligence, making it a formidable opponent in the hands of a cunning trainer. Yet, placed under the care of a fervent trainer like Ash, it may not reach its full potential. As the Leaf Tornado approached, the Noctowl spread its wings, shedding a flurry of feathers that obscured everyone's vision. By the time they could see again, it had vanished without a trace. "Darn it, that Noctowl is truly clever. It obscured our view and then fled. We shall never find it now," Mei lamented. "Forget it. It probably didn't take a liking to you. If you can't catch it, don't force it," Ruby remarked. Luo Yangshua cast a sidelong glance at Ruby, thinking, "Do you assume everyone is like you? With a Meowth, a Houndour, and a Ralts, you can take down a Dragonite. Even if you suffered injuries, with scars still visible on your forehead, you were merely a child back then." This only served to highlight Ruby's impressive battle prowess. However, after that incident, Ruby began to adopt a more balanced approach to training. As to the reasons behind this change, Luo Yangshua held his peace, recognizing that matters of the heart were best left untouched. Chapter 79, Psychic Town, the Divination of Natural Birds. Makhok, use Focus Energy, Luo Yangshua commanded. Nana, use Tackle, Ruby instructed. Superior, bind them with Vine Whip, Mei directed. The group arrived at the barren circled forest, initially believing there to be no cause for concern. However, Mei could not resist capturing a Teddiursa. As spring had arrived, it was the season for the Teddiursa to nurture their young. Female Teddiursa are known for their sensitivity and irritability, and Mei inadvertently stirred the proverbial hornet's nest. As a horde of Teddiursa swiftly surrounded Luo Yangshua and his companions, launching an assault. "My apologies," Mei said sheepishly after the skirmish with the Teddiursa concluded. "No matter. We can deliver these Pokémon to the breeding center," Luo Yangshua replied. "Ruby, do you want either a Teddiursa or a Teddiursa baby?" As a newcomer, Ruby found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the intensity of the battle and waved his hands dismissively. I don't need them. I'm seeking Pokemon that are both elegant and powerful. I cannot endure a Teddiursa. Luo Yangshua clapped Ruby on the shoulder and said, Young man, you still lack training. Would you care to join me for daily workouts? Get lost. Who would train with a weirdo like you? Ruby retorted, exasperated. Having witnessed Luo Yangshua's training regimen, which involved placing Cosmome on his back for push-ups, Ruby was understandably reluctant. However, Luo Yangshua's approach was far from conventional. He would initially have Cosmome release its psychic grip, allowing their weight to progressively increase, creating the ideal resistance for training. Unbeknownst to Ruby and May, this unconventional method had led them to view Luo Yangshua as somewhat eccentric. After capturing the incapacitated Teddiursa and Teddiursa baby, the group resumed their journey. 2 days later, they arrived at a place known as Psychic Town. Ruby exclaimed with excitement. I must tell you all, this town is teeming with psychic-type Pokemon. Nearly every household has one. I even know a secret. There's an old man here who has a very powerful natural bird and runs a divination shop that is remarkably accurate. With that, Ruby led Luo Yangshua and the others through a winding path, arriving at a dilapidated wooden hut. He knocked on the door, calling out, Is Grandpa Anyang there? It's Ruby. Come in. The door is unlocked. I anticipated your arrival today, an elderly voice responded. Luo Yangshua smirked, thinking to himself, This man certainly has an air of mystery about him. Only by witnessing his abilities will I truly know if he possesses any skills. Ruby gently pushed the door open and stepped inside, followed by Luo Yangshua and Mei Yi, who entered the wooden cabin. Within, there was nothing particularly peculiar. It was a rather ordinary little wooden house. An elderly man was feeding a very aged natural bird, whom Ruby identified as Grandpa Anyang. Grandpa Anyang. I've come again, Ruby said shyly. Could you help me with a divination? You needn't bother, Grandpa Anyang replied calmly. What you seek to know cannot be revealed by me. That existence has already imparted the necessary knowledge to you. The course of action is yours to determine. Young man over there, come forth. I shall provide you with insight. Please, Master, Luo Yangshua said with a serious countenance. The reason was simple. The aged natural bird was a top-tier spirit of level 100, emanating a subtle essence of primordial power concerning time, an energy Luo Yangshua was all too familiar with, the essence of time rabbits. Were it not for the bird's prophetic abilities, Luo Yangshua would have been the first to express disbelief. Old companion, I implore you, foresee the future. Grandpa Anyang instructed. The natural bird nodded, its eyes shimmering with a blue light, appearing to ponder deeply. After a moment of silence, Grandpa Anyang spoke again, another destined individual. Young man, remain steadfast in your heart, and you shall achieve what you aspire to. You have intertwined with too many fates. Do not pursue too fervently. Let events unfold naturally. And if I take that step, how long will it take? Luo Yangshua inquired. 3 years will suffice, Grandpa Anyang replied. Thank you, Luo Yangshua said appreciatively. Let me remind you, everything possesses dualities. A heart that harbors a fierce tiger may also delicately scent a rose. Human nature has its two sides, and the essence of opposing natures is one of harmony, Grandpa Anyang said mysteriously. If I may ask an additional question regarding romantic fate. Luo Yangshua's cheeks flushed slightly. Grandpa Anyang chuckled. What is meant to be yours will inevitably find its way to you. It cannot escape. Grandpa Anyang, please do a reading for me as well. Mei Yi interjected eagerly. Very well. Let me take a look, Grandpa Anyang replied with a smile. He then instructed the natural bird to use its foresight once more. Before long, Grandpa Anyang sighed. Chaos will arise once more. The battle of divine beasts is drawing near, and destined individuals must soon take the stage to avert disaster. What does that mean? Mei Yi asked, puzzled. Luo Yangshua felt an unsettling apprehension. Having watched the anime, he knew that due to its production, Ash traveled from region to resolve calamities. However, with the timeline altered, it was plausible that villains from various regions could conspire together. If the alliance faltered, it could indeed find itself in dire straits. I cannot divulge specifics, for the future remains malleable. People's deliberate attempts to alter it will inevitably lead to changes, Grandpa Anyang stated. While he directed his words towards Mei Yi, Luo Yangshua understood this was a caution directed at him, especially since Time Rabbit perched upon his shoulder, undoubtedly recognized by Grandpa Anyang. And what of my romantic fate? Mei Yi pressed anxiously. Childhood sweethearts, bonded since youth, Grandpa Anyang declared. Now, off you go, children. Do not waste too much time with this old man. Luo Yangshua and the others respectfully bowed to Grandpa Anyang, recognizing him as both a senior and a formidable figure deserving of their respect. As they departed from Superpower Town, Ruby curiously asked, by the way, Since you all inquired about romantic fates, who are the parties involved? Adult matters are not for children to meddle in, Luo Yangshuo replied, instinctively forgetting that he was only 14. Hee, I refuse to believe you, Haven T asked before. Come, tell your sister, who is your beloved? Mei Yi teased, her demeanor darkening, as if ready to unleash her wrath upon Ruby. Ruby trembled, seeking solace from Luo Yangshuo. Speaking of which, Ruby, you possess considerable strength. Why pursue the path of a coordinator? Isn't that typically chosen by girls? Could it be? Luo Yangshuo mused with a mischievous smile. Brother, you are my real brother, Ruby quickly intervened, covering Luo Yangshuo's mouth. Please show some restraint. Oh, so that's how it is. Mei drawled. Seems like childhood sweethearts indeed. Are you not one as well? Ruby retorted, indignantly. Oh ho ho, it appears you are asking for trouble. Mei exclaimed, suddenly enraged, and began to chase Ruby, ready to unleash her fury. Hey, take it easy. Luo Yangshuo sighed, following after them. Watching the trio depart, Grandpa and Yang sighed. Children, give it your all. The future truly lies in the hands of you destined individuals. I hope the Alliance remains vigilant, otherwise, it may reach a point of no return. Chapter 8. Arrival at Manjin City. Manjin City stands as the largest metropolis in the Chengdu region, its skyline adorned with towering edifices, thriving with prosperity. The city boasts a grand Pokémon Center, extensive department stores, communication towers, tram stations, gaming parlors, florists, and even underground passages, including Pokémon grooming salons. Manjin City features a Pokémon gym, the ordinary type Manjin Gym, where the gym leader is Xiao Qian. Ruby began to introduce his hometown to Luo Yangshuo and Mei Yi. Let us rest at my home first, Ruby suggested. Luo Yangshuo and Mei Yi nodded. After 5 arduous days traveling from Superpower Town to Manjin City, they were indeed exhausted and welcomed the prospect of resting at Ruby's home before challenging the Manjin Gym. True to its reputation as a metropolis, it took Luo Yangshuo and the others quite a while to finally reach Ruby's residence. They were warmly welcomed by Ruby's mother, Michiko, a short-haired beauty, who was gentle and hospitable towards Luo Yangshuo and Mei Yi. Is Mr. Qianli not home? Luo Yangshuo inquired after lunch. Oh, my husband? He has been reassigned to the Hoenn region to familiarize himself with the Orange Flower Gym. Ruby and I will be relocating there next year, Michiko replied. Ruby, your father was a gym leader? Mei exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I've heard rumors that Mr. Qianli is quite formidable. It is said that not only can he be a gym leader, but he could also aspire to become an Elite Four member, Luo Yangshuo remarked seriously. That is not true. My husband is more family-oriented, which is why he chose to become a gym leader, Michiko said with a blissful expression. The three, having been fed a mouthful of dog food, felt slightly disheartened. Ruby then said, Mom, I'll take Senior Luo to compete at the Manjin Gym. Afterward, I'll choose a Pokémon from Senior Luo's estate, and for the time being, I'll accompany Senior Luo to complete the Chengdu Alliance before we move. Understood. Luo, I leave Ruby in your care, Michiko said. Rest assured, Auntie, Luo Yangshuo replied. I will look after Ruby. Following this, Luo Yangshuo and Mei Yi accompanied Ruby to the Manjin Gym, where they met gym leader Xiao Qian. Ah, Ruby, what brings you here? Xiao Qian asked curiously as she groomed her Miltank. Hello, I am Luo from Shinshin Town, here to challenge the Manjin Gym. Oh, a challenger. I accept your challenge. However, my other Pokémon are recuperating. This Miltank is my ace. We shall settle this in one match, Xiao Qian declared. Very well, let us begin. Go, Kung Fu Panda. Luo Yangshuo sent forth his Kung Fu Panda. Kung Fu Panda, this is your first gym match. Give it your all. Kung Fu Panda performed several flips in the air before landing gracefully. It clasped its hands in salute to Miltank and Xiao Qian, then assumed a stance, indicating for Miltank to attack first. Kung Fu Panda. Mei Yi and Ruby exclaimed, both taken aback. Over the past few days, they had observed Luo Yangshuo's rigorous training of Kung Fu Panda, which had yielded remarkable results. Both Mei Yi and Ruby had attempted to challenge Kung Fu Panda, but its near invincibility in close combat was undeniable. Seeing Luo Yangshuo unleash Kung Fu Panda, knowing that the fighting type had an advantage over the normal type Miltank, both of them silently mourned for Xiao Qian. Oh, it seems quite formidable. Let's take the initiative, Big Milk Can Roll, exclaimed Xiao Qian. Utilize strength against strength. A feather can move a mountain, Luo Yangshuo remarked. The Kung Fu Weasel drew circles with its hands, evading the oncoming Big Milk Can with a deft sidestep. With its left hand, it guided the can's trajectory, while its right hand delivered a powerful strike, propelling the rolling can to accelerate uncontrollably, veering off the field and taking a wide arc before returning. This is intriguing. Such an unusual fighting style, Xiao Qian noted. Big Milk Can, continue rolling. She commanded. Luo Yangshua chuckled, pleased with the training progress of the Kung Fu Weasel. It could be said that the weasel swiftly grasped the essence of the Chinese martial arts theories Luo Yangshua imparted, effectively applying them. What a pity, he mused. Now, I need to gather some popularity points to unlock that cheat. Otherwise, if the system were to provide modified moves suited for the Kung Fu Weasel, it would undoubtedly become even more powerful. Without needing Luo Yangshua's guidance, the Kung Fu Weasel dodged another attack, delivering a forceful strike that disrupted Big Milk Can's momentum. Wait, although not immediately apparent, Big Milk Can's speed and strength have indeed increased, he observed. This won't do. Kung Fu Weasel, dig a hole, he instructed. The weasel swiftly burrowed underground, evading the rolling can. Earthquake. Do you really think I only possess one move? Xiao Qian shouted. Big Milk Can halted its roll and stomped fiercely on the ground, sending the Kung Fu Weasel flying with a violent shockwave, inflicting considerable damage. Maintain this stance. Flying knee kick. Luo Yangshua commanded. How could it possibly hit? Xiao Qian retorted. Big Milk Can, retreat and drink some milk to recover. Big Milk Can retreated slightly, ensuring the weasel couldn't reach it, and began to sip its milk to regain strength. Luo Yangshua remained silent, a smile playing on his lips as the Kung Fu Weasel executed a mid-air turn, landing headfirst, using its hands to pivot its body, and delivered a flying knee kick that struck Big Milk Can, sending it tumbling. No holding back, absorb the punch combo, Luo Yangshua urged. The Kung Fu Weasel lunged towards Big Milk Can, unleashing a flurry of punches. As it struck, a black energy field enveloped the can, allowing the weasel to absorb some of its power. Watching the weasel rain punches upon Big Milk Can, Luo Yangshua thought. If only it could unleash a barrage of aura, it would surely be exhilarating. After a series of relentless blows, Big Milk Can was left dazed, collapsing to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Big Milk Can. Hey, Xiao Luo, you've gone too far. Xiao Qian exclaimed, rushing to help Big Milk Can. I apologize. I got a bit carried away. Luo Yangshua scratched his head sheepishly. Here, take this full restore. It will fully revive your Pokemon. He promptly produced a full restore as a gesture of goodwill. Xiao Qian used it to heal Big Milk Can, then huffed in reluctant acceptance, tossing a badge to Luo Yangshua as proof of her defeat. The Kung Fu Weasel, feeling slightly embarrassed, approached Big Milk Can and offered a bow as an acknowledgement of its misstep. Big Milk Can, being magnanimous, forgave the weasel. Miyuki and Ruby exchanged determined glances, silently agreeing. If they encountered Luo Yangshua's Kung Fu Weasel, they must avoid close combat. Ranged attacks and gradual attrition were the way to victory. Little did they know how Luo Yangshua would react to their thoughts, perhaps finding it both amusing and perplexing. After bidding farewell to Xiao Qian, the trio prepared to board a plane directly to Viridian City. Initially, Luo Yangshua was reluctant to return, planning to wait for them in the next city. But upon receiving a message from Fyrock, indicating that the League had come calling to take over his prized Pokemon, he had no choice but to return. After all, a lamb delivered to the door should not go unbutchered. He distinctly remembered being tricked by the League concerning the Shalebi affair, and he was determined to reclaim every penny owed to him, principal and interest. Chapter 81, Shalebi vs. Mutuo. That evening, the trio boarded a flight to Viridian City, arriving at Luo Yangshua's estate the following morning. Wow, how luxurious, exclaimed Miyuki, her eyes wide with envy upon seeing the estate. Even Shalebi seemed to adore the place, joyfully flitting about the garden, where the flora thrived more vibrantly in its presence. A roar echoed, and the fossil Aerodactyl descended from the sky, landing before Luo Yangshua. I'm just here for a brief visit before continuing my journey. Let's head to the villa. Don't worry, if luck is on our side. The Silver Conference might allow you to compete, Luo Yangshua reassured, patting the Aerodactyl on the head. Is this your Aerodactyl, little Luo? It looks so impressive, Ruby remarked, gazing enviously at the creature. I won't disturb you any longer. After all, the League has sent representatives, and I still need to negotiate with them. Here's a tip. The closer you are to my estate, the higher the potential of the Pokemon. There are also several hotspots where the quality of Pokemon increases with the prime locations. Luo Yangshua winked at them. Ruby and Miyuki nodded enthusiastically, embarking on their search. Luo Yangshua hopped onto the back of the fossil Aerodactyl, which soared him back to the second-floor villa. Upon entering, he found Kona and Shabe seated on the sofa, sipping tea, accompanied by two unfamiliar staff members. Luo Yangshua's lips twitched as he said, Sister Kona, Mr. Shabe, how fearful is the League of me to send you to? Kona sighed. There's no choice. The League has been burned too many times by you and must exercise caution. Indeed, we've heard about the Shalebi incident, and the League hopes that you can show some leniency, Shabe added. 3 times, 20 million each. That's my bottom line. Luo Yangshua hesitated. Let us discuss it later. But for now, each of the prized Pokemon will cost 20 million. Fine, Kona replied, pulling out her phone to contact the league. After a brief wait, she reported, 5 times is the lowest we can go. After all, the league must be prepared for contingencies. However, the price can be adjusted to 50 million each. Luo Yangshua pondered for a moment before agreeing. Deal. This time, it's for 10 Pokemon, so please transfer 500 million first, and then I will take you to select them. Kona nodded, sent a message to the league, and within 2 minutes, Luo Yangshua received a notification of the funds being transferred. With ample capital, he swiftly converted 200,000 diamonds to purchase 2 quality enhancement medicines, intended for his Greninja and Sylveon. With 500 million received, he felt a pang as 200 million vanished instantly. Thankfully, none of his main team were of inferior quality anymore. Otherwise, spending 100 million on quality enhancement medicines would have been financially devastating. Luo Yangshua had considered what might occur if he allowed the prized Pokemon to consume the enhancement medicines, but the system clarified that such medicines could only elevate Pokemon below the prized tier to that level, rendering them mere candies for those already at the prized level. Bringing Kona and Shabe to the designated area for raising prized Pokemon, a specially constructed ecological park, the league had invested heavily in its creation, using the finest materials after hearing of its purpose. The park simulated various habitats, featuring mountains, water, ice plains, and volcanoes, all designed to mimic their natural environments, allowing the Pokemon to thrive comfortably. Naturally, this came at a significant cost to the league. Kona headed straight for the icy area, retrieving an Ice Ninetales, originally captured by Luo Yangshua in the Alola region. He had intended to train it himself, but upon learning of its existence, Kona was adamant about having it. Considering their good relationship and her previous assistance as a sparring partner, Luo Yangshua decided to part with it. Kona carefully stored away the Ice-type Ninetales, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, Xiaobo had successfully captured an Alolan form of Galarian Weezing in the volcanic region, a dual-type Pokemon boasting both fire and ghost attributes, making it a worthy candidate for his training. The 2 members of the Alliance then commenced their selection process, perusing a list that included Pokemon such as Qian Jinyu, Tian Rankai, Lantern Fish, Zubat, Ghastly, Teddiursa, Sun Coral, and Giant Winged Fish. Luo Yangshua calculated that, along with the 2 Pokemon belonging to Sister Kona and Mr. Xiaobo, they had precisely 10. Their selections appeared to be quite strategic, likely aimed at either currying favor with the Elite Four or fulfilling requests made by them. It was also probable that the champion was involved, though his identity remained a mystery. After bidding farewell to them, Luo Yangshua instructed the 2 subpar Chansey to inform Ruby and May about their opportunity to choose Pokemon in the ecological garden. After all, each of them was a protagonist in their respective series, destined for remarkable achievements. Any assistance he could provide would be beneficial, as they would eventually become part of his network. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed through the air. Just as Luo Yangshua released his Pokemon to help them acclimate to their new home, the blast startled him. He swiftly climbed onto the back of his Aerodactyl, which soared towards the source of the sound. There, he witnessed a confrontation between Shalebi and Mutwo. Mutwo wielded a spoon, pointing it menacingly at Shalebi, who emanated waves of temporal energy, clearly taking the situation seriously. Stop this at once. What are you 2 fighting about? Luo Yangshua exclaimed as he dismounted Aerodactyl, landing heavily on the ground. Dad, we were just sparring, Mutwo replied, puzzled. Was it too loud? Sparring? Is that what you call this commotion? What would a serious battle sound like? Are you trying to destroy the planet? You can continue. I'll just watch, Luo Yangshua said, settling cross-legged on the ground to observe the 2 Pokemon. Mutwo nodded, twirling the spoon gracefully before launching an attack at Shalebi. In an instant, Shalebi vanished from its original position, evading Mutwo's strike, and unleashed a barrage of psychic orbs into the void. If there were a move that complemented Shalebi perfectly, it would undoubtedly be Future Sight. Not only was it powerful, but for Shalebi, who could traverse time, predicting its opponent's next move was a trivial matter. Mutwo frowned as it concentrated a chilling energy into its spoon, thrusting it forward like a lance of frost aimed at Shalebi. However, several psychic orbs materialized in the air, shattering the icy projectile, followed by a multitude of orbs that targeted Mutwo from various angles. Mutwo skillfully maneuvered its spoon to shield itself, resulting in minor explosions as the orbs collided, causing some damage. Once the orbs were depleted, Mutwo initiated a self-recovery, restoring itself to its former state, while simultaneously launching a myriad of psychic orbs into the void. Shalebi chuckled softly, sending forth a beam that surrounded Mutwo with numerous circles. effectively locking it in place and preventing it from regaining health. Subsequently, Celebi clasped its hands together and thrust them outward, unleashing a scattering of shadow balls toward Mutuo. With a swift teleportation, Mutuo evaded the attack and reappeared behind Celebi, raising its spoon to strike down fiercely. "Cease this at once," Luo Yangshua commanded Aerodactyl. "Use Rock Slide to separate them." With a mighty roar, Aerodactyl unleashed a barrage of sharp stones towards both Mutuo and Celebi. Mutuo retaliated with its spoon, shattering the stones, while a fresh wave of psychic orbs surged toward Celebi. Celebi, in turn, conjured a multitude of orbs from the void, colliding with Mutuo's, resulting in a series of thunderous explosions. A massive shadow ball also obliterated Aerodactyl's Rock Slide. Finally, the chaos subsided, and Luo Yangshua thought to himself, "At least I managed to intervene." A glance at Aerodactyl revealed that it had indeed grasped a fragment of its essence, enabling it to withstand the onslaught of two legendary Pokémon. Although these two beings had yet to reach full maturity, the system had already categorized them as legendary in the data provided to Luo Yangshua. Chapter 82. The Ruins of Aruf, the Space of Unknown Totems. "Alright, despite your respective abilities to recover, you were far too rough," Luo Yangshua remarked. As Mutuo retracted its spoon and Celebi returned to perch on Luo Yangshua's shoulder, he inquired, "Mutuo, how is your training with that other one progressing?" "It's going well for now. I've begun to grasp the essence of destruction," Mutuo communicated telepathically, "but I still have a long way to go to reach that Elder S level." Luo Yangshua nodded. "Good. For the time being, focus on training with that Mutuo. You 1T need to participate in this year's Silver Conference. However, next year in the Hoenn region, there will be a challenging battle to face, and I hope you will have made significant progress by then." Mutuo nodded in agreement, and after a moment, Luo Yangshua added, "Furthermore, feel free to train here at the estate. It will give Aerodactyl a glimpse of the power of legendary Pokémon, helping them gauge their own strengths." "I understand, Dad," Mutuo replied, before vanishing in an instant. "Alright, with that settled, let us rest well before we set off tomorrow," Luo Yangshua said, playfully poking Celebi's cheek. Celebi, irritated, swatted Luo Yangshua's finger away, letting out a few annoyed chirps. I just need 1,000 in popularity, and once that cheat is activated, Celebi, will you participate in the Silver Conference?" Luo Yangshua asked. Celebi nodded enthusiastically, indicating that it was willing to participate, but only if it could make a grand entrance. Luo Yangshua agreed, and now he pondered which Pokemon to bring along. After much consideration, aside from Celebi and Cosmoem, he decided on Greninja, Tyranitar, Weevil, and Florges. Luo Yangshua had long been dissatisfied with the restriction of only carrying 6 Pokemon and had previously requested the Alliance to revoke this limitation, only to be met with a rebuttal. Only those serving the Alliance will have the 6 Pokemon limit lifted for external missions. The system did offer a service to unlock additional slots, but at an exorbitant cost of 10,000 diamonds per slot, which was simply outrageous. However, with newfound wealth, he contemplated unlocking a few slots, as Celebi and Cosmoem effectively occupied 2 positions, one requiring no training from Luo Yangshua and the other being rather inactive. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to bring more Pokemon, especially since some had yet to reach the level of understanding that Mutuo and Charizard had achieved. The final selections included Beedrill, Chansey, Gengar, Gyarados, Dragonite, and Volcarona. Nidoqueen was still too attached, so he opted not to include it. And Aerodactyl had also begun to grasp its essence, so it was left behind as well. Alas, another 70 million was gone as Luo Yangshua reluctantly paid to unlock the additional Pokemon slots. Subsequently, he awaited Ruby and May, planning to visit the Aruf ruins after they completed their selections. After all, the Pokédex mission involved unknown totems, and Luo Yangshua was aware that the only location with such totems was the Aruf ruins. The next morning, the trio disembarked from the plane and arrived at the Aruf ruins. According to historical records, the Aruf ruins had been preserved since the ancient times of 1500, making it quite an impressive structure. After receiving permission from the researchers, Luo Yangshua and his companions stepped into the ancient edifice. "Little Luo, what are we doing here? There aren't any Pokemon," May remarked, teasing the captured Miss Magius. "Who says there aren't any Pokemon? Allow me to introduce you to some rather peculiar ones," Luo Yangshua replied. Reaching the innermost part of the Aruf ruins, Luo Yangshua asked, "That should suffice. Celebi, can you awaken them?" Celebi nodded, soaring into the air and letting out a high-pitched call. To the astonishment of Ruby and May, the inscriptions on the walls began to float, revealing a series of unknown totems. "How strange. I've touched these inscriptions before and sensed no signs of life. Why are there so many unknown totems now?" Ruby exclaimed in wonder. Thus, the world of Pokémon is rife with myriad unsolved mysteries, awaiting the eager minds of explorers to unveil. After meticulously documenting the data in his Pokédex, Luoyang Shuo resolved to capture a few unknown totems. Upon witnessing this, Shirabi immediately intervened, anxiously communicating something to Luoyang Shuo. Upon hearing her, he retracted his Pokeball and inquired, "Can the unknown totems guide us there?" Shirabi nodded and called out to the unknown totems. They swiftly encircled the trio, and as they spun, Luoyang Shuo and his companions felt as if the world was spinning around them. Suddenly, the scenery shifted, transporting them into a peculiar realm. The trees stood withered, the riverbed lay parched, the earth was fissured, and the sky was dim, presenting a scene of desolation and despair. Shirabi, perched on Luoyang Shuo's shoulder, emitted a melancholic cry. "The divine beast has perished," Shirabi lamented. "Xiao Luo, where is this?" Ruby and May exclaimed in unison, their astonishment evident upon their faces. "The divine beast has died," Luoyang Shuo replied, his voice tinged with sorrow. Ruby and May exchanged glances, enveloped in silence. No one could fathom the demise of such a powerful entity. How could a divine beast, with such formidable strength, succumb to death? Was it due to old age or a violent end? The enigma remained unsolvable. Shirabi let out a few more mournful cries before flying off in a particular direction, prompting Luoyang Shuo and his companions to follow suit. As they advanced, the desolation persisted, devoid of any signs of life. Luoyang Shuo picked up a stone from the ground. Upon gentle pressure, it transformed into yellow sand, slipping through his fingers, a testament to the years of abandonment this land had endured. Guided by Shirabi, they arrived at a grove of withered trees, where a dozen Pokémon eggs lay atop a carpet of decaying leaves. Crouching down, Luoyang Shuo cradled one of the eggs and, upon sensing it, shook his head and remarked, "No, it has perished. There are no signs of life." A sigh escaped Ruby and May simultaneously, contemplating the fragility of existence. At that moment, Shirabi's excitement surged as she used her psychic powers to levitate 2 Pokémon eggs. Upon closer inspection, Luoyang Shuo recognized the distinct red and blue triangular patterns. Undoubtedly, they were Togepi eggs. He carefully took the 2 eggs, feeling a faint pulse of life within. Silently, he connected with the system. "System, can these 2 eggs be saved?" Ding. "Yes," the system affirmed. "What fortunate little ones," Luoyang Shuo chuckled. His joy was infectious, prompting Ruby and May to exchange smiles. Luoyang Shuo had determined that these 2 little creatures had but a day left before they would be irretrievably lost. Thankfully, they had arrived in time. Aided by Shirabi's divine abilities, which allowed them to awaken these unknown totems and enter this desolate realm, thereby rescuing the 2 eggs. If this wasn't luck, what was? After expending 20,000 popularity points to save the 2 precious eggs, Luoyang Shuo sighed. "I was almost at the threshold. Now I've incurred a deficit of 20,000. I wonder if I can gather enough before the Silver Conference." Yet, gazing at the 2 eggs gradually regaining vitality, he felt that the expenditure was worth every point. Chapter 83. The Hot Springs Showdown, Togepi's Hatching. After securing the 2 Togepi eggs, Luoyang Shuo asked, "Shirabi, is there anything else?" Shirabi shook her head and called out a few times, indicating that the unknown totems had conveyed that these were the only eggs left, with nothing else remaining. Luoyang Shuo nodded and said, "Let us leave. This place is far too oppressive." Indeed, May concurred, a world devoid of life is truly disheartening. Ruby nodded in agreement. Although unsure of how this realm had come to be, he felt that rescuing the 2 Togepi was sufficient. There was no reason to linger any longer. Shirabi softly called out, summoning the unknown totems. Soon, a spatial portal manifested before Luoyang Shuo and his companions, who hurriedly passed through it, returning to their original world. Once outside and having regained their footing, they looked back at the realm, witnessing its gradual disintegration, everything reverting to the void. The portal then closed, and the unknown totems returned to their rightful places. Ruby instinctively reached out to touch the wall, confirming it was merely a wall adorned with murals, devoid of any Pokémon traces. He marveled, truly, Pokémon are wondrous beings. Luoyang Shuo and May nodded, acknowledging the mystery surrounding these creatures. The trio departed from the Aruf ruins, embarking on their journey to Yuanju City. Days later, they found themselves amidst a tropical jungle. May wiped the sweat from her brow and remarked, "Though summer is approaching, it is exceedingly hot here. I suspect the temperature is over 30 degrees. Indeed, what could be the cause?" Ruby exclaimed, removing his hat, revealing a scar on his forehead. "Hey, Ruby, how did you get that scar?" May inquired, noticing the mark. "Oh, just an injury from my childhood," Ruby replied nonchalantly. Luo Yangshua couldn't help but internally scoff. What kind of child, at such a tender age, could vanquish a wild Dragonite with 3 juvenile Pokémon, and yet dismiss it so lightly? However, considering the reason behind his injury, Luo Yangshua felt a sense of resolve. Should he reveal it, Mei would undoubtedly pester Ruby for more details. Wait, I smell sulfur, Luo Yangshua suddenly remarked, sniffing the air. Oh, indeed, Mei affirmed, also catching the scent. Could there be a hot spring nearby? Ruby speculated. The trio quickened their pace, pushing through a thicket, and suddenly, a picturesque lake came into view. Luo Yangshua approached, crouched down to test the water temperature, and grinned. It truly is a hot spring. No wonder the temperature here is so high. Turning to his companions, he declared, let us take a day to rest. We shall resume our journey tomorrow. Oh, Ruby and Mei exclaimed excitedly. After setting up their tent and constructing a makeshift stove with stones, each changed into their swimwear, eager to enjoy the hot spring and alleviate the fatigue of their travels. Let us release our Pokémon to join in the fun, Mei suggested, promptly unleashing her Pokémon, a Superior, a Teddiursa, and a Mismagius. Ruby released his own Pokémon, a Litten, a Rockruff, a Ralts, and an EV. This EV was one he had captured in the ecological park. It remained to be seen what evolution Ruby would choose for it. Come out, everyone. Luo Yangshua also released his Pokémon, and a vibrant array of creatures emerged. How delightful, Xiao Luo. Your restrictions have been lifted, Mei expressed with envy. Luo Yangshua smiled but remained silent, as the unlocking of his Pokémon slots had cost him diamonds, rather than being a courtesy from the League. Were the League to discover this, they would surely contest it. The lake was vast, and with so many Pokémon splashing about, there was no worry for safety. Initially, Tyranitar was reticent to enter the water, as it was primarily accustomed to sand and was weak against water types. However, Luo Yangshua frequently encouraged it to swim, recognizing the importance of training Tyranitar's resistance to water types. Over time, it had grown accustomed to the idea of bathing. As the others reveled in the hot spring, Luo Yangshua ascended the shore to prepare lunch. While chopping vegetables, he observed the Pokémon frolicking in the lake and caught sight of Mei, clad in a one-piece swimsuit, her developing figure curvaceous and appealing. This inadvertently reminded Luo Yangshua of Lilia, who at 11 years old, was still quite undeveloped. He had no particular thoughts on the matter. As his own physique had yet to mature, it was a case of desire unfulfilled. As he pondered, Luo Yangshua noticed a flicker of white light emanating from his backpack at his feet. Luo Yangshua felt a pang of worry and promptly retrieved 2 elven eggs. To his astonishment, the eggs emitted a radiant white glow and began to tremble incessantly, leading him to a mixture of amusement and disbelief at the simultaneous hatching of both eggs. The luminous spectacle attracted the attention of Ruby and Mei, who rushed ashore with a throng of Pokémon, encircling the eggs in hopes that the emerging little ones would not be frightened. As the eggs quivered, tiny hands emerged, followed by small feet, and finally, heads that broke through the shells. How adorable, Mei exclaimed. Indeed, Luo Yangshua thought to himself. The first Pokémon, Bakubi, was notably diminutive, resembling an egg, predominantly bright yellow in hue. Its eyes were black, and atop its head sprouted 5 spiky protrusions that bore a resemblance to a crown. When it slumbered, these spikes would converge, making it appear even more egg-like. The majority of Bakubi's body remained enveloped in its shell, which bore intricate red and blue triangular patterns. It possessed short, stout arms and rounded feet, each adorned with 2 toes, and the soles featured semicircular brown pads. Its appearance was irresistibly endearing, captivating all onlookers. Luo Yangshua examined the 2 Pokémon and discovered that both possessed exceptional qualities, perfectly balanced as one male and one female. He also checked their status. Pokémon, Bakubi, level 0, gender male, height, 30 centimeters, weight, 15 kilograms. Ability, Super Luck. Moves, Lucky Chant, Inherited, Growl, Charm. Pokémon, Bakubi, level 0, gender, female, height, 30 centimeters, weight, 15 kilograms. Ability, Super Luck. Moves, Lucky Chant, Inherited, Growl, Charm. Both exhibited the hidden ability of Super Luck, with the inherited move being Lucky Chant. This indicated that these 2 little creatures were indeed embodiments of maximum fortune, serving as a delightful counterbalance to Luo Yangshua's own misfortunes. Ding. Host. Would you like to modify their abilities? The system prompted. After evolving into Bakijis, the most suitable ability is Serene Grace, it added. Go away. Don't think I don't know what you're implying, Luo Yangshua retorted. It was said that Bakubi could transform the warmth and joy it received into happiness, and if treated gently, it would share its luck with others. Although he had initially been skeptical of the Pokédex, The system's eagerness to suggest an ability modification led him to believe that this particular claim was indeed truthful. Wait a moment. Don't you dare adjust the probabilities. If I fail to draw anything good in future lotteries, I will assume you altered the odds, Luo Yangshua threatened. Excitedly, he embraced both Bakubi, planting a kiss on each, and declared, from now on, you shall be my lucky mascots. I promise to take excellent care of you. The two Bakubi squinted their eyes in joy, clearly delighted by the affection they were receiving from Luo Yangshua. Chapter 84, Cuckoo, the Special Potion. Kung Fu Weasel, Dark Force, Jeet Kyendu, Luo Yangshua shouted, adopting a stance before delivering a punch against a rock. The Kung Fu Weasel echoed his call, striking the rock with its own fist. 3 seconds later, Luo Yangshua shook his right hand, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Ouch, that really hurt. The Kung Fu Weasel chuckled softly and bowed respectfully to the rock. And with a sharp crack, the sizable boulder split in two. Sigh. Little Luo, why are you competing with Pokemon? May waved a sandwich in her hand. Indeed. With your culinary skills being so exceptional, injuring yourself would be a pity, Ruby added, picking up another sandwich. Luo Yangshua rolled his eyes at them and replied, if humans and Pokemon can achieve a harmonious bond, there would be no need for a trainer's commands. A mere glance or gesture would suffice, which is immensely beneficial in battles. The Kung Fu Weasel nodded, demonstrating its strength with a couple of swift punches. It was quite content with its current life. Its master was gentle, knowledgeable, and provided excellent meals. Its companions were also friendly, and with the guidance of experienced mentors, it felt as though it had found paradise. Hey, there's a hole beneath the rock, May suddenly exclaimed. I wonder what's down there. Luo Yangshua turned to look, and the Kung Fu Weasel began to move the rocks aside. They discovered a hard, red shell riddled with numerous holes, the edges of which were lined in white. However, 2 of the holes were corked, leaving them puzzled about the situation. It must be a cuckoo, Luo Yangshua concluded, consulting the Pokédex, which confirmed his suspicion. He picked up the cuckoo, removed one of the corks, and a sweet fragrance wafted into the air. It seems to be fruit juice, Luo Yangshua exclaimed excitedly. Cuckoo inherently had the ability to ferment fruits within its body into juice, and he was pleasantly surprised to find one here. Luo Yangshua took a sip of the juice, finding it sweet with a hint of bitterness, yet it did not detract from its delightful flavor, possessing a slight chocolatey essence that was quite enjoyable. You should try this. It's fantastic, he said, giving a thumbs up to his companions. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Given that the cuckoo's holes are corked, it must belong to someone else, May remarked. No worries, we can just pay for it. This juice is too good to resist, Ruby replied, succumbing to temptation and taking a sip. Seeing this, May hesitated no longer, accepted the cuckoo, and took a hearty drink, unable to stop once she started. Hey, leave some for us, Luo Yangshua said, feeling a twinge of concern. Initially, he had assumed it was merely ordinary juice, but before long, a system notification chimed in. Ding. Host consumed secret potion, muscle enhancement, constitution 0. 5, strength 0. 5. Luo Yangshua's composure shattered as he felt a tangible effect coursing through his body. He had not anticipated that the fermented juice from cuckoo would possess such properties, and witnessing May gulping it down with abandon filled him with regret. Hey, what are you doing? A voice called out. Luo Yangshua and his companions turned to see a chubby boy approaching from a distance, accompanied by another cuckoo. Luo Yangshua awkwardly spoke. Is this cuckoo yours? I'm sorry. It was just too delicious. We couldn't resist. But we will pay for it. Oh, it's one of the old man's cuckoos, the chubby boy replied. I'm Xiao Wei. But people also call me Wei Gu or Fatty. The juice inside this cuckoo isn't just regular fruit juice. It's a potion made by the old man with marvelous effects. Luo Yangshua nearly choked on his own saliva at the mention of the name. In this Pokemon world, it seemed there was no context for such a nickname. What? It's a potion. Are we going to be all right? May said, her face filled with concern as she placed down the now empty cuckoo. Xiao Wei took the cuckoo, sniffed it, and assured them, it's nothing to worry about. This potion enhances the muscle strength of Pokemon, particularly those of the fighting type. Humans can drink it too, as it boosts physical constitution, but moderation is key. A little is beneficial, but excessive consumption could lead to problems. What kind of problems? May asked anxiously. Luo Yangshua and Ruby had only taken a sip, while she had consumed the entire contents. Oh, nothing serious, just that your physique might start resembling mine. Xiao Wei replied nonchalantly. After all, it's high in sugar, so overindulgence can lead to weight gain. For May, this was akin to a bolt from the blue. Glancing at Xiao Wei's physique, she was on the verge of tears. By the way, Xiao Wei, since you mentioned that this cuckoo belongs to your friend, he must have created numerous potions. Could you introduce me to him? I am Luo Yangshua from New Town, and I run a breeding facility. This is Ruby and May. What? You are the Luo Yangshua from Newtown? Xiao Wei exclaimed in surprise. Is there a problem? Luo Yangshua asked, bewildered. My family is in the food business, and I have been eager to meet you. May I inquire if you would be interested in introducing our elven delicacies? Xiao Wei exclaimed with palpable excitement. Rest assured, I can offer you a generous discount of 30. Let's first examine the medicinal supplies. We can discuss the elven food later, Luo Yangshua interjected, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Xiao Wei nodded and led the three of them into a modest dwelling. Inside, they encountered a short, rotund elder who was pouring juice from a small pot into a cauldron on the stove for steaming. Once the juice evaporated, it would leave behind crystals that could be formed into little pills. Upon hearing their arrival, the elder turned around and remarked, Xiao Wei, you've returned. Did you manage to find the pot? Hee, old man, I bring you a business opportunity, Xiao Wei replied. This is Xiao Luo, who runs a breeding facility in Jinxin Town, and he has quite the reputation now. He is interested in purchasing some pills from you. Oh, is that so? I have an array of medicines available. Which type do you require? The elder inquired. I offer various pills, such as those for stamina recovery, muscle enhancement, and the strengthening of flame and water type abilities. Strengthening flame abilities? May asked curiously, what does that entail? Are you unaware? The elder replied, amused. All fire-type Pokémon possess a fire sac that generates high temperatures, enabling them to execute an array of fiery moves. My medicine targets this fire sac, augmenting its resilience and capacity, thereby enhancing the potency of fire-type moves at their source. The same principle applies to Pokémon of all elements. By understanding their anatomical structure, one can tailor their conditioning to bolster their strength. Is it truly that remarkable? Ruby questioned skeptically. Why not give it a try and find out? Luo Yangshua suggested. He then summoned his Greninja and requested a pill that enhanced water-type abilities from the elder. After consuming the pill, Greninja unleashed a water gun at a nearby tree. Observing the impact and comparing it with the data provided by the system, Luo Yangshua nodded, remarking, though the effect may not be overwhelming, it is indeed effective. That is to be expected, the elder said proudly. My medicines gently nurture Pokemon's bodies. While the effects may not be immediately evident, they accumulate over time, leading to significant enhancements. Just look at my Pachi. With a call, a Pokéina appeared. Luo Yangshua gasped as he beheld a mid-tier Pokéina, whose base attributes were comparable to those of a high-tier Pokémon, and even surpassed some. Old man, I will take all your medicines, Luo Yangshua declared earnestly. From now on, I will purchase all the medicines you produce. You set the price, and they can be shipped directly to Jinxin Town, where someone will be there to receive them. Chapter 85, Battle with Xiao Wei. No need. I will provide you with some pills, the elder replied. As for the payment, you may decide on that, but I must retain some for emergencies. However, the elder added, I have a condition. You must first battle Xiao Wei in a 3-on-3 match. If you win, I shall give you the pills. If you lose, there will be none. Luo Yangshua turned to Xiao Wei, who wore a distressed expression. Old man, this person is a champion of the tournament. Forcing Xiao Luo to battle me is plainly unfair. Did you not claim your defense was invincible? Why not put it to the test? The elder retorted, stepping outside to the open field. I'm counting on you, Xiao Wei, Luo Yangshua said, patting Xiao Wei's sturdy shoulder. Xiao Luo, please go easy on me, Xiao Wei lamented. As they took their positions in the clearing, Luo Yangshua sent out his Pancham, while Xiao Wei called upon his pot Pokemon. Observing Xiao Wei's pot Pokemon, Luo Yangshua nodded. This particular Pokemon was quite extreme, boasting a staggering 230 in both defenses, but a mere 10 in attack, and a lamentable speed of just 5. Yet, if utilized correctly, it could yield surprising results. Pot Pokemon, take the initiative. Power Split, Xiao Wei commanded. With that speed, initiating is out of the question, Luo Yangshua replied. Energy Ball, Pancham unleashed a Kamehameha, striking the pot Pokemon, which was too slow to evade and took the hit directly, effectively interrupting its power split. Pot Pokemon, use Euro Ball, Xiao Wei shouted. Dig to evade, Luo Yangshua instructed. The Euro Ball skill increases in power the slower the Pokemon is, given the pot Pokemon's paltry speed. The damage it could inflict was formidable enough to potentially knock out Pancham in a single strike. Thus, Luo Yangshua had no choice but to instruct Pancham to evade. The pot Pokemon spun rapidly, and while its movement was sluggish, the powerful gust generated by its rotation illustrated the magnitude of its attack. Pancham dug underground to avoid the blow, refraining from facing it head-on. This could be problematic. If that hits, Pancham will likely be rendered unable to continue, Ruby remarked, frowning. Do not worry. After all, he is Xiao Luo. He must have a strategy, May said, her faith in Luo Yangshua unwavering. Pancham, launch it into the air and follow up with Drain Punch. Luo Yangshua decided to gamble. The spinning pot Pokemon was suddenly launched skyward. Pancham emerged from beneath it, clutching its slightly reddened hand. As the pot Pokemon descended, Pancham dashed to intercept it, unleashing a flurry of punches. With each hit, the effects of the Drain Punch became apparent, revitalizing Pancham while simultaneously inflicting damage. The shell of the pot Pokemon began to show visible cracks. Return, pot Pokemon, Xiao Wei said, clearly distressed as he withdrew it. Xiao Luo, you must be more gentle. Embarrassed, Luo Yangshua scratched his head. He realized that when coordinating with Pancham, he easily became caught up in the excitement, losing control. I forgot to mention, the pot Pokemon is the food supplier for my team. If you injure it, the next two will undoubtedly go berserk. Step up, Snorlax, Xiao Wei declared. A notably overweight Snorlax appeared in the clearing, its massive form and thick layer of fat suggesting that a single punch from Pancham would leave it buried within its own girth. Yet, Snorlax's fierce gaze was fixated on Pancham, not allowing Luo Yangshua to withdraw it. You dare to harm our pot Pokemon. Unforgivable, Snorlax roared, unleashing tenfold its usual power as it lunged forward with a heavy slam aimed at Pancham. Indeed, one should never underestimate a glutton's drive for food. Observing the powerful heavy slam, Luo Yangshua ordered, evade with flying knee kick. Pancham swiftly vacated its position, leaping into the air to deliver a flying knee kick to Snorlax's back, but the thick layer of fat absorbed much of the impact. Had it not been for Pancham's newfound understanding of the dark energy technique, it likely would not have even penetrated Snorlax's fatty exterior. 10,000 horsepower, Xiao Wei called out. Snorlax stood unfazed, charging towards Pancham with immense force, leaving a deep gouge in the ground as it advanced. Wave cannon, Luo Yangshua commanded. Pancham quickly formed a wave cannon, firing it towards Snorlax. Upon impact, Snorlax merely bounced back, suffering minimal damage, as if it had been hardly affected. With no further strategies available, Luo Yangshua felt frustrated. The thick layer of fat was simply too resilient. His attacks seemed ineffective. Strike? Strike. Luo Yangshua suddenly had a realization. Rapid return. Now with ample funds, Luo Yangshua had purchased every available move tutor, ensuring that his Pokemon possessed one of the most comprehensive move sets in the entire league. A rapid return collided with Snorlax, who merely scratched its belly, feeling a slight tickle. Pancham, now battered and weak, retreated into its Pokeball, and the next Pokemon to appear was Beedrill. Just what I needed. If striking does not work, let us try a sting attack, Luo Yangshua declared. Beedrill Mega Evolve. In an instant, he unleashed his long and used Mega Evolution. But Xiao Wei's Pokemon warranted such a spectacular display. The magnificent Beedrill transformed into a streak of light, 5 stingers piercing directly into Snorlax's back. Snorlax, reverse mountain crush, Xiao Wei exclaimed. Snorlax immediately toppled backward, yet Beedrill had already arrived at its front, delivering another 5 stabs. Following this, a copious amount of venom was injected into Snorlax's body through Beedrill's tail stinger. The potent toxin took effect. Damn, this incessant flying is infuriating. Snorlax yawned. Xiao Wei shouted. It's over, venom impact, Luo Yangshua declared. Snorlax let out a yawn, and a drowsy atmosphere enveloped the battlefield. However, Beedrill's tail stinger once again penetrated Snorlax's body, the venom impact igniting the deadly toxin, inflicting substantial damage and draining Snorlax's remaining health. Soon after, Beedrill succumbed to slumber as well. Return, Snorlax, Xiao Wei commanded, as Luo Yangshua tossed him an antidote. Xiao Wei expressed his gratitude before releasing Snorlax to detoxify. Xiao Luo, you are truly formidable. But my travels over these past few years have not been in vain. This is my trump card. Don't assume I am merely defensive. Step forth, my ace, the King of Leave, Xiao Wei proclaimed, withdrawing Snorlax and sending forth his prized King of Leave. Now, make your appearance, Bakubi, Luo Yangshua announced. A charming Bakubi appeared in the clearing, the male of the 2 Bakubi, the other having been gifted to Lily. May and Ruby shivered at the sight of Bakubi. If there was a Pokemon among Luo Yangshua's team that they least wished to confront, Bakubi was undoubtedly one of them. This particular Bakubi was exceedingly fortunate, and battling it was tantamount to a dual assault on both body and spirit. Bakubi used Pointer. Luo Yangshua chuckled, internally marveling at last. I feel like a true lucky guy. Here it comes, Ruby and May thought, resigned. The Pointer skill was unique, allowing the user to select any move from their repertoire. Indeed, any move. It was entirely reliant on chance. If fortune favored the user, it could become a divine technique. If luck faltered, well, let us not dwell on that. Once Pointer was executed, A black hole engulfed the King of Leave, the black hole of the nightmare god. The King of Leave fell into a deep slumber. Xiao Wei's lips twitched in frustration. Why was Bakubi able to attack so swiftly? Luo Yangshua chuckled, not revealing that he had equipped Bakubi with a priority claw. Bakubi, continue with pointer, Luo Yangshua said, as Bakubi gleefully waved its finger. Yet, such a smile sent shivers down Xiao Wei's spine. Chapter 86, The Darkness of the World. Xiao Wei, thank you. Luo Yangshua jostled the several bulging bags in his hand, indicating that these capsules should sustain his Pokémon for a year. Xiao Wei huddled in a corner, his face ashen, consumed by a singular thought. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? It seemed the blow had struck too deeply. Mei spoke with lingering trepidation. Ruby nodded in agreement. Either we eliminate Bakubi in an instant, or its pointer will always yield the most suitable move. A barrage of techniques, combined with King of Leave's lazy trait, would inevitably wear it down. Anyone would feel disheartened if they couldn't unleash a single move. Remember, don't overfeed. 1 capsule a day is sufficient. Moderation is key, the elder advised seriously. Understood. Luo Yangshuo replied earnestly. Xiao Wei, let us discuss Pokemon food now. All right, no problem. Xiao Wei perked up instantly, beginning to elaborate on his family's Pokemon food, including the scale of their factory. Luo Yangshuo was surprised to learn that this young man, Xiao Wei, hailed from the largest grain supplier in the Johto region. With numerous collaborations with the League, no wonder his team consisted primarily of gluttonous Pokemon. With a wealthy background and a focus on Pokemon food, their diet was undoubtedly ample. Xiao Wei presented some samples, and after Luo Yangshua allowed his Pokemon to taste them, he found the flavor delightful and the nutritional value high, perfectly suitable for active Pokemon, particularly those with hearty appetites. After some consideration, he decided to sign a 1-year contract with Xiao Wei. If the results were satisfactory, they would negotiate a 10-year contract next time. After all, Luo Yangshua's breeding house was in dire need of substantial Pokemon food supplies, and purchasing from the League had proven somewhat exploitative with exorbitant prices. Yet, Luo Yangshua had been left with no choice due to the lack of large suppliers, enduring the high costs. Now, with a supplier, he could save a significant amount each month. Having finalized the business deal, Luo Yangshua and his companions bid farewell to Xiao Wei and the elderly pharmacist, continuing their journey toward Yuanzhou City. However, life seldom remains unchanged. Unexpected encounters invariably arise. As was the case now, Luo Yangshua and his friends found themselves face to face with a group of individuals adorned with a conspicuous larger on their chests, ensuring everyone knew they were members of Team Rocket. The group, numbering over 30, encircled Luo Yangshua and his companions. Ruby nudged Luo Yangshua and asked, "Your enemies?" "Yes. They escaped with the artificial divine beast they created," Luo Yangshua replied indifferently, releasing all of his Pokemon. "Just a bunch of lackeys. What is there to fear?" Mei scoffed, summoning her superior. "I've called you my boss. Please check our current situation before making such claims," Luo Yangshua said with exasperation. Mei glanced at the cliff behind them and sighed. "What now? We can't escape. Do we surrender? Let us fight them," Ruby declared. "Then let us do it," Luo Yangshua shouted. "Shirabi, no slacking off. Foresee the future. Dragonite, Hailstorm. Everyone capable of blizzards, unleash a full-force blizzard. Jengar and Beedrill, execute targeted strikes. Gyarados, protect everyone." Dragonite fired an energy ball into the air, instantly darkening the sky, followed by a full-blown blizzard from the likes of Frosmoth and its companions, overwhelming Team Rocket in a tempest of snow and fury. Did we just solve it with one move? Ruby pondered hesitantly. "It's not that simple. Be careful," Luo Yangshua warned, as a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes, and a stinger shot directly toward Ruby and Mei. In a split second, Luo Yangshua's explosive power forced both of their heads down. Then, with a sickening squelch, a Beedrill's twin stingers pierced through Luo Yangshua's arms, blood instantly streaming down onto Ruby and Mei's heads. Boom. A powerful psychic sphere sent Beedrill flying, as Shirabi angrily waved its hand, unleashing countless psychic spheres upon Team Rocket. No need for other Pokemon's assistance. The wrath of the legendary beasts is not something ordinary individuals can withstand. "Xiao Luo, are you alright?" Ruby wiped the blood from her face, gazing at Luo Yangshua's punctured arms, filled with guilt. Had it not been for Luo Yangshuo pushing her and Mei down, those 2 holes would have been in their heads. "I'm fine. I possess superpowers," Luo Yangshuo reassured. Subsequently, he opened the shop and browsed the superpower options, locating the self-healing ability, priced at 1,000 diamonds. He purchased it and realized that the acquired superpower was graded. He was currently at level 1, and upgrading would require additional diamonds for the next tier. Silently, he contacted the system, inquiring, how many levels are needed for instantaneous injury recovery? Ding. Based on the current condition of the host's injuries, level 5 self-healing is required for recovery. Level 2 costs 5,000, level 3 10,000, level 4 50,000, level 5 100,000. The system responded. You're just eyeing my money, aren't you? Take it. Upgrade me to level 5, Luo Yangshua replied helplessly. The system was remarkably efficient. Acquiring the diamonds, he reached level 5 self-healing, and the 2 gaping wounds in his arms began to heal at a visible rate, soon returning to their original state. Were it not for the blood still pooling at their feet, Ruby and May would have thought they were seeing things. Observing Shirabi entering a near-frenzied state, Luo Yangshua called out, All right, Shirabi. No need for further violence. Shirabi finally regained his senses, and the sight before them caused the trio to gasp in shock. Although Shirabi had not taken any lives, the grotesque contortions of various limbs and thighs rendered everyone unable to stand. We should call the police first, May suggested, pulling out her phone to make the call. Luo Yangshua and his companions were currently in the mountains, uncertain how long it would take for Junsha and the others to arrive. Just as he was lost in thought, Luo Yangshua caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye and suddenly shouted, How dare you? Onyx, earthquake. One of the grunts exclaimed, Long live Team Rocket. Without hesitation, the panting Onyx slammed down onto the ground with such force that it shattered its own body, and they were perilously close to a cliff. The reckless impact sent tremors through the mountainside, accompanied by a series of despair-inducing cracking sounds. Luo Yangshua felt the ground disappear beneath his feet, and he plunged down the cliff. Not only Luo Yangshua, but also Ruby, May, and the Team Rocket members were caught in the same fate. Gritting his teeth, Luo Yangshua shouted, A bunch of lunatics. Dragonite, Shirabi, save Ruby and May. Gyarados, come catch me. With a powerful thrust of his legs in midair, a thunderous blast erupted, allowing him to hover for a brief moment before another explosion propelled him upward slightly. However, after 2 such leaps, he had reached his limit. Gyarados, realizing the urgency, flew over to catch Luo Yangshua, who quickly withdrew his Pokémon into their Pokeballs. The 3 of them landed safely. But as they turned to gaze at the cliff that had collapsed, stained with a glaring crimson hue, silence enveloped them. This was Luo Yangshua's first encounter with the dark side of this world. Facing a multitude of disfigured corpses was overwhelming. He felt a tightness in his chest, and soon he doubled over and retched. Ruby and May couldn't hold back either and began to vomit as well. The bloody lesson loomed starkly before them, vividly imparting a crucial truth. Mercy towards one's enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Chapter 87. The Devouring Monarch of Gluttony. What? They are not members of Team Rocket? Luo Yangshua was taken aback upon hearing Miss Juncha's report. Indeed, we have records of these individuals. They belong to a notorious poaching organization. They likely devised this scheme out of desperation due to the oppression from Team Rocket in the Johto region, Miss Junsha explained. Is it possible that this poaching group has already been disbanded and absorbed by Team Rocket? Ruby inquired with a frown. The likelihood is slim. Although Team Rocket is an evil organization, they are still somewhat honorable in certain matters. At the very least, when their members are captured or meet their end like this, they provide an explanation to the League, whether through exorbitant ransoms or acts of revenge against the League. They would always give prior notice, Miss Junsha stated. Luo Yangshua and his companions were left speechless. You are, after all, an evil organization. Must you be so transparent? It was evident that Team Rocket had pushed them to their limits, prompting such desperate measures. Considering your breeding facility's rising fame, it is no surprise that such organizations would target you, May remarked. What is there to fear? If they come again, I won't hold back, Luo Yangshua replied, a cold glint in his eyes. Though he still felt a lingering discomfort in his stomach, this incident had indeed clarified many things for him. Should they encounter such a situation again, he would not show mercy. After giving their statements to Junsha, Luo Yangshua and his friends continued towards Yuanju City. Ruby, what is wrong with you? May asked curiously, noticing Ruby's pensive demeanor. Ruby rolled his eyes and replied, Do you think I'm as thick-skinned as you? I'm just still processing everything. Luo Yangshua nodded in agreement. Take your time to recover. Before he could finish his sentence, his phone rang. Upon answering, Lily's voice came through. Xiao Luo, could you come to Alola? We're facing some trouble here. The Ultra Beast that has appeared is beyond our control. All right. I'll help you solve the problem. I could use a change of scenery, Luo Yangshua replied, nodding. He then turned to Ruby and May, asking, Shall we take a break together? Of course. They replied in unison. A few days later, the trio arrived at the Ether Paradise via airplane and promptly boarded another helicopter bound for Pony Island. Upon arriving at Pony Island, They were met with a vehicle that would take them to the Pony Canyon. May glanced around at the picturesque scenery and remarked, "This place is quite beautiful." Ruby nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's a great vacation spot. Enough with the pleasantries. We are here to confront the Ultra Beast. My Pheromosa is one such Ultra Beast, and you are well aware of its capabilities. If Lily and the others have been unable to resolve this issue, it seems they are in deep trouble," Luo Yangshua stated earnestly. Upon reaching a large pit, the trio disembarked from the vehicle. They soon encountered Lily and her team, who rushed over to Luo Yangshua, giving him a hug. "The strength of this Ultra Beast is overwhelming. We simply cannot handle it. Fortunately, it is quite food-driven, allowing us to lure it into this pit. We've been providing it with food daily, and so far, it hasn't disturbed the populace," Lily explained. Luo Yangshua nodded and approached the edge of the pit. Peering down, upon sighting the Ultra Beast, he gasped in astonishment. Having previously encountered the colossal Groudon, he had grown somewhat accustomed to the size of large Pokémon. However, this Ultra Beast was estimated to be nearly 6 meters long, its dark form accentuated by a massive maw on its belly. Luo Yangshua instantly recognized it as the gluttonous monarch. "Lily, this pit," a sense of foreboding washed over Luo Yangshua. "Yes, it has consumed everything here," Lily confirmed. "We named it the gluttonous monarch. It doesn't just devour dirt and stones. It absorbs the full force of our Pokémon's attacks without consequence, leaving us utterly helpless. Of course, there's no way to handle it," Luo Yangshua thought helplessly. The gluttonous monarch had evidently reached a divine level, its primordial fluctuations comparable to Luo Yangshua's Mutuo. Moreover, if Luo Yangshua's assumptions were correct, the primordial power this gluttonous monarch had comprehended was clearly that of devouring. If Lily and her team's attacks had any effect, it would be a miracle. May and Ruby approached the edge of the pit, equally astonished. The pit was over a dozen meters deep, and the gluttonous monarch continued to gorge itself, frantically biting into the earth and stone walls, swallowing the mixture of food and debris into its gaping maw, which it chewed and swallowed with ease. "This is a serious predicament. Bring me the Pokemon transport device. I need to summon Mutuo," Luo Yangshua said, rubbing his temples. "Also, what about Tapu Koko? Can it be located? We need to call upon the guardian Pokemon of Pony Canyon as well. This situation has escalated to a dangerous level." "I'll notify the Island Queen," Kaji said, hopping onto his Charizard to seek out the Island Queen. "Mao and I will find the guardian Pokemon," Mao declared, taking Water Lily deeper into Pony Canyon. "You all stay here. I'll go have a word with it," Luo Yangshua stated. With that, he leapt into the pit, using the protrusions on the stone walls to gain leverage, and vaulted onto the back of the gluttonous monarch. He patted its head firmly and said, "Hello, you are the Ultra Beast, aren't you? Are you lost? Do you need me to guide you back to your original place?" The gluttonous monarch ceased its chewing and let out a thunderous roar that echoed within the pit, nearly shattering Luo Yangshua's eardrums. The essence of its roar conveyed that the food here was excellent, so why would it want to return to that wretched place? "But this place does not belong to you. If you could exhibit a modicum of restraint, we would welcome your presence here, but currently, you are causing destruction," Luo Yangshua said, suppressing his anger. The Devourer King remained silent, its smaller arms flailing towards Luo Yangshua. Swiftly, Luo Yangshua unleashed his Dragonite, which carried him away from the Devourer King's grasp. "Sharabi, the Song of Ruin," Luo Yangshua commanded. Sharabi emitted a haunting melody, generating a wave of black energy that enveloped the Devourer King in a swirling vortex of red and black. However, an eerie distortion rippled through the surrounding space, causing the Song of Ruin's effect to vanish entirely. "It can even consume this?" Luo Yangshua was left speechless. Such an attack, reminiscent of sound itself, could be devoured. This primordial power was indeed formidable. "Feeny!" A crisp call echoed as Tapu Fini soared from the distance, landing gracefully before Luo Yangshua. Simultaneously, the other 3 Tapus arrived, encircling him. In an instant, Luo Yangshua activated his Master Ball, and Cosmoem floated into the air. Tapu Koko nodded at Luo Yangshua, gesturing for him to follow, and together, the 4 Tapus departed with Cosmoem. Luo Yangshua quickly comprehended the situation. His Cosmoem had already reached the level of evolution, yet it had not undergone the transformation until now. It seemed that Cosmoem's evolution in reality required not only a certain level, but also specific conditions. He promptly informed the Ether Foundation personnel to continue feeding the Devourer King, preparing to pursue the 4 Tapus. However, 3 hands pulled him back. Gazing into Lily's resolute eyes and Ruby's curious stare, Luo Yangshua sighed and summoned the fossil pterodactyl he had acquired through trade. Dragonite carried Luo Yangshua and Lily. while the fossil pterodactyl took Ruby and May, and together they hastened after the four Tapus. Chapter 88. Under the Sun's Spiral, the Azure Skies. The Sun Altar. A significant location in the Alola region lies at the far end of the Pony Canyon. Luo Yanxua and his companions descended upon the Sun Altar, where Tapu Koko and Tapu Fini twirled around the suspended cosmoem, performing a mesmerizing dance. Glimmering phosphorescence and sparkling droplets of water encircled cosmoem in a dazzling display. Has it begun? Luo Yanxua murmured. How beautiful! May exclaimed. Xiao Luo, do you know what Tapu Koko and Tapu Fini are doing? Lily asked, grasping Luo Yanshua's hand. What peculiar Pokemon? Are these the four guardians of Alola? Ruby observed the four Tapus in all. Luo Yanxua urged them to lower their voices, explaining, from my understanding, this is a ritual to facilitate Cosmoem's evolution. Cosmoem is evolving again. Lily exclaimed in astonishment. Is what you told me true, Xiao Luo? Is Cosmoem the legendary Solgaleo? Let us wait a moment, Luo Yanxua replied, settling cross-legged to observe the unfolding ceremony. Lily and the others joined him on the steps, attentively witnessing the ritual's progression. As the dance of Tapu Koko and Tapu Fini reached its climax, Tapu Lele and Tapu Bulu also approached, perching atop the four stone pillars of the Sun Altar, and began to sing. Their voices resonated with ancient echoes, invoking a sense of timelessness. The four Tapus infused their energies into the stone pillars beneath them, channeling power into the sun. As energy flowed into the sun, it gradually opened, revealing a core of radiant energy akin to sunlight. This energy coalesced into a brilliant beam, directing itself towards the center of the altar where Cosmoem stood. A powerful energy field enveloped Cosmoem, and it began to emanate a light of evolution. As the brilliance ascended, Cosmoem transformed, growing into a lion-like form. Solgaleo. Lily gasped, covering her mouth to avoid disturbing Cosmoem's evolution. As the light faded, Solgaleo stood majestically, roaring to herald its arrival. Luo Yanxua approached, retrieving a jar from his backpack, pouring out several golden candies with a smile. You've finally grown up. Solgaleo affectionately licked Luo Yanshua's face with its golden tongue before devouring the candies from his hand. Tapu Koko, it called softly to Luo Yanxua, presenting him with a Z crystal adorned with 2 extra spikes. Luo Yanxua observed the Z crystal, shaking his wrist adorned with the Z ring. It seems incompatible. Tapu Koko chuckled, waving its small hand, causing the Z ring on Luo Yanshua's left wrist to float towards it. Subsequently, Tapu Koko closed its shell, enveloping the Z ring within its body, gently shaking, and then tossed the ring to Tapu Fini. With the combined efforts of the 4 Tapus, by the time Tapu Bulu delivered the Z ring back to Luo Yanxua, it had transformed. Luo Yanxua embedded the Z crystal into it, perfectly aligning it. Thank you, Tapu Koko, Tapu Fini, Tapu Bulu, and Tapu Lele. With this, the Devourer King shall be compelled to retreat, Luo Yanxua declared. Tapu Lele demonstrated the Z-move stance to Luo Yanxua, and then the 4 Tapus dispersed, vanishing from sight. Xiao Luo, have all the Tapus left? Is everything all right? May inquired. Everything will be fine. With Solgaleo by our side, nothing can go awry, Lily assured confidently. From what I've read in ancient texts, Solgaleo is renowned for devouring the sun itself. How could it not be powerful? Devourer of the sun. Ruby expressed her reverence, realizing that each legendary Pokemon embodied a tale of grandeur. Let us go? It's time to confront the Devourer King, Luo Yanxua announced, vaulting onto Solgaleo's back and recalling Dragonite and the fossil pterodactyl. Solgaleo lowered itself, allowing Lily and the others to climb onto its back. So warm. It feels like the sun, Lily remarked, gently resting against Solgaleo's fur. Let us set off, Solgaleo. Luo Yanxua called once the 3 were settled. Solgaleo roared triumphantly as it sprinted forth, leaping into the sky, moving with grace as it raced towards the Devourer King's location. Upon reaching the deep pit, Luo Yanxua noticed Island Queen Hapu had arrived, commanding her Mudsdale in battle against the Devourer King, alongside a colossal Drampa that also engaged the foe. Clear the way, Luo Yanxua bellowed. Upon seeing Luo Yanxua and Solgaleo, Hapu and Drampa immediately retreated without hesitation. Riding Solgaleo, Luo Yanxua activated the Z-power within the Z-ring, striking a powerful pose that enveloped him in Z-energy, preparing to unleash a full-force Z-move. This is our ultimate power. Sun's Spiral under the azure skies. Empowered by Z-energy, Solgaleo transformed into its radiant state, suddenly accelerating and crashing into the Devourer King. A massive ultra wormhole materialized behind the Devourer King, and with Solgaleo's forceful impact, it, along with the Devourer King, was propelled into the ultra wormhole, taking Luo Yangshua and his companions along as well. ISNT that the legendary Pokemon Solgaleo. Hapu gasped in astonishment. Are Lily and the others all right? Mallow expressed her concern. They'll be fine, Male reassured. After all, Xiao Luo is incredibly strong, and with Solgaleo's assistance, everyone can rest easy. Disregarding the crowd outside, as Luo Yangshua and his companions plunged into the ultra wormhole, they were instantly enveloped in a bizarre corridor, filled with numerous circular openings radiating myriad colors. Everyone, help me locate the white hole, Luo Yangshua shouted. Meanwhile, the Devourer King had regained its composure and was relentlessly attacking Solgaleo. Due to Solgaleo's inability to accurately locate the realm of the Gluttonous King, it was fortunate that Luo Yangshua, having played the game, was aware that the Gluttonous King's domain resided within the ultimate mansion situated in a white wormhole. He quickly requested assistance in finding it. Shaman, use Seed Flare to restrain its movements, Luo Yangshua commanded. Instantly, Shaman scattered a multitude of seeds, which landed upon the Gluttonous King, sprouting vigorously into numerous vines that ensnared it. Seizing the opportunity, Solgaleo accelerated towards the front. Xiao Luo, is that the place? Lily AI pointed towards a white wormhole. No, Luo Yangshua replied after a brief glance, indicating a location marked by numerous dilapidated buildings. Over there, Ruby exclaimed. Upon looking, Luo Yangshua indeed spotted a distant white wormhole, and to his astonishment, another Gluttonous King was emerging from it. Solgaleo, charge in, Luo Yangshua shouted. With a mighty roar, Solgaleo lunged towards the Gluttonous King that was crawling out. With a violent impact, they successfully thrust the two Gluttonous Kings into the wormhole. But Solgaleo also plunged into this ultimate space. Chapter 89, The Ultimate Space. The stench, dust, and haze enveloped this realm, with a sky rendered entirely gray. After taking only a few breaths of air, Luo Yangshua and his companions felt a discomfort in their lungs, struggling to breathe. Hastily, Luo Yangshua purchased 4 gas masks from the shop, and once donned, they felt somewhat relieved. The environment here is dreadful. I never imagined the Gluttonous King originated from such a place, Lily AI remarked, her voice muffled beneath the mask. Luo Yangshua gazed at several Gluttonous Kings in the distance, and said, we must leave quickly. This place is no longer habitable. Remaining here, even a moment longer could endanger us. Solgaleo nodded in agreement, preparing to lead everyone away. Wait, why does this place resemble Hawali City so much? Lily AI suddenly exclaimed. Hawali City? The one from Melee Island? Luo Yangshua questioned, incredulous. How could I be mistaken? There's a clothing store, a shopping plaza, and a Malasada chain. Lily AI pointed out various abandoned structures, and even Solgaleo stepped forward to examine them. Despite the obscured visibility, the shattered signs confirmed Lily AI's assertions. A parallel space? Luo Yangshua pondered. The current scenery indeed suggested that this was Hawali City from Melee Island, yet it was not quite the same. Perhaps it could only be explained as a parallel dimension. Regardless, we should leave at once. Some Gluttonous Kings are approaching, Ruby warned in a hushed tone. Solgaleo. We're leaving, Luo Yangshua declared without hesitation, promptly utilizing the Sunsteel Strike to escape the ultimate space. Solgaleo swiftly broke free from this realm. Upon entering the ultimate hole, Solgaleo exerted its power to constrict the white wormhole, ensuring no further Gluttonous Kings could emerge. Should we return to take a look? Luo Yangshua released his Pheromoth. The Pheromoth nodded, wishing to see its homeland, albeit a place of less than ideal conditions. Luo Yangshua surveyed his companions and suggested, let us visit another location. It's a perfect opportunity for Pheromoth to revisit. With their gas masks now removed, Ruby shrugged, I'm fine with it. I agree. It would be beneficial to broaden our horizons, May added. Yes, let us go check it out. After experiencing that ultimate space, I've grown curious about other realms. Lily AI agreed. Subsequently, Luo Yangshua signaled to Solgaleo, who nodded in return, charging into a nearby white space, and soon they found themselves in a vast desert. The ultimate desert was an expansive wasteland, dotted with towering stone pillars and numerous caves, some of which housed sky-blue crystals. They observed many Pheromoths peeking out from the caves. Luo Yangshua's Pheromoth leaped off Solgaleo's back and was warmly embraced by a gathering of Pheromoths among the stone columns. Luo Yangshua chuckled. I never anticipated my Pheromoth would be so popular. As he listened to their exchanges, he furrowed his brow. Xiao Luo, what are they saying? Lily AI inquired with curiosity. The Pheromoths wish for mine to remain and succeed as their leader, but my Pheromoth hopes they can move to Alola. Considering how harsh this environment is, Luo Yangshua explained. Before long, the Pheromoths returned, somewhat disheartened. Luo Yangshuo recognized that his attempts at persuasion had borne little fruit. Although some pharaoh moths expressed a desire to leave, the thought of venturing into an unfamiliar territory naturally incited hesitation, compounded by the bonds shared among them. No single pharaoh moth could abandon its entire kin for an unknown land. Don't be disheartened, Luo Yangshuo consoled the dejected pharaoh moth. After all, your intentions were for their well-being. They have their concerns, there's no need to dwell on it. The pharaoh moth nodded, and Luo Yangshuo returned it to its ultra ball. He then signaled to Solgaleo that it was time to head back. Solgaleo promptly surged forth from the ultimate space, retracing their previous path. Luo Yangshuo glanced back at the distant colored spaces, pondering the confirmed existence of ultimate beasts in both the ultimate mansion and ultimate desert. He wondered if other realms harbored divine beasts as well. While it remained uncertain, Luo Yangshuo felt reassured by Solgaleo's presence, knowing he could return, albeit he would refrain from venturing forth without sufficient strength to confront the divine beasts. Upon their return to the real world, they were warmly greeted by a throng of curious onlookers, all eager to touch Solgaleo. Professor Kukui, undeterred by the journey, rushed over, gazing at Solgaleo with fervor. I can't believe you captured Solgaleo, Xiao Luo. What special abilities or moves does it possess? He inquired excitedly. All right, let them rest for a moment, Dr. Barnett interjected, pulling Professor Kukui back. Luo Yangshuo and his companions dismounted from Solgaleo, and he used a Master Ball to retrieve the somewhat anxious Solgaleo. Why did you put Solgaleo away, Xiao Luo? Luzamin complained lightly. There will be plenty of time to observe it later, Luo Yangshuo replied. The incident with the gluttonous king was quite perilous, so if there are any more ultimate beasts in the future, just call me, and I will hasten to deal with it. Xiao Luo, why not leave Solgaleo here? Luzamin proposed. Not a chance, this is my Pokémon. Luo Yangshuo defended the Master Ball. With the matter of the gluttonous king temporarily concluded, they planned to rest in Alola for a day before embarking the next day directly to Vermilion City, aiming to challenge Luo Yangshuo for his 4th badge. Later, upon returning to Melee Island, Luo Yangshuo and his companions paid a visit to Professor Oak, intending to spend the day at the Pokemon school. Luo Yangshuo also inquired about Lily AI's egg, curious if it had hatched, given it was the offspring of a Charizard. It has already hatched. Come forth. Night Thief Fire Lizard. Lily AI exclaimed as she released her Pokemon from a Pokeball. Luo Yangshuo examined it and remarked, Night Thief Fire Lizard, exceptional. It certainly lives up to the enhancement potions given to Charizard. Otherwise, producing a mediocre Night Thief Fire Lizard would be quite the misfortune. Moreover, this Nocturnal Thief Lizard is a female, capable of evolving into a Flame Lizard, and has been well nurtured by Lily, reaching level 20. Additionally, this Togepi is quite obedient. Indeed, as you, Xiao Luo, aptly stated, a fortunate little creature. Lily then released another small companion, precisely the Togepi transmitted to her by Luo Yangshuo. Luo Yangshuo also summoned his Togepi, and the two Togepis immediately engaged in playful antics. Luo Yangshuo and Lily sat beneath a tree, observing the frolicsome display. Ruby and May, witnessing this scene, exchanged glances and huffed in disdain, muttering, romantic drivel. They each turned away to pursue their own interests. Chapter 90. The Scorch Tower and the Bell Tower. Battling Xiaosong. A few days later, the plane carrying Luo Yangshuo, Ruby, and May finally arrived at the quaint city of Yuanju. Ruby pointed to the towering bell tower, exclaiming, The Yuanju Gym is right beside the bell tower. Should we take a look? No, let us first visit the Scorch Tower. I am rather intrigued by the sight of the resurrection of the 3 legendary beasts, Luo Yangshuo replied. After such a long interval, what could possibly be discovered? May inquired curiously. Regardless, let us investigate. If we find nothing, we shall consider it a leisurely excursion, Luo Yangshuo declared, then set off towards the northwest. Ruby and May followed suit, eager to explore the legendary locale. The Scorch Tower is located in the northwest of Yuanju City, originally known as the Clock Tower, which was once paired with the Bell Tower. However, it was consumed by flames in a great fire 150 years ago, leaving only the ground level and one subterranean floor. As they walked, Ruby shared her knowledge with Luo Yangshuo and May, being a native of the Johto region and well-versed in its history. According to legend, Lugia once resided here, but when the clock tower collapsed, Lugia took flight and vanished without a trace. During the conflagration, 3 unidentified Pokemon perished, and it was Ho-Oh that resurrected them. Ruby elaborated. At the time, however, the people misunderstood, perceiving Ho-Oh's power to transcend life and death as monstrous, leading them to attack Ho-Oh in an attempt to drive it away. This wounded Ho-Oh's heart, prompting it to flee as well. It is said that Ho-Oh seeks those with pure hearts, returning only when humanity learns to coexist in peace. The three legendary beasts serve as Ho-Oh's emissaries. Observing the world on its behalf, Ruby concluded. Upon reaching the Scorched Tower, they entered the dilapidated structure, and Luo Yangshua immediately sensed a multitude of watchful eyes upon him. Remembering that this place seemed to be a haunt for ghost-type Pokémon, he promptly announced, "Forgive our intrusion. We are merely here to observe and shall depart shortly." "Xiao Luo, who are you speaking to?" Mei asked, puzzled by Luo Yangshua's sudden utterance. "This is the lair of ghost-type Pokémon, and our presence has disturbed them. They displayed hostility towards us just now, which is why I addressed them. Although it isn't a significant issue, it is best to minimize troubles where possible," Luo Yangshua explained. The chilling gazes around them dissipated, and Luo Yangshua instructed the system to scan the Scorched Tower, finding indeed that little remained. Shaking his head, he remarked, "Let us go. There is truly nothing of interest here." With that, he led the way out of the Scorched Tower, while Ruby and Mei exchanged glances before following suit. Upon arriving at the Yuanzhu gym, they found Xiaosong instructing a group of children. Luo Yangshua spoke up, "Excuse my interruption. I am Xiao Luo from Xinshan Town, here to challenge the Yuanzhu gym." Xiaosong gestured for them to wait, continuing his explanation of the merits of ghost-type Pokémon to the children. Once he finished, he turned to Luo Yangshua, saying, "Hello. You are Xiao Luo, correct? Would you mind if these children observe our battle?" "Not at all. Please proceed," Luo Yangshua replied. Xiaosong nodded at the waiting referee, who promptly announced, "The following match is between Xiao Luo of Xinshan Town and Xiaosong, the gym leader of Yuanzhu. Each will use 3 Pokémon. The match concludes when all Pokémon of one participant lose their ability to battle, and only the challenger may substitute Pokémon during the contest. Let the battle begin." "Then, my first Pokémon is Ghastly." Xiaosong summoned his Ghastly. "Please, Jigglypuff," Luo Yangshua called forth his own Pokémon. "Jigglypuff, use Hail." Jigglypuff immediately launched an energy sphere into the air, summoning ominous clouds, from which snowflakes began to fall. Xiaosong frowned, remarking, "Using such a tactic in someone else's domain is rather impolite. Ghastly, use Hypnosis." There was no choice. Jigglypuff could not discern the threat, but in snowy conditions, Ghastly would undoubtedly be affected, rendering its invisibility futile. "Close your eyes, Jigglypuff, and unleash a blizzard," Luo Yangshua commanded. Ghastly's hypnosis shot towards Jigglypuff, yet Jigglypuff closed its eyes, rendering the attack ineffective. Subsequently, Jigglypuff opened its mouth, unleashing a fierce blizzard that struck Ghastly, encasing it in ice and rendering it unable to battle. "Return, Ghastly. Come forth." "Jengar." Xiaosong immediately summoned his Jengar. Observing Luo Yangshua's Jigglypuff recovering its health, Xiaosong swiftly ordered, "Curse, then share the pain." Jengar's speed was remarkable, and it swiftly employed Curse, a shadow binding itself to Jigglypuff, which immediately exhibited signs of distress. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, the curse inflicted pain and healed Jengar to full health, at the cost of nearly half of its own vitality. Luo Yangshua furrowed his brow. Once more, unleash a blizzard. Being the trainer of a Jengar himself, Luo Yangshua understood how insidious ghost types could be. Although he could return his Pokémon to negate the curse, he was certain that Jengar would use Shadowy Gaze to prevent Jigglypuff from escaping. Jigglypuff exhaled a chilling breath and summoned yet another ferocious blizzard aimed at Jengar. Jengar, showing no intent to evade, braced for the onslaught, enduring the blizzard before executing another share pain. The power of the curse then took hold, leading to Jigglypuff's demise. Luo Yangshua slapped his forehead. "How careless of me." He recalled Jigglypuff and sent forth Tyranitar. As Tyranitar emerged, a fierce sandstorm erupted, dispelling the snowfall. Akin to the arrival of a sandstorm tyrant, its roar startling numerous children. "Tyranitar, use Dark Pulse." Luo Yangshua commanded. "Jengar, use Destiny Bond." Xiaosong ordered upon seeing the oncoming Dark Pulse. "Naive, defend," Luo Yangshua calmly stated. Tyranitar's Dark Pulse struck Jengar directly, while Destiny Bond was thwarted, resulting in Jengar's immediate defeat. "Return, Jengar. Come forth, Haunter," Xiaosong called. Hypnosis. Haunter flickered and appeared before Tyranitar, its eyes shimmering with an eerie glow as it began to wave its arms to cast Hypnosis. "Close your eyes, Shadow Claw," Luo Yangshua commanded. Tyranitar promptly shut its eyes, evading the hypnosis, and Shadow Claw manifested on its hands. Xiaosong hastily ordered Haunter to retreat, but he likely remained unaware of Luo Yangshua's bonding power. Although its effect on Tyranitar was not significant, a simple mental connection was still achievable. With the aid of a visual enhancement, Tyranitar lunged forward, seizing one of Haunter's arms. And with a wide-open maw, delivered a devastating bite, inflicting immense damage and resulting in a one-hit knockout. Sigh, I concede, Xiaosong lamented. Although ghost-type Pokemon are indeed enigmatic, their low health and frail defenses are considerable drawbacks. Despite the setbacks, Komatsu continued to impart knowledge to the children, demonstrating his competence as a teacher. Luo Yangshuo received a badge from Komatsu and, holding it aloft, flashed a V sign at Ruby and May, exclaiming, I have obtained the Phantom Badge. Chapter 91. The First Encounter with Chobai. After departing from the Yuanzhu Dojo, Luo Yangshuo consulted his electronic map and remarked, our path ahead diverges. To the east lies the road to Qiansong City, while the west leads to Kaji Town. Which direction shall we take? After a moment's contemplation, Ruby suggested, Xiao Luo, I recommend we head to Qiansong City first, and then take a boat to Zhanlan City. It would be more convenient. After acquiring these 2 badges, we can return and proceed to Kaji Town. I've heard that Uncle Lu in Kaji Town is quite formidable, so it's best we prepare thoroughly. Ultimately, we can then head to Yanma City without any detours. Uncle Lu, Luo Yangshuo murmured, recalling the figure who vanished into the time portal. Had he saved those 2 Laprases, perhaps Uncle Lu would not have been so obstinate, implying that history had indeed been rewritten. I wonder how Uncle Lu is faring now. Surely, it cannot be too dire. Luo Yangshuo chuckled and declared, then it is settled. We shall journey to Qiansong City. Mei shrugged, indicating her indifference to their destination. After replenishing their supplies, the trio continued their adventure. Upon leaving Yuanzhu City, they entered a dimly lit forest, which did not significantly hinder their progress. Suddenly, a shadow darted past. Razor-sharp claws aimed at Luo Yangshuo's throat. Be careful, Mei and Ruby shouted in unison. Luo Yangshuo narrowed his eyes, retreating swiftly. Drawing from his waist, his Koga ninja frog materialized, and the energy from a quick draw clashed violently with the shadow's claws. Only then did Mei and Ruby discern that the shadow was, in fact, a Marikila. Who are you, lurking behind us? Luo Yangshuo demanded coldly. Tell me where Mutuo is, and I shall spare your life. Came a chilling voice as a figure clad in black attire, draped in a dark trench coat and donning sunglasses, appeared atop a tree to Luo Yangshuo's left. Team Rocket? Luo Yangshuo queried, while Beedrill, Weasel, Frosmoth, and Jengar positioned themselves, encircling the tree where the man stood. What do you think? Marikila, with a flash of electricity, responded. Marikila swiftly evaded Koga Ninja Frog, lunging towards Luo Yangshuo, its sharp claws aimed at his throat. Superior, use Vine Whip to obstruct. Mei commanded, releasing Superior to interfere with Marikila, asserting that there was no need for reasoning with Team Rocket. Ruby, let's attack together. Rilu, use Psychic to control that man. Ruby released her Ralts, ready to employ psychic powers. The man in black summoned 2 additional Pokemon, a Black Houndoom and a Moonlit Espion, to block their advance. Am I being underestimated? Luo Yangshuo sighed, not by a long shot. Koga Ninja Frog, Quick Draw Beedrill, handle him. Simultaneously, Sylveon appeared, unleashing Moonblast that sent Marikila flying, rendering it unable to fight. She then turned her gaze towards the man in black. Hiss! Tyranitar, Hydreigon, Sableye, Dragapult, Croagunk, Sharpedo, powerful Pokemon indeed. It seems he is an elite of Team Rocket, Luo Yangshuo murmured. Moreover, with 9 Pokemon at his disposal, if it were not for the numbers, he could have easily seized the advantage, as the standard assumption is 6 Pokemon per battle. Even in defeat, the remaining 3 would provide an opportunity for escape. But now, he chuckled, Sylveon, create a misty terrain, then unleash Fairy Wind. Sylveon quickly enveloped the area in mist, while the Fairy Wind swept towards Black Houndoom and Moonlit Espion, offering Mei and Ruby a chance to escape. The man in black, realizing his 6 Pokemon could barely match Luo Yangshuo's 4, recognized he was outmatched. Furthermore, the Pokemon perched on Luo Yangshuo's shoulder had been watching him intently, ready to strike should he make a move. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged the futility of his situation. He swiftly recalled his Pokemon and released a plethora of smoke bombs that enveloped the forest. Shalebi emitted a soft hum, waving its tiny hand, causing the smoke to dissipate instantly. The black-clad figure was seen hastily departing atop Hydreigon, his voice echoing in the distance. Remember, my name is Chobai. Next time, it won't be so easy. As they watched Chobai vanish, Luo Yangshuo smirked. Should he dare return, Shalebi, take him down without hesitation. Shalebi nodded, feeling a sense of shame for having let him escape, being a legendary Pokemon. It seems Team Rocket has set their sights on you, Ruby remarked. Indeed. We must exercise caution next time, Mei added. Should I catch him, I would make him serve a lifetime in prison. Besides, I'm no longer the same as before. I now possess 3 legendary Pokemon. While I may not yet rival the ancient legends, 3 combined are formidable enough. If provoked, I shall not rest until Team Rocket is utterly vanquished, Luo Yangshuo asserted. His words held true. Team Rocket's intelligence network had reported Luo Yangshuo's circumstances to Sakaki. Though unaware of Luo Yangshuo's Solgaleo, Mutuo and Shalebi were not to be trifled with. Given that the escaped Mutuo was likely with Luo Yangshuo, Team Rocket hesitated to engage him directly. A large-scale operation against Luo Yangshuo was out of the question. Did they truly believe the League would remain idle? Team Rocket had grand plans, and likely, as they made their move, the League would dispatch a significant force in response. Thus, they could only act individually, seeking merely to ascertain Mutuo's whereabouts. Luo Yangshuo released Chansey to heal his injured Pokémon, then contacted Kona. As Kona was currently unable to manage the Johto region, he handed over DUI's contact information before hanging up, presumably preoccupied with a meeting. Luo Yangshuo dialed the number for the flying-type champion. No, he was already a champion. After a brief ring, the call connected. Hello, is this DUI? Yes. Is this Xiao Luo? What can I do for you? DUI's voice came through. I was attacked by Team Rocket. I wanted to report to you and see if I could secure some benefits from the League. Otherwise, I might just divulge Mutuo's whereabouts to them to avoid their harassment, Luo Yangshuo stated. Wait a moment, let me process this, DUI replied, rubbing his temples, clearly pained. After a moment of silence, DUI finally spoke. The League can be lenient. What do you desire? Is there anything that can alter one's luck, something that can enhance fortune? Luo Yangshuo inquired, presenting the League with a challenging puzzle. How could such a thing possibly exist? DUI exclaimed. If it did, I would want it for myself as well. Wait, did you say there is one? Suddenly, a voice interrupted DUI's lament. Luo Yangshuo's eyes brightened as he hurriedly asked, is there truly such a thing? Please tell me what it is. Do you know of Jirachi? Came the earnest response. Jirachi possesses a wish paper that displays wishes on its forehead, and legend has it that it grants those wishes upon awakening. The League has one wish paper. You can write your desire for good fortune on it. But since it is detached from Jirachi's body, it can only bestow 1 minute of good luck. What do you think? I accept. Have it sent to me. Luo Yangshuo replied, his eyes glimmering. The lottery system had not been of much use to him, primarily due to his unfortunate luck, which rarely yielded exceptional or rare Pokémon. However, a minute of good fortune could provide him a chance to draw a legendary Pokémon. Chapter 92, Jirachi. Days later, Luo Yangshuo and his companions took a moment's respite at a Pokémon Center within a relic site. Through the introduction by Miss Joy, they became acquainted with this ancient ruin. Originally known as the civilization of the giant trees, it fell into desolation due to rampant deforestation, transforming into a barren desert of rock. It is said to be a civilization that revered the iron cannon fish. Here, Luo Yangshuo also obtained the wish note bestowed upon him by the Alliance, a verdant piece that resembled paper in texture. He instructed Ruby and May to stay behind and not wander off while he sought to test the note. Although Ruby and May were curious about what fortune Luo Yangshuo intended to wish for, they respected his privacy and refrained from asking too many questions, urging him to return swiftly after his attempt. Luo Yangshuo entrusted all his Pokémon to Miss Joy for restoration, retaining only his Piplup, venturing to a remote cliff. He gently patted Piplup's little head and murmured, I hope you can share some of your good fortune with me. With that, he extracted a marker from his backpack and earnestly inscribed on the wish note, I wish for better luck in the future. As the final stroke was completed, the note levitated into the air, transforming into shimmering starlight that dissipated into the atmosphere. A peculiar energy enveloped Luo Yangshuo, and he inhaled deeply, commanding, System, initiate a 10-draw diamond summon for me. Ding, 10-draw activated, the system announced. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 ice stone, 2 awakening stones, 1 dark stone, 1 high-quality shy bulb, 1 high-quality steelix, 1 exquisite Deden, 1 exquisite fungus, and 20 ultra balls. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 treasure detector, 1 skull fossil. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Ding. Congratulations. Ding. With a draw every second, totaling 60 draws in a minute. 600 items materialized before Luo Yangshuo and within his backpack. Upon tallying, he found himself in possession of 267 high-quality Pokémon and 93 exquisite Pokémon. The Pokeballs, grouped in tens, amounted to 30 sets, and he had managed to acquire a complete collection of evolution stones, an astonishing total of 120, spanning all varieties. The remainder consisted of assorted items, predominantly clothing and tools. Even a super fishing rod had emerged. However, it was the unremarkable Pokeball in his hand that nearly sent Luo Yangshuo into a jubilant leap. Zeraora! He exclaimed. Zeraora was indeed a legendary Pokémon, seemingly one from a theatrical release prior to Luo Yangshua's arrival in this world. Lacking detailed information, he could only refer to the data provided by the system. Pokémon, Zeraora. Level, 0. Gender, none. Height, 150 centimeters. Weight, 445 kilograms. Ability, Volt Absorb. Moves, Scratch, Spark. Luo Yangshua's expression soured, and he bellowed, System, this is what you give me? What happened to the legendary Pokémon I was promised? What about the one that could overpower everything? Ding. Zeraora resembles a bipedal cat. It can emit copious amounts of electricity from the pads on its hands and feet, thereby generating a powerful magnetic field. This magnetic force allows it to levitate and move at high speeds. It is said that its maximum speed rivals that of a lightning strike. Unlike typical electric-type Pokémon, it lacks organs for generating electricity. However, it can store electric energy absorbed from the environment and use it as its own power. When utilizing this electricity, its fur stands on end. I don't want an introduction. Luo Yangshua roared. What about its level? What about its primal power? You've given me just a mere starting point, like with Mutwo. Ding. Legendary Pokémon must be personally nurtured by the host. The system cannot grant an understanding of primal forces to a host who cannot control it, as it may result in a master-slave relationship. Furthermore, this is the outcome of the host forcibly interfering with the system's lottery. To draw a legendary Pokémon is already a remarkable feat, the system clarified. Luo Yangshua felt tears welling up, realizing that a 10 draw cost him 1,000 diamonds. 60 draws amounted to a staggering 60,000 diamonds. It would be disingenuous to say he wasn't distressed. Nevertheless, rationally speaking, the vast array of rewards he received for that expenditure was undeniably a substantial gain. Upon releasing Zeraora, he marveled at how striking the Pokémon appeared. Moreover, he noted the absence of electric-type Pokémon in his primary lineup, making Zeraora a valuable addition to fill that void. Hello there, little one, Luo Yangshua said, stroking Zeraora's head. The Pokémon's high affinity, provided by the system, was evident as Zeraora closed its eyes in delight. Akin to a cat reveling in affection, Luo Yangshua dismantled the ordinary Pokeball, replacing it with a high-quality ball, into which Zeraora easily entered. He then turned his attention to the multitude of Pokeballs, beginning to select among them. Many exquisite Pokémon caught his eye. Yet he was cautious not to acquire them all. His main team was maturing, and he needed to consider the distribution of his battle squad. Only if a Pokémon exhibited greater potential than his current roster would he entertain the idea of inclusion. The shiny Metagross is definitely a must-have, he stated, choosing it first. The impression left by Daisuke's Metagross had been significant, instilling a subconscious desire for one of his own. Thus, he was thrilled to have drawn one this time. Unfortunately, he did not find any exquisite Riolu or Lucario, though there were several high-quality options available that lacked training value. The Trico and Torchic were acceptable, so he decided to take those. After making his selections, the multitude of Pokeballs was instantaneously transported back to his estate. Observing the empty ground, Luo Yangshua couldn't help but marvel at the greatness of technology. Otherwise, the labor of transporting each Pokeball individually would have been exhausting. 4 Pokeballs remained with him: the shiny Metagross, Trico, Torchic, and a male Kirlia. Luo Yangshua contemplated evolving it into Gardevoir, as the notion of a male performer was less appealing. Moreover, he was not in need of powerful psychic-type Pokémon, as he already possessed Mutwo and Celebi, along with Solgaleo, who combined steel and psychic attributes. However, a Pokémon capable of both ranged and melee attacks was indeed worth his investment. As for the speedy turkeys, he considered training them. While he valued Trico for its ability, doubling its speed when it loses its held item. With this trait, Trico's speed would surpass that of his current fastest attacker, Frosmoth. Given Luo Yangshua's ample financial resources and the abundant stock of black iron balls, a single throw could yield explosive damage, further amplified by doubled speed, allowing him to swiftly take down opponents. Perfect. After replacing the 4 Pokémon with high-quality balls, he secured them in his backpack, cradling Piplup as he returned to the Pokémon Center. Ruby and made it not inquire further, merely stating that the Pokémon had been restored and they were ready to set off. Luo Yangshua nodded, entrusting a large bag of items to Miss Joy for shipping back to Pallet Town. He then stored Metagross and the others in his personal quarters, ensuring that his Chansey would take good care of them, while temporarily sending back Gyarados in exchange for Zeraora. Chapter 93. The Articuno amidst snow and wind. Days later, Luo Yangshua and his companions arrived at a snowy mountain. Mei tightened her warm coat and remarked, "Xiao Luo, must we really venture to White Snow Mountain? The temperature is dreadfully cold." Luo Yangshua and Ruby also adjusted their coats, with Luo Yangshua responding, "After much effort, I've learned of sightings of Articuno here. We must attempt to find it." Yesterday, they encountered a father-daughter duo digging for hot springs at the foot of the mountain, from whom they gleaned the rumor about Articuno residing in White Snow Mountain. Coupled with Luo Yangshua's vague recollections, it indeed seemed plausible. Moreover, it is likely that the Articuno observed by Luo Yangshua is still a juvenile, as it would not confine itself solely to this snow-capped mountain. Although the legendary birds are not among the most formidable of divine beasts, they certainly possess a dignity befitting their status. Thus, residing in such a modest habitat is hardly in line with the nature of a divine creature. Therefore, Luo Yangshua resolved to attempt to capture this Articuno, while simultaneously testing the prowess of his companion, Jolteon. The arrival of Jolteon had indeed come as a pleasant surprise to Luo Yangshua, whose keen perception and swift combat abilities left a remarkable impression on him. "Look, there's a Pokemon Center," May exclaimed joyfully after a prolonged trek. Luo Yangshua and Ruby turned to see a quaint wooden cabin emerging through the swirling snow. "The snowfall is quite heavy now. We should take a break first and resume our ascent later," Ruby suggested. May eagerly raised both hands and feet in agreement, while Luo Yangshua, observing May's frozen, rosy cheeks, replied, "Yes, let us rest for now. I'll inquire with Nurse Joy if there are any snowmobiles available to take us up the mountain." As they hurried into the Pokemon Center, Nurse Joy greeted them with a smile. "What a rare sight. I didn't expect anyone to come to such a high snow-capped mountain." May quickly nestled by the fireplace, grumbling, "I really didn't want to come." But once little Luo and Ruby heard about the Articuno, they insisted on checking it out. Luo Yangshua and Ruby exchanged bashful smiles as they sat beside the fire. Nurse Joy poured each of them a cup of hot cocoa, saying, "The snowy mountain has a profound connection with Articuno, you know. Is that so?" Ruby inquired excitedly. "Articuno is considered the guardian of those who travel the snowy mountains," Nurse Joy explained. "The locals refer to Articuno in this manner, and according to legend, many have encountered Articuno on the snowy peak. I have also received numerous accounts of climbers on the brink of death suddenly appearing at the Pokemon Center's door. It is quite possible that there is indeed an Articuno residing on the mountain." Luo Yangshua nodded, sipping his hot cocoa. "It seems plausible. Articuno does favor the snowy peaks for its habitat. Although it is rarely sighted, given the reports of sightings, it is likely that an Articuno dwells here. So, little Luo, do you wish to capture it?" May asked. "Let us give it a try. If successful, splendid. If not, it will simply be an opportunity to spar with the divine beast and gain some experience," Luo Yangshua replied with a newfound openness. He understood that capturing a divine beast with a standard Pokeball was nearly impossible unless the beast consented, while the legendary beasts were beyond reach. This juvenile one might just be worth the attempt. Nurse Joy said nothing further and took their Pokemon for recovery. After a while, as the snowstorm subsided slightly, Luo Yangshua asked Nurse Joy if there were any snowmobiles available. She replied that Miss Kunsa had borrowed them to fetch supplies, leaving them with no options. Thus, the three had no choice but to trek on foot. As they departed towards the snowy mountain, Nurse Joy took out her phone, dialed a number, and stated, "Yes. The little Luo you asked me to keep an eye on has now headed to the snowy mountain, reportedly to capture Articuno." On the other end, a high-ranking member of the League rubbed his temples in exasperation, saying, Could you make a trip? You're aware of the situation with that Articuno. It was entrusted to you by Ho-Oh. Given Luo Yangshua's current strength, with 2 divine beasts at his side and a recently captured suspected new species, it's highly likely that he will succeed in capturing that Articuno." Du shook his head in resignation. "What use would it be for me to rush there? Do you really think I can persuade him? Regardless, it's worth a try. Fine, I'll go make the trip." Du reluctantly rose to prepare to leave. "Wait, your Dragonite is too slow. Flying there would take several days. Let me take you," instructed the League official. "All right. I'd like to see just how powerful this Mew really is," Du replied with a smile, before exiting the meeting room to find Mew and request its assistance to the snowy mountain. Meanwhile, Luo Yangshua and his companions began to feel disoriented on the mountain. The snowstorm intensified, reducing visibility to under 200 meters. "Little Luo, let us head back down to rest for a while. We can return once the storm clears," Ruby suggested. Sensing the precariousness of their situation, Luo Yangshua sighed. "I certainly agree, but can we still find our way back?" Ruby and May turned, only to find the landscape obscured by a blanket of snow, their previous path concealed, indicating they were indeed lost. "Bastiodon, dig a hole," Luo Yangshua reluctantly commanded, sending out his Pokemon to excavate a cave large enough for the 3 of them to take refuge. Otherwise, enduring the blizzard would be perilously hazardous. Upon emerging, Bastiodon shivered. Feeling dwarfed by the forces of nature, it swiftly burrowed a cave into the rocky wall, and the trio quickly entered to escape the storm. Bastiodon utilized its abilities to block the entrance with a large boulder, minimizing the intrusion of wind and snow. What a dreadful day, May lamented, adding, "Is it possible that all of little Luo's luck has been exhausted, leaving us only with misfortune?" Luo Yangshua, with a furrowed brow, retorted, "If it were all misfortune, we would have faced an avalanche upon our ascent." May stuck her tongue out, refraining from further comment. Luo Yangshua retrieved a small stove from his backpack, saying, "Bastiodon, may I borrow a flame?" Bastiodon emitted a small burst of fire to ignite the stove, warming the cave. Ruby extended his hand to absorb the warmth, quipping, "Little Luo, your backpack is truly a treasure chest. It seems to contain everything. Preparation is the foundation of any journey, is it not?" Luo Yangshuo replied with a smile. There was no other choice. He had obtained an abundance of items during that 1-minute 10 consecutive draws, resulting in a hodgepodge of various treasures, earning his backpack the title of a treasure trove. "It seems the storm has ceased," May suddenly remarked. Luo Yangshua immediately focused intently, noting the absence of the howling winds. He gestured to Bastiodon, who shattered the rock blocking the entrance. Outside, the storm had indeed relented, though only in their immediate vicinity. Beyond, the winds still raged, albeit less fiercely. The reason for the calm around them was the presence of an Articuno perched at the entrance of their cave, gazing intently at Luo Yangshua and his companions. Within a 3-meter radius of the Articuno, the storm was repelled as if shielded by an invisible barrier. Luo Yangshua's gaze sharpened, and he drew a master ball from his waist, declaring, "Articuno, let us engage in battle." In response, Articuno released a resonant cry that echoed throughout the snowy mountains. Chapter 94, Jolteon vs. Articuno. Articuno is a majestic avian Pokémon, adorned with beautiful blue feathers, its wings said to be composed of ice. A crown of 3 deep blue, diamond-shaped feathers rests upon its head, its eyes a striking red. Its short, gray beak matches its long, slender legs. Articuno boasts a lengthy, flag-like tail that exceeds its body in length, sharing the same hue as its crown. Luo Yangshua, gazing at Articuno, summoned his Pokémon. A sound reminiscent of a meow echoed as Jolteon brandished its fists, striking them together with determination while fixating its gaze on Articuno. "Let us battle. If I lose, we will leave peacefully. If I win, I will capture you. What say you?" Luo Yangshua proposed. Articuno responded with a soft chirp and a shake of its head. Luo Yangshua was momentarily taken aback. "Isn't it supposed to be waiting for me? What do you mean?" Upon uttering this, an understanding dawned upon him. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Ho-oh Ash. The disparity is rather extreme. I assenti it. Here I am, fighting tooth and nail for a divine beast, while Ash has them practically lining up to join him. Regardless, a battle was in order. Consider it a chance for my Pokémon to broaden their horizons." Luo Yangshua suppressed his envy and resentment. "Silence implies consent, Jolteon. Use plasma fists." Jellicent called out loudly, her fists enveloped in crackling lightning, her legs also coursing with electric energy. The electrical current generated a magnetic field, allowing Jellicent to levitate and strike at Articuno with incredible speed. Articuno, moving at high velocity, accelerated further, deftly evading Jellicent's assault. Luo Yangshua furrowed his brow and commanded, "Throw." Suddenly, a black iron ball materialized between Jellicent's hands and smashed down towards Articuno. The icy bird quickly picked up speed, narrowly dodging the oncoming projectile. Yet, like a bolt of lightning, Jellicent soared above Articuno, her right claw clenched into a fist, delivering a devastating plasma fist to the bird's back. Articuno let out a mournful cry as it was slammed against the rocky wall, the impact proving to be overwhelmingly effective. A pale blue static energy enveloped Articuno, transforming any subsequent normal-type attacks into electric-type. Observing the black iron ball that had fallen into the abyss, Luo Yangshua nodded, surprised by its efficacy. Although Jellicent did not possess the lightweight ability, the presence of the black iron ball significantly reduced her speed. In battle, using the throw would inflict a damage of 130. Furthermore, regularly wielding the black iron ball imparted a sense of weighted training to the Pokémon. Once the weight was lifted, their speed would see a considerable boost. Thus, Luo Yangshua consistently equipped his swift attackers with black iron balls and throws, and the results of their training over the past few days had indeed been gratifying. Enraged, Articuno unleashed a freezing beam toward Jellicent. Luo Yangshua's eyes lit up as he shouted, "Dodge with electric flash, engage in close combat." Jellicent accelerated instantaneously, evading the freezing beam and charging toward Articuno. her fists dancing with electricity, creating a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Jellicent's martial prowess had been honed through lessons with a kung fu weasel. Although her close combat skills could not rival that of her mentor, she had improved significantly from her previous haphazard fighting style. Watching Articuno struggle to retaliate against the close combat barrage, Luo Yangshua felt a surge of astonishment. From Articuno's earlier freezing beam, he sensed no trace of primal power. It was no wonder that Ho-Oh had entrusted this Articuno to Ash. A legendary Pokémon devoid of primal energy was, in essence, akin to a near-legendary. It was conceivable that some champions or elite 4-level trainers could defeat it using their mainstay near-legendaries. Thus, Articuno was a formidable Pokémon, well-suited for Ash, powerful but not invincible. It was likely that the legendary Pokémon Ash had battled earlier shared a similar fate, yet Ho-Oh had overlooked this detail. Had Ash been as he was in the original story, he would have undoubtedly rejected this Articuno. However, the current Ash seemed to present a more uncertain outcome. Articuno let out an angry cry, and a fierce blizzard descended upon the battlefield. It then unleashed a powerful blast of snowstorm towards Jellicent, the weather amplifying the attack's ferocity. "Hold fast," Luo Yangshua commanded. Jellicent promptly manifested a protective barrier, and the fierce blizzard struck against it. Luo Yangshua exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling reassured. Yet, almost immediately, a series of cracking sounds echoed. The protective barrier shattered, and Jellicent was hurled away by the violent blizzard, crashing into the rocky wall before sliding down. Panting heavily, Jellicent struggled to rise, left with but a sliver of health. The shield broke, Luo Yangshua murmured, stunned. He had underestimated the power of nature, even without primal understanding. Articuno leveraged the elements to achieve a primal effect in such weather conditions. Articuno, now imposing, hovered before Jellicent, poised to deliver the finishing blow. "Electromagnetic wave," Luo Yangshua shouted. Articuno disdainfully regarded the wave striking it. Though it became briefly paralyzed, its wings were already in motion, slamming into Jellicent. This is the end, Articuno thought. But suddenly, the resistance from beneath its wings caught it off guard. Hadn't it already defeated its opponent? How could there still be a struggle? Luo Yangshua chuckled softly. The earlier plasma fist was not in vain. Jellicent, Thunderbolt. Jellicent gradually lifted Articuno's wing. The pale blue static energy that had previously lingered around Articuno surged back to Jellicent, replenishing her strength and vitality. Then, with a fierce roar, Jellicent unleashed a torrent of electricity from her wings onto Articuno, who cried out in agony. "Roar!" Luo Yangshua commanded. Jellicent crossed her arms before her, summoning a purple energy sphere that expanded into a hemisphere. Then, she launched the energy sphere at Articuno, which detonated upon impact, sending the bird flying. "Chase after it." Plasma Fist. Luo Yangshua would not let such an opportunity slip away. Jellicent transformed into a streak of lightning, darting straight for Articuno. Just as the icy bird attempted to evade, the paralysis from the electromagnetic wave took hold, rendering it immobile. Jellicent showed no mercy, landing a powerful punch that sent Articuno crashing into the rocky wall, helplessly plummeting to the ground. Thunderbolt. Luo Yangshua noted Articuno's remaining health. It still had some strength left. Jellicent unleashed a potent current against the defenseless bird, which cried out in despair as its voice gradually weakened. "Go, Ultra Ball!" Luo Yangshua hurled an Ultra Ball toward Articuno. "Stop!" A familiar voice rang out. "Dragonite, Dragon's Fury." A pale green dragon-shaped energy beam struck the Ultra Ball, shattering it mid-air. Luo Yangshua's brow twitched in irritation as he turned to the rider on Dragonite. "What do you mean?" "Dato." Dragonite landed beside Luo Yangshua, and Dato jumped down, saying, "Xiao Luo, you cannot capture this Articuno. I've already defeated this Articuno. Why can't I capture it?" Luo Yangshua retorted coldly. "Is the League overstepping its bounds?" "You should be aware of the specifics," Dato replied. "If you capture this Articuno, the League has the authority to reclaim your Shalebi. Don't try to reason with me. I know I fought fairly. After defeating this Articuno, I have the right to capture it. Moreover, Shalebi was my reward for assisting the League in restraining Mutuo. If you want to reclaim Shalebi, I will simply join Team Rocket and see who prevails." Dato's expression turned serious. "Xiao Luo, remember that the breeding facility you currently have was established with the League's assistance. Please, the League wouldn't assist me if it weren't for my ability to discern Pokemon potential. And even then, the League takes a cut from the sales of exceptional Pokemon. It's hardly a lucrative deal for me," Luo Yangshua scoffed. "Xiao Luo, Articuno is escaping," Mei called out. Amidst the argument between Luo Yangshua and Dato, Articuno had regained some strength and was flapping its wings to flee, veins throbbing on his forehead. Luo Yangshua gritted his teeth and declared, "Dato, I demand an explanation from the League. It's not the League that owes you an explanation. If you seek clarity, you should discuss it with Ho-Oh, Dato replied. Had it not been for Ho-Oh's directive, you would never have encountered Articuno. Luo Yangshua took a deep breath to remain composed, then proposed, let us have a battle. If I lose, today's events will be concluded. But if I win, the League will no longer have any say over my breeding facility. League personnel are forbidden from entering, and they can forget about acquiring any exceptional Pokemon. Dato chuckled lightly. All right, I accept. Dato recognized that Luo Yangshua was seeking a way out. Given Luo Yangshua's current skill level, he was evenly matched with the Elite Four, let alone the champion. However, Luo Yangshua desired an explanation, and thus, Du would provide one. Yi and Lu Bai exchanged glances, unable to discern the underlying tension. Lu Bai, with a hint of concern, suggested, Little Luo, perhaps it's best to let it go. Yi echoed, indeed, since you managed to defeat Articuno, you can simply capture another the next time you encounter one. Luo Yangshua shook his head, choosing not to respond to their counsel. Under Du's guidance, the trio returned to the Pokemon Center. After restoring their Pokemon, Du paused in the snowy expanse outside and inquired, I sent out my Dragonite. What about you? Solgaleo. I entrust you with this. Luo Yangshua declared, summoning Solgaleo, determined to give his all. Even if he were not the match, he wished to gauge the distance between himself and the champion. Towering over 3 meters, Solgaleo fixed his intense gaze upon Dragonite, revealing the gravity of the confrontation ahead. Roar! Luo Yangshua commanded. Solgaleo unleashed a tremendous roar, causing Dragonite to furrow its brow in discomfort. Du chuckled lightly. Will the first move be to diminish Dragonite's attack? Then, Dragonite. Use Dragon Dance. Dragonite soared into the air, performing an enigmatic dance. Luo Yangshua gestured to Solgaleo, who teleported behind Dragonite, then charged with the force of a meteor, slamming Dragonite into the snow with a grinding impact. Psychic and Steel types, are we? Then, Dragonite, unleash Flamethrower. Du instructed. Dragonite, enduring the pain, fired a flamethrower directly at Solgaleo's head, who was still pinning it down. From afar, within the Pokemon Center, Lu Bai murmured. To think he managed to gain the upper hand against the champion. Truly impressive, little Luo. Not quite. Dragonite's reflexes are swift. This was merely a sneak attack. Next time, luck may not be on our side, Yi pointed out incisively. Just as Yi predicted, after the flamethrower struck, Solgaleo's offensive momentarily faltered, allowing Dragonite to escape its grasp and launch a powerful fire blast at Solgaleo's hind leg. The impact staggered Solgaleo, causing it to crash heavily to the ground. Electro Ball. Du immediately commanded, directing Dragonite to inflict a status condition on the unsuspecting Solgaleo. The attack hit its mark, successfully paralyzing Solgaleo. Luo Yangshua frowned. This minor misstep had swiftly turned an initial advantage into a glaring disadvantage. Morning Sun, restore health, then Thunderbolt. He called out. Solgaleo rose, shimmering with starlight as its health rapidly replenished. Yet Du wasted no time, launching a blizzard that interrupted Solgaleo's recovery. Final Flamethrower. Du declared. Hold strong. Luo Yangshua commanded. The protective barrier absorbed the flamethrower, and Luo Yangshua continued. Let us see how you fare against this. Solar Eclipse. Assuming the Z-move stance, Solgaleo harnessed Z-power, transforming into its radiant form, and charged at Dragonite with a thunderous roar. In response, hold strong. Du ordered. Let us give it our all. This is our full power. Luo Yangshua shouted. Solgaleo collided fiercely with the protective barrier, producing a cracking sound as it shattered, sending Dragonite hurtling away, leaving a long trail in the ground. What? Du exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Yangshua smiled, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Employing a Z-move was incredibly taxing on a trainer's stamina. Coupled with the innate power it contained, Luo Yangshua felt he had reached his limits. As he observed Dragonite slowly approaching, he resignedly said, I concede. Du, eyeing his Dragonite, recognized it too was nearing its limit. Looking at Luo Yangshua and Solgaleo, he earnestly remarked, Little Luo, you possess the strength of a champion. All that remains is experience. Keep striving forward. With that, he recalled Dragonite and released a fossilized Aerodactyl, mounting its back with arms crossed, soaring confidently into the distance. TCH, still relying on flying types. Luo Yangshua muttered. Hearing this from the air, Du nearly lost his balance on Aerodactyl, which flapped its wings vigorously to stabilize, before calling back, I am the Dragon-type champion. No, now I am the Dragon-type master. Luo Yangshua merely smirked, choosing not to respond further. As he comforted the somewhat disheartened Solgaleo, he said, I apologize, this is my fault. Little Nebula, you are a legendary Pokemon. It is my oversight for not directing you correctly. We shall train diligently, and we will surely defeat the champion, and then we'll make them eat the dust. Solgaleo licked Luo Yangshua's face. Understanding that it too bore some responsibility, it had previously lacked combatability, and now, despite being able to battle, it lacked experience against formidable opponents. Du's parting words about Luo Yangshua's lack of experience echoed the same sentiment for Solgaleo regarding its encounters with powerful adversaries. Roar! Solgaleo called out to Luo Yangshua. Luo Yangshua nodded, affirming, "Your determination is all that matters. I will send you back to the manor now. You should train well with Mutuo." The path chosen by Solgaleo was one Luo Yangshua did not intend to interfere with. It was its own decision. Chapter 96. The Confrontation with Xiaoyin. Blissey, use last resort. Luo Yangshua commanded. Blissey retrieved an energy egg from its pouch and tossed it towards the opposing Maril. With a resounding explosion, Maril was sent flying. Rendered unable to continue the battle. Maril. The opposing boy rushed to embrace Maril, apologizing to Luo Yangshua as he hurried towards the Pokemon Center. "Oh," Yi yawned, expressing her boredom. Lu Bai, meanwhile, tended to his Pokemon's fur, commenting, "Little Luo, you're quite energetic. The opponent's strength is hardly formidable. Is it necessary to take it so seriously?" Luo Yangshua chuckled, replying, "I typically favor a fast-paced aggressive style, but occasionally trying a defensive approach can be refreshing. Diversifying my strategies can also broaden my perspective, don't you think?" He affectionately patted Blissey and Gardevoir, saying, "You two did splendidly." Blissey and Gardevoir smiled. And soon Blissey radiated a soft white light. Luo Yangshua nodded, grinning. The friendship level is finally sufficient. As the light faded, a round, plump Happiny materialized in the arena, possessing a large egg-shaped body, its upper half pink and the lower half white. Curly tufts adorned its head, and wing-like appendages encircled its body. Notably, the tail it had before evolution was now absent, yet like its pre-evolved form, it retained a pouch with an egg inside. "Oh, you've evolved into Happiny. It seems your Pokemon nurturing skills are commendable. How about a battle with me?" Approached a red-haired youth accompanied by a Nidoran. Luo Yangshua nodded. "Sure, how shall we proceed?" "Let us have a double battle," the red-haired youth suggested. "All right, I'll use Gardevoir and Beedrill," Luo Yangshua replied, releasing his shiny Beedrill. "Beedrill, huh?" the boy murmured. "Then I'll choose Nidoran and Teddiursa." Nidoran and Teddiursa entered the arena, facing off against Gardevoir and Beedrill. Yet observing from the sidelines, scoffed softly, muttering, "With Beedrill out, it looks like another easy win." Lu Bai, unfazed, pulled out a notebook, beginning to jot down notes. This notebook was where Lu Bai recorded the battle characteristics and styles of Luo Yangshua, primarily, but also included others like Macaulay and Du. As he diligently improved his own skills day by day, Luo Yangshua released other Pokemon and said, "Everyone, let us take a moment to rest. Lunch will be served shortly." The gathered Pokemon nodded in agreement before dispersing, each attending to their own tasks. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that every Pokemon was tense, their muscles taut, their gazes scanning the surroundings. Yi stifled a yawn, yet her other hand had already found its way to the Pokeball containing her sovereign serpent. Luo Yangshua chuckled. "You may take the first strike." "All right. Nulla Ice Punch. Circle Bear Split," the boy commanded. Indeed, Guarwan absorbed the attack with double return. Beedrill, initiate high-speed movement. Followed by Poison Jab, Luo Yangshua replied nonchalantly. Nulla and Circle Bear charged at Luo Yangshua, but Guarwan cleverly trapped the shadows of both Pokemon. With no other option, Nulla and Circle Bear redirected their attacks toward Guarwan, only to be sent flying by Guarwan's double return. Meanwhile, Beedrill accelerated, its stinger piercing the boy's shirt, but failing to breach his chest. "General," Luo Yangshua remarked calmly, "Team Rocket truly does not know when to relent." "Oh, how did you discover my identity?" the red-haired boy inquired. "We have never met, and I am not even wearing Team Rocket's uniform." Luo Yangshua merely smiled. He could hardly admit his familiarity with this youth. Ever since Luo Yangshua encountered a Jean and Chris, he had begun to suspect the existence of Ain. Indeed, this boy was Ain, the son of Sakaki. Observing Yin's unyielding demeanor in the face of Beedrill's venomous stinger, Luo Yangshua sighed. "I have met Sakaki. You bear a striking resemblance to him." "Ah, so that is the issue at hand," Ain replied coolly, "but to refer to yourself as a general seems premature." No sooner had he spoken than a Dugtrio erupted from the ground, sending Beedrill flying and positioning itself protectively in front of Ain. "Luo Yangshua, you are formidable," Ain stated with a hint of respect. "Moreover, I am aware of your background. You should join us in Team Rocket." A talent like yours ought not to be squandered by the League. While I harbor some dissatisfaction with the League, to stoop so low as to ally with Team Rocket, you underestimate me gravely, Luo Yangshuo replied calmly. Moreover, if I have declared myself a general, then I am indeed a general. The Feraligatr transformed into a radiant beam of light, delivering a powerful kick that knocked Dugtrio down, following up with a series of strikes that sent it hurtling away. Just as it was poised to seize Ain, he suddenly fell into a pit, where a Sharpedo emerged, whisking him away underground. Bai, Luo Yangshuo gritted his teeth. He had not anticipated Bai's arrival, nor the fact that he would approach stealthily like a rat, leaving Luo Yangshuo at yet another disadvantage. It seems Team Rocket is no longer a threat, but rather seeks to recruit you, Yi remarked as she approached. Returning the Pokeball she had held to her waist. Not necessarily, Ruby interjected, putting away her notebook. Their initial intent was clearly to abduct Luo for information on Mutewo's location, but upon realizing that was unfeasible, they swiftly shifted to recruitment. And with Bai providing backup. This boy is remarkably astute. He strikes decisively and retreats without lingering, likely to become a significant concern for the League in the future. Luo Yangshuo tidied up, preparing lunch. As he chopped vegetables, he mused, I certainly underestimated them this time. I did not anticipate their use of tunnels. Next time, I shall ensure to deal with them. Jirachi nudged Luo Yangshuo languidly, to which he replied with a hint of exasperation, lunch will soon be ready, and besides, seeking me out is futile. I cannot generate electricity. Go find the others, and let them deliver a thunderbolt for you. Luo Yangshuo watched Jirachi scurry off to borrow electricity from other Pokemon, feeling a headache coming on. While Jirachi was indeed a mythical creature, it lacked the capacity to store or generate electricity, making the very pills prepared for it ineffective. Jirachi often found itself in need of power, thus its signature move, Plasma Fist, became essential, not only to convert normal-type moves into electric-type for health recovery, but also to absorb static electricity from opponents to replenish its own energy reserves. Observing Jirachi return, revitalized after borrowing energy, Luo Yangshuo retrieved the power amplifier he had secured, realizing it had not been of use. The power amplifier was a box that stored immense electric energy, a crucial item for Electabuzz evolution into Electivire. After winning several in a lottery, he had initially thought it would resolve Jirachi's energy deficiency, yet it appeared to be ineffective. I must investigate further to ascertain what might be available. Perhaps these two items could indeed remedy Jirachi's energy shortfall, Luo Yangshuo murmured. After preparing a sumptuous lunch and relishing the meal, Luo Yangshuo and his companions resumed their journey. Heading towards the destination he eagerly anticipated. Chapter 97. Thunderstone, the ore that absorbs electricity. Days later, Luo Yangshuo and his companions arrived in a mountainous region, where he sought out the elderly man rumored to communicate with Pokemon. After resting beside the dilapidated shack, Yi, having heard about the old man, curiously asked, Luo, I recall you possess the ability to converse with Pokemon as well. Oh, is that so? Young man, you too can understand Pokemon language? The old man exclaimed excitedly. Not quite. I can merely comprehend what Pokemon say. If I encounter one that cannot understand human speech, I would be at a loss, Luo Yangshuo shrugged. I see. Nevertheless, that is quite impressive, the old man remarked earnestly. Luo Yangshuo scratched his head and inquired, Elder, I wish to ask if this area possesses unique geological properties that absorb electrical energy? Indeed, young man, why do you ask? The old man replied. I have a rather unique Pokemon. Although it is an electric type, it lacks the ability to generate or store electricity. Thus, I wish to explore the geology here to see if I can find a means of actively absorbing electrical energy, Luo Yangshuo explained. I see. In that case, you should head to the mountaintop over there. It absorbs electricity rapidly, making it impossible to establish power lines, leading to its abandonment, the old man kindly suggested. Luo Yangshuo expressed his gratitude and proceeded towards the mountain peak indicated by the elder. So you were seeking this information as your reason for coming here, Yi noted. Indeed, Jirachi cannot generate electricity on its own and must absorb free-floating energy from the air. If we discover a method to harness electrical energy here, it could significantly enhance Jirachi's capabilities, Ruby added. Let us begin our search, Luo Yangshuo stated, producing 3 treasure detectors and handing one each to Ruby and Yi. These devices utilize ultrasonic waves to detect valuable items underground. Consider them gifts to aid me in my quest. I suspect we are looking for a special or capable of absorbing electricity. All right, let us split up and reconvene here for lunch. How about we have a little competition to see who finds the most treasures? Yi proposed. Sounds intriguing. I accept, Ruby replied. Luo Yangshuo sighed. Placing a hand on his forehead, resigned to their excitement. Yi and Ruby also borrowed Sylveon and Tyranitar, respectively, knowing that having a Pokemon skilled in digging would undoubtedly yield better results. Luo Yanxua summoned his own Kung Fu Weasel and Piplup, feeling uncertain about his luck. Entrusting the task to Piplup was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Cradling Piplup, he asked, "Piplup, can you help me uncover the reason behind the ability to absorb electrical energy here?" Piplup nodded, its expression puzzled, prompting Luo Yanxua to smile. "No need to think too hard. Just lead the way, and we shall follow." Piplup excitedly waved its tiny flipper, while Sharabi affectionately patted Piplup's little head. Piplup was indeed the apple of Luo Yangshua's eye, receiving much affection, even from Sharabi, who enjoyed playing with it. Piplup leaped from Luo Yangshua's embrace and began to explore, heading leftward. Luo Yangshua and Kung Fu Ferret followed suit, while Shalabi felt a twinge of concern for Bokbai. Opting not to perch on Luo Yangshua's shoulder, but rather fluttering closely behind Bokbai, Luo Yangshua activated the treasure detector, and the machine whirred to life, scanning the surrounding terrain. Before long, the detector emitted a series of beeps, indicating the presence of an item ahead. Luo Yangshua stepped forward, confirming the location before instructing Kung Fu Ferret. "Dig a hole." Kung Fu Ferret nodded and swiftly began to excavate, soon uncovering a sizable hole, from which it presented a small stone to Luo Yangshua. Upon inspection, he found it to be a hard stone, capable of enhancing rock-type moves. It was a promising start. After securing the hard stone, they continued onward. After a while, Bokbai suddenly halted, pointing towards a cave nestled in the rocky wall. Observing this, Luo Yangshua scooped up Bokbai and, accompanied by Kung Fu Ferret and Shalabi, ventured into the cave. As they entered, Luo Yangshua and his Pokemon were immediately met with static electricity, their clothes and fur seemingly drawn toward the surroundings. "This must be the place," Luo Yangshua exclaimed excitedly. He began to feel the cave's rocky walls, seeking any hidden mechanisms. However, upon contact, a crackling sound startled him, causing him to shudder momentarily. "What an intense static charge," he remarked, grimacing. "System, scan this area for any issues." "Beep. Scanning in progress," the system replied. After a considerable pause, it finally reported, "Beep. Scanning complete. The cave's rock walls contain a rare mineral capable of absorbing electrical energy. Once saturated, the mineral can discharge electricity. Can we extract it to craft a belt for Zeraora?" Luo Yangshua inquired. "Beep. Extraction fee, 10,000 gold coins," the system responded. "Proceed with the extraction. Create a belt for Zeraora and equip it with an electrical amplifier. This mineral can absorb energy from the amplifier to power Zeraora," Luo Yangshua said with delight. "Beep. Extraction in progress. Please wait," the system announced. After a short while, Luo Yangshua's hair settled down, and the system chimed in, "Extraction complete. The belt is now in your backpack. The mineral has been named Thunderstone and added to the shop, available for purchase with gold coins." Luo Yangshua nodded, impressed by the system's efficiency. Exiting the cave, he released Zeraora, who looked at him with a hint of confusion. Luo Yangshua retrieved the belt from his backpack. Its golden exterior complemented Zeraora perfectly, adorned with 24 thumb-sized golden beads that visibly pulsed with electricity. Upon seeing the belt, Zeraora's excitement was palpable. It swiftly donned the belt, fitting snugly around its waist. Simultaneously equipping Zeraora with the electrical amplifier, its fur bristled, a clear indication that it was ready to unleash powerful electric-type moves. However, Zeraora was now brimming with energy, free to expend it at will. Patting the thrilled Zeraora, Luo Yangshua declared, "Let us head back. Our objective has been achieved. We shall see what Lubi and May have gathered." Luo Yangshua returned to the designated meeting point with his Pokemon, setting up a tent and stove as they awaited the return of the two. Once Luo Yangshua prepared lunch, Lubi and May arrived, brimming with excitement. Observing their haul, Luo Yangshua couldn't help but remark, "Indeed, as expected of the protagonists, their luck is beyond compare." Lubi chimed in, "A matching Mega Evolution Stone for Shinado, a Mega Evolution Stone for Gyarados, and various other evolution stones, along with a fossilized claw." May added, "A Mega Evolution Stone for the doll Pokemon, several held items, and evolution stones as well." The disparity weighed heavily on Luo Yangshua, who realized he had little more than the Thunderstone belt and a hard stone. "Never mind. No need for comparisons. It's a blow to my pride." Chapter 98. The Wave-Crossing Drillhorn Rhinoceros. "Zeraora, enter an ultra-charged state," Luo Yangshua commanded. "Thunderbolt." Zeraora unleashed a resounding cry, its fur standing on end as arcs of electricity danced around its form. It then released a formidable surge of electricity, striking the flailing Galagaga midair. Galagaga crashed to the ground, singed and incapacitated. Luo Yangshua captured the average-grade Galagaga in a pokeball, stating, "Experiment concluded. It is indeed not immune, merely possessing high resistance." Luby nodded, jotting down notes in his notebook. Mei puffed up her chest, asserting, "See, I told you so." Earlier, Luo Yangshua and Luby had been discussing Pokemon attributes, particularly the intriguing ability of Shedinja to possess immunity traits. They were convinced that certain types indeed exhibited immunity, such as Fairy type against Dragon type, Normal type and Ghost type being mutually immune, and Ground type immunity to Electric type moves. However, Mei presented a differing perspective, arguing that nothing was absolutely immune to attacks, merely a matter of attack intensity. To validate her theory, Luo Yangshua summoned a Ground-type Pokemon and released Zeraora for verification. Initially, Zeraora's Thunderbolt struck Galagaga without inflicting any damage. Its health bar remained entirely unchanged. Mei suggested that, akin to a lightning rod, Ground-type Pokemon could direct electrical attacks into the ground. Thus, Luo Yangshua had Zeraora launch Galagaga into the air before attempting Thunderbolt once more. There was some effect, though minimal. It seemed a fraction of health was lost, requiring meticulous counting to ascertain the damage. Subsequently, Luo Yangshua executed a move devised collaboratively with Zeraora, utilizing Charge to elevate Zeraora's electric power exponentially. Although they successfully defeated Galagaga, the effort felt disproportionate, as the health deducted was disappointingly minimal. True, but do you find it worthwhile? Luo Yangshua remarked as he recalled Zeraora. What do you mean? Mei queried. What I mean is, if a water gun could have sufficed, why expend so much energy defeating a ground-type Pokemon? The rewards do not match the costs. Your theory is correct, but it does not hold practical applicability, Luby summarized. Closing his notebook, Luo Yangshua nodded, pondering why so many scholars overlooked this point. He surmised that they might recognize the damage was nearly negligible, thus opting to categorize it under immunity for simplicity, sparing trainers from overanalyzing the minutiae. Mei, feeling slightly embarrassed, conceded, "All right, I admit I was wrong." The trio resumed their journey, heading towards a small town where they could procure some supplies. After all, with Luo Yangshua managing 13 Pokemon, the food expenses were considerable. It appeared the road ahead was obstructed by a mountain range. Luo Yangshua checked the map, noting, according to the directions, we may have to take a detour, potentially delaying us by 2 to 3 hours. A detour. Mei complained, why don't we just dig through it? That would save time for future travelers. Xiao Luo, your Bangilas could easily handle it. Luo Yangshua pondered this logic. The blockage was minimal, spanning only a few meters. If someone else were to tackle it, it might take ages, but facing a Bangilas, known for its earth-moving capabilities, would likely pose no significant challenge. Upon reaching the obstructed section, they discovered a young girl directing several Pokemon to excavate a tunnel. Mei laughed, I didn't expect a kind-hearted soul to be here. Luo Yangshua nodded, greeting her, hello? Are you also trying to dig a tunnel to the next city? Hello. The girl turned to them, introducing herself, I'm Hueli, and I live in a nearby village. My grandmother has a twisted ankle, and climbing the mountain daily to see a doctor is quite inconvenient. So I'm trying to clear this path to make it easier for her. Hello, Hueri, we can lend a hand, Mei said warmly, grasping Hueri's hand. Really? Thank you so much. Hueri exclaimed excitedly. Luo Yangshua sighed. In the end, it looks like I'll have to take charge. He then released his Bankilas, and the group ventured into the tunnel that Hueri had excavated. Observing the digging efforts of the Sandshrew and Geodude, Luo Yangshua remarked in confusion, this shouldn't be the case. Both Sandshrew and Geodude are adept diggers, yet their speed seems rather sluggish. No sooner had he spoken than water began to seep from the ceiling, dripping onto the two Pokemon's heads, prompting them to flee in sheer panic. Luo Yangshua and his companions exchanged glances, while Ruby cleared his throat and commented, these two Pokemon must have been captured by you not long ago. Yes, Hueri replied. I caught them specifically for tunnel excavation. No wonder, Luo Yangshua pondered. Typically, trained Pokemon, even those at a disadvantage against water, wouldn't exhibit such fear. Only wild Pokemon, less accustomed to battles, would lack the ability to overcome their fear of water. Actually, there is a diving Rhyhorn, Kabutops. Here, I initially intended to capture it to expedite the tunneling process, but that creature is too cunning and always manages to escape. Hueri explained. A diving Rhyhorn. Mei's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly intrigued. Luo Yangshua and Ruby sighed, realizing they were now in for a prolonged detour. Reminiscent of Mei's reaction when she captured a bear cub in the Bear Circle forest. Bankilas dig. Break any stones you encounter, Luo Yangshua commanded. Bankilas nodded. and with vigorous claw movements, a considerable amount of soil and stone was unearthed. Upon encountering larger, sturdier rocks, it unleashed a powerful attack, shattering the obstacles. Query quickly instructed her 3 Digletts to assist in transporting the excavated materials. Through their collaborative efforts, they cleared a tunnel in just 20 minutes. Thank you so much. Query expressed her gratitude. Now my grandmother can easily travel to the city for treatment. No need for thanks. Could you tell us where to find that diving Rhyhorn? Luo Yangshua inquired, casting a glance at the eager Mei, knowing they would have to delay their journey to the next city. Follow me. I'll take you to the place where the Rhyhorn often visits, Query said. Marie, listen for the sound of its footsteps. Query released her Marie, who flapped its large ears, attentively tuning in to the subtle sounds around them. After a while, Marie guided them to a picturesque lake, where they spotted a Rhyhorn surfacing, followed by a graceful emergence of the creature, meandering towards a fruit tree to feast upon its bounty. King Snake, use Black Eyes. Then unleash Leaf Tornado. Mei commanded, sending forth her King Snake. The Black Eyes prevented the Rhyhorn from escaping, while the Leaf Tornado propelled it away, simultaneously activating its contrary ability, enhancing its special attack. Hee. Prepare for battle, Rhyhorn. I intend to capture you, Mei proclaimed, brandishing her Pokeball. Chapter 99, Shallow Green City, Battle with Ame. Days later, Luo Yangshua and his companions traversed a vast desert, finally arriving at Shallow Green City. They visited the Pokemon Center first to heal their Pokemon, and Mei successfully captured the Rhyhorn unafraid of water. Based on their observations over the past few days, the Rhyhorn had fully adapted to the water. Despite water-type attacks being effective against it, they inflicted only marginal damage. Considering Rhyhorn's dual type of ground and rock, which typically makes it 4 times weak to water, it was evident just how resilient this particular Rhyhorn was to water-type moves. At the very least, this Rhyhorn became Luo Yangshua's target for learning, as its resilience implied a capacity for enduring battles. Were it not for Banquila's fierce resistance, Luo Yangshua would have contemplated teaching it to swim, especially since it had already learned the surf move. Are you a demon? Banquila's protested. Once their Pokemon were restored, Luo Yangshua and his companions made their way to the Shallow Green Gym, where they met Ame, who, however, declined to battle. I'm terribly sorry, but my light dragon seems to be feeling unwell, and I'm quite concerned for it, so I cannot battle at full strength, Ame expressed apologetically. Light dragon? Mei inquired with curiosity. It's an electric dragon and serves as the light source for the Radiant Lighthouse, Ame explained. Luo Yangshua's eyes lit up with understanding. Would you allow us to take a look? I have a special medicine that could help your light dragon. All right, there's not much else we can do. We might as well try it. If it doesn't work, I'll have to rely on the herbal pharmacy in Azure City to concoct a special remedy, Ame agreed. The group then proceeded to the Radiant Lighthouse, where they encountered the ailing light dragon, which indeed appeared quite lethargic. The lighthouse guardian remarked, Today, the electric dragon seems inexplicably listless. Ame and I have tried massaging it, but it hasn't regained its vitality. Luo Yangshua nodded and retrieved a special medicinal potion from his backpack. After locating the energizing pill, he administered it to the electric dragon, followed by a few energy cubes provided by Ruby. After a while, the electric dragon regained its vigor. Thank you so much, Ame exclaimed with delight. Since Light Dragon has recovered, let us return. I accept your challenge. Luo Yangshua smiled and nodded, and the group returned to the Shallow Green Gym. Ame stood firm in the arena, declaring, I am Ame, the gym leader of Shallow Green City, a trainer specializing in Steel-type Pokemon. I will use 2 Pokemon. Is that acceptable? No problem, Luo Yangshua replied. Then, go forth, Steelix. Ame sent out her Steelix. Step forward, Kung Fu Weasel. Luo Yangshua also dispatched his Kung Fu Weasel. Since I get to attack first, I'll enhance my attributes, Kung Fu Weasel stated, striking a muscular pose to boost its attack and defense. Observing this, Ame commanded, Steelix, use Sandstorm. Instantly, Steelix conjured a massive sandstorm, inflicting damage on Kung Fu Weasel. Upon receiving a glance from Luo Yangshua, Kung Fu Weasel unleashed a massive aura sphere that struck Steelix squarely on the head, knocking it to the ground, where it took some time to recover. Are you alright, Steelix? Ame inquired. What a powerful attack. Let us go all out. Steelix, use Euroball. Diving to evade, Luo Yangshua instructed. Steelix spun like a spear, hurtling towards Kung Fu Weasel. Kung Fu Weasel quickly burrowed underground to avoid the Euroball, but at Ame's signal, Steelix halted the attack, violently whipping its tail against the ground, causing a tremor that sent Kung Fu Weasel flying out of the ground, sustaining serious injuries. Finish it off with a last-ditch body slam, Ame commanded. Steelix lunged at Kung Fu Weasel, who leaped into the air, summoning energy vines that ensnared Steelix's tail. With a heavy thud, Steelix crashed to the ground, while Kung Fu Weasel landed atop its head, inhaling deeply to channel its energy for one final strike. Steelix! Ame called out, but Steelix had already succumbed to exhaustion, unable to respond. Kung Fu Weasel triumphantly raised its arms, emitting a brilliant white light. When the radiance faded, Kung Fu Weasel had evolved into Master Weasel, sporting long fur on its arms suitable for use as whips. Ame recalled Steelix, remarking, "Little Luo, your Pokemon training is indeed impressive. Can you triumph over my next Pokemon? Go, Metagross." A colossal Metagross landed with a thud, its piercing gaze locked onto Master Weasel. Luo Yangshua squinted and instructed, "Continue fighting, Master Weasel, close in on Metagross." Master Itachi nodded and launched himself in a sprint towards Metagross. "Metagross, use Psychic," Amy commanded. The dual Steel and Psychic Pokemon's eyes glimmered with a blue light, unleashing an invisible wave of energy directed at Master Itachi. However, in an instant, Master Itachi produced a black iron ball from seemingly nowhere and hurled it directly at Metagross. The iron ball struck Metagross squarely, inflicting significant damage. With a surge of speed, Master Itachi narrowly evaded the full brunt of the psychic attack, but upon landing, he found his health nearly depleted. "Finish it with Bullet Punch," Amy exclaimed. "Come back, Master Itachi, it's time for Greninja," Luo Yangshua shouted. Master Itachi quickly retreated, and Greninja took the stage, exchanging a high-five with Master Itachi, benefiting from the enhanced attack and defense conferred by the prior battle. Yet, Greninja 2 was sent flying by a Bullet Punch. "Shadow Strike," Luo Yangshua called out, forming hand seals. Greninja instantly evolved into its bond form, a black Tonto appearing in its grasp, which it drove into Metagross's abdomen, launching the Pokemon into the air with a swift upward thrust. "Metagross, electromagnetic levitation." "Shadow Ball," Amy shouted. Metagross stabilized mid-air, then launched a Shadow Ball towards Greninja in its bond form. Yet, Greninja had already summoned its black iron ball, which collided with the Shadow Ball. The two forces clashed, resulting in a powerful explosion that shattered the black iron ball while deflecting Metagross's attack. "Move at high speed. Follow up with Comet Punch," Amy commanded. Metagross darted away at high speed, evading the water shuriken from Greninja in its bond form. However, Greninja unleashed a thick cloud of black mist, reverting all attributes to their original state. Greninja then utilized Shadow Clone to dodge Metagross's Comet Punch, a flash of electricity sending Metagross crashing back to the ground. "Metagross, use Hammer Arm," Amy shouted. Metagross displayed a fearsome visage, but Greninja executed a somersault, landing deftly and disappearing into the terrain. "This is bad. It's the pit left by Master Itachi's digging," Amy exclaimed. "Metagross, Earthquake," she commanded, but it was too late. Greninja erupted from the ground, flipping Metagross over before launching it away with a water pulse, incapacitating it. Luo Yangshua dismissed Greninja's bond form, exhaling deeply. "That mode is truly exhausting." Amy begrudgingly recalled Metagross, saying, "Congratulations, Luo. This is the token for defeating the Celadon Gym, the Steel Badge." She handed the badge to Luo Yangshua, who thanked her as he accepted it. With the Steel Badge in hand, it meant he was only 3 badges away from completing his collection. Chapter 100, A Fiery Duel in Azure City. Azure City, a coastal metropolis surrounded by tumultuous waves. After defeating the Celadon Gym, Luo Yangshua and his companions quickly boarded a boat to Azure City, separated by merely a sea. Ruby read aloud from the signboard. Watching the enthusiastic Luo Yangshua, Mei expressed her concern. "Luo, challenging 2 gyms in one day seems a bit too ambitious." "No worries," Luo replied, flexing his muscles. "I'm brimming with determination. Besides, it's almost 4 in the afternoon. Let us finish the gym battle quickly so we can indulge in a seafood feast." Just as he finished speaking, Luo Yangshua was unexpectedly bumped into by a middle-aged man rushing around the corner. Rubbing his sore forehead, he looked at the man, who was also massaging his head, shirtless and clad in loose white training pants, accompanied by a Machoke. "Ah, you must be AC, the gym leader of Azure City," Luo remarked. "Oh, you know me." AC straightened up, though his sagging belly betrayed the inevitability of middle age. "I'm Luo from Shin in town. These are my travel companions, Ruby and Mei. I'm here for a gym challenge," Luo explained. "Haha, welcome. But before that, let us enjoy a hearty meal. I can already sense your muscles complaining from fatigue. Balance is key." AC boomed with laughter, not giving Luo a chance to respond as he threw an arm around Luo's shoulders and led him towards his gym. Ruby and Mei exchanged glances, reluctantly following suit. Upon arriving at the Azure Gym, Luo and his companions met AC's students and his wife. After serving the meal, AC's wife remarked, "So you're the challenger this time. You must do your best to defeat my husband." The trio was puzzled but quickly captivated by the aroma of the food. AC dished out generous bowls of rice, exclaiming, "You're all still growing, so eat up. Dig in." They commenced their meal, AC devouring his food with gusto. Luo took a bite, his eyes lighting up. The food was delectable, rivaling his own cooking. Moreover, it was low in fat and high in protein, with dishes easy to digest and absorb. Such cuisine was ideal for replenishing both human and Pokémon stamina. However, overeating could lead to weight gain. Just look at AC for proof. After finishing 3 large bowls of rice, AC wiped his mouth and declared, "I'm full. Now, let us have a digestion match." Luo and the others, having polished off their meals, wiped their mouths and nodded in agreement. Arriving at the gym's battle arena, one of AC's students stepped forward as a referee, announcing, "The gym challenge begins now." With both sides limited to 2 Pokémon. The match concludes when one side's Pokémon can no longer battle. "Well then, Luo, I will use my Frogadier and this Machoke," AC stated, releasing his Frogadier and patting Machoke on the shoulder. "Since you are a martial arts expert, I shall send out a fighting type to meet you." Luo grinned. Calling out, "Master Itachi, I entrust this to you once more." As Master Itachi stepped forward, he bowed respectfully to Frogadier, which reciprocated the gesture. "Your Pokémon are quite disciplined. Let us see your strength," AC remarked with a smile. "You won't be disappointed." "Master Itachi, throw," Luo commanded. Master Itachi hurled the black iron ball at Frogadier, which countered with a punch, deflecting the ball. While dark-type moves deal less damage to fighting types, AC noted the dull thud as the iron ball hit the ground, stroking his chin in contemplation. "Is it heavy? Quite interesting. Unleash your strength. Show them what you've got." Luo decided to forgo tactics, opting instead for a straightforward contest of fists. "Interesting, let us do this." "Frogadier, let us skip the theatrics and use water shuriken." AC laughed heartily. The fists of Master Itachi and Frogadier collided, with Master Itachi gaining the upper hand as Frogadier stumbled back 2 steps while Master Itachi stood firm. Then, Master Itachi swung his arm, the fur on it lashing out like a whip, delivering a series of rapid slaps. Counter with a flurry of slaps, AC commanded. Frogadier lunged forward, slapping at Master Itachi. Master Itachi ducked to evade, landing a punch on Frogadier, pushing it back before dashing in to unleash a flurry of punches. Frogadier absorbed the blows, retaliating with its own strikes. From the sidelines, AC's students, along with Ruby and May, exchanged incredulous glances, wondering, is this a Pokémon battle? Why does it feel like boxing? Under the relentless assault, Frogadier eventually succumbed, collapsing and unable to continue the fight. Master Itachi, panting heavily, gazed at Frogadier with a sense of mutual respect. "Haha, return, Frogadier. Machoke, it's your turn. Use Karate Chop." AC laughed, as Machoke unleashed a series of powerful strikes, merging both body and spirit with AC. Luo Yangshua shook his head, deeming such self-destructive behavior unworthy of imitation. Even though his current prowess was commendable, he dared not claim the ability to withstand the onslaught of an elf. This observation further suggested that Asi, in his youth, was undoubtedly a formidable martial artist. Otherwise, he would not engage so recklessly with fighting-type elves. "Come back, Master Weasel. It's your turn now, Ferrothorn," Luo Yangshua commanded, recalling his Master Weasel and sending forth his Ferrothorn. "My Ferrothorn is exceptionally strong and incredibly swift. You should be wary, Mr. Asi," Luo Yangshua stated earnestly. "Haha, bring it on." Asi replied with a hearty laugh. With a decisive throw, Luo Yangshua initiated the battle. A black iron ball hurtled toward the powerful Hitmonlee, whose eyes narrowed as he unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the iron ball into fragments. Without hesitation, he executed a cross-chop aimed directly at Ferrothorn. Summoning the full extent of his bond with Ferrothorn, Luo Yangshua established a mental connection, allowing Ferrothorn to deftly evade Hitmonlee's strike. In a swift motion, Ferrothorn delivered a flying kick that sent Hitmonlee hurtling through the air. Hitmonlee, regaining his composure mid-flight, lunged forward, launching a bullet punch toward Ferrothorn. However, Ferrothorn, moving at full speed, transformed into a streak of white light, and, before Hitmonlee could react, delivered a precise kick that sent him soaring into the sky. "What? Such astonishing speed!" Asi exclaimed in utter shock. The white streak of light utilized the walls around them for leverage, striking Hitmonlee repeatedly. The latter had no opportunity to retaliate, and was soon knocked unconscious by Ferrothorn's relentless assault, crashing down to the ground, incapacitated. Hitmonlee is unable to battle. Thus, the challenger, young Luo, is victorious. Asi's disciples gaped at Luo Yangshua, bewildered by the strength of his elf. Accepting Ah-Si's badge of honor, Luo Yangshua expressed his gratitude. Ah-Si, seemingly unfazed, remarked on his own lack of recent training and resolved to undertake rigorous practice. As dusk approached, he invited Luo Yangshua and his companions to stay overnight, suggesting they set off the next day, to which they eagerly acquiesced. Chapter 101, Whirl Islands, the Summoning of Lugia. The following morning, Luo Yangshua and Ah-Si engaged in sparring on the beach. Luo Yangshua executed a right hook toward Ah-Si while simultaneously tripping him, sending Ah-Si sprawling onto the sand. Stop! Stop! Ah-Si called out, sitting up and panting heavily. Alas, I can no longer deny my age. While I could outmaneuver you with sheer technique, your physical prowess now rivals my prime. Nodding in acknowledgement, Luo Yangshua listened intently as Ah-Si imparted practical grappling techniques, all highly applicable in combat. After a morning of training, the duo returned to the dojo, where, following breakfast, Ah-Si inquired, Young Luo, what are your plans now? I currently possess 6 badges, needing 2 more. I believe I should first return to Celadon City, then head to Vermilion City, followed by a detour to Cinnabar Island, and finally to Lavender Town. That way, I shall have all 8 badges, Luo Yangshua contemplated aloud. Ruby and May nodded in agreement, as this was indeed their prior plan. Ah-Si sipped his tea and remarked, that route involves unnecessary detours. I suggest you first visit the Whirl Islands. They will soon host the Whirl Islands tournament, and you might consider participating. From there, you can take a flight directly back to Vermilion City. With that, Ah-Si handed over the tickets for the boat to the Whirl Islands, urging them to make the journey. Catching the meaningful glance from Ah-Si, Luo Yangshua nodded, understood. I shall return briefly. Bidding farewell to Ah-Si, Luo Yangshua led the bewildered Ruby and May away from the Azure Dojo. Recalling fragments of his memory, he remembered that Team Rocket had captured Lugia's offspring to threaten it. However, the League was likely unaware of this matter. They probably discovered Team Rocket's base on the Whirl Islands and thus sent Luo Yangshua on this mission. Upon inspecting the back of the ticket, he found a small inscription, Can't leave, lend a hand. The handwriting was unmistakably that of Kona. Luo Yangshua sincerely regarded her as an elder sister, and thus, he would assist her in any way possible, provided it did not conflict with his principles or interests. Boarding the vessel bound for the Whirl Islands, Ruby finally spoke. This is about the League, isn't it? Yes. A friend's request. I must help, Luo Yangshua replied, leaning against the railing, feeling the sea breeze as his thoughts drifted. May glanced between Ruby and Luo Yangshua, perplexed, and asked, What are you two talking about? Luo Yangshua and Ruby merely smiled, leaving May somewhat flustered. After several hours at sea, they finally arrived at Chinyan Island in the Whirl Islands by evening. Disembarking at the bustling port city of Kuga, they immediately noticed the lively atmosphere surrounding the harbor. The trio visited the Pokémon Center to restore their elves and subsequently registered for the Whirl Islands tournament. Observing May, Luo Yangshua inquired, By the way, May, are you not participating? It seems you've only brought your Cervine for this trip. We haven't seen your other mainstays. I do have a Swanna in terms of water types, but for my main team, I actually don't have any other water types, May admitted sheepishly. I was curious about yours as well, Luo, Ruby interjected. What is it? Luo Yangshua asked with intrigue. How is it that your Pokemon level up so quickly? Ruby inquired earnestly. Both May and I have noticed that your Pokemon's level increases at an astonishing rate, even with frequent battles. We don't always gain enough experience for our Pokemon to level up, but yours seem to progress remarkably fast. Do you have a secret? Luo Yangshua was at a loss for words. Should he confess that he had been utilizing cheats? After gathering his thoughts, he replied, Well, I suppose it comes down to consistently battling with my Pokemon. That is how the experience accumulates quickly. After all, even the weakest Pokemon can provide some experience. This was not a fabrication. Luo Yangshua's Pokemon only gained a mandatory 1 point of experience for defeating those below level 30. And that was with the aid of an 8-fold experience cheat. Even weak Pokemon provide experience. Ruby and May exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Yangshua, bewildered, nodded as Ruby excitedly asked, So even Pokemon 10 levels below yours yield experience? He affirmed, and both Ruby and May gasped in disbelief. Following this, May explained that their Pokemon typically only gained experience by defeating foes of equal or higher level. A gap of over 5 levels resulted in negligible experience, while exceeding 10 levels meant none at all. Luo Yangshua was taken aback. Even without cheats, experience could still be forcibly added, negating the notion of no experience. After a moment's contemplation, he surmised that it was likely due to the system. Of course, Ruby and May could only attribute it to his exceptional abilities. This revelation left Ruby and May envious, but ultimately helpless. After registering their information, the trio decided to rest for the night at the Pokemon Center, planning to set off the next day for the next port city, Xena Town, before departing Qinyan Island for Huanyan Island. The Whirl Islands tournament would take place on Qinyan Island, which is the third of the 4 islands that comprise the Whirl Islands. Hence, they would need to pass through Huanyan Island. However, their ultimate destination was the final Silver Rock Island, which would likely take several more days to reach. Just as they settled into their rooms, Shalabi called out to Luo Yangshua, beckoning him with a gentle voice. Luo Yangshua nodded seriously, saying, "Well, if you've summoned us, then we shall go." Instructing Ruby and Mei to rest, Luo Yangshua made his way to the dock, releasing his Gyarados. Climbing atop its head, Gyarados followed Shalabi's guidance as they ventured toward a distant cluster of small rocks. Upon reaching the rocky outcrop, the sky had succumbed to the cloak of night. It was the height of summer, and darkness lingered late into the evening. Glancing at the time, which read 9 o'clock, Luo Yangshua inquired, "What does it want us to do?" Shalabi shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. He had merely received a message instructing him to bring Luo Yangshua to meet it. With a sense of resignation, Luo Yangshua returned his Gyarados to its pokeball, found a flat rock to sit upon, and awaited the arrival of the enigmatic figure. As time slowly passed, impatience began to gnaw at Luo Yangshua. Just as he was nearing the brink of frustration, a colossal silhouette emerged from the depths of the inky sea, gliding towards him. Luo Yangshua thought to himself, "It's here." The shadow gradually surfaced, revealing its resplendent silver form. "Is this Lugia?" he murmured. Lugia, the fabled deity of the sea. Legend has it that its overwhelming power compelled it to reside in the abyssal depths of the ocean, spending its time in tranquil solitude. Yet, witnessing this legendary beast up close and feeling the aura emanating from its being, Luo Yangshua couldn't help but marvel at the formidable presence of such an ancient guardian, one that few could withstand. Furthermore, through comparison, he discerned that this Lugia appeared far more powerful than any divine being he had previously encountered, including Mutwo and the primal forms of Groudon and Kyogre. Before Luo Yangshua could fully contemplate this revelation, Lugia emitted a series of soft calls. Upon hearing them, Luo Yangshua's expression darkened instantly, and he clenched his teeth, forcing out 2 words, "The Alliance." Chapter 102, Meeting with Shiba, Assaulting the Base. The following day, Luo Yangshua and his companions arrived in Xena Town, preparing to embark on a vessel bound for Huanyan Island. Noticing Luo Yangshua's despondent demeanor, Ruby curiously asked, "Xiao Luo, what's the matter? You've seemed a bit off since last night." "Nothing much, just feeling a bit down," Luo Yangshua replied, producing a silver feather from his pocket. In the sunlight, the feather radiated a silvery brilliance. "This is the reward for documenting Lugia's data in my Pokédex. Last night, Lugia summoned me to inform me that it has hatched offspring, currently being nurtured on a small island near the Whirlpool Islands. The Alliance has alerted it to the presence of several legendary Pokémon in my vicinity, suggesting that I might attempt to capture its young, hence Lugia's visit to discuss the matter." This was precisely what contributed to Luo Yangshua's melancholy. According to Lugia's account, it was evident that the Alliance had disseminated this information to all the legendary Pokémon they could reach. It seemed that any future attempts by Luo Yangshua to capture legendary Pokémon would have to be directed towards the veteran beings, as capturing their young ones appeared to be out of the question. However, the feather bestowed by the system served as a consolation prize, as Luo Yangshua could utilize it to request a favor from Lugia. He refrained from informing Lugia that the Team Rocket underwater base was likely located at the island. He still intended to head to the island, but Lugia would probably sense his presence, especially with Shalabi perched upon his shoulder. After all, legendary Pokémon possessed a certain empathy towards one another, a mechanism to prevent intrusions into their respective territories. Observing Luo Yangshua lost in thought while gazing at the feather, Mei remarked, "By the way, Xiao Luo, the Whirlpool Islands tournament is still about 8 or 9 days away. Shouldn't we head there first?" "First, we shall go to Huanyan Island," Luo Yangshua replied, securing the feather. "We need to meet someone before proceeding to Inyan Island. Once we resolve that matter, the tournament should commence soon, and we can head to Qiyan Island for the competition afterward." Soon, their vessel docked at Huanyan Island, where Luo Yangshua and his companions arrived by noon. Huanyan Island was not a tourist haven, but was known for its farming and fruit orchards, particularly famous for crafts made from sun corals. The craftsmanship was indeed exquisite, and they indulged in purchasing several items. After enjoying a meal at a restaurant, Luo Yangshua confirmed the rendezvous location via phone. Upon arriving at the meeting spot on the beach, they encountered a muscular man. Luo Yangshua, slightly taken aback, exclaimed, "King Shiba, what brings you here?" Shiba turned to glance at Luo Yangshua and nodded, saying, "The Alliance has dispatched me to assist you." I hope we can resolve this matter swiftly. Luo Yangshua approached. I appreciate your help, but how do we proceed? What is the battle plan? We shall utilize a submarine and launch a direct assault. Shiba replied without hesitation. Luo Yangshua and his companions felt a wave of incredulity wash over them. Is this truly a battle plan? It sounds more like a headlong charge. Nevertheless, considering the presence of a king-level powerhouse at the helm, they surmised that the personnel within the secret base were unlikely to pose a significant threat. Luo Yangshua felt reassured, allowing Shiba to lead the charge, while they followed behind, cheering him on. After a brief briefing from Shiba, Ruby and Mei finally understood their mission. Shiba made a phone call, and shortly, a submarine surfaced nearby. A speedboat was deployed to ferry Luo Yangshua and his companions into the submarine. The interior of the submarine was rather cramped, accommodating only the pilot and 3 combatants. Alongside Luo Yangshua and his friends, totaling 8 individuals. Luo Yangshua felt a touch of exasperation. With only 7 capable fighters, Shiba's boldness in confronting Team Rocket's base was commendable, if not a bit foolhardy. The journey was somewhat monotonous, but after a day's travel, the submarine finally reached the waters surrounding Chong Island. Have we arrived? Luo Yangshua inquired. How do we launch our attack? We are currently underwater. Are we expected to swim over? Charge straight in. Shiba commanded. Luo Yangshua's mind was flooded with incredulity. Gradually, the submarine advanced, ultimately revealing the subterranean base. However, the base's personnel had also noticed the submarine, and several vessels emerged, launching torpedoes towards them. Don't worry. This submarine was crafted at great expense by the Alliance. It's extremely robust, Shiba asserted. Full speed ahead. The pilot acknowledged, revving up the engines as they barreled towards the base. A few torpedoes struck the submarine, causing it to shake, yet they did not impede its advance. The submarine crashed through Team Rocket's defenses, bursting into the facility. Luo Yangshua and the others immediately exited the submarine, witnessing torrents of seawater flooding the base. Luo Yangshua surmised that they had breached the area where Team Rocket submarines had been docked, hence it was sealed. As the water surged inward, it was likely to submerge the facility shortly. Gyarados, use hydro pump to create an escape route. Luo Yangshua commanded, releasing his Gyarados. Without hesitation, Gyarados unleashed a powerful hydro pump, blasting a sizable hole in a nearby wall. Clad in diving suits, Luo Yangshua and his companions mounted Gyarados, who propelled them into the base. The water is rising quickly. We need to move faster, Shiba urged. I'll take the lead, and you all guard my rear. Shiba unleashed his Macamp, Hitmonlee, and Hitmonchan. The trio surged into the throng of approaching Team Rocket personnel, effortlessly overpowering them. Luo Yangshua released his Dragonite and Greninja alongside Gyarados, wreaking havoc among the enemy ranks. How weak. Is this truly Team Rocket's base? Ruby remarked as she commanded her Pokemon. Luo Yangshua shared her skepticism. The personnel were exceedingly weak, lacking even the prowess of elite trainers, consisting mostly of mere lackeys. The only notable figures were the likes of Armaldo and the minor character known as Little Sandlang. Little Sandlang. I'm called Little Sandlang. But even they were unremarkable. Flanked by a horde of minions. Something felt amiss. The situation was far too peculiar. A sense of dissonance tugged at Luo Yangshua, an inexplicable unease that he could not articulate. Until they subdued the entire base, they encountered no formidable opposition. Afterward, they bound the captured Team Rocket personnel, while the Alliance agents commenced their data collection. The base here is presided over by a certain Dr. Nanbois, who is engaged in research aimed at harnessing the powers of legendary Pokémon to enhance the capabilities of other creatures. Although this endeavor seems rather futile, their ultimate target is none other than Lugia, which likely prompted the Alliance to plan the takeover of this facility upon discovering these activities. As the data from Team Rocket gradually arrived, Luo Yangshua encountered a rather familiar entity, the Red Gyarados. His confusion deepened as he felt something was amiss. Yet he could not quite articulate it. Just as he pondered this matter, Luo Yangshua's eyes widened in surprise upon spotting an item among the collected artifacts. Rubbing his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken, he exclaimed, I'll take that, if you don't mind, King Shiba. Chapter 103, The Water Drop Plate and Little Lugia. What is this? Shiba inquired as he picked up the blue plate encased in a sealed glass orb, within which a transparent liquid allowed the blue plate to float. Shiba was perplexed and kicked Dr. Nambois, who was nearby, asking, Hey, what purpose does this serve? Dr. Nambois glanced at it and replied curtly, This is a peculiar plate we discovered in the nearby waters, possessing a remarkable power. By amplifying this power with machinery, we can attract certain water-type Pokemon. Shiba scoffed, Is that all? It seems rather useless. Indeed, it serves little purpose, hence it has been sealed after experimentation, Dr. Nanbo affirmed. Shiba nodded, carelessly tossing it to Luo Yangshua, saying, "If you like it, take it. It's of no use to us anyway." Luo Yangshua caught the glass orb and placed it into his backpack, unable to conceal the smile on his face. They consider this useless? What foolishness! He mused inwardly, promptly contacting the system for an analysis of the plate. Ding! Analysis complete. The system's voice announced, confirming that the plate belonged to Arceus and was known as the Water Drop Plate, now fragmented into 24 pieces. Following the analysis, the information on the legendary Pokémon was updated for the hostess review. Water Drop Plate fragment increases the power of water-type moves by 20 for the Pokémon holding this item, with an extremely low probability of understanding the origin force. Classification of legendary Pokémon, level 1100, standard Pokémon. Preliminary grasp of the origin force, quasi-legend. Mastery of the origin force, tier 3 legendary. Practical application of the origin force, tier 2 legendary. Formulation of the rule-making domain, tier 1 legendary. Modification of the world's fabric, creator level. Ding. Side quest activated. Find the fragments of Arceus' plate. The analysis indicates that numerous fragments exist in the world. The host is encouraged to collect them. Additionally, similar plates can fuse together, aiding Pokémon in comprehending their origin. Each complete collection of a plate rewards a single opportunity to understand the origin, with a 10 chance of enabling the Pokémon to grasp the origin. Luo Yangshua quietly absorbed the system's notifications, gaining his first insight into the classification of legendary Pokémon. According to the system's delineation, only Mutwo and Celebi could be categorized at the quasi-legend level, while the Mutwo that guided them from Team Rocket merely fell within the tier 3 legendary range. Clearly, the ancient legendary Pokémon possessed the capacity for cataclysmic power. Faced with an unclear path ahead, one can easily become lost. Without a clear concept, Luo Yangshua reluctantly acknowledged that he had indeed been viewing the world through a narrow lens. Only by understanding true strength can one comprehend their own shortcomings. Resolutely, he vowed to elevate his Pokémon to the pinnacle of the world. Shiba observed Luo Yangshua with some confusion, pondering, what is up with this kid? He seems so much more mature all of a sudden, shedding that previously frivolous demeanor. Nonetheless, this transformation was a positive development. At least Luo Yangshua had diminished one of his weaknesses, Shiba thought. As they continued to receive data from Team Rocket, personnel from the Alliance arrived at the control room, sealing off the lower passageways to prevent the influx of seawater. Luo Yangshua was assigned to take charge of the Pokémon belonging to Team Rocket, a task he welcomed. Upon inspecting the Pokémon of this group, he found them to be of inferior quality, with only one being of upper-tier caliber. He left the handling of these creatures to the Alliance personnel, and after bidding farewell to Shiba, the trio departed, as subsequent Alliance members arrived from the island. Boarding their speedboat, Luo Yangshua and his companions arrived at the island. Although they had reached the destination, further tasks awaited them, and the Alliance personnel were reluctant to let them leave. However, Luo Yangshua and his friends were indifferent, as their responsibilities here had concluded. They decided to relax by the seaside and began fishing. Luo Yangshua produced his super fishing rod and generously handed good rods to Mei and Ruby, and the three commenced their fishing endeavor. Mei was somewhat intrigued, as she lacked a strong water-type Pokémon. Capturing a fine specimen would be advantageous. "So, I'm counting on you, little Luo," Mei remarked. Luo Yangshua shot her a look of exasperation. "Why rely on me to capture Pokémon? Can't you fish for yourself? Who else would I trust when your fishing skills are so exceptional?" Ruby interjected. Flushing, Luo Yangshua cleared his throat and replied, "Leave it to me then." Casting his line, he hooked an upper-tier sun coral within 3 minutes. Mei sighed in disappointment as Luo Yangshua sent out his Greninja to capture it, simultaneously equipping it with the water drop plate to test its power. This water drop plate could indeed integrate into the Pokémon's body, saving Luo Yangshua the effort of processing it. With the water drop plate, Greninja's hydro pump attack exhibited explosive power, effortlessly obliterating the sun coral. Even Ruby and Mei were taken aback, with Ruby curiously asking Luo Yangshua if he had imparted any new techniques to Greninja. Luo Yangshua denied it, suggesting that Greninja might have had an epiphany. He couldn't divulge the details about the water drop plate to them, so he resorted to a small lie. After capturing the sun coral, he cast his line again, and 2 minutes later, he caught another mid-tier sun coral. With another cast, he hooked yet another sun coral after 3 minutes, and again it was a sun coral. Even Ruby and Mei managed to catch sun corals as well. Could this be the home of the sun corals? Mei remarked, watching Luo Yangshua reel in one after another. After capturing yet another mid-tier sun coral, Luo Yangshua, with a frown, declared, "Let us change locations. This place is too eerie." Ruby and May nodded in agreement, and the three moved to a more secluded stretch of coastline. Upon casting their lines here, they finally hooked something other than a sun coral, a mid-tier clavelfish, which they also captured. After a while, May's luck turned as she caught a cherry fish, and it was of upper-tier quality. The cherry fish resembled a pink eel-like creature, featuring a slender snout and two shell-like structures adorning its chest, giving it a mermaid-like appearance. It also sported a fin with a purple tip, resembling antennae on its head, with a shorter fin at its tail. Tiny eyelashes adorned each eye, and its tail bore two bright stripes encircling the purple fin. May was quite taken with the cherry fish, promptly summoning her superior to subdue and capture it. Ruby, however, remained indifferent, having not encountered any Pokémon that piqued his interest. As he aspired to combine the paths of trainer and coordinator, he was rather discerning about Pokémon appearances. The water-type powerhouse he desired was the Milotic belonging to Master Macaulay. Luo Yangshua understood Ruby's aspirations, and, not wishing to dampen his spirits, refrained from discouraging him. He envisioned his own water-type powerhouse as Swampert, and while he would eventually acquire a Milotic, it would still be slightly weaker in comparison to Swampert. Suddenly, Luo Yangshua felt a tug on his fishing rod, realizing he had hooked a formidable creature, likely a violent Gyarados or something of that nature. With a firm grip, he drew a silvery figure from the depths of the water. Upon seeing the shimmering silhouette, Luo Yangshua's expression turned to one of exasperation as he chuckled. Lugia. Chapter 104, The Whirlpool Island Competition. Luo Yangshua gently set down the little Lugia, which regarded him with an adorably naive expression. Unfazed, it nestled close to him, calling out softly. At that moment, Shalebi fluttered to the little Lugia's side, patting its head tenderly and offering soothing words. Amused, Luo Yangshua produced a few energy cubes to feed the little Lugia, discovering it to be quite the little gourmand. It turned out that Lugia had ventured out in search of food, and the little Lugia, feeling hungry, was drawn to the enticing aroma, ultimately leading to its capture by Luo Yangshua. Mai and Ruby approached to observe the little Lugia, affectionately stroking its head. Mai remarked, "So this is Lugia, the legendary god of the sea. But wasn't the ocean created by Kyogre?" Ruby inquired. "It's merely a title bestowed by people," Luo Yangshua explained, gently ruffling the little Lugia's head. Lugia frequently rescues those who find themselves in perilous waters, and as a creature of the sea, it has earned the revered title of god of the ocean. However, its attributes are psychic and flying, which are not related to water types. Having been fed, the little Lugia was no longer timid, sitting beside Luo Yangshua and his companions as they fished. Occasionally, it would sneak a bite from the energy cubes used as bait, its endearing demeanor proving quite charming. After a while, a sense of pressure enveloped them. Luo Yangshua gently nudged the little Lugia, saying, "Your mother is here. You should return." The little Lugia hesitated, affectionately nuzzling against Luo Yangshua before soaring into the sea, vanishing from sight. "Lugia, this place is no longer safe. We have just dismantled a secret base of Team Rocket, and your presence here is likely known. If you wish to leave, head to Pallet Town. I have 2 legendary Pokémon there that are still in their early stages. You could assist in training them. Moreover, it is a protected zone of the League, ensuring that no one would dare harm you, and should trouble arise, you would have allies to assist you," Luo Yangshua advised. Lugia emitted a high-pitched cry from beneath the waves, and then all was silent. Nodding, Luo Yangshua rose and declared, "Let us see how Champion Shiba is faring. If all is well, we shall proceed to Fire Island, which will also serve as training for the upcoming Whirlpool Island competition." Mai and Ruby nodded in agreement, and the trio departed to inquire about their departure. Upon receiving confirmation, they requested a small boat from the League personnel to transport them to Fire Island. The League subsequently dispatched a crew to navigate a small vessel for Luo Yangshua and his companions. Days later, they arrived at the bustling city of Cacao on Fire Island, riding on Gyarados. Their intention was not to ride the Gyarados, but circumstances dictated otherwise, as they encountered a fierce storm on the first day of their boat journey. Had Lugia not been near, they would have faced dire consequences. After rescuing them, Lugia expressed its gratitude to Luo Yangshua, stating its intention to depart for the waters near Pallet Town. Thus, Luo Yangshua and his companions were left with no choice but to ride Gyarados to Fire Island. The arduous journey left Gyarados utterly exhausted, for it was not designed for such prolonged travel like Lapra's was, leading to its fatigue being inevitable. "My apologies. The League ship will arrive in a couple of days to retrieve me. Thank you for your assistance," the League personnel said. "Not at all. It was a natural disaster that none could foresee," Mai replied. "It was her cherry blossom fish that had saved him, or he would have been swept away by the waves." After parting ways with the League personnel, Luo Yangshua and his friends registered at the Pokemon Center in Cacao City, allowing them to participate in the competition. They found accommodations at the Pokemon Center, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the Whirlpool Island competition. 2 days later, Luo Yangshua was training on the beach when he heard a familiar voice in the distance. "Hey, little Luo." Turning around, he was delighted to see Ash and his companions. Ash rushed over, grinning. "Little Luo, you've come to compete in the tournament. I've grown much stronger." Misty and Brock soon joined them, with Misty exclaiming, "Little Luo, I'll be participating too. If we face each other, let us have a proper battle to uphold the honor of water-type Pokemon." Mai and Ruby exchanged glances with Ash's group, and Luo Yangshua introduced everyone before resuming his training. Ash assessed little Luo, declaring, "I 1T lose to you. Let us train, Totodile." He released his Totodile, causing Luo Yangshua to momentarily zone out, asking, "Totodile, when did you capture one?" "Oh, shortly after we parted ways. I caught it while fishing. It was still a Croconaw then, but it has since evolved into a Totodile," Ash explained. "Let me show you my current Pokemon. You'll be amazed." With that, Ash summoned his Pokemon, including Pikachu and Totodile, as well as his Blaziken, Gardevoir, Shiny Noctowl, and Articuno. "Wow, Luo Yangshua Mai," and Ruby gasped in astonishment. Mai remarked, "That Noctowl seems to be one I didn't capture, and that Articuno was the one that escaped from Datu." "Wait, you know them?" Ash asked, bewildered. Luo Yangshua remained speechless, recognizing Ash's impressive lineup, confirming the system's assertion that Ash was steadily growing stronger. If he continued to travel to more regions, he might indeed catch up to Luo Yangshua, especially considering the legendary Pokemon at his disposal and his own fortune. It would be quite challenging not to grow. Yet, that only added to the excitement, Luo Yangshua thought with exhilaration. The stronger the opponent, the more thrilling the battle. However, he reminded Ash, in the preliminaries, you can use one Pokemon, but once you reach the top 64, you must use two. Are you not considering swapping in your Kingler? "Oh right," Ash exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, and hurriedly informed Luo Yangshua that he would return shortly to exchange Pokemon at the Pokemon Center. "What a scatterbrained fellow," Ruby remarked, shaking his head. "But he is quite strong. Although it may not be apparent now, Ash has tremendous potential. If he trains for another 2 years, he might very well match my strength," Luo Yangshua replied. Ignoring the astonished expressions of Mai and Ruby, Luo Yangshua made his way to the Pokemon Center. The preliminaries were set to begin the next day, and he needed to ensure that Greninja and Gyarados were well rested. However, the following day's preliminaries left Luo Yangshua feeling disheartened, as his opponents were woefully weak, failing to ignite his desire to battle. After all, could a mere Magikarp truly turn the tide? The second match was slightly better, featuring a Tentacle, but even it was swiftly defeated by Gyarados' Water Gun. The weakness of his opponents left Luo Yangshua feeling increasingly frustrated. He was eager to challenge Ash, as judging by Ash's current strength, he had a solid chance of making it to the finals. As the preliminaries concluded, the top 64 emerged, marking the official commencement of the Whirlpool Island competition. Scanning the matchups, Luo Yangshua noted with surprise that Ash and Misty were set to face each other in the third match of Group B, while he himself was slated for the second match in Group E, meaning they would not cross paths until the finals. Chapter 105, Ash vs. Misty. The matches of the top 32 were unfolding with great fervor. After finishing his match in Group E, Luo Yangshua, along with his companions, made their way to Group B just in time to catch Ash's battle with Misty. Upon locating Brock, the trio settled down, and Luo Yangshua cast a wary glance at Team Rocket, who were selling fast food nearby, hoping they would not cause any disturbances, for he would not hesitate to toss them out if needed. "It's about to begin," Brock announced. Luo Yangshua and his companions turned their attention to the competition. Xiaoxia was the first to send out her Masquerain, Mosquito Frog, while Ash deployed his Kingler as his initial Pokemon. "Masquerain, use Bubble Beam," Xiaoxia commanded, taking the initiative. "Kingler, block it with Crab Hammer and then strike the water," Ash instructed. Masquerain immediately unleashed a Bubble Beam towards Kingler, which raised its massive pincers, glowing with white light to deflect the attack. Subsequently, Kingler forcefully slammed its pincers against the water's surface, channeling the energy into a luminous orb that surged across the sea, striking Masquerain and sending it flying. Crab Hammer is a water-type move that gathers aquatic energy for defense, significantly mitigating the damage from Bubble Beam. "Quite impressive, Ash," Luo Yangshua remarked, his eyes lighting up at Ash's performance. "Indeed, Ash has shown remarkable growth since the court's conference," Xiaojing added. Libby had already taken out his notebook, diligently jotting down notes. Such a trainer was certainly worth documenting. "Masquerain, use Hypnosis." Xiaoxia gritted her teeth. Jump into the water to evade. Ash called out. As Masquerain executed hypnosis, Kingler dove into the water to avoid it. However, following Ash's command, a destructive light struck Masquerain from behind, incapacitating it. Luo Yangshua nodded. Acknowledging Ash's development, he has indeed matured significantly, no longer rushing in recklessly, but now utilizing the advantages of the arena. Return, Masquerain, Xiaoxia said, recalling her Pokemon. You've done well. Now it's your turn, Psyduck. A dazed Psyduck appeared on the field. Ash, looking serious, remarked, so it is Psyduck. Kingler, trample it. Noticing Ash's tense expression, Luo Yangshua inquired of Xiaojiang, why is Ash so anxious? Because Xiaoxia taught Psyduck how to swim, Xiaojiang replied earnestly. Luo Yangshua shuddered, sighing, Ash, may fortune favor you. Learn to swim? What do you mean? May asked, perplexed. Lubi, equally curious, looked at Luo Yangshua, who explained, Xiaoxia's Psyduck possesses immense potential, particularly in its psychic abilities. It's usually a clumsy land dweller, but when pushed to its limits, it can unleash a powerful psychic force. I've witnessed its strength. It managed to break free from Mutuo's psychic grip. Mei and Lubi gasped. Although they had never encountered Mutuo, they had often heard Luo Yangshua mention it. Knowing it to be a legendary Pokemon, the fact that Psyduck could escape the grasp of a divine beast suggested remarkable aptitude, albeit possibly due to Mutuo not exerting its full power. But Xiaoxia really has the nerve to train a land dweller to swim. That is quite daunting, Luo Yangshua commented. Meanwhile, Psyduck had harnessed its psychic powers, levitating Kingler into the air, then repeatedly crashing it against the rocky platform, leading to Kingler's humiliating defeat. Ash recalled Kingler and sent out his Croconaw. Croconaw crunch. He yelled. Psyduck, use psychic. Xiaoxia commanded. Croconaw lunged at Psyduck, its jaws charged with dark energy, while Psyduck attempted to seize control with its psychic powers. However, Croconaw's crunch, infused with dark-type energy, disrupted Psyduck's concentration, allowing it to land a devastating bite. Psyduck, caught in Croconaw's powerful jaws, struggled desperately, but underestimated Croconaw's biting force, which held it firmly in place. Psyduck, Xiaoxia cried out in distress. Upon hearing her call, Psyduck's expression sharpened, and a radiant light enveloped it. It's evolving. Lubi exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Yangshua and the others were equally shocked. Psyduck had indeed evolved. Transforming into a blue Golduck, its attributes significantly enhanced. Golduck unleashed a water pulse that struck Croconaw squarely in the face, causing it to release its grip. Golduck then leaped into the water, distancing itself from Croconaw, before shooting out and landing on another rocky platform. Golduck, resembling a duck with its characteristic features, transformed into a vibrant blue upon evolution. It had a red gem on its forehead, smaller eyes with larger pupils, a narrower and sharper beak, and 4 pointed spikes protruding from its head. Its limbs elongated, with 3 fingers on its hands and 4 toes on its feet, 1 toe facing backward, while its webbing and claws were white, and its tail grew considerably longer. Psyduck, no, Golduck. Well done. Let's go for another water pulse. Xiaoxia shouted. Don't lose, let's use water pulse too. Ash commanded. The 2 water pulses collided, sending up a cascade of spray. However, Golduck's power proved slightly superior, as Croconaw, reliant on physical attacks, was at a disadvantage against Golduck's special prowess. Water gun, Ash called out, clearly recognizing this. The torrent swiftly enveloped Croconaw, which charged towards Golduck, propelled by the water pulse. As Croconaw reached Golduck's rocky platform, Luo Yangshua shook his head, stating, the general has arrived. Victory is all but assured. Xiaojiang and the others sighed, aware that the outcome was imminent. Indeed, as expected, once Croconaw reached the platform, Ash shouted, Croconaw, deliver the final crunch. Finish it. Not good. Golduck, evade. Xiaoxia realized her blunder. Yet, a mistake is a mistake. The outcome was sealed. Golduck, already battered by Croconaw's earlier attack, could hardly evade in such a short span of time. Undoubtedly, Croconaw clamped down on Golduck, delivering a fierce bite that rendered it unable to battle. Golduck is unable to continue. Thus, Ash emerges victorious in this round. The referee announced fairly. You did well, Golduck. Xiaoxia said, recalling her Pokemon. Though we lost, your evolution is the greatest reward. Luo Yangshua rose, declaring, let us go. I have witnessed Ash's growth. He is unlikely to falter in the upcoming matches. We shall meet in the finals. Xiaojiang observed the departing trio, smiling. It seems Ash's progress has also motivated Luo. Although Ash is not yet a match for Luo, at this rate, he will soon catch up, if not surpass him. Indeed, as Xiaojiang suggested, Ash's growth had inspired Luo Yangshua. However, it did not provoke him as Xiaojiang presumed. Having learned of greater realms from the system, Luo no longer viewed himself with undue pride. Recognizing his own limitations would only serve to strengthen him further. Chapter 106, The Battle with Ash. Days later, Luo Yangshua advanced to the finals without issue, while Ash also triumphed through the rounds. The final match was set to commence. Luo Yangshua and Ash arrived at the competition venue, and upon seeing Ash, Luo Yangshua mused, "So it is indeed you I face, Ash." "Hee, I told you. I have become quite strong," Ash replied confidently. At the referee's signal, Luo Yangshua and Ash each sent forth their Pokémon. Luo Yangshua unleashed his Gyarados, while Ash retained Kyogre as his lead. "Let us take the offensive," Ash declared. "Kyogre, use Bubble Beam." Luo Yangshua responded, "I'll borrow your move. Gyarados, use Hurricane." Kyogre unleashed a torrent of bubbles towards Gyarados, which spun rapidly, forming a cyclone that absorbed a substantial amount of water, becoming a watery whirlwind. The bubble beam struck the water vortex, but had no effect, failing to breach its defenses. "Kyogre, use Phantom Force." Ash gritted his teeth. The Kyogre unleashed a potent beam of energy from its pincers, simultaneously piercing through the water vortex. However, once the vortex dissipated, the imposing figure of Gyarados was nowhere to be found upon the ocean's surface. "Kyogre, dive in and strike with your pincers," Ash called out. Luo Yangshua chuckled softly, recalling how after unleashing the tornado, Gyarados had submerged to initiate Dragon Dance. It had been quite a while, and now the Gyarados was exceptionally ferocious. "Gyarados, use Water Tail," Luo Yangshua commanded. Gyarados stirred the waters into colossal waves, its tail colliding forcefully against Kyogre's pincers. Consequently, Kyogre was sent hurtling out of the water, crashing violently against a stone pillar before rebounding onto a rocky platform. "It's over," Luo Yangshua remarked with a smile. "Kyogre, come on. Stand up, you can do it," Ash urged, cheering for his Pokémon. To Luo Yangshua's astonishment, Kyogre rose to its feet. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How could a Pokémon with a completely depleted health bar possibly stand? This defied logic. "System, scan Ash for me." Luo Yangshua discreetly contacted the system, sensing something amiss. Ding. Scan complete. The system notified, subsequently providing Ash's profile. Name, Ash. Gender, male. Age, 11. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Strength, 10. 300. Stamina, 10. 999. Intelligence, 10. Spirit, 30. Special powers. Aura ability, Blessing of Ho-Oh, Blessing of Suicune, Blessing of the Wind. Ash's encouragement during battles has a certain probability of restoring a Pokémon's health, with an extremely slim chance of reviving its combat capabilities. Blessing of Suicune. Ash's encouragement during battles can occasionally free a Pokémon from status conditions. Luo Yangshua gazed skyward in disbelief. What is this? Ash must be the one with the cheat. Gyarados, unleash a hurricane, Luo Yangshua declared, unwilling to grant Ash any further opportunities. Gyarados leapt from the water, conjuring a fierce tempest aimed at Kyogre. Yet, Ash commanded Kyogre to leap into the water to evade the attack. Summon the rain, then strike with thunder to finish it, Luo Yangshua ordered. Gyarados fired an energy orb into the sky, dark clouds swiftly gathering, followed by a gentle rain. Now's your chance. Kyogre, use Guillotine to take down Gyarados, Ash shouted. Kyogre soared out of the water, its massive pincers aiming to clamp down on Gyarados. I've been waiting for this moment. Gyarados, Thunderbolt, Luo Yangshua exclaimed. Gyarados crackled with electric energy. Despite its special attack not being particularly formidable, it was more than sufficient to handle a Kyogre on the brink of defeat. Before Kyogre could close the distance, it was struck by Thunderbolt, its form charred as it plummeted into the water, incapacitated. Kyogre is unable to battle. Gyarados is the victor. Please, Ash, choose your next Pokémon, the referee announced. Come back, Kyogre. You did well, Ash consoled, before adding, now, it's your turn, Croconaw. Luo Yangshua also recalled Gyarados, stating, then I shall give it my all as well, Ash. Go, Greninja. Greninja appeared on the battle platform, calmly surveying Croconaw and Ash, its gaze sharp and focused. Luo Yangshua formed hand seals, the power of bonds surging forth, as Greninja was enveloped in water. When the water receded, a bond-formed Greninja materialized on the rocky platform. This is what I've been waiting for. Croconaw, let's give it our all, Ash declared enthusiastically. Croconaw, use Water Gun. Croconaw was enveloped in water and charged at Bond Greninja. With a composed demeanor, Bond Greninja unleashed a water cannon towards Croconaw. The robust water cannon exceeded Ash's expectations. Croconaw, upon collision, was no match and was sent crashing against a stone pillar, helplessly sliding into the sea. Luo's Greninja has grown even stronger, Ash thought. his expression tightening as he realized the challenge ahead. After all, Crocona's speed was no match for Greninja, and with the water cannon's overwhelming power, a direct confrontation would be folly. Then I must take a risk. Crocona, cause a ruckus, Ash commanded. Crocona leapt out of the water, swinging its powerful arms towards Greninja, disregarding its own defense and charging forward recklessly. Bond Greninja swiftly produced water shurikens from its back, crossing them defensively. Crocona's assault struck against the water shurikens, but with a few hits, Bond Greninja vanished in an instant, leaving Ash and Crocona momentarily stunned. Then it dawned on Ash, oh no, it's a substitute. Crocona, watch out. But it was too late. From the surrounding waters emerged a multitude of Bond Greninja, unleashing a flurry of water shurikens upon Crocona. Though the damage was not severe, it successfully immobilized Crocona. Luo Yangshua chuckled, let me show you something spectacular. He then struck a Z-move pose, exclaiming, Super Water Vortex. Bond Greninja plunged into the water, a massive whirlpool forming centered around a rocky platform. The platform could not withstand the tremendous centrifugal force, cracking under pressure, while Crocona was caught within the swirling vortex. The overwhelming force constricted Crocona, and Ash helplessly watched as the outcome became inevitable. Indeed, when the whirlpool subsided, Bond Greninja leaped onto a stone platform, while Crocona gradually surfaced at the center, having lost its ability to battle. Crocona is unable to battle. Thus, the victor is Luo from Newtown, the referee declared. Luo Yangshua basked in the cheers of the crowd, excitement welling within him. I finally have enough popularity points. He promptly accessed the system cheat page, spending 200 popularity points to lift the restrictions of the main quest. What a joke. In the future, I might encounter legendary Pokémon. I can't let them overshadow me. Or what would be the point? Moreover, Ash has acquired Articuno, and legendary Pokémon will likely become more common. According to the system's indications, future challenges may become increasingly difficult, perhaps only allowing new Pokémon to challenge the League Conference. Luo Yangshua remained self-aware, understanding that his opponents would grow stronger while the system's limitations would tighten. Thus, he decided to spend a considerable amount of popularity points to eliminate that restriction. Chapter 107, Kaji Town, Elder Lu. A week later, a helicopter emblazoned with the Alliance insignia arrived at Kaji Town, and Luo Yangshua and his companions descended via a rope ladder. Glancing skyward at the helicopter, he waved and said, "Thank you for the lift." The Alliance staff member who had previously shared a near miss with them waved back as he departed with his Electivire. This individual, named Yongche, hailed from Shirjima City and had once been a trainer before joining the Alliance as a standard transport crew member. After the conclusion of the Whirlpool Islands tournament, Ash and his friends had expressed their intent to seek the mysterious Pokémon of Whirlpool Islands, parting ways with Luo Yangshua. Before their departure, Luo Yangshua refrained from informing them that the Pokémon they sought, Lugia, had since relocated to Newtown. However, the pursuit itself was a form of adventure. Luo thought to himself. Shortly thereafter, they encountered Yongche, who volunteered to guide them to Kaji Town. Seizing the opportunity for a complimentary helicopter ride, Luo Yangshua and his companions readily accepted. Xiao Luo, Elder Lu's strength is formidable. He is undoubtedly above the Elite Four level and is known here as the Winter Elder. Ruby introduced. It's fine. I'm aware of the situation, Luo Yangshua replied. He then retrieved his Pokémon from Nurse Joy, preparing to challenge Elder Lu at the Kaji Gym. Seeing Luo Yangshua's confident demeanor, Mei gently patted Ruby's shoulder and remarked, "Do not worry about Xiao Luo. Do you truly believe he would engage in a match he is uncertain of?" This was indeed a valid point. Aside from that one encounter with Du, there had been no such instances since. Ruby rubbed his nose and replied, "That's true." The trio then made their way to the Kaji dojo, where they encountered Uncle Lu. He was seated in quiet contemplation within the dojo. Luo Yangshua cleared his throat to rouse Lu, announcing, "I am Xiao Luo from Shinshin Town, here to challenge the dojo." As Lu opened his eyes and regarded the three of them, his gaze lingered on Luo Yangshua, a smile blossoming on his face. "Ah, you have come. It has been quite a while," he said warmly. "When did you last see Uncle Lu?" Luo Yangshua asked, taken aback by the familiarity. "Perhaps both of us share that sentiment," Lu replied. "I am grateful for your rescue of my Lapras and for guiding me back onto the right path." He continued, "I have long sought an opportunity to express my gratitude, but I had forgotten your identity until I saw you at the Indigo Conference." "Oh, is that so?" Luo Yangshua responded. "How are the two Lapras?" "They are in excellent health, flourishing in their prime. Indeed my trump card," Lu stated. "Then why does everyone still refer to you as Winter Lu?" Luo Yangshua inquired curiously. "Perhaps it is influenced by another memory, which lends me a somewhat stern demeanor," Lu replied. "Now, enough of this idle chatter. While I appreciate your presence, I shall not go easy on you in this dojo match. It will be one-on-one. Let us see how much you have improved." With that, he rose and walked deeper into the dojo, and Luo Yangshua promptly followed suit. Mei and Ruby exchanged puzzled glances, with Mei curiously asking, "Xiao Luo, do you two know each other?" "Shu, that is not for discussion." Luo Yangshua gestured for silence, nodding at the shalebi perched on his shoulder, sharing a knowing smile with it. Mei and Ruby's curiosity only intensified, but it became evident that Luo Yangshua would not divulge any information, leaving them to suppress their inquisitiveness. Upon reaching the official battle arena, Lu was the first to send forth his Pokemon, a well-bred Evoraptor. "I shall lead with Evoraptor. What about you, Xiao Luo? Which Pokemon will you summon?" Lu inquired. "Zeraora. I entrust you with this," Luo Yangshua declared. Luo Yangshua was not to be taken lightly against Lu, promptly unleashing his most formidable Pokemon, Zeraora. As Zeraora appeared, it executed a graceful flip, landing with poise, showcasing its claws to Evoraptor. "Oh, this is a Pokemon I have not encountered before. It appears to be of the electric type. You may attack first," Lu said. "Then I shall not hold back. Zeraora, unleash plasma fists," Luo Yangshua commanded. Zeraora's fists crackled with electric energy as it surged towards Evoraptor with astonishing speed. "Evoraptor, use Ice Fang to block," Lu instructed. In an instant, Evoraptor's tusks were enveloped in frost, and Ice Fang collided with plasma fists, causing Zeraora to stagger back a couple of steps while Evoraptor, surrounded by blue static, also retreated. Luo Yangshua's eyes narrowed. The power is evenly matched. Then, Luo Yangshua signaled Zeraora, which instantly comprehended and charged up, absorbing a substantial amount of electricity from the Thunderstone, entering an overcharged state. "Ah, quite an impressive attack," Lu complimented before commanding, "Earthquake." Evoraptor stomped heavily on the ground, sending a violent shockwave towards Zeraora. Luo Yangshua grinned. Zeraora soared off the ground, buoyed by the magnetic field generated by the powerful electric current. Without further instruction from Luo Yangshua, Zeraora unleashed its most potent electric attack, Thunder, striking Evoraptor. "Blizzard," Lu called out. Evoraptor endured Zeraora's thunder, retaliating with a fierce blizzard aimed at Zeraora. The latter swiftly halted its electric discharge, conjuring a protective barrier of light around itself. "It appears your Evoraptor possesses the thick fat ability," Luo Yangshua remarked, "a truly resilient trait. Zeraora, engage in close combat." The thick fat ability is indeed quite practical. While it may reduce a Pokemon's speed, it grants remarkable initial resistance. Zeraora charged in front of Evoraptor, initiating close combat and managing to deplete a significant portion of Evoraptor's health. "Time to rest, Evoraptor," Lu declared. Evoraptor immediately fell into a deep slumber, restoring its health completely. Luo Yangshua felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Lu seemed intent on dragging him into a war of attrition. Frowning, Luo Yangshua commanded, "Zeraora, ensnare it with electric net, and lay down several layers." Zeraora nodded in understanding, weaving strands of electric currents into a web that ensnared the slumbering Evoraptor, rendering it immobile. "Oh no, Evoraptor is snoring," Lu noted. As Evoraptor began to snore, the blue static surrounding it resonated with the sound waves, replenishing Zeraora's health and vitality. "Oh, it seems I have underestimated the situation," Lu realized. "Close combat, finish it." Luo Yangshua laughed. Zeraora dashed forward, delivering precise punches and kicks to the ensnared Evoraptor. Despite its attempts to awaken, Evoraptor found itself bound and unable to move, ultimately succumbing to Zeraora's relentless assault and losing its fighting capability. Lu withdrew Evoraptor with a sigh, admitting, "I was too careless. I did not anticipate that your Zeraora possessed the ability to trap Evoraptor, and that move, Plasma Fists, allows Evoraptor's normal type moves to heal it." Luo Yangshua smiled, recognizing that this is the consequence of the information asymmetry among trainers. Without knowledge of the opponent's Pokemon, one cannot accurately assess their abilities, leading to erroneous judgments. Lu's defeat stemmed from his unfamiliarity with Zeraora. Had he been aware of its capabilities, his strategy would have been different. However, Lu was a gracious loser, presenting the Ice Badge to Luo Yangshua. This marked the 7th badge, leaving just one more needed to qualify for the Silver Conference. After the dojo match, Luo Yangshua and his companions did not rush to the next gym location. Instead, Luo Yangshua stayed behind to seek Lu's counsel on Pokemon training. Lu offered several excellent suggestions, yet Luo Yangshua felt that something was still amiss. His strength was nearly on par with the Elite Four, but that final edge eluded him. "Sigh, Xiao Luo, do not hold it against this old man," Lu finally spoke, unable to contain himself as he and Luo Yangshua sat in quiet meditation within the dojo. Please, Uncle Lu, share your thoughts, Luo Yangshua replied earnestly. Your current shortcoming lies in experience, Lu asserted. Experience? But my Pokemon have all been through countless battles. They lack no experience. I have commanded them in numerous fights, and my own tactical experience is not lacking either, Luo Yangshua expressed his frustration. Silly boy, Lu scolded, tapping Luo Yangshua on the head. While you indeed possess experience in high-level battles, you are deficient in the experience of lower-tier confrontations. Lower-tier confrontation experience? Luo Yangshua pondered, beginning to grasp the concept. Exactly. I do not know where you acquired so many high-quality Pokemon, but engaging with high-level battles too soon has broadened your perspective excessively. While your foundational experience in low-tier encounters is woefully scant, Lu explained, the most crucial aspect is always the foundation, without a solid base. Even the loftiest achievements are mere castles in the air, unable to withstand scrutiny. But is low-tier battle experience truly that important? Luo Yangshua questioned. My Pokemon could likely decimate several teams of low-tier Pokemon. What significance is there in battling them? Foolish. Training the most fundamental skills is essential for mastering each technique, thereby unlocking various applications of those skills. Your current battles are far too rudimentary, devoid of any technical finesse. Lubo spoke with unwavering candor, asserting that mastery of skills is but one facet of the endeavor. On the other hand, the exceptional quality of your Pokemon renders you ill-prepared for adverse situations, which presents a significant vulnerability. Fortune does not favor the same individual indefinitely. Should you encounter a strategist among trainers, you shall surely face defeat. Observing Luo Yangshua, who seemed to be lost in contemplation, Lubo cast a glance at the side where Luby was diligently taking notes, and Mei, with her serious demeanor, attentively listening along with numerous Pokemon. He continued, thirdly, do not underestimate the lower-tier battles, for they may appear devoid of technical merit. Yet, the inadvertent displays of novice trainers can often provide insights that even I find invaluable. While these fledgling trainers may not perceive the nuances, your elevated perspective allows you to discern the wheat from the chaff, incorporating the essence into your own combat style. After a prolonged moment of reflection, Luo Yangshua finally spoke. Thank you, Grandpa Lubo. Your words strike at the heart of the matter. I shall heed them. Additionally, I am immensely grateful for your hospitality over these past few days. Indeed, let us be on our way. Spending excessive time with this old man is a considerable waste. Lubo replied with a sense of satisfaction. I eagerly anticipate the day you ascend to the status of champion. Rather, the day I become a master, Luo Yangshua declared earnestly. He then recalled his Pokemon, called upon Luby and Mei, and prepared to head to Yanma City. Before departing, he exchanged his Pokemon, allowing them to train independently within the manor. He brought along only Shalabi, Jilao La, Fast Dragon, Tyranitar, Bakibi, Cheery Lillian, Fire Chick, and Wood Gecko. The rest remained in the manor. Since Cheery Lillian, Fire Chick, and Wood Gecko had yet to commence formal training, and Luo Yangshua had not provided them with experience enhancers, he, under Lubo's guidance, resolved to temporarily forego such aids, opting instead to focus on gradual training. Once he secured the Rising Dragon badge in Yanma City, he intended to journey to Qiansong City, where he recalled a battle tower, a veritable haven for trainers, ideal for him to solidify his foundation. In the following days, Luo Yangshua engaged in battles with Cheery Lillian and the others, determined to fortify his basics. He even disabled his experience enhancers, seeking to allow these three to progress more slowly to deepen his understanding. Transitioning from initial discomfort to gradually acclimatizing to lower-tier battles, he invested great effort into his training. After all, he excelled in swift assault tactics, where his Pokemon often acted in sync with his intentions, requiring minimal direction from him. A mere gesture or glance would suffice. Yet now, he found himself issuing commands step by step, which, in turn, yielded some rewards. Engaging with novice trainers indeed sparked moments of inspiration, leading to some commendable battles. Not only did Luo Yangshua benefit, but his Pokemon also gained considerable mastery and comprehension of their skills, particularly Shalabi's Future Sight and Jilao LA's Plasma Punch, both of which were signature moves for these legendary creatures. A few days later, the trio arrived at a picturesque lake nestled high in the mountains. Wow, so many electric-type Pokemon, Mei exclaimed as she observed the Pokemon basking in the waters. How peculiar. What are these Pokemon doing in the lake? Libby pondered curiously. Because this lake possesses the unique ability to heal electric-type Pokemon, came a female voice. Turning around, they beheld a blue-haired girl clad in climbing attire, who introduced herself as Yusha, the caretaker of the lake. Hello, I am Luo, from Jinshin Town. "These are my travel companions, Lubi and Mei," Luo Yangshuo replied. No sooner had he spoken than dark clouds swiftly gathered overhead, heralding an impending storm. Yusha's expression turned serious as she cautioned, "Whatever transpires, please do not speak of it to anyone." The trio nodded in agreement, sensing the gravity of her demeanor. Luo Yangshuo released Jilao La, for the waste of such abundant electrical energy would be a great pity. The thunderstone on Jilao La's belt activated, beginning to absorb the ambient electricity, causing bolts of lightning to strike down upon it. "Be careful," Yusha exclaimed, her concern palpable. "Do not worry. My Jilao La can absorb electricity," Luo Yangshuo reassured her. Jilao La reveled in the cascading lightning, closing its eyes in bliss. But an extraordinary and wild power began to awaken within it. Clink! Jilao La absorbed the lightning's energy, initiating its comprehension of the source. Chirp! A resounding bird call echoed as the dark clouds began to dissipate, revealing a majestic yellow bird soaring in the sky. "It's Zapdos," Mei cried in astonishment. Zapdos, a bird-like Pokémon clearly adorned with vibrant yellow feathers, bore a black ring around its eyes and a long, orange beak. Its wings and tail were lined with sharp, spiky feathers, while its back and inner tail feathers were cloaked in black. The crown of its head was formed entirely of a tuft of sharp feathers. Its legs a sandy hue, devoid of feathers on the thighs, and it possessed distinct toes on its feet, with a notably short tail. "This is bad. Jilao La is comprehending the source. Without the power of lightning, it may fail," Luo Yangshuo expressed, anxiety creeping into his voice. He then released Fast Dragon and Tyranitar, instructing them to unleash thunder, hoping to replicate the lightning of nature. The thunder successfully struck Jilao La, but it was evident that Jilao La grimaced at the discomfort. Thunder was ill-suited for it. With a sigh, Luo Yangshuo resigned himself to the notion of impending failure, yet Zapdos let out another triumphant cry, and a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Jilao La directly. Jilao La unfurled its brow, gradually opening its eyes as the lightning dissipated, unleashing a surge of ferocious power from within. Success, Luo Yangshuo thought in exhilaration. Chapter 109, The Lake of Enlightenment. Observing Jilao La's mastery over the source, Zapdos nodded in acknowledgement before weakly plunging into the lake, utilizing its restorative powers. "Jilao La, assist Zapdos," Luo Yangshuo instructed, feeling a sense of indebtedness. "Let us see how well you can wield your newfound strength. Unleash thunder at full power." Jilao La nodded, electricity crackling violently around its form, prompting Luo Yangshuo and the others to step back, for they sensed the raw, untamed force of lightning within. A true bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the lake, which erupted in a frenzy of electricity. The electric-type Pokémon within the waters closed their eyes in delight, relishing the unexpected healing from the lightning. Lubi stroked his chin contemplatively, remarking, "It seems this lake possesses the ability to absorb electricity and convert it into a gentle electromagnetic force to heal electric-type Pokémon. Yes, let us depart. This place is best left for those Pokémon," Luo Yangshuo concluded, recalling Jilao La and preparing to leave. "Huh, aren't you going to capture that Zapdos?" Luo? Mei inquired. "I lack the confidence to confront a legendary Pokémon of such caliber," Luo Yangshuo replied, shaking his head. "Besides, Jilao La still owes it a favor. It would be unthinkable to challenge a weakened Zapdos at this moment. Once I am stronger, I shall repay that debt and consider capturing it then." Mei and Lubi nodded in agreement, bidding farewell to Yusha as the trio continued their journey towards Yanma City. The scene shifted to the Hoenn region, where Akin and Chris, after a month of arduous climbing, finally reached the summit of the Sky Pillar. Akin took a deep breath, panting as he exclaimed, "This has been an incredible ordeal. To reach the Sky Pillar for a single exceptional Pokémon is quite the feat, enough complaining. At least we made it." "We can finally give Luo an update," Chris replied. "We cannot access the resting places of Groudon and Kyogre. Our only option is to try with Rayquaza, albeit with a slim chance." "But will Rayquaza even come?" Akin, somewhat uncertain, inquired as he retrieved the azure Pokémon egg from his backpack, its surface adorned with peculiar patterns. "I'm not quite sure. Let us wait a while," Chris suggested. "We'll wait for 2 days, and if nothing happens, then..." Before Chris could finish her sentence, a menacing dragon head emerged from the sky. Akin stammered, "Rayquaza." The legendary dragon glanced at Akin and Chris, then disregarded them entirely. Extending its massive claws, it seized the Pokémon egg. Sensing the seal's aura within the egg, a nostalgic expression flickered in Rayquaza's eyes. With a thunderous roar, it vanished before Akin's eyes, taking the egg with it. Have we completed our task?" Akin hesitantly asked. I suppose so, Chris replied. Let us hurry down from the sky pillar and inform Luo Yangshua. The two exchanged glances and promptly descended the tower, preparing to call Luo Yangshua to report their findings. Meanwhile, during the past few days, the trio had arrived at the Lake of Enlightenment, where they encountered Xiao Mao, who was meditating in a nearby temple. He suggested that Luo Yangshua also spend some time training there. The meditation practice here was reminiscent of what Luo Yangshua experienced under Lu Bo's guidance. As they sat cross-legged in the temple hall, opening their minds and dismissing chaotic thoughts, the training was rigorous. Any stray thought would result in the masters striking Luo Yangshua's shoulder with a wooden board, prompting him to refocus. All three endured their share of reprimands, with Mei being the first to complete a session without receiving a hit. This indicated that the energetic young girl was straightforward and lacked ulterior motives. In contrast, Luo Yangshua and Ruby, being more technical in their thinking, grappled with numerous distractions, leading to them receiving the most strikes. However, their meditation gradually improved, and similarly, Luo Yangshua's intelligence and mental attributes began to strengthen. After 3 days, he finally managed to meditate without any distractions. Upon concluding his meditation, Luo Yangshua kept his eyes closed, entering a profound state where the bonds of power within him began to sprout and grow like tender shoots, forming into a seedling. This bond enveloped Shalabi nearby. Through it, Luo Yangshua could sense Shalabi's thoughts, and likewise, Shalabi could clearly perceive Luo Yangshua's inner feelings, facilitating a captivating exchange of hearts between them. He even found himself able to draw upon Shalabi's temporal essence, allowing him a fleeting glimpse of the future. Yet, this vision was ephemeral. He could only discern a distant island made of white rock, where Groudon and Kyogre were locked in battle. Ruby and a girl resembling Xiao Yao, named Sophia, appeared to be controlling a precious orb atop the two titanic beasts, while Luo Yangshua found himself on Rayquaza's head, hovering between the two giants. The vision abruptly cut off, and Luo Yangshua emerged from that experience, glancing at Shalabi, who was now panting heavily on the ground. Just as he attempted to rise, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, causing him to collapse beside her. That was merely a few seconds, and I've exhausted all my strength, Luo Yangshua lamented bitterly. Ruby and Mei hurried to assist him, with Ruby expressing her confusion. Luo, what happened to you? After a moment of recovery, Luo Yangshua managed to respond. It's nothing. I was just experimenting with some things. When are we leaving? Mei inquired, clearly bored of the monotonous meditation. Given her vibrant personality, it was indeed a challenge for her to endure such tedium. Let us pack up and depart soon. I've made some progress. And it's time to acquire the Rising Dragon badge, Luo Yangshua replied. Mei nodded excitedly and began gathering her belongings, while Ruby lent a hand. Luo Yangshua reflected on the vision he had seen, hesitating momentarily. Ultimately, he decided against sharing it with Ruby, as the future remained uncertain. As evidenced by Lu Bo's experiences, it was better not to dwell on it. After leaving the Lake of Enlightenment, Luo Yangshua and his companions continued their journey. However, a few days later, he received a call from Akin and Chris. Upon answering, Akin's voice came through. Luo, we have a bit of a problem. Your Pokemon egg has been taken. It was taken by Rayquaza, wasn't he it? Luo Yangshua stated calmly. How did you know? Akin asked, curiosity piqued. Because Rayquaza is right here with us, Luo Yangshua replied. Just then, a green figure appeared in the sky, and a massive green dragon descended before Luo Yangshua and his friends, clutching the very Pokemon egg Luo Yangshua had brought from ancient times. Luo Yangshua gazed at Rayquaza, a smile breaking across his face. Rayquaza, let us join forces. Chapter 110. The Birth of Rayquaza, Luo Yangshua's backing. Ever since meeting Ruby, Luo Yangshua had been anticipating this moment. Ruby's arrival mirrored the scenes from the manga, where, in his youth, he had defeated a wild Dragonite and traveled 1,000 miles to the Hoenn region. Everything aligned perfectly with the comic-esque narrative. After Ruby's victory over the Dragonite, it rampaged through the Green Ridge Universe Center, inadvertently releasing Rayquaza, which prompted Qianli to embark on a pursuit to capture the escaping legend. Upon thoroughly investigating Rayquaza's whereabouts in the Green Ridge Universe Center, Qianli discovered that Rayquaza was not soaring through the ozone layer, but rather slumbering atop the sky pillar. This was the plot from the comic. Hence, if one were to consider which legendary Pokemon the League could not control, the 3 legendary beasts of Hoenn were undoubtedly included, with Rayquaza being the least likely to reach an accord with the League. After all, being a legendary Pokemon captured for research was a disgrace. Consequently, upon understanding the situation, Luo Yangshuo resolved to collaborate with Rayquaza. Furthermore, until he had solidified his own powers, he could not afford to offend the League. as they had numerous ways to eliminate him, given his current inadequacies. However, expressing such sentiments was not easy, as the bond of power surged within him, connecting with Rayquaza. A profound communion of hearts was established, solidifying their alliance. Hey, Luo, is Rayquaza with you?" Akin exclaimed over the phone, bewildered. "What is going on?" "Nothing much. By the way, thank you for your assistance. You can head directly to the breeding house to select some exceptional Pokémon. Just leave the other 2 Pokémon eggs at my estate." "I'll hang up now," Luo Yangshua said. After ending the call, he chuckled. 2 extraordinary Pokémon in exchange for Rayquaza as his backing, along with the unlocked Rayquaza egg. What a tremendous gain. Rayquaza nodded at Luo Yangshua, handing over the Pokémon egg before letting out a gentle call, soaring away into the sky. "Rayquaza, you're truly magnificent," Luo Yangshua remarked, watching the legendary dragon disappear into the distance. Rayquaza was a majestic dragon, predominantly green, with red edges along its shoulders and beneath its body, resembling wing-like fins. Its tail bore similar fins at the tip. The dragon's body was adorned with yellow circular patterns, including a ring atop its head. It possessed 2 limbs, each ending in 3 claws, and 2 long, flat horn-like structures atop its head, accompanied by smaller horns beneath. With prominent gums and discernible fangs, its small yellow eyes, featuring black pupils, bore a resemblance to Kyogre and Groudon. "Finally gone, huh?" May sighed with relief, only exhaling once Rayquaza had vanished from sight. "What an overwhelming presence. I could hardly breathe in its presence. Is this what Rayquaza is like?" In Ruby's eyes sparkled a brilliance, exuding both strength and grace, embodying the very essence of the mythical creature I had always envisioned. Luo Yangshua chuckled softly, choosing silence. Although a consensus had been reached with Rayquaza, it was not sufficient. The power of a single Rayquaza remained limited, inadequate to challenge the alliance. Only upon arriving in the Hoenn region, once he summoned Groudon and Kyogre, and met the conditions set forth by Lugia, combined with the might of Mutwo and the legendary Pokémon in his possession, would Luo Yangshua be equipped to confront the alliance head-on. He hoped that Qi Yinsong and Shui Wudong would swiftly awaken Groudon and Kyogre. The sooner they awakened, the sooner he could match the alliance's strength. As he pondered these thoughts, the Pokémon egg in Luo Yangshua's hands began to tremble slightly, emitting a brilliant white light. It's about to hatch," May exclaimed. Without her prompting, Luo Yangshua was already aware that the egg was on the verge of hatching. The radiant light gradually dimmed, revealing a diminutive Rayquaza nestled in Luo Yangshua's embrace. The little creature curiously blinked its eyes at him, then playfully licked his face with its tongue. Its slender body, over a meter in length, coiled around Luo Yangshua's left arm, displacing Shilaby from his shoulder and claiming the space for itself. Shilaby, resigned, gently patted the little Rayquaza's head before perching on Luo Yangshua's right shoulder. With a joyful smile, Luo Yangshua affectionately stroked the little Rayquaza's head, his spirits soaring. Pokemon, Rayquaza, Quasi-Legendary. Level, 0. Gender, genderless. Height, 110 centimeters. Weight, 30 kilograms. Ability, Airlock. Skill, Hurricane. Indeed, it resembled a mere infant. A fully grown Rayquaza could reach lengths of 7 meters and weigh 2,065 kilograms, making it a behemoth that only Luo Yangshua could currently hold. He pondered the necessity of contacting Xiao Wei, as soon he would also be responsible for awakening Groudon and Kyogre. The expenses for sustenance would undoubtedly soar to astronomical heights. May and Ruby, equally excited, reached out to pet the little Rayquaza, finding the smaller version adorable and irresistibly charming. Luo Yangshua noted that after the previous incident with the tablets, the system now provided a more standardized assessment of legendary Pokémon strengths. This newly hatched Rayquaza had grasped its essence upon birth, wielding quasi-legendary combat prowess, unlike Zeraora, which required personal comprehension of its essence to attain such status. Yet the journey ahead would be gradual. Only after mastering the essence of its power could it truly ascend to the rank of a legendary Pokémon, achieving Tier 3 legendary strength. System, provide me with a skill machine for the finishing touch. You can keep the diamond, Luo Yangshua commanded. Ding. The finishing touch skill machine has been placed in your backpack, the system responded. Ding. System alert. The juvenile Rayquaza will not be capable of achieving 1,000,000 evolutions even after learning the finishing touch skill, the system informed. Why not? Luo Yangshua inquired. Ding. Rayquaza possesses a unique organ known as the Emperor Organ, which allows it to store energy from meteors consumed instinctively from the atmosphere. When Rayquaza undergoes Mega Evolution, the Emperor Organ resonates with the Megastone and Keystone to facilitate the 1,000,000 evolution, the system explained. Can it provide meteors? Luo Yangshua asked. Ding. Rayquaza can consume water and other particles from the atmosphere, and it instinctively devours meteors present in the air. The best nourishment, however, is the space dust resulting from the metamorphosis of small meteoroids, the system replied. That sounds a bit peculiar, Luo Yangshua remarked to the system. Ding. How about the tales of Leek, Duck, and Drowsy? The system has gone awry. Luo Yangshua felt despair creeping in. Wasn't this supposed to be a child-friendly adventure? Requesting some finely ground space dust, he instead received sparkling powder, which, while lacking in peculiarities, was undeniably beautiful. Seeing Luo Yangshua retrieve the powder from his backpack, the little Rayquaza could no longer contain itself, diving headfirst into the bag and voraciously consuming the powder. After devouring a third of the bag, the little Rayquaza contentedly rested on Luo Yangshua's shoulder, drifting into slumber. Eat and sleep, truly a little piglet, Luo Yangshua quipped. Retrieving a high-end pokeball to capture the little Rayquaza, which complied obediently, refraining from shattering the ball. Chapter 111, Yanma City, Battle with Xiaozhuang. After several days of hurried travel, Luo Yangshua and his companions finally arrived at Yanma City. The journey had been taxing, and Luo Yangshua found himself empathizing with Ash and his great Venusaur. He now felt that if the little Rayquaza had been anything other than genderless, it would undoubtedly be a clingy little girl. Consequently, he had already exhausted over 20 high-end Pokeballs. Whenever the little Rayquaza lost sight of Luo Yangshua, it would instinctively break free from the Pokeball to get some air and snuggle with him, while Luo Yangshua would attempt to recapture it. The little creature would comply only momentarily before repeating its antics. Luo Yangshua yearned to quickly collect all the badges, complete the competition, and obtain a Master Ball to capture the little Rayquaza, hoping it would calm down. Upon reaching the Yanma gym, they easily located the gym leader, Xiaozhuang. Seeing Luo Yangshua, Xiaozhuang smiled. Xiao Luo, welcome. I've heard about you from Cousin Du indeed. So, Xiaozhuang, can we commence the gym battle? Luo Yangshua inquired. Certainly, I accept your challenge. Xiaozhuang replied, leading the trio to the arena. The battleground was somewhat distinct from the usual ones, featuring a pool in the center, suitable for water-type Pokemon battles. Standing firm on the battlefield, Luo Yangshua nodded as Xiaozhuang remarked, the battle will utilize 3 Pokemon. Is that acceptable? Absolutely, Luo Yangshua affirmed. Then, my first Pokemon shall be this one. Go, Kingdra. A seahorse-like Kingdra materialized in the pool. Luo Yangshua nodded, stating, then, let us begin. Before he could finish, a flash of white light erupted, and the little Rayquaza appeared on the battlefield. Luo Yangshua shook his head in exasperation. Realizing the predicament he faced, the appearance of the little Rayquaza would likely compel the Alliance to demand it for research purposes. Yet now was not the time to confront the Alliance. He felt somewhat overwhelmed. However, considering that Team Rocket had already established a presence in Johto, it could divert the Alliance's attention. Moreover, the mischief from villains in other regions would further distract them. If they truly sought to target Luo Yangshua, then he would not shy away. Calmly, Luo Yangshua contemplated, a chilling glint in his eyes. Oh, a Pokemon I've never seen before. Xiaozhuang exclaimed. Yes, it is quite rare. So I kindly asked Gym Leader Xiaozhuang to keep it a secret. It's my trump card, Luo Yangshua replied with a smile. Of course, I understand the importance of keeping one's trump cards concealed, Xiaozhuang nodded. Luo Yangshua narrowed his eyes, thinking, for now, I've managed to deceive her. I hope to maintain this ruse for a while longer. However, he knew he had to lose this first round, otherwise, he would attract too much attention. While Xiaozhuang might keep the secret, she would undoubtedly consult Du, who would easily deduce that it was Rayquaza based on its appearance. Then bite it, Luo Yangshua commanded, simultaneously utilizing his bond with the little Rayquaza to instruct it to hold back. The little Rayquaza, feeling somewhat aggrieved, wished to assist Luo Yangshua in winning the battle. Yet it obediently launched itself at Kingdra, attempting to bite. It seems a bit weak, Kingdra Hydro Pump, Xiaozhuang commanded. Kingdra unleashed a massive jet of water, sending the completely unprepared little Rayquaza flying, incapacitating it. Little Luo, that was far too weak, Xiaozhuang remarked, bemused. Indeed, Luo Yangshua conceded. The little creature, having only recently entered the world, was always eager to exhibit its prowess. Luo Yangshua withdrew his little Leacong Joa, stating that it was time for his main player to take the stage, cautioning the little Gongon. With that, Jalala made its grand entrance onto the arena. This was Luo Yangshua's trump card, designed to overshadow the presence of Xiaolong Zhuo with an impressive display. Jalala beckoned at Sunwang with a playful gesture, inviting it to come forth. Observing the electric currents dancing around Jalala, Shakzhong remarked earnestly, this is a formidable foe. Now, Zhulong Wang, unleash a tornado. The Zhonglong spun at high speed, sending a water vortex barreling toward Zhao. In response, Zhao shimmered with electric energy, the current invigorating its muscles and doubling its speed, an insight Luo Yangshua had gleaned from a prior encounter with a novice trainer's charging Miyang. The swiftness brought forth overwhelming destructive power, as Zhao delivered a devastating plasma punch that sent the Zhonglong flying, the furious electricity enveloping it, and resulting in an instant KO. Sulongwang. Xiaozhong, filled with concern, recalled his Pokemon and turned to Zhao, saying, Xiao Luo, your Pokemon is truly extraordinary. Though I sense it is beyond my capabilities, I shall continue to fight. Come forth, Ha Kurlun. Xiaozhong sent out his Daong, while Luo Yangshua shook his head, believing it was still insufficient. He wished for Xiaozhong to fully comprehend Zhao's absolute strength, thereby erasing any thoughts of Xiao Hongzhuo. Zhao, enter your supercharged state, Luo Yangshua commanded. Ha Kurlun, move at high speed. Then use your dragon tail. Xiaozhong devised a strategy to avoid a direct confrontation with Zhao, opting instead to make Zhao retreat. Naive. Plasma punch. Luo Yangshua replied coolly. Intense electricity enveloped Zhao's hands, striking the ground with such force that it left a charred imprint. This is bad, Ha Kurlun, brace yourself. Xiaozhong shouted. Do you think bracing will help? Luo Yangshua retorted. The plasma punch suddenly materialized before Zhao, which quickly raised a protective barrier. Yet, to Xiaozhong's astonishment, the punch shattered the shield and struck Zhao directly, once again defeating it with a single blow. In silence, Xiaozhong recalled Zhao, gazing at Zhao and stating, Indeed, just as my cousin Du mentioned, Xiao Luo, your Zhao must be a legendary Pokemon. Indeed, Luo Yangshua replied candidly. As expected, I am no match for it. I concede this final battle. After all, continuing would only result in further injury to my Balong. Xiaozhong declared, Thus, the Shenlong Huizhong rightfully belongs to you. Accepting the Shenlong Huizhong from Xiaozhong, Luo Yangshua expressed his gratitude. He then recalled Zhao and departed with the somewhat puzzled Yi and Lu Bi. Upon leaving the MY Daogon, Luo Yangshua turned to the curious Yi and Lu Bi, saying, I apologize for not being forthcoming about this matter. He proceeded to recount the grievances between Ningjua and the Alliance. Lu Bi fell silent, realizing that he was, in fact, a benefactor to Lia Kongjua, had he not defeated that Baofeng, inadvertently allowing Ningjua to escape. It might still be in the clutches of the Alliance. However, it must be noted that Ubi had also encountered a stroke of misfortune, given that the responsible party was none other than Xinli. Understanding the context, Lu Bi nodded and said, Xiao Luo, I stand with you. The Alliance's actions are no different from those of villains. Yi chimed in angrily, Absolutely. We support you, Xiao Luo. Yet, Luo Yangshua remained silent, contemplating Ubi's words. A sudden realization dawning upon him as he murmured, Could it be? Luo Yangshua's expression darkened. If his conjecture was correct, the path ahead would require utmost caution. Chapter 112, The Battle Tower. Li Zhongji, finish it with a flash of lightning. Luo Yangshua commanded. Li Zhongji nodded and dashed forward, colliding with the Taiyang Shenghu at remarkable speed, swiftly defeating it. Taiyang Sanhu. The opponent recalled their Pokemon, bowing to Luo Yangshua before departing, while the next challenger appeared, unleashing a Rongyancheng. Luo Yangshua nodded, recalling Li Zhongji and sending forth his Silin Shi. It had been several weeks since they had left Yanwashur, and now Luo Yangshua and his companions had arrived at the Jinchengshi battle tower. Luo Yangshua aimed to solidify his foundation, often battling against unfavorable matchups, determined to hone his skills in attribute counterplay. To further suppress his three Pokemon, he had equipped them with black iron balls and rear attack tails, hoping to acclimate to adverse battle conditions before the upcoming tournament. Rongyancheng, unleash a flame burst. The opposing boy shouted. Dodge swiftly, then use Leaf Blade. Luo Yangshua commanded. The Yongyancheng expelled searing flames toward the Silin Shi, which adeptly evaded the assault while rapidly closing the distance. With swift motions, the Silin Shi swung its arms, wielding the leaves that sprouted from them like swords, slicing through the Rongyancheng. Rongyancheng, withstand it. Then yawn, the boy instructed. Yet, he underestimated the Silin Shi. After landing a hit, it was not one to relent easily. Spinning gracefully in the air, its double leaf blades sliced into the Yongyancheng like a chainsaw. After several consecutive strikes, the Yongyancheng found itself unable to retaliate. However, the reprieve was short-lived, as a flame ignited upon the Silin leaf blades. Luo Yangshua frowned, realizing, this is bad. It has been burned. The Yongyancheng possesses the ability Flame Body. The diminished power of the leaf blade granted the Yongyancheng an opportunity to regroup. its form flowing into a pool of lava before unleashing a flame burst that struck the stationary Xinshi, perfectly timed. Photosynthesis to restore energy, Luo Yangshua instructed, prompting the Xinlin to begin its recovery. The opponent, seizing the moment, launched another flame burst, forcing the Xinyi to abandon its recuperation to evade the attack. Subsequently, several seeds of parasitism struck the Renyenchong but were wholly consumed, unable to germinate within its molten body. Carelessness on my part, the Renyenchong, being composed of lava, is impervious to the parasitic seeds, Luo Yangshua noted. I have learned my lesson. Energy ball. As another flame burst erupted from the Renyenchong, it collided with the energy ball, resulting in an explosion that filled the arena with dust. As the Renyenchong attempted to escape the obscured area, the Xinyi charged forward, delivering a vital energy punch that sent it flying, rendering the Renyenchong incapable of battle. Exhaling deeply, Luo Yangshua recalled his Xinshi, preparing to heal his Pokemon. While waiting for Nurse Joy to tend to his Pokemon, Luo Yangshua sat on the sofa, reflecting on the battles he had fought earlier, which had provided him with valuable insights. For instance, the way the Renyenchong consumed the parasitic seeds demonstrated the boy's astute understanding of his Pokemon's characteristics. Numerous trainers displayed remarkable ingenuity, such as utilizing a Pokemon's ability to ignite flames, executing moves like Xunyangshi to absorb their own flames, thereby weakening the damage of the attack, while simultaneously enhancing their own firepower and speed. A commendable strategy indeed. Lubi and Yi approached to restore their Pokemon, as they too were eager to improve their battle skills amidst a plethora of practice opponents. Over the past few days, Lubi's battles had resulted in the evolution of his Pokemon into Yamal, Da Longchan, and Chil'an, while his Yibu, equipped with an Everstone, was being nurtured in hopes of evolving into a Xingyibu, fostering a strong bond between them. Meanwhile, Ai Shivalbog had evolved into a formidable Thinshishin, poised to become a significant asset in her future endeavors. As for Lu Yanshua himself, he successfully completed the Pokédex task, gathering the final data on the last of the Ground Dragon siblings, which earned him a diamond reward and a set of 1,000,000 evolution stones for Gungue. Furthermore, after days of relentless battles, his Fire Chick, Wood Guardian, and Porygon also evolved. Xiao Luo, have you made any gains? Mei approached and handed Lu Yangshua a bottle of beverage. The rewards have been substantial, with continued practice. I estimate I can reach the champion level within 3 months at the latest, Lu Yangshua replied, pulling the tab and glancing at Ruby. Ruby shrugged and went to grab a drink. Lu Yangshua sighed, lamenting that the tournament was about to commence, leaving him unable to train here any longer. Moreover, he had already battled most of the trainers in this area, leaving little experience to be gained. Upon Ruby's return with the drink, he said, after the tournament, "We'll have to part ways. I'll be moving to Hoenn. Xiao Luo, Mei care to join me?" "No. It's about time for me to travel back to Kanto. After the tournament, I need to handle some matters there." Mei shook her head. "I can't make it either. After the tournament, I have to go to Alola to pick up Lily. And I also need to make some adjustments at the breeding house. Once I wrap things up, I'll return next year to challenge the Hoenn League. We can travel then, and I'll be sure to invite your childhood friend." Lu Yangshua smiled. "Agreed," Ruby replied, extending his fist. "I'll be counting on you for the next phase." Lu Yangshua bumped fists with Ruby, saying, "Don't worry. If I lacked confidence before, now that I have its assistance, I shouldn't encounter any issues." "I'm not sure what you're talking about." Mei shook her head. "If you need help, just give me a call. If you come to the Unova region, remember to reach out. I'll show you around." The three exchanged smiles, having developed a strong camaraderie over the days spent together. Yet, after this separation, it was uncertain when they would meet again. Taking a moment to rest, Miss Joy soon delivered their Pokeballs. After receiving their respective Pokeballs, the trio parted ways to continue their battles. A few days later, Lu Yangshua and his companions arrived by plane at Silver Town, the venue for the Silver Conference. After registering their information at the Pokemon Center, Lu Yangshua felt a bit overwhelmed regarding which Pokemon to use. He currently had a total of 25 main Pokemon. There was no way he would let his little crack Sky, Latios, participate, and he also excluded Bellossom and Metagross, which had yet to be trained. Porygon Z, Fire Chicken, and Forest Lizard would also be temporarily sidelined. By the end of this calculation, only 19 Pokemon remained. Nevertheless, that was sufficient to handle their opponents. After filling out the data for the 19 Pokemon, Lu Yangshua collected the conference guide and exited the Pokemon Center, only to collide with a few incoming individuals. Upon recognizing the other person, Lu Yangshua was momentarily speechless. He helped the individual up, saying, "Ash, why are you only arriving now?" "Ah, it's you, Xiao Luo." Ash exclaimed excitedly. "Hee hee, I got delayed at the Ho-Oh Temple. The sacred flame was occupied by a Nuzleaf. By the way, this is Yue. From the end of the Hoenn region, in Mabai town. Observing the young lad before him, Lu Yangshua nodded as a form of greeting. He recognized Yue as the one who defeated Charizard using Blaziken. However, this time, he might face defeat, for Ash was no longer the Ash he once knew. Having captured Articuno, it was evident that Ho-Oh had begun to favor him. Perhaps Ash would achieve remarkable results in the tournament. Chapter 113, The Preliminary Matches. Charizard's Comeback. After parting ways with Ash and the others, Lu Yangshua and his companions found the contestant village. Compared to the previous Quartz Conference, the Silver Conference had indeed seen a greater investment. The accommodations for contestants were akin to hotel standards, with nearby restaurants and Pokemon centers, and the dormitories were well equipped. Pushing open the door to their room, Mei couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly impressive. You can see the sea from the window, and the hotel-style room setup is fantastic. And there's a computer. We should be able to browse contestant information," Ruby remarked, gazing at the computer on the desk. "All right, let us head to the qualifying match venue," Lu Yangshua said after placing his backpack down. "After all, I still have 3 matches to fight, and I need to summon my Charizard." "Xiao Luo, you still have Charizard?" Mei inquired. "Yes, it's my starter Pokemon, currently training in Charizard Valley. I promised it that it would participate in the tournament," Lu Yangshua explained. The trio descended the stairs, and Lu Yangshua made a call to Jiku. After a while, Charizard's Ultra Ball was teleported over. Receiving the Ultra Ball, Lu Yangshua said, "Long time no see, Charizard." With that, he released Charizard. Upon seeing Lu Yangshua, Charizard was elated and embraced him tightly, causing Lu Yangshua to feel as though his ribs might crack. As Charizard released him, it let out a gentle cry, and Lu Yangshua rubbed his sore chest, saying, "It's all right, take your time. Your path is correct. After all, comprehension relies on both talent and fleeting inspiration." Watching Charizard's determination, Lu Yangshua felt a surge of emotion. Charizard's approach is one of burning, embodying the purest essence of fire, regardless of the opponent. It possesses the primal power to incinerate anything. Accompanied by Charizard, the 3 arrived at the qualifying match venue. Seeing the trainers battling across various fields, Lu Yangshua smiled. He intended to use Charizard for these 3 matches, which would also serve as practice to bond with it. The qualifying matches adopted a one-on-one format, with a single round determining the victor. However, losing did not necessarily mean elimination. Rather, participants would be scored based on their performance, narrowing down over 200 trainers to 48 for the official competition. Before long, the announcement called out Lu Yanshua's name. Contestant Xiao Luo from Shinno and contestant Xiao Fei from Shallow Red City. Please proceed to Arena A immediately. Lu Yangshua was taken aback. Xiao Fei from Shallow Red City. Entering Arena A, he looked across to find indeed it was Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei, upon seeing Lu Yangshua, wore a frustrated expression and said, "Xiao Luo, why are you here? I'm doomed. I'm going to lose this round." Haha, it's really you, Xiao Fei, Lu Yangshua chuckled. "Let us see what you've got. I'll be sending out Charizard, so feel free to strategize as you wish." The referee, speechless, had intended to use a spinner to determine who would send out Pokemon first, but this had been bypassed. He simply waved the flag and declared, "Match begins. Go Zubat." Xiao Fei sent out a Zubat. Upon seeing it, Lu Yangshua noted it was of high quality, indicating it was likely strong. He signaled to Charizard, who disdainfully snorted, emitting sparks from its nostrils. Charizard, with its proud prowess, had not merely focused on comprehension during its time in Charizard Valley. Each day, it faced countless challenges from other Charizards, all vying for the Ho-Oh's flame, striving to grasp its own primal power. After such a long period, Charizard had reached level 100, now able to confidently declare, "Beneath the essence, it is invincible." Xiao Fei remarked heavily, "Indeed, your Charizard has grown stronger, but we still need to give it a try. Zubat, use Cross Poison." Zubat swiftly flapped its wings, sending a cross-shaped purple energy blade toward Charizard. Charizard, unhurried, established a mental connection with Lu Yangshua through their bond. Then, with a cold glare, a metallic sheen enveloped its claws. Charizard thrust its claws forward, intercepting the cross poison, and, with a powerful motion, tore it apart. Lu Yangshua chuckled. Metal Claw, a steel-type move, which is immune to poison-type attacks. The cross poison didn't even scratch Charizard. Xiao Fei bit his lip and said, "Zubat, use Air Slash." Zubat flapped its wings, unleashing numerous blades of air toward Charizard. Lu Yangshua smiled. "That move is outdated. Watch this, Charizard, use Air Slash." Charizard hesitated momentarily, but swiftly grasped the release process. With a powerful flap of its wings, it generated a whirlpool of force. subsequently unleashing a barrage of serrated air blades towards the Zubat. The circular, saw-like air blades collided with those of the Zubat, shattering them with relentless ferocity, ultimately striking the Zubat, which was unable to evade in time. With a resounding explosion, the Zubat was sent flying, landing on the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. As the Zubat succumbed to defeat, Charizard emerged victorious. Thus, the victor is Xiao Luo from True New Town, the referee announced. Xiao Fei rushed over, concern etched on his face as he helped the Zubat to its feet. Upon inspecting its injuries, he found them to be minor and sighed in relief. Recalling the Zubat into its Pokeball, turning to Luo Yangshua and Charizard, he remarked, Xiao Luo, your strength has grown immensely. I feel I can no longer keep up. Yet, I will not relent, for defeating you has become one of my aspirations. Then let us strive diligently, Luo Yangshua replied, patting Charizard's back, only to notice that it seemed to have grown taller. A quick check confirmed that Charizard now stood at an impressive 2 meters. Over the past year, Luo Yangshua had also experienced a growth spurt, reaching 1.7 meters, yet beside Charizard, he still felt diminutive. He mused that perhaps he could find a sense of presence next to Ash's Charizard, given that Ash was a mere 1.5 meters tall, and his Charizard stood at 1.7 meters. Not far away, Ash could not help but sneeze twice, rubbing his nose, momentarily believing he had caught a cold. Shortly thereafter, Ash entered the Sea Arena, facing an opponent who used a Geodude, while Ash deployed Pikachu, effortlessly securing victory in the first match. Luo Yangshua observed this, stroking his chin, recalling that in the original narrative, Ash had faced a more arduous battle. However, realizing Ash had matured, he couldn't help but chuckle, subsequently turning his attention away from Ash's progress. The following 2 matches were won with ease, primarily concluded with a single air slash. Charizard had also mastered the serrated air blades, a technique Luo Yangshua had seen a trainer using with a Fiero. However, the trainer's execution was not fully refined, merely causing the crescent-shaped air blades to spin to enhance the air slash's potency. Drawing inspiration from this, Luo Yangshua developed the serrated air slash, and as anticipated, by accelerating the rotation speed of the serrated blades, he achieved the effect akin to a chainsaw. The results were promising, as nearly no Pokémon could withstand the onslaught. With 3 consecutive victories, Luo Yangshua returned to the Pokémon Center, awaiting the release of the standings. After a while, the list was published. Luo Yangshua's name appeared, alongside Ash, Gary, Yiyu, and Xiao Fei, all making the cut. Chapter 114, The Point System Matches. 48 participants emerged. The preliminary rounds employed a 3-person point system. The victor earned 3 points, while the defeated received none, and a tie granted 1 point. Winning 2 matches will secure advancement to the top 16, May stated while examining the guideline manual. I am aware of this. However, the matchups will only be revealed tomorrow, Luo Yangshua said, scanning the computer. Nevertheless, I should review the profiles of other competitors to gauge the landscape. There shouldn't be any formidable opponents to worry about, Ruby interjected. Except for Ash. He continued, the standard of this Silver Conference is vastly superior to that of the previous Indigo Conference. No, perhaps I need to take this more seriously, Luo Yangshua remarked, shifting his body aside for May and Ruby to see the computer screen. Displayed was Ash's profile, detailing the Pokémon he had registered: Pikachu, Charizard, Blaziken, Croconaw, Gloom, Mook, Kingler, Snorlax, Heracross, Noctowl, Larvitar, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres. May and Ruby gasped in astonishment. What on earth? The last time I saw Ash, he only had Articuno. How did he acquire Zapdos and Moltres this time? Luo Yangshua shook his head. I am not certain. Perhaps fortune favored him. While he spoke lightly, he suspected the involvement of Ho-Oh in Ash's rapid growth. This makes things interesting, Luo Yangshua chuckled. No matter how many legendary Pokémon he possesses, let them come. Luo Yangshua eagerly anticipated the day Ho-Oh would become Ash's Pokémon, for then he would possess the means to truly test his strength against it. Although he was not yet a match for Ho-Oh, he was confident that with the system's assistance, he would eventually reach that goal. Ding. Side quest activated. Slap Ho-Oh's face. Use a legendary Pokémon you have nurtured to deliver a resounding defeat to Ho-Oh, pinning it down for 1 minute. Reward. Source of rebirth from fire, which can be bestowed upon a fire-type Pokémon for enhanced comprehension, or can unlock a second source of power for a Pokémon already attuned to fire, guaranteeing complete mastery without the possibility of upgrading. System, you truly are considerate, Luo Yangshua smiled. Ding. Providing the host with opportunities for advancement is the responsibility of this system. Luo Yangshua would not decline this task, as he was filled with a burning desire to prove himself. Moreover, He intended to bestow the power of the second source upon Charizard, eager to witness the heights of strength it could achieve thereafter. The profiles of the other competitors were glanced at briefly, without excessive contemplation, unless a miracle occurred. It seemed that the finals of this Silver Conference would culminate in a showdown between Luo Yangshua and Ash. After all, at present, very few trainers could contend against the trio of legendary birds. After a night's rest, the following morning, Luo Yangshua and his companions arrived at the hotel lobby, where the battle brackets had been released. Luo Yangshua located his placement in Group A, facing a male and a female opponent. The male, named Atai from Rui Town, specialized in rock-type Pokemon and was known for his defensive strategies. The female, named Mei from Mankin City, favored grass-type Pokemon and excelled in prolonged battles. Neither was particularly formidable. It was likely that if Luo Yangshua focused, he could conclude the match in merely 3 moves. However, he hoped to accumulate experience, knowledge, and skills comprehensively. Aiming to request a battle against Kona after this Silver Conference concluded, he desired a serious match to elevate himself to the level of a champion. Soon, the battle arenas were arranged. 8 venues were designated for the morning and afternoon sessions, facilitating the first trio of confrontations, with one participant receiving a bye. The following day, the loser from today would face the bye recipient, while the third day would feature the bye winner against the remaining competitor, with the highest scores advancing. Luo Yangshua was assigned to Group D in the morning session, and the matches were about to commence. He casually selected 3 Pokemon, Dragonite, Beedrill, and Gardevoir, intending to showcase each once, serving as a form of training. As the roster was submitted, the competition quickly commenced. Standing in the arena, Luo Yangshua regarded his opponent Atai and smiled. "I shall show you mercy. Arrogant fool, prepare to experience our prowess," Atai retorted with annoyance. As the spinning wheel on the large screen halted, the pointer landed on the red side, indicating Luo Yangshua would send out his Pokemon first. With a grin, he declared, "Dragonite, as promised, you shall lead the charge." Dragonite appeared, exuding a fierce demeanor as it glared at Atai. Atai swallowed nervously and said, "Ho-hoo, I leave it to you." A ho-hoo materialized in the arena, its yellow head displaying a serious expression as it fixed its gaze on Dragonite. The scene shifted to the Kanto region, within the home of Uncle Caesar in the Wild Plains. Uncle Caesar took a sip of his drink and chuckled. What a trustworthy little fellow he has become. It seems like just yesterday he was a small Dratini, and now he has matured into a Dragonite. Haxorus, what do you think of your son? Haxorus nodded appreciatively, watching Dragonite on the television with a look of pride in its eyes. Returning to the arena, Luo Yangshua addressed Atai, and Ho-hoo, you may attack first. Ho-hoo, unleash equal power. Atai commanded. Ho-hoo promptly launched a sphere of light towards Dragonite, before retreating back into its own form. Luo Yangshua shook his head, initially expecting a more remarkable move, but it was the same old routine. Dragonite, flamethrower, he commanded. Dragonite nodded, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of flames that struck the almost motionless Hua, defeating it in an instant. A gasp rippled through the audience. They had not anticipated the formidable prowess of Luo Yangshua's Dragonite. Only a few well-informed spectators whispered among themselves, "Isn't that the champion of the Quartz Conference?" "Indeed, it's him. Little Luo from Pallet Town." Atai, retrieving Hua, spoke earnestly. "Little Luo, your Dragonite is quite powerful. For my next Pokemon, I choose Maril." Luo Yangshua returned Dragonite, and, puzzled, inquired, "What did you say?" Atai, baffled, wondered why Luo Yangshua recalled Dragonite. "I wanted my Maril to have a chance to face the Dragon Warrior." Luo Yangshua released Gardevoir and explained, "I apologize. I wish for my Pokemon to experience various battles, so I will switch them out for each match." Atai, channeling his frustration into determination, shouted, "Maril, Water Gun." Gardevoir, Mirror Coat, Luo Yangshua replied calmly. The water gun struck Gardevoir's body, or rather, its psychic shield, rebounding directly back to Maril and knocking it out in one hit. This was a clever strategy devised by Luo Yangshua. Gardevoir, being a psychic Pokemon, could not detach its shield entirely, yet through diligent training, it had managed to achieve a partial detachment. Although it could only do so to a limited degree, the potential for further development was promising, especially with its ability to reflect damage without sustaining any itself, unless, of course, the shield was shattered. Atai, feeling utterly defeated, recalled Maril and sent out his last Pokemon, but it was no match for Luo Yangshua's Beedrill. Witnessing Atai's lackluster performance, Luo Yangshua directed Beedrill to deliver a poison sting, securing victory in the preliminary round. The next chapter unfolds with the arrival of Lilia and Mayue's Tutu Dog. The following day, Luo Yangshua had a bye and spent his time alone at the Silvertown Airport, waiting in the lounge. As the clock approached 10, a plane descended from the sky, and upon landing, Luo Yangshua discerned the Ether Foundation emblem emblazoned on its side. He approached as the cabin door opened, revealing a charming figure who, upon spotting Luo Yangshua, smiled brightly and waved, calling out, "Little Luo, I'm here to cheer for you." Luo Yangshua embraced Lilia warmly and then asked, "Aren't you supposed to graduate at the end of the year? Why are you here so early?" Clink, 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 clink. Lilia brandished a certificate from her backpack, proclaiming, "I graduated early. I'm quite the academic star." Luo Yangshua chuckled, ruffling her hair. The term academic star was something he had coined, which Lilia had now adopted. He waved at the Ether Foundation personnel, who reciprocated, recognizing the importance of establishing a good rapport with what might soon be their son-in-law. Luo Yangshua escorted Lilia to the contestant village hotel. As they entered, Shiny Shalebi and Mini Rayquaza rushed over, voicing their discontent at being left behind. Lilia excitedly scooped up Shiny Shalebi, nuzzling its little face with hers. It was then that Luo Yangshua noticed the amethyst necklace he had sent her was now adorning her neck, a matching piece to the one he wore. Mia and Ruby greeted Lilia, and the four of them settled into the room, finding it cozy rather than cramped. The following day marked the final preliminary match, where Luo Yangshua faced Meiwa. For this battle, he selected Nidoking, his Master Weasel, and Aerodactyl. As the order of attack was determined, Luo Yangshua led with Nidoking. Meiwa smiled. "Little Luo, I know you're strong, but can you defeat my Tutu dog?" Meiwa sent forth her Tutu dog, causing Luo Yangshua to furrow his brow. Tutu dog was notoriously troublesome, possessing the ability to sketch moves at will, unlike in the games where it could only record 4. A powerful Tutu dog could have a vast array of skills, making it impossible to predict its capabilities. "Tutu dog, spore," Meiwa commanded. The tip of Tutu dog's tail turned green as it drew in the air, releasing a fine green powder towards Nidoking. "Nidoking, flamethrower to incinerate it," Luo Yangshua ordered. Nidoking unleashed a fiery column that obliterated the spores, directing the flames straight at Tutu dog. However, Meiwa chuckled, exclaiming, "You've fallen for it. Tutu dog, sacred fire." Tutu dog, unfazed, raised its tail, seemingly accustomed to such situations. The tip of its tail glowed red as it drew in the air, unleashing a white flame that met Nidoking's flamethrower head-on, extinguishing it with ease and striking Nidoking directly. Nidoking attempted to evade, but was still grazed by the flames, losing a significant portion of its health. Luo Yangshua frowned, recognizing that the sacred fire bore an inherent power. Yet, Tutu dog itself lacked this intrinsic force. Could it truly replicate the fire's essence? Additionally, Nidoking had become rather complacent, seemingly weaker than during the court's conference. It was evident that training was in order. He couldn't allow Nidoking to fall behind. "Earthquake!" Luo Yangshua shouted. Nidoking stomped the ground, sending shockwaves toward Tutu dog. Yet, Tutu dog skillfully blocked the attack with Protect, following it up with another sacred fire aimed at Nidoking. Luo Yangshua contemplated using Protect, but recalling the sacred fire's innate power, he realized it would be futile. Thus, he decided to confront it head-on. "Nidoking, rock slide. Defend yourself." With a mighty roar, Nidoking slammed his arm against the ground, causing a barrage of rocks to erupt and form a barrier against the sacred fire. Sensing the moment, Nidoking's horn began to spin rapidly, launching itself at Tutu dog with a horn drill. Tutu dog retaliated with yet another sacred fire, but Nidoking dashed forward, unable to withstand the flame's intensity, and collapsed. "Nidoking is unable to battle. Tutu dog is the winner," the referee announced. Luo Yangshua recalled Nidoking and remarked to Meiwa, "Your sacred fire must be the one copied from the legendary NEI, correct?" "Yes, indeed. I was fortunate to encounter NEI during my travels, and Tutu dog managed to sketch the sacred fire, turning it into my trump card," Meiwa replied. "Well then, out of respect, I'll send out a stronger contender, Aerodactyl," he declared. The colossal Aerodactyl soared through the sky, showcasing the majesty of the ancient rulers of the skies. "Haha, it seems little Luo is getting serious now," Ruby remarked. "Indeed," Mia added, "I never expected that Tutu dog could wield NEI's sacred fire." This caught little Luo off guard. However, now that he's serious, Meiwa stands little chance. Aerodactyl had begun tapping into its inherent power, successfully reaching semi-divine status. Initially, it was meant to be part of a legendary task, but due to the discovery of Arceus's tablet fragments, the criteria for legendary Pokémon had been redefined, and Aerodactyl was now obliged to strive harder. The essence Aerodactyl had grasped was one of sturdiness, akin to unyielding rock, impervious to external disturbances. This translated into complete immunity from type disadvantages, reducing all damage taken to half, granting Aerodactyl formidable resistance. Aerodactyl, Hyper Beam. Show them the true might of our firepower, Luo Yangshua commanded. The fossil pterosaur opened its massive jaws wide as a beam of destructive energy shot towards the Tutu dog. Caught off guard, the Tutu dog had no opportunity to retaliate and could only desperately evade, ultimately succumbing to the ravages of the destructive beam and losing its combat effectiveness. This is impossible. Why does your fossil pterosaur's destructive beam have no recoil time? Meiyu exclaimed in despair. Luo Yangshua smiled quietly, remaining silent. Since witnessing the charging flame strike used so effectively at the battle tower, he had begun contemplating modifications to other moves, such as this destructive beam. By diminishing its power, he could eliminate the recoil time limitation, theoretically avoiding encounters with rock or steel types that counter the normal type. The continuous firing of the destructive beam, although weakened from its original power of 150 to just 80, still retained a formidable deterrent factor without the drawbacks of recoil. Meiyu recalled her Tutu dog and sent out a cotton puff. Luo Yangshua continued to let his fossil pterosaur battle. Although the cotton puff was no match for the fossil pterosaur, its various powders and restorative moves caught Luo Yangshua's attention. After giving due respect to the cotton puff, the fossil pterosaur dispatched it with a single flame fang. Ultimately, Meiyu sent forth her trump card, the Venusaur, employing a rooted turret strategy that piqued Luo Yangshua's interest. He found himself contemplating whether to capture a Bulbasaur for training, especially considering that this rooted strategy, paired with the thick fat ability of a fully evolved Venusaur, could be quite effective. However, this particular Venusaur lacked the thick fat ability, and being rooted severely restricted its mobility, rendering it a mere target for Master Weasel, who easily knocked it out. Chapter 116, Round of 16, Ash vs. Green. After defeating Meiyu, Luo Yangshua secured a ticket to the top 16. The victors from the various arenas soon emerged. Ash, Green, Yiyu, and Xiao Fei all advanced. The matchups that followed made Luo Yangshua chuckle. Ash would face Green, reminiscent of their animated encounters. Should Ash win against Green, his next opponent would be Yiyu. Luo Yangshua's opponent in the round of 16 was Xiao Fei, who approached with a resigned expression and said, "Xiao Luo, I don't ask for much. Just let your legendary Pokemon take the field. That way, losing wouldn't be too embarrassing." "Are you certain?" Luo Yangshua replied. "If I send out a legendary, your Pokemon will likely struggle to survive even a single turn." "It's all right. I'm prepared," Xiao Fei replied. "Once this tournament concludes, my path to challenge the league will end, and I will train under Champion Aju. I believe I will become a champion. Well, best of luck to you." Luo Yangshua extended his right hand, shaking hands with Xiao Fei before he departed to select his Pokemon. "Xiao Luo, are you really going to use a legendary Pokemon for this duel?" Liliai inquired as she approached. "Yes, I suppose it fulfills Xiao Fei's wish," Luo Yangshua replied. "I will fight to the best of my abilities. It's the least I can do for his determination." Returning to his room, Luo Yangshua opened his computer to upload his chosen Pokemon: Mutwo, Solgaleo, Shalebi, Zarud, Ferrothorn, and Greninja. This represented his strongest lineup, although he had a few others. Nevertheless, both the fossil pterosaur and Charizard had already battled, and he had promised them a grand finale in the championship match. With 8 matches in the round of 16, and 2 matches per day, it would take 4 days to conclude. Luo Yangshua was scheduled for the afternoon of the 3rd day, with ample time to spare. The first match was Ash against Green, which piqued Luo Yangshua's interest. In the audience, Luo Yangshua found Brock and Misty, and they settled in to watch the match. Upon the official commencement of the battle, the arena was randomly selected, landing on a rocky terrain, with Green taking the first turn. "Go, Nidoqueen." Green called forth his Nidoqueen. "I'm counting on you, Feraligatr." Ash responded, sending out his Feraligatr, which had a type advantage over Nidoqueen. "Feraligatr, Hydro Pump." Ash took the initiative, unleashing a massive torrent of water towards Nidoqueen. Under Green's command, Nidoqueen retaliated with Earth Power, forcefully stomping the ground and causing the terrain beneath Feraligatr to fracture. The sudden tremor destabilized Feraligatr, causing its Hydro Pump to veer off course and miss Nidoqueen entirely. "Now's your chance, Nidoqueen." "Thunder Punch," Green shouted, seizing the moment. "We won't lose in strength." Ash countered, Feraligatr Ice Fang. Nidoqueen charged at Feraligatr, crackling with electricity as it launched a punch. Feraligatr braced itself against the blow, and in response, bit down hard on Nidoqueen's shoulder with its icy fangs, inflicting significant damage. Nidoqueen cried out in pain, and leveraging the force of the attack, Feraligatr freed its foot from the fissure. Under Ash's guidance, it executed a water tail, knocking Nidoqueen out of the fight. Return, Nidoqueen. Green recalled his Pokemon, calling forth his next contender. Go, Scyther. Use Quick Attack, followed by X-Scissor. As Scyther entered the fray, it transformed into a streak of red light racing towards Feraligatr. Scyther crossed its arms, radiating white energy, and then slashed through the air with a powerful gust aimed at Feraligatr. The simultaneous release of a white energy wave sent Feraligatr flying, rendering it unable to continue. That was incredibly fast, Ash exclaimed. He hadn't anticipated Green would employ Scyther for a speed battle from the outset, catching Feraligatr off guard and leading to its swift defeat. Recalling Feraligatr, Ash pondered briefly before declaring, in terms of speed, we won't be outmatched. Go, Pikachu. Use Quick Attack. Use Swords Dance. Green commanded. Pikachu darted forward, charging at Scyther, who began spinning in place to enhance its attack power. As Pikachu struck Scyther with an iron tail, a small electric current enveloped Scyther. Is that an iron tail combined with electroweb? Luo Yangshua mused, stroking his chin. Scyther struggled to rise, experiencing intense pain in its waist and paralysis coursing through its body, leaving it in a dire state. Green gritted his teeth and ordered, Scyther, use Hyper Beam. Scyther's pincers opened, gathering energy before launching a powerful beam at Pikachu. Ash commanded Pikachu to evade the energy blast, and as Scyther struggled to move, Pikachu unleashed a thunderbolt, striking Scyther and causing it to crash to the ground, incapacitated. Go! Houndoom! Green called as he recalled Scyther, promptly sending out Houndoom. Houndoom unleashed a flamethrower towards Pikachu, who evaded the attack with a swift move. However, Houndoom followed up with a quick attack, knocking Pikachu out of the air and delivering a finishing blow that defeated it. Are these two aiming for a speedy onslaught? May observed, noting the pace of their battle. Green was growing anxious. Luo Yangshua shook his head, recognizing the urgency in Green's demeanor. It was understandable. Having been rivals since childhood, both had long sought to prove superiority over one another. Now, as Ash surged ahead, Green struggled to keep pace, creating an ever-widening gap between them. Originally, Green had held the upper hand, but now he felt a sense of powerlessness. This could very well explain why Green chose to step away from being a trainer to pursue a path as a Pokemon researcher under Professor Oak. After all, Green had always harbored a prideful spirit, and witnessing his former rival pulling ahead must have weighed heavily on him. Ash cradled Pikachu, allowing it to rest. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to send out Zapdos. Upon its arrival, Zapdos instantly captured the audience's attention, igniting the entire arena. Luo Yangshua observed the surrounding crowd, brimming with excitement, and stroked his chin, contemplating the necessity of unleashing the divine beast. Such a spectacle would undoubtedly ignite the entire arena, attracting a multitude of admirers. Little Luo, that lightning bird? Ruby inquired, her brow furrowed. Indeed, but it is not the one we encountered previously, Luo Yangshua replied. The current lightning bird exuded no trace of primal power. It likely belonged to the same category as that frostbird. Such a divine beast might suffice to toy with weaker opponents, yet it would easily fall to a mere demigod, let alone other tier 2 divine beasts. Despite Luo Yangshua's indifference towards the lightning bird, for others, it truly represented an insurmountable obstacle. At that moment, Xiaomao, upon seeing the lightning bird, recalled his Rapidash and sent out his Golem instead. Golem, rock smash, he commanded. Golem raised its arms, summoning numerous stones that levitated around it before launching them at the lightning bird. The lightning bird fixed its gaze upon Golem, causing Golem to freeze in place. Its attack slowed. Subsequently, Ash instructed the lightning bird to execute Peck as it spiraled towards Golem, generating a whirlwind of energy that deflected the rocks and struck Golem with its sharp beak, delivering a decisive blow. As Xiaomao's 3 Pokemon succumbed to defeat, a 5-minute intermission commenced. Luo Yangshua shook his head. While the divine beast's intimidating presence might be a mere gimmick in the game, in reality, it wielded unmatched power. The pressure exerted on opponents diminished their attributes across the board, and without the courage to confront such divine beasts, defeat was inevitable. Chapter 117, Xiaomao's Defeat. The 5-minute respite passed swiftly, and Ash released the lightning bird once more, while Xiaomao opted for his Blastoise. Blastoise, Hydro Pump, Xiaomao called out. The Blastoise unleashed a torrent of flames towards the lightning bird, which effortlessly evaded the attack. Under Ash's command, the lightning bird retaliated with Peck. Luo Yangshua observed from the stands, shaking his head. Ash has grown complacent. As expected, Blastoise braced itself, attempting to absorb the impact of the lightning bird's peck. The force sent Blastoise crashing through several massive rocks behind it, and once the assault subsided, Blastoise managed to retaliate. unleashing a torrent of toxic sludge that splattered across the lightning bird. Though Blastoise fell, the lightning bird, now poisoned, suffered burns from Blastoise's fiery form. The lightning bird secured this round, yet its condition had deteriorated significantly. In any prolonged battle, it would falter. Ash, aware of this, recalled the lightning bird and sent forth his Charizard. Go, Rapidash! Xiaomao shouted. Rapidash, quick attack! Rapidash surged forward, colliding with Charizard. Charizard extended its claws to absorb the blow, and Ash commanded, Charizard, now, use Seismic Toss. Charizard seized Rapidash, soaring skyward, spinning several times to disorient it before plummeting back to the ground, slamming Rapidash into the rocky surface and rendering it incapable of battle. Luo Yangshua watched in disbelief. Only Ash's Charizard could execute such a maneuver. Though he possessed the TM for Seismic Toss, his own Charizard was unable to learn it. Despite its simplicity, his Charizard could mimic the move. Yet the power it generated was significantly less than that of a properly executed Seismic Toss, a conundrum that perplexed Luo Yangshua. Xiaomao was left with only his final Pokémon, so he summoned his Blastoise. Ash, contemplating his strategy, chose not to withdraw Charizard, mirroring the animated series where Charizard faced Blastoise in the final showdown. However, unlike the animation, this was Xiaomao's last Pokémon, while Ash still had reserves. Blastoise, Hydro Pump, Xiaomao commanded. Charizard, Flamethrower, Ash countered. There was no flourish, merely a clash of raw power. The Hydro Pump overwhelmed the Flamethrower, striking Charizard directly. However, the impact was diminished due to the Flamethrower's interference. Charizard, fly in and use Seismic Toss. Ash directed. Withdraw into your shell and spin. Xiaomao instructed. As Charizard approached Blastoise, the latter retreated into its shell and spun rapidly, crashing into Charizard and sending it reeling, followed by another Hydro Pump that launched Charizard further away. This is troublesome, Ash exclaimed. Then a light bulb flickered in his mind. Recalling how Luo Yangshua had used Inferno to alter the battlefield during the court's conference. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower, attack the entire rocky arena. Ash commanded. Charizard nodded, unleashing a barrage of flames that gradually raised the temperature of the arena. Xiaomao frowned, ordering, Blastoise, Hydro Pump. Blastoise fired the Hydro Pump at Charizard, but Charizard, airborne, deftly dodged the assault. The Flamethrower continued to sweep across the arena until it glowed red-hot, causing Blastoise to display signs of discomfort. Blastoise, lower the temperature, Xiaomao urged, realizing Ash's strategy to gradually sap Blastoise's stamina. This is bad, Luo Yangshua lamented. What's wrong, little Luo? Ruby inquired, intrigued. Pouring water directly onto scorching rocks will produce scalding steam, Luo Yangshua explained. Xiaomao's reckless use of Hydro Pump would likely scald Blastoise, making it far more uncomfortable than it already was. This principle is understood by anyone who has experienced a sauna. The steam releases substantial heat. Consequently, Blastoise was destined for defeat. The Hydro Pump struck the ground, generating copious steam that enveloped the arena. Blastoise let out a pained cry, being a water type. It thrived in cooler temperatures, and this intense heat was unbearable. Ash's eyes lit up as he commanded Charizard to charge into the steam. Being a fire type, Charizard could easily withstand the heat, even from magma, let alone this mere vapor. With a thunderous sound, Charizard's rush dispersed the steam. Charizard and Blastoise engaged in a contest of strength, gripping each other's hands. Well done, Charizard. Now, execute Seismic Toss, Ash shouted. Charizard roared, channeling its strength to lift Blastoise into the air. Xiaomao sighed, recognizing the inevitable outcome. Successfully executing Seismic Toss, Blastoise crashed heavily onto the rocks, shattering them into fragments, while Blastoise lay defeated upon the rubble. With Blastoise unable to continue, Charizard emerged victorious. Xiaomao has lost all 6 of his Pokémon, thus Ash is the winner. The referee announced. We did it, Ash exclaimed, jumping with joy as he rushed to embrace Charizard, both celebrating their triumph. Xiaomao recalled Blastoise's side and approached Ash for a handshake. They exchanged a few words, causing Ash to freeze momentarily before nodding in understanding. Luo Yangshua observed this scene, realizing that Xiaomao was bidding farewell to his career as a trainer, choosing instead to dedicate himself to scholarly pursuits and prepare to succeed Professor Oak. After the morning match concluded, Luo Yangshua and his companions found Ash, who greeted them with a smile and shared the news of Xiaomao's decision to end his training journey. It's all right, that's his aspiration, isn't it? Lily said. Just like me, if I can't be a trainer, becoming a breeder is a worthy path too. Upon hearing that Lily also aspired to become a breeder, Xiaozhang's interest was piqued, prompting him to elucidate the intricacies of breeding to her. True to her scholarly reputation, Lilei possessed a wealth of knowledge about various Pokémon, and under Xiaozhang's capable tutelage, she made notable progress and gained a deeper understanding. Xiaozhi, your next opponent will undoubtedly be Yiyu, Luo Yangshua interjected kindly. You should familiarize yourself with the Pokémon of the Hoenn region, otherwise, you might find yourself at a disadvantage. I'm aware, Xiao Luo, Xiaozhi replied earnestly. This time I have captured the legendary bird trio, which should suffice against your mythical creature. In this silver conference, I am determined to defeat you. Luo Yangshua wished to inform him that even among legendary Pokémon, there exists a hierarchy of power. However, he opted to withhold this insight, deciding it best not to disturb Xiaozhi's delightful reverie. What might transpire if a fossilized Aerodactyl were to overpower an Articuno? Surely it would be a spectacle to behold. Luo Yangshua thought mischievously, feeling a tinge of excitement. Chapter 118. The Suicide Strategy on the third day. The battle between Luo Yangshua and Xiaofei officially commenced. The two took their positions in the arena, and amidst the impassioned commentary, the venue selection began. The spinning light ultimately halted upon the water-themed battlefield. Xiaofei whistled and grinned. This is the arena I desired the most, Xiao Luo. Although I may not surpass you, I shall still demonstrate my prowess. Following the decision of the attack order, the cursor landed on the green square, granting Xiaofei the first move. Absol, I entrust you with this, he declared without hesitation. Lunala, it's your turn to shine, Luo Yangshua responded. As Absol took the stage, it swiftly submerged into the water, exposing only its head. With a thunderous roar, Lunala made its grand entrance. Its imposing figure instantly captivated the audience, and Luo Yangshua relished the surge of popularity that followed. Absol, use Toxic, Xiaofei commanded. Absol dove underwater, launching a venomous projectile toward Lunala. Yet, Lunala remained undeterred. The toxic projectile struck it, and simply slid off into the pool, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Don't waste your effort. My Lunala possesses steel-type attributes, Luo Yangshua began. But he was abruptly silenced as the entire azure water transformed into a pool of purple venom, the corrosive liquid eroding several platforms of the water arena. Converting the water battlefield into a toxic one serves as a safeguard, Xiaofei remarked. Luo Yangshua shook his head, a commendable thought, but most legendary Pokémon can fly, and those that cannot can traverse the air. Your toxic arena is of little use. Lunala, use Psychic. With a surge of psychic force, Lunala lifted Absol from the water, then effortlessly slammed it onto the ground, rendering it unable to continue fighting. Return, Absol. Come forth, Honchkrow. Xiaofei sent out the dark flying-type Pokémon, seemingly prepared to counter the psychic type. Honchkrow used Perish Song. Xiaofei boldly initiated a self-destructive strategy. Luo Yangshua, resigned, commanded, defend. Lunala was encased in a protective barrier, rendering Honchkrow's Perish Song ineffective. Nevertheless, Xiaofei persisted, and the haunting melody echoed through the arena. Reluctantly, Luo Yangshua directed Lunala to unleash a thunderbolt, swiftly dispatching Honchkrow. Yet, the effect of Perish Song lingered, compelling Luo Yangshua to substitute Lunala. Go, Weezing. Xiaofei called forth. Time to shine, Shalebi, Luo Yangshua said. Shalebi nodded, gracefully descending from Luo Yangshua's shoulder to the arena. Its petite and adorable form captured the audience's attention, and the commentator noted that Shalebi was a unique legendary from the Johto region, further enhancing Luo Yangshua's popularity. Quietly commending the commentator, Luo Yangshua prepared to counter any further self-destructive tactics from Xiaofei. Weezing, use Smokescreen. Xiaofei commanded. Weezing immediately expelled a thick cloud of smoke, enveloping the entire arena. Through his bond with Shalebi, Luo Yangshua sensed a shadow rushing toward it. Quickly, he instructed Shalebi to defend against Weezing's impending attack. Luo Yangshua felt a surge of frustration. Xiaofei's self-destructive strategy was nerve-wracking, as losing a legendary Pokémon to such tactics would be a blow to its dignity. Estimating the timing, Xiaofei exclaimed, Weezing, use self-destruct. The explosion ignited the gas Weezing had released, resulting in a thunderous detonation that enveloped the entire arena, compelling the event officials to erect protective glass walls to shield against the blast. As the dust settled, the battlefield bore the scars of the explosion, with the toxic liquid in the water arena reduced by half. The commentator wiped the sweat from his brow, marveling at the protected Shalebi, and loudly praised its resilience while announcing that Xiaofei had lost 3 Pokémon, calling for a 5-minute intermission. Xiaofei and Luo Yangshua exchanged glances, each recognizing the unspoken grievances in the other's eyes. Xiaofei was frustrated by his strategy being uncovered, while Luo Yangshua was exasperated by the incessant self-destructive maneuvers. After the 5-minute break, the two returned to the arena, where the water battlefield had been replenished with clear water. "I summon you, Ampharos," Xiaofei declared. Ampharos, a spherical Pokemon devoid of limbs, resembled an inverted Pokeball. Yet, it was also a master of self-destruction, leaving Luo Yangshua incredulous. It seemed Xiaofei was intent on pursuing his self-destructive strategy to the very end. "Shalebi, use Future Sight," Luo Yangshua commanded, feeling the heat of the moment. A multitude of psychic orbs surrounded Shalebi, each one firing into the void. In the meantime, Ampharos charged toward Shalebi, crackling with electricity. Shalebi unleashed a seed bomb, which halted before it and quickly sprouted into a wall of vines, successfully blocking Ampharos's electric assault. "Now's your chance, Ampharos, self-destruct," Xiaofei shouted. Luo Yangshua could only shake his head in defeat. The explosion shattered the vine wall, and the resulting shockwave sent Shalebi flying, inflicting some damage. The audience, comprising many trainers, gasped in astonishment as they witnessed a legendary Pokemon being harmed by such a blast, leading to a collective epiphany. Art is indeed an explosion. Not strong enough. Then try an explosion. Unable to defeat? Then unleash an explosion. The sentiment echoed. Truly, art is explosion. However, Luo Yangshua had no intention of granting Xiaofei further opportunities, as the continuous explosions were simply intolerable. "Come forth, Quillfish," Xiaofei announced. As Quillfish entered the water, a multitude of psychic orbs materialized around it. In a horrific display of torment, Quillfish was swiftly incapacitated upon its arrival. "Return, Quillfish," Xiaofei grumbled, casting a resentful glance at Luo Yangshua before sending out his Crobat. Yet, there was little left for Crobat as a barrage of psychic orbs quickly overwhelmed it, rendering it unable to continue fighting. Sighing, Xiaofei recalled Crobat. His gaze filled with resentment as he faced Luo Yangshua. Luo Yangshua felt a chill under his scrutinizing gaze and approached him for a handshake. "Let me at least put up a fight," Xiaofei said. "Let us focus on the battle," Luo Yangshua retorted with a roll of his eyes. "Starting with self-destruction, how can you expect to win like that? I need to finish this quickly. Who knows what trick you might pull next?" They exchanged knowing smiles. And Xiaofei playfully punched Luo Yangshua's arm. "Good luck in the upcoming matches. Don't lose to anyone before I defeat you. Rest assured, the championship is mine for the taking," Luo Yangshua replied with confidence. Subsequently, Luo Yangshua extended his fist towards him, and Xiaofei, smiling, collided fists with him, marking a tacit agreement between them. Chapter 119, The Finals, vs. Xiaoji. In the ensuing days of battle, both Luo Yangshua and Xiaoji advanced through the ranks, with notable mention of Yi Yu's Blaziken, which had been cultivated quite impressively, yet ultimately succumbed to Xiaoji's Charizard. Possessing the 3 legendary birds, Xiaoji surged ahead, reaching the finals to meet Luo Yangshua. "Xiao Luo, are you not going to use a legendary Pokemon?" Lilia inquired. Glancing at the list of Pokemon Luo Yangshua submitted. "Don't you have Zeraora and Mewtwo?" He replied. "I thought you would deploy all 4 legendary Pokemon," Lilia remarked. Observing the lineup, Xiao Luo seemed intent on utilizing his non-legendary mainstays to defeat the trio of legendary birds, as Ruby commented. "Indeed, merely 3 legendary birds. Deploying all my legendaries would be somewhat excessive," Luo Yangshua stated confidently. "My Aerodactyl is exceedingly powerful, rivaling those 3 birds. Moreover, with Mewtwo backing me up, losing would be quite the anomaly. Haha, poor Xiaoji. If it weren't for you, Xiao Luo, he might have taken the championship," Mei chuckled. Luo Yangshua refrained from commenting, aware that even if he did not compete, Xiaoji would likely struggle to claim victory. With Luo Yangshua present and wielding legendary Pokemon, it was only natural for Ho-Oh to entrust the 3 legendary birds to Xiaoji. With a carefree smile, Luo Yangshua asserted, "Now this is truly interesting." He resolved to pit his Aerodactyl against Articuno, his Charizard against Blaziken, and Zeraora against Zapdos the following day. At the break of dawn, the competition venue was filled with spectators eager to witness the battle. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yangshua stepped out from the player tunnel, positioning himself at the edge of the arena, and smiled at Xiaoji, saying, "Apologies, Xiaoji, but the championship is assuredly mine. Hehe. I won't yield the championship to you," Xiaoji replied confidently. As the enthusiastic commentary filled the air, the audience learned that both Luo Yangshua and Xiaoji were trainers in possession of legendary Pokemon, signaling that this match would undoubtedly be a clash of titans. With no venue selection left for the finals, they were set to battle in the most ordinary arena. The turn order was confirmed, and it was Luo Yangshua who would attack first. With a smile, he declared, "Greninja, I entrust you with this challenge." Greninja appeared in the arena. As Luo Yangshua's bond power enveloped it, transforming Greninja into its bond form. "Greninja, is it?" Xiaoji murmured, Pikachu, I rely on you. In a flash of lightning, Pikachu nodded and instantly transformed into a streak of yellow, charging towards Greninja. However, Greninja executed a swift shadow clone, conjuring dozens of copies that appeared on the field, causing Pikachu to collide with merely an illusion. Pikachu unleashed Thunderbolt across the field. Xiaoji immediately devised a counter. Yet, Luo Yangshua was not inclined to grant Xiaoji any opportunities. He retrieved water shurikens from his back, and the multitude of Greninja surged towards Pikachu. The water shurikens flew forth, with the genuine Greninja darting among the illusions, rapidly striking Pikachu. Hang in there, Pikachu! Xiaoji shouted, use thunder. Luo Yangshua observed as Pikachu's health precariously hovered at a sliver, yet it did not fall. He sighed, now this is what I call a cheat. Pikachu endured the onslaught from Greninja, its body crackling with electricity, unleashing a powerful current that obliterated all the shadow clones, while simultaneously striking the true Greninja. However, as Greninja remained a water type, the damage was minimal. Well done, Pikachu! Thunderbolt! Xiaoji cheered. Witnessing Pikachu recover half of its health, Luo Yangshua was left speechless. Greninja unleashed a massive water pulse towards Pikachu, which collided with Pikachu's Thunderbolt, sending an electric surge back towards Greninja, proving to be quite effective. Simultaneously, Greninja's water pulse, empowered by the water plate, was not easily countered. The colossal water pulse propelled Pikachu away, rendering it unable to continue the battle. Pikachu! Xiaoji cried, rushing to scoop up Pikachu, handing it over to Brock and Misty, who were watching from the sidelines. Upon returning to the arena, Xiaoji contemplated his next move and sent out Venusaur. Luo Yangshua reverted Greninja's bond form, recalling it, and dispatched Gardevoir. Luo Yangshua chuckled, Xiaoji, this is the Gardevoir I traded for at the exchange tournament. Let us see how it fares. I shall see just how formidable your Gardevoir truly is. Xiaoji exclaimed. Venusaur, Solar Beam. Mirror Reflection, Luo Yangshua instructed. Gardevoir conjured an energy shield, and after Venusaur absorbed sunlight, it launched its attack directly at Gardevoir. However, upon striking the shield, the barrier shattered, and the nearly tripled Solar Beam turned sharply to strike Venusaur directly. Venusaur was hit squarely by the Solar Beam, sent flying, yet fortunately, as a Grass-type move, it did not inflict catastrophic damage, albeit it did deplete nearly 30% of Venusaur's health. Gardevoir, retaliate with doubling return. Luo Yangshua commanded. Gardevoir erected another shield, charging towards Venusaur, yet its speed was painfully slow. Venusaur easily dodged, releasing a cloud of poison powder towards Gardevoir. Mystic Guard, Luo Yangshua ordered. Gardevoir enveloped itself in a mystical veil, thwarting the invasion of the poison powder. Xiaoji, feeling overwhelmed, shouted, Venusaur, another Solar Beam. Mirror Reflection, Luo Yangshua reiterated. Xiaoji had no choice but to halt Venusaur's movement, retrieving its Pokeball. Come back, Venusaur. However, Venusaur's shadow remained firmly planted beneath Gardevoir, rendering it unable to return. Luo Yangshua laughed, realizing that Gardevoir was now exceptionally powerful, with its reflection abilities categorized into two types, one being the shield form that absorbs damage and triples the reflected attack, while the other being a membrane form that envelopes its entire body, receiving damage but inflicting five-fold retaliation. These skills were honed through countless experiences as a target under Mutewo's guidance, having even learned to reflect source attacks. Gardevoir found itself facing Pokémon that had yet to grasp their own source abilities, making the encounters exceedingly effortless. Reflecting on this, Gardevoir couldn't help but shed tears of sorrow. Having endured countless battles as a target among legendary Pokémon, losing its combat ability repeatedly within a single day. Typically, it would awaken only to be knocked out again. Its prowess forged through such trials. Let us go all out. Xiaoji exclaimed, Venusaur, Mountain Crush. With no recourse, Venusaur leapt high into the air, crashing down towards Gardevoir. Remaining calm, Gardevoir switched to doubling return, flipping Venusaur away. Observing the shattered doubling return shield, Xiaoji's eyes lit up. Venusaur now? Magical Leaf. Venusaur unleashed a flurry of leaves aimed at Gardevoir, who had yet to raise its shield. However, Gardevoir manifested a thin membrane, reflecting the magical leaf back towards the unsuspecting Venusaur, leading to an immediate KO. Xiaoji, pained, recalled Venusaur and sent out Charizard. Luo Yangshua, smiling, recalled Gardevoir and summoned Mutewo. Xiaoji exhaled in relief, feeling that even in the face of Mutewo, he could not bear to encounter Gardevoir again. The feeling of being unable to fight back or escape was simply too disheartening. Chapter 120, The Clash of Legends. The battle between Charizard and Mutewo began, but with Mutewo's entrance, Charizard's defeat was all but assured. It can be confidently stated that Mewtwo was indeed the strongest in Luo Yangshua's arsenal at this moment. Under the guidance of another Mewtwo, it had begun to integrate the source of destruction into each of its abilities. Once Mewtwo fully mastered this integration, it would ascend to a rank of level 2 legendary, capable of contending with some of the most venerable legendary Pokémon. A single tablespoon rendered Charizard incapable of battle, and Ash found himself bereft of 3 Pokémon, with a brief intermission of 5 minutes. The pressure weighed heavily on Ash. He had already lost 3 of his Pokémon, while Luo Yangshua had yet to suffer any losses. Clenching his fists, Ash murmured, "From here on out, it all hinges on the performance of the legendary birds." "However, Ash, do you possess a strategy to counter Luo's Mewtwo?" Brock inquired. "Indeed, that Mewtwo is exceedingly formidable. Considering the strength of the legendary birds, it would likely require all of them to stand a chance against it," Misty remarked. "Which means, in the upcoming battle, you cannot afford to lose even one. Losing just one would mean defeat." "I understand," Ash nodded, taking a few deep breaths to regain his composure. The 5 minutes swiftly elapsed, and Ash and Luo Yangshua returned to the arena. Ash called out, "I'm counting on you, Articuno." Articuno made a grand entrance, its elegant form soaring through the air, captivating the attention of numerous spectators. "Articuno, is it? Then, let us see you in action, Aerodactyl," Luo Yangshua declared. Upon Aerodactyl's arrival, a thunderous roar echoed, exuding an aura of ancient desolation. Ash's gaze sharpened as he noticed a pendant around Aerodactyl's neck, sensing impending trouble. Luo Yangshua chuckled. Placing his hand upon a string of keystones on his wrist, beams of peculiar light intertwined Aerodactyl and Luo, enveloping Aerodactyl in a sphere of light, which shattered to reveal Mega Aerodactyl. "Articuno, strike first with Ice Beam," Ash commanded. "Too slow," Luo Yangshua retorted. Aerodactyl, the ancient sovereign of the skies, was renowned for its remarkable speed and powerful claws. The ability of Mega Aerodactyl, enhanced by tough claws, increased its speed, restoring the majesty of the ancient overlord. With a swift sidestep, Mega Aerodactyl evaded the ice beam and unleashed a flurry of rocks towards Articuno in a powerful assault. "The primal force, is it? Then, Articuno, unleash Blizzard," Ash commanded. Articuno flapped its wings, summoning a howling gale that conjured a blizzard, hurtling towards Mega Aerodactyl. In response, Mega Aerodactyl flapped its wings, sending a fierce heat wave towards Articuno. The blizzard and heat collided, creating a vast cloud of steam that enveloped the sky. In the next instant, Ash lost sight of Mega Aerodactyl, but Articuno's shrieks pierced the air as Mega Aerodactyl clutched Articuno's wings with its talons, its gaping maw ablaze, sinking its teeth into Articuno's neck. Helplessly, Articuno plummeted to the ground. Mega Aerodactyl savagely tore at Articuno, its ancient ferocity awakened after millions of evolutions. Luo Yangshua knew that with but a nod, Mega Aerodactyl would mercilessly sever Articuno's neck, leading this legendary creature to its demise. "That's enough, Mega Aerodactyl," Luo Yangshua commanded. Mega Aerodactyl instantly released Articuno and soared to Luo Yangshua's side, obediently awaiting its reward. Luo Yangshua smiled, patting its massive head. Mega Aerodactyl retracted from its mega form as Luo returned it to its Ultra Ball, while Ash recalled the incapacitated Articuno. Stealing a glance at Luo Yangshua, Ash sighed, then steeled himself, declaring, "No matter what, I will fight until the end. Come forth, Zapdos." "It's your turn, Zeraora," Luo Yangshua announced, sending forth Zeraora. The clash of the 2 electric-type Pokémon ignited the arena with arcs of electricity as the newly emerged combatants crackled with energy. Zeraora brandished its claws, its fur standing on end amidst the surging voltage. "Zeraora, unleash Plasma Fists," Luo Yangshua commanded. "Zapdos, Thunderbolt," Ash called out. As Zeraora surged forward in a flash of lightning, Zapdos retaliated with a powerful Thunderbolt. However, Zeraora's Volt Absorb ability rendered the attack ineffective, instead augmenting its own power. The Plasma Fist struck Zapdos squarely in the face, sending it careening away, and Luo couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Zapdos, now adorned with a pale blue aura, transforming its vibrant yellow into a greenish hue. "Be cautious, Ash. Electric-type moves are ineffective against Zeraora," Brock warned. "I know," Ash replied. "Zapdos, use Brave Bird," Ash commanded. "Set up an electric net, then engage in close combat," Luo Yangshua ordered. Zapdos charged upward, then dove with tremendous force towards Zeraora. Yet, Zeraora retaliated with a barrage of electric nets, ensnaring Zapdos in numerous webs of electricity. Even if Zapdos managed to break through and collide with Zeraora, It found itself utterly immobilized, ensnared by the electric nets, and fell helplessly from the sky. Zapdos, the electric nets are merely energy constructs. Absorb the electricity. Ash instructed. That's all well and good, but you need time to react. Luo Yangshua countered. Zeraora closed in on Zapdos, executing the modified move acquired with popularity points. Delivering rapid strikes to Zapdos's head, rendering it incapable of coherent thought, as it plummeted while being relentlessly battered. Upon landing, Zeraora's final kick sent Zapdos crashing toward Ash, who recalled it, having lost its fighting capability. With a silent resolve, Ash sent forth Moltres, while Luo recalled Zeraora, summoning Charizard to the battlefield. Following its Mega Evolution, Mega Charizard X manifested majestically. Moltres, unleash Flamethrower. Ash commanded earnestly. Ash, there are distinctions even among legendary Pokémon. Your legendary birds have yet to attain the true status of deities. Luo Yangshua waved dismissively. Such deities are mere trifles to me. Mega Charizard X. Counter the flames with Dragon Claw. Mega Charizard X roared, its formidable dragon claws materializing as it raised its right claw protectively before its chest. Although Moltres' flamethrower was powerful, it paled in comparison to Charizard's mastery of the Flame of the Phoenix. With unyielding resolve, Mega Charizard X absorbed the flamethrower, its immense muscle mass granting it unparalleled speed. Moltres was caught off guard, ensnared by Mega Charizard X's claws around its neck, ascending into the heavens. A flurry of claw strikes rained down upon Moltres, leaving it in relentless agony, unable to withstand the onslaught of Mega Charizard X. In Ash's helpless gaze, Moltres fell weakly to the ground, while Mega Charizard X landed heavily, triumphantly standing over Moltres. Today, it would carve its legacy, trampling a deity beneath the form of an ordinary Pokémon. Luo Yangshua observed quietly, knowing that today the rookie deities would fall, and in the future, Charizard would continue to dominate even the veteran legendaries. Chapter 121, The Journey Home. Ding. Main Quest 2 completed. Rewards. 2 Master Balls, a complete set of Mega Evolution Stones for Mutwo X, a random map of legendary Pokémon, and the activation of Healing Power and Psychic Ability. As Chairman Damalanki presented the championship trophy to Luo Yangshua, the system's notification resonated. Luo Yangshua felt a surge of joy. Possessing Mutwo's Mega Evolution Stones significantly enhanced his chances against the Elite Four. Furthermore, the activation of Healing Power and Psychic Ability provided additional advantages. Ding. Main Quest 3 initiated. Capture 6 designated Pokémon from the Hoenn region to participate in the colorful Ghost Conference. Legendary Pokémon are prohibited from participation, and System Lottery Pokémon do not count. Rewards. 5 Master Balls, a complete set of Mega Evolution Stones for Mutwo Y, a random map of legendary Pokémon, and 2 fragments of Stone Tablets. Ding. Cheating Device Interference. Main Quest 3 modified. There are no restrictions on the Pokémon the host may use, but rewards remain unchanged. Luo Yangshua was drenched in cold sweat. Activating this cheat device was indeed a grave mistake. The system had designated for him a roster of Pokémon: Snivy Bear, Stunfisk, Wingull, Luricolo, Shiny Gyarados, and Noivern. Notably, these were all non-evolvable types. Good grief, if they wished to orchestrate his demise, they could have simply stated it outright. Even if he were to train these 6, how on earth was he supposed to wield them effectively? Would Snivy Bear stand a chance against Articuno? Or was Luricolo expected to charm the opponent to death? Yet, this was hardly the time for such contemplations. Luo Yangshua's application to battle the Elite Four had been approved, and the venue was set at his own estate, facing off against Kinna. Should he triumph over Kinna, it would signify his ascendancy to elite status, with the prestigious position of the Elite Four beckoning him, though whether he would accept it remained a separate matter. As the Silver Conference concluded, everyone was destined to part ways. The 4 of them bid farewell at the airport. May boarded a flight back to various regions, while Ruby set off for Mankin City, preparing to relocate to the town of Wubai in Hoenn. Luo Yangshua and Lilia watched as their friends' planes ascended into the sky, both sighing as they boarded the Ether Foundation's private jet bound for Pallet Town. Ash and his companions opted against flying, choosing instead to embark on a final journey by foot. After all, Misty needed to return to inherit the gym, and Brock had obligations of his own. With former companions scattering in all directions, Luo Yangshua felt an inexplicable emptiness within. Lilia, seated beside Luo Yangshua, observed him gazing dreamily out of the aircraft window and instinctively took his hand. Luo Yangshua snapped back to reality, turning to meet Lilia's gentle smile. "Do not fret. You still have me, do you not?" She reassured him. Luo Yangshua smiled back, tightening his grip on her hand. "Indeed, I have you. Do not worry about me. Next year, I will challenge the Hoenn League, and we shall reunite with Ruby then. We can travel together once more. Lilia remained silent, resting her head on his shoulder, murmuring, I'm feeling a bit tired. May I borrow your shoulder? As he admired Lilia's profile, Luo Yangshua contemplated the battles ahead. After defeating Kina, he would prepare for his journey in Hoenn, aiming to secure the legendary water, land, and sky Pokémon as his allies, ultimately confronting the League. His possessions were not so easily relinquished. Whatever the League had taken from him, they would have to return. After a day of flight, they finally arrived at Pallet Town's airport. Upon returning to his villa, Luo Yangshua threw himself onto the bed for a much-needed rest, sleeping soundly until noon the following day. Lilia, accompanied by Tu Chansey, brought him a meal that was indecisively categorized as breakfast or lunch. After dining, Luo Yangshua, with Lilia at his side, took to the skies aboard his Aerodactyl, flying to a nearby island close to his territory. This was the site where Team Rocket had once trained Mewtwo, and Luo Yangshua was eager to meet the legendary Pokémon. Upon explaining his intentions, Mewtwo nodded and settled down to discuss matters. In truth, the discussions were straightforward. Luo Yangshua sought Mewtwo's assistance at a critical juncture. Mewtwo agreed but stipulated a condition. The island would henceforth be its domain, with no intrusions tolerated. Luo Yangshua consented, instructing his Gyarados to inform the surrounding water-type Pokémon to expel any trespassers immediately. Gyarados nodded and departed to relay the message. After a short while, Gyarados returned, accompanied by a small Lugia. Recognizing Luo Yangshua, the little Lugia joyfully approached him, requesting food. Lilia, intrigued, took the bag of energy cubes from Luo Yangshua's hands and began feeding the little Lugia. From Gyarados, Luo Yangshua learned that the local water-type Pokémon population had significantly increased, and there were many more Pokémon within the estate, all captured by Chris. This left Luo Yangshua in awe. Truly, she was the legendary tamer, with astonishing efficiency. The arrival of the little Lugia also attracted its larger counterpart. Gazing up at the majestic Lugia, Luo Yangshua presented the silver feather bestowed by the system, outlining his request. Lugia appeared conflicted. The League had treated them well, yet here was Luo Yangshua, bearing a silver feather, making it difficult to decline. Rest assured, this will be the only time, Luo Yangshua assured it. I merely require your support once. After this, I will not trouble you again. What say you? After a moment's hesitation, Lugia finally nodded in agreement. Luo Yangshua left several of his Pokémon, those on the verge of mastering their origins, with Mewtwo, naming the island Legendary Island. After all, it was indeed home to legendary Pokémon, and even if they weren't all legends yet, they were on the path to becoming one. Charizard, for the time being, would not return to Charizard Valley, as the Elite Battle was approaching, and it was crucial for Luo Yangshua's mainstay. The Elite Battle would be a 6v6 encounter. After much contemplation, Luo Yangshua finalized his roster: Charizard, Greninja, Aerodactyl, Zeraora, Celebi, and Mewtwo. This constituted his top 6 Pokémon. Although Solgaleo had mastered its origin and attained semi-legendary status, it lacked battle experience. In the interest of stability, Luo Yangshua opted for the more tactically adept and experienced Greninja instead. With that, Luo Yangshua began investing heavily in diamonds and popularity points to procure suitable items for his team, while also familiarizing them with these new acquisitions. Coincidentally, his opponent was utilizing Solgaleo for training, which also served to enhance Solgaleo's skills in high-level battles. Time slipped by unnoticed, and the day of the Elite Battle drew near. Luo Yangshua completed his final preparations as the appointed day arrived. The time was set for 9 a.m., the location the combat arena behind Luo Yangshua's estate. And the participants, Luo Yangshua and Kina. Present were also high-ranking officials from the League and the other 4 members of the Elite Four, all there to witness whether Luo Yangshua truly possessed the strength of an elite. Chapter 122, Battle Against Kina, Part 1. Kina produced a Pokeball, gazing at Luo Yangshua with a serious expression. Little Luo, although we share a close bond, I shall not hold back during the Elite Battle. I wouldn't have it any other way, Luo Yangshua replied, brandishing an Ultra Ball. The two simultaneously hurled their Pokeballs, and on the battlefield emerged Zeraora and Dugong. Luo Yangshua nodded, noting a slight advantage in type. Zeraora, Plasma Fist. He commanded. Zeraora transformed into a streak of light, darting towards Dugong with blinding speed, creating a sonic boom as it closed the distance, delivering a powerful blow with its right fist. Dugong, use Water Ring to resist. Kina entered battle mode, her expression turning cold as she shifted into ice mode. A circular wave of water emanated from Dugong, pushing Zeraora away and denying it the opportunity to close in. Subsequently, a freezing beam struck Zeraora, soaking it, and encasing it in ice. Supercharged state, Luo Yangshua muttered, furrowing his brow. The ice shattered explosively, propelling Zeraora into its supercharged state, unleashing a thunderbolt towards Dugong. However, an ice wall materialized before Dugong, absorbing the electric attack. Luo Yangshua sighed inwardly, realizing how effectively Absolute Zero could be wielded. But the next moment, an orange-yellow electrical arc sliced through the air, effortlessly penetrating the ice wall and striking Dugong, sending it flying. What? Kina exclaimed in astonishment. How could a wall of ice, composed of Absolute Zero, be so easily breached? Gazing at the spot where the white sea lion had been struck, a chunk of ice plummeted down, causing the ice wall to collapse, and Jalala retracted her punching stance. Luo Yangshua chuckled, acknowledging his familiarity with the electromagnetic cannon as a former inhabitant of Earth. The modified version provided by the system was undeniably formidable, yet its drawbacks were glaringly evident. It required the accumulation of an immense amount of lightning, resulting in a lengthy charging time that was easily interrupted. However, its advantages were equally apparent. It boasted substantial power and formidable penetration, not resembling a mere tank-like spirit, but rather capable of delivering a decisive blow. The white sea lion, clearly a tank-like spirit, struggled to rise, panting slightly. Kina furrowed her brow and commanded, "Sleep and recover." Instantly, the white sea lion succumbed to slumber, restoring its health to full. Luo Yangshua was indifferent. The sleeping white sea lion merely served as a target. Jalala crackled with electricity as countless iron sand particles were drawn from the ground, coalescing into a fist-sized iron sphere. Luo Yangshua smiled, remarking that even a block of ice containing a mere handful of iron sand had nearly incapacitated the white sea lion, let alone this iron sand sphere. Jalala struck the iron sand sphere with her right fist, unleashing an orange electrical blaze that cleaved through space, directly targeting the utterly immobile white sea lion. In its slumber, the white sea lion lost any combat capability. Observing the incapacitated white sea lion, Luo Yangshua mused, the white sea lion cultivated by Sister Kina is indeed quite robust. Thankfully, I had the system grind 10 black iron balls into iron sand concealed beneath this battlefield. Indeed, Luo Yangshua had indulged in a slight cheat. But who could deny the necessity of favorable conditions in battle? With the competition taking place here, he had every reason to manipulate the situation to his advantage. Kina, observing Jalala enveloped in iron sand, recalled the white sea lion and instructed, "Go forth, Miss Lip Kiss." Jalala, electric net, Luo Yangshua commanded. "Clap and ambush," Kina added. Miss Lip Kiss swiftly clapped her hands, launching an energy beam that struck Jalala, interrupting her attack and forcing her back. Before Jalala could react, Miss Lip Kiss closed the distance, her thick lips pressing against Jalala's face, causing her to shut her eyes and drift into slumber. "Blizzard," Kina declared. After being kissed into a deep sleep by Miss Lip Kiss's devilish embrace, she leaned closer to Jalala and unleashed a blizzard, inflicting considerable damage while nearly rousing Jalala from her slumber. Subsequently, Miss Lip Kiss delivered a series of awakening slaps that sent Jalala flying. Jalala clutched her aching face, ignited by fury. Without waiting for Luo Yangshua to speak, she transformed into a streak of light, charging toward Miss Lip Kiss to engage in close combat. However, Miss Lip Kiss deftly utilized the trick room to evade Jalala's assault, launching a shadow ball that sent Jalala hurtling away, stripping her of combat capability. Luo Yangshua withdrew Jalala. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he had forgotten about the trick room, which altered the speeds of Pokémon, hindering his swift attackers. In an instant, his fast-paced strategy was thwarted. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned the fossil pterodactyl, relying on its steadfast essence to counter the trick room and eliminate Miss Lip Kiss before proceeding. Miss Lip Kiss, Dark Void, Kina commanded, followed by Song of Destruction. Luo Yangshua furrowed his brows. Had she discerned his intentions? There was no choice but to proceed. Fossil pterodactyl, roar, he instructed. The Dark Void struck the fossil pterodactyl, but its roar reverberated back, causing a Mismagius to materialize on the battlefield. Fossil pterodactyl, hyper beam, Luo Yangshua ordered. Mismagius, also an agile attacker, was not significantly faster than the fossil pterodactyl within the confines of the trick room, so Luo Yangshua opted for a turret-style assault. Mismagius, quick attack, taunt, Kina commanded. Mismagius, enhanced by the trick room, darted about, evading the fossil pterodactyl's hyper beam while making faces, provoking it, and preventing the use of status moves. Yet, Luo Yangshua had no need for status moves. The fossil pterodactyl's hyper beam was the ultimate defense. Icicle crash, Kina cried. A multitude of ice spikes formed above the fossil pterodactyl, crashing down upon it. However, the fossil pterodactyl paid them no mind. In its perspective, the concept of type advantages ceased to exist, reduced to mere damage and mitigated damage. The pause in Mismagius's icicle crash provided the fossil pterodactyl with the perfect opportunity to strike. The hyper beam sent Mismagius flying, followed by a series of devastating hits that elicited anguished cries. Kinna, disheartened, promptly recalled Mismagius and dispatched Lapras, stating, "Lapras, mist, ice terrain." Lapras exhaled a dense white mist, enveloping the battlefield, then unleashed an absolute zero attack, transforming the entire arena into an icy expanse. Observing Lapras's slowed movements, the fossil pterodactyl revealed a sinister grin. The trick room had dissipated. Rock Tomb, seal its path, Luo Yangshua commanded. The fossil pterodactyl roared as countless boulders descended from the heavens, crashing onto the icy battlefield. Lapras, capable of swift movement on ice, deftly evaded the falling rocks. Outside the arena, Xiaobo narrowed his eyes and murmured, "This kid, Luo, is quite meticulous." The boulder's landing points effectively obstruct nearly all of Lapras's pathways for rapid movement, instantly restricting its speed. Kinna also recognized this strategy and remarked, "Summon rain." Sandstorm, Luo Yanshua declared, determined to deny Kinna any weather advantage. Did rain enhance the accuracy of Absolute Zero? Luo Yanshua chuckled. This was merely a remnant of his own tactics. Chapter 123, Battling Kinna, Part 2. Kinna observed the raging sandstorm with a furrowed brow and instructed, "Lapras, water gun." Instantly, Lapras unleashed a massive water gun aimed at the fossil pterodactyl, which swiftly flapped its wings, elevating itself to evade the attack, then unleashed Rock Slide. A torrent of boulders materialized from thin air, plummeting downward. As Lapras attempted to maneuver out of the way, it was met with obstacles, reducing its speed and forcing it to navigate around yet another boulder. After several attempts to accelerate and evade the incoming rocks, it tragically discovered that every effort to hasten was thwarted by yet another boulder, rendering it unable to pick up speed. Water gun, counterattack, Kinna commanded, her brows knitted. Lapras immediately executed water gun, diverting the descending boulders. In the next moment, Luo Yangshua struck a Z-move pose, enveloping the fossil pterodactyl in Z-power as countless boulders converged upon it, forming a towering rock mountain that suddenly plummeted toward Lapras. Kinna's pupils dilated as she shouted, "Lapras, Absolute Zero." Lapras inhaled deeply, absorbing radiant energy from its surroundings, then unleashed a potent energy beam toward the descending mountain. However, it merely managed to freeze a corner of the rock formation, proving ineffectual. The mountain crashed down, sending tremors through the icy terrain, causing the ground to sink nearly a meter. The mountain subsequently shattered, dissipating into energy, leaving Lapras helplessly sprawled in the resulting crater, having lost its combat capability. Exhaling a heavy sigh, Luo Yangshua remarked, "So soon, she reveals her trump card. The battle is about to become challenging." Kinna recalled Lapras and sent forth Miss Lip Kiss, stating, "Miss Lip Kiss, Trick Room." Luo Yangshua was at a loss for words, again. Yet he couldn't deny that this move indeed countered his swift assault strategy. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Fossil Pterodactyl, Hyper Beam." The fossil pterodactyl immediately commenced its artillery assault, unleashing a barrage of hyper beams aimed at Miss Lip Kiss. As the enchanting Lady Lip danced nimbly to evade the destructive beams of light, she sang out loud, unleashing a wave of dark energy from her lips that coalesced into a crimson and ebony aura enveloping the fossil pterosaur. Simultaneously, she herself radiated a similar hue. "Come back." Fossil pterosaur, called Luo Yangshua, intent on recalling his creature. However, Kinna would not permit him to retrieve the fossil pterosaur so easily. Watching the rebounding crimson light, Luo Yangshua lamented, "Come on, fossil pterosaur, defeat her." The fossil pterosaur understood that if it failed to vanquish Lady Lip, both it and its trainer would surely fall. With this thought, the rate of the destructive beams intensified. Yet, trapped within the illusionary realm, the fossil pterosaur struggled to keep pace with Lady Lip's agility. And even as the Song of Doom drew to a close, it remained unable to land a blow on the increasingly swift adversary. Both Pokémon collapsed simultaneously, prompting Luo Yangshua to recall the fossil pterosaur, taking a deep breath as he produced a Master Ball. Observing Kinna retrieve Lady Lip, he noted that he still held the advantage, having lost only 2 Pokémon while Kinna had lost 3, one of which, a Marauder, was gravely injured, leaving the situation more favorable for him. As both trainers dispatched their Pokémon, Luo Yangshua sent forth a Celebi, while Kinna chose an Ice Ninetales. Luo Yangshua narrowed his eyes, recognizing that this Ice Ninetales was the very one he had relinquished to Kina. Hail! Predict the future. They both commanded simultaneously, and snowflakes began to descend from the heavens as Shalebi unleashed an array of psychic orbs into the void. The Ice Ninetales let out a long cry, summoning a blizzard that surged toward Shalebi. The latter braced itself against the onslaught of the storm, retaliating with a flurry of seeds aimed at the Ice Ninetales. Under Kina's guidance, the Ice Ninetales utilized its psychic powers to disperse the seeds, which promptly transformed into countless vines that lunged toward it. Evade at high speed, Kina instructed. The Ice Ninetales swiftly dodged the entangling vines, but in the next moment, 2 psychic orbs struck it, sending it crashing into the vines that ensnared it. Kina grimaced, realizing the peril, as a barrage of psychic orbs rained down upon the Ice Ninetales, rendering it unable to continue the fight. Such a terrifying ability to predict the future has echoed from the sidelines. As a psychic-type master endowed with similar powers, she understood the dreadfulness of such foresight, a technique that completely sealed off one's options. Especially with Shalebi's ability to traverse time, its command over this foresight was utterly formidable. Marauder, clear the battlefield, Kina declared, recalling the Ice Ninetales and sending forth the Marauder. Upon its entrance, a fierce blizzard erupted, shattering the vines into icy fragments. As the Marauder focused intently on the diminutive form of Shalebi. Evil Wave, Kina commanded. A beam of dark, malevolent energy hurtled toward Shalebi, which flapped its tiny wings to evade the attack. Subsequently, it launched an energy sphere into the sky, as sunlight pierced through the clouds, banishing the chill from the arena. Without needing instruction from Luo Yangshua, Shalebi unleashed a beam of sunlight directed at the Marauder. The latter sidestepped the sunlight beam, only to be struck by a freezing beam aimed at Shalebi. In a flash, Shalebi's eyes glimmered with blue light as it executed a terrain swap, exchanging places with the Marauder, which found itself ensnared by its own freezing beam, just as Shalebi's sunlight beam struck, incapacitating the immobile Marauder. Phew, Luo Yangshua exhaled deeply, then declared, only one remains. Come forth, Articuno, Kina announced. Luo Yangshua's eyes widened in astonishment as he glanced at the League and the Elite Four. Xiaobo subtly shook his head, mouthing, voluntary capture. Luo Yangshua chuckled wryly. Kina, you've kept this a secret from me. And Articuno, yes, it has chosen to accompany me. And only recently could I command it, Kina replied, patting the Articuno's body. Luo Yangshua shook his head, realizing the challenge ahead was formidable. After all, this Articuno was of legendary status, and none of his current Pokémon stood a chance. I can only wear them down one by one, he murmured. Articuno, hail, Kina commanded. The Articuno let out a piercing cry, dark clouds obscuring the sun, and snow began to fall. Luo Yangshua furrowed his brow. Recognizing the origin of the climate manipulation, it had the capacity to control blizzards. Then, predict the future, Shalebi, Luo Yangshua ordered. Shalebi nodded, aware that this was all it could muster, knowing it was no match for the Articuno. Blizzard, Kina commanded. The Articuno flapped its wings, unleashing a blizzard that swept across the battlefield. Luo Yangshua gritted his teeth. The sensation was reminiscent of a snow-capped mountain, where the sheer force of the storm left an indelible impression on him. Yet this blizzard was no less fierce than that day's tempest. Shalebi launched an array of psychic orbs into the void, gazing at the oncoming storm with a bittersweet expression. It softly called out a few notes, before being engulfed by the blizzard. The high-level ball on Luo Yangshua's belt trembled, resonating with Shalebi's voice, which conveyed a single message. It's up to you now. Mutuo. As the blizzard subsided, Shalebi lay incapacitated in the snow. Luo Yangshua recalled Shalebi, falling into a contemplative silence. Chapter 124, The Battle Against Kina, Part 2. Charizard. I'm counting on you, Luo Yangshua summoned, unleashing his Charizard, which instantly underwent Mega Evolution. Faced with a legendary beast, he dared not underestimate it. Articuno, Blizzard, Kina commanded, maintaining the pressure with the blizzard. The Mega Charizard X roared fiercely, flapping its wings to counter the storm, yet despair loomed as its efforts proved futile. The scorching winds were completely overpowered by the blizzard, rendering the Mega Charizard X's resistance impotent as it was consumed by the storm. Once the winds ceased, the defeated Charizard lay powerless in the snow. Luo Yangsha bit down hard, recalling Charizard and releasing his Greninja, which swiftly underwent Bond Evolution, emerging as Bond Greninja. That little fellow's Greninja looks different. Ma Jisher exclaimed in surprise at the transformation. Indeed, as Ma Jisher observed, the current Bond Greninja resembled Luo Yangsha more closely. The massive water shuriken on its back had vanished, replaced by a water katana at its waist. with the refinement of its techniques. Greninja had abandoned the shuriken for the katana, and with the enhancement from the water drop stone plate, the damage from its water blade slash was explosive. Has its form changed? Still, it's insufficient, Kina remarked. Blizzard. In an instant, Bond Greninja vanished from sight. Luo Yangshua felt a surge of energy coursing through him, as the self-healing abilities he had recently acquired rapidly restored his depleted strength. The Articuno's blizzard ravaged the arena, yet Bond Greninja had already positioned itself above the Articuno. Closing its eyes in concentration, merging body and spirit, Waterblade, draw. A flash of blue light flickered, and the Articuno cried out in agony as its right wing was severely wounded by a single strike. However, Luo Yangshua and Bond Greninja shared a profound connection. Understanding that this attack had expended all of Bond Greninja's vigor. Gazing at the gravely injured Greninja, Luo Yangshua realized that this move could only be used once. But that was all that was needed. Seizing the moment while the Articuno was momentarily stunned, Bond Greninja executed a rapid return, crashing into the Articuno. Before retreating into its high-level ball, Luo Yangshua opened his final high-level ball, summoning Mutuo, who appeared brandishing a spoon. Luo Yangshua would not grant the Articuno a moment's respite. Seizing the opportunity, he would strike decisively, placing his hand upon the keystone. A radiant glow enveloped the arena as Mega Mutuo X emerged. With a swift motion, Mega Mutuo X thrust its right hand forward, sending delicate currents of electricity spiraling around the Articuno, paralyzing it. As the snowflakes ceased their descent, Super Mutuo X clenched his fists tightly. The spoon dissipated into the air, and in an instant, he teleported before Articuno, delivering a fierce fire punch to the injured right wing of the legendary bird. Mind's Eye Absolute Zero, Kona exclaimed. With Articuno's right wing incapacitated, it was unable to summon a blizzard. However, it immediately utilized Mind's Eye to track Super Mutuo X's movements. At that moment, countless psychic orbs manifested, striking Articuno with great force, preventing it from effectively using Mind's Eye. Seizing this opportunity, Super Mutuo X unleashed a powerful psychic impact, striking deep into Articuno's mind, thwarting its attempts to activate Mind's Eye. Super Mutuo X understood all too well that once Mind's Eye was successfully executed, the ensuing move would spell doom for its opponent. With an enraged cry, Articuno unleashed a freezing beam towards Super Mutuo X, but he deftly evaded it with a teleportation, positioning himself directly above Articuno. Employing Rock Lockdown, massive boulders plummeted down, pinning Articuno's wings firmly. At this juncture, Articuno found itself in a dire predicament, and without hesitation, Super Mutuo X mounted Articuno's back, raining down fire punches upon it. Articuno, in a fit of fury, instantly froze the space surrounding it, dragging Super Mutuo X along to conclude the battle. Observing both Super Mutuo X and Articuno encased in a solid block of ice, Luo Yangshua couldn't help but shudder. This implementation of Absolute Zero was truly remarkable. Kona sighed as she regarded the two incapacitated Pokémon, stating, "This match ends in a draw. Congratulations, young Luo. You have attained Elite Four level prowess and are now eligible to apply for a position within the Elite Four." As he looked at the other four elites and the league officials gathering around, Luo Yangshua smiled and politely declined. "No, my journey is far from over, and I would prefer not to be bound so soon. Given your current strength, participating in the league tournament is unnecessary. Few trainers would pose a challenge to you." One of the league officials remarked. "We sincerely hope you will assist the league." "We shall see," Luo Yangshua replied. He summoned his Gyarados, instructing it to call forth some water-type Pokémon to help melt the ice, as the two frozen Pokémon were not suitable candidates for the application of fire. After dissolving the ice, Luo Yangshua aided the now-recovered Mutuo, administering a full restore before returning it to its Ultra Ball. Mutuo's injuries were not severe, requiring only a couple of days of rest, but Articuno's injuries were more critical, with a fractured right wing that would likely take several months to heal. Kona had voiced her grievances towards Luo Yangshua for quite some time, but he felt helpless. In that situation, even a moment's relaxation could lead to disaster. Luo Yangshua had only just reached Elite Four status, and against an equally powerful Kona, any leniency would result in failure. The league officials departed shortly thereafter, presenting Luo Yangshua with a league badge. This badge was essentially a preparatory emblem for the Elite Four, permitting him to unconditionally enter local league tournaments. Luo Yangshua gazed at the badge, momentarily speechless. Lilia gently patted his shoulder, prompting him to regain his composure. Noticing the look of curiosity in Lilia's eyes, he smiled and replied, "It's nothing. I simply spaced out for a moment." "Are we heading to the Hoenn region next?" Lilia inquired. Luo Yangshua nodded, stating, "Perhaps in a little while. The frequency of battles has been quite high recently, and my Pokémon need some rest." Lilia agreed. "Yes, you've indeed been too fatigued lately. Take the time to recuperate. Furthermore, my brother is currently in the Hoenn region. He mentioned that if we go there, he will be waiting for us in Verdanturf town." "Gladio, you say? What is he doing there?" Luo Yangshua asked. "He claims to be honing his skills, but it seems he has made some significant discoveries and insisted that I relay the information to you," Lilia explained. Luo Yangshua pondered for a moment. Verdanturf town appeared to be a retreat of sorts, yet nothing else particularly stood out. Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell on it further, focusing instead on resting and summarizing his recent gains to elevate himself further. Despite his Pokémon's eagerness to continue training, Luo Yangshua firmly put a stop to their desires, recognizing that balance between work and rest is essential. Realizing that they could finally take a break, his Gardevoir clung to his leg, overwhelmed with joy, nearly shedding tears. Luo Yangshua affectionately stroked Gardevoir's head, acknowledging the situation. After all, Gardevoir had only 4 moves, and its strength was entirely dependent on how much damage it could endure and reflect. Such a perfect target would be irresistible to any legendary Pokémon. Chapter 125. The sunken ship in the deep sea. Several nautical miles from Vermilion City's ocean, Luo Yangshua donned his diving suit, a breathing apparatus clenched between his teeth. With a backward roll, he plunged into the water, while a fully equipped Lilia hesitated momentarily before following suit. Froakie and Gyarados had already awaited their arrival beneath the waves, accompanied by a small Lugia. In this ocean expanse, the little Lugia was in high spirits, reveling in the company of so many Pokémon to frolic with. Luo Yangshua took great care of it, ensuring it received ample delicious food and drink, thereby strengthening their bond. On this adventure, the little Lugia had decided to accompany him. Luo Yangshua and Lilia positioned themselves on Gyarados' back as it propelled them toward the ocean floor. The purpose of this expedition stemmed from the quest for the water drop slate. Luo Yangshua marveled at the marvels of technology in this world. He discovered a mechanical research facility, using Froakie's water drop slate as a prototype to develop a device capable of detecting such slates. Remarkably, within 3 days, the machine was completed. It resembled a tablet that could receive signals from a broad range of slates, alerting them with a sound if any signals were detected. Luo Yangshua was astounded by this technological advancement, and during their aquatic excursion, the device emitted a series of beeps. Hastily, Luo Yangshua checked the source, discovering the slate was located in the waters ahead. Upon arriving at the designated spot aboard their yacht, they found only water and nothing else. Luo Yangshua surmised that it must be situated beneath the sea, prompting him and Lilia to select diving equipment before descending into the depths. The ocean teemed with various Pokémon, but also many ordinary fish schools. Gyarados guided Luo Yangshua and Lilia deeper, the intense water pressure palpable. Luo Yangshua felt relatively unfazed, while Lilia struggled to cope. Communicating with Gyarados, he initiated a dive. An energy shield enveloped both him and Lilia as Gyarados accelerated toward the ocean floor, with Froakie hastily following suit. The light beneath the surface was dim, prompting Luo Yangshua to activate the spotlight on his forehead. Under the illumination, the outline of a sunken ship emerged not far away. Gently tapping Gyarados' body, it swam toward the vessel. Upon reaching the sunken ship, they were confronted by several Milotic, who immediately unleashed water pulses toward them. Froakie drew forth its water blade, deftly slicing through the water pulses with a high-pressure stream. In the underwater realm, equipped with the water drop slate, Froakie was in its element. Luo Yangshua gestured for Froakie to remain calm, while he approached the Milotic using the power of their bond, hoping to communicate and gain entry to search for something inside. The Milotic, however, categorically refused. With no other choice, Luo Yangshua summoned the little Lugia, who, being a legendary Pokémon, also belonged to the ocean's domain. Even if the Milotic would not grant favor to the little Lugia, they might show respect for its mother. The little Lugia approached and conversed with the Milotic, and through their dialogue, Luo Yangshua gleaned the reason behind their fear and disdain towards humans. Originally, the Milotic were Pokémon native to the Hoenn region, typically residing in its aquatic habitats, although a small number could also be found in other coastal areas. However, this lineage indeed migrated from Hoenn. The emergence of a poaching syndicate in the region, armed with firearms to injure and capture their kin, forced the Milotic to seek refuge elsewhere. They sensed the presence of the legendary Pokémon Lugia in this new locale and hoped for its protection, which Lugia graciously granted. Consequently, the young Lugia approached them for a conversation, and they consented. Yet, the wary gazes of the Milotic towards Roy and Lily revealed their apprehension. Roy, feeling a mix of helplessness and sympathy, ventured into the sunken ship alongside Lillian, soon understanding the reason behind the Milotic's caution. Within the wreck, a number of juvenile Phoeba and several battle-scarred Milotic huddled in a corner, glaring at the intruders with disdain. Lillian tugged on Roy's arm, and he could see the concern in her eyes. Nodding in understanding, he subtly signaled to his Greninja, which promptly swam to the surface. After a brief moment, Greninja returned with a sizable collection of healing items and revival herbs. As Roy and Lillian attempted to administer aid to the Phoeba and Milotic, they were met with a rush of bodies colliding against them. However, given that these were either injured or juvenile, the impact was rather feeble. Roy shook his head, wrapping his arms around the Milotic that had bumped into him, disregarding its reluctance, and promptly shoved a revival herb into its mouth, followed by applying the healing salves to its wounds. Although diluted in seawater, he felt there was no harm in being generous with the surplus medicine. As the Milotic sensed its condition rapidly improving, it regarded Roy with a complex expression. In response, he gently patted its head, channeling the power of connection and conveying through their hearts that while some humans possess malice, the majority are inherently good. The Milotic nuzzled against Roy's cheek, signifying its newfound trust. With the herbs and medicine shared among the Phoeba and Milotic, Roy and Lillian earned their affection. Roy was confident that with a mere call, a multitude of these Pokémon would willingly submit to him. Moreover, capturing a Milotic would certainly not be a misfortune. Yet, the matter of capture had to be set aside for the moment. Finding the fragments of the tablet remained the priority. Glancing over at Lillian, Roy noticed she had successfully befriended a Phoeba, which now swam playfully around her. He chuckled, anticipating the addition of another Pokémon to their team. As they ventured deeper into the ship's hold, they found no sign of the tablet, but stumbled upon some golden artifacts and decorations. Although Roy had little interest in such treasures, Lillian, like all female beings, was captivated by the glimmering objects. He resolved to have his Gyarados carry them later. After thoroughly searching the wreck, they still found no trace of the tablet. At that moment, the young Lugia called out from outside. Roy and Lillian hurried out to see the Lugia digging through the muddy seabed beneath the sunken ship. Roy quickly deduced that the target was indeed nearby, though not necessarily within the ship itself. Greninja swam over and shot a jet of water into the mud, churning up the surrounding seawater. As the silt settled, Roy's eyes caught sight of a blue tablet, partially buried. Tablet discovered. Chapter 126, Arrival in Hoenn. At the airport in Orange City, the Ether Foundation aircraft carrying Roy and Lillian landed. As the cabin door opened, Roy stepped out, stretching lazily and remarking, "Is this truly the Hoenn region? Let us disembark. We should pay a visit to Ruby and his family first," Lillian suggested. After nearly a month of recovery, Roy and Lillian finally set foot on Hoenn's soil. Roy had given the matter considerable thought and decided against bringing his main team. Currently, he had 6 Pokémon with him: a Combusken, a Trico, a shiny Metagross, a Porygon-Z, a Rayquaza, and a Phoeba. Initially, Roy had hesitated to bring Rayquaza, as it was not yet ready for battle. He intended to wait until he had secured the last 2 members of his team before using it openly. As for the Phoeba, it had been captured during their expedition in the sunken ship. Lillian had also captured a very affectionate Phoeba, and she had brought along only her Azumarill, Phoeba, and Porygon-Z, leaving her other Pokémon behind. Roy aimed to further solidify his foundation, sensing that by the end of this journey, while he might not surpass the champion, he would be able to hold his own against them. Upon exiting the airport, the duo inquired passersby for directions and made their way to the Orange Gym. After knocking, they were greeted by Ruby's mother, Mizuko, who opened the door. Upon seeing Roy and Lillian, she smiled warmly. "Isn't this little Roy? What a surprise to see you both visiting Hoenn." "Hello, Aunt Mizuko," Roy replied. "It's not exactly a vacation. I'm here to challenge the Hoenn League. This is my friend, Lillian." "Hello, Aunt Mizuko. I'm Lillian," she greeted politely. "Oh my, so you're Roy's girlfriend," Mizuko exclaimed. "Come in, it's chilly outside." With that, she ushered Roy and a blushing Lillian into the Orange Gym. Roy spotted Ruby, who was currently engaged in a battle with Chihiro, using an EV against Chihiro's Machoke. "EV, let us finish this," Ruby shouted, as his EV leaped high into the air, launching a massive energy star that struck the struggling Machoke, knocking it out of the fight. "Impressive work. You've trained that EV exceptionally well," Chihiro remarked, recalling his defeated Pokémon. "However, I still wish to pursue the path of a coordinating trainer," Ruby replied, lifting EV in his arms. As he spoke, a brilliant light enveloped EV, revealing a Sylveon in Ruby's embrace. "Sylveon, you've finally evolved," Ruby exclaimed joyfully, affectionately rubbing its face. "Roy, Lillian, look who's here," Mizuko announced. The The two turned to see Roy and Lillian, and Ruby rushed over, exclaiming, "Roy, Lillian, you've arrived. Why didn't you call me to pick you up?" Roy bumped fists with Ruby, saying, "Why go through all that trouble? Congratulations on your victory and on Eevee evolving into Sylveon." Hee. Ruby chuckled, rubbing his nose. At that moment, Chihiro approached and said, "You must be the up-and-coming Roy who recently tied with Kona. I appreciate you looking after Ruby." "Not at all, Uncle Chihiro. Traveling with Ruby and the others has been a rewarding experience for me as well," Roy replied with a smile. "I'd like to challenge the Orange Gym next." Chihiro looked puzzled. "Challenge the gym? Aren't you already a contender? Consider it a form of training. My foundation, despite having been hastily reinforced, is still rather mediocre. My ambitions extend far beyond just the Elite Four," Roy stated earnestly. Chihiro laughed heartily. "Good lad. Let us put the gym battle on hold for now. You can stay with me. I'm quite interested in helping you solidify your foundation." With half a month left before Ruby had to go collect Pokemon from Otakawa, they could embark on their journey together afterward. Seeing Chihiro's sincere and appreciative gaze, Roy nodded in agreement. After all, with Chihiro's strength, it would be fortuitous for Roy to receive his guidance. Ruby curled her lips in disdain, dismissing Qianli's training efforts. Yet, she was oblivious to the fortune she possessed. After all, what child could injure a salamence and send it fleeing at such a tender age? It was entirely due to Qianli's rigorous training from a young age that had endowed Ruby with formidable foundational strength. Over the next fortnight, Qianli truly dedicated herself to honing Luoyang Shua's skills. Both the Pokemon and Luoyang Shua experienced the formidable prowess of Qianli. In their sparring sessions, Luoyang Shua was consistently outmatched, enduring a relentless barrage from Qianli. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Qianli's guidance proved invaluable, as Luoyang Shua distinctly felt an enhancement in his capabilities. By the end of the fortnight, he was able to hold his own against Qianli. Subsequently, Luoyang Shua and Lilia prepared to accompany Ruby to Dr. Oda's laboratory to receive their Pokemon, while also intending to rendezvous with Dr. Oda's daughter, Shafia, who was Ruby's childhood companion. Dr. Oda's research facility was located in Waibayazan, somewhat distant from Changhua City. The trio set out in the morning, traversing the forest, and did not arrive at Waibayazan until midday. However, they were informed by Dr. Oda's assistant that the doctor had taken his daughter out to study Pokemon and was temporarily absent from the lab. Reluctantly, the three decided to search for Dr. Oda in the wild. Following the assistant's directions, they soon spotted the doctor and Shafia not far from the research facility. Upon recognizing them, Ruby felt a surge of embarrassment, while Lilia promptly covered Luoyang Shua's eyes. "What is the fuss? It's merely a young girl clad in leaf attire. Is such modesty necessary?" Luoyang Shua thought to himself. "Oh, Ruby, you've arrived," Dr. Oda exclaimed, approaching them, accompanied by the leaf-clad Shafia and her Torchic. "Greetings, Dr. Oda," Luoyang Shua said, pulling Lilia's hand away. "Professor Okito sends his regards." "Oh, you must be Luoyang. I watched your performance at the Silver Conference. Do you have those legendary Pokemon with you? If possible, might I see them?" Dr. Oda inquired with enthusiasm. I apologize, Doctor. They're at home. I only have my recently captured Pokemon with me," Luoyang Shua replied, eliciting a look of disappointment from the doctor. Meanwhile, Ruby and Shafia had already begun to bicker. Ruby presented an outfit she had crafted for Shafia, only to be met with a flustered Shafia, who promptly pushed her to the ground. "Sigh, you two have such a wonderful relationship," Luoyang Shua, Lilia, and Dr. Oda remarked in unison. "Not at all," Ruby and Shafia retorted simultaneously, glaring at each other, on the verge of an altercation. Yet, their quarrels only seemed to strengthen their bond, whereas Luoyang Shua chose to remain uninvolved, preferring Lilia's gentle and understanding demeanor. Chapter 127, Ancient Ruins. A chance encounter with the fire goose. "I want a water-leap fish," Ruby declared, brandishing a pokeball. "Hey, why did you choose a water type?" Shafia, now donned in the outfit Ruby had made, responded with a hint of annoyance. Luoyang Shua and his companions had now arrived at Dr. Oda's research facility, and Shafia was displeased that Ruby had selected a water-type Pokemon that countered her fire-type Torchic. After all, Shafia was a fiercely competitive girl, often described as tsundere. Ruby appraised Shafia with a smirk. Indeed, the sizes match perfectly. Luoyang Shua facepalmed, thinking, "This girl is asking for trouble." Shafia's face flushed crimson, steam practically rising from her head as she grasped Ruby by her collar and shouted, "How do you know so much? Did you forget?" Ruby began to say, but Shafia swiftly covered her mouth, silencing her. Luoyang Shua and Lilia exchanged glances, immediately sensing a wave of gossip brewing between them. However, they decided it best not to inquire further. Luoyang Shuo feared that if Ruby spoke up, it would be quite difficult to exit the research facility unscathed. After much ado, their group expanded with Shafia's addition. As she aspired to surpass Ruby in strength and thus intended to challenge the Hoenn League by participating in the upcoming colorful conference alongside Luoyang Shuo and his companions. Neither Luoyang Shuo nor Lilia objected. Observing the lively banter between Ruby and Shafia assured them that their journey would be far from dull. Luoyang Shuo glanced at the electronic map and stated, "Next, we shall return to Changhua City, but first, a visit to Guqin Town is in order. There is a ruin we must explore." Everyone agreed, and thus they set off for Guqin Town. Upon their arrival at the Pokemon Center, night had already fallen. Luoyang Shuo and his companions requested 2 rooms to rest for the night before heading to the ruins the following day, followed by their return to Changhua City. However, just as they entered their rooms, the lights abruptly extinguished. Luoyang Shuo exchanged a glance with Ruby before stepping outside to investigate the cause. Upon exiting, they encountered Nurse Joy, who appeared anxious as she prepared to check on the power issue. At that moment, Luoyang Shuo remembered that there were healing Pokemon at the center. "Nurse Joy, let us investigate the power situation. Restoring electricity is our priority," Luoyang Shuo suggested. "I entrust this to you, Kairu Lily." Luoyang Shuo summoned his Kairu Lily, and Ruby did the same. The 2 Kairu Lilies followed Nurse Joy to the backup power room, grasping the prepared electric wires and unleashing a powerful thunderbolt. As the Pokemon Center regained power, Luoyang Shuo and Ruby hurried to check the external electricity situation, only to discover that the wires had been deliberately sabotaged. Luoyang Shuo pondered for a moment before retrieving a small notebook from his backpack, something he had meticulously recorded to prepare for potential plot developments. Considering he had been in this world long enough to forget the storyline. "Professor Meizu, Team Magma," Luoyang Shuo murmured, recalling the 2 terms from his notes. He immediately pulled Ruby towards the ruins, and upon their arrival, they found a man with a hedgehog-like hairstyle surrounded by a group of Team Magma members, seemingly engaged in some discussion. One of the Team Magma members presented a small box adorned with 4 gemstones. "There are quite a few of them. I can handle half. Ruby, do you think you can manage the rest?" Luoyang Shuo whispered to Ruby. "I'll give it a try," Ruby replied quietly. Just as they were about to act, one of the Team Magma members suddenly turned, flinging a liquid from his glove towards the spot where Luoyang Shuo and Ruby were concealed. "We've been discovered," Luoyang Shuo thought. Uncertain of the nature of the liquid, he grabbed Ruby by the collar and leaped to evade the substance, but they soon found themselves surrounded by Team Magma. In an instant, Luoyang Shuo summoned his powerful Pokemon, Mytiana, Trico, and Metagross, while Ruby released her Houndoom, Espurr, and Sylveon. However, the opposing side consisted entirely of Houndoom and Zubat, presenting a formidable challenge. The Team Magma member who had shot the liquid approached them, accompanied by a female Ninetales. The female Team Magma member, chewing gum and exuding an air of authority, asked, "Who are you? What brings you here?" "Where we choose to go is none of your concern," Luoyang Shuo retorted. "Capture them. Bind them first," the female leader commanded. As soon as her words fell, the surrounding Team Magma members closed in, brandishing ropes to ensnare Luoyang Shuo and his companions. "Howl!" Ruby, sensing the precarious situation, took the initiative. A cacophony of howls erupted as the surrounding Zubats and Houndoom were swiftly returned to their Pokeballs. Luoyang Shuo then commanded, "Metagross, restrain them." Despite the challenges of controlling these adversaries, Metagross was more than capable of holding them at bay, if only for a short while. In the fleeting moment when the Fire Rock team found themselves momentarily incapacitated, Luoyang Shuo unleashed his full speed, breaking free from the encircling crowd. With his right hand, he swiftly seized the female leader by the throat, while his left hand locked her arms in place. "All right, your leader is in my grasp. Behave yourselves," Luoyang Shuo declared. "Ah, quite impressive. Do you have a girlfriend?" the female leader remarked nonchalantly, chewing gum as if unfazed by her predicament. "What?" Luoyang Shuo momentarily faltered. In an instant, she swung the brim of her hat towards his face, disregarding the firm grip he had on her throat. Reflexively, Luoyang Shuo raised his hand to block her attack. But he quickly realized the gravity of the situation. With her hands free, she wrapped her arms around his right arm and executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. As she removed a corner of her hat to press against his throat, she taunted, still too naive, "My innocent little brother." Ruby, too, was captured, and the fairies had been rendered unable to fight. Luoyang Shuo regretted not bringing a main Pokemon with him, for had he possessed even one, these individuals combined would have posed no threat. "It's over now, Lord Huiyin," said the member who had escorted Professor Metz into the ruins, addressing the female leader. "Huiyin? So she is one of the 3 flames of the Fire Rock team?" Luo Yangshua pondered. Is this the place? Huiyin asked nonchalantly. No, replied the team member. Then let's retreat, Huiyin commanded. We've already made contact. They are on their way, the team member informed. Soon, the sound of helicopters filled the sky as 3 helicopters circled above, lowering rope ladders for the Fire Rock team to evacuate. Only Huiyin remained behind. Looking at Luo Yangshua with a smile, she said, Farewell, my innocent little brother. I hope we meet again. I find you quite charming. With that, she placed a quick kiss on his cheek before ascending the rope ladder, the helicopter whisking them away. Rubbing his sore back, Luo Yangshua smiled faintly. I hope you can summon those two soon. I wonder what expressions Ji Yensong and Shui Wutong will have when they realize their actions are merely weaving a wedding gown for me. Is it over? Ruby lamented, lying on the ground. Acting is truly exhausting. Chapter 128, The Orange Flower Gym, Battle with Qianli. After freeing Ruby from his bindings, he rubbed the sore spots where he had been tied and said, I will never help you act again. It's too torturous. Luo Yangshua chuckled and patted Ruby on the shoulder, offering encouragement. Oh, come on. You did well. In truth, the entire scenario had been staged by Luo Yangshua and his companions, for he was eager to awaken Groudon and Kyogre swiftly. Otherwise, how could their conversation have been overheard? Or how could Luo Yangshua's remarkable self-healing abilities have been threatened by Huiyin? Recalling his Pokemon and using healing powers to restore them, Luo Yangshua and Ruby ventured into the ruins, eventually locating Professor Metz. Seeing that the professor was unharmed, they yawned and decided to return the next day. After the power restoration, Luo Yangshua and Ruby managed to have a peaceful night's sleep. The following day, the 4 of them returned to Professor Metz, entering the ruins where they unearthed a hidden passage. Within, they encountered the Pokemon Luo Yangshua had longed to see, the ancient Pokemon, Arceus. With this, their Pokédex task was nearly complete, as the previous lottery win and Chris's capture had nearly filled their catalog of Hoenn region Pokemon. Consequently, the rewards from the system were rather meager, amounting to a mere 1,000 diamonds. Yet, even the smallest of offerings was still welcome, and Luo Yangshua had no complaints. After bidding farewell to Professor Metz, they departed from Guchin Town and returned to Orange Flower City. Next, they arrived at the Orange Flower Gym, where Aunt Mizuko urged them to hurry inside. After enjoying lunch at the gym, the main event, the gym battle, was set to commence. Luo Yangshua and Qianli took their positions in the battle arena, and since Sophia was also challenging, Qianli decided on a one-on-one match to determine the victor. With a flick of his wrist, he released his Pokemon, a Kingler and a Machoke. Oh, opting for Machoke to counter Kingler, are we? Qianli chuckled. I have no choice. My main Pokemon is absent, and without a type advantage, I might very well lose this round, Luo Yangshua replied earnestly. Over the past 2 weeks, Luo Yangshua had come to understand Qianli's prowess, and given the current state of his Pokemon, he was aware that challenging Qianli could lead to defeat. But how could he know without trying? Hey, Xiao Luo is quite strong, isn't he? Sophia tugged at Ruby's sleeve. Very strong. He recently fought against the Elite Four's Ken and Drew, Ruby replied. Seriousness etched on his face as he pulled out his notebook to take notes. Let me see, Sophia said, unhesitatingly snatching the notebook from Ruby and scrutinizing it closely. Seeing Sophia waving her fists at him, Ruby promptly surrendered. Machoke, throw, Luo Yangshua commanded. Bulk up now, Qianli ordered. Machoke hurled a black iron ball at Kingler, who roared and struck a flexing pose, its muscles swelling as it absorbed the impact of the iron ball. Kingler brushed off the dust from its chest, lying back down with a disinterested expression, embodying its lazy nature, preferring to defeat opponents while reclining rather than standing. Sword Dance. Luo Yangshua seized the opportunity to enhance his Pokemon's attack and speed. Smart choice, but you underestimate my Kingler. Qianli acknowledged, Hammer Arm. Kingler sprang up, dashing towards Machoke, and with a powerful swing of its arm, sent Machoke flying through the wooden structure. Machoke struggled to rise, panting heavily, while Luo Yangshua sighed, realizing that one hit had left Machoke barely hanging on. Oh, it seems your Pokemon has been raised quite well. It didn't fall immediately, Qianli remarked, observing the now reclined Kingler and the standing Machoke. I won't allow your Kingler to strike again. Machoke, low kick, Luo Yangshua instructed. With all its might, Machoke kicked Kingler's knee, inflicting damage while simultaneously triggering a burst of energy that struck Kingler's knee. Initially indifferent to the low kick, Kingler suddenly found itself alarmed by the explosive damage, clutching its knee and howling in pain. Machoke, another low kick, Luo Yangshua shouted. Kingler stood up, wincing, but quickly unleashed a beam of destruction towards Machoke. However, Machoke's speed had noticeably improved since the last exchange, and the revival was merely a verbal cue, with communication relying on their bond. With a flash, Machoke dodged Kingler's destructive beam and executed a swift kick, toppling Kingler before following up with another low kick. A tremendous explosion erupted, sending Kingler flying and rendering it unable to battle. Machoke, seeing Kingler incapacitated, let out a triumphant shout, glowing radiantly, as a Blaziken materialized in the arena. Already level 36? Luo Yangshuo mused, glancing at Blaziken's data and confirming its level. It appeared that Kingler's experience had been substantial. However, Blaziken barely had time to bask in its victory before a wave of dizziness overcame it, causing it to collapse in defeat. Luo Yangshuo sighed, it's only natural. After such a long battle at low health, fatigue was inevitable. Qianli recalled Kingler and presented the balance badge to Luo Yangshuo, saying, that was a commendable battle. Your Blaziken is well trained. Kingler hasn't faced a worthy opponent in a while and became a bit complacent. It seems it will require some rigorous training. Uncle Qianli, may I inquire which Pokemon is your main partner? Luo Yangshuo asked as he took the badge. After training with Uncle Qianli for half a month, he had yet to see his main Pokemon. Snorlax, Teddiursa, Espurr, Kecleon, Lurantis, and Buniri. Ruby interjected, these are Dad's 6 main Pokemon. Unfortunately, during our move, we had to leave them with relatives back home for the time being. Once things settle down here, we'll transfer them over. With a chuckle, Qianli affectionately ruffled Ruby's hair. Ruby is correct. We have only just relocated to the Hoenn region, and there is still much to attend to. Thus, it is best to keep my main team training back home for now. Once things are more stable here, I will bring them over. Luo Yangshuo nodded in understanding. Next up was the battle between Shafia and Qianli, with Qianli sending out his A-Palm, while Shafia chose her Torchic. The result was predictable. The Torchic was thoroughly outmatched by the A-Palm, leading to Shafia's resounding defeat. Despite her commendable skills, she fell significantly short compared to Ruby or Luo Yangshuo, which meant that the stringent Uncle Qianli would not grant her a badge. Cradling her fatigued Torchic, Shafia solemnly declared, I am not your opponent at this level, Uncle Qianli. I will embark on a journey to strengthen myself, and when I am ready, I shall challenge you once more. Qianli nodded, maintaining his serious demeanor. He would not show leniency in gym battles simply because Shafia was the daughter of his friend, Professor Otomaki. By the way, Xiao Luo. Qianli called out to the departing Luo Yangshuo, the Ash who set out from Pallet Town with you passed through here shortly after you left. He asked me to convey a message. He is waiting for you at the Celestial Conference. Luo Yangshuo stroked his chin and inquired, oh, did he come alone? He recalled that Xiaoyao had transformed into Shafia and had been traveling with them, leading him to wonder if Ash was now on his own. Not quite, Qianli replied. He is accompanied by a girl, though I am unfamiliar with her. Luo Yangshuo's eyes widened in shock. Ash, that steadfast individual, is actually traveling alone with a girl. With a heart full of curiosity, Luo Yangshuo and his companion set off towards Kanas City. While he was indeed intrigued about Ash's traveling companion, he doubted they would encounter her, suspecting they would only meet at the Celestial Conference. However, Luo Yangshuo underestimated Ash's knack for getting lost. Shortly after entering the Orange Woods, they heard a distant explosion. It seemed a Pokemon had used self-destruct. After a brief discussion, they decided to investigate the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, they discovered a crater in the ground surrounded by several incapacitated Swellow. Swellow, Lily exclaimed, crouching to pick one up. They are known for their reckless and impulsive nature, never backing down regardless of their opponent's strength. Moreover, they are migratory Pokemon that prefer to travel in groups and thrive in warm climates. This flock must have flown in from somewhere else. How impressive. Your knowledge is so extensive, Shafia remarked, admiring Lily's eloquence. Luo Yangshuo smiled, acknowledging that Lily's extensive reading was not in vain. Her knowledge was indeed vast, akin to a living Pokédex. However, this was limited to theoretical knowledge, as her practical experience was nearly non-existent. Luo Yangshuo inquired if anyone wished to capture one, but none expressed interest in training them. He used all his Pokeballs to capture several, deciding to leave the healing process to the staff at the estate. He did harbor a desire to capture an exceptional Swellow for training, as few would refuse such a spirited Pokemon. Regrettably, none were of exceptional quality, with most being of average caliber and only one of high quality. Luo Yangshuo recalled that Ash's Swellow was likely of exceptional quality. Ash. He suddenly remembered that specific plot. Wasn't that when Ash captured a Swellow? How infuriating. As Team Rocket's shouts echoed from afar, Luo Yangshuo sighed. It seems we are destined to encounter Ash, and judging by the circumstances, it appears the plot is nearing its conclusion. Shall we go see what is happening? Luo Yangshuo suggested, eager to discover who Ash's traveling companion might be. The four arrived by a small river, where they found a large group of Swellow feasting alongside Ash, Brock, and a girl with flaxen hair, her back turned toward them. "Hey, Xiaoluo," Ash called out, swallowing the thick soup in his mouth and waving at Luo Yangshua and the others. "You all returned quite quickly. Perhaps it is you who are too slow," Luo Yangshua retorted as he approached. "Well, Sally insisted we explore Orange City, so we were delayed," Ash explained. "By the way, you haven't met her yet. This is Sally, from the Kalos region. We met during a Pokemon summer camp hosted by Professor Oak when we were children." Luo Yangshua thought to himself, it truly is her. In fact, when he passed by earlier, he had suspected that the Firefox Pokemon beside her indicated her identity. Luo Yangshua, Ruby, Ash, and Brock exchanged updates on their respective journeys while the three girls stepped aside to whisper amongst themselves. As for what they discussed, one could only imagine. The thoughts of young girls are often best left unguessed. Ash had traveled to the Hoenn region with only his Pikachu and had just captured a spirited Swellow. Luo Yangshua had indeed witnessed this and couldn't help but admire Ash's good fortune. Brock, having concluded his family matters, had also pursued Ash to the Hoenn region, bringing only a Flareon along while leaving the rest of his Pokemon with his younger siblings. Knowing that Luo Yangshua had not brought his main Pokemon either and was instead utilizing all new Pokemon, Ash proposed a battle. He offered to use only his Swellow, foregoing Pikachu. Luo Yangshua contemplated for a moment before responding. "Very well, let us engage in a friendly match. I shall not take advantage of you and will use my Trico." With that, Luo Yangshua sent out his Trico while Ash called forth his well-fed Swellow. "I'll serve as the referee. This is merely a friendly spar, so let us keep it light." "The match begins," Brock declared. "Swellow, wing attack," Ash commanded. "Quick attack, evade. Then use Seed Bomb," Luo Yangshua instructed. Swellow's wings glimmered with light as it charged towards Trico, which swiftly dodged using quick attack, bouncing off the rocks by the river to create distance before launching a barrage of seed bombs at Swellow. "Mirror move," Ash shouted. As Swellow countered with its own seed bomb, the two attacks collided mid-air, resulting in a dazzling explosion that filled the surroundings with smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Trico utilized agility to dart across the rocks, accelerating its speed, while its leaf blades began to glow. With a powerful leap, it executed a leaf blade aimed at Swellow. "Mirror move," Ash called again. Swellow also ignited its wings with light, meeting Trico's leaf blade with its own. The two Pokemon collided, and both were forced back, sustaining damage. However, the following moment, Trico began to absorb sunlight, activating its solar power ability. Although it was already evening, this did not hinder Trico's recovery rate. Ash was not about to allow Trico to recover so easily. He commanded Swellow to strike with another wing attack. Trico promptly halted its photosynthesis, leaping to evade the attack, spinning its body as it unleashed a powerful leaf blade that struck Swellow down, pinning it to the ground and immobilizing it with its dual leaf blades. "All right, that concludes it," Brock announced. "Trico has proven to be the superior fighter. This round goes to Trico." Trico released its leaf blade and leaped back to Luo Yanshua's side. He affectionately patted its head before recalling it. Swellow, dejected, returned to Ash's shoulder, chirping softly to express its disappointment for losing the match. "Do not be disheartened, Swellow," Ash encouraged his Boldore, saying, "This is merely your first encounter with battles between trainers, and you have performed admirably. Moreover, our opponents are trainers far superior to myself. My ambition is to surpass him. Let us strive together." Luo Yangshua smiled and remarked, "Indeed, you possess an excellent Boldore, endowed with remarkable talent and unwavering spirit. Ash, you must nurture it diligently." "Of course," Ash replied, patting Boldore's head. "Now, as dusk approaches, let us set up camp here," Brock suggested. "More guests are arriving. I shall prepare some food. Allow me to assist. I have ample ingredients," Luo Yangshua offered. Having pitched the tents, Luo Yangshua and Brock collaborated to prepare a sumptuous dinner, which everyone relished with great joy. However, Luo Yangshua planned not to accompany Ash and the others to Canalave City the following day. Ash and his friends intended to travel directly to Canalave City, though Luo Yangshua harbored doubts about their ability to maintain a straight path. Instead, he intended to explore an abandoned ancient mansion on the other side, as his slate detector had beeped, indicating that the location was there, and he wished to investigate. Chapter 128, The Slate in the Ancient Mansion. The next day, Luo Yangshua and his companions parted ways with Ash, heading towards the mansion where the slate was located. The Orange Forest was bustling with trainers capturing Pokemon or seeking battles with one another. And as Luo Yangshua and his group traversed, they encountered 3 challengers. However, Luo Yangshua had no desire to battle. Instead, Sophia eagerly engaged them, winning all 3 matches. Currently, Sophia's Pokemon included a Torchic of exceptional quality and a Kecleon of good quality. Luo Yangshua envied the good fortune of these protagonists, as each of their Pokemon seemed to meet a minimum standard of high quality or better, although all of his own Pokemon boasted exceptional abilities. Without a discerning eye for potential, he would undoubtedly fall short. After a lengthy journey, Luo Yangshua and his companions arrived at the dilapidated ancient mansion. Luo Yangshua released his Metagross, while Ruby unleashed his Houndoom and Chimecho. Is something amiss? Sophia inquired. Typically, heavily damaged and uninhabited houses become shelters for Pokemon, predominantly ghost types. Lily explained. Generally, psychic-type Pokemon can sense ghost types, and Houndoom, being a dark type, is particularly effective against them. Sophia nodded in understanding as the four of them entered the house. Luo Yangshua proposed, let us split up and search. Lily and I will explore the back rooms, while Ruby and Sophia can investigate the front. Understood, Ruby replied. Luo Yangshua and Lily ventured to the back rooms for their search. The rooms were severely damaged and thick with dust, causing Lily to cough as they rummaged through the debris. Are you all right? Perhaps I should handle this alone, Luo Yangshua suggested. I'm fine, Lily responded. Look, I think I found a diary. As Lily flipped through the pages, they discovered it was indeed a diary, though the identity of its author remained unknown. However, from the text, it was evident that the author was likely a young girl. Sunday, sunny weather. Today, Mother bought me a beautiful dress that I adore. Little White also loves seeing me in it. Wednesday, cloudy weather. The medicine tastes terrible, but thankfully, Little White keeps me company. Saturday, sunny weather. Mother and Father say that Little White is the reason I'm not getting better, calling Little White a harbinger of misfortune, and they drove him away. Now, I feel so lonely. As the diary entries progressed, it became clear that the girl was ill, and it seemed she ultimately succumbed to her illness. Luo Yangshua was particularly intrigued by the mention of Little White, who was banished by the adults and labeled as a harbinger of misfortune. What kind of Pokemon could it be? However, the diary provided no further insights, leaving Luo Yangshua curious about the fate of this Pokemon named Little White. After some contemplation, he decided to tuck the diary into his backpack. After searching several more rooms without discovering any slate fragments, they did encounter numerous Pokemon, predominantly ghost types, along with some grass types like Shroomish and Paras, which preferred the shade. Completing their search of the back rooms yielded no signs of the slate. When they reconvened with Ruby, they found that he too had found nothing. At this point, it seems we must summon an expert, Luo Yangshua mused, stroking his chin. An expert? Ruby and Sophia inquired with curiosity. Lily, initially puzzled, quickly grasped the idea and nodded in agreement, releasing her own Porygon Z. Indeed, unable to find anything? Lucky Porygon Z is your best choice. Lost and unsure of direction? Follow Porygon Z, and you'll surely find your way back. Whenever uncertainty arises, why not consult Lucky Porygon Z? The two Porygon Z, having not played together in some time, frolicked in the air, but in a moment of distraction, one collided with the wall, dislodging some dust and revealing a hint of blue beneath. Luo Yangshua noticed the blue hue on the wall and silently commended the mansion's original owner, using Archaea slate fragments as tiles. Impressive. He directed Metagross to float over and deliver a punch, knocking down the slate fragment. Luo Yangshua collected the shard, declaring, the retrieval mission is complete. Now, let us proceed to Canalave City. With their Pokemon recalled, they departed from the location, continuing their journey towards Canalave City. In the Unova region, a young man with green hair smiled while cradling a Zorua, saying, Little Luo, can he understand Pokemon's voices too? It seems we are of the same kind. Before the young man was a visual phone, and on the other end was a figure cloaked in black robes, likely a woman based on the silhouette. She spoke in a somber tone, you may go meet him. After all, you mentioned that you might be of the same kind. The young man shook his head, stating, we are not of the same kind, but I am willing to meet him. He should be in the Hoenn region now, the robed woman replied. Well, I suppose it could serve as a diversion, the young man responded. I hope for some change, she said. Indeed, he replied, I too wish for change. With that, the young man ended the call and stepped outside. Standing at the door were two individuals clad in white coats and round white hats. Upon seeing the young man emerge, they respectfully addressed him, Lord N. Indeed, this green-haired young man was N, the puppet leader of Team Plasma. Although crowned as the king of Team Plasma, he wielded no real power, merely serving as a symbol of authority and cohesion for the team, a mere puppet upheld by Getsis. However, it appeared that Team Plasma had yet to make a move against the legendary dragon Pokemon Reshiram, Zekrom, and Kyurem, indicating that the Unova region remained relatively peaceful. I wish to visit the Hoenn region, and stated indifferently. But Gitsis forbids you from wandering. Our plans are about to commence, one of the team plasma members cautioned. Who is the leader here, you or I? N's eyes glimmered with cold intensity. My lord, we would not dare. The two immediately knelt, pleading for mercy. Prepare a plane for me. I do not wish to repeat myself, N ordered tersely. If Gitsis has any issues, let him come to me directly. Yes, my lord. The two Team Plasma members quickly replied, retreating to prepare the plane for N exhaled deeply, caressing the Solgaleo nestled in his embrace, and lamented. How long must we endure these days? All I desire is for the fairies to live freely, to establish a dreamlike kingdom. Solgaleo nuzzled N's cheek, offering him gentle encouragement. No matter the challenges he faced, it would always stand resolutely by his side. Chapter 129, The Poachers. In the Orange Blossom Forest, on a clearing, Luo Yangshua and Ruby were liberating a group of spike-tail insects confined within iron cages. Observing the slowly departing swarm, Luo Yangshua urged, hurry along, and do not allow the poachers to capture you again. The audacity of these poachers is appalling, resorting to firearms against the fairies, Sophia remarked. There is no remedy for that. Where there is light, darkness inevitably follows, Ruby replied with a shrug. I have informed Miss Junsha. They will arrive shortly, Lily announced as she set down her phone. Luo Yangshua began restoring the surroundings to their former state and suggested, let us lie in wait here. Since the poachers have placed the fairies here, they will surely return for them. If the risk is low, we shall apprehend them. If it is high, we shall wait for Miss Junsha and her team. Sophia nodded, revealing her small fangs as she exclaimed, agreed. We must subdue them. With that, the four of them scattered to find hiding spots, awaiting the poachers' arrival. Luo Yangshua and Lily concealed themselves in the dense foliage of a tree, while Ruby and Sophia took refuge in a nearby thicket. After nearly an hour of waiting, they finally spotted an off-road vehicle approaching, dragging a large iron cage filled with spike-tail insects into the clearing. The vehicle halted before the camouflaged cage, and a muscular man clad in camouflage gear jumped out, a strap across his chest holding 6 pokeballs. He furrowed his brow, stepped forward, then retreated, retrieving 2 pokeballs from the strap. At once, a Fearow and a Zubat emerged in the clearing. Zubat, use supersonic. Fearow, take to the skies. The man commanded. Luo Yangshua felt a surge of dread. As predicted, the man drew a handgun from his waist and fired directly at the tree canopy where Luo Yangshua and Lily hid, as well as the thicket where Ruby and Sophia were concealed. Without hesitation, Luo Yangshua leapt down from the tree with Lily, while Ruby rolled with Sophia to evade the bullets. Nana, roar! Ruby shouted. Steelix, Kyrillian, restrain him. Luo Yangshua commanded, unleashing his psychic abilities. 3 waves of psychic energy immediately immobilized the man. Sophia, take his handgun and pokeballs, Ruby instructed. The two approached to confiscate the man's firearm. But Luo Yangshua suddenly shouted, retreat immediately. He dashed towards Ruby and Sophia, pushing them aside just as a pokeball slipped from the man's grasp and tumbled to the ground, resulting in a massive explosion that sent Luo Yangshua flying like a rag doll. Little Luo, Lily cried out in horror. Shiny, Ice Beam, Porygon Z, Shadow Ball. Lily summoned her Shiny and Porygon Z, launching attacks at the man. Her eyes glinted with icy fury. She had reached her breaking point. Underestimating me comes with severe consequences. The man sneered, twisting his neck before hurling a pokeball at Lily. As Lily gazed at the oncoming pokeball, she realized it was not a standard pokeball, but a tiny self-destruct ball. Moments ago, it had shielded the man from another self-destruct ball's explosion. Boom. The explosion sent dust swirling into the air. When the dust settled, Steelix stood protectively before Lily. To a Steel-type Pokemon, such an explosion was trivial. Luo Yangshua wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up, his previously shattered abdomen now miraculously intact, astonishing everyone present. Though capable of rapid recovery, the pain was excruciating. He remarked coldly, I want to grant you another opportunity. In an instant, Luo Yangshua vanished from sight. The man stared in shock, promptly releasing his Pokemon to shield himself, a Boscodora and a Tyranitar. But in the next moment, Boscodora was sent flying by a fiery kick from Blaziken, and Tyranitar was struck down by a black iron ball. Subsequently, the forest lizard, like a green flash, slashed at Tyranitar with Leaf Blade. Luo Yangshua accelerated forward, appearing before the man and delivering an uppercut that left him dazed. The impact reverberated through the man's jaw, momentarily halting his thoughts and rendering him incapable of response. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yangshua twisted the man's right arm behind his back, dislocating his shoulder, leaving it dangling lifelessly. The man let out a pained howl. But in the next instant, Luo Yangshua executed the same maneuver on his left arm, causing him to succumb to the agony and faint, collapsing to the ground. Phew! Luo Yangshua exhaled. Master CE's grappling techniques are indeed effective. Yet before he could finish his reflection, someone leapt onto him from behind. Lily enveloped Luo Yangshua in a tight embrace, and he could distinctly feel her trembling body from excitement. It's all right now, he reassured, turning to embrace Lily. Ruby approached, rubbing his cheek, and remarked, I told you it's fine. Little Luo's regenerative abilities are nothing short of monstrous. How could anything possibly be wrong? Luo Yangshua rolled his eyes at Ruby, retorting, recovery doesn't equate to a lack of pain. Please consider your actions more carefully next time. You could have used your Kyrillian to disarm him from a distance. Ruby sheepishly rubbed his cheek and apologized. Sorry, I forgot. By the way, what happened to your face? Luo Yangshua inquired, noticing a prominent handprint on Ruby's cheek. As he glanced at the rosy-cheeked Sophia, adorned with two muddy handprints on her chest, the realization struck him. It's not my fault, Ruby sighed helplessly. Though grateful to Luo Yangshua for saving their lives, he felt utterly wronged by the slap he had received. It was clearly an unavoidable circumstance. Lily turned to glare at Ruby, her expression darkening, conveying a clear message. Say another word, and I'll end you. Ruby wisely opted for silence, recognizing the danger. Luo Yangshua instructed the forest lizard to find a sturdy vine, binding the man securely. Before recalling the 6 incapacitated Pokémon into their Pokeballs and destroying the switches to prevent their release. Now, it was time to leave the rest to Junsha and her team. After freeing the iron cage of spiked tail insects, Luo Yangshua thought about washing up. He was covered in dust and blood, and his clothes were in tatters, his appearance akin to that of a shabby vagabond. A while later, Miss Junsha and her team arrived. Apprehending the man, they conveyed that the poacher was ruthless, wielding firearms and Pokémon to harm others. He would not see the light of day for the remainder of his life. After gathering information from Luo Yangshua and the others, Junsha's team departed. Luo Yangshua and his companions quickly sought a stream to cleanse themselves. Upon seeing that Luo Yangshua's torso bore no wounds, Lily felt relieved and joined Sophia to wash upstream. Chapter 130, The Sanctuary, Collective Evolution. The following day, Luo Yangshua and his companions encountered a dead tree blocking their path in the forest. Though it appeared to be one tree, only half remained, as if cleaved by some force. Intrigued, Sophia decided to investigate. The others voiced no objections, and the group followed the remnants of the dead tree to the edge of a large pit. In the vast pit, numerous Trevenant were diligently watering a sapling of a tree, and upon noticing Luo Yangshua and his companions, they regarded them with a hint of caution. Fear not. We are merely here to observe and shall not disturb you, Luo Yangshua communicated to the Trevenant using his bond abilities. The Trevenant, seeing that Luo Yangshua and his group made no further advances, chose to ignore them. This was not solely due to Luo Yangshua's words, but rather because Shirabi often perched upon his shoulder, imparting upon him a fragment of the legendary forest deity's aura. This divine essence ensured that the Trevenant harbored no doubts about a human capable of carrying the aura of a mythical beast. Most of these Trevenant possessed inferior qualities, and Luo Yangshua had no intention of capturing them, especially since he already had a superior forest lizard, thus rendering these Trevenant unremarkable to him. On the other hand, Sophia expressed a desire to capture one, only to be restrained by Ruby, who shook his head. Having traveled with Luo Yangshua for some time, Ruby was aware that Luo Yangshua could discern the qualities of the elves. Had there been any with adequate potential, Luo Yangshua would have undoubtedly captured one or two. Yet, his inaction indicated either their difficulty in being captured or their lackluster qualities. Thus, Ruby explained to Sophia, advising her that if she wished to capture an elf while traveling with Luo, it would be prudent to inquire about their potential. Luo would never deceive you regarding this matter. Elves of higher quality will indeed develop much more swiftly. Sophia nodded, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Typically, she accompanied her father in the wild for research, and was somewhat oblivious to notable occurrences. Ruby would often elucidate them for her. After observing the Trevenant for a while, Luo Yangshua and his companions resumed their journey. Days later, they arrived at a forest reserve, where the abundance of elves was indeed remarkable, though regrettably, the reserve's regulations prohibited the capturing of any. Watching several impressive elite elves pass by, Luo Yangshua's heart ached with longing. As for their current pause, one reason was the impending lunchtime, while the other was that Ruby's Kirlia was on the verge of evolution. He was busy adjusting his camera to capture this pivotal moment. Ruby's Kirlia, undoubtedly, was destined to evolve into a Gardevoir. He stabilized his camera, gesturing to the star of the show, Kirlia. who promptly removed the Everstone from around her neck. In an instant, a radiant light enveloped Kirlia, and as the glow faded, Gardevoir stood majestically before them. "Behold, the Gardevoir!" Shafia exclaimed, pulling out her Pokédex for further information. Remembering something, she inquired, "Luo, do you not also have a Kirlia? When will it evolve into a Gardevoir?" Luo Yangshua chuckled softly, replying, "My Kirlia is male, and I do not intend for him to evolve into Gardevoir. Rather, I wish for him to evolve into Galade." "Galade?" Shafia asked, confusion etched on her face. Just as Lily was about to explain, Luo Yangshua interjected, "Experiencing it is far better than mere explanation. My Kirlia is also on the precipice of evolution. Allow me to demonstrate how he transforms into Galade." With that, Luo Yangshua released his Kirlia and retrieved an awakening stone from his backpack, presenting it to Kirlia. Upon receiving the stone, Kirlia was enveloped in light, and when the brilliance subsided, a Galade emerged before them. Ruby diligently captured the moment on his camera. Through comparison, the differences between the two were evident. Gardevoir's form was clad in white, resembling an elegant evening gown, with a green inner lining. Its hairstyle morphed into flowing curls cascading down its back. The arms were green, seamlessly connecting to the hands, which appeared elongated and glove-like. The once prominent fin-like horns on its head shifted to the chest and back post-evolution. Gardevoir's face bore spiky structures, reminiscent of a masquerade mask, while a green ribbon connected to the center of its horns, further accentuating its gown-like appearance. In contrast, Galade's lower body was white, characterized by a robust and rounded posterior and strong legs. Its torso was slender, exhibiting a blend of the green from its upper body and the white of its lower. Like Gardevoir, Galade showcased sharp red protrusions on its chest and back. Its arms resembled scythes, featuring retractable blades at the elbows. The head bore a gladiatorial helmet shape, with a white face and a teal crown, adorned with spiky tufts akin to its counterpart, Gardevoir. Seizing the moment, Luo Yangshua decided to evolve his Porygon as well. Considering it had mastered most of its skills, not evolving felt wasteful, especially since he had taken a laid-back approach to training Porygon, and evolving it into Porygon Z would necessitate a more structured training regimen. Producing 2 light stones, Luo Yangshua and Lily summoned Porygon, bestowing the stones upon it. The 2 Pokémon soon transformed into Porygon Z. Post-evolution, the 2 Pokémon exhibited a newfound composure, shedding the playful antics characteristic of Porygon or Porygon 2. "Who are you?" A girl's voice suddenly pierced the air as a young girl approached, accompanied by 3 large Houndoom and a hyena. They appeared to regard Luo Yangshua's group with considerable suspicion. The trio of Houndoom growled ominously, poised to pounce at any moment. "We are en route to Kanaz City for a gym challenge, merely passing through this reserve," Luo Yangshua explained, assuring them, "We are quite respectful of the regulations and have neither captured nor battled with any elves within the reserve." With that, he revealed his balance badge for the girl to see, prompting her to lower her guard. "I apologize, I am Kelly," she introduced herself. "Given that this is a protected area, poachers frequently lurk nearby. My Houndoom sensed the light of evolution, which is why I came to investigate." Following introductions, Kelly expressed urgency, stating, "By the way, as travelers, do you have any medicines? A group of elves in the reserve has fallen ill, and I would need to rush to town for supplies, but time is of the essence. If you have any medicine, I can compensate you." Luo Yangshua shook his head, indicating it was unnecessary. His stock of medicines was ample. "Please, lead us to them," he urged Kelly. She nodded, and the Houndoom and hyena promptly cleared a path for them as they ventured deeper into the reserve. Chapter 131, Swablu and Altaria. Following Kelly, Luo Yangshua and his companions arrived at a wooden cabin. The grass surrounding it was dotted with numerous enclosures housing injured elves. Kelly led them to a grassy patch where a conspicuous mound of white cotton stood nearby. "Here we are," Kelly declared. "These elves seem to have suffered from food poisoning, and I've run out of antidotes. Going to the town would take too long." "Swablu, this is straightforward," Luo Yangshua replied, promptly retrieving a substantial quantity of antidotes from his backpack to distribute among the group. While antidotes were somewhat excessive for treating food poisoning, Luo Yangshua had an abundance and was keen to expedite the recovery of the Swablu. Everyone split up to take action. Luo Yangshua cradled a blue cotton bird and administered an antidote, which the bird quickly drank, regaining its vitality. He gently set it down and picked up another. With the aid of the antidote, the group of over 50 blue cotton birds was deemed safe. Through their chattering conversations, Luo Yangshua gathered that their original nest had been usurped by a flock of dark crows, which had driven them away. The 2 species had coexisted peacefully until a dark crow somehow discovered a stone of darkness, evolving into a formidable crow leader. This upset the balance of power between the two groups, and under the crow leader's command, the blue cottonbirds were expelled from their home. With nowhere to go, the blue cottonbirds inadvertently consumed harmful fruits, leading to their current plight. Luo Yangshua shared what he knew with Kelly, who was visibly troubled. Although she was a ranger in the protected area, she felt she had no authority to intervene in the conflict between the fairy races. It's quite simple, Lilia remarked. The first solution would be to subdue the crow leader, but given that this is a protected area, that seems unlikely. The second option would be for one of the blue cottonbirds to evolve, ideally under the guidance of a Chishi bluebird, which could help reclaim their territory. Luo Yangshua and Ruby nodded in agreement. This indeed seemed like the most effective solution, even if they managed to help the blue cottonbirds reclaim their home. Their lack of strength would render it indefensible. Kelly pondered for a moment and said, "The second option seems more feasible. But how can we help the blue cottonbirds level up and evolve?" "That's simple. Leave it to me," Luo Yangshua replied. "However, I need to capture a blue cottonbird first." "Is that acceptable, Kelly?" Kelly appeared somewhat distressed. "Does that mean we have to sacrifice a blue cottonbird?" Seeing her hesitation, Luo Yangshua assured her, "Don't worry. Once this is over, I will release the blue cottonbird. Will that suffice?" After some contemplation, Kelly agreed. Luo Yangshua approached the flock of blue cottonbirds and declared, "I can help you reclaim your home. However, I need to train you to evolve into Chishi bluebirds. Those with ambition, step forward." The blue cottonbirds chirped excitedly, discussing amongst themselves. Eventually, 6 of them stepped forward. Luo Yangshua smiled and captured one with exceptional potential using a pokeball, then addressed the remaining 5, "Follow me. I will train you, and we will strive for your evolution within a day." With that, he led the 6 blue cottonbirds into the forest, preparing to battle wild Pokémon to aid their leveling up. When it came to leveling, Luo Yangshua was undoubtedly one of the most qualified individuals to make such a claim. Activating the long-and-used experience multiplier, he guided the cottonbirds to encounter a few Pidgeys and Zubats. Since they were preparing to confront the crow leader, aerial combat would be essential. So he wanted them to experience a trainer's aerial tactics firsthand. Watching Luo Yangshua and the 6 blue cottonbirds venture into the forest, Kelly expressed her concern. "Is everything going to be all right?" "Rest assured," Ruby replied. "After all, he is a candidate for the Elite Four. He wouldn't risk a few blue cottonbirds. Moreover, he runs a breeding facility, so he has plenty of Pokemon that are no less than those in this protected area." Hearing Ruby's words, Kelly felt much more at ease. Meanwhile, Luo Yangshua faced the approaching Pidgeys and Zubats, connecting with the blue cottonbirds through the bond of power. The blue cottonbirds immediately began to sing a melodious tune. As the song resonated, the Pidgeys and Zubats quickly fell into a drowsy state. With renewed focus, the blue cottonbirds soared into the sky, channeling potent dragon-type energy to collide with the Pidgeys and Zubats. After sending them flying, the blue cottonbirds unleashed a tremendous shriek, releasing numerous pink heart-shaped beams to attack their foes. The enchanting melody incapacitated the Pidgeys, while the subsequent barrage rendered the Zubats unable to fight. Luo Yangshua approached and administered healing items to the 2 Pokemon, watching as they flew away, and declared, "Continue on. Today, I will ensure all of you evolve." After an afternoon of intense training, bolstered by the experience multiplier, the 6 blue cottonbirds successfully evolved into Chishi bluebirds. Returning, Kelly could hardly believe her eyes. All 6 blue cottonbirds had evolved into Chishi bluebirds. "Now let us address the issue of the crow leader," Luo Yangshua said, eager to finish up so they could have dinner. "Let us wrap this up quickly. I'm starving," sighed Sophia, slumped over the table. Ruby and Lilia were also resting their heads on the table, as it was already past 6 in the evening and they had yet to eat. With no other choice, Luo Yangshua instructed the 6 Chishi bluebirds to lead the group and the remaining blue cottonbirds back to their former home. The original habitat of the blue cottonbirds was a lush grove with abundant fruit trees, which explained why the dark crows sought to claim it. As night fell, flocks of dark crows flitted among the trees, foraging for fruit. The Chishi bluebirds set everyone down and immediately issued a challenge to the dark crows with a resounding call. Instantly, swarms of dark crows took to the sky, casting a shadow over the ground. In the midst of them, a crow leader commanded the dark crows to attack the Chishi bluebirds and blue cottonbirds. Is that crow leader merely directing the others to attack? Ruby wondered aloud, puzzled. Shouldn't it be leading the charge itself, given its superior strength? The crow leader was said to possess a cold and ruthless demeanor, showing no mercy for the failures of its subordinates, Lilia explained. Typically, only the minions engage in battle, with the leader striking only when delivering the final blow. Lilia's assessment proved accurate. Whenever a blue cottonbird showed signs of fatigue, the crow leader would swiftly swoop in to finish them off. However, it underestimated the Chishi bluebirds. The 6 Chishi bluebirds surrounded the crow leader, systematically clearing out the surrounding dark crows until they managed to bring the leader down. As the crow leader lost its ability to fight, the dark crows fell into disarray, ultimately being defeated and driven from their territory by the Chishi bluebirds. With the battle concluded, Luo Yanxua declared, "Let us hurry and finish up so we can eat." Agreed. Everyone chimed in unison. Chapter 132, Kanaz City. The next morning, Luo Yanxua and his companions bid farewell to Kelly and prepared to continue their journey to Kanaz City. Kelly watched them depart, noticing a Chishi bluebird hovering nearby. Hesitating and circling in the air, torn between following Luo Yanxua and staying with her. "If you wish to go, then go, Chishi bluebird," Kelly encouraged. "Just remember not to stay within the protected area. You must abide by the rules. Once you leave, you will be a wild Pokemon, and I will have no authority over your fate." The Chishi bluebird landed to nuzzle Kelly's cheek before letting out a long call and chasing after Luo Yanxua and the others. The other Chishi bluebirds and blue cottonbirds in the forest also sang out, bidding their farewell and blessing the departing bird. Upon hearing their calls, Luo Yanxua paused for a moment, smiling as he continued onward. Once they exited the protected area, Luo Yanxua looked up at the sky, where the Chishi bluebird descended gracefully, landing before him. "Training with me will be quite demanding," he warned, pulling out a high-grade Pokeball. The Chishi bluebird, unhesitating, chirped and flapped its wings against the button of the Pokeball, instantly being pulled inside. The ball shook momentarily before coming to a stop. "I've captured the Chishi bluebird," Luo Yanxua exclaimed with delight. "How enviable. Why isn't there a Chishi bluebird willing to follow me?" Sophia lamented unhappily. "Stop dreaming. How much have you contributed to them?" Ruby said, playfully tapping Sophia's head. Soon after, she was knocked out by a single punch from Sophia, while Lily smiled at the unfolding scene without uttering a word. Days later, Luo Yanxua and his companions finally arrived at the city of Kanaz, standing atop the highest observation deck, gazing upon the coastal city. "First, we shall visit the Kanaz gym, and after the match, we can set sail to the martial arts town," Luo Yanxua suggested. "I have no objections to that," Ruby responded. "But there is a grand competition in Kanaz tomorrow, and I intend to participate. Would it be possible to delay our departure until the day after?" Luo Yanxua patted his shoulder and replied, "You have your aspirations. Just inform us, and we will not hinder you." "Thank you," Ruby said. Sophia and Lily had gone shopping, while Luo Yanxua and Ruby, uninterested in such activities, sat on the observation deck's benches, discussing their upcoming itinerary and contemplating issues related to Pokemon and modifications of techniques. At that moment, a man with green hair and a cap sat nearby, prompting Luo Yanxua to immediately leap up into a defensive stance. "What's wrong, little Luo?" Ruby inquired, observing Luo Yangshua's startled reaction akin to that of a snakebite. "Get away from there, Ruby. He's dangerous," Luo Yangshua warned. His instincts screamed at him. "This man is perilous." "You must be little Luo," the man stated, lifting his head. Luo Yangshua's eyes widened as he recognized the face. It was En, the king of Team Plasma. How could he be here? Luo Yangshua's first thought was En regarded the wary Luo Yangshua and Ruby, who had promptly risen to his side, and chuckled, "No need for such wariness. I harbor no ill intentions." As he smiled, the sense of danger dissipated for Luo Yangshua, yet it only deepened his wariness of En. "Who are you?" Luo Yangshua asked, feigning ignorance. "You may call me En," he replied. "If there's nothing else. Would you care for a battle? A Pokemon duel?" "I must decline," Luo Yangshua asserted. He was well aware of En's formidable combat skills. He referred to himself as a hero and wielded cryptic words that could disorient his opponents' minds, even leading their Pokemon to abandon their trainers to follow him instead. Furthermore, his rhetoric was not mere villainous bluster, but rather philosophical analyses based on existing facts, often leaving his opponent speechless. Hence, Luo Yangshua was not intimidated merely by En's strength, but rather by the formidable might of his mind, which possessed an almost obsessive rationality. Such individuals, when driven to madness, could undoubtedly become diabolical. While Luo Yangshua remained on guard, Ruby pressed a button on the high-grade Pokeball at Luo Yangshua's waist, releasing a Magikarp into En's embrace. "Ruby, what are you doing?" Luo Yangshua exclaimed. "I didn't do anything," Ruby replied innocently. As Luo Yangshua turned around, he was taken aback to see two Rubies staring at each other, their eyes wide with surprise. In an instant, confusion washed over him. What was happening? However, one of the Rubies suddenly broke into a mischievous grin, and Luo Yangshua recognized the familiar sight. Gritting his teeth, "Zorua." Ruby chuckled as she transformed into a small black fox. Its body was a shade of grayish-black, with pale blue eyes and black fur around its neck, while its limbs and the flame-shaped tufts on its head and around its eyes were a deep crimson. Who else could it be but Zoroa? N, observing the scene, smiled and asked Magikarp, "What Pokemon are you, and why were you captured?" Magikarp made a few dazed sounds. And N nodded, saying, "So, you were caught to repay a debt of gratitude. How remarkable. But don't you think Pokemon should be free? Pokeballs merely bind your existence." Magikarp shook its head and called out earnestly, and nodded, affirming, "I understand, as long as you feel happy." He then returned Magikarp to Luo Yangshua. Luo Yangshua immediately cradled Magikarp, questioning, "In, what are you truly after?" "Nothing much. I merely wish to meet another who can communicate with Pokemon," and smiled. "If it is acceptable, I would like to join you for a while on your journey. Do you truly think we would agree to that?" Ruby frowned, sensing that In was no ordinary individual and that traveling with him could be perilous. "Do not worry. I only have one Zoroa with me," and reassured, adding, "And little Luo, I wish to give you this." He handed a white sphere to Luo Yangshua. Upon examination, Luo Yangshua noticed 3 grooves carved into the otherwise smooth surface, giving the orb an antiquated appearance, as if it had been weathered by time. "What is this? Just this white orb?" Ruby leaned in to inquire. Luo Yangshua, with a serious expression, asked, "Do you know what this is?" Ideals and realities," and said, producing another black sphere from his pocket. Luo Yangshua hesitated, asking, "Are you certain? Does an ideal transform into reality, or is it vanquished by reality?" "I am eager to know that place is not an ideal," Luo Yangshua replied in a low voice. "Yes, I have gleaned some understanding, thanks to certain reminders. However, my ideals will not waver," and declared earnestly. "Well, I suppose I agree," Luo Yangshua conceded reluctantly. Ruby exclaimed, "Meow? Meow? What on earth are you two talking about?" Chapter 133, Battle with Cuckoo. Upon finishing their shopping, Lily and Sophia were taken aback by the unexpected presence of an additional individual. Upon learning that N would be joining their travels, the naive Sophia readily acquiesced. Lily, however, looked to Luo Yangshua, sensing a flicker of something on his face. Luo Yangshua nodded in acknowledgement, and Lily did not protest further. Next, they arrived at the Kanaz gym, where they found Cuckoo preparing for her lessons. Aware of the 2 challengers, Cuckoo hesitated before stating, "Very well, one at a time, please, and you may use only 2 Pokemon each. However, may I record the match? I would like to show it to my students as a form of teaching." "Not a problem," Luo Yangshua and Sophia replied in unison. "Little Luo, allow me to go first this time," Sophia said. Luo Yangshua nodded, knowing that Sophia had been diligently training her Torchic and Corphish during their journey, and he and his own Fire Chicken had provided her with ample support, leading to her rapid improvement. As the staff set up 4 cameras around the arena, the gym battle commenced. "Well then, let us begin. Geodude, go." Cuckoo sent out her Geodude to lead the charge. "Corphish, come forth." Sophia called out her Corphish, affectionately named Alara. The matchup favored Sophia, as Steel type had an advantage over Rock type, Ruby commented from the stands. "Not necessarily. It ultimately depends on the trainer's execution," N remarked calmly. Ruby shot in an irritated glance, but the match was about to begin. The rocky terrain would certainly limit Corphish's capabilities, given the abundance of rocks. "Alara, use Iron Head," Sophia commanded. "Geodude, Rock Throw." Cuckoo countered. Corphish charged toward Geodude, while Geodude struck the rocks, sending debris flying towards the oncoming Corphish. Nevertheless, Corphish, being a Steel type with a robust shell, was hardly fazed by the small stones. With a resounding crash, Corphish collided with Geodude, sending it hurtling away. The rocks then sealed Geodude in place, rendering it immobile, and Corphish followed up with Metal Claw, rendering Geodude incapable of continuing the battle. That was quite an impressive combo. Luo Yangshua nodded in approval. This series of moves was inspired by the swift defensive tactics that Sophia frequently observed from Luo Yangshua. Although Kecleon could not match the speed of dispatching its opponent, Sophia had considered the synergy of skills. While slower, it still caught Diyuan off guard. Retrieving her small punch stone, Diyuan sent forth her own Nosepass. However, as soon as Nosepass entered the fray, Kecleon faced a dire predicament. Being a compass Pokemon, Nosepass possessed a prominent red nose with a formidable magnetic force, amplified by Diyuan's Nosepass likely having the magnet pull ability. Tragically, Kecleon, encased in a steel shell, was immediately drawn to Nosepass's large red nose. "Nosepass, use Electro Ball," Diyuan commanded. "Kecleon, defend." Sophia responded, feeling helpless as Kecleon was magnetically held in place, unable to return to its Pokeball. The Electro Ball struck Kecleon at close range, but the Protect move mitigated the attack, sending Kecleon flying, only to be drawn back once more for yet another Electro Ball. Luoyang Shua covered his face, exclaiming, "Now this is what I call truly insurmountable." After all, it was entirely reasonable for Kecleon, being lighter than Nosepass, to be drawn in. Under the relentless barrage of electro balls, Kecleon succumbed to the loss of battle capability. Shafia, feeling disgruntled, withdrew Kecleon and subsequently released her Torchic. Gigi dashed behind Nosepass with a flash. Shafia instructed. Through the previous skirmish, she had discerned Nosepass's weakness. Its nose could only point northward and could not turn around. Torchic immediately sped forward, aiming for Nosepass's rear. Yet, in the following moment, Nosepass unleashed a magnitude attack, sending a strong shockwave toward Torchic. Gigi, leap onto Nosepass and use low kick, Shafia exclaimed, her eyes glimmering with inspiration. Torchic leaped high. Bolstered by the example of Blaziken, Shafia had significantly enhanced Torchic's leg strength. It soared over the magnitude attack, landing atop Nosepass's head, then swiftly pivoted to its rear, delivering a powerful kick that sent Nosepass tumbling. Sparks erupted as the defenseless Nosepass was struck repeatedly on its back until it lost the ability to battle. The winner is Shafia from Unova, the referee announced. Diwen, resigned, withdrew her Nosepass. Once its weakness was exposed, it was essentially doomed. Unless it evolved into a Probopass, which boasted 3 components for both offense and defense, it would remain vulnerable. Shafia joyfully accepted her badge, embracing Diwen tightly. This was her very first badge, certainly worthy of a fitting commemoration. Soon after, Shafia approached the spectator area, and Luoyang Shua leaped down from the stands, taking his position in the battle arena as he faced Diwen. Diwen, shall we take a moment to rest? He inquired. No need, let us begin. First up is this. Diwen replied, releasing her first Pokemon for battle against Luoyang Shua. A robust Aerodactyl soared into the arena, its gaze fixed intently on Luoyang Shua. Ah, an Aerodactyl? I happen to have one as well, so I won't take advantage of you. How about we send out my Swablu? Luoyang Shua said with a smile. You have an Aerodactyl too? Diwen asked, puzzled, before realization dawned on her. You're that little Luo from Sinnoh Town. Indeed, that's me, Luoyang Shua nodded. Swablu flitted gracefully in the air, ready for its inaugural gym battle. Then I won T-hold back, Diwen stated, revealing that her Aerodactyl was revived from a newly developed fossil revival machine, boasting formidable strength. All right, then we shall strike first. Dragon Dance, Luoyang Shua proclaimed, followed by Dragon Breath. Primal Force, Diwen commanded. Swablu danced in the air, enhancing its attack as it faced the incoming rocks, unleashing a torrent of dragon energy to collide with the Primal Force, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Swablu quickly shielded itself with its wings, the cotton-like feathers fluffing up to deflect the oncoming gusts and debris, significantly bolstering its defense. Power Swap, Luoyang Shua called out. Swablu sent forth a beam of light that struck Aerodactyl, and the energy returned to bolster Swablu's own prowess. Luoyang Shua chuckled, while Diwen frowned, realizing that with Dragon Dance, Cotton Guard, and Power Swap, Swablu's attack, defense, and speed had all been greatly enhanced. Although Aerodactyl had the speed advantage, Swablu's cotton feathers effectively absorbed the impact, making this a challenging battle. Aerodactyl, use Roar. Diwen promptly devised a strategy. By switching Pokemon, any buffs or debuffs would revert to their original state. Luoyang Shua, however, felt resigned. Diwen believed this to be the optimal solution, but she overlooked Luoyang Shua's earlier remark that Swablu was the weakest of his team. Even a Magikarp could potentially defeat it, let alone his other Pokemon. Roar successfully sent Swablu retreating, but next came Togekiss. Upon seeing Togekiss enter the arena, Diwen instantly mourned for her Aerodactyl. Not for any other reason, but because Togekiss's sheer luck was notoriously unfair. Togekiss, Air Slash. Luoyang Shua decided it was time for Diwen to understand the terror of Togekiss. The disc-like air blades hurtled toward Aerodactyl. Diwen frowned, instructing her to use Iron Head against Togekiss. Conventionally, Steel-type attacks held a significant advantage over Flying-type moves, and Steel also countered Fairy-type attacks effectively. Yet Diwen neglected a crucial detail. Air Slash had a chance to induce a flinch. Although the odds were low, Togekiss's luck was extraordinary. Luoyang Shua had never witnessed Togekiss fail to trigger the flinch effect. Even his strongest Pokemon would utilize their inherent powers to withstand Air Slash and prevent a flinch from occurring against Togekiss. As for this Aerodactyl, let us offer a moment of silence. As the air blade struck Aerodactyl repeatedly, Diwen quickly realized something was amiss. Why was every hit causing a flinch? Unable to retaliate due to the flinch, Aerodactyl was mercilessly battered by Togekiss's Air Slash until it lost its battle capability. Diwen returned her incapacitated Aerodactyl. feeling the weight of defeat. After all, Aerodactyl was one of her mainstays, and to have it so easily overwhelmed and unable to fight back was excruciating. Cradily, I'm counting on you. Duyun sent forth her final Pokemon. Wave Cannon. Luoyang Shua opted for restraint, delivering just a single blow. Root, charge. Duyun commanded. Wave Cannon struck Cradily at breakneck speed, but Cradily anchored itself into the ground, absorbing nutrients to recover while bracing itself to withstand Toadkiss's attack. Charge again. Duyun instructed. Scatter Wave Cannon. Luoyang Shua declared. Cradily rapidly inhaled twice, maximizing its charge, while Toadkiss flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of smaller wave cannons toward Cradily. Release. Duyun shouted. Quick attack. Wave Cannon. Luoyang Shua called out. Toadkiss attempted to evade with quick attack, but Cradoly's release was executed with such swiftness that it was clearly well-trained. Without choice, Toadkiss abandoned quick attack and conjured a massive wave cannon, launching it at Cradily. The two moves collided in a resounding explosion, sending both Toadkiss and Cradily flying, ultimately resulting in the loss of their battle capabilities. The Cradle Lily and the Pokékiss simultaneously lost their combat capabilities. Thus the victor is none other than the little Luo from True New Town, with the referee's flag signaling the end. Luo Yangshua retrieved his Pokékiss and approached Duwan, shaking her hand, and remarked, "You are the first to have defeated a Pokékiss." "Well, let's consider that a compliment," Duwan replied with a hint of exasperation, "and thank you for not using Air Slash again. That move is rather unscrupulous." "You haven't seen its finger flick technique," Luo Yangshua replied with a cheerful smile. Duwan imagined the scene and shivered in fear, forcibly erasing the terrifying image from her mind, and hastily handed the badge over to Luo Yangshua. "By the way, Duwan, the gym leader, you mentioned your fossil pterodactyl was revived from fossils. Could you tell me where it was resurrected?" Lubai approached and inquired. "I have a claw fossil that could be revived. You can head to Duan Manufacturing Company, Limited," Duwan suggested. "They have produced a batch of fossil revival machines, and you can request their assistance in reviving it." Lubai nodded, saying, "Thank you, I'll go check it out later." Luo Yangshua stroked his chin and added, "Count me in. I have many fossils to revive as well, so it would be convenient to do it together." Under Duwan's guidance, Luo Yangshua and his companions followed the navigation from their electronic map and arrived at the largest building in Kanas City, Duan Manufacturing Company, Ltd. After stating their purpose to the guard, they were ushered into a nearby lounge to rest. After a while, a middle-aged man clad in a purple striped suit entered, looking at Luo Yangshua and his group, and asked, "Are you the ones who wish to restore fossils into Pokemon?" "That's me. I'm Luo from True New Town. This is Lu Bai from Orange Flower City. We both have fossils and hope to utilize your company's fossil revival machines to restore our Pokemon," Luo Yangshua replied, standing up. "Oh, you are the Luo from True New Town. I've heard of you. Your breeding house is quite renowned," the middle-aged man remarked. "I recognize you as President Zavuki." Luo Yangshua respectfully responded, "Your son Da Wu has graciously provided me with guidance." "Ah, a friend of Da Wu." President Zavuki chuckled, "Since you are acquainted. Let me be clear. This fossil revival machine is an invention of our company, but it is still somewhat immature. There is a chance it may damage the fossil and fail to revive the Pokemon, so you must be mentally prepared." "That's fine. Feel free to proceed. I have plenty of fossils, but I wonder if President Zavuki has enough equipment to revive all the Pokemon," Luo Yangshua stated. We should have enough," President Zavuki replied. "Then what about compensation?" Luo Yangshua inquired. "As for money, there is no need," President Zavuki said, "since you have a substantial number of fossils. I hope you can share some with our company and also provide us with 1 or 2 Pokemon for display. In return, we will vigorously promote your breeding house. What do you think?" After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yangshua concluded that his breeding house and Duan Manufacturing Company, Limited, could mutually benefit without interference. "Deal," he affirmed. Subsequently, Luo Yangshua and his party were escorted to the research facility at the back of the company. Gazing at the rows of fossil revival machines, Luo Yangshua felt a surge of excitement. He had anticipated this moment, so the 82 fossils he had obtained from the last lottery were safely stored in his backpack, along with one from Lu Bai, totaling 83. Luo Yangshua allocated 10 fossils to President Zavuki, using the remainder for revival. His breeding house lacked fossil Pokemon, and possessing them would undoubtedly elevate his business prospects. The researchers placed the fossils into the machines after a dazzling array of operations. They simply needed to press the start button to commence the revival. At that moment, Luo Yangshua stopped the researcher about to press the switch. Soon, 2 Pokekisses appeared, and Luo Yangshua did not believe in their luck. Such matters of chance were better left to the Pokekisses. Chapter 135, Revived Fossils. With the assistance of the Poké Kisses, the embryos of fossil Pokémon began to take shape within the cultivation containers. Luo Yangshua was overjoyed. From 73 fossils, excluding losses, a total of 58 had been successfully revived, achieving a success rate of nearly 80%. This was an astonishing figure, considering the researchers had estimated that a 50% success rate would be highly fortunate. Baby Tyrannosaurus, Dome Fossil Dragon, Ancient Tortoise, and Archaeopteryx, Luo Yangshua beamed as he counted the fossil Pokémon in the cultivation containers. We've nearly got them all, he nodded in satisfaction. Is this what fossil Pokémon are like? It truly is awe-inspiring, and exclaimed, cradling his Solgaleo as he gazed at the fossil Pokémon in the containers, feeling an overwhelming sense of wonder. Perhaps we should consider shifting Plasma Core research focus towards ancient Pokémon. After all, we recently discovered fossil remains of an ancient Pokémon that could be revived as a final combat force. And could not help but recall the ancient Pokémon fossil remains previously uncovered by Plasma Core, which could indeed be utilized for research. Luo Yangshua was unaware that his involvement had accelerated Plasma Core research on Gene Sect. Perhaps Gene Sect would soon emerge, the most formidable hunter from 300 million years ago. And in what manner would it infiltrate the realm of divine beasts? That would have to wait for another time. The embryos had emerged, and after a day of nurturing, they could be captured with Pokeballs. Following this, Luo Yangshua and his companions departed from Duan Manufacturing Company, Limited, as there was a grand festival in Canas City the next day, and Lu Bai needed to prepare his attire for the event. In this regard, Luo Yangshua had little talent, as evidenced by his own casual black outfit. His philosophy was simple: clothes are merely for wearing, and black is practical. Thus, he found himself at a loss while Lily and Shafia eagerly volunteered to assist Lu Bai in selecting competition attire. Watching the three leave with enthusiasm towards the department store to purchase clothing, In suggested, shall we take a stroll? Let us find a quiet place to talk. Luo Yangshua nodded in agreement. The two walked in silence to a secluded corner of a park in Canas City, where they sat on a bench by the roadside. Luo Yangshua spoke up. All right, there shouldn't be many people here. Let us lay everything out. And nodded, stating, actually, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to take a stroll. Knowing that there are others in the world who can understand Pokemon's words and their innermost feelings brings me genuine joy. Luo Yangshua sighed. It was her who informed you, wasn't it? So you are aware, and smiled faintly. You need not blame her. She only wished for my happiness. I understand. I do not blame her, Luo Yangshua replied. But to be honest, I do not agree with your ideals. And shook his head. Yet it is recognized by her. As long as Pokemon are confined within Pokeballs, they can never become perfect. I aim to transform this world into one belonging to Pokemon, for they are my friends. Then why do you wish to give me another? Luo Yangshua questioned. I desire to witness what no one else can see. The ideals of the Pokemon within Pokeballs, the truth of a trainer's existence, and the future where Pokemon achieve full existence. Wouldn't you want to witness that as well? And replied, I have no desire to witness such things, Luo Yangshua stated. Your thoughts are entirely different from ours. However, you are a good person, one who prioritizes the happiness of Pokemon above all. Thank you for your acknowledgement, and responded. I must clarify, I am the king of Plasma Core. I was invited by Getsis to join him in liberating Pokemon. He is deceiving you, Luo Yangshua warned. I know, but I can no longer stop. In spoke earnestly, declaring that he would either become a hero or a demon king, thus requiring either a hero or a demon king to thwart him, and so he chose the latter. For as long as one comprehends the language of the elves, no soul could remain indifferent to their plight. You are a gentle soul, and entrusting this task to you is undoubtedly the best choice. Ultimately, ideals must yield to reality. Luo Yangshua shook his head and replied, even if ideals triumph, they will transform into reality. Can they still be deemed ideals? In fell into contemplation, and after a moment, he shook his head and said, I do not know, but this too is the answer I seek. I will stop you, Luo Yangshua replied earnestly. You have lost. Come to me, and said with gratitude. Their conversation concluded here, as they had come to understand each other, having forged a friendship that would inevitably lead to a decisive battle, one that would determine the course of their lives. When will you return to the others? Luo Yangshua inquired. Let me accompany you until we reach the end of this fateful journey, and responded. Although he wished to say this, he suspected that the trio of darkness was already on their way to find him. Furthermore, Babina and Helena would likely be worried, so he anticipated a prompt return. Then let us part ways in Wudo Town, Luo Yangshua suggested, as Wudo Island is also a vacation paradise. Savor your last moments of leisure. Indeed, it is truly the final leisure time, and replied as he rose. Let us see how Ruby has fared with his purchases, Luo Yangshua said. They exchanged smiles, an unspoken understanding erasing any lingering tensions between them. The two retraced their steps to the department store. Ruby had already procured his clothing, but the two girls were still browsing, likely taking their time. When the two girls finally emerged from the store, it was already dark. The group settled at the Pokemon Center, preparing to cheer for Ruby at the grand contest the next day. The following day, Luo Yangshua and his companions arrived at the venue for the grand contest in Kanas City. However, Luo Yangshua found himself unable to support Ruby today, as he had received a call from President Zavochi the previous night, indicating that a group from the Dark Organization was targeting him, intending to seize his fossil Pokemon from the Duin Manufacturing Company. As he watched Ruby and the others enter the venue, Luo Yangshua tossed a luxury ball in the air, eager to see who possessed the audacity to attempt stealing his Pokemon. They should prepare to face his wrath. Arriving at Duin Manufacturing Company, guided by security, Luo Yangshua reached the Fossil Revival Laboratory, where President Zavochi awaited. Acknowledging him with a nod, Luo Yangshua said, "Leave the subsequent matters to me. I am counting on you." President Zavochi replied, "Come forth, Jirachi and Celebi." Luo Yangshua summoned the two legendary Pokemon. Jirachi and Celebi had been teleported from the mansion as a precaution. With these two divine beasts guarding him, any would-be thieves would be courting death. Suddenly, an explosion reverberated through the air as the laboratory walls were violently shattered. "Find them all," a gruff voice commanded. Luo Yangshua felt a vain throb on his forehead. What a disgrace. Are there truly such reckless fools in this world? This is a glaring embarrassment to villainous organizations. Chapter 136, Lily's first time. "Be honest," Luo Yangshua said, kicking a Team Aqua lackey to the ground and binding him with rope. Jirachi effortlessly tossed aside a defeated Crawdot, disdainful of such weaklings. "Deploying me against such feeble opponents is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut." Celebi orchestrated the sprouting of parasitic seeds, binding the remaining Pokemon. Luo Yangshua seized the muscular leader, exclaiming, "Are you truly from Team Aqua? This mindless approach is utterly embarrassing. Who taught you this?" Chao, bewildered, pondered why this person appeared to be speaking as if they were comrades, exuding an air of disappointment. However, he quickly assessed his situation and confessed. "A man offered us this advice. He said his name was Chobai." "Chobai?" Luo Yangshua dropped Chao, furrowing his brow. Chobai had last contacted him after their 2 training sessions in the Johto region, and he had not anticipated that he would directly send Team Aqua to provoke Luo Yangshua. No, it could not be said that they were merely seeking trouble with Luo Yangshua. They were simply employing them to gauge his current strength. Casting a disdainful glance at the prostrate Chao, Luo Yangshua mused, "What a self-important fool, thinking himself formidable, when in reality, he is merely a pawn in another game." He had previously deemed Chao a brash individual while reading the manga, but now he found it appropriate to add the term foolish to that assessment. Such individuals are easily manipulated, serving as excellent cannon fodder in critical moments. Yes, he was nothing more than a mere pawn, a pitiable creature. "Call the police and have Junsha handle this matter," Luo Yangshua resolved, patiently awaiting the maturation of the fossil Pokemon to capture them and transfer them to his breeding facility. It wasn't too long before Junsha and her team arrived to escort Team Aqua away, and Luo Yangshua finally witnessed the completion of the fossil Pokemon's revival. With the support of Jirachi and Celebi, he effortlessly captured all 73 fossil Pokemon. Among them, one ancient Wingull belonged to Ruby and was set aside for him. Luo Yangshua also retained the Omanite, Kabuto, ancient Wingull, and Tentacle Lily for President Zavochi to utilize for promotional purposes, while the remaining 68 fossil Pokemon were transported to his mansion, accompanied by Jirachi and Celebi. With matters concluded, Luo Yangshua hurried to the grand contest. Upon his arrival, he found that it was the finals, where Ruby was pitted against his opponent Rosalia, using his shiny Gardevoir. Observing this, Luo Yangshua already anticipated the outcome. Ruby possessed formidable battling prowess. Unless he had failed to pass the preliminary exhibition or encountered an insurmountable foe, he would undoubtedly succeed in this contest. As Luo Yangshua predicted, Ruby commanded Shiny Gardevoir to unleash Moonblast, elegantly dismantling the opponent's Leaf Tornado and reducing their score to 0, thereby securing victory. With the contest concluded, Ruby proudly claimed his first ribbon badge. Witnessing Ruby's joy, Luo Yangshua reminded them to prepare for departure to Wudo Town. Indeed, the grand contest splendidly showcases the beauty of Pokemon, and remarked, "Hey, you're not considering becoming a coordinator, are you?" Luo Yangshua glanced at In. "Perhaps, after all, if there's nothing pressing, I might indeed indulge in that," and replied earnestly. "Becoming a coordinator, fully displaying the beauty of Pokemon, seems quite appealing. he added. Ruby and the others exchanged puzzled glances at Luo Yangshua and In, wondering how their relationship had grown so amicable. Upon reaching the dock, Luo Yangshua's group prepared to purchase tickets to Wudo Town. But Sophia interjected, "No need. I have Ilu, a traveling Pokemon gifted to me by my father. It should be arriving soon." With that, Sophia called out to the sea, "Iluru." In response, a long, resonant whale call echoed as a Wylord surfaced. Watching Sophia joyfully mount the Wylord's back, Luo Yangshua and his companions followed suit. Following Sophia's commands, the massive Wylord slowly turned and began to swim toward Wudo Island. Days later, Luo Yangshua and his companions, pale and weary, finally arrived at Wudo Island. They weakly cried out, "Water!" Alas, on the vast ocean, fresh water was the most scarce resource. Having previously traveled by boat, they had not anticipated the shortage, and thus their provisions had dwindled. Moreover, the sluggish pace of the Wylord had left them utterly exhausted after days at sea. "Here. We should be near the renowned stone cave of Battle Island, which is likely close to a water source," remarked Luo Yangshua. He then produced an electronic map to locate the nearest lake, prompting the group to hastily make their way towards it. Upon arriving at the lake, they unceremoniously plunged their heads into the water, quenching their thirst. After satisfying their thirst, they gasped for air and exclaimed, "At last, we're revived. Where shall we go next?" asked Lu Bai. "Shall we head straight to challenge the dojo?" "Not so fast. Since the stone cave is nearby, let us explore it first," Luo Yangshua suggested. "Indeed, I wish to capture a few Pokemon. Currently, my battling Pokemon are only Ji and Duolala, and I feel somewhat overwhelmed facing the upcoming battles," said Shafia. "Then let us go take a look," and agreed. Lily AI also endorsed the proposal, and thus the group unanimously decided to first visit the stone cave. Upon their arrival at the stone cave, they were greeted by a swarm of Zubat. "This seems a bit intimidating," Lily AI remarked, clutching Luo Yangshua's arm. "Fear not. This is a well-known site for stone excavation. It poses little danger," Luo Yangshua reassured her. "If you're interested, you may try your hand at digging for stones." With that, he handed Lily AI a treasure-seeking device, igniting her enthusiasm as she pondered what treasures she might unearth. As they ventured deeper into the cave, it became increasingly expansive with numerous branching paths. The wild Pokemon, accustomed to occasional visitors seeking stones, did not disturb Luo Yangshua and his companions. "Look, there's a group of Magikarp," Lily AI exclaimed, pointing to a deep pit filled with the creatures. "Indeed, it is," Luo Yangshua confirmed. "I wish to capture one," Lily AI declared. "Wait for me, Pokédex, take me down." With that, she summoned her Pokédex, which gently descended with her into the pit. "Hello, I wish to capture one of you. Is there a Magikarp willing to battle with me?" Observing this scene, Luo Yangshua chuckled. Lily AI is having her first experience. "Huh, what do you mean?" Shafia asked, momentarily perplexed. Most of Lily AI's Pokemon were gifts from me, while others chose to follow her voluntarily. However, this is her first genuine battle to capture a Pokemon, Luo Yangshua explained. Meanwhile, disregarding Luo Yangshua's words, Lily AI had already engaged in battle with her Pokédex against a Magikarp. "Use Flamethrower, Pokédex," Lily AI commanded. Pokédex opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames towards the Magikarp. The Magikarp blinked at Pokédex, sending a heart-shaped wave in its direction, which struck Pokédex and then vanished. Pokédex rolled its eyes dismissively. "I'm not into that." Subsequently, the flamethrower hit the Magikarp directly, inflicting significant damage. In the next moment, an air slash sliced toward the Magikarp, but having activated Iron Head, the metallic sheen of its mouth rendered the attack less effective. Yet, it trembled in fear and retreated. Seizing the opportunity, Lily AI unleashed another flamethrower, causing the Magikarp to collapse, rendered incapable of battle. "Go, Pokeball," Lily AI exclaimed, tossing the ball and successfully capturing the Magikarp. Lily AI retrieved the Pokeball and apologized to the remaining Magikarp before soaring back up, gripping Pokédex's feet. "Congratulations." Luo Yangshua beamed. "How does it feel to capture a Pokemon in your first battle?" "It feels wonderful," Lily AI replied, releasing the Magikarp. "Magikarp, I look forward to working with you." Luo Yangshua noticed N's frown, aware that he harbored some discomfort. N crouched down to gaze at the Magikarp, asking, "What does it feel like to be captured by someone else?" The Magikarp looked at N, calling out curiously. Luo Yangshua nearly burst out laughing, interpreting the Magikarp's response as, "I simply lost the match. I have no interest in men." Such a spirited Pokemon earned Luo Yangshua's silent admiration. Watching the cheerful interaction between Lily AI and the Magikarp, he contemplated whether to purchase a set of evolution stones for the Magikarp to aid Lily AI. Perhaps inspired by Lily AI's success, Shafia scanned the dimly lit cave and suddenly spotted a Pokémon, her eyes widening in excitement. "Don't run. I want to capture you," she shouted, dashing after the elusive creature. Before the others could react, Shafia had vanished from sight. "Shafia, wait for us," Lubai called out anxiously. Knowing that the maze-like paths could lead to disorientation, her solo venture posed significant danger. Watching Lubai chase after her, Luo Yangshua and the others shook their heads and hurried to follow, realizing that it could be troublesome if they scattered. In the pursuit, Luo Yangshua recognized that the Pokemon Shafia intended to capture was a rare Jengar. He clicked his tongue, marveling at the protagonist's good fortune. Almost every Pokemon they encountered was either of high or exceptional quality. For instance, the Magikarp Lily AI had just captured was of high quality, while the Jengar Shafia was pursuing was exceptional, a stroke of luck unlike any other. As they chased the Jengar, Luo Yangshua felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. Exchanging a glance with Lily AI, both instantly understood, simultaneously calling out, "Everyone, stop for a moment." "Huh, what?" The group paused in confusion at Luo Yangshua and Lily AI's call. In the next instant, the ground beneath them crumbled, and they gasped as they plummeted downwards. With a splash, they landed in an underground river on the next level. Luo Yangshua resurfaced, spitting out water. The others emerged one by one, glancing helplessly at the Jengar above, who was laughing heartily. Luo Yangshua's irritation flared. Using his psychic abilities, he dislodged the Jengar from the rock wall, causing it to tumble downwards, landing in the water and gulping greedily before sinking into the depths of the river. "Though I'm annoyed with it, I must capture it. So I'll go rescue it," Shafia declared, diving into the water like a nimble fish. Luo Yangshua and the others, resigned, made their way to the shore, drenched, deciding to start a fire to change into dry clothes. After a while, Shafia returned, dragging the soaked Jengar onto the shore. With a swift kick to its belly, she sent it spraying water like a fountain, then hurled a pokeball at it, successfully capturing it. Everyone, drenched in sweat, watched as Shafia captured the Jengar. Luo Yangshua asked, "Shafia, is it really okay to capture it like that?" "It's fine. We made a deal underwater. I saved its life, and it agreed to be my Pokemon." "That kick was just to vent some frustration," Shafia replied haughtily. Luo Yangshua laid out a large tablecloth to create some privacy, and they all wiped off the water and changed into clean clothes. Once dressed, Luo Yangshua said, "Let us continue our journey. I've heard there's a mural here that I'd like to see." "Yes, I'd like to see it too," Lubai added. Seeing their resolve, the others felt compelled to join, except for N, who said, "I'll stay behind. My companions are likely arriving soon." "Xiao Luo, let us part ways here." "Is it that soon?" Luo Yangshua inquired. "I'm too familiar with their presence. They should be at the cave entrance now. Zoroark has already sensed them," N replied. Zoroark nodded in agreement with N's statement. After a brief silence, Luo Yangshua said, "Then take care of yourself. I will make haste to reunite with the Unova region." "I look forward to it," N replied. Subsequently, N turned with Solgaleo and departed, leaving Luo Yangshua and the three bewildered individuals behind. Luo Yangshua turned to them and said, "It is perhaps better for you not to know certain matters. I shall handle this myself. Should you need anything, feel free to call upon me." "Understood," Ruby replied. "Indeed," Luo Yangshua affirmed. Though the path ahead was rather intricate, Luo Yangshua and his companions were fortunate to have two native Pokemon to guide them. Under the leadership of their large-mouthed companions and the soul-charming eyes, they soon beheld a colossal rock mural. The mural depicted two formidable beasts in a tense standoff. Luo Yangshua quickly recognized them as Groudon and Kyogre, both unleashing torrents of energy towards the heavens. Beneath them lay swathes of volcanoes and tumultuous waves, while the sky was divided by a blazing sun and a torrential downpour. However, Luo Yangshua noticed the conspicuous absence of Rayquaza in the mural, which left him puzzled. "It must be them, right?" Ruby inquired, turning to Luo Yangshua. He nodded, saying, "Indeed, but I require their powers, and I possess the means to restrain them." "That should make things relatively straightforward," Ruby remarked, though she hoped it would not unfold as such. Luo Yangshua remained silent, fully aware that without his intervention, Ruby's father, Qianli, along with many others, would perish in this calamity. Ultimately, it was thanks to Shalebi's manipulation of time that the future was altered to ensure everyone's survival. Yet Luo Yangshua, having traversed the time portal, understood the difficulty of altering time and space. Undoubtedly, Shalebi had paid a significant price for this intervention. Chapter 138, The Path of Release. Exiting the stone cave, Luo Yangshua arrived at the Pokemon Center on Fighting Island. After rejuvenating their Pokemon, Luo Yangshua and his companions ventured to the island's renowned tourist attractions, where the sun, beach, and waves were quite delightful. Here, they also encountered the surfing celebrity, Tingruei. It was nearly impossible to overlook him, as Tingruei was akin to a star on Fighting Island. Many girls were captivated by him, drawn in by his admirable looks and prowess, making him a constant target for admiration. Once Tingruei finished surfing, Luo Yangshua approached him, saying, "Hello, I am Luo from Shinno Town. You are the fighting gym leader, Tingruei, correct? Would you be willing to engage in a gym battle with me?" "Oh, you are that Luo," Tingruei exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. "I watched the Silver Conference. I found your Master Weasel quite intriguing. I would love to battle you and see if my surfing techniques can match your prowess." Feeling slightly embarrassed by Tingruei's enthusiasm, Luo Yangshua said, "I apologize, but I am traveling through the Hoenn region without my primary team. At present, I only have newly acquired Pokémon, so I may disappoint you." "I see," Tingruei replied, a hint of regret in his voice, but there's no helping it. "I accept your challenge. Follow me." With that, Tingruei led Luo Yangshua and his companions to the fighting gym, where he took his position on the battle stage and declared, "Let the battle commence." "Wait, perhaps I should go first," Sophia interjected eagerly. "No, I shall take the lead," Luo Yangshua countered, shaking his head. "Sophia, you are not Tingruei's match. Allow me to face him first. You can absorb some experience in the meantime." "Oh, you think I need to go all out?" Tingruei remarked. "Rest assured, I will be lenient with newcomers. Let us finish this first," Luo Yangshua replied. The referee stepped forward and announced, "We are now beginning the gym battle between Luo from Shinno Town and Tingruei, the gym leader. Each side will deploy 2 Pokemon, and the battle continues until one side has no Pokemon left. The gym leader is not permitted to switch Pokemon. Begin." Both Luo Yangshua and Tingruei released their Pokeballs simultaneously. Out onto the field came Blaziken and Hawlucha. Luo Yangshua stroked his chin, remarking, "Hawlucha, huh? This may prove to be a challenging opponent." "Hee, my idol is Shiba," Tingruei replied, "so I have captured every fighting-type Pokemon with combat skills through the league. I have dabbled in wrestling represented by Hawlucha, though I find sumo suits me better." Luo Yangshua nodded, recalling similar reports he had seen before. Hawlucha represented wrestling. Conkeldurr embodied sumo, and Gardevoir stood for judo, while his Master Weasel represented martial arts. Thus, when Luo Yangshua acquired Master Weasel, he remarked that it was the most fitting fighting Pokemon for him. "Let us get on with it," Luo Yangshua declared. "Blaziken, use Blaze Kick." Observing Tingruei's serious demeanor, Luo Yangshua knew he would not hold back, prompting him to summon all his strength for battle. Blaziken swung a black iron ball towards Hawlucha, yet Hawlucha countered with a hand chop, shattering the iron ball. Then, Hawlucha leapt into the air, soaring above Blaziken, its form outlined by white energy. Before diving down towards Blaziken, Blaziken executed an uppercut, and the 2 attacks collided with tremendous force. While Blaziken triumphed in power, it suffered damage in the exchange. The flying pressure from Hawlucha, a unique dual-type move, countered Blaziken's fire-type attacks effectively. Moreover, Hawlucha deftly rolled through Blaziken's punch, landing gracefully on the ground, rendering the damage from Blaze Kick negligible. "Hee, the path of release," Luo Yangshua chuckled. "When it comes to releasing force and leveraging energy, Tai Chi far surpasses this." Connecting with Blaziken through his bond, Luo Yangshua urged it to abandon its previous strategy. With a flurry of fire punches and fire kicks, each strike landed with tremendous power. Hawlucha attempted to absorb the force, but was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall, struggling to rise once more. Tingruei appeared startled. What just happened? Such an attack should have been easily evaded. "My Blaziken possesses the speed boost ability, which increases its speed during battle," Luo Yangshua explained. "And to redirect force, one must first possess enough force to begin with. Blaziken, deliver a final fire kick." In an instant, Tingruei lost sight of Blaziken. When he next spotted it, Blaziken had already launched a powerful kick that sent Hawlucha soaring, swiftly following up with a strong whip kick that grounded Hawlucha, rendering it unable to continue fighting. "Return, Hawlucha," Tingruei said, recalling his Pokemon. "It seems you have forgotten your favorite strategy of rapid attacks. Step forward, Conkeldurr, let him witness the strength of an immovable force." With a resounding thud, a hefty Conkeldurr landed on the battlefield. Luo Yangshua observed its imposing figure and realized that it likely possessed the thick fat ability. He found thick fat particularly troublesome, as it significantly reduced damage from attacks, especially against his speed-oriented strategy. "Then, return, Blaziken," Luo Yangshua said. "Let us switch tactics. Go, Metagross. Since speed is futile, let us adopt a different approach," Luo Yangshua declared. "Use Bullet Punch." Metagross hovered in the air, its arms glowing red as it spun sideways, delivering a series of relentless strikes to Conkeldurr. Conkeldurr, relying on its considerable bulk, withstood Metagross's bullet punches. Then, with a powerful grip, it seized Metagross's two forelimbs, disregarding the strikes from its hind legs, and hurled Metagross away like a mere object. Luo Yangshua was taken aback. So that's how you can employ throwing. Metagross, utilizing its psychic abilities, stabilized itself mid-air, sustaining minimal damage. Then, with a surge of psychic force, it seized control of Conkeldurr. Once it had subdued Conkeldurr, Metagross unleashed a psychic blow that sent Conkeldurr flying. As Conkeldurr was propelled away, the psychic force erupted once more, inflicting significant damage. Surf, Tungurue commanded. In an instant, a colossal wave engulfed the entire arena, leaving Luo Yangshua and his companions drenched, their thoughts echoing in unison. MMP. Yet, the Iron Palm warrior managed to close the distance to the Metagross by surfing, delivering fiery blows upon its form. The Metagross, however, retaliated fiercely, sending the Iron Palm warrior flying with a powerful arm hammer. It then moved at high speed, utilizing its mental prowess to strike the defenseless Iron Palm warrior, shattering the room's walls and leaving it incapacitated outside. Come back, Iron Palm warrior, Ting Shu said with a hint of resignation. It was indeed a bit of a stretch. He handed the badge to Luo Yangshua, who graciously accepted it, expressing his gratitude. Your Iron Palm warrior seems to struggle with the art of force release, does it not? Indeed, Tung Shu replied. While its thick fat ability grants formidable defense, mastering the necessary techniques proves quite challenging. This was a candid observation. After Luo Yangshua gleaned the information he sought, the focus shifted to the upcoming gym battle involving Sophia. Chapter 139, The Power of Catastrophe. With Luo Yangshua as a reference point, Sophia recognized Tung Shu's prowess in the art of force release. She initially caught Tung Shu off guard with her soul-entrapping gaze, securing victory against his Mac Hoke in the first match. However, she soon fell victim to a counter by a lower-tier wrestler, who saw through her ghost-type strategy and swiftly overwhelmed her. The Fire Chick also won with considerable difficulty, only managing to triumph after evolving into a Fire Rooster at a critical moment. As Sophia accepted her badge, she reflected that had it not been for Luo Yangshua's earlier match, allowing her to understand Ting Shu's tactics, victory would have been utterly unattainable. Noticing Sophia's disappointment, Ruby approached her with words of comfort. Don't take it to heart. Luo is already at the level of a champion. Competing against him is merely setting oneself up for discomfort. Moreover, he has been traveling for 2 years longer than us. Once we grow over the next 2 years, we will surely catch up. TCH, I don't need your consolation, Sophia retorted, her cheeks flushed with defiance. After bidding farewell to Ting Shu, Luo Yangshua and his companions prepared to cross the sea to Kana City, the venue for the next grand tournament, which Ruby was determined to attend. As for the means of crossing, they would rely on Sophia's King of the Whales. It wasn't that Luo Yangshua and his friends were unwilling to take a boat. Rather, the fastest vessel wouldn't arrive until 3 days later, and they had no time to squander waiting. Therefore, they stocked up on fresh water and boarded the King of the Whales, setting forth towards Kana City. 2 days later, Luo Yangshua glanced at the electronic map and remarked, "Not far ahead lies an abandoned ship. Let us take a rest there and prepare some hot meals. Subsisting on rations for these past 2 days has been unbearable." Agreed. The other 3 exclaimed joyfully. With renewed motivation, Sophia urged the King of the Whales to quicken its pace towards the derelict vessel. Deep within the abandoned ship, a diminutive figure suddenly froze. Its lifeless eyes glimmered with a flicker of life as it murmured softly, tightening its grip on the item it held before floating into the air and soaring outward. As it passed through the ship's corridor, the surrounding water-type spirits panicked, scrambling to escape from the presence of this entity. The petite spirit cautiously peeked out from the doorway, observing the 4 figures on the deck engaged in conversation, one of whom was preparing lunch. It fixated on the boy, or rather, on the backpack resting beside him. From within that bag emanated a familiar, heart-wrenching aura, causing its expression to become entranced. In its daze, it leaned forward and inadvertently caught the attention of Togekiss, prompting a surge of panic as it darted back into the cabin. As it flew, a voice echoed in its ears, "Hey, isn't that a Flababy? Why does it appear in this form?" Indeed, it was a Flababy of peculiar appearance. Ever since it had grasped that strange flower in its infancy, its life had been riddled with misfortune. Upon evolving into a Florges, it had the power to transmit its calamity to others, bringing disaster in its wake. It was the one responsible for the demise of that child. It was the cause of its own kin's extinction. It was the source of dread and hatred among the surrounding spirits. Flababy found itself in the familiar depths of the cabin, embracing itself as despair washed over the space. Countless water-type spirits trembled in terror, hastily fleeing towards the exit. Just as Flababy succumbed to its anguish, it felt a pair of warm hands cradle it. It looked up to see the boy again, who gently smiled and whispered, "It's all right, don't be afraid. Come with me. I will show you a different world." In that moment, the long-sealed heart of Flababy shattered, and it grasped the boy's hand, weeping uncontrollably, as if to purge years of suffering and helplessness. Indeed, this boy was Luo Yangshua. A mere glance at its form left him momentarily stunned. After all, Flababy was only known to exhibit 5 flower colors: red, orange, blue, white, and yellow. Why then did it clutch a black flower? Moreover, its body displayed green and white hues, accented with yellow, yet it was blue and white. Initially, he thought it was a shiny Flababy, but shiny Flababy possessed blue eyes, while this one had green, revealing no connection at all. However, the next moment's revelation from the system left Luo Yangshua astounded. Flababy, Tier 2 Divine Beast. Origin, Catastrophe. Upon receiving this information, a singular thought flashed through Luo Yangshua's mind: the Eternal Flower. Indeed, it was the Eternal Flower form of Flababy. He immediately accessed the system to review the introduction of Flababy's Eternal Flower form. Flababy, a solitary spirit, held a flower that had yet to bloom anywhere. It was believed to harbor terrifying power. The ominous flower concealed dreadful energy, yet Flababy innocently waved it around. This detailed system description led Luo Yangshua to understand how it attained the status of a Tier 2 Divine Beast. The Eternal Flower granted Flababy a life almost everlasting. Though this might be an exaggeration, it undoubtedly bestowed upon it a prolonged existence. Over such an extended period, reaching Tier 2 Divine Beast status was not an impossibility. Furthermore, the system speculated that once Flababy evolved again into a Florges, it would transform its origin into a rule, attaining the might of a Tier 1 Divine Beast. If left unchecked, it could indeed unleash a calamity. The mere thought of rules born from catastrophe instilled a sense of dread. "Would you like to travel with me?" Luo Yangshua inquired gently. Flababy's eyes sparkled with longing. Yet instinctively, it tightened its embrace around itself, understanding that it could only bring calamity to others. However, being inherently kind-hearted, it was loath to impose such disaster upon anyone, leading it to seek isolation from both people and spirits, merely wishing to fade away without inflicting further misfortune upon the world. Sensing Flababy's fearful shake of its head, Luo Yangshua empathized and said, "I can seal your power until you are ready to wield it." Flababy emitted a few doubtful sounds, skeptical of Luo Yangshua's promise. He smiled lightly, extending a finger to touch Flababy's head, while simultaneously connecting with the system, spending 100 popularity points to seal Flababy's source of catastrophe. However, this seal was merely temporary, lasting only a day, and could only be enacted if Flababy willingly chose to suppress its origin. Moreover, Luo Yangshua needed to maintain communication with it. Only under these conditions could the sealing take place. As Flababy felt the despairing power gradually dissipate, a smile broke upon its face, radiant yet tinged with sadness, a beautifully paradoxical expression. Luo Yangshua produced a high-grade pokeball and declared, "Come with me, and let us train this power together. Once you master it, you shall no longer require this seal." Hua Yidi hesitated for a moment, then called out to Luo Yangshua several times. Luo Yangshua nodded, saying, "No problem, I promise you." A look of relief washed over Hua Yidi's face as she gently knocked open the Ultra Ball and slipped inside. "I look forward to working with you more." Hua Yidi, Luo Yangshua smiled. The Ultra Ball shook twice in response, affirming Luo Yangshua's words. Chapter 140. The arrival of the young lady. Luo Yangshua led Hua Yidi out of the cabin, and Lily AI approached, asking, "Little Luo, are you alright?" "I'm fine. I just captured a rather pitiful Pokemon," Luo Yangshua replied, patting the Hua Yidi perched on his shoulder. "Oh, why are the petals of this Hua Yidi black? Is there such a form of Hua Yidi? Or perhaps it's a shiny form?" Lily AI inquired, her curiosity piqued by the unusual Hua Yidi. This is the Eternal Flower form, a very rare variant. After all, the Eternal Flower has been extinct for quite some time, and even if there are any left, they are exceedingly few," Luo Yangshua explained. "Oh, it seems you've captured a rather rare Pokemon, little Luo," Ruby remarked as he joined the conversation. "Little Luo, can you cook first?" Sophia interjected, "I'm really hungry." Just a moment," Luo Yangshua replied helplessly, introducing Hua Yidi to his Pokemon. Everyone welcomed Hua Yidi's arrival, except for little Li Kongzu, who felt a twinge of jealousy. Little Li Kongzu, nourished by cosmic dust, was now growing rapidly, nearing 2 meters in length. It craved Luo Yangshua's attention, and seeing him so close to Hua Yidi only intensified its jealousy. The meal will be ready soon. This abandoned ship still harbors many water-type Pokemon, Luo Yangshua said as he prepared the dishes. If you're interested in capturing water-type Pokemon, feel free to try your luck. Really? Sophia's eyes lit up, and she eagerly pulled Ruby along, exclaiming, "Come with me to take a look." "No, my feast," Ruby protested, struggling as Sophia dragged him into the cabin. Despite Ruby's resistance, Sophia was quite determined, though Luo Yangshua suspected Ruby was secretly enjoying it. As he watched the two disappear, Luo Yangshua shook his head and hurried his cooking, as he too felt a pang of hunger. Meanwhile, Lily AI prepared some Pokemon food, which the Pokemon greatly appreciated. After some time, Luo Yangshua finished the meal, but Ruby and Sophia had yet to emerge. Lily AI expressed her concern, saying, "Should we check on them? I'm a bit worried." "Yes, let's go see," Luo Yangshua agreed. Just as they were about to enter the cabin, Ruby and Sophia emerged, their faces flushed and dripping wet, with a noticeable handprint on Ruby's cheek. Luo Yangshua and Lily AI exchanged glances, both feeling they had missed out on some amusing spectacle. Nothing happened. They both exclaimed in unison. Luo Yangshua stroked his chin, sensing that the two seemed closer now, and Sophia's demeanor towards Ruby had softened considerably. She no longer resorted to violence to assert dominance over him. "Let's change our clothes first," Lily AI suggested. "Dinner will be ready soon." "Did you capture any Pokemon?" "Yes, I caught a Magikarp, and Sophia captured a Squirtle," Ruby stated before hastily changing his clothes. Luo Yangshua chuckled. "It seems their relationship has progressed." "You're quite the chatterbox," Lily AI shot Luo Yangshua a playful glare, popping a sweet berry into his mouth. "Have you noticed the sky?" Luo Yangshua asked while chewing on the berry. "What's wrong with it?" Lily AI looked up and remarked. "Oh, it's beautiful." "Not as beautiful as you," Luo Yangshua responded, gazing into her eyes. Lily AI's face flushed crimson, and she playfully smacked his arm. Ruby and Sophia emerged, looking quite smitten, with Sophia saying, "Could you two keep your lovey-dovey moments at a distance?" "Indeed," Ruby chimed in, sharing her sentiment. "Let us eat first," Luo Yangshua suggested. After the four enjoyed their meal and took a short break, the King of Whales carried them onward toward Canas City. A day later, they finally beheld the coastline of Canas City. Weary from their oceanic journey, they arrived at the Pokemon Center, handing their Pokemon over to Nurse Joy for recovery. Naturally, little Li Kongzu and Hua Yidi would not be healed there, as the Pokemon Center was directly affiliated with the league. However, accommodations were scarce due to the upcoming contest, as many coordinators had gathered for the event. In their inquiries with Nurse Joy, Luo Yangshua and his companions learned that Macaulay would be participating in the contest. Ruby lamented, "Why is Master Macaulay joining the fray? This means the ribbon badge is out of reach." "Don't be so down," Luo Yangshua encouraged, patting Ruby's shoulder. "Look at these coordinators. Is there any of them who fears Macaulay? Even if they lose, the experience of battling against him or observing his skills is a significant improvement." Ruby gazed at the eager coordinators around them, their eyes brimming with excitement at the prospect of facing the champion. Contemplatively, Ruby declared, "Little Luo, I've made up my mind. I'm using Magikarp for this competition. Do you need my assistance?" Luo Yangshua offered. "I can help Magikarp evolve into Gyarados." "No, I already have a beauty scale," Ruby replied seriously. "But Magikarp can evolve into Gyarados by enhancing its beauty, just like how your and Lily AI's Magikarp didn't evolve through carrying a beauty scale." Luo Yangshua nodded, having consulted the system on this matter. Although evolving with a beauty scale is an easier route to becoming Gyarados, the power difference between the two methods would be monumental. Thus, Luo Yangshua also advised Lily AI to focus on enhancing Magikarp's beauty, as she believed that evolving an unattractive Magikarp into a stunning Gyarados would validate her identity as a coordinator. "Since you've made this decision, I won't interfere. Best of luck in the contest," Luo Yangshua encouraged, patting Ruby's shoulder. "Understood," Ruby replied. "By the way, where are Sophia and Lily AI?" "They went to buy swimsuits," Luo Yangshua explained. Due to Macaulay's arrival, the contest had been postponed for a month. With no other choice, they would have to find a place to stay until the event and use the time to train their Pokemon. "So why did we rush over from Battle Island?" Ruby groaned, looking upwards with exasperation. Luo Yangshua felt equally bemused, but circumstances dictated their actions. Although Macaulay himself didn't care for the contest's grandeur, the organizers certainly needed to maintain standards, hence the delay. "Let us go have some fun and adjust our spirits," Luo Yangshua suggested, noting they had ample time. "All right, let's go," Ruby agreed. As they turned to leave, they collided with a girl accompanied by a Ponyta. Quick on his feet, Luo Yangshua caught her before she fell. I'm sorry for bumping into you. Are you all right? He said. Oh, I'm fine, the girl replied, then exclaimed, wait, you're Luo from Newtown. Hello. I'm Platinabelle Litz. You can just call me Tina. Only then did Luo Yangshua take notice of her appearance, momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected to see her. Chapter 141. Reunion with the Fire Swallow. When it comes to Platinabelle Litz, most people may not recognize her. However, if one mentions Dawn, everyone would surely know her. Dawn is the heroine of the Sinnoh region, who later accompanies Ash in another region. Before them stood Plantina Berlitz, a character akin to Xiaoguang, yet like Shafia. She was the protagonist of the manga and the esteemed daughter of the Berlitz family. The Berlitz family, one of the wealthiest in the Sinnoh region, boasts a rich history spanning 2 centuries. Their assets include a flourishing family business, numerous grand hotels throughout Sinnoh, and an opulent mansion located in Masago Town. Several family members are also renowned scholars in the field of Pokemon research. The Berlitz family not only provides funding but actively participates in various research projects. Maintaining a connection with Team R, as one of their initiatives, is the capture plan for Rayquaza. Indeed, it was the very plan that Team R had disrupted. In this endeavor, the Berlitz family collaborated with the Pokemon League to explore various methods of controlling Rayquaza, with technical support from Devon Manufacturing Company and Great Violet Holdings. Luo Yangshua glanced at Ruby and Tina, pondering whether they were aware of the connection between their families, and if it might cause any embarrassment. However, Tina was entirely oblivious to this plan, as the project leaders were Qianli and her mother, Yuzuki. If Luo Yangshua hadn't informed Ruby, she would remain in the dark, let alone Tina. Hello, Tina. You must be from the Sinnoh region. What brings you to the Hoenn region? Luo Yangshua inquired. Yes. I will turn 10 in a few days, and while my starter Pokemon has already been decided, I still hope to visit your breeding house to see if I can find a compatible partner, Tina replied. Our family has a tradition where young members of a certain age ascend the summit of 10 Crown Mountain to collect minerals for crafting our family crest. Therefore, I hope to find a strong partner. I learned about your breeding house from my father and decided to come here. As for my presence, I heard that Macaulay would be participating in this grand contest, so I wanted to take a look. Luo Yangshua nodded, understanding Tina's explanation. His breeding house's influence was growing, and many offspring of prestigious families were keen to select a Pokemon or 2 from him as their main partners, Tina being no exception. After some contemplation, he retrieved a notebook from his backpack, tore out a sheet, inscribed a few words, and handed it to Tina, saying, as a token of my apology, take this paper. You may visit my ecological park. There, you will find Pokemon of exceptional quality. Thank you. Tina graciously accepted the note. Luo Yangshua smiled and departed with Ruby. His generosity in offering high-quality Pokemon was strategic, as he was slowly laying the groundwork. Generally, he adopted a friendly approach towards these protagonists, who were all destined for greatness, as their potential achievements were virtually limitless. By investing a small cost to cultivate goodwill, he secured allies who could assist him in times of trouble, providing them with formidable support that could easily dismantle an organization. Of course, they were still quite inexperienced, but Luo Yangshua held high hopes for their future. With his guidance, their accomplishments would far exceed those portrayed in the narrative. Little Luo, who is she? Ruby inquired as they exited the Pokemon Center. At present, merely a young heiress. However, in the future, she might become our ally, Luo Yangshua replied with a smile. Oh, Ruby nodded, grasping the situation. Luo Yangshua and Ruby soon found Lily and Shafia, who were in a swimwear store, deliberating over which swimsuits to choose. Upon noticing Luo Yangshua and Ruby approaching, they instinctively concealed the swimsuits behind their backs. Luo Yangshua smirked. You're still just little girls. You haven't even developed yet. What is there to worry about? He kept this thought to himself. If he voiced it aloud, he might not leave the store unscathed. After assisting Lily in selecting a pure white 2-piece swimsuit, he casually picked out a pair of swim trunks and a sun shirt. Once they had purchased their swimwear, they headed to the beach for some fun. Shortly thereafter, Ruby was pulled away by Shafia for practice, while Lily encountered an elderly man skilled in crafting energy cubes and went to consult him. Luo Yangshua found a sun lounger, set up an umbrella, and settled in for a peaceful nap. As he drifted in and out of slumber, he felt a soft body lean against him, followed by a gentle kiss on his forehead. Just as he began to daydream, a familiar voice broke through. Long time no see, innocent little brother. Luo Yangshua was instantly jolted awake, cold sweat breaking out as he opened his eyes to see the familiar countenance of Huiyin. Upon noticing her attire, he felt his nose nearly bleed. Clad in a fiery red bikini, Huiyin's voluptuous figure was on full display. After becoming accustomed to Lily's more modest physique, the sight was almost overwhelming. igniting a fervor within him. Yet, a hint of melancholy washed over him, prompting Luo Yangshua to retort. Aren't you concerned about being captured with such an open appearance? Heh, I never reveal myself while on a mission, Huiyin replied. During tasks, only you and one other little brother have seen my face. Then, are you planning to silence me? Luo Yangshua stretched lazily. Heh, I wish to join you. Huiyin said, or rather, the organization you aspire to establish. How does that sound? I can be quite obedient. Luo Yangshua's expression turned icy as he sensed the underlying threat from this astute woman. She was too clever for her own good. Oh, how did you deduce that? He asked, now willing to drop his facade, recognizing her merely as a villainous leader while he was a candidate favored by the League. Women's intuition, Huiyin replied. If I say this, you surely won't believe me. Naturally, Luo Yangshua shot her a look of disbelief. I've mentioned you are quite exceptional, Huiyin smiled. I can see you won't settle for mediocrity. Moreover, I've gathered some information about you. Through analysis, I can roughly guess your intentions. Thus, I am curious about what kind of strength you possess to challenge them. Luo Yangshua remained silent. This woman was truly formidable. Her analytical prowess was astonishing. It was evident that had the available data been complete, she could have deduced all his thoughts with clarity. Let me think. The support you have behind you must align with what our Team Magma seeks? Huiyin mused. If that is the case, I would be quite disappointed. You're quite perceptive, Luo Yangshua acknowledged. I cannot say for certain whether it will succeed. I merely believe there is a reasonable chance. With that, he casually raised his right hand towards the sky before letting it fall. Huiyin appeared thoughtful, smiling. Then, I believe there is a chance. But it requires something in return. I have what you need, Luo Yangshua replied. Then, I shall pay my respects to my new boss, Huiyin chuckled. Wait, how can I trust that you won't betray me? Luo Yangshua frowned. That depends on your performance, Huiyin stated. Whatever I say may be false. Only you can demonstrate absolute strength that leaves me with no choice but to comply. Only then will I remain loyal to you. With that, Huiyin stood and departed. Luo Yangshua watched her retreating figure, shaking his head as he muttered, what a clever woman. Chapter 142, Macauley's Arrival. Gigi, Charge Flame. Shafia called out. Forest Lizard, Leaf Blade Slash. Luo Yangshua commanded. As the Forest Lizard faced the oncoming Torchic, its leaf blades glimmered with a verdant light, elongating to resemble two curved swords. The Forest Lizard did not initiate an attack, but merely waved its leaf blades to deflect the onslaught, feeding Torchic commands in a straightforward manner. In the ensuing clash, Torchic became exhausted, collapsing to the ground and panting heavily. Observing the still vigorous Forest Lizard, Shafia sighed. The gap is so vast, despite Gigi's efforts. It remains challenging to defeat the Forest Lizard. Luo Yangshua smiled faintly, about to utter a word, when the Forest Lizard emanated a brilliant glow. As the radiance faded, a Lizard King materialized in the arena. Ah, has it already evolved? Luo Yangshua remarked, retrieving a bracelet from his backpack and presenting it to the Lizard King, which was adorned with 1,000,000 evolution stone of its kind. Recently, he found little use for the diamonds he had amassed, so he began investing them in 1,000,000 evolution stones for his Pokémon. Of course, he was cautious not to purchase excessively. With no immediate needs, his diamond reserves were ample. However, the future endeavor of imparting the essence to his Pokémon would demand a substantial expenditure, so it was prudent to save what he could now. The Lizard King adorned the bracelet on its wrist and moved aside to acclimatize to its newly evolved form. Luo Yangshua then spoke. Saphira, your current combat style resembles that of my friend Ash, quite feral and heavily reliant on instinct. You might consider seeking guidance from Rubido regarding techniques for the grand festivals. My approach leans towards swift assaults, which may not suit you entirely. You certainly lack some finesse. In terms of technique, do consult Rubido often. Oh, I see. Saphira replied thoughtfully. Of course, you can draw inspiration from various battle styles. Yet, it is imperative to carve out a path that is uniquely yours. There is no need to emulate others blindly. Your style remains malleable and can be refined. Luo Yangshua added. Understood, Saphira affirmed. A round of applause erupted, accompanied by a voice as gentle as water, a commendable analysis. It is no wonder that at merely 15 years of age, you have already reached the level of a champion, young Luo. Luo Yangshua and Saphira turned to see a man draped in a white champion's cloak, clapping and smiling at them from the edge of a cliff. Luo Yangshua, taken aback, exclaimed, Macaulay, what brings you to Kana City so early? I heard that my disciple would be participating in the grand festival, and since I had some free time, I thought I would come early to observe him, Macaulay replied. Moreover, I am quite intrigued by you. Daigo has spoken highly of you. claiming you are a remarkably gifted trainer who will surely be on the brink of championship within 3 years. I initially thought he was exaggerating, but upon meeting you, I sense he may have understated your potential. Mikoli gracefully leaped down from the cliff, landing nimbly without a hint of discomfort. Luo Yangshua watched in astonishment, realizing the impressive physical prowess Mikoli possessed. Mikoli approached, surveying Luo Yangshua, and then Saphira. You must be the Saphira that Rubido speaks of so frequently. Greetings, I am Mikoli. Hello, Saphira replied boldly, displaying her carefree nature without a trace of apprehension. Shall we engage in a friendly spar? It would provide Saphira an opportunity to witness high-level combat, an invaluable form of instruction, Mikoli suggested. Luo Yangshua smiled, contemplating. It appears Rubido is quite invested in Saphira's development, having a champion mentor her. Nonetheless, this also presented a splendid opportunity for Luo Yangshua to learn. He would certainly not decline this sparring session. The training grounds where Luo Yangshua and Saphira practiced was rather secluded, and after half a month's training, it had seen little foot traffic. Thus, there was no concern that Mikoli would attract unwanted attention. Let us begin, Shelder, Mikoli commanded, releasing his Pokemon. Luo Yangshua chuckled. Is it necessary to take this so seriously? I leave it to you, Lizard King. The Lizard King approached, its expression grave as it regarded the diminutive Shelder, yet sensed a significant threat emanating from it. The Lizard King was not mistaken. Shelder had once battled alongside Mikoli against the Hoenn League, playing a crucial role in securing his champion title. Although it may no longer be Mikoli's primary combatant, its strength was not to be underestimated. Now, let us test the Million Evolution, Luo Yangshua declared. The Lizard King nodded. And as Luo Yangshua pressed the keystone chain on his wrist, the Lizard King underwent a magnificent transformation into its mega form. Unleash your might, Luo Yangshua urged. Igniting the battle, the Mega Lizard King launched a black iron ball, rapidly closing in on Shelder while its leaf blades were poised for a lethal strike. Temper that fiery spirit, Shelder. Use Whirlpool to cool things down, Mikoli commanded with a smile. Shelder let out a loud cry, summoning a colossal whirlpool on the beach. The black iron ball plunged into the swirling waters, causing minimal splash and failing to make an impact, while the Mega Lizard King was engulfed within, rendered incapable of attacking. Blizzard, Mikoli instructed. In an instant, Shelder unleashed a blizzard, transforming the whirlpool into a frosty blossom that shattered into countless fragments, inflicting significant damage upon the Mega Lizard King, while the glittering ice shards, illuminated by the sun, painted a breathtaking scene. So beautiful, Saphira exclaimed in awe at the sight. Luo Yangshua smirked. Mikoli's combat style seamlessly blends that of a trainer and a coordinator, resulting in strikingly beautiful battle outcomes. The Mega Lizard King swiftly regained vitality through photosynthesis, but Mikoli did not allow it to recover further. He commanded Shelder to dive into the sea, riding the waves towards the Mega Lizard King. Luo Yangshua chuckled. Commander, what? Mikoli momentarily lost focus, but quickly realized, shouting, Shelder, stop. Yet the waves crashed upon the Mega Lizard King, leaving Shelder no time to react. In the next moment, the Mega Lizard King dissipated into a wisp of smoke, and an abundance of vines erupted from the sand, ensnaring Shelder tightly. The Mega Lizard King broke free from the sand, leaping high, then clasped its hands together, launching a massive energy sphere that struck the immobilized Shelder, rendering it unable to continue the fight. Alas, I was careless, Mikoli sighed as he recalled Shelder with a hint of resignation. Luo Yangshua chuckled, and the Lizard King returned to its normal state. The two celebrated their success with a round of applause, as the Lizard King became more familiar with its evolved form through battle. Observing the conclusion of the match, Saphira felt a surge of insight. In the distance, Rubido rushed towards Luo Yangshua, exclaiming, Trouble! The Sea Museum has been attacked by Team Magma. Xiao Luo, Master, we must hurry to see what is happening. Lily is still inside. Come back, everyone. Metagross, let us go? Luo Yangshua said, instantly incensed, and leaped onto Metagross, racing towards the Sea Museum. Chapter 143, The Gathering of the Water Drop Tablets. Metagross swiftly brought Luo Yangshua to the Sea Museum, but it appeared the situation had already concluded. He spotted Ash and his companions, with Lily among them, seemingly engaged in conversation. Luo Yangshua hurriedly urged Metagross forward, rushing up to Lily. Are you all right? I'm fine, Lily replied. It's just that Team Magma managed to escape, and they made off with most of that stone. Indeed, the members of Team Magma are truly despicable, Serena added with bitterness. No need to worry. Some fragments of the stone remain, and our research can still proceed, Director Kunoki remarked, picking up a small piece of stone from the ground. Did they only take that piece? Luo Yangshua inquired with a furrowed brow. They also took some peculiar blue tablets, but we haven't deciphered much from them. Losing them isn't a significant blow, Director Kusunoki responded. The most crucial thing is that piece. Let us hope Junsha can recover it. Blue tablets? Luo Yangshua murmured, glancing at Lily beside him. Lily shrugged, indicating she had no knowledge of them. Luo Yangshua was just about to contact Fire Emblem to inquire whether those tablets were indeed the water drop tablets. However, just then, the sound of a message notification from his phone echoed through the air. Luo Yangshua opened his device to discover a message from Huyen, which read, Dear future boss, the blue stone slabs have been placed in your hotel room. Consider it my token of allegiance. As for how I knew you needed this, well, take a guess. A hint. Think back to your last encounter with the water fleet. Luo Yangshua chuckled to himself, acknowledging the woman's cleverness and her adeptness in social maneuvering. Yet, he felt a twinge of wariness. A woman of such intelligence could, at times, turn the tables on you while you were still counting her gains. Junsha, much like a police officer in a film, made their entrance once the matter was concluded. After taking notes, they assured that they would indeed assist Kusunoki in recovering the stones. Of course, it was best taken with a grain of salt. If Junsha were truly this efficient, the Fire Rock team and the water fleet would hardly have posed any issues. After engaging in conversation with Xiao Ji and his companions, Luo Yangshua learned they had also heard that the champion would be participating in this extravagant tournament. They collectively decided to linger for a while to witness the championess performance. Currently, they were residing in the Pokemon Center. Xiao Ji suggested they could engage in some sparring when they had the chance, to which Luo Yangshua readily agreed, recognizing that Xiao Ji had also grown stronger. Such exchanges would serve as beneficial practice. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to return to the hotel to verify the authenticity of the blue stone slabs. After all, it would be quite the calamity if they turned out to be mere fakes. Parting ways with Xiao Ji and the others, Luo Yangshua headed back to the hotel. Lily AI cast a glance at him before taking the newly arrived Shafia to explore the bustling market of Kanas City. Ruby, seeing that Lily AI had no further business, bid Luo Yangshua farewell and joined Macaulay for training. Rushing back to their luxurious presidential suite, Luo Yangshua felt grateful to Tina for this accommodation. The already vibrant tournament had become even more crowded with Macaulay's arrival, leading to a dire shortage of available lodging. To their dismay, they discovered that they had no place to stay. Fortunately, Tina came to their rescue, as the Burlick family had a hotel business and could easily arrange lodgings for Luo Yangshua. With Tina's assistance, they settled into the presidential suite of the hotel. Upon entering his room, Luo Yangshua was met with a striking sight, an impressive stack of blue stone slabs positioned prominently in the main hall. He couldn't help but think that if the cleaning staff stumbled upon this, they would be in quite the predicament. Rushing over to examine one of the slabs, he noticed a thin membrane covering it. Upon peeling it away, the device in his backpack emitted a sudden alert. Luo Yangshua was overjoyed. These slabs were indeed the water drop slabs. Counting them, he found there were exactly 21 pieces, and with the 3 he already possessed, he had a complete set of 24 fragments. Quickly stowing the fragments in his backpack, he dashed to the Pokemon Center to summon his Greninja and Charizard, intending to fuse the fragments into a complete slab once more. After retrieving them, he returned to the hotel, locked the door securely, and initiated a practice with the system. System, please help me seal the entire space. Are you certain the Fusion 1T create too much of a disturbance? Ding. Rest assured, host. Any fluctuations will be intercepted by this system, came the earnest reply. Nodding, Luo Yangshua called forth Greninja, then carefully extracted the 3 fusion water drop slabs and the 21 fragments from his backpack. The fusion of the slabs would inevitably generate some peculiar waves. He had experienced this during the previous fusion, though it had been quite faint. While the second attempt was also subtle, it was slightly stronger. Given that he intended to fuse all the slabs this time, he was wary of the noise it might produce, hence opting for the system's double insurance. Together with Greninja, he meticulously peeled away the membranes from each slab. Then, he stacked all the slabs together in one swift motion. With the system's assistance, the slabs began to merge gradually, forming a blue whirlwind throughout the room. Gentle, yet reminiscent of being submerged in the ocean, like an infant cradled in its mother's womb, evoking a sense of comfort. It embodied the purest essence of water, soft and all-encompassing, yet it carried a weight of profundity that inspired genuine reverence. Under the system's suppression, the blue whirlwind did not create any significant disturbances. Unbeknownst to Luo Yangshua, in a mysterious realm, a pristine spirit raised its head. Indeed, it was Arceus, the original owner of the slabs. Arceus resembled a white creature, akin to a llama or a unicorn, with its body, mane, tail, and the dark side of its face adorned with vertical gray stripes. Its 4 sharp legs ended in golden hooves, while its mane stood tall. Its face gray with green eyes and red pupils, encircled by green circular patterns. With a knowing smile, Arceus laid down and murmured, "One slab has already been gathered. There's no need to rush. Let us wait a little longer until all the slabs are reunited, and I too shall be restored." Luo Yangshua remained oblivious to this unfolding event, his astonishment at the properties of the slabs rendering him speechless. The water drop slab. The bearer of this item experiences a 500 increase in the power of their water-type moves, containing the most primal essence of water. High-aptitude Pokémon perceiving its foundational power have a significant chance of comprehending the essence. When all slabs are assembled upon Arceus, the realms of creation and destruction lie within its singular thought. At this realization, Luo Yangshua could not suppress a shiver. Truly, Arceus was deserving of its title as the god of creation. While many might have bested it in games, in reality, few dared to oppose the being possessing all the slabs. Ding. Side quest completed. Locate the fragments of Arceus's slabs. Reward: 1 essence comprehension opportunity, with a 10 chance of allowing a Pokémon to grasp the essence. Luo Yangshua smiled. The coveted item he had sought was finally within his grasp. Chapter 143, Awakening of the Essence. Luo Yangshua equipped the water drop slab onto Greninja, who trembled with energy, immediately entering a state of comprehension as it sat cross-legged, quietly attuning itself to its essence. The essence comprehension reward manifested as a peculiar orb of light. Upon confirming the reward, a radiant sphere filled with a myriad of colors appeared in Luo Yangshua's hand. Summoning Charizard, he entrusted the orb to it. Charizard cautiously accepted the orb, which seemed to respond, instantly transforming into a red sphere, reminiscent of a blazing flame. Gently cradling it against its chest, Charizard began to absorb the orb, its entire form illuminated with a vibrant red glow. Like a creature in slumber, Charizard lay on the ground, embarking on its own journey of comprehension. Luo Yangshua settled onto the sofa, releasing Chinchou and Blaziken, quietly awaiting the completion of their understandings. Time slipped away imperceptibly, and before long, Lily AI and Shafia entered the room. Upon seeing Charizard and Greninja, Lily AI inquired, "Xiao Luo, why did you summon both Charizard and Greninja here?" "Oh, so this is Xiao Luo's Charizard and Greninja," Shafia remarked, her curiosity piqued by their impressive presence. "Hush, they are in a critical moment of breakthrough. Let us wait until they awaken." Luo Yangshua gestured for silence, suggesting, "You may release your water and fire-type Pokémon to observe. They will surely benefit." Both nodded in agreement. Setting down their purchases, Lily AI summoned her Chinchou, while Shafia released her Blaziken and Squirtle. Lily AI turned to Luo Yangshua, saying, "I'll go prepare some energy cubes. They'll surely be hungry when they wake up." Luo Yangshua nodded in agreement with Lily AI's suggestion. Saphira nestled herself on the sofa, cradling both Squirtle and Lily's Magikarp, while she attentively observed Charizard and Greninja. Meanwhile, Blaziken approached its fiery counterpart, imitating its posture by sitting cross-legged, carefully scrutinizing and deeply experiencing Charizard's state. After a while, Lily emerged with freshly crafted energy cubes, prompting Charizard to open its eyes. In an instant, a surge of flames ignited around Charizard, which took a deep breath, absorbing the flames into its core, igniting a spark within its bright, determined eyes. "Has it succeeded?" Luo Yangshua inquired with a smile. Charizard nodded, having finally grasped the essence of its fiery nature, its flames now exponentially more potent, capable of incinerating anything, even water, which typically counters its fire. Greninja, seemingly inspired by Charizard, opened its eyes as well, mimicking a grip in the air, conjuring streams of water that coalesced into 2 formidable water blades. With a flourish, Greninja wielded the twin blades, playfully calling out to Luo Yangshua before the water blades dissipated, leaving Greninja poised like a razor-sharp sword, its keen edge catching even Charizard's attention. Luo Yangshua stroked his chin, chuckling, "I didn't anticipate this revelation. It certainly suits you well." Greninja's enlightenment regarding the sharpness of water was perhaps influenced by the modified techniques Luo Yangshua had imparted, aligning its innate powers with this newfound affinity. If one were to ponder the sharpest blade in existence, it would undoubtedly be the water blade. However, the water blade, fundamentally akin to a water jet, utilizes high pressure to shoot water through minuscule openings for cutting, hardly comparable to the concept of a water blade. It was indeed remarkable how Greninja creatively synthesized the two concepts, achieving an understanding of water sharpness. Thank you for your efforts, Lily remarked, presenting 2 bowls of energy cubes. Recently, under the guidance of the master who taught her to create energy cubes, Lily had honed her skills remarkably. Charizard and Greninja caught a whiff of the delectable aroma, their appetites igniting as they devoured the energy cubes eagerly. Now, it's time to master the usage of your innate powers, Luo Yangshua stated. With Macaulay present, it was the perfect opportunity for practice. Saphira, bewildered, tugged at Lily and asked, "What is Luo talking about? What is this innate power?" Lily glanced at Luo Yangshua, who nodded in affirmation, prompting her to explain to Saphira, "Innate power is the force possessed by each legendary Pokémon. Only by mastering this power can a Pokémon truly ascend to the realm of legendaries." "What?" Saphira exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you saying that Luo's Charizard and Greninja have already become legendaries?" "Not quite. Understanding one's essence is merely a stepping stone to becoming a legendary. Luo has termed it as quasi-legendary. Only upon fully mastering their innate powers can they be regarded as true legendaries. Luo categorizes them into tiers, level 1, level 2, and level 3 legendaries. Mastery and adept application of innate powers are the standards for distinguishing the strength of legendaries," Lily elucidated. "I see," Saphira nodded. "Luo knows so much. Earlier, you were letting Ji and Jenny witness Charizard and Greninja grasping their essence, preparing them for higher combat capabilities, right?" "That's essentially the idea," Luo Yangshua affirmed. Subsequently, he made a phone call to Ji-Ku, informing her that Charizard had grasped its essence, hence they would not be visiting the Charizard Valley. Ji-Ku expressed her understanding and congratulated Charizard on this significant milestone. After hanging up, Luo Yangshua contemplated whether to invest in some mechanical equipment for research, aiming to accelerate the development of virtual projection technology. He found it somewhat inconvenient to rely solely on his phone for communication. In the future, the Pokémon world would see the emergence of instant communication devices and holographic communicators, though that might take some time. Luo Yangshua considered directly implementing the holographic communicator, aiming to eliminate the outdated phones. Having resolved these matters, he decided to let Charizard and Greninja rest and familiarize themselves with their innate powers before sending them to Legendary Island for training. Charizard expressed a desire to travel with Luo Yangshua for a while before returning. After some thought, Luo Yangshua agreed, recognizing that Charizard had previously been a solitary Pokémon in the Charizard Valley. Furthermore, he had already expanded his Pokémon team to 20 slots, making room for Charizard unnecessary. To celebrate Charizard and Greninja's newfound understanding, Luo Yangshua treated Lily, Saphira, and their Pokémon to a lavish feast at a hotel. He even called Ruby, urging him to return for the meal. Upon hearing of the grand feast, Ruby set aside his training, for time was abundant, but such an extravagant meal was a rarity. Within 10 minutes, Ruby arrived at the hotel suite, dragging Macaulay along, his eyes widening at the array of delectable dishes laid out on the table. Macaulay, however, found himself momentarily dazed, staring at Charizard and Greninja before asking Luo Yangshua, "Are these 2 your main forces?" "Yes, they are quite impressive, aren't they?" Luo Yangshua replied casually. Macaulay stifled a cough, internally lamenting, "I have a few choice words that may not be appropriate to voice." After the sumptuous meal, Luo Yangshua eagerly proposed a battle with Macaulay, who promptly declined without hesitation. Rolling his eyes, he retorted, "I am the champion of the league, after all. I understand the powers of legendaries. My main forces are not present. It would be rather unwise to battle your top Pokémon." "Humph," Luo Yangshua scoffed. Having hoped to take advantage of Macaulay's absent main forces to dominate the match, this hope evaporated. Macaulay glanced at Charizard and Greninja, remarking, "However, Luo, you indeed possess remarkable talent. Both Charizard and Greninja are teetering on the edge of becoming legendaries. I am curious about your training methods. Would you mind sharing?" "Just regular practice with legendaries," Luo Yangshua casually replied. Although his words were partially misleading, they contained a grain of truth. Regular encounters with legendaries indeed facilitated an understanding of one's essence. If Macaulay wished for his Pokémon to reach the brink of legendary status sooner, perhaps he should consider engaging with the League. Macaulay nodded thoughtfully, seemingly contemplating the idea of seeking out legendaries for training, though it was none of Luo Yangshua's concern. Half a month later, the much-anticipated Gorgeous contest in Kana City officially commenced. During this time, Luo Yangshua, Ash, and Macaulay frequently engaged in friendly sparring, while Lily often discussed breeding techniques with Brock, fostering a harmonious camaraderie among them. The group gathered at the Gorgeous contest venue, which was already brimming with spectators. After a lengthy search, they finally found seats, eagerly awaiting the contest's commencement. "When does Ruby take the stage?" Luo Yangshua inquired of Saphira beside him. I believe he's the first to perform, while Macaulay is the grand finale, Saphira replied. It was no wonder. If Macaulay were to be placed first, he'd likely overshadow all other competitors. Brock chimed in from behind. I wonder what Pokemon Ruby will showcase. If all goes according to plan, it should be Magikarp. Luo Yangshua speculated. Magikarp? Ash exclaimed curiously, quickly pulling out his Pokédex for a look. After a brief examination, he remarked, no way. Is he really entering such an unattractive Pokemon in the gorgeous contest? Regardless of its appearance, a beautiful heart makes it the most beautiful, Lily interjected. As they engaged in their discussions, the female host Vivian stepped forward to introduce the judges and the contest. With her words, the gorgeous contest officially began. Ruby emerged, clad in his performance attire, as the staff set up a transparent water tank. He cast a glance towards Liang Shuo and the others, took a deep breath, and proclaimed, though the body may wither, the heart's beauty endures eternally. Burdened with tears of longing, transformed into sorrow's lament. Mimikyu, take the stage. The ugly fish made its entrance, the ripples of water erupting as mist enveloped the form of Milotic. Subsequently, the ugly fish, shrouded in the water's fog, gracefully submerged. Executing a flawless opening act. Mimikyu leap, Ruby commanded. The ugly fish soared from the water, splashing droplets in every direction, as a snowstorm crystallized the droplets, gradually forming a stunning ice sculpture of the ugly fish. Adorned with a crown of ice, the ugly fish landed atop the sculpture, striking it with a powerful blow, shattering the ice to unveil a lifelike Milotic. A veil of white mist billowed from the ugly fish's mouth, adding an air of mystery to the Milotic sculpture. Oh, so from the initial entrance to the grand finale, it all emphasizes the beauty of evolution, does it? Moreover, the synchronization of moves is exquisite, showcasing the elegance of the ugly fish while highlighting its strength. A high score is assured, Liang Shuo mused. He also marveled at Macaulay's excellent instruction. After all, Macaulay's mainstay, Milotic, was once an ugly fish, so guiding Ruby's ugly fish was undoubtedly a trivial task. Now let us observe the scores for our first contestant, Ruby from Changhua City, Vivian announced. As the three judges revealed their scores, each awarding a perfect 10, the total reached 30. Oh, we have a perfect score right from the start, Vivian exclaimed in astonishment. With the judges' explanations, it became evident that Ruby's ugly fish indeed warranted such a high score. The subsequent performances by other coordinators, however, failed to dazzle, with the highest score barely reaching 295 until Macaulay took the stage. Macaulay showcased his beloved Love Disc, providing the audience with a visual feast. Observing Love Disc's performance, Liang Shuo could not help but concede that Macaulay's display overshadowed all others. Ruby still had much to learn compared to Macaulay. If Macaulay had taken the lead, none of the following contestants would have achieved high scores. As Love Disc's performance concluded, it was undeniably awarded the perfect 30 points. Next came the score rankings, with the top 8 coordinators advancing to the second round for Pokemon battles. As the computer-generated results appeared, Ruby was matched for the first battle, while Macaulay was set for the fourth, meaning they would only meet in the finals. The second round of the grand contest was time-limited, with each match lasting 5 minutes, depending on the score depletion. For Ruby, battling was not a concern. He could dispatch his opponent's Pokemon within a minute or two, avoiding the need to stretch the match to 5 minutes. Macaulay, on the other hand, similarly found himself in a comparable situation. Yet he often prolonged his matches to 3 or 4 minutes to allow other coordinators a chance to shine, as anticipated by Liang Shuo and the others. The finals saw Ruby pitted against Macaulay. Time flows like water. This body remains steadfast, bursting forth like a meteor, anger soaring to the heavens. Go Swampert. Ruby called forth his Pokemon. Oh, has Ruby's Mudkip evolved? Liang Shuo remarked in surprise. Yes, it just evolved recently, Shafia replied, but he wanted to surprise you all. Liang Shuo nodded and turned his attention to Macaulay, who sent out his Kingler. In terms of attributes, they were equal, with no type advantages. However, the level disparity was significant. Macaulay graciously extended the match to the full 5 minutes. Unfortunately, in terms of move selection and timing, Ruby and Macaulay were worlds apart. Nonetheless, they presented the audience with an impressive battle. As the match concluded, Macaulay rightfully claimed the ribbon badge amid the cheers of the crowd. I shall be returning to the league now. What are your plans? Macaulay inquired as they gathered at the hotel entrance. Master, we are heading to the Amethyst City. Xiao Luo and Shafia are challenging the Amethyst Gym, Ruby replied. Amethyst City, you say? Macaulay pondered. There is an abandoned power plant on a small island near Amethyst City, where many wild electric-type Pokemon reside. If you're interested, you might capture a few. If luck is on your side, you might even encounter a Zapdos. Is it alright for you to tell me this? Aren't you worried I might capture them? Liangshuo asked. I'm not like those old-timers in the league. Capture what you will. Macaulay said. Well then, I must take my leave. With that, he activated his flying car and soared into the distance. Well then, let us set off as well. Liangshuo declared. Destination, Amethyst City. Oh, the other three chorused. The four exchanged smiles and continued their journey. Chapter 145. The People of the Meteor. Upon the vast ocean, Liangshuo sat atop his Y-Lord, yawning and remarking, why does it feel like traveling by sea has become so common since arriving in Hoenn? There's no choice. The small island housing the abandoned power plant is deserted, so no boats can reach it, Liliai replied with resignation. No more complaining, Shafia interjected. We can already see the island. Following Shafia's words, Liangshuo and the others noticed a dark spot emerging along the coastline. As Y-Lord drew closer, they discerned the island's features. The island, though not extensive, was dominated by a dilapidated power plant that occupied nearly 2/3 of its area. Liangshuo was puzzled as to why a power station had been established on this small island, considering its considerable distance from Amethyst City. If it were for tidal power generation, the distance seemed excessively wasteful. Upon landing on the island, they approached the entrance of the abandoned power plant. Gazing at the vast facility, Liangshuo remarked, I suspect it will be similar to that derelict ship. Most electric-type Pokémon have made their home inside. Is there any particular Pokémon you wish to capture? Liliai asked. If so, we can keep an eye out for you. Aren't you capturing any, Liliai? Shafia inquired. No, I already have a Pikachu, Liliai replied, casting a glance at Liangshuo. Liangshuo smiled. It had nearly been 2 years since they had captured that Pikachu in Kanto. It was also thanks to that Pikachu that they uncovered Team Rocket's secret base, leading to the birth of Mutwo. Pikachu is quite adorable, Shafia remarked. I would like to capture either a Plusle or a Minun. Having both for double battles would be splendid, Ruby suggested. Then capture a pair, you take one. And Shafia takes the other, Liangshuo proposed. With that, he stepped into the abandoned power plant. A few Magnemite floated toward them, but unfortunately, they did not pique Liangshuo's interest. After acquiring Zeraora, he had grown discerning regarding electric-type Pokémon, finding the ordinary ones unworthy of his attention. It's strange how these abandoned power plants always attract electric-type Pokémon to make their homes, Shafia mused curiously. The explanation is rather simple, Liliai stated. Here we go. Ruby whispered. Liliai's lecture begins. Liangshuo playfully tapped Ruby on the head, saying, listen attentively and remember well. Yes, Ruby replied, somewhat helplessly. Though the abandoned power plant is no longer operational, the equipment is typically left behind to provide electric-type Pokémon with a habitat. Even if the machinery is inactive over time, it will generate some electricity, thus serving as sustenance for wild electric-type Pokémon. Moreover, when electric-type Pokémon engage in battles, they emit a substantial amount of electricity, attracting more electric types. Eventually, this location becomes a haven for numerous electric-type Pokémon. I see, Shafia nodded. Having Liliai along is fantastic. Her wealth of knowledge and ability to care for Pokémon make traveling with you all a delight. Now, let us head to the power storage room. Luo Yangshuo remarked that there would surely be powerful spirits guarding that place, making it the most opportune location to capture them. The three nodded in agreement and began their search for the power storage room. As they wandered about, Luo Yangshuo stumbled upon several high-quality spirits and inquired if Luby and Shafia wished to capture them. When they declined, he unleashed his Charizard, which swiftly subdued them all and transported them back to the manor. They captured numerous electric-type spirits, yet had yet to encounter either the positive or negative amped-up Pokémon. The trio maintained a laid-back attitude, believing that should they come across them, it would be fortuitous, but if not, it was merely a matter of luck. Eventually, deep within the power plant, they found a Rampardos blocking a doorway. Luby's eyes sharpened at the sight of it, and he whispered, what a coincidence. That's the Rampardos I drove away when I was a child. Really? Luo Yangshuo exclaimed, astonished. Are you certain? Absolutely, Luby replied, pressing his hand against his right forehead. How could I possibly forget? Luo Yangshuo fell silent. He had long forgotten many of his memories, and his notes made no mention of Luby's childhood encounter with that Rampardos. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, let us have a battle first. It is no match for us. With that, Charizard let out a fierce roar and charged forward. A jet of flames struck the Rampardos, which was caught off guard and was left with but a sliver of health. Soon, it succumbed to the flames that engulfed it. Collapsing to the ground, Luo Yangshuo chuckled, stating, with the mastery of the essence of fire, Charizard's flames have greatly intensified, making it exceedingly easy to inflict burns on adversaries. He produced a Pokeball and hurled it at the Rampardos. However, upon impact, The Pokeball bounced off the Rampardos, failing to capture it. Frowning, Luo Yangshuo remarked, "This Rampardos has already been captured, which means its master must be in this room. Then let us inquire," Shafia said, cracking her knuckles. It was important to note that the Rampardos had not only attacked Lubi, but had also assailed Shafia. Had Lubi not risked his life to save her, the scar on his forehead would now mar Shafia's face. Luo Yangshuo pushed open the door, revealing a black-haired girl clad in a sleek black outfit, draped in a gray cloak, commanding a Glisker and a Noivern. She regarded Luo Yangshuo and his companions with a cold gaze, and upon noticing the fallen Rampardos outside, she icily demanded, "Who are you? Why have you come here? If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall ensure you remain here forever." "Shouldn't we be the ones asking you that?" Libby retorted. "Who exactly are you? Did you capture this Rampardos recently, or was it 5 years ago?" The black-haired girl frowned. "If you refuse to speak, then you shall all remain here." Glisker, toxic. Noivern, air slash. "Let them come," Luo Yangshuo commanded. "Charizard, unleash your flamethrower." Without hesitation, Charizard sent forth a torrent of flames toward the two spirits. Glisker conjured a murky wave of water to counter Charizard's attack, while Noivern merely stood there, astonished by Luo Yangshuo, before suddenly kneeling before him and calling out to the girl. "What is this development?" Luo Yangshuo was utterly bewildered. What had begun as a battle had abruptly turned into an act of reverence. Had he awakened the legendary aura of a monarch? But why did Lubi and Shafia not bow as well? As he pondered this, the girl spoke in a trembling voice. "You are the favored human of the dragon god." With that, she knelt down, stating, "I am the inheritor of the meteor clan, Zijana. I greet you, O messenger. Please allow the dragon god to return once more." Luo Yangshuo was utterly flabbergasted. What on earth was happening? Chapter 146, The Sequence of Events. "Please rise and explain to me what is going on," Luo Yangshuo exclaimed, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Not just him, but also Liliai, Lubi, and Shafia were equally perplexed. "Yes," Zijana replied, recalling the Rampardos and Glisker, and began recounting the entire backstory. Long, long ago, meteor showers streaked across the night sky as the primal Groudon and primal Kyogre clashed. The Meteor clan consisted of dragon-type spirit trainers residing in the Meteor Falls until they were subdued by the ancient spirit Rayquaza. A millennium later, a meteor fell to what is now Liu City, awakening Groudon and Kyogre. The inheritor stood upon the Rainbow Stone, wishing for Rayquaza's return and hoping to induce its mega evolution. After a fierce battle, Groudon and Kyogre retreated, while Rayquaza ascended back to the heavens. The Meteor clan established the Sky Pillar to summon their deity, decorating it with murals, foretelling that a meteor would strike the world in 1,000 years, planning to summon Rayquaza to protect this planet. Upon hearing this, Luo Yangshuo felt a sense of frustration. What had caused Groudon and Kyogre to fight? Where had the original divine beasts vanished to? Yet, all remained an unsolved mystery. Not only did Luo Yangshuo remain in the dark, but even the time travelers from the Shalabi clan could not unveil that history, as if it had been sealed away, forbidden from anyone's knowledge. Perhaps there was a spirit that knew. Luo Yangshuo mused. Only Arceus, the so-called god of creation, might possess knowledge of that history. Furthermore, he speculated that the ancient divine beasts were undoubtedly aware, but they would never speak of it. Before delving deeper into the origins of these events, Zijana mentioned another individual who had altered her life. Zijana. Zijana and Zijana had lived together. Zijana possessed a unique ability, thus becoming the prophesied inheritor of the Meteor clan, destined to assist Rayquaza in achieving mega evolution and combating the impending meteor crisis. The incident occurred 9 years ago when Zijana arrived at the embedded tower in the Johto region and befriended the dragon god, Rayquaza. Simultaneously, a capture plan funded by the Belrich family, supported by Devon Corporation and the Great Violet Holdings, was executed by the Pokémon League to capture Rayquaza at the embedded tower. Led by President Zivik, the team employed a device known as the Flower, which could weaken Rayquaza using energy. Amidst the chaos, Zijana utilized her Mega Bracelets and an abundance of Keystone to trigger Rayquaza's Mega Evolution, attempting to break free. However, her escape ultimately failed, resulting in Rayquaza's capture by the Pokémon League, and Zijana lost her life in the process. The footage of this incident and Zijana's headband were preserved in the Pokémon League research building in the Johto region, while the Keystone she once wielded fell into the hands of Devon Corporation. After Zijana's passing, Zijana arrived at the embedded tower. Witnessing the devastation, she was deeply traumatized, even losing her ability to speak for a time. After recovering Zijana's Mega Bracelets and sending Rampardos to attack the research building, she returned to Hoenn, assuming Zijana's identity and responsibilities, actively working as an inheritor. As for Rampardos, it had indeed been sent by Zijana to assault the Pokemon League's laboratory that held Rayquaza, engaging in a battle with the young Luby. Having heard this far, Luo Yangshua finally grasped the situation, rubbing his temples. So, does that mean the meteor will strike the world again? Are you also striving to find Rayquaza? Yes, my lord, Zijana affirmed. However, since you have gained the favor of the dragon god, do you know its exact location? Currently, it should be at the Sky Pillar, Luo Yangshua replied. Haven't you searched there? We have been, but we found no trace of the dragon god, Zijana said with a hint of melancholy. Then, wait a moment, Luo Yangshua suggested. It will surely appear in due time. Zijana's expression darkened as she spoke. The meteor will soon fall. Can Lord Dragon God truly catch up? Lu Yangshua gazed at Zijana and inquired, Zijana, what are you doing here? I am collecting powerful electric-type Pokemon, Zijana replied. Currently, I am also assisting the Fiery Rock team and the Water Fleet in awakening Kyogre and Groudon. Surely, Lord Dragon God will come to resolve the ensuing conflict. Lu Yangshua sighed and looked to the heavens, a curse almost escaping his lips. He couldn't help but lament the obsession prevalent in the Pokemon world. Yet, this was likely her only recourse. However, considering his genuine need for those two beings to awaken, he found it difficult to cast blame upon her. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yangshua proposed, Zijana, would you be willing to join us? I require your strength. If you are willing to aid Lord Dragon God, then I shall. Zijana affirmed. Lu Yangshua nodded and released his little Rayquaza. The moment Zijana laid eyes on it, tears streamed down her cheeks as she choked out, Lord Dragon God. Lu Yangshua then elaborated on his plans. Initially, he merely intended to leverage the powers of the legendary beasts to counter the alliance, allowing himself a more carefree existence. Gradually, however, an ambition blossomed within him. Why not establish an organization? Starting from his breeding facility, he could amass a multitude of talent, standing shoulder to shoulder with the alliance. Though this notion had not been particularly clear at first, a recent encounter with a fiery bird had sparked the desire to form an organization. He had already considered the personnel, these protagonists, whom he intended to rally, as they were all children of destiny, none to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, Zijana agreed. An organization under the aegis of Lord Dragon God was undoubtedly worth her service. Nonetheless, her current task remained to assist the Fiery Rock team and the Water Fleet in awakening Groudon and Kyogre from their slumber. She also took care to inform him of the status of the two orbs. Rest assured, my lord, I shall expedite the awakening of those two legendary beasts. Zijana assured him. Lu Yangshua nodded and handed her several vials of healing potions and burn ointments. After reviving her Dragonite, Zijana leapt onto its back. The super bracelet on her right foot resonated with Dragonite, triggering an immediate mega evolution, transforming it into a streak of light that vanished before their eyes. Lu Yangshua, taken aback by the gaping hole in the ceiling left in her wake, was astonished by the girl's audacious manner. Xiao Luo, is she going to be all right? Lily asked, a hint of concern in her voice. I believe she will be fine, Ruby replied solemnly. Her bond with Dragonite is not something that has formed overnight. Thus, her intent to send Dragonite to assault the research building is genuine. Well then, Safia, would you like to join us? Lu Yangshua turned to Safia and asked. Can I refuse? Safia replied nonchalantly. Joining has no drawbacks, does it? Then, we welcome your participation. Lu Yangshua extended his hand toward Safia. A few days later, Lu Yangshua and his companions crossed the sea and arrived at Ziji City. Jumping off the back of the Y-Lord, Lu Yangshua firmly stamped his feet on the solid ground, exclaiming, though I may hurt Wailord's feelings by saying this, it feels absolutely wonderful to be grounded. Next time we cross the sea, let us take the ferry. Don't set your expectations too high, Safia replied, recalling Y-Lord. Just having a ride is already quite something. Ruby, feeling obliged to play the peacemaker, suggested. Let us not dwell on that. Let's head to the Pokemon Center to restore our Pokemon and rest for a day. Lily nodded in agreement. I concur. It's been far too long since my last bath. Lu Yangshua, disarmed by Lily's gaze, promptly headed towards the Pokemon Center. After a full day's rest at the Pokemon Center, they arrived at the ZG Gym. Lu Yangshua vaguely remembered that the gym leader was a bit of a prankster and hoped that he wouldn't suffer too much at their hands. With that thought, he pushed open the gym's grand doors. The doors slammed shut with a resounding thud, leaving Lu Yangshua momentarily stunned as he noticed the tracks on the ground. His lips twitching as he remarked, it seems entering the gym requires a roller coaster ride. A roller coaster? The trio exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Yangshua felt as though he had boarded a pirate ship as he was dragged onto the platform, which sprouted handrails on either side, and began its ascent. Watching the platform rise, an exasperated thought crossed his mind. This is my first time on an unsafeguarded roller coaster. What a thrill. As the platform reached its peak and plunged downwards at great speed, accompanied by the girl's high-pitched screams, Liu Yangshua and his companions traversed what would have taken 4 or 5 minutes in just 10 seconds. Upon disembarking from the platform, Liu Yangshua felt a bit unsteady. He was startled, not by the roller coaster itself, but by the screams of Lily and Sophia. Ruby, casting a wary glance at the two girls, exchanged a knowing look with Liu Yangshua. Next time, we absolutely cannot bring them to amusement parks or any thrilling attractions. Haha, welcome to the ZG Gym. Boomed a hearty laugh as a portly old man with graying hair stepped forward. I am Taishian, the gym leader. Who among you wishes to challenge me? We both do. Liu Yangshua and Sophia replied in unison. Oh, 2 challengers, is it? Taishian exclaimed. Walter, make the arrangements. As soon as Taishian finished speaking, a young man emerged from the room, saying, Understood, master. Walter then guided Liu Yangshua and his party to the battleground. Taishian approached from the opposite side, declaring, Let the battle commence. Walter stood to one side and asked, Which of you will challenge first? I'll go first, Sophia announced confidently. Liu Yangshua shrugged and gestured for her to proceed. Sophia took her place on the battlefield, and as Walter introduced her, a 3-on-3 battle was set to begin. Go, Magnemite. Taishian sent forth his Magnemite, causing Liu Yangshua to frown. This Magnemite seems rather weak. Could Taishian be taking it too lightly? Magnemite, is it? Sophia mused. Then, Gigi, I entrust you with this. Sophia promptly dispatched her Combuskin to counter Magnemite, commanding it to use Flame Charge to strike while boosting its own speed. Choosing a Pokemon with a type advantage was indeed a clever strategy. Magnemite, lock on. Taishian ordered. The Flame Charge struck Magnemite, but the damage was minimal. And Liu Yangshua quickly understood. Taishian was intentionally training his Pokemon's defenses, using its formidable resilience to withstand the trainer's challenges while assessing their skill levels. This is what one would expect from a seasoned gym leader, Liu Yangshua remarked with a smile. After all, such gym leaders are typically more approachable and genuinely care about the growth of the next generation, often possessing a kind disposition and reasonable strength, granting badges accordingly. True to Liu Yangshua's expectations, Magnemite withstood numerous attacks from Combuskin, allowing it to showcase its training. Liu Yangshua thought, It's time to send out a powerful Pokemon to polish up the competition. Go, try attack. Taishian recalled Magnemite and sent forth his powerful Electrode. As anticipated, its strength was formidable, and Combuskin was likely at a disadvantage. Gigi, Fire Punch. Sophia commanded confidently. Yet reality proved harsh, as Combuskin's fiery fist struck Electrode. It barely registered the hit. Under Tieshuan's guidance, a Euro Ball sent Combuskin flying, rendering it unable to continue the battle. Luoyang Shuo remained silent. The slower the spinning ball, the greater the damage. For the mighty chicken that had endured several energy-charged flame strikes, the damage was indeed overwhelming. Sophia watched as the mighty chicken collapsed. Recalling it with a slight tremor of her lips, she said, I beg you, Delara. With that, Cocodora emerged, and in the next moment, it lunged straight at the Magneton. It is well known that Cocodora's favorite food is steel. Iron Xian's face turned slightly pale as Cocodora leaped onto Magneton, its formidable defenses absorbing the relentless barrage effortlessly. With a wide-open mouth, it bit down on Magneton. A crunch echoed as Cocodora showcased its exceptional dental prowess, effortlessly cracking Magneton's metallic shell. Had Iron Xian not called for a halt, Cocodora likely would have relished a snack. Iron Xian, somewhat vexed, recalled his Magneton and remarked, You win this round. Although the loss was unexpected, your adept utilization of type advantages was commendable. Now my final Pokemon will be this one. Come forth, Leafeon. With the last Pokemon in play, Luoyang Shuo understood that Iron Xian had acknowledged Sophia and would likely no longer impose any challenges upon her, opting instead for a conventional Pokemon for battle. Delara, shall we continue? Sophia inquired. Cocodora nodded, and then a radiant light of evolution enveloped it. As the light faded, a Codora stood in the arena. Sophia, elated, exclaimed, Fantastic. Codora, use Heavy Slam. With a roar, Codora charged at Leafeon like an iron tank. However, Leafeon, with remarkable speed, easily evaded the Heavy Slam, subsequently delivering a thunderbolt that drained Codora's remaining health. Come back, Delara. You did well, Sophia said, and then it was your turn. Following her command, a Drifloon appeared on the battlefield. At Sophia's command, countless energy gems shot towards Leafeon. Leafeon deftly danced among the energy gems, evading each one. Sophia furrowed her brow and ordered, Dig. Drifloon instantly burrowed underground, and in the next moment, it propelled Leafeon into the air. Sophia's eyes lit up as she unleashed another energy gem. This time, with Leafeon airborne and nowhere to evade, it was struck down, rendered unable to continue the battle. And thus the match concluded. Luoyang Shua nodded, saying, Drifloon possesses a ghostly attribute, which inherently grants it strong stealth capabilities, making it ill-suited for direct confrontations. Lurking in the shadows and striking from ambush is the true strategy. Iron Xian laughed heartily, clearly pleased with Sophia's performance, and awarded her the badge. The next battle would be between Luoyang Shua and Iron Xian. Chapter 148, A Promise in the Sky. The contest between Iron Xian and Luoyang Shua concluded rather swiftly. As Iron Xian was not an overly strict gym leader, Qianli, is someone speaking of me? And when Luoyang Shua sent out his Altaria, it essentially resulted in a 1 versus 3 scenario. Iron Xian, observing Luoyang Shua's prowess, clearly went easy on him, refraining from deploying any powerful Pokemon. After receiving the badge, Luoyang Shua and his companions departed from the Purple-Violet Gym. Glancing at the electronic map, Luoyang Shua remarked, Next, we shall head to Greenshade Town and Fiery Furnace Town. Greenshade Town is home to a splendid contest venue, but it hasn't commenced yet. We can visit later. To Greenshade Town, Lily and Ruby declared in unison. Luoyang Shua looked at the two who interrupted him and said, Lily is going to Greenshade Town to see her brother, but Ruby, what is your reason for going? I have a friend who has been frail since childhood. He recently moved to Greenshade Town for recuperation, and I plan to visit him, Ruby explained. Hearing this, Sophia, despite wanting to head to Fiery Furnace Town first, was outvoted 3-1. Thus their next destination was settled on Greenshade Town. Luoyang Shua was also curious about what Gladion was up to. Having been in Hoenn for over a year, he wondered what could possibly keep him in Greenshade Town for so long. Greenshade Town was not too far from Purple-Violet City, a mere 4 to 5 hours on foot. Upon their arrival, Luoyang Shua and his companions discovered that the town indeed lived up to its reputation, bursting with verdant beauty. Nestled within the interior of the Hoenn region, it was shielded from volcanic ash due to prevailing winds. The air was fresh, making it an ideal place for the feeble to recuperate. This was the sentiment echoed in the travel guide, and Luoyang Shua could not help but agree. However, searching for someone in a town proved to be quite a challenge, especially since Gladion's reclusive nature meant that no one seemed to know his name after a year of living there. Realizing that finding Gladion was futile, Ruby began to inquire about her friend instead. Ruby's friend was named Manchong, known in the manga as Xiaoguang. Unable to locate Gladion, the mention of Manchong immediately led several townsfolk to direct Luoyang Shua and his companions. Luoyang Shua exchanged a glance with Lily, both unable to suppress their bemusement at Gladion. Following the directions provided by the villagers, Luoyang Shua and his party made their way out of Greenshade Town, arriving at a small valley adorned with an abundance of flowers of various kinds, sprawling beautifully across the landscape. Flora, come out and explore. This is your favorite place. Luoyang Shua exclaimed, releasing Flora. Upon seeing the vast array of blossoms, Flora was ecstatic, fluttering amidst the flowers. It had been a long time since Luoyang Shua had seen Flora so joyful. They all chuckled and followed Flora along a narrow path into the floral sea. Hey, what kind of flower is that? It's stunning. Sophia pointed out a cluster of pink blossoms. That appears to be the Glacidia flower, Lily remarked after observing for a while. Somewhat puzzled. The Glacidia flower, Luoyang Shua questioned. Isn't that a flower from the Sinnoh region? Why is it here? Can we pick one? Sophia asked, clearly enamored with the flower as she turned to the others. Don't move, came 2 loud shouts, and a shadow leapt down from the cliff. Luoyang Shua and the others looked up to see a Sylvaliant landing with 2 individuals, one of whom was indeed Gladion, whom they hadn't seen in over a year. The other person looked somewhat familiar, and Ruby exclaimed, Manchong. Luoyang Shua, observing the green-haired, somewhat dapper youth, realized this was indeed Manchong, the character from the manga. Gladion dismounted from the Sylvaliant and stated, You must not disturb these flowers. They are rare seeds I painstakingly located and cultivated here. Brother, you've spent over a year cultivating Glacidia flowers here? Lily inquired. Yes, indeed. For a promise, I must nurture the Glacidia flowers and await their arrival. Gladion responded earnestly. Glacidia flowers, awaiting their arrival? Luoyang Shua pondered aloud. Gladion, the promise you speak of, could it be the one with Shaman? Gladion glanced at Ruby and Sophia, and Luoyang Shua, sensing his concern, reassured him, This is Ruby, and this is Sophia. Ruby is a close friend of Manchong, and Sophia is one of us. There's no need for worry. Gladion nodded, opening his backpack to reveal a rather weak Shaman. Shaman's body was white, covered with green grass, adorned with a few yellow spots, and on either side, it bore a pair of pink flowers. Its green eyes looked at everyone with a sense of fatigue. This shaman appears to be extremely weak. Luoyang Shuo frowned. It seems to be poisoned. What happened? After saying this, Luoyang Shuo took out healing items such as full restores and revives to tend to shaman. However, shaman showed no reaction, remaining listless. System, please examine this shaman. Luoyang Shuo silently contacted the system. Ding. Sensing the immense and tumultuous power contained within the body of shaman. Conventional methods of assistance would typically be annihilated by such ferocity, rendering them incapable of fundamentally healing shaman. Is there any way to address this? Can we ascertain the origin of this power? Luo Yangshuo inquired. Beep. Analysis complete. This tumultuous power originates from the reverse world. It can be extracted and utilized to forge a platinum orb. Let us proceed with this attempt, Luo Yangshuo declared. Following this, he placed his hand gently upon shaman's forehead, and the system directly engaged with shaman, effortlessly siphoning the chaotic energy from its body, which coalesced into a platinum orb the size of a grain of rice in his palm. Platinum orb, formed from the gathered power of the reverse world. It can slightly enhance the potency of Giratina's abilities, a one-time use item. Observing the now revitalized shaman, Gladio beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Shaman, you have finally recovered." Manchong also smiled brightly, saying, "Just in time, your kin will surely come to retrieve you, and our promise has been fulfilled." Shaman joyfully chirped, affectionately nuzzling against Gladio and Manchong. At this moment, Luo Yangshuo spoke earnestly. "Shaman, may I inquire? The power within you must be from the reverse world, correct? Where did you encounter Giratina?" Shaman gazed at this individual, aware that he had healed it, and having heard from Gladio that he understood the language of Pokemon. It shook its head and softly called out, endeavoring to convey its story to Luo Yangshuo. Luo Yangshuo listened intently to Shaman's narrative, learning of its ability to decompose toxins in the atmosphere and transform barren land into a sea of blossoms. Shaman inhaled the tainted air, purifying it within its being and breaking it down into water and light, ultimately expelling the purified essence in a manner that caused seeds to shimmer. Thus, Shaman's kind roamed the world. While traversing the Crown Summit in the Sinnoh region, this shaman inadvertently stumbled into a spatial rift. Though it returned promptly, the power remained entwined within it, gradually weakening its body day by day. Nevertheless, it continued to follow its kin until it could bear no more and fell, which led to its encounter with Gladio and Manchong. Chapter 149, Lilya's first legendary Pokemon. The meeting between Gladio and Manchong was also a matter of fate. While traveling in the Hoenn region, Gladio, although not intending to participate in the Pokemon League, engaged in battles with trainers to hone his skills, the flying type. Upon arriving in Verdanturf town, he met Manchong, who admired trainers. With Rube's assistance, he had acquired his first Pokemon, a hidden dragon, and was eager to challenge the formidable Gladio. However, during their battle, Manchong's asthma flared up, nearly costing him his life. Gladio promptly took Manchong for treatment, leading to their acquaintance. Sympathizing with Manchong's plight, Gladio decided to impart some knowledge of being a trainer to him. Thus, Gladio settled in Verdanturf town. It was during their practice in the valley that shaman descended from the heavens, interrupting Gladio's subsequent plans. The frail shaman reminded Manchong of himself, prompting him to consider ways to aid it. Shaman, being a Pokemon attuned to the hearts of others, allowed its kin to trust Gladio and Manchong with its care. To speak harshly, they were a nomadic species, unable to halt their journey for a single member. They did their utmost to heal Shaman, yet ultimately found themselves powerless to restore it. Consequently, Shaman's kin decided to entrust this shaman to Gladio and Manchong for care while they continued their journey. This became an agreement between Gladio, Manchong, and Shaman's kin, promising to return in a year to see if they could restore Shaman, offering a reward in gratitude. Thus, Shaman's kin departed, leaving the weakened shaman behind. Despite their best efforts, Gladio and Manchong were unable to facilitate Shaman's recovery. Gladio, recalling Luo Yangshuo, informed Lilya, urging them to visit when they arrived in Hoenn. He placed all his hopes on Luo Yangshuo, who, as anticipated, successfully healed Shaman. Through Shaman's recounting and Gladio's supplementary insights, Luo Yangshuo gleaned a larger picture. He understood the indifference exhibited by Shaman's kin. After all, it was their nature, an unbreakable instinct that compelled them to abandon the unhealable shaman. While this may sound cruel, Shaman bore no resentment towards the decision of its kin. Luo Yangshuo gazed at the field of Gracidia flowers and remarked, "Gladio, did you cultivate these Gracidia flowers?" "Indeed. I procured the Gracidia flower seeds through the Ether Foundation. The climate here is exceptionally conducive to their growth, allowing them to bloom year-round. This flower field shall serve as a resting place for Shaman's kin Gladio replied, surveying the expanse of blossoms. Luo Yangshua nodded, recognizing Gladio's complex nature, cool on the outside, yet warm within. Despite occasionally exhibiting bouts of youthful folly, he was fundamentally a good person, or else Shaman's kin would not have entrusted it to them. Rube observed the flower field, exclaiming, "It truly is remarkable that Gladio managed to cultivate such a splendid expanse of flowers." Lily, cradling Shaman in her arms, scrutinized it closely. After all, such legendary Pokemon were a rare sight. At that moment, Shaman suddenly paused, then excitedly leaped into the thicket of Grassidia flowers. The pollen from the Grassidia flowers adhered to Shaman, causing it to emanate a brilliant light and transform instantaneously into its sky for me. In its sky for me, Shaman resembled a canine, its limbs elongated compared to its land for me, adorned with a red scarf-like appendage around its neck, green shins, and a coat of green fur covering its head, with white wings gracing either side of its eyes. It let out a triumphant cry, taking flight into the sky. From afar, a chorus of similar cries echoed, as numerous Shaman in their sky for me soared towards it, affectionately nuzzling it, expressing a year's worth of longing. Subsequently, one by one, these Shaman landed in the Grassidia flower field, chirping their gratitude towards Gladio and Manchong. Gladio and Manchong quickly shook their heads, saying, "There is no need for thanks. It was Luo who saved Shaman. Otherwise, it would not have recovered." Upon hearing this, the Shaman nodded gratefully in Luo Yangshua's direction. Then, at the call of the leading Shaman, 2 Pokemon eggs were brought forth, one handed to Gladio and Manchong, and the other to Luo Yangshua. As the 2 Pokemon eggs were bestowed upon them, the Shaman gathered sufficient pollen from the Grassidia flowers. They then ascended into the sky, swirling around the group in joyous flight before soaring off into the distance. The Shaman that Gladio and Manchong had cared for lingered for a moment before hastening to join the main group, heading into the horizon. "It seems my readings on Shaman were indeed accurate," Lily remarked, a hint of wistfulness in her voice as she watched the retreating figures of Shaman's kin. "Shaman must rely on the pollen from the Grassidia flowers to transform into its sky for me, yet this form cannot be sustained for long. Thus, Shaman's existence is a perpetual quest for Grassidia flowers, all the while striving to purify the air. They cannot remain in one place. In the wild, Shami seeks the Glacidia flowers, transforming into its aerial form as it searches for the next location of these blossoms until it encounters its kin and joins their ranks." Luo Yangshua smiled gently, pushing the Pokemon egg into Lily's arms, saying, "Since you cherish it so dearly, take good care of it." "Wait, little Luo. This is a gift from the Shamies. I cannot accept it," Lily protested, glancing at the egg in her embrace, and attempted to return it to Luo Yangshua. He shook his head, replying, "Firstly, I have no shortage of legendary beasts, and you currently lack any formidable combat prowess. So, please accept this Shamie, at the very least. It can protect you in my stead. Besides, must we delineate so sharply between us?" Lily gazed at Luo Yangshua's earnest face, chuckling softly. "You truly are a fool. Then I shall accept this Shamie." Ruby and Safia exchanged glances, feeling slightly nauseated by the sweetness between Luo Yangshua and Lily. Turning their attention to Gladio and Manchong, they sensed an awkwardness as Gladio also pushed a Shamie egg towards Manchong, stating, "Manchong, you need it more than I do. The Shamie can purify the air, which would greatly aid your asthma. You must take good care of yourself. Do you not wish to travel as a trainer, like any normal person? Once you're well, we can journey together." Ruby and Safia shivered slightly, while Luo Yangshua and Lily appeared endearingly sweet. The vibe between Gladio and Manchong was laden with an odd intimacy. Although Manchong resembled a girl, he was undoubtedly a man, much to their bewilderment. Ruby and Safia shook their heads vigorously, trying to dispel their erroneous thoughts. They concluded that watching Luo Yangshua and Lily was far more preferable to witnessing Gladio and Manchong's antics, as at least their interactions seemed more conventional. Chapter 150, Doubles, Synergy of Abilities. With the matter of Shamie concluded, Manchong invited everyone to his home. There, Luo Yangshua met Manchong's sister, Amon, a girl strikingly similar to him. He also learned that Amon's fiancé, Long Air, resided in Canas City and was preparing to excavate a tunnel connecting Canas City and Greenshade Town. Amon, aware of Luo Yangshua and his companion's itinerary, confidently assured them that when they returned to Greenshade Town, they would be able to use the tunnel to reach Canas City. After resting and enjoying lunch at Manchong's home, Luo Yangshua and his companions bid farewell to him and Amon, preparing to head to Fuyin Town. Gladio also took his leave, his curiosity piqued by the space Shamie had entered, and thus he decided to venture to Sinnoh. Luo Yangshua could not dissuade him, but advised him to be cautious, requesting that he at least call to inform them if he found anything. Glajiao, seemingly unconcerned, replied, "Understood, we shall see when the time comes." With that, he mounted his silver companion and departed. Luo Yangshua and his group watched him leave before continuing their journey. Days later, while having lunch in a forest, a man rushed over with a dream demon, disregarding Luo Yangshua and his companions entirely. He seized a loaf of bread, tore it in half, and devoured it alongside the dream demon, nearly choking in the process. Luo Yangshua looked on in bemusement, offering them some water, which they hastily drank, gasping for breath as they exclaimed, "That was close. We almost choked to death instead of starving." "Who are you?" Sophia asked, somewhat irked. After all, anyone would be displeased if someone rushed over and snatched their food. The man, realizing the situation, knelt on one knee before Lily and Sophia, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor, and proclaimed, "Fair maidens, I am your knight, Sir Yi. Allow me to protect you as we step into the sacred hall and forge a bright and beautiful future together." "No, you are far too creepy," Sophia retorted, turning away. "Absolutely not," Lily added coldly. Sir Yi instantly slumped, his spirit dimmed. Luo Yangshua and Ruby cracked their knuckles, stating, "Young man, let us discuss the ideals of life. We must make you understand what despair truly means." Sir Yi sprang to his feet, declaring, "Oppose violence. If you dare, let us engage in a doubles battle." "A doubles battle?" Luo Yangshua and Ruby furrowed their brows. "Indeed, a doubles battle," Sir Yi asserted confidently. "Fear not. I hold a record of 300 victories in 300 battles. Not a single match has seen me defeated. Is this fellow a fool?" was Luo Yangshua's first thought. However, he found himself intrigued by Sir Ye's claim of 300 consecutive victories, so he replied, "Very well, let us engage in a doubles battle. If we win, you shall be spared, but if you lose, do not expect to escape the ensuing punishment." "All right, let us begin." Dream Demon, Armor Bird. Sir Yi unhesitatingly released his Pokemon. Yet, in the next moment, the Armor Bird lay feebly on the ground, devoid of any fighting spirit. Sir Yi sheepishly scratched his head, saying, Can we finish eating before we battle?" Luo Yangshua and his companions nearly collapsed in laughter. While they ate, Luo Yangshua took a look at his Pokemon, which included Dream Demon, Scyther, Armor Bird, Shedinja, Swampert, and Chilanchi. His training was commendable, and Luo Yangshua regarded him with newfound respect. Once the meal concluded, the battle commenced. Sir Yi opted to send out his Dream Demon and Armor Bird once more, while Luo Yangshua and Ruby deployed their 7-star bird and Shinado for the showdown. Dream Demon, Ability Swap. Sir Yi commanded without hesitation. Following the completion of the ability swap, he withdrew Armor Bird and sent out Shedinja, only to initiate another ability swap. Luo Yangshua, witnessing this astonishing maneuver, immediately understood. He intended to exchange the sturdy ability of Armor Bird with the Wonder Guard ability of Shedinja. Shaking his head, Luo Yangshua acknowledged the ingenuity behind Sir Ye's strategy. Shedinja, possessing only a single hit point, would gain the sturdy ability, rendering it nearly invincible, while Armor Bird, with its good resistances, would now become a nearly impregnable fortress. Though such ability swaps hold little significance in the game, they could allow the next Pokemon in line to maintain that ability for a duration in reality, achieving the effect of utilizing Dream Demon as a conduit. Haha, you have unwittingly allowed me to complete my ability swap. Allow me to demonstrate what despair truly is. Sir Yi laughed maniacally as Armor Bird unleashed a pecker drill, while Shedinja fired a barrage of shadow balls. Luo Yangshua and Ruby exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. 7-star bird, unleash flamethrower. Shinado, use Thunderbolt. The two attacks surged toward the spiraling Armor Bird, the flames and electricity intertwined, striking the Armor Bird and sending it careening backward. Simultaneously, the 7-star bird's feathers fluffed up, shielding Shinado from the onslaught of numerous shadow balls. Observing his Armor Bird fall so swiftly, Sir Yi remained unperturbed, for Shedinja with the sturdy ability was an invincible presence. 7-star bird, add a bit of spark. Luo Yangshua chuckled. Shedinja, use Bug Buzz. Sir Yi declared nonchalantly. The Bug Buzz was thwarted by the 7-star bird's fluffy cotton feathers while extinguishing the feeble flame. Ruby, seeing the flicker of fire, quickly instructed Shinado to employ Psychic, but it was also rather weak. As the Psychic force acted upon Shedinja, Sir Yi found himself baffled, casually commanding, Shedinja, let us try Bug Buzz again. However, just as Shedinja attempted to act, it was struck down by Dragon Pulse and Psychic, losing its ability to fight. Unbelievable. How could you defeat my Shedinja? Sir Yi roared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the sight before him. The Shedinja, blessed with the sturdy ability, had led him to triumph in countless doubles battles. This invincible combination has never encountered failure since it first crossed his mind. Do you still not understand? Luo Yangshua chuckled, explaining that the combination of the sturdy trait and the shell ninja, along with its inherent conditions, indeed achieves an invincible state. Yet, do not forget that theoretically, the shell ninja possesses only a minuscule amount of health, but the weaker the attack, the less damage it inflicts, still capable of breaking through the sturdy trait's barrier. Upon hearing Luo Yangshua's elucidation, Yi suddenly grasped the concept. Theoretically, that single point of health could be perceived as 10 points, as the attacks utilized in Pokemon battles never fall below that threshold. If the power is reduced, it can still breach those 10 points, thus dismantling the sturdy trait's confines. As for your Swampert, it should be paired with Kirin Chiji, Luo Yangshua remarked, noting that Swampert, aside from its quadruple weakness to grass-type moves, has no other vulnerabilities. The herbivorous trait of Kirin Chiji compensates entirely for this. Yi's eyes widened in realization, and he said, I have learned from you. Indeed, as you mentioned. Just as he intended to express his gratitude to Luo Yangshua for his guidance, the next moment, two fists collided with his eye sockets, causing Yi to clutch his face and collapse to the ground in anguish. Since you've lost, brace yourself for a beating. Lu Bai grinned as he pounced, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Oh no, Father Yamei, not there. As Yi's cries echoed, Luo Yangshua and Lu Bai exchanged glances, both feeling an odd sense of discomfort. Despite having pummeled Yi, they found themselves inexplicably more dissatisfied. Chapter 151, The Descent of the Nightmare God. A bit disheartened, they released Yi, and Luo Yangshua and Lu Bai felt something was amiss. They had just given Yi a thorough thrashing, yet they felt even more unsettled. After tidying up, Luo Yangshua and his companions continued their journey toward Fianzan. Along the way, they encountered several commendable Pokemon, all thanks to Shafia, who was eager to train and surpass Lu Bai as soon as possible, though for now, it was merely a fleeting thought. As twilight descended, Luo Yangshua and his companions found a clearing to set up camp. After dinner, they engaged in a brief spar with Lu Bai and Shafia, and once they completed their evening routines, they retreated to their respective tents for the night. At that moment, a shiny Starmie soared through the sky, with a figure cloaked in black standing firmly upon its gem. Observing the tents of Luo Yangshua and his companions below, the figure's lips curled slightly beneath the hood. Such impressive growth speed. May you aid my grand endeavor. This Pokemon shall serve as my token of introduction. If you cannot handle this, it merely indicates your limitations. With that, the cloaked figure produced a Pokeball, bound by peculiar chains. Upon unfastening the chains, he released the ball, which plummeted vertically. The figure chuckled softly as the shiny Starmie swiftly departed the scene. The unbinding of the chains rendered the Pokeball incapable of containing the Pokemon within, causing it to shatter midair, revealing a dark figure that loomed above the tents. Should Luo Yangshua be awake at that moment, he would surely exclaim in astonishment, for the Pokemon emerging was none other than the Nightmare God, Darkrai. Darkrai is a shadowy creature, its inky form partially obscured by a swirling mist resembling hair that envelopes much of its face, revealing only its bright blue eyes. A collar-like red serrated object encircles its neck, and tattered black fabric hangs from its shoulders. Typically, it floats without legs, though it can manifest leg-like appendages at will. Darkrai raised its hands skyward, gathering a massive black sphere that it hurled towards the tents below, engulfing them in darkness, and instantly plunging Luo Yangshua and his companions into a deep slumber. Darkrai seethed with fury. It had been deceived by a mere human, captured within a peculiar Pokeball. Although it had now escaped, its wrath would be unleashed upon these humans. Known as the Nightmare God, Darkrai's specialty lies in ensnaring its prey in eternal slumber filled with endless nightmares. While invoking nightmares is its innate talent, the difference between an unintentional trigger and a deliberate assault is vast. Darkrai cackled as it delved into one of the humans' dreams, eager to witness their despair as they perished within a nightmare. As Darkrai penetrated the dream, a ripple coursed through the space, and a beautiful Pokemon materialized above Luo Yangshua and his companions' tents. This Pokemon, with a light blue body and a yellow underside, boasted 2 strands of purplish-red hair that arched gracefully from its chest. Adorned with yellow accents resembling crescent moons on either side of its head, it also sported pink, ring-shaped wings at its sides and back, with claw-like ends resting at its chest. Indeed, this was the dream god, Cresselia, who, with a slight furrow in her brow, contemplated, Darkrai is truly serious this time. I hope to safeguard these 4 little ones. Subsequently, 4 feathers floated from Cresselia, gently descending upon the 4 tents, emitting a radiant glow that enveloped them in protection. However, Cresselia understood that her crescent feathers could only dispel the unintentional nightmares released by Darkrai. This targeted nightmare could only offer a faint shield. Moreover, Darkrai had audaciously infiltrated a human's dream, creating a perilous situation of mutual demise. While Cresselia wished to save this individual, she recognized that entering their dream would likely hasten their demise. The outcome hinged solely on the strength of the human's will. As Darkrai entered the dream, it found itself in a beautiful mansion where a wedding was underway. A young man holding the hand of a girl as they approached the priest, poised to utter sacred vows. Darkrai smirked wickedly before vanishing in an instant. Indeed, it had entered Luo Yangshua's dream, where he envisioned himself marrying Lilia. As the priest concluded his words, Luo Yangshua proclaimed, "I do." Yet, when the priest turned to Lilia, she smiled enigmatically and declared, "I do not. Why should someone like him be able to marry me?" Luo Yangshua was taken aback, and in the next moment, the scene shifted dramatically. Surrounded by mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, Luo Yangshua stood atop a pile of bones, a blood-soaked blade in his right hand, while his left clutched Lilia's head. Her eyes widened in terror as she exclaimed, "You monster! Why have you killed me?" Terrified, Luo Yangshua dropped the knife, clutching his head in anguish, shouting, "No, no, this is a dream. Yes, it's just a dream." As he cried out, he pounded his body, desperate to awaken from this nightmare. Yet, waking from a dream is no easy feat. Countless heads of Lilia floated before him, crying out, "Return my life. If you still love me, then come and join me. Come be with me." As Lilia's words echoed in his mind, Luo Yangshua's gaze grew distant, and he picked up the blade from the ground, pressing it against his neck, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, I shall join you. Wait for me, Lilia, I am coming." Just as Luo Yangshua was about to take his own life, a beam of light illuminated his face, and he instantly awoke. He dropped the knife and surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was no longer amidst a sea of corpses but rather in a dark space, where a sinister figure loomed, grinning at him. It sneered, "What a pity. That old crone has come to meddle again. Nightmare god." Luo Yangshua uttered coldly, his anger bubbling over, "Do you wish to die? Haha, humans are always so arrogant." Darkrai sneered, "To ambush and capture me, and now you brazenly declare your intention to kill me? Do you truly believe the title of Divine Beast was bestowed upon me without merit? Do you humans genuinely think we are so easily bullied?" Observing Darkrai's escalating fury, Luo Yangshua sighed and remarked, "You have allowed hatred to blind your vision. While I do not deny the existence of scoundrels among humanity, does your current demeanor afford you the right to criticize others? Do you truly believe you can resist me?" Darkrai regarded Luo Yangshua with an icy gaze and replied, "Do you think you can withstand my power?" Luo Yangshua chuckled. "Perhaps it is simply unfortunate for you to have entered my dream. Had you infiltrated another's dream, you might have succeeded. However, should you manage to escape, trust me, I would pursue you to the ends of the earth to obliterate you. But since you have entered my dream, you shall serve as my Pokémon for the foreseeable future." "Serve as your Pokémon?" Darkrai erupted into laughter, finding the jest utterly amusing. "Go ahead, laugh a little longer. Soon enough, your mirth will fade." Luo Yangshua responded nonchalantly. "Since you are so eager for death, I shall grant you your wish," Darkrai declared, gathering dark energy and unleashing a wave of malevolence towards Luo Yangshua. Unfazed, Luo Yangshua inquired, "System, can you suppress it?" Beep. "It may be challenging outside, but within the host's dream, I still hold dominion. One Darkrai costs 10,000 diamonds. Deal." As the statement concluded, Darkrai was immediately forced to the ground, its malevolent wave dissipating. Subsequently, a standard Pokeball captured Darkrai, rendering it silent. Luo Yangshua approached, retrieved the Pokeball, and smiled. This Darkrai truly is naive. Chapter 152, Capturing the Dusk Noir. "Yes, apply a bit more pressure," Luo Yangshua instructed, humming a tune as he savored Darkrai's massage. Darkrai glared at him, teeth gritted, yet found itself compelled to continue the massage. Ruby, unable to bear the sight, interjected, "Luo, it's a divine beast after all. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to have it massage and need you like this?" "Not at all. It's essential for fostering rapport with your trainer," Luo Yangshua replied, while Liliai beamed at them. However, Ruby, seeing Liliai's smile, quickly retreated and fell silent. At present, Luo Yangshua and his companions were aboard a scenic cable car ascending Chimney Mountain, intending to transfer to another cable car leading directly to Lava Town. Regarding the events of the previous night, Luo Yangshua had informed everyone that Darkrai had threatened them, which initially elicited unfavorable reactions towards Darkrai. They had also discovered a crescent feather in their tents, which, according to Liliai, would shield them from Darkray's nightmares and ensure sweeter slumber. Luo Yangshua silently acknowledged the favor of the dream Pokemon, Cresselia, realizing that without its assistance, he might have succumbed to despair within his dreams. Liliai, aware of Luo Yangshua's nightmares, expressed that if Darkrai were to live a good life, she would no longer be called Liliai. Luo Yangshua also harbored some grievances towards Darkrai, noting that their current affinity was decidedly zero. Considering this, he suggested to the system that Darkrai retain its animosity towards him while remaining unconditionally obedient to his commands. Thus, the present situation was established, yet Luo Yangshua felt no apprehension, relishing the sight of Darkray's helpless rage directed at him. Ah, such a delightful expression. Upon reaching the mountain's summit, Luo Yangshua returned Darkrai to its Pokeball and disembarked the cable car. However, as it was still early, the group was in no rush to head to Lava Town. Instead, they decided to explore the volcano's summit for any rare Pokemon. After all, their journey from the fiery path had yielded only Magcargo and more Magcargo, with not a single Slugma in sight. Ruby wished to capture a fire-type Pokemon, but with only Magcargo around, he could only hope for better luck at the summit. Soon, they arrived at the volcano's crater. Though it was a dormant volcano, the heat from the bubbling lava elevated the surrounding temperature significantly. Sophia peered closely at the lava before asking Liliai, "Do you think any Pokemon can live in lava?" "Indeed. I recall encountering a Charizard in the Kanto region with Luo, and it had a Dusknoir that resided in the lava. Although that Dusknoir was old, its strength was still impressive," Liliai affirmed. "Oh, then that Pokemon must be the Dusknoir," Sophia concluded. Following Sophia's lead, Luo Yangshua and his companions spotted a Dusknoir floating atop the lava, appearing as relaxed as if in a swimming pool. It stretched lazily before diving into the lava, resurfacing moments later, soaking in the molten rock as if enjoying a hot spring. "Wow, this Dusknoir seems quite powerful," Ruby remarked. "Are you interested?" Luo Yangshua teased. "Yes, I'd like to give it a try," Ruby replied. "Be careful, it's quite strong," Luo Yangshua cautioned. "Not a problem," Ruby asserted, sending out his Swampert. Together, they leaped into the molten lake. The heat compelled Ruby to fan himself, while Swampert struggled to adapt to the environment, being a water-type Pokemon. The moisture on its body was drying up, rendering it quite uncomfortable. "Hey, Dusknoir, let us battle. I want to capture you," Ruby called out. Dusknoir nodded but made a shushing gesture, calling out a few times. Luo Yangshua interjected, "Hold on, Ruby, it's about to evolve. Wait for it to finish." "Evolve?" The group was instantly astounded, exclaiming loudly. "Luo, you can't be serious." Liliai gasped. "Isn't Dusknoir supposed to evolve with a lava booster?" "Indeed, but a lava booster is merely a container of immense lava energy. Compared to the natural forces of lava, it pales in comparison. Evolution through the lava booster merely creates a magnetic field to facilitate evolution. Nature also possesses such unique magnetic fields," Luo Yangshua explained. As if to validate Luo Yangshua's words, the Dusknoir immersed in the lava began to glow, then leaped onto the shore, the radiant light fading to reveal a Dusknoir before Ruby's eyes. In contrast to its predecessor, the Dusknoir appeared more rounded, with its arms transformed into cannon-like appendages capable of firing flames. Ruby gazed at the Dusknoir, stating, "I've certainly learned something new, but I refuse to lose in battle. Swampert, let us go." Taking the initiative, Ruby commanded Swampert to unleash a yawn, sending a wave of drowsy energy across the battlefield. Dusknoir promptly extended its right arm, revealing a dark cannon, and fired a stream of flames at Swampert. In response, Swampert spewed forth a barrage of mud bombs. The moist projectiles colliding with the flames, extinguishing them while the heat dried the mud, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust that obscured both combatants' vision. "Swampert, use muddy water." Ruby seized the moment. Swampert summoned a swirling torrent of murky water, charging towards Dusknoir. The water waves absorbed the dust, revealing the situation on the opposite side. The slumbering duckbill flame beast was utterly defenseless, directly struck by the murky current, its body washed over with mud, which was swiftly baked dry in an instant. Witnessing this spectacle, Ruby nodded and altered her strategy, commanding Zuzu to unleash Rock Slide. Countless falling rocks materialized from thin air, crashing violently onto the duckbill flame beast. Luo Yangshua observed with approval, noting Ruby's considerable growth during this period. This duckbill flame beast clearly possessed the flame body ability, which, in the realm of gaming, afforded a certain chance for burn injuries to physical attackers. However, in reality, the flame body ability does have some resistance against water-type attacks, as the intense heat of its surface would evaporate a portion of the water, consequently diminishing the damage inflicted by water-type moves. Coupled with the environmental constraints of a volcanic landscape, where a lava lake loomed nearby, it was akin to perpetually battling under a blazing sun. Employing water-type moves here would be decidedly disadvantageous. As for ground-type attacks, considering the volcanic terrain, one would be quite reckless to attempt them. Shifting to rock-type assaults against the duckbill flame beast proved significantly more effective, taking advantage of its slumber to deliver a thorough beating. Countless stones piled upon the duckbill flame beast, and by the time it roused, it was already gasping for breath, nearing its limits. Ruby then directed her Swampert to withstand a blast of flamethrower, concluding with Rock Slide, decisively rendering the duckbill flame beast incapable of continuing the fight, thus capturing it. Just as Ruby was about to celebrate with her Swampert, the latter radiated a brilliant glow. Ruby hurriedly sought out her camera, but her Swampert did not wait for her. By the time Ruby retrieved the camera, her Swampert had already evolved into a Mega Swampert. Double happiness, wouldn't you agree? Teased Sophia, observing Ruby's somewhat dejected approach. Alas, my evolution documentary moment. Ruby lamented helplessly. The Mega Swampert shot Ruby a sidelong glance, thinking grumpily, is that my fault? Can I control when I evolve once I reach the required level? Enough complaining about capturing a high-aptitude Pokemon, Luo Yangshuo remarked. Next, we must head to Fiery Town, where the next badge awaits us. I can hardly contain my excitement. Sophia exclaimed enthusiastically. Chapter 153, The Fiery Showdown. They descended from the mountaintop aboard a sightseeing bus. And soon the distant Fiery Town came into clear view. Renowned for its hot springs, Fiery Town is a locale teeming with elderly residents, making it quite rare to encounter young people along its streets. Luo Yangshuo and his companions first visited the Pokemon Center to rejuvenate their Pokemon, then convened to discuss their plans. After lunch, they would challenge the gym and then enjoy a couple of days of rest in Fiery Town, soaking in the hot springs. Their subsequent destination would be Autumn Leaf Town, where they intended to partake in the grand contest. However, Luo Yangshuo anticipated that he would not be able to cheer for Ruby this time, as he needed to journey to the Meteor Falls in Autumn Leaf Town to discuss matters concerning Rayquaza with Zagana. It was not that he didn't wish to bring them along. Rather, it was prudent for fewer people to be aware of this matter. After all, one must remain vigilant against the League's personnel, lest subsequent events become complicated. Following their lunch, Luo Yangshuo and his companions arrived at the Fiery Gym. A young girl greeted them at the entrance, whom Luo Yangshuo recognized as Aisha, the future gym leader. Are you challengers? Aisha exclaimed with bright eyes. Who among you will be challenging? It will be us too, Luo Yangshuo replied. I am Luo from Pallet Town, and this is Sophia from Sylph Company. Oh, two of you, Aisha responded excitedly. So, you must be novice trainers? My grandfather is home, and since there are only two of us, I can compete against novice trainers. Luo Yangshuo chuckled and clarified, I have been traveling for over 2 years, while Sophia has only just begun her journey. As for how the gym battle will proceed, we should consult with gym leader Mura. Sure, Aisha agreed, quickly leading Luo Yangshuo and the others to the arena. Inside the competition area, an elderly man with graying hair was instructing a young trainer in battle. Upon seeing Aisha lead newcomers in, he inquired, You must be the challengers, correct? Who among you wishes to battle me? Grandfather, we have 2 challengers today, Luo from Pallet Town and Sophia from Sylph Company. Sophia is just starting her journey. May I battle her? Aisha asked. That is certainly acceptable, as you will be taking over the gym in the future. Acquiring some experience is quite beneficial, Mura chuckled. However, he soon turned his interest towards Luo Yangshuo, saying, You're from Pallet Town. You must know Professor Oak, as I am a devoted fan of his Pokemon research. He seized Luo Yangshuo and began to recount his deep connection with Oak's research, leaving Luo Yangshuo little room to interject, forced to listen patiently. This made him think of Professor Kumquat. Both were equally loquacious. Here we go again. Whenever Grandpa mentions Oak, he becomes quite animated. Aisha sighed. Let us not mind them for now. Sophia, shall we proceed with the gym battle? All right, Sophia nodded, disregarding Luo Yangshuo's pleading gaze. The young trainer stepped aside and announced, The Fiery Gym battle will now commence. Each trainer may use up to 3 Pokemon, and only challengers may substitute Pokemon until one side's Pokemon can no longer battle. All right, here is my first Pokemon, Aisha declared. A Magcargo materialized onto the field, prompting Sophia to immediately send out a Squirtle, intent on exploiting its water-type advantage. Squirtle, Water Gun, Sophia commanded. Squirtle unleashed a water gun without hesitation, striking the Magcargo and generating a thick cloud of steam. However, in the next moment, a dazzling circle hit Squirtle, causing Sophia to frown. This is going to be troublesome. Squirtle, use brine. Sophia instructed. A water column imbued with a strong saline essence struck Magcargo, inflicting considerable pain. However, Magcargo's speed was notoriously slow, making it nearly impossible to evade attacks unless it was in lava, where it could move much faster. After Squirtle's brine landed, it succumbed to slumber. Aisha promptly commanded, Magcargo, use Body Slam, then follow up with Smog. Magcargo lunged towards Squirtle, pinning it down and inflicting damage, while its searing body scalded Squirtle. Subsequently, Magcargo released a cloud of smog directly into Squirtle's face, decisively ending the battle. Squirtle is unable to continue. The referee announced, Come back, Squirtle. I was careless. Sophia admitted. Now, I entrust you with this, Dodrio. Dodrio appeared on the field, prompting Aisha to smile. Bringing a steel-type Dodrio is not the wisest choice. Magcargo, use Flamethrower. However, in contrast, my Dodrio possesses rock-type moves. Dodrio, use Takedown. Sophia commanded. Dodrio charged forward, unfazed by the flamethrower, crashing into Magcargo with great force, sending it flying and rendering it unable to continue. Dodrio's headlong rush ability negated any recoil damage from its own attack. Come back, Magcargo, Aisha conceded. Now it's your turn, Houndoom. Roar. Sophia immediately commanded. As Houndoom landed, it was instantly met with Dodrio's intimidating roar, causing a Coalossal to appear on the field. Disrupt your rhythm, Dodrio. Use Double Edge. Sophia shouted. Dodrio bowed its head and charged towards Coalossal, while Aisha decisively commanded Overheat. A powerful flame erupted from Coalossal, shooting towards Dodrio, who charged directly into it. The double-edged headbutt, being a powerful rock-type move, collided with a fire-type attack, resulting in an immense explosion that sent two Pokémon hurtling backwards, both rendered incapable of continuing the battle. Luo Yanxua cast a glance, recognizing that while such a direct confrontation may appear exhilarating, the technical skill involved was remarkably low. It was likely that he would not employ this technique in the future, as he favored a swift strike approach. After all, he had his own strategies for slower Pokémon. With the fall of the two Pokémon, both Sophia and Aisha were left with a single Pokémon each. Taking a deep breath, they simultaneously sent forth their creatures. A Herdier facing off against a Corphish. Charge up, Flame Burst. Sophia commanded. Following suit, Aisha confidently declared, Herdier, go. The charged flame burst struck Herdier, only for the flames to be instantly absorbed, after which Herdier unleashed a fiery blast that sent Corphish soaring. The latter twisted midair before landing deftly on its feet. Thunderbolt. Sophia called out. Dodge with quick attack. Aisha instructed. The two Pokémon immediately engaged in a chase across the arena, with Herdier gradually accelerating through repeated quick attacks, eventually turning to bite Corphish. Now, Sophia exclaimed, Vacuum Wave. Get away, Herdier. Aisha shouted, but it was too late. The vacuum wave formed in Corphish's claws and struck Herdier, sending it flying. Don't give it a chance. Charge forward and slice. Sophia urged. With a powerful leap, Corphish propelled itself toward Herdier, claws outstretched, slamming it into the ground. Herdier let out a mournful cry, succumbing to defeat. With Herdier incapacitated, Corphish emerged victorious. Thus, the winner is Sophia from Unova, the referee announced. Upon hearing this, Luo Yanxua immediately rose, saying, Old man, the match is over. Let us commence the gym battle. What? It's already over? I wanted to chat a bit longer. Old man Mura replied, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Luo Yanxua shivered at the thought. Better to start the gym battle sooner rather than later, for he found the old man's enthusiasm quite overwhelming. Sophia accepted the badge handed to her by Mura and retreated to the audience to watch the upcoming match. With the referee's command, Luo Yanxua and Old Man Mura released their first Pokémon. A brilliant flash illuminated the arena as Darkrai and Charizard materialized. Observing Darkrai, Mura remarked, That must be the legendary Pokémon, Darkrai. I didn't expect you, young Luo, to capture a deity. This battle is going to be serious, otherwise losing would be quite embarrassing. This Darkrai was captured just a few days ago. I'm merely testing its capabilities. Please don't hold it against me, old man. Luo Yanxua smiled, commanding, Darkrai, use Dark Void. Despite its resentment towards Luo Yanxua, Darkrai obediently gathered energy to form a black hole and launched it at Charizard. Charizard, Flamethrower. Mura shouted. Realizing it couldn't evade the oncoming black hole, Charizard opted to unleash a torrent of lava from its back-mounted volcanoes toward Darkrai. Darkrai merely chuckled disdainfully, sinking into the ground like a shadow, rendering Charizard's attack ineffective. The Dark Void struck Charizard, drawing it into slumber. However, Darkrai's Nightmare ability activated, causing Charizard to wince in pain as its health steadily diminished. Dark Pulse. Luo Yangshua commanded. Darkrai emerged from the ground, conjuring a surge of malevolent energy that struck the unsuspecting Charizard. Mura, unwilling to concede, instructed Charizard to use Rest against Darkrai. Charizard's snores echoed throughout the arena, inflicting damage upon Darkrai, yet it had little interest in engaging further. Instead, it unleashed Dream Eater, restoring its own health to full while Charizard succumbed to the loss of combat ability in its dreams. Return, Charizard, Mura said. I leave the rest to you, Blaziken. A powerful Blaziken appeared, its robust physique indicative of its strength. Although it paled in comparison to Luo Yangshua's Charizard, it was still among the upper echelon of typical Blazikens. Blaziken, use Flare Blitz. Mura commanded. Blaziken soared into the sky before diving rapidly toward Darkrai. Just as Darkrai attempted to evade, it hesitated for a moment. The Dark Void had already coalesced, and when Blaziken collided, it inadvertently dove into Darkrai's Dark Void, falling into slumber. Mura's expression darkened. That maneuver was rather slick. Darkrai approached Blaziken, casting a complex glance at Luo Yangshua before unleashing Dream Eater, swiftly incapacitating Blaziken. Luo Yangshua stroked his chin, recognizing that while this Darkrai possessed second-tier divine strength, its mastery over its essence was already formidable, presenting a significant chance to harness its essence into rules, thus stepping into the realm of first-tier deity. Through Luo Yangshua's guidance, Darkrai began to acknowledge his commands, transitioning from initial reluctance to a budding acceptance. For the first time, Darkrai found this sensation quite agreeable. If the system had the capability to assess intimacy, it would likely have notified Luo Yangsha, Darkrai's affinity for you. 1. Mura, resigned, recalled Blaziken and summoned his final Pokemon, his trump card, the Inferno Beast. Gazing at Darkrai in the arena, he remarked, truly worthy of being a divine beast. Mere Pokemon cannot hope to match it. However, I shall not concede. Inferno Beast, use Flame Wheel. Darkrai Dark Void. Luo Yangshua fully realized the potency of a singular move that dominated all. The combination of Dark Void and Dream Eater, augmented by the Nightmare ability, was tailored to counter any Pokemon, effectively quelling all opposition. The only countermeasure was Luo Yangshua's Rapid Strike strategy, which involved evading Dark Void and launching continuous assaults to subdue Darkrai. Otherwise, one would either be defeated or left severely weakened. The Inferno Beast rolled toward Darkrai, which fired a Dark Void directly at it. In a swift maneuver, the Inferno Beast made a sharp turn, evading the attack and accelerating into Darkrai. Luo Yangshua smirked. Is that Flame Wheel combined with Flame Burst? Quite a commendable synergy, though still far from sufficient. Shadow Clone. In an instant, nearly 100 Darkrai's filled the arena, each raising its hands as countless Dark Voids coalesced between them, then unleashed a barrage of Dark Voids upon the Inferno Beast. Mura was left bewildered, for locating the genuine Dark Void among the multitude was a daunting challenge. Amidst the chaotic onslaught of Dark Voids, the Inferno Beast fell into slumber, succumbing to Darkrai's Dream Eater and losing its battle capability. Thus, the victor is the challenger, Luo from Pallet Town. The referee proclaimed. Return, Inferno Beast, Mura conceded, admitting, I can no longer deny it. This is indeed a realm for the youth. Asha, I intend to retire and delve into the study of the Way of Flow. The Flame Forge Gym shall be entrusted to you. What? Really, Grandpa? Asha exclaimed, brimming with excitement. I will strive to ensure the Flame Forge Gym flourishes under my stewardship. Luo Yangshua summoned Darkrai back, and, envisioning Asha's flustered demeanor in the future, remarked, Old Man Mura, ensure you pass on the responsibilities and duties of the gym leader clearly upon your retirement. Ah, it only dawned on me when you mentioned it, Mura replied. Mura scratched his head and replied, Thank you for the reminder. Otherwise, I can only imagine how flustered Asha would be during my travels. After saying this, he handed the badge to Luo Yangshua and continued, What are your plans moving forward? We intend to head to Akiha Town next, as Ruby is set to participate in the Grand Festival, said Safia, wrapping her arms around Asha, indicating that their relationship had blossomed nicely. Then there's no rush. The Grand Festival is still quite some time away, Mura remarked. Shall we indulge in a hot spring first? Our hot springs are quite renowned, and you can rest at our dojo for a while, or perhaps you could impart some wisdom to my unaccomplished granddaughter. Grandpa, Asha retorted with a hint of exasperation. That would be much appreciated, Luo Yanshua responded. We were initially planning to stay in Fuyin Town for 2 days to recuperate. Since Elder Mura has offered, we shall graciously accept. With Luo Yangshua's agreement, no one else objected, and Safia expressed her delight. After all, she and Asha had become very close friends, and she would not refuse to spend more time together. Subsequently, the referee, who happened to be Mura's disciple, guided everyone to the dojo's hot spring area. True to its reputation as a gym under the Alliance, the dojo boasted one of the largest hot spring areas in Fuyin Town. Luo Yangshua and his companions released their Pokémon, and everyone happily soaked in the springs. However, the only regret was the wooden partition that obstructed the stunning view of the surroundings. What amused Luo Yangshua and Ruby was the sight of their Qishi Qingmiao after soaking in the spring. Its cotton-like feathers clung to its body, resembling a drenched chicken, which was quite a sight to behold. Chapter 155. Meteor falls. A few days later, Luo Yangshua and his companions bid farewell to Elder Mura and Asha, taking a scenic cable car to the other side of Chimney Mountain, which marked the northernmost point of the Hoenn region, and prepared to set out for Akiha Town. Upon their arrival, the grand festival was about to commence. Luo Yangshua parted ways with his companions at the Pokémon Center and mounted his Charizard, who soared towards Meteor Falls. Meteor Falls was merely a barren mountain range, formed by a massive crater created by meteorite impacts, within which a waterfall cascaded down. Charizard flew above Meteor Falls, and as Luo Yangshua gazed into the deep pit below, he said to Charizard, "Let us descend. It's time we meet the people of the meteor." Charizard nodded and dove straight into the depths of the pit. Upon reaching the bottom, Luo Yangshua and Charizard discovered a small village. He released his Latios, who affectionately nuzzled against him. Soon, several villagers emerged, led by an elderly woman. She regarded Luo Yangshua and Latios with a calm demeanor and offered a respectful bow, saying, "The people of the meteor pay their respects, my lord." Luo Yangshua nodded in acknowledgement. "Greetings. I have come to seek your wisdom regarding the world-ending meteorite. Could you enlighten me on this matter?" The elderly woman gestured for the villagers to leave and then addressed Luo Yangshua. "My lord, please follow me, and I shall recount the events leading to this situation." Turning, she led the way, and Luo Yangshua recalled Charizard and Latios, following her into a grand house. Upon entering, he was astounded to find numerous treasures, including many Bagon and Shelgon, with even 2 Salamence present. Conservatively estimated, there were over 80 Salamence, an impressive sight that would surely evoke envy. Noticing Luo Yangshua's interest, the elderly woman said, "If it pleases you, my lord, you may take one of our Bagon." "Thank you. I have a fondness for Bagon," Luo Yangshua replied, appreciating the generosity of the people of the meteor. Capturing a Salamence would indeed be a great boon, given its desirable stats. The elderly woman motioned for Luo Yangshua to take a seat, and he complied, eager to hear the full story behind the situation. The tale she told was similar to what Luo Yangshua had heard from Shigana, with the elderly woman specifically noting that to destroy the meteorite, they would need to harness the power of Latios, enabling it to learn the move Z-move for its mega evolution, which could potentially halt the meteor's destructive force. Luo Yangshua furrowed his brow. If the meteorite is truly that formidable, on what grounds do you believe that a mega-evolved Latios could possess the power to destroy it? What if Latios fails to achieve this? The elderly woman nodded, acknowledging his concern. We have contemplated this as well. However, this is our primary strategy. We have also enlisted the assistance of the Duin Manufacturing Company to develop a dimensional transportation device, and we have considered the natural powers of Groudon and Kyogre. If that still fails, then perhaps it is simply the world's time to end. Duin? Isn't the Zivik family involved in the capture of Latios? Have you forgiven them so swiftly? Luo Yangshua inquired pointedly. The elderly woman replied, "Some matters are clear to me. The Zivik family merely develops mechanical devices and possesses no moral compass, merely a curiosity for testing machinery. The true intent to capture the dragon god lies with the Alliance." Luo Yangshua nodded in understanding and continued, "You must have noticed that my Latios is still quite young." "Indeed, that is part of my confusion," the elderly woman acknowledged. "Shirabi," Luo Yangshua hinted, then added, "Thus, I can also persuade Groudon and Kyogre to join forces against that meteorite. Additionally, I wish for you to join my organization. I intend to confront the Alliance, which must be implicated. They possess numerous legendary Pokémon, and if we unite, resolving this issue should be manageable." The elderly woman pondered for a moment before responding, "Are you certain you can protect our people?" "I cannot guarantee it, but I will do my utmost," Luo Yangshua replied earnestly. "Although I may not be able to defeat the Alliance, if they seek to confront me, they will undoubtedly incur severe consequences. Moreover, the villainous factions across various regions also occupy a significant portion of the Alliance's attention, making a conflict with us an unwise choice." The elderly woman considered his words and said, "I cannot make that decision. It concerns the safety of our entire tribe. 1 month, grant us 1 month, and I will provide you with an answer." Luo Yangshua nodded. "Now, it is merely a matter of time. When do you anticipate this will happen?" "It should be approximately 6 months from now," The exact timing is uncertain, but it won't deviate significantly, the elderly woman replied. From here on, I must entrust the matter to you, my lord. Luo Yangshua nodded. This was an opportunity he could not refuse, particularly since the system had assigned him a task with enticing rewards. Ding. Rescue mission initiated. Destroy the meteorite. The host must destroy the meteorite to protect the world. Completion reward. 1 random legendary Pokemon, semi-divine standard, 300 million popularity points. Failure. No allowance for failure. After all, if the world ends, you shall not survive either. Luo Yangshua found himself relatively well off in terms of resources, yet after spending so much time with the system, he had discerned the utility of the 3 resources: gold for purchasing supplies, diamonds for a broad range of purchases, including assistance from the system, and popularity points, which held the greatest significance, allowing him to alter rules and achieve wonders. For instance, having Darkrai fully obey him consumed a considerable amount of popularity points. Initially, Darkrai had desired his demise, but under the influence of the popularity points, it was unable to resist Luo Yangshua's commands. Moreover, the cheat device also required popularity points to activate, underscoring their importance. Once their conversation concluded, Luo Yangshua began selecting Bagon. After all, they were being offered for free, and one should never pass up such an opportunity. However, the quality of the Dratini here is exceptionally high. There are no inferior ones, and barely any of medium quality. The vast majority are of superior and exquisite grades. It is a mystery how they have been cultivated. Luo Yangshua selected a relatively large specimen, a little creature with a distinct personality, who, aware of its impending capture, immediately challenged him with a spirited call, its tiny arms flailing as if ready for battle. Luo Yangshua chuckled softly and sent out his Fiba, stating, "Little one, Fiba is currently my weakest Pokemon. If you cannot defeat it, do you truly believe I am worthy of being your trainer?" The Dratini nodded and immediately charged towards Fiba with a reckless tackle. Deprived of water to move freely, Fiba fought valiantly in Luo Yangshua's hands. As the Dratini collided with it, Fiba widened its deadpan eyes and unleashed a blizzard that encased the Dratini in ice. Observing the frozen Dratini, Luo Yangshua shook his head in exasperation and gently tapped Fiba on the head, saying, "That was a bit excessive, don't you think?" Fiba understood the reprimand in Luo Yangshua's words, but felt elated about its growth. It squinted its eyes and smiled, radiating a brilliant glow. Luo Yangshua's eyes widened in surprise, followed by exhilaration. The beauty is indeed sufficient. As Fiba gradually shed its unattractive exterior, slipping from Luo Yangshua's hands, it elongated, and the white light dissipated, revealing a breathtaking Milotic before him. Milotic's coloration was a creamy hue, adorned with crimson eyes and 3 black spots beneath its neck, likely its gills. It had an elongated head with a slight protrusion at the end, and its red eyebrows extended outward, framing its eyes, while red fin-like appendages cascaded gracefully along either side of its head. Its tail, embellished with blue and pink scales, bore black stripes. The 4 large blue scales at the end of its tail, embellished with red dots, resembled a fan. After such a significant evolution, Milotic's beauty bore a stark contrast to Luo Yangshua's previous encounters in the depths of the sea. It was now more slender and graceful, yet its tail exuded a palpable strength, fully supporting its form as it nuzzled affectionately against Luo Yangshua's face. This was a harmonious amalgamation of power and beauty, an allure that no one could resist. Chapter 156, Preparations for the Future. Milotic glided towards the ice mound and shattered it with a powerful iron tail, freeing the Dratini. The Dratini, shivering from the cold, gazed up at the now-evolved Milotic with love-struck eyes, eagerly rubbing against it. Luo Yangshua approached and patted the Dratini's head, saying, "You're mistaken, my Milotic is male. If you're seeking companionship, it won't entertain such notions. It already has a partner." The Dratini collapsed as if struck by lightning, its gray and white form lying limp, likely drowning in sorrow. Luo Yangshua retrieved a great ball to capture it, planning to train it gradually later. After recalling Milotic, Luo Yangshua released his Charizard, which soared him towards Autumn Leaf Town. Upon arriving at the inn in Autumn Leaf Town, the night had already fallen. However, as Luo Yangshua pushed open the door to his room, he discovered the 3 companions wide awake. Initially pleased that they were waiting for him, he soon realized they were gathered around a small Snorlax, fervently debating who would capture it. To entice the Snorlax to join them, all 3 presented delectable treats. The Snorlax, unfazed, happily indulged in the offerings. Luo Yangshua watched this little creature with exasperation, wondering if its ability was simply gluttony, given its voracious appetite. "Speaking of which, I've returned," Luo Yangshua announced. The three turned to him in unison, exclaiming, "Little Luo, don't cook yet. Wait until I capture this Snorlax." Luo Yangshua sighed. "Are you really afraid I would snatch away your Pokemon? There's no need. Take your time. I just captured a Dratini, and Fiba has evolved into Milotic. I have no interest in the Snorlax." Luo Yangshua shook his head. He then released the Dratini, which still bore a crestfallen demeanor. Luo Yangshua patted its head, saying, "There are plenty of fish in the sea. There's no need to cling to one." He promised to introduce it to beautiful female Dragonites in the future. The Dratini looked up at Luo Yangshua with pitiful eyes, feeling utterly wronged. "My first love. It ended before it even began. And it's a male." Luo Yangshua chuckled at the Dratini's plight and administered some medicine to heal it before preparing dinner, as he himself was quite hungry. While the three continued to squabble over the Snorlax, the little creature suddenly froze, then began sniffing the air excitedly before dashing towards the kitchen. "Oh no, little Luo is cooking," Ruby exclaimed upon seeing the Snorlax sprint away. "Ah, little Luo is cheating," Sophia cried out. Lily raised her eyebrows and gently addressed the Snorlax. "Snorlax, doesn't this food smell delightful? If you join me, you can enjoy it in the future." Before Lily could finish her sentence, Sophia covered her mouth, shouting, "Lily, no cheating." Luo Yangshua emerged from the kitchen with 2 plates of food, declaring, "Stop the bickering. Let us play rock, paper, scissors. The winner takes all. It's entirely based on luck. How about that?" "Sounds good," they replied. The three played rock, paper, scissors, and Ruby emerged victorious. However, Sophia and Lily insisted that Ruby had played after them, thus nullifying the round. Watching the three bicker again, Luo Yangshua swallowed the food in his mouth and interjected, "Enough. I have 3 chopsticks here. Each of you can draw one. One has my bite mark on it, and I 1T participate. So you 1T suspect me of cheating. Whoever draws the marked chopstick gets to capture the Snorlax." The Snorlax, contentedly munching away, waved its arms nonchalantly, indifferent to who captured it, as long as there was food. The three nodded and approached Luo Yangshua, each selecting a chopstick. They counted to 3 and drew them simultaneously. When they looked, Sophia was ecstatic, waving the marked chopstick and exclaiming, "Yay! The Snorlax is mine." Ruby and Lily sighed in resignation, for the Snorlax was undeniably adorable, and no one could refuse capturing it. Of course, those who couldn't afford to care for it would certainly refrain from doing so. Sophia produced a pokeball and gently tapped the now sated Snorlax, which accepted its fate without resistance, shaking slightly before falling still. "Hooray, I captured the Snorlax!" Sophia exclaimed jubilantly. "Ah, I'm so full," Luo Yangshua said, patting his belly. The Dratini sprawled contentedly on Luo Yangshua. "If every day has such delicious food, life should be quite splendid." "Wait a minute. Little Luo, why did you eat everything?" Ruby finally realized, shouting, "Indeed, where did this Dratini come from?" Lily exclaimed. Luo Yangshua sighed, realizing they had completely overlooked his earlier words. He recounted the events to them once more, and Ruby frowned, saying, "There's also a meteor disaster? Why didn't Cerebi inform me of this calamity?" Luo Yangshua shook his head. "I'm not sure, but the Cerebi race struggles to alter the flow of time themselves. They can only facilitate different scenarios without direct involvement. It's already commendable that they shared this information with you. There's no need to dwell excessively on other matters." "Then will my objectives change?" Lily inquired. "The objectives remain unchanged, but we still need to find a way to involve the League. After all, our strength here is not on par with the League. To completely resolve this, dragging the League into the fray would likely make things considerably easier," Luo Yangshua replied. "Isn't the speed of Team Magma and Team Aqua rather slow? They still haven't located Groudon and Kyogre," Sophia remarked. "It is likely that Zigiana has already conveyed the information about the gemstones to Chien. The Fire Rock team has acquired 2 gems at the volcano, and the Water Fleet is preparing to seize the submarine in Kana City." Luo Yangshua remarked that it wouldn't be long before the 2 factions would collaborate to delve into the ocean's depths. If the information is accurate, it would awaken Groudon and Kyogre. "So, Sophia and I will retrieve those 2 gemstones, correct?" Ruby inquired. "Indeed," Luo Yangshua replied. "At that time, I will have Mutwo and Darkrai coordinate with you to secure the gems and direct Groudon and Kyogre towards Luminous City." He further explained, "Lily and I will head to Sky Pillar to bring forth Rayquaza, and then you shall witness my prowess." However, Sophia expressed her concerns, stating, "I am rather worried that the Alliance might intervene in this matter, as they have long sought to study Rayquaza." "Then let us engage in battle," Luo Yangshua chuckled nonchalantly. "Do not assume that the upper echelons of the Alliance are united. They cannot bear the responsibility of a clash between legendary Pokémon. I will summon all my Pokémon, and I assure you, it's not an issue to fend off a portion of their attacks." He smiled confidently, adding, "Moreover, The Fire Rock team has the Fire Falcon to assist us, and Zigiana will lend her support as well. Even if we cannot defeat the Alliance, we have ample time to disrupt their plans. Fire Falcon? Lily's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is it a female? Luo Yangshua was left speechless, noting, women possess a keen sixth sense in such matters, regardless of whether they are married or still developing. At this moment, there is no need for explanations. Action is of utmost importance. Ruby widened her eyes, while Safia blushed and promptly pulled Ruby away. After a deep kiss, Luo Yangshua licked his lips and remarked, quite sweet. Lily's mind went blank, her thoughts scattered, as she was led to the living room by Luo Yangshua, who still had to prepare their dinner. Chapter 157, The Mirage Tower. Ruby triumphed in the dazzling competition at Akiha Town, securing the second ribbon badge. Initially, Luo Yangshua intended to head directly to Inu City. Given that Naki from Inu City had a complex relationship with Mikoli, and she also maintained a good rapport with Asha, a visit would be worthwhile. However, the next dazzling competition was to be held in Greenshade City, and time was of the essence, so they decided to first proceed to Greenshade City. If the tunnel was open, they could return to Orange Blossom City for Safia to challenge Chinli, and then fly straight to Inu City. With their objective set, Luo Yangshua and the others rested for the night in Akiha Town before taking the scenic cable car back to Zijing City the following day. Yet, they did not wish to retrace their steps, so they opted for a different route to traverse the desert before returning to Zijing City. Prepared adequately for the desert. Given its terrain, they encountered a large group of Sandshrew and Heracross shortly after setting off. While Sandshrew were relatively mild-mannered, Heracross were more aggressive, occasionally attacking passing Pokemon or humans. They could be dealt with individually, but encountering a swarm in the desert was best avoided, without any flying Pokemon. One would quickly learn the perils of quicksand. However, this posed no challenge for Luo Yangshua. With a single dark hole from Darkrai, a significant number of Heracross were incapacitated. Moreover, the final evolution of Heracross was the Desert Dragonfly, a commendable Pokemon for impoverished trainers. Consequently, Luo Yangshua decided to capture a large group, as any Pokemon related to dragon types, no matter how weak, would not fall too short. Even Lily expressed interest in Heracross, wishing to raise one. After capturing several Heracross, Luo Yangshua noted a peculiar trait. Their overly developed mandibles rendered their heads heavy, making it impossible for them to right themselves when flipped, akin to turtles. Upon witnessing Luo Yangshua's successful capture of Heracross, Safia mentioned, "My father once told me that on the other side of this desert lies a small nation. And within the desert, there exists an ancient ruin rumored to house legendary Pokemon. Should we go explore it?" "Legendary Pokemon, you say? Let us investigate," Ruby replied. "Perhaps we might capture one." Luo Yangshua recalled that it was indeed possible to capture Regirock in this location in the game, wondering if it was true. Led by Safia, they arrived at the ruins, nearly buried beneath the sands. Luo Yangshua took the lead, pulling out a flashlight from his backpack to illuminate the underground site. Lily and the others quickly followed him inside, where they found the ground covered in yellow sand, obscuring most of the original architecture. Luo Yangshua advanced until he reached a massive upright stone slab, which bore a series of dot-like inscriptions resembling Braille from the game. Instinctively, Luo Yangshua glanced at the ground beneath him, noting the evenly distributed stones, including the one he stood on. There were a total of 25 stones arranged in 5 rows and 5 columns. In the game, one would typically need to take a few steps and use a secret technique to unlock the passage below. He wondered if the same applied here. "Ruby, Safia, please stand on the 2 stones to my left. Lily, follow closely behind me," Luo Yangshua instructed as he stepped back a space. The 3 were puzzled, and Lily asked, "Luo, can you decipher the inscriptions on the slab?" "I cannot comprehend them. I can only attempt it," he replied. Ruby nodded, leading Safia to the left stones, while Lily stood on the stone behind Luo Yangshua. Once they were positioned, Luo Yangshua summoned Charizard, Metagross, and Blaziken, placing them in front of him and on the 2 stones to his left. As the 3 Pokemon took their positions, a deep, resonant click echoed, followed by silence. Luo Yangshua turned to the stone slab and said, "Charizard, push that stone slab and see if it can be moved." Charizard nodded and exerted its strength against the slab, which, along with the stones beneath, shifted backward, revealing a dark opening. Everyone was filled with excitement as Luo Yangshua raised the flashlight to illuminate the interior. Inside was a confined space. Although covered in dust, a colossal footprint and a series of boot prints were distinctly visible. All clues pointed to the fact that someone had previously visited this place, deciphered the slab's secret, and captured some of the Pokemon within. Luo Yangshua stroked his chin and mused, "It seems we have arrived a tad too late." He had anticipated this scenario. For the anime depicted that the legendary deity possessed the three pillars, it was evident where they originated. He simply hadn't expected them to have acquired the three pillars so early. Ruby shook his head and said, "Since there is nothing left, let us depart." Subsequently, the group exited the ruins, only to be met with a fierce sandstorm outside. Luo Yangshua hastily distributed the goggles he had purchased to everyone, and they donned them to shield against the sand's assault, preparing to retreat back into the ruins to escape the storm. "Wait, is that a tower over there?" Lily exclaimed. Following her gaze, the group spotted a tall tower rising in the desert not far from their previous path. Luo Yangshua shivered, realizing that they had not seen this tower upon their arrival. It was clearly over 10 meters tall, making it impossible to miss. Suddenly, Luo Yangshua recalled the Mirage Tower from the game and exclaimed, "Sophia, have you ever heard of the Mirage Tower?" "Mirage Tower? I haven't heard of it," Sophia replied. "I believe I read about it in a travelogue," Lily interjected suddenly. It was a description by an ordinary traveler recounting their adventures in the Hoenn region. "I read it when I visited Hoenn." As the crowd turned their attention, Lily continued, "The travelogue mentions this desert, stating that amidst a sandstorm, a tall tower was faintly glimpsed. Once the tower appeared, the sandstorm abruptly ceased." Strangely, as Lily spoke, the raging sandstorm outside also came to an uncanny halt. Ruby swallowed hard and remarked, "Isn't this reminiscent of a ghost story?" "What happened next?" "I don't know," Lily replied. The travelogue indicated that he intended to journey to that tower, but it mysteriously vanished before his eyes. "Shall we go and see it?" Luo Yangshua suggested. "I think we should avoid it," said Sophia, clinging to Lily with a terrified expression. Ruby pondered for a moment and said, "I believe we should investigate. I sense that the tower harbors no terror." Luo Yangshua nodded in agreement, adding, "Let's go take a look. Perhaps it will vanish as soon as we arrive." Reluctantly, the two girls acquiesced, and the group approached the tower. Contrary to the travelogue's account, the tower remained steadfast, quietly standing without the slightest hint of strangeness. "Perhaps we should leave," Lily urged, tugging at Luo Yangshua's sleeve. "I have an eerie sense of familiarity about this place," Luo Yangshua mused, stroking his chin. "We should explore inside." With that, he stepped into the tower. However, the next moment, he dashed back out, exclaiming, "We must leave immediately. We cannot stay here." He swiftly pulled the still-dazed Lily and Sophia away, while Ruby, recalling something, turned pale and hurriedly exited the vicinity of the tower. Chapter 158. The meteorite's descent. Once they had left the tower's range, they turned to witness the illusionary tower begin to warp. As the sands of the desert were abruptly cleaved into two sections, the illusionary tower twisted and vanished, taking with it a significant portion of the sand, which formed a deep pit as the sands gradually flowed in to fill it. Sophia gasped at the sight. Had they remained there, they might have been lost alongside the illusionary tower. Luo Yangshua, patting his chest, remarked, "No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity. This is the influence of temporal turbulence. It feels identical to what I experienced in the time passage." Ruby nodded, still shaken, and said, "Shirabi warned me about such temporal turbulence. We were indeed courting danger just now." No sooner had he spoken than two meteors streaked across the sky, crashing into the desert with a thunderous boom, sending a violent wave of sand scattering in all directions. Luo Yangshua and the others quickly sought refuge within the ruins to escape the deluge of sand. Rubbing his temples, Luo Yangshua lamented, "What a day filled with chaos. Just as one wave settles, another crashes upon us." Nonetheless, the ever-curious Luo Yangshua and his companions decided to investigate further, especially since Little Rift Sky could absorb the meteorite's energy for growth. Upon reaching the two deep craters, they beheld two rock-like spirits lying amidst the crystallized pit, each accompanied by a small fragment. Luo Yangshua recognized them as Solrock and Lunatone, albeit both had lost their combat abilities and bore severe injuries. "Ah, Solrock and Lunatone. How did they fall with the meteorites?" Sophia inquired, intrigued. Solrock and Lunatone were first discovered at the site of a meteorite's descent 40 years ago. Hence they are regarded as meteorite spirits, Lily expounded, with Sophia left in awe of her knowledge. Luo Yangshua examined their injuries and produced some medicine to treat them, while his healing powers aided in their recovery. Quietly, he instructed his system to scan their injuries, receiving a somewhat shocking conclusion. Ding! Scan complete. The injuries are caused by a psychic surge, with external rock layers damaged. A conservative estimate suggests a 3-month recovery period. Luo Yangshua fell silent. The psychic surge was a signature move of Deoxys, raising the question of how these two had encountered Deoxys. He would have to wait until they awakened to inquire further. As the effects of the medicine and healing powers took hold, Solrock and Lunatone stirred awake. Luo Yangshua said, "It is good to see you awake. Could you share why you were attacked by Deoxys? Deoxys! The three exclaimed in shock. Solrock and Lunatone levitated, gazing at Luo Yangshua and his companions. The two spirits nodded, with Lunatone using hypnosis, while Solrock communicated telepathically, unfolding a narrative before them. Solrock and Lunatone were dear friends, residing upon a massive meteorite, nearly half the size of a small planet, providing them with a sense of freedom. Yet, Luo Yangshua's expression darkened as he thought, that meteorite cannot be. In the midst of his anxious musings, the arrival of a furious Deoxys shattered their tranquil existence. Out of control, Deoxys intended to alter the meteorite's trajectory, aiming to collide it with a distant planet. Witnessing this, not only did Luo Yangshua's face turn pale, but so did the others. For they had learned about the potential disaster from him, piecing together the implications of the scene before them. Solrock and Lunatone would not permit Deoxys to proceed with its plan. They attempted to thwart it while questioning its motives. However, enraged and irrational, Deoxys disregarded their inquiries and struck them away with a psychic surge, violently hurling the two spirits against the meteorite, which cracked under the impact, sending shards and the spirits hurtling towards the planet. Yet, even as Solrock lost consciousness, it faintly grasped fragments of thought, companions, vengeance. The vision abruptly faded. Luo Yangshua, his expression grim, picked up the two meteorite fragments, alternatively referred to as meteoric iron, and summoned Florges and Darkrai, asking, "Can you two destroy this?" Florges let out a soft cry as Luo Yangshua handed it a piece of meteoric iron. Florges seized the iron and flung it away, wielding its signature move, Bloom Doom, which struck the meteoric iron. The iron was propelled away, and Bloom Doom collided with a distant rock wall, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered half of the wall. However, upon retrieving the meteoric iron with his psychic powers, Luo Yangshua discovered it was merely covered in cracks, far from being shattered. Florges' Bloom Doom consumed half of its health. Yet this small piece of meteoric iron remained unyielding. As for Darkrai, it also relied on a similar tactic, though in terms of destructive capability, it could not match Florges. "This is exceedingly tough," Ruby exclaimed. Lily pondered for a moment and replied, "It shouldn't be this hard. After all, the heat generated from atmospheric friction during its descent is quite formidable. This meteoric iron must have undergone high-temperature extraction, significantly increasing its durability. After all, Deoxys in the vision shattered the meteorite with just a psychic surge. However, we must prepare for the worst," Luo Yangshua stated. "Once we reach the next city, I will deliver another piece of meteoric iron to the breeding house and see if the legendary Pokémon can devise a method to deal with it. Finding a way to destroy it would be ideal. If not, we must brace ourselves for the worst." "What could the worst-case scenario be?" Sophia retorted lightly. "The worst outcome would merely be the meteorite colliding with this planet." Luo Yangshua sighed in resignation. "Let's hope it doesn't come to that. After all, Arceus, the creator deity, is watching over us. Surely, perhaps, it is unlikely that this planet will face destruction." Yet as he spoke these words, Luo Yangshua himself felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, the plight of Arceus stands as a testament. If Arceus truly possesses the ability to create worlds, then the destruction of a single planet would likely be of little consequence to it. "System, do you have any clever ideas?" Luo Yangshua inquired of the system. "Beep. The mission of this system is to assist the host in becoming a Pokémon master. This matter falls outside my purview. If this endeavor fails, I shall meet my demise." "What good is it to be a Pokémon master then?" Luo Yangshua raged internally. "Moreover, you've assigned me a task. At least provide some hints. The host may attempt to see if the Pokémon can consume iron, such as Corphish," the system suggested. "Are you jesting? You expect Corphish to consume a meteorite that even the light of annihilation cannot damage? Are you not concerned about breaking its teeth?" Luo Yangshua replied in exasperation. Yet, in the next moment, he was struck by inspiration. Perhaps it might indeed work. Summoning his little Rayquaza, he noticed the meteorite in his hand, with Rayquaza drooling as it beseeched Luo Yangshua for it. Luo Yangshua handed the meteorite to the little Rayquaza, which eagerly absorbed the energy within, only to chew twice before spitting it out with a loud poo. Picking up the meteorite, Luo Yangshua turned to Sophia and suggested, "Let us release your Corphish and see if it can bite through this meteorite." Sophia, glancing at the meteorite covered in Rayquaza's saliva, felt a wave of revulsion, but, considering the meteorite's potential danger, relented and released Corphish. Mistaking the situation for a meal, Corphish clamped its jaws around the meteorite, crunching it with vigor before swallowing it whole. In an attempt to experiment further, Luo Yangshua offered another piece to Corphish, but upon biting down, Corphish promptly spat it out, clutching its jaws and squawking in distress. Luo Yangshua picked up the meteorite and remarked, "Well, that resolves the primary issue." Chapter 159, The Battle in Steel Valley. Thus, the immediate task at hand was to locate a multitude of Pokémon with strong bites. Luo Yangshua recalled his Rayquaza and Venusaur and stated, "Let's go after some good biting Pokémon." Antlion, Lilith suggested. Corphish, Ruby chimed in. Soldew, Sophia added. Luo Yangshua nodded. All three types possessed exceptionally strong jaws. Corphish primarily consumed iron, while Soldew feasted on minerals. Antlions, though not iron eaters, were numerous and would be invaluable in breaking down the meteorite. "Let us linger in the desert a while longer," Luo Yangshua declared as he summoned Charizard. Darkrai, accompany me. We'll clear out the antlion nests. Darkrai nodded and followed in Luo Yangshua's wake as he, Charizard, and Darkrai began their search for antlion nests. It wasn't long before they discovered a sizable antlion colony. At Luo Yangshua's signal, Darkrai conjured several dark voids to incapacitate the antlions, rendering them unconscious. Luo Yangshua then effortlessly captured them with Pokeballs. If any resisted, Charizard would simply unleash a fiery blast. However, the efficiency was still lacking. Luo Yangshua pondered the prowess of the pheromone-emitting Vespiquen, whose ability to attract Pokémon would simplify the capture process greatly, eliminating the need for such strenuous measures as dark voids and fire blasts. After capturing the antlion colony, they continued their search. They swiftly raided 3 more nests, amassing over 200 antlions. Next on the agenda were Soldew and Corphish, which were most abundant in the rock cave on Fighting Island, a veritable paradise of stones and minerals. It seemed they would need to make a trip to Fighting Island as well. Another location was Steel Valley, which they would traverse next, abundant with Steel-type Pokémon and likely home to a Corphish colony. Having completed the captures, Luo Yangshua led the group out of the desert, prepared to head towards Steel Valley. Unexpectedly, he encountered Ruby and Sophia, who had captured Solrock and Lunatone. Not so much captured as the 2 celestial Pokémon appeared to have chosen to accompany Ruby and Sophia, ready to alleviate the meteorite crisis. Whether they would continue to follow after that depended on Ruby and Sophia's future actions. Days later, Luo Yangshua and his companions arrived at Steel Valley. To their surprise, they encountered Ash and his group. Upon reflection, it made sense. Without Xiaoyao from the original storyline, Ash's team would not participate in the Grand Festival and would likely return to Ziyun City after challenging the Fiery Gym. Upon meeting Ash, they found him commanding a Torkoal in battle against a Steelix. Both Pokémon, being of notably slow speed, engaged in a straightforward exchange of attacks. While lacking in technical finesse, the match was intense and invigorating, perfectly suited to Ash's exuberant nature. Despite Steelix's superior strength, Torkoal's type advantage allowed it to land successive flame bursts, ultimately overwhelming Steelix. The final overheat attack proved to be the last straw, rendering Steelix incapable of further combat. "Excellent work, Torkoal. You were magnificent," Ash exclaimed, rushing forward. "Hey, Torkoal, would you like to travel with me?" Torkoal joyfully exhaled a plume of black smoke, sending Ash tumbling to the ground, clearly eager to accompany him. Though Ash emerged from the smoke looking disheveled, he grinned. "Great. I've captured Torkoal. Congratulations, Ash," Luo Yangshua remarked. Only then did Ash notice Luo Yangshua, smiling as he said, "Hey, Luo, good to see you again. What do you think of my Torkoal? Isn't it strong? Quite impressive. How about a friendly match? I just captured a new Pokemon as well, and it would be a great opportunity to compare our recent acquisitions," Luo Yangshua suggested. "Absolutely," Ash exclaimed, jumping for joy. "Torkoal, let us go." Before that, "Ash, why not wipe your face? Torkoal needs a rest too," Selena offered, handing Ash a towel. "Thanks, Selena," Ash replied, wiping his face. Lilith and Sophia exchanged glances and sighed. When will Ash ever figure it out? After a brief respite, Luo Yangshua and Ash took their positions at opposite ends of a clearing. Brock stepped forward, declaring, "The friendly match between Ash and Luo is now officially underway. Go," they shouted in unison. The battlefield was graced by Torkoal and Bagon, prompting Ash to consult his Pokédex. "Ah, Bagon, such a rare Pokémon. But we want T back down. Torkoal, unleash Flamethrower. Break through it, Bagon. Use Takedown," Luo Yangshua commanded. Torkoal unleashed a torrent of flames, but Bagon, undeterred by the fire, charged forward. Dragon types inherently resist fire, and with Bagon's sturdy head, it easily withstood the flames. Colliding forcefully with Torkoal, Bagon managed to push it back a couple of steps, showcasing its defensive prowess. Yet, as the 2 Pokémon faced one another, Luo Yangshua chuckled to himself. He may not have activated any experience cheats, but the array of move TMs at his disposal ensured that Bagon was well equipped. Hydro Pump. Luo Yangshua called. What? Torkoal. Quickly withdraw into your shell? Ash exclaimed, alarmed. The baby dragon opened its mouth wide, unleashing a colossal jet of water directed at the coal turtle. Just as the coal turtle intended to retreat into its shell for refuge, it found itself too close to react in time. It was struck by the water cannon and sent crashing against the rocky wall, leaving a profound imprint upon impact. Ash inhaled deeply before exhaling, remarking, I was a bit careless. Knowing that your Pokémon, Xiao Luo, possess a diverse array of skills, I failed to prepare adequately. Now, it's time to switch to serious mode. With that, Ash's expression turned steely as he commanded, Iron Defense, then Shell Smash. The coal turtle rose, promptly retracting into its shell to bolster its defenses, a shimmering membrane appearing upon its shell before shattering. Meteor Shower, exclaimed Luo Yangshua. Hold your ground, Ash shouted. The baby dragon opened its mouth and launched an energy ball skyward, which then burst apart, transforming into a cascade of meteors plummeting towards the ground. However, the coal turtle had already summoned a protective barrier to withstand the meteor shower. With a sudden surge, it charged forward, a mountain-like force aimed directly at the baby dragon. Luo Yangshua was astonished to observe that the coal turtle's speed post-shell smash was rather peculiar. Logically, it should only have enhanced its speed and attack by 2 levels. Yet its velocity was evidently greater. Could it be? Baby dragon, use a body slam, Luo Yangshua commanded. The baby dragon lowered its head and collided with the coal turtle's abdomen, but the coal turtle endured the impact, leveraging the downward force to pin the baby dragon to the ground, followed by a powerful earthquake that crushed the baby dragon, rendering it unable to battle. Return, baby dragon. Luo Yangshua sighed, shaking his head. I didn't expect you to utilize the water cannon as cover to execute Shell Smash twice. Such tactics could easily result in your coal turtle losing its fighting capability. Hee, I've finally managed to win against you, Ash replied. I know it's risky, but my coal turtle will withstand the skills, and I believe in its resilience. Luo Yangshua smiled, saying, You've certainly grown a lot. I hope you continue to evolve, enabling my main team to unleash its true combat potential. Absolutely, Ash replied earnestly. The two clasped hands before parting ways in different directions. Chapter 160, The Hatching of the Shaman. After parting ways with Ash, Luo Yangshua rode his Charizard through Steel Valley, failing to locate a cluster of Cottonee. But he managed to capture a few strays. Not finding any more Cottonee, Luo Yangshua hastened towards Purple Vine City, as their time was limited and they needed to secure the next ribbon badge to prepare for upcoming endeavors. While searching for Cottonee earlier, Luo Yangshua received a message from Hoi Yan, containing only a few cryptic words. Meet up, dive. Luo Yangshua could not afford to wait. Hoi Yan's implication was clear. The Fire Rock team and the Water Fleet had convened and were preparing to venture into the underwater cave. Ruby, after participating in the Gorgeous contest, you and Shafia must set off immediately to the waters near Lioli City to seek out the underwater cave, Luo Yangshua instructed. I will have Mutwo and Darkrai accompany you for protection. Entering the depths should pose no issues. However, just in case, I will lend you my Greninja and Gyarados. Ensure you bring back the gemstones. Understood, Ruby affirmed. I will do my utmost, Shafia added. We will part ways in Greenshade Town. I will take Lilia to the Sky Pillar, Luo Yangshua stated. Flying is out of the question now. It's time to showcase our strength to the league. The group nodded in agreement before hastening towards Purple Vine City. Days later, upon reaching Purple Vine City, Luo Yangshua transferred all of his Pokémon to the Pokémon Center, including another Mutwo and the mother and child Lugia, who were en route to Hoenn. The next step was to engage the league in earnest. Ruby and Shafia returned 2 of their Pokémon before receiving the 4 Ultra Balls Luo Yangshua offered them. Lilia also sent her Pokémon back to the estate, equipping herself with Luo Yangshua's Pokémon. Exiting Purple Vine City, Ruby and her companions headed to Greenshade Town to participate in the Gorgeous contest, while Luo Yangshua opened a Master Ball, releasing his Mega Rayquaza, which soared into the sky. Though it still had some distance to reach its full-grown length of 7 meters, it had already attained a formidable 5-meter stature, capable of carrying both Luo Yangshua and Lilia aloft. With Luo Yangshua and Lilia perched atop Mega Rayquaza, it ascended rapidly towards the Sky Pillar. A deep, resonant roar echoed, officially announcing its grand entrance to the world. Luo Yangshua's ostentatious display of Mega Rayquaza sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the league. After so many years, Rayquaza had re-emerged, now in the possession of Luo Yangshua. Some maintained an optimistic outlook, considering that Luo Yangshua had previously received assistance from the league, making it easy for him to showcase Rayquaza. However, Shrewd observers discerned that this Rayquaza was not the same as the one previously captured, and given its size, it was evidently still a juvenile. Others were aware of the League's machinations to keep Rayquaza hidden, leading to speculation that Luo Yangshua had been concealing its existence until now. This high-profile reveal signified that he must have secured a means to prevent the League from seizing Rayquaza, or perhaps that his backing was sufficiently formidable to suppress the League's influence. The optimists remained unfazed, while the astute recognized the brewing storm of events that lay ahead. The scene shifted back to Luo Yangshua, who, on his way to the Sky Pillar with Lilia, was interrupted by a commotion from the backpack behind Lilia. Luo Yangshua looked on helplessly as Lilia cradled the Pokémon egg, using her psychic abilities to shield it from the winds, remarking, "This little one has chosen quite an inconvenient time to emerge. Perhaps it sensed the essence of the sky and was eager to behold the azure expanse," Lilia replied, her face alight with excitement. The glow of the Pokémon egg intensified until, with a crack, a fluffy little shaman opened its eyes in Lilia's arms, smiling at her before gazing up at the vast blue sky, exuberantly calling out. Luo Yangshua chuckled, "You were indeed right. This little shaman is eager to experience the grandeur of the sky." Lilia embraced the newborn shaman, lamenting, "If only we had some Gracidia flower, with its pollen. Shaman could transform into its sky for me and soar freely." "I had that prepared long ago," Luo Yangshua replied with a smile. He rummaged through his backpack, having previously procured a small vial of Gracidia pollen through the system, and handed it to Lilia. "Thank you, Xiao Luo," Lilia expressed gratefully. She opened the vial and sprinkled some pollen over the little shaman. It chirped joyfully as it gradually transformed into its sky for me. Now capable of flight, Shaman could no longer remain still. It wriggled free from Lilia's embrace and leaped into the embrace of the sky, its impressive speed allowing it to dart around Mega Rayquaza. However, as the effects of the Gracidia pollen faded, it reverted to its land for me, though its lingering expression clearly indicated its deep yearning for the sky. "Hold on tight. I am going to test Mega Rayquaza's Mega Evolution," Luo Yangshua declared. "Mega Rayquaza, unleash your true potential." With a mighty roar, Mega Rayquaza ascended to a higher altitude, enveloped in a verdant aura, before launching forward with breathtaking speed. As the small Rayquaza surged forward, its form began to transform gradually, becoming more imposing. The X-shaped scales on its head morphed, streamlining and extending backward at the top, while the lower part enlarged, protruding to protect the mouth of Rayquaza. The attributes of Super Rayquaza also experienced a significant enhancement, gliding swiftly through the sky and leaving behind a series of sonic booms. Luo Yangshua had no choice but to urge it to slow down. Otherwise, the consumption of the psychic barrier would be too taxing for him to bear. The distance from Zijing City to the Sky Pillar was considerable, and even at the current flight speed of the small Rayquaza, it took nearly a day to traverse. Upon reaching the Sky Pillar, Luo Yangshua and Lilia leaped off the small Rayquaza, which, after a day of flight, was utterly exhausted. As if sensing the presence of small Rayquaza, a colossal green figure descended from the heavens. A gigantic dragon head gazed upon small Rayquaza, radiating a gaze filled with affection. "Rayquaza, I have come to fulfill our agreement," Luo Yangshua declared. "The next phase relies upon you, and I shall ensure justice is served." Rayquaza nodded, suddenly sensing something and letting out a deep roar. Upon hearing Rayquaza's voice, a smile spread across Luo Yangshua's face as he remarked, "Is that so? Groudon and Kyogre have awakened." Luo Yangshua and Lilia turned their gaze toward the east, where the location of Liu City lay. They could distinctly feel dark clouds gathering, as if a torrential downpour could commence at any moment. Yet, abruptly, the clouds began to disperse, allowing sunlight to pierce through to the earth. Luo Yangshua stroked his chin and mused, "It seems that Xian has made his move. After all, he possesses both orbs, using them to restrain Kyogre and enhance Groudon's power. I hope Ruby can keep pace with them." He then turned to Rayquaza and suggested, "The stage is set for you. Shall we proceed?" Rayquaza nodded but called out to Luo Yangshua a few times. Luo Yangshua shook his head and reassured, "It's all right. I will create a shield using my psychic abilities, leaving a vent for airflow. We shall not suffocate." Rayquaza nodded and rested its head upon the sky pillar. Without hesitation, Luo Yangshua and Lilia leapt atop Rayquaza's head, simultaneously recalling the small Rayquaza and using the bond power to communicate. "Can you perform the finishing touch?" "Do not underestimate me," Rayquaza grinned. "Then let us charge forth at full speed, and do assist in blocking the wind, as the small Rayquaza still lacks mastery over its strength." "Understood. Thank you," Luo Yangshua replied. With a mighty roar, Rayquaza surged toward Liu City, transforming into Super Rayquaza mid-flight. Chapter 161, The Orbs in Hand. The scene shifted to Ruby and Safia, where Ruby effortlessly claimed victory in the grand contest with her Shinado. After the competition, Ruby inquired, "What shall we do next to reach Liu City?" "Not entirely sure. Perhaps we should consult Xiao Luo's Mutuo," Safia replied. "Taking a plane would be far too slow, and we wouldn't arrive in time for Liu City. Then we must ask Mutuo, as it is a legendary beast. Moreover, Xiao Luo should have discussed the methods with it," Ruby suggested. Ruby released Mutuo, observing its indifferent demeanor, and swallowed hard as she spoke. "Hello, Mutuo. We are friends of Xiao Luo. Do you have any way to help us reach the underwater cave quickly?" "The underwater cave is near Liu City, and we need to get there to assist Xiao Luo." Mutuo surveyed Ruby and Safia, communicating telepathically. "My father has already informed me of the specifics. I previously teleported to Liu City with my master. I will attempt to teleport you there now." With that, Mutuo began to gather its psychic energy. Ruby and Safia grew curious about Mutuo's reference to its father, namely Xiao Luo. However, before they could react, Mutuo seized Ruby and Safia, executing a teleportation. They felt as if the scenery shifted twice in an instant before finding themselves atop a massive tree. Mutuo, slightly fatigued, conveyed, "You have arrived in Liu City. Now, I will guide you to the underwater cave, but after that, I will be of little assistance." The exertion from 2 long-distance teleports had nearly drained its psychic energy. Before Ruby and Safia could respond, Mutuo took hold of them, soaring into the sky and arriving above the sea surrounding Liu City. With its remaining psychic power, Mutuo created a light sphere, then propelled Ruby and Safia toward the ocean's depths. Mutuo dashed with all its might, and soon they reached the seabed, yet the route to the underwater cave remained elusive. Ruby retrieved a signal receiver, checking their position, and stated, "To the right." Mutuo nodded and swiftly led them in that direction. Shortly after, they discovered an underwater fissure, and Mutuo propelled them through it. Descending several dozen meters, Mutuo spotted a cave in the rock wall. It immediately led Ruby and Safia inside, surfacing within a cavern. Mutuo dispelled the light sphere, weakly stating, "The next part is up to you. I have no strength left to assist you." With that, it retreated into its pokeball. Falling silent, Safia surveyed the pitch-black cavern, handing Ruby the night vision goggles, and said, "Next, we must locate the Fire Rock team and Water Fleet. Darkrai, I entrust this to you." Safia released Darkrai, which could navigate through shadows, making it ideal for searching for the Fire Rock team and Water Fleet within the dark cave. Ruby donned the night vision goggles, scanning their surroundings. Behind them was a submarine, albeit not very large. Ruby pondered aloud, "The submarine isn't very big, so they likely won't have many personnel aboard. Plus, with Fire Falcon on our side, I expect they will assist us in critical moments." "Hopefully," Safia replied. Just as her words fell, the cavern began to tremble violently. Ruby and Safia exchanged glances, saying, "It seems it has awakened. We must hasten our pace." Before long, Darkrai returned, extending 2 fingers to indicate 2 directions. Ruby remarked, "Our objective is the 2 orbs. Take us to the one that holds the orb." Darkrai nodded and led Ruby and Safia forward. After walking a short distance, they encountered 2 diverging paths, and Darkrai guided them down the left passage. Continuing forward, Ruby spotted 3 unconscious members of the Fire Rock team lying on the ground. "It seems we have arrived," Ruby whispered. "Darkrai, how many are inside?" Safia asked. Darkrai held up 3 fingers. Ruby deduced, "Including Fire Falcon, that makes 3. That means there is still 1 subordinate left." "Safia, you will handle Fire Falcon with Darkrai while I confront the other." "Understood," Safia nodded. She instructed Darkrai to meld into the shadows and move beside Fire Falcon, ready to seize the 2 orbs at a moment's notice. "Now, watch me," Ruby declared, summoning Zuju and Greninja. "I am counting on you." The 2 Pokémon materialized in the dimly lit area, for this was the resting place of Groudon, and the glow of magma illuminated their surroundings just enough to see. Greninja, wielding its water sword, strode confidently into Groudon's resting place, closely followed by the giant swamp monster. "Who goes there?" Fire Falcon, ever vigilant, immediately spotted Greninja and the giant swamp monster. "Fire Falcon, Fire Village, stop them. Do not allow them to thwart our plans." Red Flame commanded. Controlling 2 disobedient legendary beasts was a taxing endeavor and could easily lead to being overpowered by them. The current state of the Crimson Pine already bears traces of being manipulated by 2 divine beasts. However, due to their rivalry for control, it has managed to evade the opportunity of being fully dominated. "Indeed," remarked Huiyin, alongside a long-haired man known as Huisiyuan. Huisiyuan promptly dispatched the coal tortoise, while Huiyin, chewing gum, released his nine-tailed beast. Yet, unbeknownst to all, Yin had stealthily stepped back, distancing himself from the battlefield. The water blade of the frog ninja unsheathed slightly, and in a flash, it executed 2 swift slashes. Conjuring illusions, cold tortoise, unleash your flames, commanded Huisiyuan. However, the cold tortoise was unable to respond to Huisiyuan's words as it collapsed to the ground, having lost its fighting capability. What? Huisiyuan exclaimed, astonished. But in the next moment, he stiffly turned to Huiyin, his expression darkening. Huiyin, what do you mean by this? I can no longer remain with the Fire Rock team, Huiyin replied, brandishing a dagger against Huisiyuan's back. You all underestimate these divine beasts far too much. Controlling Groudon and Kyogre is no simple task. Moreover, with these 2 divine beasts consumed by their desire to duel, they cannot aid me in realizing my dreams. So, why should I still heed your commands? Huiyin, you are courting death, exclaimed the Crimson Pine, raising 2 gems. You should be more concerned for your own safety, interjected Shafia as she stepped forward. Darkrai, take action. Darkrai emerged from the shadows, unleashing a prepared dark void that struck the Crimson Pine squarely in the face. As the Crimson Pine succumbed into slumber, Darkrai prepared to seize the 2 gems. Yet, in the next instant, the Crimson Pine stood upright, the 2 gems gradually melding into his hands. Originally, the Crimson Pine could control the 2 gems, managing to maintain his consciousness amid the struggle between the 2 divine beasts. But now, with him unconscious, he was evidently powerless to resist. Darkrai scoffed disdainfully. It was no benevolent entity. With a flick of its arm, the Crimson Pine's palms were sent flying, blood splattering, and the gems could no longer merge with him. The gems, sensing a shift, soared through the air directly toward Liu Bai and Shafia, suddenly merging into their right hands, revealing the totem patterns of Groudon and Kyogre on the backs of their hands. It seems to be over, Huiyin remarked, releasing Huisiyuan. Huisiyuan, do not sacrifice yourself for the Crimson Pine. Once you are outside, reassess your decisions. After speaking, he approached Liu Bai and Shafia. It was Luo Yanshua who sent you here, correct? The gems have been acquired. What shall we do next? Liu Bai replied. Since Xiao Luo trusts you, we shall extend our trust to you for now. We will head to Luminous City to gather Groudon and Kyogre, and then we shall leave it to Xiao Luo. Understood, let us act immediately, Huiyin said, chewing his gum. Chapter 162, A Convergence of Forces. Liu Bai administered emergency treatment to the Crimson Pine, ensuring he would not perish immediately. As for his severed hand, that was beyond his control. They were now preparing to return to Luminous City, relying on the aquatic abilities of their Pokémon to navigate the depths. The Frog Ninja and the Gyarados would serve as the primary forces, with the Swampert, Feeba, and Squirtle trailing behind to mitigate the currents. Liu Bai, Shafia, and Huiyin promptly followed the group of water-type Pokémon as they began their ascent. As for the Crimson Pine, they would leave him with their submarine. He should be able to return alive. And regarding the water fleet, each of them possessed water-type Pokémon, so they were not in immediate danger, even if they were. What concern was it of theirs? With the gems now in Liu Bai and Shafia's possession, Groudon ceased its tunneling and the eruption of magma, while Kyogre halted its colossal waves aimed at submerging the land. Both divine beasts, having paused their conflict, set their sights on their ancient battleground, Luminous City. The upper echelons of the Alliance could no longer remain idle. They dispatched their personnel, the champion of Hoenn, the Elite Four, and gym leaders gathered, prepared to delay the advance of the 2 divine beasts, fully aware of the catastrophic consequences should they clash. Not merely relying on visible combat forces. The Alliance sent their most trusted individuals as well. How? I entrust this to you, one of the Alliance leaders stated. Ensure the conflict between Groudon and Kyogre is contained. I will do my utmost, Hao replied with a bittersweet smile. Dialga, let us proceed. A Dialga beside Hao nodded, its form shifting into liquid, enveloping Hao and forming a protective membrane-like skin around him, a blue crystal shimmering at his chest. Hao then pushed open the conference room window, and alongside Dialga, they swiftly made their way toward Luminous City. Should we notify Luo Yanshua? After all, he possesses a Rayquaza, and according to legend, only Rayquaza can halt their war. A woman suggested. Do you think his little Rayquaza could possibly intervene? A bearded man retorted. As for Rayquaza, it has been evading us. It will not come. If all else fails, we could deploy the Alliance's divine beasts. It is time to showcase the Alliance's strength and quell those wicked individuals, another elder remarked. It is not yet time to summon the divine beasts. It is merely Groudon and Kyogre. They cannot stir up too much trouble, an aged elder interjected. Let us not forget that matter. Who among you can bear the consequences of a divine beast's fall? Who will shoulder the ramifications of a war between them? With the elder's words, a heavy silence enveloped the room. None dared to speak, let alone act. Rayquaza will not remain indifferent to this matter. If it does, it would be derelict in its duty, the elder stated. Thus, the second capture plan is set in motion. Remain vigilant for Rayquaza's movements. Understood, the gathered individuals replied. Following orders to prepare for the second capture of Rayquaza. At the headquarters of Team Rocket in Chengdu, Xiaoyin approached Sakaki, stating, Father, I intend to intervene in the matters regarding Groudon and Kyogre in the Hoenn region. Sakaki regarded his son and replied, Very well, just be cautious. Take your subordinate Xiaobai with you. While you're at it, bring back the head of that traitor Sachi, who has resurfaced in Hoenn. Understood, Father, Xiaoyin replied. May I take that Pokemon for my use? That one is yours to take, Sakaki affirmed. And also, take some experimental materials for your research. Understood, Father. But those experimental materials are not yet complete, are they? Xiaoyin inquired. They are disposable. We can only assess their performance for now. Sakaki waved dismissively. Xiaoyin nodded and departed Sakaki's room. Sakaki turned back to the video footage sent by his subordinates, deep in thought. That mirror has been understudy for a while. It is time to prepare for a trial run. No sooner had he spoken than his private phone rang. Sakaki answered the call, then said, I have already dispatched someone. It is my son. Therefore, I trust you will ensure nothing happens to him. If you provoke me, you shall not enjoy the consequences. After ending the call, Sakaki angrily shattered the phone into pieces, muttering, Just wait. That day will come. Meanwhile, in the Unova region, En stood outside the research facility, observing the newly birthed creature with a smile, truly a masterpiece of nature. It exists solely for the hunt. Yet, its flaws are glaringly apparent, far inferior to the resurrected Pokemon. My king, there is no need for haste. A blond man in a lab coat appeared. In my eyes, these flaws are almost non-existent. Once I modify it and infuse it with the genes of metallic Pokemon, alongside the machinery I have developed, it will become a mass-producible Pokemon. Oh, then I entrust this task to you, Akroma. En replied, Please create one for me. I wish to observe its capabilities. As you wish, my king. Akroma adjusted her glasses and bowed respectfully towards En, who had just exited the base and returned to his quarters. He picked up Zoroark and said, The moment is nearly upon us, little Ro. Let us see whether my aspirations come to fruition or if the harsh reality you spoke of prevails. I hope you will cherish the gift I have bestowed upon you. Meanwhile, the trio of Ruby emerged from the water's surface, finally able to inhale the fresh air. Although protected by water-type Pokemon, the oxygen supply was scant, prompting them to hold their breaths to afford their Pokemon more time to swim to the surface. Firebird summoned her Swellow and remarked, I doubt I'll be needed any longer. I shall head to Lily Cove City to witness some splendid entertainment. With that, Firebird grasped Swellow's talons, and together they soared towards Lily Cove City. Ruby observed Firebird and cautioned, That woman is not to be trusted. Though she currently allies with us, she may very well betray us. Sophia nodded in agreement. Despite her somewhat careless and straightforward nature, she sensed that Firebird was not genuinely on their side. For the time being, she was merely following them for her own benefit, and should they fail to meet her expectations, she would likely abandon them. Ilururu is nearby. I will summon it to fetch us, Sophia stated. Next, let us utilize the orbs to control Groudon and Kyogre. This will conclude our mission, Ruby added. Soon, Wailord appeared before them, carrying both Ruby and Sophia. They recalled their weary Pokemon, and then released Mutwo and Darkrai. After a brief period of rest, Mutwo had regained some strength and communicated telepathically. You may begin your control. Should danger arise, we will assist you. Ruby nodded, saying, We entrust our lives to you. Now, let us proceed. With that, Ruby and Sophia channeled all their energy through the two orbs to manipulate Groudon and Kyogre. Initially resistant to their control, both legendary Pokemon soon sensed the essence of the Pokemon eggs Ruby and Sophia had carried, which had been infused with their aura. Intrigued, Groudon and Kyogre were compelled to move towards Lily Cove City. Kyogre was the first to reach the vicinity of Lily Cove City, with Sophia steering it into the position previously held by Wailord. Kyogre soared with Ruby and Sophia aloft, gliding towards Lily Cove City. Chapter 163, Arrival at the Battlefield. As Kyogre carried them towards Lily Cove City, Sophia, cradling the blue orb that had materialized in her hands, exclaimed, I didn't expect Kyogre could fly. Isn't it true that all legendary Pokemon possess the ability to soar? Ruby mused, harboring expectations for the Groudon under his command. With Kyogre's flight, they swiftly arrived at Lily Cove City, a grand metropolis established within the caldera of a dormant volcano. Kyogre landed heavily, sending waves crashing around them. The first legendary Pokemon has made its entrance. Mikuri and the Elite Four had already arrived at Lilycove City. As Mikuri beheld Kyogre's arrival, he soon noticed Ruby and Sophia atop the Pokémon, his brow furrowing in confusion. What is going on? How are Ruby and Sophia here? Mikuri then piloted his flying vehicle towards them, observing Ruby and Sophia closely, along with the orbs they possessed. His expression was laden with complexity as he spoke. Ruby, Sophia, how did you acquire those orbs and gain control over Kyogre? Master, Ruby exclaimed, surprised by Mikuri's presence, but quickly regained his composure, adding, please, Master, refrain from intervening in this matter. We will handle it ourselves, and we will ensure that Groudon and Kyogre do not cause any destruction. Mikuri glanced at Mutwo and Darkrai, asking, was this directive from Little Ro? There's no need to deny it. Both Mutwo and Darkrai are indeed his Pokémon. Ruby shook his head, Master. We are not denying it. However, Little Ro will assist us in resolving this situation. Is it the same as before? Mikuri said calmly. If that is the case, Ruby, I must say this. Do not involve yourself further, lest your father be unable to protect you. Ruby smiled nonchalantly. Master, I am resolute in this matter. After all, Shailabi forewarned me of this disaster, urging me to intervene, and Little Ro genuinely wishes to aid me. His involvement is pivotal for a more stable resolution. Therefore, I cannot relinquish my hold on this. Mikuri shook his head helplessly, acknowledging Ruby's earnest dedication and innate talent, recognizing him as an exemplary disciple. Yet, he was concerned about Ruby's future should he insist on meddling in this affair. Take care of yourself, Mikuri said. With your father and me, I should be able to safeguard you. However, as for Little Ro, I can only express my regrets. With that, he maneuvered his flying vehicle to the volcano's rim, awaiting the arrival of the second legendary Pokémon. The Dragon-type Elite Four member, Genji, puffed on his pipe and inquired, what is this? Is that your disciple who suits your tastes? Mikuri remained silent, his expression stern. Genji chuckled, I also have an inadequate disciple named Awa who is likely off somewhere, claiming he intends to defeat me to inherit my position. Sigh, none of them are easy to manage. Mikuri replied, the three pillars have already been captured by the gods, and this calamity is one we must confront. Although Ruby stated that Luoyang Shuo would resolve this issue, I have an unsettling feeling about it, and suspect it may lead to significant trouble. Something is bound to go awry, remarked the Ghost-type Elite Four member, Fuyumi. My associates have already spotted numerous rats. It's unfortunate that I did not witness Team Magma's members, who took advantage of my absence to abduct my grandparents and seize 2 orbs. Rats, you say? Inquired the Dark-type Elite Four member, Hanayuki. I shall cleanse them from existence. Let us not act impulsively. Our sole objective is to ensure that the 2 legendary Pokémon do not clash or to minimize the fallout of their battle. Cautioned the Ice-type Elite Four member, Bonnie. Well, consider it a warm-up exercise. They are merely pawns, after all, Hanayuki retorted. With that, he dispatched a Volturine, leaping onto its back and charging into the nearby mountainous terrain, where explosions soon erupted. Bonnie frowned. Hanayuki was once a ruffian. I didn't expect his temperament to remain unchanged. He charges recklessly into fights. Does the League not keep him in check? That seems unlikely, given the considerable autonomy afforded to Elite Four members. Unless it pertains to essential missions, they enjoy a considerable degree of freedom, Fuyumi replied. Were it not for the League summoning me for a matter, Team Magma would never have been able to seize the orbs from my grandparents. As they observed the fuming Fuyumi, Bonnie playfully pinched her cheek, saying, Now, do not be upset. We can teach them a lesson later. Just as she finished speaking, a powerful tremor shook the ground. Hanayuki flew in from the side, frowning. Groudon is approaching. Shurgen took a puff from his pipe and remarked, Indeed, look at the boiling inland sea below. The group turned their gaze towards the roiling waters, where gouts of magma erupted, forming a colossal floating island in the inland sea. Groudon emerged from the magma, its gaze piercing as it fixed on Kyogre, creating a palpable tension as if a confrontation was imminent. The weather, too, shifted dramatically with the meeting of the 2 legendary Pokémon, turning tumultuous. One side was engulfed in dark clouds and torrential rain, while the other basked in radiant sunshine, with even the trees wilting under the scorching heat. Mutwo unleashed its psychic powers, propelling Ruby towards Groudon. Ruby gracefully descended upon the head of Groudon, and together with Shafia, they commenced a vigorous suppression of both Groudon and Kyogre. The 2 legendary beasts, inherently averse to such domination, suddenly seemed to sense something and simultaneously looked up to the sky. With a resonant dragon's roar, the weather abruptly stabilized, and a verdant figure emerged before everyone. Luo Yangshua stood atop the head of the Mega Rayquaza, observing this familiar yet unfamiliar scene, recalling the future he had previously envisioned. It appeared that there were slight alterations. Luo Yangshua chuckled, for in that vision, there were not this many awaiting our arrival. The Mega Rayquaza roared once more, causing Groudon and Kyogre to momentarily waver. Yet they were swiftly suppressed by Ruby and Shafia. At that moment, Luo Yangshua's voice resonated through the heavens. Groudon and Kyogre, cease your conflict and allow the seal to be lifted. Before Macaulay and the others could comprehend the meaning of his words, two enormous Pokeballs descended from the head of Mega Rayquaza. The two Pokeballs were effortlessly suspended before the legendary beasts by Luo Yangshua's psychic abilities, causing Groudon and Kyogre to momentarily freeze. Tears welled in their eyes, and two thunderous roars echoed through the clouds. This is bad. Macaulay immediately grasped the situation and exclaimed, organize them. The Elite Four reacted in an instant, with Jengar, Absol, Glacian, Salamence, and Milotic all taking the field, their target being the two Pokeballs. They would not allow these two Pokemon to emerge. However, Groudon and Kyogre were not inclined to let them have their way. With an angry roar, Groudon radiated a molten hue as sharp rock spikes, enveloped in magma, erupted from the ground, striking the five Pokemon directly. The sound of 5 explosions rang out as the 5 Pokemon were sent careening away by Groudon's move, Eruption. Surrounding Kyogre were several blue energy spheres, which it unleashed with a mighty roar, directing a wave of blue energy toward the 5 incapacitated Pokemon. The 5 Pokemon were utterly unable to evade the onslaught, rendered incapable of battle by the surging waves of energy. As the 5 Pokemon fell before them, Macaulay and his companions were left helpless. Their main force had succumbed without even touching their opponents. Groudon and Kyogre cautiously approached the two Pokeballs, subsequently lifting the seals upon them. As the seals shattered, the Pokeballs emitted a blinding radiance. When the light dissipated, 2 diminutive versions of Groudon and Kyogre, both just over a meter tall, appeared before the crowd. Yet unlike their larger counterparts, they were in their primal forms. Ruby, Shafia, Luo Yangshua called out. Place the gems upon the heads of the legendary beasts. You need not exert control anymore. They will no longer harm us. Chapter 164. The Battle of Legends commences. Upon hearing Luo Yangshua's command, Ruby and Shafia promptly placed the gems atop Groudon and Kyogre's heads, while Mutwo and Darkrai assisted in ensuring Ruby and Shafia distanced themselves from the legendary Pokemon. Watching Ruby and Shafia retreat, Luo Yangshua silently contacted the system, stating, System, initiate. Understood, the system replied. With the system's assistance, the 2 gems shattered instantly, their powers surging violently into Groudon and Kyogre's forms. The 2 legendary beasts radiated brilliance before gradually reverting to their primal state. Indeed, I was not mistaken, Luo Yangshua observed as he beheld the returning primal forms of Groudon and Kyogre. In the game, these 2 could enter their primal states by wielding gems, and it seems these gems are the key to controlling them. It is highly likely that the power within the gems was sealing them, rendering them weakened. Before Groudon and Kyogre could revel in their regained state, 2 spheres of multicolored energy hurtled toward the young Groudon and Kyogre. With a disdainful huff, Groudon conjured a rock pillar while Kyogre summoned a massive wave to intercept the oncoming attack. Luo Yangshua turned to the source of the attack, spotting an individual clad in an unusual coat, gathering energy to form a spherical attack. Ultraman, Luo Yangshua mused, observing the figure's attire, which bore a striking resemblance to a character in an Ultraman outfit, particularly the blue energy gem upon his chest. However, Luo Yangshua quickly realized that this was certainly not Ultraman. The sphere being conjured was clearly a manifestation of Deoxys' psychic attack, indicating that this individual had fused with Deoxys. Realizing the potential danger for the young Groudon and Kyogre, Luo Yangshua swiftly deployed 2 Ultra Balls to capture them. Sensing Luo Yangshua's presence, the young Groudon and Kyogre offered no resistance and were readily ensnared by the Ultra Balls. Luo Yangshua beckoned, and the 2 Ultra Balls returned to his hands. The man who had been conjuring energy coldly remarked, Luo Yangshua, surrender Groudon and Kyogre. They cannot exist in this world. Oh, is that so? Will the world be destroyed? Luo Yangshua retorted with a dismissive laugh. Or is it that some interests might be threatened? Hao said nothing, merely responding flatly. There are some things you would be better off not knowing. My name is Hao, a senior member of the Alliance, overseeing the Sinnoh region. I now command you to relinquish them, including that Rayquaza. Heh, come and make me, Luo Yangshua taunted. Is the Alliance not being a bit overbearing? Why should I surrender the legendary beasts I have captured? Last time it was Articuno too. The Alliance truly has a grand sense of entitlement. Do not forget your place. Luo Yangshua, Hao warned. Without the Alliance's assistance, you would be nothing. Heh, Perhaps you should refrain from exploiting me before making such statements. Luo Yangshua retorted coldly. The breeding facility was indeed established with the Alliance's help, and I am grateful for that. I have friends within the Alliance, and I do not wish to sever ties with you. However, some of your actions have crossed the line. You set a price for the breeding facility, yet you know how much of that was siphoned off. Do you think my Pokemon did not see your falsified accounts? And on what grounds do you monopolize Pokemon of exceptional quality, forbidding others from capturing them? The Alliance's arrogance is a bit excessive, don't you think? In the end, it is merely about interests, Hao replied. I can offer you all the benefits in exchange for these 3 legendary beasts, while the Alliance personnel can withdraw from your breeding facility. Huh, do you take me for a child? Surrender the legendary beasts? Then the Hoenn trio will turn against me, and I will be caught in a pincer, forced to seek the Alliance's protection. TSK, your calculations are astute. Do you think I trust your integrity or that of my Pokemon who fight alongside me? Luo Yangshua scoffed. I want to waste more words, you retreat, and we shall coexist peacefully. If you wish for war, then let it begin. As Luo Yangshua spoke, Groudon and Kyogre shielded him. Their eyes filled with wrath as they glared at the Alliance personnel, poised to strike at Luo Yangshua's command. Clap, clap, clap. A series of crisp claps resounded as Xiao Yin and Qiu Bai emerged within the volcanic region, accompanied by a large contingent of Team Rocket members. Truly impressive, Luo Yangshua. Xiao Yin remarked. I admire your style. You have endured until this very day for such a moment. So, shall we join forces to eliminate these Alliance personnel? Ha! So you were still in the dark? Luo Yangshua chuckled breathlessly. I initially thought you were a formidable opponent, yet you seem unaware of your own position. Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback, while Qiu Bai wore a resigned smile, saying, It seems Luo Yangshua is indeed astute. I'm curious, how did you deduce it? I had such suspicions long ago, but it was confirmed during our last brazen intrusion into your base. Even a blind person could see that such a vast base lacked any competent combatants, merely a horde of weaklings. Were you jesting with me? As Luo Yangshua wiped away the tears of laughter, he spoke. I must admit, I hadn't considered that angle at first. However, thanks to a seemingly careless remark from Ruby, I suddenly realized. Ruby, upon hearing Luo Yangshua's words, was equally bewildered. Sophia pondered curiously over what that remark could have been. Liliane, observing Qiu Bai's reaction, combined with her own conjectures, could hardly believe her ears as she exclaimed, Little Luo, are you implying? Luo Yangshua, noticing Liliane's expression, understood that she had also connected the dots. Only Xiao Yin seemed somewhat distraught, exclaiming, Qiu Bai, tell me the truth. What have you been concealing from me? Qiu Bai sighed, preparing to reveal the truth. Yet Luo Yangshua interjected, allow me to disclose it, so you can hear if my assertions hold water. Gathering his thoughts, Luo Yangshua articulated. In simple terms, Team Rocket is part of the League, engaged in shadowy dealings to assist the League. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin, Ruby, and Sophia were left in shock. Over at Macauley's side, apart from Hao, Macaulay, and Yuanji, the rest were equally astonished, unable to fathom how Luo Yangshua arrived at such a conclusion. I've harbored doubts from the very beginning. After all, the members of Team Rocket, once captured, can redeem themselves by merely paying a fine. What sort of imbecilic leader would conceive such a policy? Moreover, how could Sakaki ascend to the position of the leader of the Tokiwa City Gym without leaving a trace of suspicion? As for what followed, I began to comprehend the League's true nature, which is why I started contemplating this direction. That incursion into the base felt entirely like Team Rocket providing the League with various data and research outcomes. He continued, furthermore, this can be discerned from numerous perspectives. It is simply challenging for one to conceive it in this manner. After all, one is a lofty organization of the Pokemon League, while the other lurks in the shadows as a dark force. Yet, if we meticulously examine the dark forces across various regions, which of them can rival Team Rocket? At this point, everyone had begun to form their own conclusions, requiring no further elaboration from Luo Yangshua. He spoke with a calm demeanor. As I mentioned, you may withdraw, and we shall not interfere with each other. But if you desire a confrontation, then let it commence. Why must you vocalize it? How lamented, as long as I know. That suffices. Now, I can only take your lives. Luo Yangshua smiled faintly. You are welcome to try. Make your move. How commanded. The entirety of Team Rocket unleashed their Pokeballs, summoning countless Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno into the sky, gazing at the multitude of legendary birds. Luo Yangshua and the others were left astounded. He hastily commanded the system to scan the divine birds, and the results instilled a sense of fury within him as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, League, is this how you treat your Pokemon? Eliminate them. Hao coldly replied, his gaze as frigid as that of someone looking upon mere corpses. Chapter 165, The Might of Domains. With Hao's words, multitudes of legendary birds surged toward Luo Yangshuo and his companions, disregarding the presence of the three titans. It was not that they ignored the existence that surpassed them. Rather, they lacked any independent thought. The system scan returned only one piece of information to Luo Yangshuo: genetic clones, having drained their life force to attain semi-divine strength. Devoid of thought, they can only mechanically obey commands. Survival span: 3 days post-battle, irreversible bodily deterioration. Treatable, yet the host would endure suffering from the genes for life. It is not advised to heal. Expediting their demise is the most prudent course of action. Luo Yangshuo was incensed. Although this heinous act was perpetrated by Team Rocket, one could not dismiss the League's complicity. Rayquaza let out a resounding cry, implying, "You need not intervene, we will handle this." As Rayquaza's call resonated, 3 distinct powers emanated from the three titans, enveloping the entire realm. Groudon disdainfully snorted, causing all the legendary birds to plummet, either sinking into the water or crashing upon the rocky ground, their forms reduced to a bloody pulp. Luo Yangshuo and the others watched in astonishment as nearly 100 legendary birds, despite possessing semi-divine power, displayed no capacity for resistance against the three titans, all succumbing to defeat and demise. Luo Yangshuo, feeling the power coursing through the space, his eyes gleaming, mused, "Is this the might of domains?" The sky, land, and ocean converged in a triad of domain power. Within this space, the three titans held absolute dominion, rendering any Pokémon without domain power incapable of overcoming them. Luo Yangshuo's heart surged with excitement, while Ruby and the others bore witness to the divine beast's prowess, realizing that this was a force that could not be subdued by mere numbers. Xiaobai, seeing the near-total annihilation of the legendary birds, remained unperturbed, considering this an experiment to gauge the capabilities of these disposable Pokémon, which evidently yielded disappointing results. Xiaobai turned to Hao and inquired, "Have you brought the items?" "It has long been prepared. We can begin," Hao affirmed. Following this, he released a Dragonite, and Deoxys separated from Hao, launching several psychic assaults against the three titans. As the titans prepared to resist, numerous mechanical devices abruptly emerged from the surrounding rock walls, unleashing a wave of energy directed at Rayquaza. Rayquaza instantly weakened, the stable domain cracking, allowing Deoxys to seize the opportunity and push both Groudon and Kyogre back a few paces with psychic strikes. At that moment, a shadow leaped forth from the darkness, black claws piercing through Luo Yangshuo's chest, extracting his heart and crushing it mercilessly. Coughing up blood, Luo Yangshuo gasped in pain. "I didn't expect you to have a backup plan. That dark ray has concealed itself well. Rest easy in death," Hao remarked, his gaze fixed on the heartless Luo Yangshuo. "Before I die, may I fulfill one wish?" Luo Yangshuo grasped Darkray's arm tightly. Beside him, Lillian felt a pang of sympathy for Luo Yangshuo's injuries, but struggled to suppress her mirth. "How? Oblivious," replied coolly, "What is it? Could you spare the others?" Luo Yangshuo pleaded, anguish evident in his voice. Macaulay, his expression grim, piloted a flying vehicle closer, declaring, "How? Ruby is my disciple, the child of Chimli. Sophia is the daughter of Dr. Otamaki. If you wish to harm them, you must first contend with me." This signified that the girl could not be spared. Hao turned to Lillian and ordered, "Darkrai, deal with her." "How dare you?" A nearly lifeless Luo Yangshuo suddenly revived, and Florigato emerged, seizing Darkrai by its fur and forcefully detaching it from Luo Yangshuo's body. The power of the moon sent Darkrai flying. Luo Yangshuo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and within the gaping hole in his chest, a heart rapidly regenerated. The wound closed at an observable rate, and soon, the gaping cavity vanished. Had it not been for the torn clothing and the blood upon it, one would hardly discern that Luo Yangshuo had sustained injuries. "What on earth are you?" Hao exclaimed, astonished, his icy demeanor faltering. "A being you cannot contend with," Luo Yangshuo declared. "Everyone, let us create a ruckus." With that, all of Luo Yangshuo's principal Pokémon emerged in full force. Indeed, a massive protective shield, spanning several meters, was conjured by Florigato, enveloping the 4 of them. Florigato bowed to Luo Yangshuo, having served as a target for the divine beasts for so long. When it came to protecting others, it was second to none. Leading the charge were several swift attackers, spearheaded by Beedrill, wreaking havoc among Team Rocket and the League's lower ranks. Their astonishing speed rendered them as if they were ghosts, weaving through the crowd with ease. Meanwhile, the powerhouse Pokémon, led by Tyranitar and Aerodactyl, demonstrated the true meaning of firepower. A barrage of devastating energy beams rained down, relentlessly obliterating the mechanical devices within the volcanic crater. As for the remaining few, they too assumed the role of battlefield healers, providing restoration to the elves. Ruby and Sophia gazed in awe as Luoyang Shua's elves wreaked havoc amidst the throngs, involuntarily swallowing hard. Little Luo's main force is formidable indeed, Sophia murmured. It seems they have reached their limit. The Alliance is about to take action, Ruby remarked, simultaneously feeling a profound sense of helplessness at his inability to contend with such a scene. He had believed himself sufficiently powerful, surpassing some, yet lacking when compared to others. Yet in this tumultuous arena, he realized that not only was he incapable of fighting, but even witnessing the battle required the protection of Luoyang Shua, igniting a fierce determination within him. One day, I shall also confront a divine beast and capture it. Ruby set a goal for himself. Within a year, he must capture a divine beast. As Ruby had predicted, the Alliance personnel braced themselves against the onslaught and began to mount a counterattack. Yet, it was still insufficient. Luoyang Shua signaled to his Greninja, declaring, "Greninja, perform the Iato slash." In an instant, Greninja underwent a bond evolution with Luoyang Shua. Moreover, it had equipped the water droplet plate prior to the battle, enhancing its combat prowess to the level of a secondary divine beast. Greninja unleashed 4 swift slashes in the blink of an eye, sending 4 torrents of water crashing in every direction, disrupting the Alliance and Team Rocket's formation just as they prepared to retaliate. Luoyang Shua coldly warned, "This is merely a warning. Next time, it will be a blade. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" With his words, 6 divine beasts, Mutuo, Solgaleo, Shaymin, Zeraora, Florges, and Darkrai, stood resolutely before Luoyang Shua, confronting the Alliance. "Shaymin, are you truly certain about opposing the Alliance?" Hao inquired, looking at Shaymin. Shaymin scoffed dismissively, while Luoyang Shua asserted, "You have already offended Rayquaza. It may be solitary. But can you contend against the entire Shaymin family?" Hao fell silent, and suddenly, a phone rang. After answering, his expression shifted dramatically as he hung up. Turning to Luoyang Shua to say, "Luoyang Shua, the Alliance will no longer pursue this matter. We are prepared to apologize and compensate for Rayquaza's losses. However, you must surrender Florges. This is an order. If you resist, then let war commence. Even if it costs me my life, I will reclaim that Florges. Then there is nothing left to discuss. Let the battle begin," Luoyang Shua replied. Simultaneously, he fell into deep contemplation. Why would the Alliance abandon Rayquaza and insist on reclaiming Florges? Florges merely possessed the eternal flower, thereby acquiring the powers of Calamity. Wait, Calamity? Luoyang Shua surmised that this must be what the Alliance feared. Chapter 166, The Arrival of Arceus. Though the other personnel were detained by Luoyang Shua's elves, he now faced a champion, 4 Elite Four members, and 3 unknown challengers. To put it bluntly, he held less than a 10% chance of victory. Yet enduring this for so long was for today's confrontation. Nevertheless, he was not without hope. After all, Rayquaza was temporarily incapacitated, and both Groudon and Kyogre stood steadfastly by his side. With the battle imminent, Groudon and Kyogre, too, would no longer hold back. Groudon swung its arms down with tremendous force, commanding gravity within its domain. Without protective barriers, all flying abilities were rendered ineffective. With each step upon the earth, it drew inexhaustible strength from the ground beneath. Meanwhile, Kyogre summoned deep-sea whirlpools, reigning as the master of the ocean. No water-type Pokémon could contend against it in the absence of a domain. Although Rayquaza's sky domain was absent, these 2 formidable realms already posed a considerable challenge to the Alliance. Mikoli was rendered entirely ineffective, his primary force consisting of water types, which were utterly suppressed by Kyogre's domain. Is this the power of divine beasts? No wonder my father so fervently pursued these legendary entities. The disparity in strength is staggering. Meanwhile, the now-removed Silver observed the rampaging Groudon and Kyogre with a rising desire to capture them, regardless of the means. Although it felt somewhat excessive, he turned to Mew and murmured, "I must implore you." As Hao's words faded, a diminutive pink creature materialized in the space around them. Its appearance resembled that of a tiny pink cat, with a tail twice its height and an olive-shaped tip, its eyes triangular. Who else could it be but Mew? Mew circled the volcanic crater, observing the suffering humans with a sympathetic expression. Subsequently, a pink force field emanated from its body, forcibly suppressing the domains of Groudon and Kyogre. Mew. Luoyang Shua's face darkened. He had not anticipated that this progenitor of Pokémon would side with the Alliance. Mew. Why do you aid them in their tyranny? Why assist them? Luoyang Shua shouted. Mew shook its head and communicated telepathically. I have my own reasons, please understand. After delivering this message, Mew forcefully suppressed Groudon and Kyogre's domains, leaving Luoyang Shuo in disbelief. In the games, Mew had never exhibited grand prowess, yet in reality, as the progenitor of Pokémon, its power approached that of a creator deity. Mew's domain represented creation. However, Mew overlooked a crucial Pokémon, or rather, two, Mewtwo. Mewtwo's destructive essence inherently counteracts Mew's creation, and due to this primordial power, it is also the only Pokémon capable of operating within Mew's domain. Mewtwo conjured a spoon, pointing it directly at Mew. If you intend to harm my father, you must first contend with me. Just as Mewtwo finished speaking, two figures streaked across the sky. Mewtwo and Lugia made their entrance. The other Mewtwo regarded Mew with a complex expression, while Lugia called out to Luoyang Shuo, implying, "What you mentioned earlier isn't as dire as it seems. I have no choice. The Alliance summoned Mew as well, and I am at a loss." Luoyang Shuo sighed in resignation. Simultaneously, he sought contact with the system, searching for any possible countermeasures. Yet the system, too, found itself powerless. Mew's strength far exceeded what Luoyang Shuo could currently contend with. "Lugia, are you also betraying the Alliance?" Hao frowned as he regarded Lugia. Lugia found itself in a dilemma, unable to navigate the current situation. Mew shook its head and communicated telepathically, "Do not blame Lugia. It owes this young man a debt of gratitude. Young man, I do not wish to interfere in your affairs, but your Florges is far too perilous. If allowed to grow unchecked, the consequences would be unimaginable." "Huh? Do you believe Florges poses a threat to you?" Luoyang Shuo scoffed. "I would like to know what calamity it currently brings you. I have already helped it seal away the powers of calamity. It cannot harm anyone. Once it masters this power, it will be able to control it at will. How could it possibly bring disaster? If it loses control, do you comprehend the magnitude of the calamity it would unleash?" Hao responded coldly. "With me here, how could it possibly lose control?" Luoyang Shuo retorted dismissively, adding, "And do you not find it ironic that you are the ones uttering such words?" At that moment, Furong and Bonnie stepped forward, asserting, "I believe Luoyang Shuo is correct. Since he can capture Florges, it indicates he possesses the power to control it. Otherwise, Florges' calamity power alone could lead to its destruction." Seeing his allies speak in favor of Luoyang Shuo, Hao furrowed his brow and said, "Furong, Bonnie, do not forget your positions." Furong smirked coldly, replying, "I have yet to address you regarding the Alliance and Team Rocket. It has only just dawned on me why the Magma team attempted to seize the Orb of Fire while I was conveniently reassigned by the Alliance for a mission. What secrets are you still concealing? Without an explanation, I shall renounce my position as one of the Elite Four." Bonnie echoed, "I too wish to relinquish my title among the Elite Four. My arrival in Hoenn was solely to hone my Ice-type Pokémon. There is nothing here that aligns with my aspirations. Furthermore, the League has been tainted by corruption, and I do not intend to continue as an Elite Four member." The two formidable champions instantly turned traitor, causing Hao to feel an acute headache. After all, they were part of the Elite Four. If this matter were to leak, it could result in considerable losses for the League. Instinctively, Hao's gaze turned icy. Both Furong and Bonnie sensed something amiss from the shadows behind them. Darkrai suddenly lunged forth, its shadow claw aimed directly at the two women. Furong and Bonnie's expressions shifted dramatically. Their Pokémon had just been rendered incapable of battle, and they were utterly unable to defend against this assault. "Mewtwo, protect them," Luoyang Shuo commanded. Mewtwo materialized before the two women, swiftly intercepting Darkrai's attack with a spoon, and with a powerful thrust, sent Darkrai hurtling away. Mewtwo then teleported, swiftly bringing Furong and Bonnie to stand before Luoyang Shuo. Well. Furong and Bonnie exclaimed in exasperation, having witnessed the League's ruthless nature. The League had now irrevocably lost two of its powerful assets. At that moment, the system emitted a notification. "Host, there exists another method. I wonder if you are willing to consider it." "What method? Speak now." "Even the most precious items hold no value in this situation," Luoyang Shuo nearly roared. "The water drop tablet," the system responded. "I can utilize it to summon Arceus. But there is a high likelihood that Arceus will disregard us and seize the tablet. Do you think this is feasible?" Luoyang Shuo fell silent, then glanced at Liliai and Ruby nearby, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Let us take the gamble. System, summon him. If we are to perish, let us all perish together." "Understood." As the system's voice faded, an immense force of spatial energy began to coalesce within the area, distorting and shattering the fabric of reality, utterly dismantling Mew's domain. A pristine, pointed foot with golden hooves emerged from the shattered space, followed by a head. Every individual present gasped in astonishment. Arceus. Arceus gradually stepped out from the fragmented space, surveying the surroundings as it spoke. Everyone disperse. Do not engage in futile conflict. Arceus, why have you appeared here? Do not forget your transgressions. Mew exclaimed loudly. I am still in the process of atonement. Thus, I have come solely to offer counsel, Arceus replied. Someone has gathered one of my tablets and summoned me through it. Therefore, I shall protect him. Upon finishing its sentence, Greninja began to tremble violently, a blue tablet floating forth before merging into Arceus's being. The cross-shaped emblem upon Arceus transformed into a vibrant blue as it stated calmly, I will safeguard him. Who dares to challenge me? Subsequently, an overwhelming aura radiated outward. Every legendary Pokémon bowed their heads, none daring to defy Arceus, including Mew. Chapter 167, The Aftermath and the League's Compromise. How observe the subservient Pokémon, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration as he seethed, we retreat. He turned to leave, only to be obstructed by two Mutwoes. Luo Yangshua interjected, now, this matter concerns us. All League personnel must vacate my breeding facility and return the items they have embezzled. In return, I shall remain silent about your disgraceful conduct, but I will establish my own influence, which the League must acknowledge. Hao replied coldly, do not take advantage of our misfortune. If I were the one to lose, what do you think the League would do to me? Luo Yangshua replied evenly. Thus, 1 week from now, at my estate, we shall formalize an agreement. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning hostile. Hao sneered, can you still summon Arceus? Arceus withdrew the tablet from its body, returning it to Luo Yangshua's hands, and said, young man, I am grateful for your assistance in collecting the tablets. However, as I am still in the process of atonement, I have no use for it right now. It will remain with you for the time being. Luo Yangshua waved the tablet at Hao, whose icy demeanor faltered. Withdraw. Luo Yangshua chuckled, saying, do not forget, I am merely awaiting 1 week. The League and Team Rocket members swiftly retreated, leaving the scene entirely cleared. At that moment, Macaulay approached with Yuan Ji and Huaiwe, stating, Xiao Luo, I will refrain from further comments, but please take care of Ruby and Safia. I will, Luo Yangshua affirmed. Macaulay sighed, glancing at Furong and Bonnie. The League has wronged you, so your return is entirely your choice. I will not press further. Do what you feel is right. Furong and Bonnie nodded in acknowledgement. They understood that having betrayed the League, their future paths would be fraught, yet they harbored no regrets. Macaulay nodded and departed with Yuan Ji and Huaiwe. Once Arceus deemed the matter concluded, it shattered the void and left. At this point, only Luo Yangshua's group, Furong, Bonnie, and a multitude of Pokémon remained. Luo Yangshua and Liliai descended from the head of the rift, rejoining Ruby and the others. Luo Yangshua turned to the 3 leaders and said, you cannot remain in the Hoenn region. The League may resort to underhanded tactics, so if you do not mind, come to Pallet Town. I will establish my power there, and the headquarters will be set up accordingly. The 3 leaders nodded, and as Luo Yangshua and his companions watched, one took to the skies, another burrowed underground, and the last submerged beneath the waves, vanishing from sight. What followed were other matters. Luo Yangshua recalled all his Pokémon and said, Liliai, I entrust the temporary management of the breeding facility to the Ether Foundation. Once I have sufficient personnel, I will resume control. No problem, Liliai replied. At that moment, Ruby interjected, Xiao Luo, I am curious as to why you have not exposed the League's connection to Team Rocket. It is quite simple, Liliai responded. The League holds significant power, and few would believe our claims. Even if others did, they would not dare to expose the truth, as the League's influence is not something they can provoke, even if everyone believed it, or if the League itself disclosed it. How many would be brave enough to support us? Luo Yangshua nodded, exactly. It is because we have Arceus backing us that the League does not dare to move against us. I miscalculated, thinking the 3 leaders could contain the League, only to discover they even had Mew on their side, nearly leading us to disaster. He then turned to Furong and Bonnie, the former Elite 4 members, and asked, Furong, Bonnie, would you be willing to join my faction? At the very least, I will not impose restrictions upon you, and you have seen the potential of our future. It is promising. Furong smiled. Is there a place to stay? I wish to bring my grandparents over. As with the orb gone, their guardianship task has concluded. That can be arranged, Luo Yangshua nodded. Are there any formidable individuals? Bonnie inquired. Indeed. Furthermore, you are aware of the benefits provided by my breeding facility. Employee welfare is quite commendable, Luo Yangshua replied with a smile. I'm in, Bonnie declared. As the group prepared to depart, Ruby and Safia headed to Orange City to challenge the gym while awaiting Luo Yangshua's return, as they had promised to compete together in the colorful conference. Furong went off to retrieve her grandparents, while Bonnie accompanied Luo Yangshuo and the others directly to Pallet Town to resolve the matters at hand. While Luo Yangshuo's affairs were in order, the League was in chaos. The higher-ups were embroiled in fervent discussions, but following Hao's report, although the topics varied widely, the focal point remained consistent. With Arceus as their ultimate weapon, they could not touch Luo Yangshuo. Moreover, they would have to apologize to Luo Yangshuo and return all the items previously embezzled from the breeding facility. In truth, these were merely minor issues, but soon, Luo Yangshuo would establish his own influence, and the League would have to recognize its legitimacy. This situation has become rather awkward, akin to delivering a slap to oneself. After all, establishing a visible faction is undeniably in opposition to the Alliance. Yet, not only is the Alliance unable to suppress this development, but it must also acknowledge its legitimacy, which is quite the face slap. However, the Alliance cannot refute this matter, as they have Arceus backing them. Should things escalate, they might find themselves on the receiving end of a severe beating. Presently, the pressing issue is the shortage of Elite Four members. With 2 vacant positions that must be filled, one of the high-ranking members of the Alliance remarked, "What can be done?" The upcoming Colorful Spirit Conference offers a solution. The top 3 contenders can challenge the Elite Four, and a tie would grant them a position among the elite. That seems unlikely. The competitors are far too weak compared to the Elite Four. Then let's offer a reward. The first-place winner shall receive a legendary Pokémon. This is indeed a feasible plan, as the families of the legendary Pokémon possess numerous members and would not mind parting with 1 or 2. As time progressed, a week swiftly passed. All members of the Alliance vacated the estate of Luo Yangshuo, which was subsequently taken over by the Ether Fund. Simultaneously, representatives sent by the Alliance's upper echelons arrived at Luo Yangshuo's estate to sign the contractual terms. The terms were precisely as Luo Yangshuo had articulated. The Alliance issued an apology, returning a substantial sum of money to him while acknowledging the legitimacy of his faction. However, the Alliance representatives were momentarily stunned upon witnessing the prospect of coexistence and mutual assistance with Luo Yangshuo. They initially presumed he was attempting to curry favor with the Alliance and signed the agreement without hesitation. Yet, when the meteor crisis was unveiled, their faces turned pale. It was evident that Luo Yangshuo intended to use them as a shield, sending them forth to probe the dangers ahead. With the departure of the Alliance representatives, Luo Yangshuo began to reorganize the estate. He meticulously planned the layout of the main hall, member residences, research facilities, and transportation routes, entrusting the engineering tasks to the crew dispatched by Xiao Wei. The Xiao family was quite affluent, and with Luo Yangshuo free from the Alliance's constraints, he forged a close collaboration with Xiao Wei's family, particularly in regards to Pokémon food. With the assistance of Pokémon, the construction progressed at an astonishing pace, completing all structures within a month. It was on this day that Luo Yangshuo's mercenary guild was established. Indeed, the name reflects Luo Yangshuo's peculiar sense of humor. The direction he envisioned for development closely resembled that of mercenaries, albeit with tasks oriented towards Pokémon. Subsequently, Luo Yangshuo disseminated advertisements for personnel planning and recruitment, thereby initiating the first step of his faction's establishment. The day following the opening of the Mercenary Guild, the entrance to Luo Yangshuo's estate was inundated with eager applicants. The reason was straightforward. Luo Yangshuo had specified in the recruitment advertisement that each member of the guild would be provided with 3 exclusive Pokémon, and the breeding facility would be accessible to employees. Those with sufficient task points could enter the breeding facility to select a Pokémon. Instantly, excitement erupted, especially among the impoverished children, who found it exceedingly difficult to obtain their initial Pokémon. In this world, trainers were a rarity, with most individuals serving as support roles for trainers. Even the Alliance did not extend such generosity as to provide 3 exclusive Pokémon to each recruit. Yet, Luo Yangshuo remained unfazed. The 3 Pokémon allocated to members were Gyarados, Heracross, and Cacnea. Gyarados, having evolved from Magikarp, is relatively rare, but Magikarp is abundant. Luo Yangshuo purchased a training machine, allowing several Pokémon to train and swiftly reach level 20, resulting in numerous Magikarp evolving into Gyarados with ease. As for Heracross, it certainly lives up to its title, breeding rapidly in conditions of ample food. Cacnea, on the other hand, was obtained through a clever maneuver from the Alliance. Although Cacnea is somewhat challenging to cultivate, they are not scarce. Considering their metallic diet, Luo Yangshuo would need to earnestly pursue wealth to sustain them. These 3 Pokémon serve as maritime mounts, aerial mounts, and formidable shields, providing remarkable mobility and considerable safety due to the presence of a substantial shield. As for task points, this was an innovative concept devised by Luo Yangshuo. One should not presume that he was at a loss by opening the breeding facility for members. He was aware that high-quality Pokémon might be captured, prompting him to establish a system where task points could be earned through capturing Pokémon for him. Depending on the Pokémon's quality and rarity, those wishing to capture Pokémon from the breeding facility would need to provide the equivalent profit of half a high-quality Pokémon, ensuring that Luo Yangshua would not incur losses, as it was improbable that every individual could secure a high-quality Pokémon. Regarding the breeding facility, Luo Yangshua also redefined the pricing based on Pokémon quality and rarity, elevating the price for the better specimens while reducing it for the inferior ones. For now, no one voiced any objections, allowing Luo Yangshua to proceed without guilt. In terms of recruitment, Luo Yangshua publicly stated that he was only seeking combat personnel, yet he did not impose strict criteria for candidates. Internally, he categorized members into combat personnel, administrative staff, healing team members, Pokémon capture team members, research personnel, equipment developers, spies, and elite team members, promoted from combat personnel. Those deemed ordinary were assigned to the Pokémon capture team, while those with adequate combat prowess were placed in the combat team. Naturally, Luo Yangshua did not overlook talents in other fields. Administrative staff were tasked with assigning missions and managing intelligence facilities, while the healing team supported the combat team with logistics and medical assistance. The spies were of utmost importance, and Luo Yangshua entrusted this responsibility to Huiyan, a remarkably astute woman who had observed the entire process from the shadows and was currently unwaveringly loyal to Luo Yangshua. Luo Yangshua, as the leader of the mercenary guild, regarded Huiyan and Lilia as his secretaries. At least, that was how he perceived it. Both Lilia and Huiyan were exceptionally intelligent, providing substantial assistance in addressing various issues. As the saying goes, let the secretary handle the matters. As for research personnel and equipment developers, Luo Yangshua had no immediate plans and intended to acquire several relevant companies to bring them under his command to aid in research. The primary target was the equipment development company responsible for creating the Slate Collector. Their efficiency was commendable, making it worthwhile for Luo Yangshua to invest heavily in acquiring them. Regarding elite combat personnel, only a few currently met the standards. Luo Yangshua's assessment of the combat team involved sending out Bellisum for evaluation. Although Bellisum had been withdrawn from his main roster, her strength remained evident. Those capable of engaging her for 5 rounds without defeat could join the combat team, while those who fell short would be assigned to the capture team. Candidates exhibiting exceptional performance would advance to elite combat personnel, while those who could defeat Bellisum would be directly promoted to elite status. Presently, Luo Yangshua allocated spots for elite combat personnel to Ruby and her companions, as they were protagonists in the narrative, destined for remarkable growth. Concurrently, he also recruited Jean and Chris, as they had yet to reach their potential and were not favored by the Alliance, making it relatively easy to bring them on board. Among the elite candidates in the combat team, several individuals caught Luo Yangshua's attention. He reviewed their profiles and noted 7 individuals: Shijiana, Zishalu, Lung, Xiaodong, Xiaoxi, Xiaonan, and Xiaobei. Zishalu was a girl from the Meteor people, wandering alone and brought in by Shijiana. She was rumored to be participating in the upcoming Colorful Spirit Conference. Lung was the only boy among the 7, a cheerful lad with squinted eyes. However, when he faced Bellisum, he managed to nearly defeat her, hailing from Golden City. The remaining 4 were quadruplets, currently without a fixed residence. Their personalities were somewhat lackadaisical, yet their strength was commendable, and the 4 sisters exhibited remarkable synergy, which should not be underestimated. After reviewing the information, Luo Yangshua handed the documents to Huiyan, instructing, "Pay close attention to these individuals. If they perform well, promote them directly to the elite combat group. Also, please process these documents. I will return for them tomorrow." Huiyan's forehead twitched with suppressed fury as he declared, "Enough is enough. You shall handle it yourself. As for the salary increase, let the elves choose freely. Ensure everything is settled today." Luo Yangshua waved his hand dismissively. "Understood, boss," Huiyan replied, his face brightening as he walked away with a smile. At that moment, Lilia entered, balancing 2 cups of beverages, and remarked, "You've truly got Huiyan wrapped around your finger." Taking a sip of juice, Luo Yangshua responded, "There's no alternative. I'm the only one who can assist her now." Little did I expect her arch-nemesis to be Xiao Mao's sister. The psychological scars from childhood are not easily overcome. She is merely a pitiable soul. Lilia continued, "Once we conclude our current tasks, we must regroup with Ruby." "Indeed, I am aware," Luo Yangshua said, rubbing his temples. "Managing a faction is quite taxing. While this organization may be loosely structured, I must still maintain control over its overarching direction. Lilia, I sense that my journey is nearing its conclusion. Fear not, I shall accompany you, Lilia said softly. Once the mercenary guild is on solid ground, the major issues will primarily be trivial. The holographic communication devices are also being expedited in production, which will facilitate our communications. What is the status of the point system? Luo Yangshua inquired. As it stands, mid-tier elves are valued at 1 point, varying from 1 to 20 points depending on rarity. High-tier elves are set at 50 points, ranging from 50 to 100 points, while top-tier elves score 100 points, spanning from 100 to 1,000 points. Upon reaching 500 points, one may select elves from the breeding house, with no limitations on qualifications. Lilia elaborated. Most daily tasks involve capturing elves, and we can also issue guild missions for their assistance. While the structure is somewhat loose, we retain control at the core. The combat teams are intensifying their training, with Furong and Bonnie serving as competent instructors. Luo Yangshua nodded approvingly. Although the situation had yet to solidify, he remained optimistic about their prospects. Tapping his fingers on the table, he proposed, let us initially focus on the Magikarp. Although individually weak, their sheer numbers can suppress the majority of elves. Moreover, dispersed throughout the ocean, they form an extensive intelligence network, alleviating our concerns regarding surface assaults. Isn't Gyarados already residing in the waters near Newtown? Should we still be worried? Lilia questioned, perplexed. One must never harbor malicious intentions, yet vigilance is essential, Luo Yangshua replied. The alliance has suffered significantly. They may resort to underhanded tactics. We must ensure they abandon all hope. Once our espionage personnel are adequately trained, they can be deployed strategically. We must remain informed about the alliance's intelligence. Understood. I shall relay this shortly, Lilia said as she gathered the now empty cups. Afterwards, Lilia exited the room, leaving Luo Yangshua in contemplative silence, toying with a pristine white orb in his hand. Chapter 169. The Battle in the Sky. Days later, Luo Yangshua and Lilia arrived in Inu City. Given the prolonged delays caused by guild matters, it was evident that Ruby had proceeded directly to Inu City after obtaining the balance badge from Sophia, as Luo Yangshua had already acquired his own. Rather than wait for Luo Yangshua and Lilia in Orange Flower City, it was more prudent to head to the next gym location. Upon their arrival at the Inu gym, they discovered that the gym leader, Naki, had taken Sophia as her apprentice, intent on providing her with thorough guidance. Luo Yangshua, aware of this development, couldn't he help but comment. Naki and Mikoli share an inexplicable bond. Mikoli has taken Ruby as a disciple, while Naki has chosen Sophia. This will certainly create an interesting dynamic. Lilia chuckled. It's hard to say. After all, Ruby and Sophia maintain a strong relationship, regardless of their affairs. When will our relationship progress further? Luo Yangshua inquired, clasping Lilia's hand. At this moment, you ought to abandon such thoughts, Lilia retorted playfully, casting him a sideways glance. Let us at least wait until we are married. Luo Yangshua gently patted Lilia on the head, saying, I was merely suggesting an engagement. After all, your mother has already consented. I wish to find an opportunity to formalize our union. Instantly, Lilia's face flushed crimson as she replied, perhaps after you become the champion. Very well, this is your promise, Luo Yangshua laughed. Just as the two shared a tender gaze, Ruby emerged with a look of exasperation, rubbing the goosebumps on his arms. You two should save the sweet nothings for later. Naki is already waiting for you. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can head to Water City. I only need one more ribbon badge to participate in the grand festival. Luo Yangshua chuckled, embracing Ruby briefly. How have you been lately? Not too bad. Though I do miss your cooking, Ruby replied with a grin. Following Ruby, Luo Yangshua entered the Inu gym. Upon reaching the battle arena, he observed Sophia commanding her Blaziken as it trained in combat against Naki's Swablu. Luo Yangshua remarked, Blaziken has already evolved. It's quite impressive how quickly it has developed. Indeed, Sophia has been putting in tremendous effort, Ruby confirmed, then called out, Naki, Xiao Luo has arrived. Please engage him in a gym battle. Naki, donned in her flying suit, glanced at Luo Yangshua and stated, so you are Luo Yangshua. Quite remarkable. I've never seen the alliance suffer such a significant defeat before. It's merely a stroke of luck that I encountered a capable ally, Luo Yangshua replied humbly. Naki nodded, summoning her Swablu back. Under normal circumstances, I would simply grant you the gym badge based on your prowess as a trainer. However, we must engage in battle for formality's sake. Thus, this gym match will be a single decisive round. I am also aware that you possess a Swablu. Let us battle with our Swablu against each other. Luo Yangshua affirmed. Very well, let the aerial battle commence. Naki signaled for Sophia to withdraw. positioning herself on one side of the battlefield while Luo Yangshua took his place on the opposite end. As the machinery activated, the platforms beneath them slowly ascended, elevating them into the air. The Inu Gym truly served as an aerial battleground, perfectly suited for flying-type Pokémon. Luo Yangshua sent forth his Swablu, while Naki did the same. However, she produced a pendant from her attire and remarked, "This evolutionary mode is one you discovered, and it has now been propagated. I wonder if you possess any million evolution stones for your Swablu?" As she spoke, her Swablu's fluffy feathers emanated a radiant glow, intertwining with the light from Naki's pendant, resulting in the emergence of a super Swablu on the battlefield. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Luo Yangshua stated, "While I do not possess a million evolution stone, my Swablu will certainly not be outmatched by yours." Steel Wing. With piercing determination, Swablu fixed its gaze upon its evolved counterpart. Hearing Luo Yangshua's command, it vigorously flapped its wings, generating a powerful thrust that propelled it towards its kin. The steel wing struck with such force that the Super Swablu had no time to react, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, fracturing the battlefield beneath it. How could Swablu have grown so powerful in such a short time? Is it cheating? Sophia exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief as she witnessed the fallen Super Swablu. Indeed, Sophia's observation was astute. Luo Yangshua had indeed harnessed an advantage. Having trained his Swablu extensively, it was no longer suited for lower-tier battles. With the activation of his cheat, its effort values were refreshed, elevating its strength to a new echelon. Luo Yangshua looked down at the fallen Super Swablu and commanded, "Hyper Beam. Block it, then use Roar." Naki ordered. Swablu's Hyper Beam was successfully blocked, but the ensuing roar reverberated across the entire battlefield. Due to the Super Swablu's new ability, its fairy aura transformed Roar into a fairy-type move. In an instant, a flurry of soft feathers cascaded down, obscuring the vision of Naki and her companions. Following this, the formidable divine bird of the Qishi Qingniao struck fiercely, sending the newly airborne Super Qishi Qingniao crashing back to the ground. Simultaneously, a freezing beam was unleashed at point-blank range, encasing the Super Qishi Qingniao in a solid block of ice. Naki, resigned, recalled her now-restored Qishi Qingniao and remarked, "Indeed, the disparity is rather significant. I truly wonder how you train your Pokémon. I concede my defeat wholeheartedly." As the platform gradually descended, the two returned to the battlefield, where Naki handed the badge to Luo Yangshua. Taking the badge with a smile, Luo Yangshua expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Naki Gym Leader." Naki waved her hand dismissively and cautioned him, "Little Luo, allow me to offer you a word of advice. With the departure of Furong and Bonnie, a vacancy has arisen in the Elite Four. The winner of this tournament will be rewarded with a Divine Beast, which has led to a surge in participants. The league intends to absorb a considerable number of talents to fill the positions within the Elite Four, and they wish to send you a stern warning as well." Luo Yangshua chuckled, replying, "When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water flows, I shall dam it. I am not so easily dealt with. They will likely impose restrictions on your divine beasts, preventing them from battling," Ruby remarked seriously. "If that is the case, you may find yourself in a fierce battle." Luo Yangshua shook his head, stating, "I do not intend to use divine beasts in this tournament. It is time to test my main team. I hope to encounter some capable individuals who can genuinely step into the realm of divine beasts. Only then will I consider myself to have truly advanced, and the league will find it difficult to contend with me. After all, the rewards for the tasks within the system are quite substantial. As long as I have one Pokemon that enters the Divine Beast realm and defeats another Divine Beast, the subsequent Divine Beast cultivation device will likely enable me to continuously create Divine Beasts." Luo Yangshua was also curious as to why Naki chose to share this information with him, considering she is currently the gym leader and, theoretically, part of the league's forces. He inquired about this, but Naki merely shook her head, offering no clarification. Resigned, Luo Yangshua accepted Naki's goodwill, knowing that this secret would likely remain unresolved for a considerable time. Chapter 170, The League Investigator. After bidding farewell to Naki, Luo Yangshua and his companions prepared to set off for Shueijing City, where a grand tournament would take place, offering the chance to acquire the coveted ribbon badge. Ruby would also have the opportunity to participate in the final grand celebration. Glancing at the electronic map, Luo Yangshua remarked, "Ahead lies a banana orchard, renowned for its delightful desserts and plentiful slacketh. We should stop by and take a look." Desserts? The eyes of the two girls sparkled with excitement. "Really?" Ruby echoed, intrigued. Once the direction was confirmed, the group set forth on their journey. As they walked, Luo Yangshua inquired about the current state of the Fanyuan region. "There hasn't been much change, considering Groudon and Kyogre have just awakened and were swiftly directed to Lele City. Ruby explained, there hasn't been any significant damage. Various areas have merely experienced sudden temperature increases or bouts of heavy rain. The most affected is Lele City, where the gym has been impacted and cannot accept challenges from trainers, leaving many trainers stranded there. That is to be expected, Luo Yangshuo replied. Shaman has fulfilled its duty and has already departed from me. Ruby produced a Pokeball and stated, however, after this, my focus has shifted towards those divine beasts. After all, battles in the future will be difficult to amass strength without divine beasts. The league is offering a divine beast as a reward for the tournament's champion. What do you say? Since you're part of my elite team, would you like me to secure it for you? Luo Yangshuo suggested. Though it would likely be one of the legendary birds. Ruby shook her head. No need. Let's reward the team members who are progressing rapidly instead. I still hope to capture one based on my own strength. Ambitious, but it may prove quite challenging, Luo Yangshuo remarked. Even I find it difficult to capture true divine beasts. Semi-divine ones are not much of a problem. But defeating a tier 3 divine beast without my own is quite a struggle. But I won't give up. When the time comes, may I borrow your Waterstone tablet? I hope Zuzu and Mimi can comprehend their origins swiftly, Ruby said earnestly. Luo Yangshuo nodded. He would not refuse Ruby's ambition, for they were indeed close friends, and he would lend his assistance. After several days of travel, Luo Yangshuo and his companions arrived at the famous Slacketh Banana Paradise. It appeared to be thriving, and upon entering, they indeed found numerous Slacketh and banana trees. Observing the long queue at the dessert shop, Luo Yangshuo shrugged and said, Ruby, you go ahead and queue. I need to meet someone. Oh, understood, Ruby nodded, having inferred his intent. The two girls found a vacant table to sit and await their desserts. Luo Yangshuo wandered around, eventually locating an individual seated at a table adorned with a blue badge on his chest. Approaching him, he asked, Hello, may I join you? Feel free. You must be Luo Yangshuo. I am the league investigator, Yin Gang. The man, referred to as Huagong, replied while extending his right hand for a handshake. Luo Yangshuo reciprocated, and a chip was transferred from Huagong's hand to Luo Yangshuo's. He casually placed the chip in his pocket and then inquired, I am quite curious as to why you are here. One cannot help but strive for advancement, Yin Gang replied. Indeed, it's a tough job. We only get a break every 3 months, and it can be quite exhausting. After finishing his dessert, Yin Gang quickly departed from the banana paradise. Luo Yangshuo smirked. Not bad. He returned to Lily and the others, retrieved the chip, and took out a notebook from his backpack to store it. Upon opening the data within the chip, he found that most of it pertained to the current state of the league, along with some future arrangements. Lily leaned over to take a glance and asked, What is the credibility of this information? Uncertain. I would estimate it at 50%. We cannot rule out the possibility of double agents. So it is best not to rely on those who have switched sides for now. It is safer to trust our own, Luo Yangshuo replied. Is there anything particularly significant? Lily inquired. Only this. The plasma team is preparing to research an ancient fossil Pokemon and modify it, Luo Yangshuo stated. This matter does indeed hold some weight, but it is not of great concern to us. From the overall information, the league's primary target is Team Rocket, followed by Team Plasma, especially since N aims to overthrow the league. Lily chuckled. Then after N's failure, shall we recruit Team Plasma? When that time comes, N will be the leader of my elite battle group. What reason would Team Plasma have to refuse a chance at redemption? Moreover, I have long coveted the researchers of Team Plasma, Luo Yangshuo replied. Next, we must incorporate Zekrom and Reshiram into our organization. As for Kyurem, little Luo, can you handle it? Lily asked. Luo Yangshuo closed his notebook and tucked it back into his backpack, saying, I don't have confidence at the moment, but it should be frozen by now. I hope those individuals from Team Plasma do not awaken it too soon. Otherwise, even Zekrom would stand no chance against it. Lily nodded. True, given the elemental advantages of the 3 dragons, Kyurem holds a definitive edge. Yet, I am quite curious about that ancient fossil Pokemon. You mentioned they are formidable. Just how formidable are they? Divine beasts, capable of mass production. Once we recruit Team Plasma, we should aim for one for each member of the elite team, Luo Yangshuo replied. One for each member, Ruby exclaimed, carrying a large platter of banana desserts as she approached. Did you say it is a type of divine beast that can be mass-produced? Sophia immediately picked up a plate of banana cake, indulging in it while exclaiming, It seems akin to a fossil spirit. Once little Luo has incorporated the plasma team, he will undoubtedly urge extensive research in this area, aiming to mass-produce that divine beast, thus providing each member of the elite squad with one. Oh, that sounds splendid. This way, I too could possess a divine beast and try my hand at battling them, Ruby remarked, lifting a cup of banana ice cream. having weathered many storms. Ruby now spoke of divine beasts with remarkable composure. After all, no matter how formidable a divine beast may be, could it truly rival the creator deity Arceus? Luo Yangshua took a bite of dessert, noting, it's not overly sweet. The sweetness is just right, avoiding any cloying sensation. No wonder the business is thriving. He then added, though it is a divine beast, I wonder if it has mastered its essence. Without that mastery, it merely qualifies as a high-level spirit. However, the opportunity to comprehend its essence might be somewhat greater. The four of them began a discussion surrounding the essence of divine beasts, recognizing that touching upon such lofty concepts indeed aided their growth. After all, understanding one's own limitations is essential for rapid personal development. Chapter 171. A challenge from Ahi. A week later, Luo Yangshua and his companions arrived in Shuijing City. However, as they were restoring their spirits at the Pokemon Center, an unexpected visitor approached Luo Yangshua. The newcomer was a man bearing several scars on his face, which lent him a somewhat fierce appearance. He approached Luo Yangshua and said, "You must be Luo Yangshua. Greetings, I am Fuji Kanzuya, but you may call me Ahi." Luo Yangshua, puzzled, responded, "Do we know each other?" "Knowing you is sufficient," Ahi replied. "I've heard tales of your strength, and thus, I wish to challenge you. A 6-on-6 battle." "No, you are too weak." Luo Yangshua dismissed Ahi's provocation, retrieving his Ultra Ball from Nurse Joy. Ahi, undeterred, asserted, "Weakness is not determined by mere words. One must fight to know. Or are you afraid?" Luo Yangshua paused, stating, "Are you certain you wish to battle me? With your strength, it would merely be self-inflicted suffering. Perhaps I can surmise that, but how can one know without a fight?" Ahi countered, producing a Pokeball. Luo Yangshua nodded. "Follow me. There is a battle arena behind the Pokemon Center. We shall fight there. But let me clarify, I have matters to attend to, and I will not hold back." "That is exactly what I desire," Ahi replied eagerly. Subsequently, Luo Yangshua and Ahi arrived at the battle arena of the Pokemon Center. Only the two of them were present, as Ruby had already gone to participate in the Grand Festival, prompting Luo Yangshua to hasten the battle. Once in position on the battlefield, Luo Yangshua sent forth his Charizard, declaring, "I shall use Charizard. Feel free to choose your Pokemon." "Heh, I see you underestimate me," Ahi retorted. "Lapras, I entrust you." A Lapras appeared on the field, immediately enveloping the arena in an icy chill, transforming it into a frozen battleground. Luo Yangshua frowned, remarking, "That's Sister Kona's signature skill." "Indeed. This move is one I learned from Kona," Ahi explained. "After all, I aspire to surpass my mentor. Stagnation is not in my nature. I am aware of your match against Kona, where you achieved a stalemate with her Articuno, and that is precisely why I am here to challenge you." Luo Yangshua chuckled. "If your strength is limited to this, then I must apologize. I shall finish you in 3 minutes. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower." Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames towards Lapras, which countered with a water gun. However, the water attack proved no match for the Flamethrower, which overpowered it and struck Lapras forcefully, sending it flying and rendering it unable to continue fighting. Luo Yangshua smirked. "My Charizard has grasped the essence of combustion. Everything can be burned. While it cannot fully wield this elemental power yet, its flames already exhibit such characteristics, significantly enhancing their potency, coupled with continuous enhancement from secret herbs. One could assert that Charizard's fire is unrivaled among non-divine beasts." Ahi recalled Lapras and sent forth a Tyranitar. The recent Flamethrower not only defeated Lapras, but also melted the icy terrain. As Tyranitar stepped onto the arena, it immediately felt displeased at stepping into water. Its Sandstream ability activated, summoning a sandstorm that swiftly absorbed the moisture. Charizard felt the sting of the sandstorm, which irritated it, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it expelled a scorching wind that cleared the swirling sand while flames ignited on its claws. With a powerful surge, Charizard became a streak of light, charging at Tyranitar. Tyranitar, with a heavy stomp, summoned countless spikes from the ground aimed at Charizard. Charizard swung its fiery claws, shattering Tyranitar's spikes. Yet, Tyranitar was not so naive as to believe its spiked attack would land on Charizard. Tyranitar focused its strength, its fist of strength colliding with Charizard's fiery claws. Tyranitar's immense power was unleashed, sending Charizard reeling while it itself took several steps back. However, flames ignited on Tyranitar's arms, indicating that it had sustained burns. "Finish it with Flamethrower," Luo Yangshua commanded. "Hyper Beam," Ahi shouted. But how much power could a burned Tyranitar muster? The Flamethrower overpowered the Hyper Beam, striking Tyranitar directly and rendering it unable to continue the fight. Luo Yangshua looked at Ahi, who was recalling Tyranitar. "Shall we continue? The gap in our strengths is vast. far beyond what you can presently overcome. Still, how can one know without trying? He sent forth a Dragonite, declaring, "Even in defeat, I wish to understand my limits clearly. Fleeing mid-battle is not my style. Dragonite, use Draco Meteor." Dragonite unleashed a torrent of dragon energy that exploded in the sky, showering the battlefield with numerous meteor-like energy attacks directed at Charizard. "Explosive flames," Luo Yangshua commanded. Charizard ignited with flames and slammed down onto the ground, sending a wave of fire surging towards Dragonite, simultaneously incinerating all the meteor energy blasts. Dragonite, sensing the imminent danger, attempted to flee, but the explosive flames struck true, sending it flying. Thanks to the dragon type's excellent fire resistance, it managed to endure the attack, albeit nearing its limits. "Final Flame Claw," Luo Yangshua declared. Charizard's claws ignited with flames, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it struck down Dragonite, who was now too fatigued to escape, leaving it unable to continue the battle. Next, he sent forth his own Charizard, Lucario, and Boscodora, but compared to Luo Yangshua's Charizard, they were far too weak. Without the comprehension of essence, these spirits stood no chance against Charizard. Luo Yangshua approached Ahi, stating, "Your strength is commendable. Keep striving." He then inquired, "What do you say? Would you like to join my mercenary guild?" Ahi looked at Luo Yangshua and replied, "My master is the origin. Thus I will not join your guild. Luo Yangshua, I may not be your match now, but that does not mean I won't be in the future. I will undergo rigorous training and ascend to the champion's throne. When that time comes, I will challenge you once more." With that, Ahi turned and walked away without a backward glance. Luo Yangshua observed his retreating figure, chuckling. So he is a disciple of the origin. His character is quite admirable. Full of ambition. It's a pity I cannot recruit him into the guild. He would have made a formidable addition. Glancing at the time, Luo Yangshua noted that his battle with Ahi had taken 10 minutes, significantly exceeding his initial expectations. Nevertheless, having encountered a worthy opponent was indeed worthwhile. Next, he decided to support Ruby. "I should hurry to cheer for Ruby," Luo Yangshua mused, recalling Charizard and swiftly making his way toward the venue of the Grand Festival. Chapter 173. The Treasure of the Pearl Shell Collective. Luo Yangshu released his Milotic while simultaneously activating his treasure-seeking device. The treasure-seeking device immediately manifested a multitude of luminous points, suggesting that this maritime expanse indeed harbored an abundance of treasures, as Lin Feng had asserted. However, the true nature of the treasures he referred to remained a mystery. Luo Yangshua lingered underwater for a while before Ruby and the others began to descend as well. He gestured towards himself and Lily, and Ruby nodded, dispatching the giant swamp monster to guide him and Shafia to the left, while Minas led Luo Yangshua and Lily to the right. Lin Feng, perched upon Latios, surveyed the surroundings and, after a moment of contemplation, decided to follow Luo Yangshua and the others. Minas glided swiftly through the water, and through their shared bond, they soon arrived at the first treasure site. Nestled among a cluster of rocks, Luo Yangshua examined the treasure-seeking device and confirmed that this was indeed the location. However, they were confronted by a swarm of pufferfish, likely the inhabitants of this territory. Minas approached to negotiate, and the pufferfish, surprisingly reasonable, soon presented a somewhat damaged pokeball. Luo Yangshua accepted the ball with a bemused expression, discovering it to be empty, a mere broken shell. Although slightly exasperated, he recognized the pufferfish's good intentions and left behind a few energy cubes as a token of gratitude. Lily smiled and pointed to a sparkling light, prompting Luo Yangshua to nod and signal Minas to swim towards it. Lin Feng followed closely, his eyes filled with yearning as he gazed at the treasure-seeking device in Luo Yangshua's hand. Luo Yangshua smiled and gestured to him, indicating that he would gift him one if he desired. Lin Feng, overwhelmed with joy, thumped his chest, vowing to perform admirably. Upon reaching the next treasure site, they found nothing conspicuous. Recalling past experiences, Luo Yangshua swam over and began to sift through the seabed sediment. Before long, he unearthed a bell, which he rinsed in the seawater, revealing it to be a soothing bell. Luo Yangshua sighed, acknowledging that Lily's fortune surpassed his own. He handed the soothing bell to Lily, and they continued their exploration of the seabed, determined to retrieve all the treasures while searching for the elusive gem of the deep sea. After numerous searches, they had collected a variety of miscellaneous items, yet the object Luo Yangshua envisioned remained elusive. It was not until half an hour later, as they traversed a region with gentle currents, that Luo Yangshua spotted it amidst a congregation of pearl oysters. Just as he had surmised, it was indeed the item he sought. A glimmer caught his eye on a rock, which appeared to have been shattered, revealing numerous cracks and pits. This exposure allowed the item within to glisten faintly under the sun's rays. However, the presence of the pearl oysters posed a significant challenge. With their pink bodies surrounded by protective blue appendages, these seemingly adorable creatures were carnivorous, using their two shells to firmly grip their prey until it ceased moving. Their evolved forms, both the hunterfish and the cherry blossom fish, were also predatory Pokémon, not to be trifled with. While Luo Yangshua might not fear them on land, the sheer number of pearl oysters beneath the waves posed a lethal threat. Luo Yangshua turned to Minas, who nodded in agreement. Employing hypnosis, Minas sent ripples through the water, lulling the pearl oysters in that rocky area into a trance. Following this, Minas prepared to strike the rock with Iron Tail to dislodge the item. However, before Minas could make contact, two figures shot forth from the sand, one blue and one red. The blue figure bit down on Minas's tail, while the red one spiraled in to strike Minas, causing him to cry out in pain. Yet, Latios was still present, and a beam of purifying light repelled the assailants. Luo Yangshua squinted at the two Pokémon, puzzled as to why they were here. The pair were indeed the two evolved forms of the pearl oyster, hunterfish and cherry blossom fish. Luo Yangshua recalled that Mei had once captured a cherry blossom fish, and he was taken aback to find them launching a surprise attack. However, he was also perplexed. These Pokémon typically dwelled in the depths of the ocean, where light could not penetrate. How had they ended up in this relatively shallow area? The two Pokémon wasted no time and unleashed a whirlpool attack, forming a massive vortex in front of Luo Yangshua and his companions, its powerful suction threatening to engulf them. But Luo Yangshua would not remain passive. Minas unleashed a water gun at the whirlpool, hoping to shatter it, while Latios fired a meteor shower into the vortex, successfully detonating it. Although reluctant to disturb their habitat, Luo Yangshua was not one to shy away from battle once it had commenced. Yet, the next moment, his expression twitched. The pearl oysters had been roused and were now launching their own whirlpools. As the colossal vortex began to form, Luo Yangshua promptly conceded defeat. He instructed Minas to swiftly retrieve the rock and make their escape. After all, the scale of this swirling maelstrom was not something to be trifled with. Latios, undeterred, released two more meteor showers, but against such a formidable vortex, not even a splash was generated. The pearl oysters, harnessing the ocean's might, combined their whirlpool attacks, creating a phenomenon that felt almost primordial. With Lin Feng's Latios still in its juvenile stage, the wisest course of action was to flee. Minas and Latios exerted all their strength, seizing the opportunity while the whirlpool's pull was not yet overwhelming, making a hasty retreat before it became impossible. Once they escaped that treacherous sea zone, Luo Yangshua promptly summoned the Chishi Bluebird and the Metagross, while Lin Feng urged Latios to ascend above the water's surface. When Luo Yangshua and the others glanced back at the immense whirlpool, a shiver ran down their spines. Had they been caught in its grasp, disaster would surely have followed. Lily, perched atop the Chishi Bluebird, inquired, "Xiao Luo, what exactly is that object? Is it truly worth the risk you took?" Luo Yangshua handed the rock to Metagross, whose claws effortlessly stripped away its outer layer, revealing a smooth pearl within. Bubbles adorned the pearl, forming a heart shape, rather exquisite to behold. Holding the pearl up to the sunlight, Luo Yangshua remarked, "This is the water drop of the heart, an artifact capable of summoning either Latios or Latias. As for what you mentioned, Lin Feng, about needing another divine beast to cooperate, I presume it refers to your Latios, given the inherent connection between them. Through the water drop of the heart, they can be summoned." Chapter 172, The Treasure of the Deep Sea. When Luo Yangshua arrived at the grand contest, the first round had already concluded, with Ruby undoubtedly advancing to the next stage. By the time the second round commenced, it was essentially Ruby's domain, as most coordinators prioritized elegance over battle proficiency, leaving them somewhat lacking in combat skills. However, Ruby was a paragon of battle prowess. Coupled with an acute understanding of the grand contest, aside from Micoli, few could rival him. Moreover, Ruby's performances had garnered considerable attention, with whispers circulating that he might be the next generation's Micoli. Luo Yangshua found this assertion to be quite valid, considering Micoli was Ruby's mentor, and Ruby's style had increasingly mirrored Micoli's. It was hardly surprising for people to draw such comparisons, especially since Ruby had witnessed numerous high-level battles, potentially surpassing Micoli in practical combat theory. As the competition progressed, Ruby undoubtedly clinched the championship title, and her once ugly Magikarp finally evolved into a magnificent Gyarados. However, during the match, Ruby summoned an additional Pokémon, a Swablu. After inquiring with Sophia, it was revealed that this Swablu was captured by Ruby at the Weather Research Institute. Once the competition concluded, Luo Yangshua and his companions rented a yacht, preparing to set sail for Green Ridge City. After all, Ruby had successfully collected 5 ribbon badges, granting her the ticket to participate in the grand celebration. In contrast, Luo Yangshua and Sophia still needed 2 badges to attend the colorful conference. Though Luo Yangshua could directly enter with his single league certified badge, he found that rather uninteresting. The thrill lay in the journey of badge collection itself, did it not? As he navigated the yacht leisurely toward Green Ridge City, Ruby and her friends had already changed into their swimsuits and were basking in the sun on the deck. After covering some distance, Luo Yangshua decisively handed over the helm to the crew, taking out sunscreen to apply on Lily. After all, with newfound wealth, who would want to be the driver? Enjoying life was what truly mattered. As Luo Yangshua finished applying sunscreen to Lily and prepared to lie down for a rest, a sudden crash echoed as the yacht appeared to have collided with something. Luo Yangshua's heart raced. Please, let it not be a reef. They had already drifted far from Waterstill City. It would be quite embarrassing to ask a water-type Pokemon to swim them back. He hurried to the front of the yacht to check for any signs of grounding, but as he leaned over, a blue figure surged toward him, revealing a Pokemon carrying a boy, the latter sporting a conspicuous bump on his head. With a grimace, he exclaimed, "Where did this yacht come from? You almost killed my grandpa." Luo Yangshua's expression darkened as he retorted, "I could ask you the same question. Where did you spring from? Do you have a death wish? Oh ho, you're quite bold, aren't you? How about you try my ultimate move?" The boy challenged. "Allow me," Ruby interjected, commanding, "Nana, roar." With a fierce growl from Ruby's Mitana, the Pokemon beneath the boy instantly retreated back into its Pokeball. The boy tumbled off, his head bumped striking the deck with a thud, causing yet another bump to form atop it. Well, isn't that a curious sight? I thought such things only happened in cartoons. Yet here we are in reality, Luo Yangshu mused, observing the boy's 2 bumps in amazement. Damn it, I may be killed, but I want to be humiliated. I'll fight you. The boy shouted, Latios, cleanse the light. The Pokemon accompanying the boy re-emerged, but before it could unleash its attack, Luo Yangshua's Charizard swiftly seized its mouth, preventing it from executing any moves. Luo Yangshua took a moment to scrutinize the Latios. It resembled a bird-like dragon-type Pokemon, boasting a streamlined body. Its lower half was blue, adorned with jet-like wings and fin-like feet, while a red triangular pattern graced its chest. The blue and white forelimbs could retract into its body, the upper half being white, with triangular ears atop its head and a pentagonal pattern on its face. "You are quite fortunate to have captured a young Latios," Luo Yangshua remarked, stroking his chin. "Release Latios, Darkrai, defeat them." The boy commanded, summoning a Darkrai, which unleashed a dark void towards Luo Yangshua and his companions. In response, Luo Yangshua dispatched his own Darkrai, creating a countering dark void that neutralized the attack. 2 legendary Pokemon, huh? Talk about luck, Ruby remarked enviously. Luo Yangshua's Darkrai swiftly overcame the boys, prompting him to acknowledge his defeat as he sat helplessly on the deck. "Do as you will," he resigned. "Why would I kill you? That seems unnecessary," Luo Yangshua waved dismissively, instructing Charizard to release the boy. "How about joining my organization? The benefits are quite appealing." "Your organization? Who are you?" The boy scoffed. "I am Luo Yangshua, currently the leader of the Mercenary Guild. What do you say? Care to join?" Luo Yangshua proposed. The boy pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "You're the one recognized by the League recently. How splendid. I've been wanting to join, but I've been preoccupied searching for treasures of the deep sea. My name is Lin Feng, a resident of Green Ridge City. I've heard that your Mercenary Guild offers a great deal of freedom and excellent benefits." Luo Yangshua nodded. "Welcome aboard. You can handle your paperwork in Pallet Town. Consider yourself specially recruited." Seeing Lin Feng's excitement, Sophia became intrigued about the deep sea treasure, asking, "What exactly is this treasure of the deep sea?" "I'm not sure, but it's said to be related to legendary Pokemon," Lin Feng replied. "I've heard it from the older generations. They say there's a treasure in this sea area closely tied to the legendary Pokemon, which can summon them, but no one knows what it truly is." "Summoning legendary Pokemon. That sounds intriguing. We should investigate further," Luo Yangshua suggested, signaling the crew to halt the yacht in preparation for diving. Ruby, too, expressed curiosity, asking, "Is there any indication of which legendary Pokemon we're summoning?" Lin Feng shook his head. "No, but it's said that to summon a legendary, another legendary's assistance is required." Lily remarked dryly, "How did we end up discussing another legendary Pokemon?" Luo Yangshua rummaged through his backpack, producing several underwater breathing apparatuses and tossing them to Ruby and the others. "This should suffice. I can venture a guess as to what it is. Ruby, let us activate the treasure detector and see if it provides any guidance." Ruby nodded, retrieving the treasure detector from her pack and activating it. There are numerous light points here, at least dozens. Are there truly that many treasures? Indeed, there are many. In ancient times, this area was rife with shipwrecks, Lin Feng affirmed. Then let us search for them one by one, Luo Yangshua decided. Subsequently, they donned their diving gear and plunged into the sea. Ruby and her friends, left with no choice, also donned their diving gear and followed suit. Upon returning to the yacht, Luo Yangshua and his companions discovered that Ruby and her friends had already returned. Sophia glanced at them, inquiring, "So, did you find the treasure? And what exactly is it?" "We found it. It's the Heart S water drop, capable of summoning either Latios or Latias," Luo Yangshua explained, casually handing the Heart S water drop to Ruby. Ruby accepted the Heart S water drop, puzzled. "Luo, don't you want it?" Luo Yangshua shook his head. "I don't particularly need it. I already have enough strong Pokemon. Unless it's an exceptionally rare or impressive one, my attention isn't easily captured. Besides, you'll be one of my elite members moving forward. It would be quite embarrassing to claim my elite team lacks a couple of legendary Pokemon." Sophia perked up, eagerly asking, "What about mine? I want a legendary too." Luo Yangshua shot her a glance. "Let us talk about that once you've grown stronger. If I gave you a legendary now, you wouldn't be able to wield it." Hearing this, Lin Feng puffed out his chest. "Did you see? Even though our legendary is just a juvenile, at least I have a legendary by my side." Seeing Sophia slightly disheartened, Ruby encouraged her with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Lily chimed in with a smile. If Luo is correct, once Ruby captures Latios or Latias, she could summon another one using the Heart S water drop. Luo Yangshua shook his head. "That is not possible. The Heart S water drop is akin to Arceus S plates. It is a specialized item. Once a Pokemon is summoned, it becomes integrated into its body. However, there are plenty of legendary Pokemon out there. We needn't worry too much about specifics. Moreover, nurturing one's own Pokemon to evolve into legendary beasts surely brings a greater sense of fulfillment, does it not?" Sophia nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to elaborate further. In truth, he had not disclosed to Ruby and Sophia that he had already devised a plan to access the Ultra Depths through Solgaleo once the guild had grown in strength. Given that the domains of the Devourer King and Phycocus aligned with those in the game, once he possessed the capability to capture legendary Pokemon, why not explore those realms for the possibility of additional mythical creatures? As he removed his diving gear, Luo Yangshua informed the crew to continue their voyage. Lin Feng also chose to stay, as a means of catching a favorable wind back to Greenridge City, a decision that Luo Yangshua did not contest. Considering Lin Feng would also join the mercenary guild thereafter, he even presented a treasure-seeking device to Lin Feng as a reward for his assistance in obtaining the clue to the Heart's water drop. After 2 weeks of navigating the ocean, the ship finally arrived at the port of Greenridge City. Lin Feng and Luo Yangshua bid farewell to one another, preparing to tidy up before heading to report in Vermilion Town. Rather than hastily challenging the gym, Luo Yangshua and his companions made their way to the cosmic center of Greenridge City. There, they encountered Dr. Solence, the esteemed researcher of meteorites from the Hoenn region. Due to Dr. Solence's profound expertise in meteorite studies, the League had invited him to address the issue concerning a particular meteorite. Upon meeting Luo Yangshua and his companions, Dr. Solence remarked, "Greetings. I have long heard of your illustrious name, Luo Yangshua, yet I am surprised to find you so young. Your timing is impeccable. Just a few days ago, an unmanned rocket laden with explosives was launched towards that meteorite, and we can now observe it on the monitor." Luo Yangshua and his companions regarded Dr. Solence with incredulity, and Lily could not help but interject, "Dr. Solence, on what grounds do you believe that mere explosives can annihilate that meteorite? It is but a fragment of rock. Even if it harbors a cosmic Pokemon, it poses no significant threat. The explosives should suffice to obliterate most of the meteorite, and the remnants can be managed depending on the explosion's intensity, allowing us ample research materials upon its descent," Dr. Solence earnestly asserted. Luo Yangshua facepalmed, feeling exasperated with such a misguided researcher. Ruby shook his head in disbelief, stating, "You are woefully ignorant of the power of legendary Pokemon. How could the League assign such a person to oversee this matter? It's sheer folly." Dr. Solence, incensed, felt somewhat inflated by his prominent position within the League, believing his talents were truly valued. Thus, he proposed using explosives to reduce the meteorite size to a manageable volume, ensuring that its descent would not cause substantial damage while providing ample material for research, a double-edged sword. His proposal was met with approval from all the researchers, and so a group of oblivious scholars sent the rocket, laden with explosives, into the sky. "Doctor, come quickly. The Pokemon has appeared," shouted a researcher, drawing their attention to the large central screen. Before them, they saw Deoxys manifest before the rocket's tip, its four arms converging at its chest, a sphere of psychic energy coalescing into form, which it then launched directly at the rocket. A tremendous explosion ensued, conjuring a mushroom cloud, and the rocket was instantaneously obliterated, causing the camera to tremble violently. In the aftermath, Deoxys appeared battered and tattered, covered in wounds, yet it swiftly regenerated. It gazed toward the camera, and with a sweep of its orange-red arm, unleashed an energy blade that shot straight at the screen. The image abruptly froze, succumbing to static. Dr. Solence collapsed to the ground, murmuring, "It's over. This planet is doomed." Luoyang Shuo could only shake his head, thinking, what a narrow-minded perspective. A seemingly weakened Deoxys has instilled such fear in you. Disappointment washed over him as he regarded the researchers, expecting them to be formidable individuals, only to find them to be inept, lacking any understanding of Pokémon. However, this venture was not entirely in vain. He had laid eyes upon Deoxys. From the footage, Luoyang Shuo discerned that this Deoxys was indeed at the end of its rope, presenting no real threat. He surmised that with the aid of Rayquaza, it could be swiftly dealt with. The pressing concern now was how to consume the meteorite itself. After all, the vacuum of space rendered it inhospitable for typical Pokémon. Luoyang Shuo contemplated utilizing Mutwo and its psychic abilities to create a shield, encapsulating a portion of the meteorite and ensuring sufficient oxygen for their foray into space. Thus, they would gradually allow Rayquaza and Cacturne to devour the meteorite while systematically dismantling its structure to reduce its mass. Yet, unbeknownst to Luoyang Shuo, although Deoxys appeared weakened, it was gradually harmonizing with its true essence, subtle traces of its domain beginning to manifest. This rocket launch, in essence, could be seen as a boon for Deoxys, while simultaneously causing Luoyang Shuo to forfeit the opportunity to easily capture it. When the overly confident Luoyang Shuo entered space with only Rayquaza, he would find himself embroiled in a fierce battle for survival. Chapter 175, The Double Battle. As Luoyang Shuo and his companions departed the Cosmic Center, he let out a long breath, stating, though they were a bunch of incompetent allies, I have at least gleaned the essence of the situation. This Deoxys is not overly formidable. Once the tournament concludes, I shall take Rayquaza into space to resolve the matter. As for the meteorite issue, Lilii, how is the collection of Pokémon targeting it progressing within the guild? Lilii retrieved a notebook from her backpack, glancing through it before responding. It's going quite well. We have nearly 1,000 Pokémon gathered, which should suffice. However, I am somewhat concerned whether Rayquaza, in both its forms, can absorb all the energy from the meteorite. Ruby waved his hand dismissively, saying, rest assured, those Cacturne possess robust jaws, and their evolved forms, Cacturne and Cacturne's Mega Evolution, boast even greater strength. Coupled with other Pokémon assisting in dismantling the meteorite structure, it should pose no significant challenge. Nonetheless, the issue of how Pokémon can survive in space is a considerable dilemma, Shafia remarked. Indeed, thus our forthcoming objective is to capture as many Psychic-type Pokémon as possible, regardless of variety, but they must possess strong psychic abilities to sustain the protective shield. Additionally, we should request a substantial supply of oxygen from the League. We cannot be expected to resolve everything ourselves. Let them contribute financially and in resources, Luoyang Shuo asserted. Lilii nodded, making some amendments in her notebook, and then declared, the guild's mission has been dispatched. Now, it is time for you and Shafia to engage in your gym battle. Though Nan and Foam may be younger, their synergy is formidable. Shafia, without hesitation, patted Luoyang Shuo on the shoulder, stating, for this double battle, I shall leave it in your capable hands. I will merely cheer from the sidelines. Luoyang Shuo replied with resignation, if you act in such a manner, do you not fear that they might withhold your badge? The Greenridge Gym specifically tests for teamwork. Without cooperative combat, they have every right to deny you the badge. Oh, Shafia replied, her spirit dampened. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Greenridge Gym. Upon entering, they were greeted by a futuristic spectacle, with various planetary orbs floating in mid-air, mimicking the cosmos. Nan and Foam were engaged in specialized training with their Solrock and Lunatone, and upon noticing Luoyang Shuo and his party, Nan exclaimed with enthusiasm, fantastic. We have challengers. We are Nan and Foam, the gym leaders of Greenridge. Do not underestimate us due to our youth. We are formidable opponents. Foam added, if you wish to earn a badge. Nan interjected, you must defeat us? Foam concluded, this battle will be a double battle. Foam, you must dispatch 2 Pokémon to battle me. Nan, we shall employ Solrock and Lunatone. Foam, send forth your Pokémon. We are confident of victory. Observing the seamless cooperation between the two, Luo Yangshuo remarked, I am Luo from Shinno Town, and she is Sophia from Weibai Town. This time, our challengers are 2 in number, so let us engage in a double battle. If you lose, you shall surrender your badges to both of us. What say you? Nan agreed. Therefore, you may send out your Pokemon first. Feng, regardless of the outcome, we shall not be defeated. Luo Yangshuo cast a glance at Sophia, who nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Sophia summoned Blaziken, while Luo Yangshuo called forth Bagon. Nan, Lunatone, use Hypnosis. Feng, Solrock, use Trick Room. The Trick Room enveloped the entire battlefield, abruptly shattering Sophia's intention to initiate a swift assault with Blaziken. Lunatone then concentrated its psychic powers, unleashing a barrage of hypnotic rays towards both Blaziken and Bagon. Luo Yangshuo chuckled. Finally, for once, the Trick Room does not hinder him. Bagon, utilize Water Gun to interrupt Lunatone's hypnosis, commanded Luo Yangshuo. In the Trick Room, Bagon felt an enhancement in its speed, far exceeding its usual pace. It opened its mouth wide, unleashing a massive water gun that struck Lunatone, sending it hurtling against a floating celestial body. Nan, this is not good. I forgot Bagon's speed had diminished. Feng, we shall alter our strategy. Solrock, use Psychic. Solrock immediately employed Psychic to push Bagon back, while Blaziken retaliated with a burst of flames directed at Lunatone. However, Lunatone had already regained its composure, countering with Psychic to deflect the fiery assault. Seizing the opportunity, Solrock unleashed another Psychic, forcing Blaziken to retreat. Blaziken stepped back, glancing at Bagon, who nodded in agreement. Blaziken then launched a kick towards Bagon, who sprang up and landed atop Blaziken's leg. Blaziken executed a powerful kick, propelling Bagon into the air. Bagon erupted in a pale azure dragon-type energy, transforming mid-flight into a fearsome dragon. The dragon god dove down, crashing into Lunatone with such force that it left no room for a counter. Although Blaziken had been pushed back repeatedly by Solrock's Psychic, its synergy with Bagon successfully incapacitated Lunatone. Yet, Lunatone was not yet defeated, struggling to rise. Nan, this is not good. We must protect Lunatone. Feng, Solrock, safeguard Lunatone. Control Bagon with Psychic. Too late, the final water gun is coming, declared Luo Yangshuo. Solrock swiftly used Psychic to restrain Bagon, but Bagon managed to unleash a water gun that struck Lunatone. Nan, self-destruct. Lunatone, showing resolve, detonated itself at the moment before losing consciousness. Bagon could not evade and bore the full brunt of the explosion, while Blaziken seized the chance to deliver a sky uppercut, sending Solrock soaring. As the dust settled, Bagon stood beside Lunatone, panting heavily, its hard head crest now bearing cracks, yet it had successfully withstood the explosion. Bagon howled defiantly, a radiant glow enveloping it. When the light faded, a more robust Shelgon emerged onto the battlefield. Nan, resigned, recalled Lunatone, leaving only Solrock to face Shelgon and Blaziken. At that moment, the Trick Room dissipated, and Sophia immediately commanded, Blaziken, charge up for a flare blitz. Blaziken transformed into a fireball, dashing towards Solrock at great speed. Feng, realizing the predicament, ordered Solrock to ascend and evade Blaziken's flare blitz, while simultaneously commanding it to use Rock Slide against Shelgon, hoping to subdue it and continue the fight. However, Sophia would not allow such a strategy to succeed. Blaziken swiftly returned to defense, executing rapid aerial kicks that obliterated the rocks aimed at Shelgon. Seizing the moment, Shelgon unleashed a water gun that struck Solrock, inflicting significant damage and depleting its remaining health. Upon witnessing Solrock fall, Luo Yangshuo extended his hand to Sophia, and the two celebrated their triumph over Nan and Feng, claiming their 7th badge. Feng, with a hint of resignation, recalled Solrock and said, We have lost. Nan, as per our agreement, we shall hand over the badges to you. Feng, if there is a next time, Nan, we shall not be defeated. With that, they produced a badge each, presenting them to Luo Yangshuo and Sophia. Luo Yangshuo accepted the badge, grinning. Only one badge remains, that of Lioli City. Chapter 176, A Chance Encounter with Ursaring and News of Jirachi. After defeating the Green Ridge Gym, Luo Yangshuo and his companions conferred and decided to fly to Lioli City. However, upon consulting the airline, they learned that today's flights to Lioli City were fully booked, with the next available flight not departing until the following afternoon. Left with no choice, Luo Yangshuo and his group resigned themselves to a day's wait in Green Ridge City. Luo Yangshuo booked a hotel and then suggested to the trio, I recall there is a tidal cave not far from Green Ridge City. Should we explore it? With our flying Pokemon, We could make a quick round and likely return by tonight. I'd rather not. I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Sophia raised her hand, expressing her reluctance. The tidal cave? I've heard that deep within lies an ice cave teeming with ice-type Pokemon, Ruby remarked. Ice-type Pokemon? Then we should certainly take a look. Sophia quickly changed her mind. Thus, the group prepared to venture to the tidal cave. The 7 Stars bird guided Luo Yangshua, while Ruby borrowed a Metagross, Lilia had a Togekiss, and Sophia borrowed a Tropius from Xiaodian. With that, the 4 of them followed the electronic map to the tidal cave. After flying for several minutes, they landed at the tidal cave. However, they were not the only visitors. Many others had come as well. Unfortunately, as it was high tide, they could not access the final ice cave for the time being. Yet, those familiar with the water or accompanied by water-type Pokemon ventured ahead to explore. The ice cave, however, could only be entered once the tide receded, so Luo Yangshua and his friends were patient as they awaited the waters to fall. After some time, the sea gradually retreated, and the waters within the cave subsided. Following the majority, Luo Yangshua and his companions ventured into the tidal cave. Along the way, they indeed encountered numerous ice-type Pokemon, predominantly dual ice-water types, such as Spheal, Lapras, and Dugong, with Lapras having become more common in recent years due to overprotection. As they delved deeper into the tidal cave, more ice-type Pokemon appeared, with the particularly notable ones being the Snowy Children. Upon reaching the ice cave, the surrounding rock walls were adorned with blocks of ice, and the temperature had plummeted below freezing. Luo Yangshua and his companions quickly retrieved thicker coats from their backpacks. The cold was intense, and as mere visitors, catching a cold would be rather inconvenient. Abundant ice-type Pokemon inhabited the ice cave, seemingly accustomed to human visitors. If someone expressed interest in a particular Pokemon, they would readily engage in battle. If defeated, they would be captured, and if victorious, the visitors would share some food with them. It appeared that a mutual understanding had formed between the humans and Pokemon in this locale. The Pokemon did not mind being captured, while the humans brought food in exchange for the experience of visiting. What do you think? Any thoughts on capturing some Pokemon? Luo Yangshua inquired of his companions. It feels a bit strange, Lilia replied. Indeed, it's as if we've entered a zoo. The Pokemon have lost their wildness. And there aren't even any stronger Pokemon around, Sophia remarked. The sightseeing is quite pleasant, but as for capturing them, perhaps it would be best to refrain. Lu Bai shook his head in agreement. Luo Yangshua nodded, feeling as if he were in a zoo, much like what Sophia had described. While the spirits retained some of their wildness, it had been significantly dulled, rendering them unworthy of excessive time investment. Just then, Luo Yangshua's gaze flickered, and he spotted a familiar face. With a smile, he remarked, "What a surprise to see you, Deshiong. It has been quite a while since our parting in the northeast." Upon finishing his sentence, Luo Yangshua approached Deshiong. Deshiong was currently engaged in battle with a Nura, using his Empoleon to withstand its onslaught until Nura was utterly exhausted, collapsing on the ice and gasping for breath, only to be captured by Deshiong. Seeing Nura subdued, Luo Yangshua approached and said, "Deshiong, it's been a long time." His sudden appearance startled Deshiong, as well as his Empoleon, which recalled the terror it felt when facing the Greninja. Deshiong turned to look, helplessly saying, "Oh, it's you, Xiao Luo. Please. Scaring someone could lead to dire consequences. Who knew you were so timid?" Luo Yangshua retorted rather dryly, "By the way, what brings you to the ice cave? Are you traveling?" Deshiong shook his head, replying, "No, my journey through the league challenges has concluded. I am currently on vacation, while also seeking information about a particular spirit." "Which spirit?" "Feel free to ask me. You know my breeding house. If you're looking for a specific spirit, that's south the place to try your luck," Luo Yangshua encouraged, patting Deshiong on the shoulder. At that moment, Lily and the others approached, and Luo Yangshua introduced them to Deshiong, who nodded in acknowledgement. Looking seriously at Luo Yangshua, Deshiong stated, "I know that you possess many legendary beasts, but you should also be aware of this particular spirit called Jirachi. You must have tried Jirachi's wish paper before. This legendary beast, awakened from slumber, can grant 3 wishes to anyone. Moreover, it has been nearly a millennium since Jirachi last awoke, so I intend to search for it. If I succeed, it would be an immense gain." "Jirachi," Luo Yangshua exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. He had previously tested the power of Jirachi's wish paper, which, though effective for only a minute, had allowed him to obtain Shalebi. The prospect of Jirachi awakening was indeed a rare opportunity. "So, have you found any leads?" Luo Yangshua inquired excitedly. Deshiong, noticing Luo Yangshua's interest, replied, "None as of yet. I heard that Jirachi may have descended from the cosmos to this planet, which is why I came to Green Ridge City to try my luck. Unfortunately, I haven't come across any useful information. However, there are reports of someone having seen the stone form of Jirachi after its slumber, said to be located in Farns. I plan to head there soon to investigate. Farns, Luo Yangshuo murmured, feeling a sense of familiarity with the name. Lily shook her head, saying, I have come across it in ancient texts. It is said that Jirachi will grant the wishes inscribed on its head when it awakens, but it only remains awake for 7 days. If it hears a clear song, it will awaken from its 1,000-year slumber. I wonder if that is true. Furthermore, as you mentioned, it has been nearly a millennium. How can you be certain that Jirachi will awaken soon and not have already done so and return to slumber? Deshiong shrugged and replied, That is why I said it's all about luck. If fortune smiles upon me, the wishes will be granted. If not, then there is no loss involved. At that moment, Luo Yangshuo pulled out a small notebook from his backpack, quickly rifling through it before tucking it back in. I wish you the best of luck, Deshiong. Until we meet again, he said, before departing with Lu Bai and the others. Deshiong exchanged puzzled glances with his Empoleon, unsure of Luo Yangshuo's sudden departure. Did he perhaps have information about Jirachi? Deshiong speculated, but dismissed the thought as unlikely. Retrieving his Empoleon, he resolved to head to Farns to seek it out himself. Chapter 177, Liuli City, the final batch. The following afternoon, Luo Yangshuo and his companions boarded a flight to Liuli City. Lily sat beside Luo Yangshuo. Glancing over at him as she asked, Xiao Luo, how can you be so sure that Jirachi is in Farns? I'm not entirely certain, but it's worth a try. I have a feeling that Jirachi has yet to awaken, so I want to give it a shot. Moreover, I have a legendary beast to offer as bait. I doubt anyone could refuse that, Luo Yangshuo explained. Indeed, no one could resist. As soon as the task was announced, everyone flocked to Farns. It's south likely that the place will be overflowing with trainers. What worries me is that if you offer a legendary beast as a condition, you'll have to part with it, Lily pointed out. It's from the league. The first prize in this tournament is a legendary beast. So I just need to secure the top spot, Luo Yangshuo replied nonchalantly. Lily was left speechless. Don't be so careless. The league offering a legendary beast as bait, just like you, will attract many elite trainers to this tournament. Luo Yangshuo nodded, I understand. That's why I want to take this opportunity to help my Charizard and the others quickly master their primal powers and advance to level 3. Huh? Are you saying you don't plan to use those legendary beasts in this tournament? Shafia turned around to ask. Well, I will still register them, but they will serve as a trump card, and I'll try my best not to use them, Luo Yangshuo replied. Lu Bai sighed, Shafia, don't get your hopes up. Just making it to the top 32 in this year's league tournament would be quite an achievement for you. Don't think too much about it. At that moment, Lu Bai found himself being playfully pinched by Shafia, while Lily shook her head. Lu Bai never learns. After a day of flight, they finally arrived in Liuli City. Although they had been there before, it was during the time they controlled the 3 giants to confront the League. For safety reasons, the League had evacuated the residents of Liuli City well in advance, leaving it desolate. Now, upon their arrival, Luo Yangshuo and his companions truly appreciated the beauty of this aquatic city. Reaching the Liuli gym, they met the current gym leader, Adam. Upon seeing Luo Yangshuo and his friends, Adam smiled warmly and said, Ah, it's you all. You certainly stirred up quite a commotion recently. However, as the gym leader of Liuli City, I am immensely grateful for your efforts in containing Groudon and Kyogre, minimizing the casualties throughout the Hoenn region. Lu Bai scratched his head and said, Greetings, Master. There was no other choice, since Macaulay was Adam's disciple. It was only natural for Lu Bai to address Adam as Master. Adam looked at Lu Bai and remarked, Indeed, quite impressive. Macaulay has taken on a remarkable disciple. I have watched your dazzling performances in every tournament, and you have truly excelled. After the gym battle, we can exchange insights. Yes, Master, Lu Bai replied obediently. Luo Yangshuo interjected, Master Adam, what are the rules for the gym battle? Adam glanced at Luo Yangshuo and Shafia, stating, Since there are 2 of you, let us do a 3-on-3 match. We will start with a double battle until both of my Pokemon are unable to continue, after which we will proceed to 1-on-1 battles. You may switch your Pokemon until all 3 of yours are unable to fight. Luo Yangshuo nodded. Alright, I'll go first. Follow me, Adam instructed. Leading Luo Yangshuo and the others to his water battle arena, Adam stood at the side and said, Since it's a battle between 2 individuals, we want to change the battle venue. We will conduct the match here in the water arena. Luo Yangshuo nodded and sent out his long-unseen Jengar and Happiny. Adam smiled at the duo and said, You seem quite confident. Then, I will entrust this battle to Empoleon and Alamamala. Happiny, use Toxic. Jengar, vanish. Luo Yangshuo commanded. The blissful egg waved its hands, releasing a copious amount of venom that dissolved into the pool, transforming the aqueous arena into a toxic wasteland. Adam's Empoleon remained largely unaffected atop the platform, yet the love disc submerged within the poisoned waters was instantaneously afflicted, while Gengar dissipated into the air. Is this the disadvantage we face right from the start? Then, Empoleon, Love Disc, Double Blizzard. Adam declared. Both Empoleon and Love Disc unleashed fierce blizzards, striking the blissful egg and encasing the entire arena in ice. Love Disc gracefully alighted on the icy surface, effectively sealing off the venom from further harming it. However, they seemed to overlook the presence of a spirit lurking in the shadows. Gengar suddenly materialized before Love Disc, delivering a close-range thunderbolt that incapacitated it before it could react. Empoleon, follow up with a barrage of ice balls. Adam commanded. Empoleon swiftly conjured a series of ice orbs directed at Gengar. Yet, Gengar remained undeterred. 5 ice orbs struck it, but one must not forget the blissful egg, the ultimate healer, whose healing waves kept Gengar's vitality within a tolerable range. Following the ice barrage, Gengar retaliated, sharing the pain and severely wounding Empoleon, and shortly thereafter, the blissful egg unleashed 2 explosive eggs that rendered Empoleon incapable of continuing the battle. Adam observed the synergy between the 2 Pokémon with a hint of frustration. Gengar's trickery combined with the blissful egg's healing prowess was indeed insurmountable. What could have been a decisive blow against Gengar was thwarted by the blissful egg's timely healing, keeping it alive in a critically weakened state, while a single pain-sharing maneuver swiftly diminished Empoleon's strength. Luo Yangshua chuckled. The healing techniques of the blissful egg are honed to perfection, as long as the power is sufficient. The blissful egg will undoubtedly demonstrate to the opponent the meaning of bloodlocking. Adam, resigned to defeat, recalled his 2 incapacitated Pokémon and glanced at Luo Yangshua, saying, "Your Pokémon are exceptionally trained. I am no match for them. Nonetheless, the final match must proceed. Go, Milotic." Return, Gengar, blissful egg. Luo Yangshua also recalled his 2 Pokémon. Now, Beedrill, take the stage. Milotic and Beedrill materialized in the arena, and when Ruby caught sight of the shimmering Beedrill, she couldn't help but cover her face. Little Luo is going to bully someone again. Beedrill, it's almost time for the challenge tournament. This is the final gym battle. So, I need you to get in the right condition, Luo Yangshua instructed. Beedrill nodded, its sharp stinger aimed at the opposing Milotic. Adam's expression twitched slightly as he retorted, "Don't underestimate us. Milotic, use Hurricane." Milotic swirled its tail, unleashing a fierce hurricane towards Beedrill. But Beedrill transformed into a streak of light, evading the hurricane and swiftly delivering a double sting to Milotic. Milotic frowned and retaliated with a water pulse aimed at Beedrill. Beedrill immediately withdrew from Milotic's range while raising its right stinger, gathering sunlight, and launched a solar beam towards Milotic. Unyielding, Milotic countered with its water pulse, resulting in a spectacular explosion of water that momentarily obscured everyone's vision. Not good. Milotic, encase yourself in Aqua Ring. Adam sensed the urgency and exclaimed, "Too late, Electroweb now?" Luo Yangshua replied. Beedrill promptly unleashed several Electrowebs, ensnaring Milotic. Subsequently, its double stingers struck Milotic, sending it flying and rendering it incapable of battle. Adam shook his head, recalling Milotic as he conceded, "I have lost." Beedrill flew before Luo Yangshua, who affectionately patted its head, saying, "You've worked hard." Chapter 178, Black's Assistance. Luo Yangshua acquired the final badge, thus qualifying for the upcoming Colorful Spectacle tournament, with the next challenge being against Shafia. When Adam faced Shafia, he evidently held back, refraining from deploying his strongest Pokémon. After all, Shafia was his apprentice's granddaughter, and a slight leniency was only reasonable. Consequently, Shafia also secured the final badge, obtaining her entry into the Colorful Spectacle tournament. The group deliberated and decided to set sail first to Mosui Town before returning to Kana City for the grand celebration. The grand celebration would commence even earlier than the Colorful Spectacle tournament, with over 2 months remaining before the latter, allowing them ample time. The grand celebration, however, was only half a month away, so with their pace, there was no need to rush. Leisurely sailing would not consume much time. As Luo Yangshua and his companions boarded the vessel bound for Mosui Town, a grave incident unfolded within the Unova region concerning Team Plasma. The research laboratory of Team Plasma was under strict lockdown, and a furious Colress admonished, "Are you lot guarding the laboratory merely for show? That Pokémon was meant for our king, and it was stolen with such ease. Capture that thief immediately." A throng of Team Plasma members bowed their heads, not daring to utter a word, and upon receiving their orders, they scattered to search for the thief's whereabouts. However, unbeknownst to them, A figure quietly lay in the ventilation ducts above, observing the Team Plasma members depart before stealthily crawling past. If Luo Yangshua were present, he would surely recognize him. He was Black, the protagonist from Black and White 2, who, in the manga, served as an officer of the International Police with the rank of inspector, and was the superior of the handsome protagonist, codenamed Black 2. Black's primary mission was to monitor Team Plasma, but during his infiltration, he discovered their endeavor to cultivate a Pokémon, enhancing it through mechanical modifications to create a formidable combat predator. Taking advantage of the relaxed security, Black swiftly incapacitated a couple of guards and seized the Pokémon. As he crawled through the ventilation ducts, he glanced at the Pokeball in his right hand and murmured, "Don't worry, I will get you out of here. Though you are a manufactured Pokémon, you shall not be subjected to their modifications. If you have nowhere else to go, you can stay by my side." The Pokeball shook twice and then fell silent, seemingly in agreement with Black's words. If Luo Yangshua were aware of this situation, he would likely be incensed. You've stolen a created Pokémon and yet have the audacity to invite it to accompany you. However, this also reflected the distasteful actions of Team Plasma towards the Pokémon. Had it not been for its aversion to their methods, it would not have been so quick to follow a stranger based on a mere statement. Seeing that the Pokeball had ceased its movement, Black secured it to his belt and swiftly navigated the ventilation ducts to a safe room. He had long devised an escape plan for himself within Team Plasma. Otherwise, he would not have dared to seize the Pokémon. In the corner of the room, he easily lifted a steel plate from the floor, revealing a dark hole beneath. Black jumped down, replaced the steel plate above him, and followed the excavated tunnel, stealthily exiting Team Plasma's territory, eventually entering the sewage system through the dugout tunnel. When Black emerged from the sewage system, he found himself at the sewer's exit, with the vast ocean before him. Peering down, he noticed a speedboat not far off still anchored. Taking a deep breath, Black leaped directly into the sea. He swam to the speedboat, commandeered it, and sped away from the vicinity of Feiyun City. After depleting the fuel in the speedboat, Black floated on the ocean's surface. He retrieved the Pokeball and released the Pokémon contained within. This Pokémon was none other than Genesect, awakened from a fossil and modified by Team Plasma to become the ultimate combat Pokémon. Genesect was a colossal bug-type creature, its body encased in a purple exoskeleton. A formidable cannon was mounted on its back, capable of accommodating various attribute cartridges, and it could transform into a disc shape for flight. Upon the formidable cannon of the Genesect, a crimson cartridge was distinctly affixed, a clear indication of successful development. Haiketsu gazed at the Genesect and politely stated, "I look forward to your guidance. I intend to visit the Kagi town. Would you be able to transport me there?" The Genesect nodded, its form shifting into a disc-like shape that floated gracefully in the air. With a leap, Haiketsu ascended onto the Genesect's back, which immediately took flight, swiftly navigating toward Kagi town under his direction. 2 weeks later, the Genesect brought Haiketsu to the northwestern outskirts of Kagi town, the renowned Giant's Cave. According to the legends of Kagi town, the Giant's Cave was formed from ancient meteorites, and tales circulated that approaching this cavern would invite calamity. It was said that monsters from the meteorite infiltrated the area, bringing chilling winds each night to prey upon humans and Pokémon alike. To safeguard the townsfolk, massive walls were erected, and the residents ceased venturing outside after dark. However, based on his investigations, Haiketsu was aware that the plasma team had procured 2 peculiar orbs from this location. Unbeknownst to them, after their removal, a third orb had mysteriously manifested in the original spots of the first 2, which Haiketsu subsequently took. This orb perpetually emitted a chilling aura, and in light of the legends surrounding Kagi town, Haiketsu resolved to return it to the Giant's Cave, anticipating some change. Upon entering the cave, Haiketsu restored the orb to its rightful place. At that moment, the orb erupted with radiance, and dark and light gases materialized within the cavern, gradually being absorbed by the orb, its luminosity intensifying. Subsequently, a colossal entity swiftly took form, unleashing a surge of frigid air. The Genesect shielded Haiketsu, blocking the icy blast. In an instant, the entire cave transformed into a wintry realm, the immense creature encased in ice, standing silently as a massive ice sculpture. Furrowing his brow, Haiketsu gazed at the gigantic being embedded in the ice, wondering, could this be the legendary monster? But why has it encased itself in ice? At that moment, in a shadowy corner of the cave, a bespectacled man trembled as he connected a call, retracting the now-frozen Shirelden that had lost its combat capabilities. "Hello," came the voice of Luo Yangshua from the other end. "Yes, boss. The individual you asked me to monitor has appeared," the man reported. "Ah, understood. Cold, thank you," Luo Yangshua replied. By the way, boss, will there be a salary increase when I return? I've been stuck in this desolate place for so long. Surely I deserve some recognition for my efforts. Cold replied with a hint of exasperation. Rest assured, it will happen. But keep a close watch on that individual. Do not. Before Luo Yangshua could finish his sentence, an explosion reverberated, followed by a cacophony of cracking sounds, and then a resonant roar echoed through the phone. Luo Yangshua swallowed his final words, deeming them unnecessary. Damn it, who unleashed Kyurem? He shouted into the phone, now in Kana City. Get out of there immediately. Run as far as you can. He promptly hung up and turned to Ruby. I must head to Unova at once. As he spoke, a white orb shot forth from Luo Yangshua's backpack, emanating intense heat and brilliant light. When the commotion subsided, a colossal white dragon Pokemon materialized at the docks of Kana City. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Yangshua leapt onto the back of the white dragon, which surged with a crimson glow from its tail and soared into the sky, racing toward the Unova region, leaving behind a stunned crowd at the docks and the bewildered Ruby and his companions. Chapter 179, The Gathering of Three Dragons. Cold stared in disbelief at the disconnected call, promptly adhering to Luo Yangshua's instructions to evacuate the area. Yet before departing, he cast a glance at the boy who had shattered the giant beast's icy prison with a single blast, mentally cursing him profusely. Haiketsu, too, found himself bewildered by the current predicament. He merely wished to glimpse the colossal creature encased in ice. He instructed Jinsek to chip away at the ice, allowing him a clearer view of the creature within. However, the quality of the ice appeared subpar, and Jinsek's high-tech beam proved overly potent, shattering the ice and liberating Kyurem. Kyurem unleashed a furious roar, expressing its pent-up rage. I have been imprisoned for nearly a century, and now you dare to disrupt my slumber. You seek your own demise. It expelled a blast of cold air towards Haiketsu and Jinsek, who immediately retaliated with a beam of their own. The two forces clashed, canceling each other out. However, Kyurem soon unleashed an even more ferocious blizzard, encasing Jinsek in ice. It then directed its lethal chill toward Haiketsu. Zekrom, cross thunder. A voice commanded. Zekrom's tail radiated blue light, enveloped in a sphere of purple electricity, before it violently charged at Kyurem, sending it hurtling away and saving Haiketsu in the process. At that moment, An entered the cave, observing Kyurem rising to its feet. We did not intend to disturb your slumber. If you are dissatisfied with this world, would you join me in reshaping it, shattering the existing rules to create a realm where Pokemon are free? Kyurem offered no response, instead lunging at Zekrom. Acutely aware of its own incompleteness since its inception, it sought to harness the powers of the other two dragons to achieve wholeness. Zekrom again employed Cross Thunder, sending Kyurem flying. In scrutinized Kyurem's form, his brow furrowing. Kyurem stood as a bipedal, slate-blue Pokemon, crowned with a unique ice-blue thorned nose and devoid of pupils in its pale yellow eyes. Its elongated neck and body were gray, with slender arms ending in 2 digits, connected to ice-like wings with blunt edges adorned with icicles. Kyurem's body was asymmetrical, with its left ice horn, wing, and jaw slightly elongated compared to the right. As Kyurem regained its footing, its ice wings shattered, revealing 2 pairs of linear wings connected to ice spikes. These wings aimed at Zekrom, firing twin beams of purple light. Zekrom immediately ascended to evade, but Kyurem, quicker still, successfully struck Zekrom, who grimaced in pain. Reshiram, cross flame. Luo Yangshua's voice rang out. Reshiram unleashed a colossal fireball ensconced in 2 flaming rings, which collided with Kyurem, resulting in a violent explosion that shattered the upper rock layers of the giant's cave. Reshiram descended slowly, bearing Luo Yangshua. Though the hero's entrance was undeniably grand, and could not suppress a chuckle at Luo Yangshua's disheveled appearance. Stop laughing. If I hadn't arrived in time, your Zekrom would have been absorbed by Kyurem. Luo Yangshua exclaimed, forcefully ruffling his hair. There's little to be done. Reshiram hurriedly showcased the true speed of a legendary Pokemon, arriving from Hoenn's Kana City to Unova's Cage, I-Town in a blink. The consequence, however, is that my hairstyle has been transformed into a mess, and my clothing is in tatters. Had it not been for my protection, I would have been left with nothing. And nodded in acknowledgement. You have truly endured much. What is the true nature of Kyurem, that it can absorb Zekrom? Kyurem itself is intrinsically linked to Zekrom and Reshiram. You are familiar with ancient texts, so you should comprehend this, remarked Luo Yangshua. Indeed, Zekrom and Reshiram were once a singular entity, bound to serve an ancient king. The king's 2 sons were ambitious, yet held opposing ideologies, leading to the spirit's division into Zekrom and Reshiram, both aiding the princes in their quest for sovereignty. However, The unexpected emergence of Kyurem suggests it may surpass the two we currently possess, En said gravely. We will only ascertain that through battle. Reshiram, use Draco Meteor. Luo Yangshua commanded. Zekrom, Draco Meteor. En echoed. The two meteors struck Kyurem directly, sending it soaring into the sky, followed by a resounding explosion. Kyurem plummeted to the ground, battered and gasping for breath. Is it truly this fragile? En frowned. Do not underestimate it. Reshiram, unleash blue flare. Luo Yangshua ordered. A brilliant red glow erupted from Reshiram's tail, unleashing a torrent of azure flames straight at Kyurem. In an instant, Kyurem rose, its linear wings piercing the ground. The blue flare successfully struck Kyurem, yet the ice beneath began to shift like a flowing stream, swiftly encasing Zekrom and Reshiram's lower halves in ice. Although Kyurem was panting heavily, its objective had been achieved. This is dire, Luo Yangshua exclaimed. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned Charizard, declaring, I rely on you. Charizard, use your flames to melt the ice encasing Zekrom. Charizard immediately unleashed a fiery blast towards Zekrom, assisting in the melting of the frost. Simultaneously, Luo Yangshua hurled a revive towards the other side, calling out to Heizi, hurry and revive Gene Sect, we need its assistance. Otherwise, we stand no chance against the fused Kyurem. Heizi picked up the revive and hurriedly broke the ice encasing Gene Sect, feeding it the revive. But it was too late. Kyurem began to absorb Zekrom's power. Reshiram had no choice but to cease melting the ice and unleashed a fusion flare at Kyurem. However, Kyurem endured the fusion flare, forcibly transforming Zekrom into a dark sphere and drawing it into its body. This is a serious predicament, Luo Yangshua lamented. En gazed helplessly at the unfolding scene, his inner resolve wavering for the first time. If only I had other powerful allies, I could save Zekrom. As Kyurem absorbed Zekrom, its form began to radiate with light, gradually transforming. When the brilliance faded, a dark hybrid of Zekrom and Kyurem emerged. This dark Kyurem stood upright, its upper body elevated. Its right eye's horn replaced with a horn reminiscent of Zekrom's. Its eyes bore visible pupils, and its right forelimb was akin to Zekrom's claw, while its left forelimb was a replica crafted from ice. The original wings had retracted into its shoulders, where new wings resembling Zekrom's right wing and an ice-crafted left wing had formed. The neck, back, and face were adorned with dark skin, while the tail, previously encased in ice, transformed into a three-clawed appendage, featuring black organs capable of generating electrical energy, akin to Zekrom's tail. With a fierce roar, dark Kyurem clasped its claws together, generating a ball of energy enveloped in pale blue-white light and crackling with electricity, which gradually expanded. It released the energy towards the frozen and immobile Reshiram. Struck by the ice volt, Reshiram was encased in ice, rendered completely immobile. Gene Sect, utilize your high-tech beam. Heizi commanded. A crimson beam struck Dark Kyurem, but was swiftly countered by another ice volt, freezing it solidly. Dark Kyurem advanced towards Luo Yangshua and En, while Charizard, gritting its teeth, positioned itself to block Dark Kyurem's path. Luo Yangshua chuckled ruefully. We have truly landed ourselves in a grave situation. We might perish here. And also forced a smile. Is my pursuit truly correct? Chapter 180. Charizard breaks through. Charizard roared, its dragon claws coalescing as it flapped its wings and lunged at Dark Kyurem. Seeing this small challenger, Dark Kyurem effortlessly swatted Charizard away. Charizard was sent flying, crashing heavily against the rocky wall, the agony eliciting a roar of frustration, but deeper still was a sense of unwillingness regarding its own limitations. Using the wall for leverage, Charizard propelled itself upward, its body engulfed in raging flames, and struck fiercely against Dark Kyurem's back. This move had harnessed its very essence, the burning power embedding flames into Dark Kyurem's back, inflicting significant damage. Dark Kyurem howled in fury, gathering Ice Volt in its hands. Lucario, Aura Sphere. A voice rang out. An Aura Sphere struck Dark Kyurem, exploding upon impact. Dark Kyurem's body shuddered as the Ice Volt narrowly missed Charizard's head. Luo Yangshua turned to see it was his elite squad member, Lung. I told you to leave. What are you doing here? You are our leader. If you die, who will pay us? Super Gardevoir, Psychic. Lucario, Successive Aura Spheres. Lung narrowed his eyes, speaking coldly. The fully evolved Super Gardevoir pointed all its spoons at Dark Kyurem, unleashing a powerful psychic wave, while Lucario rapidly conjured a series of Aura Spheres to bombard Dark Kyurem. Dark Kyurem, vexed, swiped its arm to deflect the attacks. Electric sparks dancing across its body, unleashing a torrent of electricity throughout the cavern. The indiscriminate assault struck everyone and every Pokémon. Charizard struggled to rise, Earlier, Luo Yangshua had bestowed a healing energy upon it, enabling it to withstand the thunderbolt. However, Charizard gazed at the fallen Luo Yangshua, its claws tightening, blood dripping from its clenched fist. Charizard enveloped itself in flames once more, but the flames quickly extinguished. It knew its health could not sustain a flare blitz any longer. With Luo Yangshua incapacitated due to the thunderbolt, the responsibility now rested solely upon it. Suddenly, an idea struck Charizard. It hurried to Luo Yangshua, releasing the other 5 Pokeballs from his belt. Gengar, Happiny, Metagross, Escavalier, and Galade emerged. Charizard let out a cry, and Happiny nodded, immediately sending a healing wave to restore Charizard's health. Metagross and Galade utilized their psychic powers to transport the unconscious humans and Pokemon out of the cave. Gengar concealed itself in the atmosphere, while Escavalier, staring at Dark Kyurem, unleashed a Draco Meteor without hesitation. Charizard ignited in flames once more, charging in with a flare blitz towards Dark Kyurem. Dark Kyurem roared, summoning a blizzard against Charizard and the others. Metagross bravely faced the oncoming blizzard, being a steel type. It was resistant to ice-type moves, making it an ideal defender against the storm. Yet even so, Happiny's healing waves were vital in keeping Metagross from succumbing to the blizzard's onslaught. Charizard's flare blitz collided with Dark Kyurem, causing it to stagger. Panting, Charizard unleashed a powerful flamethrower directly at Dark Kyurem's face. Dark Kyurem bellowed in rage, preparing to unleash the blizzard once more. But Galade struck its jaw with a psycho cut, interrupting the attack. In the next instant, however, Dark Kyurem retaliated, sending Galade flying and crashing heavily into Escavalier, both losing their ability to battle. Escavalier tumbled several times before finally coming to a halt. With a furious roar, Escavalier glowed with evolutionary energy, launching a dragon dive towards Dark Kyurem. Dark Kyurem decisively pinned down the flying dragon with a single dragon claw, rendering it unconscious. Seizing the opportunity, the fire dragon stealthily approached Dark Kyurem from behind, its fiery claws forming and striking at its back. Dark Kyurem let out a pained roar as the ever-elusive Gengar appeared, casting a curse that struck true. However, in the next moment, Dark Kyurem expelled Gengar forcefully, a dragon breath hitting Gengar squarely. In its last moments of consciousness, Gengar, undeterred, unleashed a destiny bond that struck Dark Kyurem, but it was undeniably cast out as well. Before succumbing to unconsciousness, Gengar lamented, "Indeed, without comprehending the essence, one cannot inflict damage upon it. The disparity between understanding the essence and lacking that understanding is monumental. Without grasping the essence, one cannot inflict substantial harm upon an entity that has. Only by grasping and understanding the essence can one imbue their skills with a fragment of its power, thereby inflicting greater damage upon those who have yet to comprehend it." Watching as its companions fell one by one, the fire dragon felt the tether that bound it snap entirely. Fiery flames erupted around it. Upon coming into contact with Dark Kyurem, the flames elicited a horrific scream from it, as a fierce chill burst forth from within, extinguishing the flames. Yet, the fire dragon knew it could reignite the flames, for it had transcended. It had successfully entered the realm of divine beasts. The fire dragon let out a furious roar, expressing its exhilaration, while its fiery claws reformed. With a powerful flap of its wings, it ascended above Dark Kyurem and delivered a crushing blow, smashing its head into the ground and shattering the icy surface. Metagross unleashed its hammer arm, while Blissey cast Healing Wish upon Reshiram. The fire dragon unleashed a heat wave to suppress Dark Kyurem, and Scyther executed a flying kick. Luo Yangshua, bracing against the rocky wall, called out while deploying Scyther. With Luo Yangshua's return, his Pokemon found newfound resolve. Metagross swung its arms with great force, landing a heavy blow on Dark Kyurem's dazed head, while the fire dragon soared into the air, flapping its wings with all its might to exert pressure on Dark Kyurem. Dark Kyurem roared in fury, attempting to rise, but was immediately knocked down by Scyther, which had transformed into a streak of light, preventing any movement. Meanwhile, Blissey sacrificed a portion of its health, emanating a white light before unleashing a wave of pale blue radiance that enveloped the frozen Reshiram. Instantly, Reshiram's tail blazed crimson, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds. Reshiram broke free from its icy confines, fully revitalized. "Reshiram, unleash your final blue flame," Luo Yangshua commanded. Reshiram roared fiercely, releasing azure flames that struck the immobilized Dark Kyurem. A violent explosion ensued, and Dark Kyurem finally succumbed, losing its ability to battle. "Go Ultra Ball!" Luo Yangshua threw the Ultra Ball without hesitation. The Ultra Ball exploded upon impact, Frowning, Luo Yangshua noted, I don't have a Master Ball. The two I had after the Johto tournament were given to Zekrom and Latios. Without a Master Ball, capturing this Dark Kyurem is quite difficult. Ding. Even with a Master Ball, capturing Dark Kyurem is impossible, the system interjected. What do you mean? Ding. Although the three dragons are one entity, Zekrom and Kyurem have been separated for too long, forming distinct consciousnesses. Zekrom is aligned with N, making it impossible for you to capture it. Then separate them for me. I wish to capture Kyurem. Where's the gene wedge? Ding. It resides within Dark Kyurem's body. Whatever you need, just do it. I don't want to battle Dark Kyurem again. Ding. Diamonds and popularity points deducted successfully. Gene wedge extraction complete. As the system's voice faded, a gleaming white orb, with a dark interior visible through its small openings, floated before Luo Yangshua. He grasped the orb, scrutinizing it closely, and inquired of the system. This is another orb. I remember the gene wedge shouldn't look like this. This orb seems akin to the light stone and dark stone. Ding. The gene wedge itself was crafted from divine stones, and this is its original form. It can control the fusion and separation of Kyurem and also serves a function akin to a Pokeball, similar to the light stone. The system explained, imparting the method of control to Luo Yangshua. Utilizing his psychic abilities, Luo Yangshua commanded the consciousness within the divine stone, causing Dark Kyurem to emanate a glow and gradually split into two Pokemon. Zekrom and Kyurem both lost their battle capabilities. After the separation, Kyurem could no longer contain the chill within, its pair of linear wings once again encased in solid ice, while its body slowly succumbed to the same fate, as if seeking to revert to ice to heal its injuries. Yet, under Luo Yangshua's command of the divine stone, Kyurem began to fade, gradually merging into the stone. Zekrom transformed back into the dark stone, falling to the ground. Luo Yangshua finally exhaled in relief and turned to Reshiram, asking, do you wish to return to the light stone or be contained within an Ultra Ball? As he spoke, Luo Yangshua produced an Ultra Ball and presented it to Reshiram. Reshiram gazed at Luo Yangshua with its azure eyes, shook its head, and transformed directly into the light stone. Luo Yangshua picked up the light stone and dark stone, now possessing another divine stone, with all three dragons of Unova now in his grasp. However, he did not covet in Zekrom. After all, with Reshiram and Kyurem. Once he tamed Kyurem, their fusion could yield white Kyurem, capable of effortlessly overpowering Zekrom. After healing his Pokemon, Luo Yangshua exited the cave. For three others awaited his healing outside. He contemplated the tangled relationships. He and Cold were from the Mercenary Guild, N was from Team Plasma, and Black was with the International Police, a convergence of black, white, and gray factions. N accepted the dark stone handed to him by Luo Yangshua, observing as Black retracted Gene Sect, and remarked, that Pokemon is a gift for you. It finds greater joy in your presence. Black regarded N with a complex expression. As an international policeman, he had been saved by the leader of a villainous faction. This left Black in a tumult of emotions. After a moment of hesitation, he furrowed his brow and said, I appreciate your life-saving assistance, but I must ask, what exactly does your Team Plasma intend to accomplish? N shook his head, stating, I seek nothing. My goal is merely to establish a world where Pokemon can live freely, unshackled from human control. Of course, that is merely my vision. Luo Yangshua patted Black on the shoulder, saying, don't overthink it. An isn't a bad person. Black shot a glance at Luo Yangshua, saying, I haven't even asked you yet. Aren't you Luo Yangshua, the president of the Mercenary Guild? How is it that you possess the legendary Reshiram from Unova? And what is your relationship with N? Is the Mercenary Guild planning to intervene in Team Plasma's affairs? With a resounding clap, Luo Yangshua smacked Black on the head, exclaiming, I've told you, stop overthinking. Reshiram was a gift from N, who hopes I can stop him. We agreed that if he wins our battle, he will believe his ideology is correct and continue down that path. If I win, it will prove him wrong, and he will cease. N will then join my mercenary guild and lead an honest life thereafter. Hey, when did I say I would join your guild? N interjected, exasperated. That's just a matter of time. Here, the environment is free and the benefits are excellent. Why wouldn't you come? Luo Yangshua replied, besides, I've always reserved a spot for you. With narrowed eyes and a signature smile, he remarked, Boss, will my salary increase upon returning this time? No increase. Luo Yangshua replied with a wave of his hand. Cold was momentarily speechless. Why not give the breeding house a try? Choose any two Pokemon, Luo Yangshua said grandly. Thank you, boss. Love you to bits. Cold's smile became even more radiant. Get lost. I'm not into that. Luo Yangshua pushed Cold away as he lunged toward him. He continued, now that the matters here are resolved, I'll leave the follow-up to you. I must return to Fanyuan first. Hikesai also stood up, saying, I need to head back as well. The next time we meet, we will be rivals. Hikesai released his recovering gene sect, which leapt onto its disc form and flew away. Luo Yangshua watched Hikesai's gene sect and clicked his tongue, saying, TSK, a powerful Pokemon just given away like that. In terms of generosity, I cannot compare to you. By the way, can this gene sect be mass-produced? What are you planning? And immediately tensed up. Nothing, just asking, Luo Yangshua replied. In the future, if I win, I intend to absorb the entire research division of Team Plasma, dedicating all efforts to studying this gene sect, hoping that each member of my elite team can have one. Upon hearing this, and could only manage a resigned smile, it should be soon. But the main issue is finding the raw materials. Cold, upon hearing this, couldn't he help but fantasize about the day he could possess such a Pokemon. He had witnessed its formidable strength and knew it was quite powerful. Moreover, the boss mentioned that in the future, each elite team member would have one. Why had he worked so hard to rise from the battle team to the elite team? Wasn't he to stand out? Now, with a wide path laid before him, Cold felt immensely validated in his decision to join the Mercenary Guild. Chapter 182, The Frozen Three Sages. After bidding farewell to N, Luo Yangshua estimated that it would take some time for Zekrom to recover, and for now, he could only walk back. Luo Yangshua watched N leave, then said to Cold, You head back to the guild first. I need to go to a place. Cold nodded, released his Arcanine, and rode off. Luo Yangshua summoned his Charizard, which, now having advanced to level 3, seemed eager to return to the manor to engage in a friendly contest with the legendary beasts. Luo Yangshua patted Charizard's back, saying, First, take me to the underwater ruins. We must visit it now that we're in Unova, and since you've leveled up. It's time to battle those legendary Pokemon. Charizard was puzzled but understood that Luo Yangshua meant no harm. Luo Yangshua leaped onto Charizard's back, and under his guidance, they flew towards the underwater ruins. After a day of flying, they arrived at a sea area in the northeastern part of Unova. According to the electronic map, the underwater ruins lay beneath this sea. Luo Yangshua recalled Charizard, donned his diving gear on the shore, and with Milotic's help, submerged into the water, heading towards the ruins. The water teemed with Pokemon, including some regional specialties like the Warrior Base and the Flotation Pokemon, but Luo Yangshua was not particularly interested in them. After descending for a distance, using sunlight as a guide, he spotted the distant underwater ruins. Milotic quickened its pace, darting directly into the entrance of the ruins. However, as they entered, a sudden surge of water erupted, sweeping Milotic and Luo Yangshua back out. They tumbled in the water several times before regaining their balance. Puzzled, Luo Yangshua signaled Milotic to proceed again, and this time, they entered the ruins without being expelled by the water flow. Yet, the intricate passages within the ruins were thoroughly perplexing. After exploring for a while, another surge of water forced them out again. Unfazed, Luo Yangshua charged back into the ruins, only to be expelled once more shortly thereafter. He sighed, realizing this seemed akin to a game mechanic. After every 500 steps, one would be ejected. Yet here, every so often, a current would emerge, sweeping the entire base of the ruins. If cleverness would not suffice, then brute force it would be. Milotic led Luo Yangshua back into the ruins once more. As the water surged towards them, Milotic decisively executed an iron tail, embedding itself into the wall. Luo Yangshua held tightly onto Milotic, and thus they were spared from being washed away. Finding this method effective, Luo Yangshua decided there was no need to rush for a path, and instead slowly searched the deepest levels of the underwater ruins. After enduring 3 more water surges, they finally located a passage leading to the second level. Upon entering the second level, Luo Yangshua was taken aback to find it eerily devoid of water. Removing his underwater breathing apparatus, he inhaled deeply, puzzled, air? And quite fresh too. What is going on here? Milotic shook its head, indicating it was equally perplexed. Luo Yangshua recalled Milotic and summoned his Galade, saying, Galade, scout ahead for me. Galade nodded, its psychic powers extending outward. It soon called back to Luo Yangshua, indicating no danger lay ahead. Nodding in acknowledgement, Luo Yangshua began to explore the second level of the ruins with Galade. Along the way, he discovered numerous ancient stone tablets inscribed with inscriptions, yet he could not decipher their meanings and chose to ignore them. After thoroughly searching the second level without uncovering anything of note, they proceeded to the third level. Upon reaching the third level, Luo Yangshua was astonished by the scene before him. The 3 sages? Why would the 3 sages be here? He gawked at the 3 sages encased in ice. However, what drew his attention even more was the stone wall behind them adorned with fragments of Arceus's plates. Approaching closely, he counted the fragments. Aside from the water plate, fairy plate, and dragon plate, all other fragments were present. Luo Yangshua was overjoyed. He had come to the underwater ruins primarily for the Mirror of Truth. Yet he had stumbled upon 14 different plate fragments even before finding the mirror. Coupled with the presence of the 3 sages, it was a bountiful harvest. Without hesitation, Luo Yangshuo removed the plate fragments and promptly attached the magical plate to Galade, replacing its previous item. Then he distributed the remaining plates among his other Pokémon. Although the chances of understanding their origins while holding a plate were low, it was worth the attempt, was it not? Once the plates were allocated, Luo Yangshuo summoned Charizard, signaling it to unleash a flamethrower at the 3 sages to aid in melting the thick ice. As the ice melted away completely, the 3 sages collapsed onto the ground. Exhausted. After some consideration, Luo Yangshuo produced 3 revive herbs and fed 1 to each sage. After all, he currently lacked Master Balls, and the capture rate with Ultra Balls was too low. Moreover, he was not particularly fond of Cobalion, Terrakion, and Virizion, but it would be best if he could capture them. If not, it was of little consequence. Once the 3 sages consumed the revive herbs, they regained their strength. They glanced at Luo Yangshuo and let out soft calls, as if to thank him. Curiously, Luo Yangshuo inquired, "How did you end up frozen here?" The 3 sages shook their heads in unison, remaining silent. Luo Yangshuo shrugged, realizing he could not force them to speak. After they had recovered somewhat, they called out to Luo Yangshuo a few times before preparing to leave through the depths. Luo Yangshuo made no attempt to detain them, as they had acknowledged their debt to him and would surely repay it in the future. The favor of 3 legendary Pokémon was quite valuable. After all, when he needed their assistance, they would not refuse. As he watched the 3 holy knights depart, Luo Yangshuo rose once more to continue his search. Within the 3rd layer, he discovered numerous ancient gold and silver artifacts, though they proved of little use to him. He merely took a few as mementos. Subsequently, Luo Yangshuo ascended to the 4th layer. Here, he finally located the revealing mirror resting upon the altar. With a smile, he lifted the mirror from its sacred pedestal. Far away, in an unknown valley, a sprite awakened from slumber. Stretching languidly, it leapt gently from the treetops, floating gracefully in the air. Glancing towards the underwater ruins, it murmured, "Has someone taken the revealing mirror? Perhaps I should take a look. The 3 holy knights are still inside. I shall pay them a visit." With that, it began to hum a tune and swiftly soared towards the underwater ruins. Chapter 183. The Battle of Divine Beasts. Meloetta guided Luo Yangshuo to the surface, where he swam to the shore and examined the revealing mirror in his possession. The mirror was oval in shape, adorned with 5 cloud patterns around its rim. Below, white clouds represented ordinary clouds, while 3 above symbolized the clouds of the 3 deities. To the left and right were blue and green ornaments representing thunderclouds and tornado clouds, respectively, with a soil-hued decoration at the top symbolizing the clouds of the earth. As Luo Yangshuo scrutinized the mirror, a sprite flitted past overhead. Upon noticing Luo Yangshuo below, it gracefully performed a somersault and landed lightly before him. Sensing an approaching presence, he looked up to find a diminutive, anthropomorphic sprite before him. A smile broke across Luo Yangshuo's face as he greeted, "Hello, Meloetta." Indeed, the sprite before him was none other than the legendary Meloetta from the Unova region. Its hair bore musical note-like patterns, and its slender arms connected to oval-shaped hands, forming the shape of a quarter note. Its eyes, devoid of pupils, resembled whole notes. Adorning its forehead was a gem, complemented by a black accessory shaped like a treble clef. These 2 structures combined resembled a wireless microphone commonly used by singers. Meloetta gazed curiously at Luo Yangshuo, gesturing towards the revealing mirror and uttering something. Luo Yangshuo nodded, explaining, "I retrieved it from the underwater ruins, and I also assisted the 3 holy knights in their departure." Meloetta nodded in acknowledgement and emitted a couple of melodic sounds. Luo Yangshuo continued, "This now belongs to me. I shall not return it. Besides, even if I did not take it, someone else would eventually claim it. Or perhaps we could battle. If you win, I will return the revealing mirror. If you lose, I shall capture you, and you must not resist. What say you?" Meloetta giggled softly. How amusing this human is, daring to challenge a divine beast. Luo Yangshuo thought to himself, indeed, capturing Meloetta in its dual form holds significant training potential. Achieving this would fulfill my mission. Both parties harbored their intentions, leading to an unspoken agreement. Meloetta accepted Luo Yangshuo's terms, likely believing that a human's challenge would be swiftly concluded. "I entrust this to you." "Charizard," Luo Yangshuo commanded, summoning Charizard. As Charizard emerged, flames erupted around its body, and it gazed at Meloetta with excitement, exclaiming, a divine beast. At last, I can engage in a genuine battle. Meloetta observed Charizard with concern, realizing that this particular Charizard had evidently crossed a threshold, entering the realm of divine beasts, which posed a significant challenge. Charizard Mega Evolve, Luo Yangshua declared, pressing the keystone against Charizard. In an instant, Charizard underwent evolution, revealing Mega Charizard X. Charizard, use Flame Claw, Luo Yangshua commanded. Blue flames ignited on Charizard's claws as it charged towards Meloetta. Meloetta clapped its hands twice, and an ancient song began to resonate. As Meloetta sang, a wave of sound surged towards Charizard. Charizard crossed its claws defensively before it, successfully blocking the effects of Meloetta's ancient melody. In the midst of the song, Meloetta transitioned from its vocal form to a dance form, twirling gracefully before launching a low kick towards Charizard. Charizard, undeterred, unleashed two fiery blades directed at Meloetta. In midair, Meloetta retaliated with a powerful kick, sending Charizard's flame blades flying. Simultaneously, a tremendous sound erupted from its mouth, causing Luo Yangshua to instinctively cover his ears. However, the bond between Luo Yangshua and Charizard allowed them to communicate, and under Luo Yangshua's guidance, Charizard unleashed a scorching gust, creating a wave of blue flames. The collision of hot air and sound shattered the flames into fragments. Luo Yangshua was astounded, so it can be utilized in such a manner. Sound itself is a product of vibration, and Meloetta's essence is inherently tied to sound, or vibration, to put it differently. The overwhelming vibrations carried by the sound wave shattered the entire wave of flames without inflicting significant damage on Meloetta. Charizard, momentarily stunned, quickly retaliated with a jet of flame aimed at Meloetta. Meloetta attempted to distort the flame with its psychic power, but the burning essence within the flame soon consumed its mental strength, causing the jet of flame to strike Meloetta and send it hurtling into the sea. Yet, the flames of Charizard, infused with the essence of combustion, could not be extinguished immediately by the ocean. They continued to burn for a while before gradually dying down. Meloetta resurfaced, visibly affected by the prior jet of flame, and it relied on its essence to sever the burning force. Furrowing its brow, Meloetta recognized. This Charizard has already mastered the essence of its power. Employing other skills would be tantamount to courting disaster. Henceforth, it shall be essence against essence. Once more, Meloetta began to sing the ancient song, transitioning back to its vocal form. Charizard raised its flame claws to ward off the damage from the ancient melody, but almost instantly, Meloetta's enchanting voice enveloped Charizard, sending it into a deep slumber. Luo Yangshua was left speechless, instant sleep. Meloetta's singing ability is rather formidable. Luo Yangshua promptly instructed Charizard to use Sleep Talk. Fortuitously, after using Sleep Talk, Charizard unleashed a jet of flame towards Meloetta. However, as Meloetta reverted to its vocal form, its special attack and defense increased significantly, and another powerful call resonated, shattering Charizard's jet of flame. Luo Yangshua furrowed his brow, channeling the bond's power to awaken Charizard. Upon regaining consciousness, Charizard let out a fierce roar, utilizing Flame Charge to ignore the effects of the overwhelming sound, colliding directly with Meloetta. Meloetta cried out in pain, sent flying by the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Charizard, despite the pain coursing through its body, formed its blue flame claws once more. With a powerful flap of its wings, it charged towards Meloetta, who, enduring the pain, raised its voice again, now filled with an eerie intensity. Luo Yangshua felt a sharp pain in his ears, followed by the sensation of warm liquid trickling down. It seems I've truly provoked Meloetta. It is unleashing its full power. Charizard's blue flame claws began to vibrate violently, and in a fit of rage, Charizard roared, its fiery claws igniting with renewed ferocity. With a single strike, it captured Meloetta and slammed it down onto the beach. Meloetta's voice fell silent, and a loud crash sent sand flying. Charizard, descending rapidly, began to leave fiery scars across Meloetta's body. After delivering its final blow, the Mega Evolution dissipated, leaving Charizard unable to continue, crashing down onto the sandy shore. Meloetta, too, had succumbed to exhaustion, lying incapacitated in the crater it had created. Go! Ultra Ball, Luo Yangshua declared, tossing his Ultra Ball towards Meloetta. Chapter 184. Convergence of Farns. The Ultra Ball successfully struck the incapacitated Meloetta, drawing it into the sphere with a flash of red light. The advanced Pokeball swayed a few times before coming to a complete stop. Luo Yangshua approached, picked it up, and remarked with a smile, I didn't expect you to be quite trustworthy. Come forth, Meloetta. He released Meloetta from its confines and proceeded to administer a plethora of healing items to both Meloetta and Charizard, who had both fought valiantly and sustained severe injuries, rendering them unable to participate in divine beast battles for at least the next few days. Meloetta gazed at Luo Yangshua, who was gently tending to its wounds, and smiled. At the very least, this human was kind and possessed formidable strength, so following him wasn't too shabby. Ding. Special side quest completed. Rewards, 100 million diamonds. 100 million popularity points, 100 million gold coins, 5 master balls, 5 sets of 1 million evolution stones, designated. Divine Beast Cultivation Device activated. As Meloetta acknowledged Luo Yangshua, the system determined that this special side quest had also been fulfilled. The abundance of rewards left Luo Yangshua overjoyed, but more importantly, the Divine Beast Cultivation Device was the highlight. He promptly activated the device, and the system interface revealed that it could allow Pokémon to determine their future source of power, with the system assisting in their comprehension of the essence. Each attempt to comprehend would cost 100,000 diamonds, 100,000 gold coins, and 100,000 popularity points, with a 20% success rate. Pairing it with fragment stones increased the success rate to 50%, while using complete stones raised it to 80%. What a value! This was the thought that crossed Luo Yangshua's mind, especially since some of his Pokémon had yet to even brush against the essence. However, the system could directly assist them in comprehending it. Although the success rate was not high, with ample resources, it could be repeated indefinitely. Furthermore, Luo Yangshua had just acquired a significant amount of stone fragments, easily raising the success rate to 50%, and for water-type Pokémon, to 80%. Determined to experiment, Luo Yangshua released his closest Pokémon to the essence, Pinsir, and placed his hands atop its head as instructed by the system. Pinsir seemed to sense something, closing its eyes, and then the system provided a prompt. Ding. Confirmed source of power, agility, belonging to the bug type. Would you like to inject the bug type stone? Inject, Luo Yangshua commanded. Ding. Jade bug stone fragment injected. This attempt to comprehend the essence has a success rate of 50%, funds deducted successfully, commencing comprehension. As the system's voice faded, a beam of light surged into Pinsir's body, momentarily startling it, but then it swiftly grasped the concept, its aura shifting dramatically as it successfully comprehended the essence. Remarkable. A successful attempt on the first try. Luck is on my side, Luo Yangshua mused as he examined Pinsir's data, noting that its classification had changed to quasi-divine. He chuckled joyfully, envisioning the potential for mass production of quasi-divine Pokémon in the future. Moreover, he decided to extend this opportunity for essence comprehension to his elite team, albeit contingent upon sufficient battle achievements. Meloetta, standing nearby, looked on in astonishment at Pinsir, unable to fathom how it had traversed to the brink of divinity in an instant, accomplishing a feat that many divine beast offspring required years to achieve. With a complex expression, Meloetta regarded Luo Yangshua, pondering the limits of the individual she was now following. After retrieving the somewhat elated Pinsir, Luo Yangshua selected from the 5 sets of 1 million evolution stones gifted by the system. Currently, his collection comprised only Charizard, Beedrill, Mewtwo, Aerodactyl, and Tyranitar, granting him the privilege of selecting 5 sets. He first chose a set for Lilith, as it could serve as her primary partner, and Luo Yangshua was certainly generous in that regard. Next, he focused on his own Pokémon, selecting sets for Metagross, Salamence, Gengar, and Gyarados, realizing that finances weren't a constraint at the moment. For the sake of the upcoming Colorful Spirit Festival, he ensured to acquire the remaining Pokémon as well. He also selected sets for Lizard King, Blaziken, Galade, and Swablu. The system processed the selections, and the 13 keystones were woven into a single bracelet. After organizing his items, Luo Yangshua prepared to head to the nearest town to catch a flight to Hoenn. Just then, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he recognized it was an internal number from the guild. Luo Yangshua answered. Hello, this is the boss. What's the matter? Hey boss, it's Xiaoxi. We've discovered a crystal fragment of Jirachi here in Fans, but things have escalated into a battle. What should we do? A melodious female voice responded from the other end. Luo Yangshua furrowed his brow and inquired. How many people are involved? What factions are they from? What's the current situation? Approximately 1,000 individuals, with various factions represented, including numerous independent trainers. The primary factions involved are our mercenary guild, Team Rocket, the Alliance, Team Magma, and Team Aqua. At present, no one dares to act, as anyone who does would become a public enemy, Xiaoxi explained. Wait for me a moment. I'll be there shortly, Luo Yangshua replied. Boss, aren't you in Unova right now? Xiaoxi asked, bewildered. That's not for you to worry about. Give me 10 minutes. I'll be there, Luo Yangshua said, recalling a scene that would be unforgettable. After hanging up, He tearfully recalled Charizard, pulled out the light stone, and said, Reshiram, I entrust this to you. The light stone emitted a radiant glow, and Reshiram materialized before Luo Yangshaw. He leaped onto Reshiram's back, patting its neck as he said, I appreciate your help, and please, take it slow this time. Can you protect me? The last time nearly cost me my life. Reshiram uttered a few calls, conveying a message that Luo Yangshaw had indeed survived. If he was in a hurry, he shouldn't complain. With that, the red glow at its tail ignited intensely, providing an extraordinary thrust that propelled Reshiram skyward instantaneously. Luo Yangshaw was confident that with its tail propulsion, Reshiram was undoubtedly the fastest Pokémon in this world. Although Reshiram claimed not to care about Luo Yangshaw's well-being, it gathered energy to shield him from the fierce winds while maintaining a remarkable speed. At an astonishing pace, Reshiram streaked across the sky, heading straight for the Hoenn region. Meanwhile, in fans, Xiaoxi hung up the phone, and the other triplet sisters gathered around, asking, Xiaoxi, did the boss have anything to say? He told us to wait for 10 minutes. He's on his way, Xiaoxi replied, still in a state of confusion. The other three looked equally perplexed. The boss is still in Unova. How could he possibly arrive in 10 minutes? However, now was not the time for confusion. Zijana approached and said, what news from the higher-ups? Is the Alliance preparing to take action? The boss said he'll be here soon, Xiaoxi responded. Oh, organize the team and be ready to attack at any moment, Zijana instructed. Oh, so casual, are you serious? The four sisters were even more baffled. Chapter 185, The Awakening of Jirachi. Meanwhile, within the Alliance, Ahi was arguing with Huaiyue, who was leading the operation. No, while we must secure Jirachi, the Alliance cannot afford any more losses. I oppose taking the initiative. As Ahi articulated, there were many who were more anxious than the Alliance, such as Chi-Yin from Team Magma. Having lost his hands, he had fitted prosthetics, but if he could acquire Jirachi, regrowing his hands would no longer be a dream. While the intention was noble, the Fire-type faction had been betrayed, and although two new individuals had been promoted, their strength paled in comparison to Team Aqua. Clenching his teeth, Chi-Yin dispatched someone to relay a message to the Alliance. Huaiyue, upon learning this, nodded and said, all right, but you must act first. The Team Magma members returned with this message, and upon hearing it, Chi-Yin gritted his teeth and declared, let us take action. Back at the Alliance, Ahi frowned and inquired of Huaiyue, what did the Team Magma members say? Nothing much, they want to collaborate with us. Their condition is that they want one of the three wishes, as they too wish to restore their hands, Huaiyue explained. Did you agree? Certainly, I acquiesced. Why would one refuse such an opportunity for expendable pawns? Huaiyue remarked nonchalantly, before issuing orders for the Fire Rock team to engage alongside. Upon receiving the signal from the Chi-Yin Pine, the Fire Rock team charged forth to seize the crystal of Jirachi. However, before they could grasp their prize, the Water Fleet surged forward as well. Given their long-standing enmity, the two factions clashed immediately, with fire and water erupting in a tumultuous display. Just as Huaiyue contemplated joining the fray, she quickly halted the actions of the Alliance personnel. To the east, upon the cliff, nearly 200 Gyarados emerged, unleashing a barrage of destructive beams. A violent explosion reverberated through the valley, sending countless Pokémon and humans soaring, instantly clearing the battleground. Huaiyue swallowed hard, exclaiming, where on earth did Luo Yangshaw acquire such a multitude of Gyarados? It seems every member he promotes is indeed equipped with 3 Pokémon, and the Gyarados are undeniably real. Ahi furrowed his brow, saying, he must have discovered a method to facilitate the rapid evolution of Magikarp. Now they possess over 200 Gyarados. Without deploying a legendary Pokémon, acquiring them will be arduous. Huaiyue nodded, recalling the one-time use of the legendary birds crafted by Team Rocket. If the Alliance were to secure such technology, it would deter any reckless infringement upon their boundaries. The Gyarados unleashed another wave of attacks, and the valley fell silent once more. Shurjana, mounted upon a Mega Rayquaza, spoke coldly, Jirachi belongs to our mercenary guild. I ask you all to grant us a favor. What audacity the mercenary guild possesses. A member of Team Rocket stepped forward, a figure none would expect. She was Musashi from the comedic trio of the Pokemon anime. Yet, Musashi was no longer a figure of humor. Flanked by an Arbok and a Seviper, her fierce, bloodthirsty gaze bore down on Shurjana, prompting her to frown involuntarily. Huaiyue, upon recognizing Musashi, inquired of her companion, who is that woman? Her strength appears to rival that of an elite 4 member. The nearby administrative personnel perused their computer, stating, Musashi, a current key player within Team Rocket. Previously, she was weak and entangled with Ash, the designated trainer of Ho-Oh. However, after a period of absence, She returned with significantly enhanced strength, specializing in these serpentine Pokemon, formidable enough to rival the likes of Agatha. Huayue nodded, understanding she was up against a tough opponent. Yet, the current scenario was one he welcomed. With two tigers vying for dominance, one would inevitably be wounded. He would observe from the sidelines, poised to reap the rewards. Seeing Musashi show no signs of retreat, Shurjana wasted no time launching an attack. Mega Rayquaza unleashed a dragon pulse toward Musashi. In an instant, Arbok shielded Musashi, its poisonous tail deflecting the dragon pulse, while its abdomen expanded to reveal a peculiar pattern. Mega Rayquaza, caught off guard, was momentarily paralyzed by the Gyarados' menacing glare. Arbok then expelled a torrent of corrosive liquid, unhesitatingly targeting Shurjana. Realizing the impending disaster, she sensed danger, but just then, a voice rang out. Reshiram, blue flame. A cerulean flame erupted, dissipating the corrosive liquid in its wake. Luoyang Shuo, perched atop Reshiram, surveyed the crowd below and calmly proclaimed, I ask for your understanding. It is not too late to withdraw now. Release Jirachi. Before Luoyang Shuo could finish his grandiloquent plea, a youth and his Torchic, clutching the crystal of Jirachi, dashed away with the spoils. Indeed, this was intolerable. Luoyang Shuo hurled a premier ball, and Charizard, ablaze with fierce flames, confronted the Torchic, delivering a fiery claw that sent it flying, bringing the crystal to Luoyang Shuo's side. Ahem, Luoyang Shuo coughed lightly, cradling the crystal. I implore you to grant me a favor. It is still not too late to retreat. Do not compel me to resort to drastic measures. Reshiram gracefully descended into the valley, its red glow subsiding, though the immense heat it generated sent many humans and Pokemon sprawling. Huayue, with a hint of resignation, called out to Luoyang Shuo, the alliance withdraws. With that, she departed with her team. Musashi glanced at Luoyang Shuo and declared, Team Rocket also withdraws. Following her cue, Musashi led her team away. The remaining Fire Rock team and Water Fleet, witnessing the retreat of the two major factions, exchanged glances and, recognizing the strength of the mercenary guild, also departed. Other scattered trainers, realizing they could not contend with such formidable organizations, reluctantly withdrew, as no fool would dare to steal from the hands of giants. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the boy who had sought to seize Jirachi glared hatefully at Luoyang Shuo, declaring, So, you are Luoyang Shuo? I shall participate in this upcoming colorful ghost conference. Do not let me encounter you in the competition. My name is Erishur, remember it. With that, he departed with his Torchic. Luoyang Shuo chuckled at the audacity of the self-proclaimed Erishur, thinking, a promising contender, unyielding in the face of overwhelming strength. Either a fool or a genius, what will you prove to be? Once the crowd had thinned, Luoyang Shuo released Meloetta. His desire to capture Meloetta stemmed from her enchanting song. Jirachi awakens once every millennium, roused from its slumber by pure, melodious tones. The only pure song Luoyang Shuo could conceive of was Meloetta's, for her voice could only be deemed the most pristine. Luoyang Shuo gazed at Meloetta, who nodded and began to sing a beautiful melody. As Meloetta's song resonated, Luoyang Shuo felt the crystal in his arms begin to tremble, gradually dislodging as a radiant light erupted from within. As the brilliance faded, Jirachi floated into the air, its eyes fluttering open. Jirachi bore a star-like appearance, with two fabric-like appendages on its back, an ocular organ on its abdomen, and a bluish-green square structure at the tips of its star points, complemented by bluish-green triangular markings beneath its eyes. Luoyang Shuo did not immediately make a wish. Instead, he retrieved some energy cubes from his backpack, saying, Jirachi, having slumbered for a millennium, you must be famished. I shall take good care of you for these 7 days. Jirachi floated closer, taking an energy cube from Luoyang Shuo's hand, savoring it in small bites. As Jirachi became increasingly animated, it joyfully perched upon Luoyang Shuo's shoulder, using its psychic powers to levitate another energy cube before it, devouring it eagerly. Chapter 186, The Wish. Shurjana approached Luoyang Shuo, accompanied by 4 girls, and said, Sir, now that we have acquired Jirachi, may I make a wish? You wish to resurrect Zygiana, do you not? Luoyang Shuo replied matter-of-factly, Indeed. Please, I beseech you. She implored, dropping to her knees before Reshiram. Luoyang Shuo sighed, dismounting from Reshiram's back. Jirachi, observing the girl kneeling before Luoyang Shuo, emitted a curious sound. Luoyang Shuo, upon hearing this, asked, Jirachi, is it possible to revive those who have already passed? Jirachi shook its head, and despair washed over Shurjana's face. From the moment she learned of the possibility of capturing Jirachi, she harbored a glimmer of hope. How wonderful it would be if she could truly bring back the lost. Yet reality was cruel. Even Jirachi was unable to resurrect the departed. Shurjana, in a daze, turned to leave. Luoyang Shuo, unable to bear her sorrow, said, Xiao Dong, Xiao Nan, Xiao Shi, Xiao Bei. You all take the others and retreat. Remember to keep an eye on Shurjana. She must be feeling quite disheartened. Take good care of her. I understand, boss, Xiaonan replied. We will lead the others to retreat shortly. Luo Yangshua nodded, once again leaping onto the back of Res Hiram. Although he was preoccupied with the matter concerning Zijiana, he understood that, as a superior, it was impossible to devote too much attention to subordinates. While it may seem somewhat indifferent, it was a necessary stance. Additionally, the individuals from Kalos had dispatched agents to follow up, striving to locate the items I mentioned. Luo Yangshua remarked. After speaking, Res Hiram soared into the sky, carrying Luo Yangshua towards Kenizumi City. The time spent addressing these matters was considerable, and he hoped to arrive in time for the grand celebration of the Lumiere contest. The four sisters watched Luo Yangshua depart, and it was Xiao Shi who broke the silence. Kalos region? What is the boss searching for? He mentioned several legendary Pokémon. Sigh. When will we ever possess a legendary Pokémon? Xiao Bei lamented, glancing at their leader, who already had an abundance of such creatures. That's precisely why he is the boss. Xiao Dong pointed out. All members of the elite team have been dispatched. We should also send out the combat squad. Otherwise, searching for a few legendary Pokémon in such a vast region will prove quite troublesome. Xiaonan remained silent, choosing instead to catch up with Zijiana, who was still in a state of despair, hoping to prevent her from making any rash decisions. As Res Hiram flew through the skies with Luo Yangshua and Karaki, the Charizard did not retreat into its Ultra Ball, but relished the joy of flight. However, in terms of long-distance speed, it could not compete with Res Hiram, and before long, it was left behind, reluctantly returning to its Ultra Ball. By the time Luo Yangshua arrived in Kenizumi City, the grand celebration was nearing its end. Fortunately, he made it just in time for the final match, where Ruby faced off against a trainer utilizing a Milotic and a Claydol. In terms of combat prowess, Ruby held the advantage with his Swampert and Gardevoir, but the trainer expertly countered his moves. Swampert evolved brilliantly, Ruby declared, simultaneously pressing down on the handmade keystone bracelet on his wrist. The evolution stone on Swampert's arm radiated a luminous glow, connecting with the brilliance emitted by Ruby's keystone, resulting in Swampert's transformation into Mega Swampert. The pendant around Gardevoir's neck also linked with the light from Ruby's hand, leading to Gardevoir's evolution into Mega Gardevoir. Oh, this is $1 million evolution. Ruby's Swampert and Gardevoir have both transformed into their Mega forms, and the beauty of their evolution is simply irresistible. Rob's points are in jeopardy. How will Rob respond? Vivian announced excitedly. Milotic, Hydro Pump. Claydol, Ancient Power. Rob replied with a smile. Milotic unleashed a powerful Hydro Pump, while Claydol conjured massive rocks to surround the water jet. The centrifugal force caused by the rocks dispersed the water, propelling the column of water into a rapid spin, resembling blue ribbons dancing in the air. Controlling two Pokémon during $1 million evolution posed a significant challenge for Ruby, as he observed the enormous rocks hurtling towards him. He commanded, Swampert, Hammer Arm, Gardevoir, Moonblast. Swampert's muscles bulged as he swung his arms, shattering the rocks formed by ancient power. Gardevoir danced gracefully beneath the moonlight, and with a sudden surge, her Moonblast sent Milotic and Claydol flying. Gardevoir elegantly curtsied, while Swampert flexed his arms, showcasing his wild musculature. The fusion of wildness and grace captivated the attention of all present. As time ceased, Vivian exclaimed, Time's up. Ruby has delivered an extraordinary performance, and congratulations are in order for him as the champion of this grand celebration. Ruby excitedly waved, then bowed alongside his restored Gardevoir and Swampert towards the audience. He noticed Sophia and Lily cheering for him, and at the back of the stands, Luo Yangshua gave him a thumbs up. Ruby smiled in return, gesturing back with a thumbs up of his own. Next came the award ceremony where Ruby received the champion's trophy. As he raised the trophy high, it marked the culmination of his half-year journey, securing his place atop the Hoenn region's grand contest. With the grand celebration concluding, Luo Yangshua met up with Sophia and Lily, and after greeting Ruby, the four of them proceeded to the hotel they had booked. No celebration would be complete without a grand feast, and they indulged in a sumptuous meal to celebrate Ruby's victory. The three were also curious about Luo Yangshua's pressing trip to the Unova region just days prior. Luo Yangshua, not wishing to conceal anything, shared the details of his journey to Unova with them. He also expressed that the rewards from this trip were substantial. First, he captured Kyurem, then Charizard ascended to level 3, followed by capturing Meloetta and seizing Karaki. Ruby and Sophia listened with rapt attention, while only Lily sensed the underlying dangers, quietly gripping Luo Yangshua's hand. Karaki observed the group, continuing to enjoy her meal. Luo Yangshua declared, "Since we have 3 wishes, let us make our wishes now. I shall go first." Clearing his throat, he continued, "Karaki, I wish for better luck." Upon hearing this, Karaki resolutely shook her head and began communicating something to Luo Yangshua. As he listened intently, his expression suddenly changed, and he sighed. As expected, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. The other 3 looked at him in confusion, uncertain of what he was referring to. Chapter 187. Karaki and the Unknown Totem. According to Karaki, she could assist others in attaining good fortune. However, this came at a cost. A person's good and bad luck are finite. If good fortune is overdrawn, then misfortune would intensify. Conversely, if a person's misfortune is depleted, their good fortune would be amplified. Luo Yangshua quickly realized this, recalling the good fortune he had wished for using Karaki's wish note. Karaki confirmed his thoughts, stating, "You have used a wish note to enhance your good luck, and consequently, a perilous event awaits you in the future." Luo Yangshua fell silent before asking, "Can I wish to avert this impending danger?" Karaki shook her head. "That falls under the category of good fortune as well. Thus, I would advise against such a wish. You may wish for something else instead." Lily, visibly concerned, grasped Luo Yangshua's hand. Though she couldn't comprehend Karaki's words, she sensed Luo Yangshua's desire to wish for the resolution of a crisis. Realizing he was in trouble, she softly asked, "Xiao Luo, have you encountered any issues?" Luo Yangshua shook his head, reassuring her, "It's nothing. It can be resolved." Then he spoke earnestly, "In that case, I wish for Lily and me to have a grand wedding." Luo Yangshua seized the opportunity. If there was a crisis, he at least wanted to ensure he could attend his own wedding unscathed. Upon hearing Luo Yangshua's wish, Lily blushed furiously. "Is this a confession?" "Yes, it must be a confession." Ruby and Sophia exchanged glances, feeling a pang of jealousy, with Ruby complaining while rubbing the goosebumps on his arms. "Enough already. Take your love display elsewhere. Can't anyone enjoy their meal?" Luo Yangshua laughed heartily, gripping Lily's hand as he said, "Ruby, let us make a pact. When we have children, let us become in-laws." Boom. The 2 girls' heads were suddenly enveloped in steam, their faces nearly crimson. Even Ruby, usually shameless, turned red and awkwardly remarked, "Children? That's too soon. We're only 10. We should discuss this topic at least 10 years down the line." Karaki observed the expressions of the group, listening to their thoughts, and felt a sense of warmth. Unlike before, when people sought to conquer the world or create formidable legendary Pokémon, their wishes had taken on a different essence. However, now those individuals it encountered harbored their own dreams, and the wishes they made were all of splendid nature. What reason, then, did it have to refuse? With heartfelt blessings, Karaki unveiled the true eye located within its abdomen. Luo Yangshua witnessed the true eye activate, reiterating his wish. "I hope to have a grand wedding with Lily." Words began to appear on the wish note affixed to Karaki's forehead, manifesting Luo Yangshua's desire. After making his wish, he turned to Lily and said, "Lily, why don't you make a wish too? And you, Ruby, why not grant all 3 wishes right away? Can we do that?" Sophia inquired. "Of course. We will be in-laws after all," Luo Yangshua replied with a smile. Ruby and Sophia exchanged glances of exasperation at Luo Yangshua, while Lily pondered for a moment before declaring, "I hope that Xiao Luo remains safe and sound." "Wait, that one doesn't count," Luo Yangshua exclaimed, suddenly realizing the implications. Yet it was too late. Lily's words had already inscribed themselves upon a wish note. In a flurry of anxiety, Luo Yangshua jumped. While an individual's fortune may be fixed, Karaki could extract the good fortune of those willing and bestow it upon Luo Yangshua. This meant that once Lily uttered her wish, Karaki could siphon her luck and impose it upon Luo Yangshua. Although he recognized Lily's good fortune, the uncertainty of her fate without it loomed ominously. Initially unaware of Luo Yangshua's distress, Lily, upon hearing his explanation, chuckled reassuringly. "It's nothing to worry about. My luck has always been good. Just a little luck shared with you, Xiao Luo, is perfectly fine. Besides, I believe that meeting you is the most fortunate event of my life." Luo Yangshua was rendered speechless, yet his firm grasp of Lily's hand served as the finest testament to his feelings. Ruby and Sophia refrained from teasing the couple, with Ruby glancing at Sophia and stating, "May all lovers in the world find their happiness." The final wish materialized upon the note. The 3 wish notes floated gracefully in the air as Karaki's true eye closed. Gradually, the notes transformed into starlight, vanishing from sight as Karaki bestowed upon the 3 wishes its most sincere blessings. No one harbors disdain for beautiful things, and Karaki was no exception. The loss of the 3 wish notes signified the completion of its task since awakening, and with the conclusion of 7 days, it would succumb to a long slumber. Luo Yangshua was aware of this reality and gazed at Karaki with a hint of melancholy. Sensing his inner turmoil, Karaki gently caressed Luo Yangshua's face and said, "This is its destiny, a decision made after comprehending its essence. System, do you have any solutions?" Luo Yangshua sought assistance from the system, for he felt powerless to save Karaki. Perhaps the system held some answers. Ding. Yes. Oh, never mind then, Luo Yangshua instinctively replied, but swiftly realized, wait. What did you say? You have a solution? Ding. A solution exists. The system, after scanning, discovered that Karaki's essence was akin to something found in another location. What are you rambling about? Luo Yangshua was bewildered by the system's words. After a moment of silence, the system continued, ding. The essence of Karaki has been previously detected in a certain space. It is the unknown totem space within the Aruf ruins, where I analyzed a power remarkably similar to Karaki's essence. Luo Yangshua fell silent, then remarked, I remember now. Shirabi mentioned that it was a space of divine beasts, which fell into disrepair after the death of the divine beast. In other words, that space was created by Karaki and the unknown totem. There. Karaki need not fall into slumber. Ding. Precisely. However, time is of the essence, as Karaki only has 7 days to awaken. With the system's words, Luo Yangshua's spirits lifted, and he affectionately patted Karaki's head, exclaiming, Little one, you need not succumb to slumber. I've found a way. Karaki, Lily. And the others looked at Luo Yangshua, who cheerfully said, Let's take a rest today. Tomorrow, we shall venture to the capital and then return to Fengyuan. Along the way, I shall show you what true speed looks like. Faced with Luo Yangshua's mischievous grin, the trio wondered what fate awaited them the following day. Chapter 188. The Formation of the Small Space. Slow down. As a series of anguished cries echoed, Luo Yangshua felt an exhilarating rush. Lily clung tightly to him, her face pale, as Reshiram once again demonstrated just how swift it was with its flames infinitely accelerated. Ruby and Sophia were on the verge of tears, lamenting their foolishness in joining this tumultuous adventure. Thankfully, Reshiram shielded everyone with its energy, otherwise, Luo Yangshua would never have allowed them to accompany him. After a brief interval, the group arrived above the Aruf ruins. Reshiram descended onto the ground of the ruins, and Luo Yangshua jumped down with Lily in a princess carry. Ruby and Sophia took a moment to gather themselves, and as they recovered, Reshiram's body slid to the ground. Karaki curiously examined the structure, uncertain of Luo Yangshua's intentions for bringing them here. Reshiram transformed back into a luminous stone, returning to Luo Yangshua's hand as he led the others into the Aruf ruins. The ruins appeared somewhat rejuvenated compared to before, likely due to the archaeological teams having tidied the area. Ruby, gazing at the familiar surroundings, remarked, Xiao Luo, are you suggesting we venture into the unknown totem space? Yes. The space we visited last time, which was void of life, is actually the realm where Karaki resided. Although Karaki had perished, given that there exists a space established by Karaki alongside the unknown totem, there is no reason why this Karaki cannot do the same, Luo Yangshua explained. What kind of space? Sophia inquired, her curiosity piqued. Oh, it was during a journey to the capital with Xiao Luo and Mei Yi that we explored this Aruf ruins and discovered a lifeless space deep within, Ruby recounted. Before he could finish, Sophia pouted, Who is Mei Yi? That name sounds like a girl. Lily gazed at Luo Yangshua with intrigue, prompting him to shrug and respond. Mei Yi is from the Unova region. She traveled with us in the capital area and is considered one of our companions. Oh, Lily nodded. Ruby then slapped his forehead. Recalling, in that space, Luo Yangshua also discovered those 2 Bakubi eggs. It was for those last 2 eggs that the unknown totem allowed us to enter that space. However, after we exited, that space was completely destroyed and vanished. Sophia nodded, saying, Oh, I see. As they conversed, the group arrived at the deepest part of the ruins. Luo Yangshua produced the master ball he had previously transmitted and stated, I entrust this to you, Shirabi. A flash of white light enveloped them as Shirabi appeared. Observing the somewhat familiar scene, Shirabi looked toward Luo Yangshua. Shirabi, I ask you to summon the unknown totem once more. The previous space should belong to Karaki. And this time, we have brought another Karaki to see if we can create a new space, Luo Yangshua requested. Shirabi glanced at Karaki, which had taken its place upon the throne, and nodded in agreement. Shirabi extended its arms, and a series of pale green rings began to disperse outward. As the rings spread, the unknown totems etched upon the stone walls began to detach and swirl around the group. Luo Yangshua addressed the unknown totems. Do you remember me? Following this, he released another Pokemon, and Bakis soared into the air, while Lily released her own Bakis as well. The two Bakis danced elegantly in the air, causing the unknown totems to come to a halt. Upon witnessing the scene, Luo Yangshua immediately remarked, "The dimension we visited last time must have been that of Giratina. We have a Giratina here as well. I would like to request your assistance in helping this Giratina establish its own space, so that it may no longer be ensnared in a protracted slumber." The unknown totems murmured among themselves, and soon an O-shaped totem floated forth, representing the collective of unknown totems, and consented to the request, also pledging to instruct Giratina on how to create its own space. Luo Yangshua nodded, subtly signaling to Shalabi, "This is a rare opportunity. Observe closely and learn diligently. Strive to establish your own divine beast space in the future." Shalabi nodded in understanding and began to observe the actions of the unknown totems. However, right from the outset, the unknown totems dispelled Luo Yangshua's hopes of clandestinely learning their methods. The reason was simple. The task of opening a space was to be accomplished solely by the unknown totems. It was likely that only Palkia and the Little Nebula, with their profound comprehension of the essence related to space, could achieve the feat of independently creating their own divine beast space. The unknown totems tore open a passage to the space, revealing an expanse of boundless chaos on the other side. Under the protection of the unknown totems, Giratina ventured into the chaos, and the method for creating the space was straightforward. The region torn open by the unknown totems was already a relatively stable area. Giratina merely needed to unleash its essence, allowing materials in the chaos that resonated with its essence to gravitate towards it. As these materials gradually accumulated, a stable small space would form, within which sand, water sources, trees, and flowers would slowly emerge. Of course, the pace of this generation would be slow, but external elements could also be transported into this space. Since this space was shaped by the convergence of Giratina's essence, it would be more conducive to its survival, allowing Giratina to maintain its vitality and avoid falling into a prolonged dormancy. The next consideration was the placement of the entrance and exit of this space. Situating it within the ruins of Alraf was not an ideal choice. Luo Yangshua suggested that Giratina place the entrance and exit near his manor, enabling him to assist in quickly shaping the environment of the space. In response to Luo Yangshua's suggestion, Giratina nodded in agreement. Luo Yangshua handed a Master Ball to Shalabi, and the unknown totems moved the spatial passage directly back to Pallet Town, eliminating the need for Luo Yangshua to transport Pokeballs. Moreover, as the forest god, Shalabi could aid Giratina in perfecting its small space. Simultaneously, Luo Yangshua began contemplating how to persuade this group of unknown totems to assist his Pokemon in establishing their own small spaces. According to the system scans, such small spaces, formed by the convergence of essence, were indeed quite suitable for divine beasts to inhabit. The compatibility of essence attributes would facilitate better honing of their inherent powers and accelerate their mastery. Once the unknown totems sealed the entrance and exit of the space, Luo Yangshua and the others exited the Alraf ruins. Luo Yangshua looked up at the sky and remarked, "In just over a month's time, the Colorful Spirit Conference will commence. I am determined to claim the first place." Shafia, with a fierce determination, declared, "I will strive hard as well. Even though this conference is filled with formidable opponents, my minimum goal is to reach the top 16. Ruby, let us practice together." Ruby, observing Shafia's unyielding confidence, smiled and nodded in agreement. "Next, we shall return to Pallet Town to address some guild matters, and thereafter, we will engage in rigorous training," Luo Yangshua proclaimed. He then produced a light stone, but Ruby firmly pressed down on Luo Yangshua's hand, stating earnestly, "It's not too far to Pallet Town. Let us take a plane instead." The two girls fervently nodded, as they were not keen on experiencing another rapid airborne adventure. Chapter 189. The preliminary rounds commence. A month later, Luo Yangshua and his companions arrived by boat at Colorful Spirit City. Upon disembarking, Luo Yangshua stretched and exclaimed, "Ah, the feeling of liberation is truly delightful." Lilia rolled her eyes at him, saying, "Most of the work was handled by me, you know. Those who are capable bear more burdens," he retorted. "With you and Huiyin here, I can consider myself quite reassured." Shafia, brimming with enthusiasm, urged, "All right, let us hurry to the Pokemon Center to register. There's only a week left until the conference begins." "No rush," Ruby interjected. During this week, Shafia, it would be best for you to bond with your new partner. There is no need for intensive training. A balance of work and rest is the right approach. Indeed. So, let us first have something to eat, Luo Yangshua declared. Waving his hand to set their next objective, the group set off towards colorful Spirit City, where trainers carrying Pokemon were a common sight on the bustling streets. Ruby smirked and remarked, "The Alliance has played a clever game, using divine beasts as bait to lure out all the hidden powerhouses. Yet, not all of them are needed." Luo Yangshua replied, "This also presents us with a prime opportunity. If we encounter suitable candidates, we might consider recruiting them into our guild, especially those who have been eliminated but possess noteworthy strength. Of course, their character is something you all must scrutinize." The group arrived at a ramen shop named Colorful Spirit Pavilion, reputed for its delectable noodles. After ordering 4 bowls of ramen, they began to eat. However, it wasn't too long before a group of individuals, both unexpected yet anticipated, walked in. Luo Yangshua slurped up a mouthful of ramen, chewed, swallowed, and then called out Ash. "Over here." Indeed, the newcomers included Ash and his companions, along with an additional male figure accompanied by a Meowth clad in boots and a cowboy hat. That Meowth seems to have sustained an injury to its leg. What a pity. Though it has been trained well, its power would likely be greater without the injury, Luo Yangshua observed. "How did you notice that?" The man inquired curiously. "This is Jia. He is Xiao Luo, the founder of the Mercenary Guild." Ash smiled. "Xiao Luo. It has been a while. This time, I will definitely defeat you." "I await that day with bated breath," Luo Yangshua replied with a smile. As Ash and his companions settled down to enjoy their ramen, the two groups engaged in conversation and became more familiar with one another. Shafia, knowing that Ash was Luo Yangshua's longtime rival, asked, "Ash, what new Pokemon have you captured recently? You seem quite confident. They must be impressive." "Indeed. I recently captured 2 quite formidable Pokemon that will surely astonish you all," Ash teased. "This time, the Alliance has offered a divine beast as the prize for first place. So there will likely be many strong opponents. Be careful, Ash," Serena advised. "Rest assured, Serena, we have all witnessed Ash's strength. Without a doubt, reaching the top will pose no issue for him," Brock added. Luo Yangshua finished his broth, exhaled, and said, "One of my guild members will also be participating. And he is quite powerful. If he doesn't encounter someone like us, he should be able to reach the top 8. After their casual banter, Jia glanced at the time and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, I'm going to be late." With that, he dashed out, prompting Ash and the others to curiously follow. Ruby looked at the leisurely Luo Yangshua and asked, "Should we chase after them?" "No need. Let us first register at the Pokemon Center, as we must also consider the Pokemon we will showcase at the conference," Luo Yangshua replied casually. The group settled their bill and sauntered towards the Pokemon Center at the competition venue. The venue for this colorful spirit conference was constructed on an expansive body of water, featuring circular buildings dispersed throughout. The outer 2 rings housed the preliminary rounds and the preliminary championship matches, while the innermost ring served as the final venue for the conference. Along the shore, there was an athlete village, complete with dining and recreational facilities, where contestants would be assigned dormitories upon completing their registration. The registered Pokemon Center is situated at the outermost circle of the lake, where participants can register and transport their competing Pokemon. Luo Yangshua and his companions arrived at the Pokemon Center, presenting their trainer certificates and 8 badges to Nurse Joy for scanning. Once the scanning concluded, Nurse Joy remarked, "Trainer Luo from Shinno Town and Trainer Safia from Weibai Town, your records have been successfully entered into the tournament. Here are your room keys and competition guide." Taking their items, Luo Yangshua glanced at the competition guide and inquired, "How many participants are currently registered for the preliminaries?" "Let me check," Nurse Joy responded. "We have over 800 participants so far. After registration closes, the schedule will be sent to the competitors' room computers, so please keep an eye on your email notifications." Luo Yangshua nodded, and the 4 then proceeded to the competitors' village, where they found their assigned dormitory. However, a slight disagreement arose over room assignments, as the 2 rooms were not adjacent and were quite distant from one another. According to the arrangement, Safia and Lilith were to share a room, while Luo Yangshua and Ruby were to share another. However, Luo Yangshua and Ruby immediately protested, saying, "What kind of nonsense is this? 2 grown men sharing a room?" Moreover, after breaking that barrier, Luo Yangshua and Lilith's relationship had clearly warmed up. They couldn't possibly let such a splendid opportunity for solitude slip away. Furthermore, Safia never gets to be alone with Ruby. When will their relationship ever progress? Thus, Luo Yangshua decisively pulled Lilith into their room, closed the door, and locked it, leaving the others to their own devices. With the room assignment settled, Luo Yangshua began to contemplate his upcoming Pokemon lineup. Non-legendary Pokemon would all take the stage, but he had no intention of using the legendary ones. However, he also needed to consider the potential for unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, in terms of legendaries, Luo Yangshua decided to register 3 young Rayquazas, Groudon, and Kyogre. While simultaneously provoking the league, I'm using them openly. What can you do about it? Additionally, he included his newly captured Lurantis, Darkrai, and Meloetta, aiming to gradually cultivate synergy among them. After uploading the information of his participating Pokemon, Luo Yangshua began to review the uploaded data of other competitors. It was evident that many formidable opponents were present, with several participants possessing 1 or 2 legendary Pokemon, and many were of considerable age, with the oldest being in their 40s, drawn out by the allure of the legendary Pokemon to participate in this illustrious tournament. Luo Yangshua held no strong opinions regarding this. Rather, he believed in facing challenges as they came, asserting that everything was insignificant in the face of absolute strength. Over the following week, Luo Yangshua and Safia ensured that their Pokemon received ample rest, preparing them to face the tournament in peak condition. As emails were dispatched to each competitor's computers, the preliminary rounds were officially allocated. Due to an unprecedented number of over 1,000 participants, the tournament decided to conduct 3 rounds of preliminaries to narrow the field down to 256 for the official championship. Luo Yangshua's first opponent was already assigned, and he smiled. I never expected it would be him. In Chapter 189, The Troubled Sigh, Lilith curiously leaned over to glance at Luo Yangshua's opponent, bursting into laughter. I can't believe it's him. What bad luck for him. Luo Yangshua nodded. His first opponent was Sai, the quirky and imaginative fellow, who was, unfortunately for him, facing Luo Yangshua right off the bat. Sai possessed considerable skill and had a solid understanding of double battles. Had he not encountered Luo Yangshua, he might have progressed through the preliminaries with ease. The preliminary championship utilized a double battle format, and with Sai's capabilities, he could have easily reached the top 32. Alas, facing Luo Yangshua meant he was destined to be eliminated in the first round. Meanwhile, in the competitor's dormitory, Sai was already holding his head in despair, wailing, why did I have to face that guy? It's over. I'm completely finished. I stand no chance against him. Sai frantically scratched his head, contemplating battle strategies. But to no avail. It's utterly useless. The Pokemon in my possession are no match for that little Luo. Moreover, the preliminaries were conducted as single battles, with one round determining the victor, which was far from his forte in double battles, leaving him feeling hopeless. While Sai was in a state of anxiety and unable to sleep, Luo Yangshua was comfortably resting with Lilith, likely anticipating that the outcome of their first battle would soon be decided. The next day, the bustling preliminaries commenced. The preliminary venue was divided into 5 groups, A, B, C, D, and E, with 3 battlefields in each group, totaling 15 arenas. Luo Yangshua was assigned to Group A on the first battlefield, and he approached the fighting arena with a spirited demeanor, while Sai entered with dark circles under his eyes. Spotting Luo Yangshua, Sai forced a smile. Bro. I'm calling you bro now. Please go easy on me. At least let me have a chance to showcase my skills. Luo Yangshua chuckled and nodded, saying, sure. I won T attack. You can have your moment to shine. Really? You're serious? You promised not to attack. Sai exclaimed, suddenly invigorated. The referee, helplessly observing their banter, interjected, please refrain from casual conversation. The match is about to begin. Both sides, send out your Pokemon. Go Swampert. Sai exclaimed with excitement, feeling that if Luo Yangshua kept his promise, he might just pull off an upset. Defeating a guild leader would be a tale worth telling for a lifetime. As Sai indulged in his daydreams, Luo Yangshua summoned a Guard of War onto the field. Swampert, it's just a Guard of War. Don't be afraid. Use Earthquake. Sai commanded enthusiastically. Swampert roared and slammed its arms against the ground, sending powerful shockwaves radiating outward, felt even by the spectators. However, Luo Yangshua merely smiled, although Guard of War maintained a stoic expression. A hint of disdain was evident in its half-closed eyes. The move Reflect formed a protective barrier, successfully shielding against the earthquake. Sai was taken aback, questioning, is that a defensive move? Can Gardevoir really withstand it? Naive, Luo Yangshua replied coolly, Gardevoir, return the favor. As the barrier dissipated, it coalesced into an energy orb in front of Gardevoir. The orb shot forth, and Swampert, unable to track its trajectory, was struck in the chest, sent flying against the wall, which cracked upon impact, leaving it to slowly descend moments later. You're not keeping your promise. Didn't you say you wouldn't attack? Sai felt a sense of collapse. Swampert had barely survived one hit, and another would likely render it unable to battle. Luo Yangshua retorted, is Reflect considered an attack? Sai, speechless, exclaimed, "Is your reflect like that? Isn't Gardevoir supposed to only counterattack after being hit? How could it launch an energy orb without sustaining any damage?" Gardevoir scoffed inwardly, thinking, "You're far too naive. I can withstand countless attacks from legendary Pokémon. In terms of defense, endurance, and counterattacks, who dares challenge me? Moreover, having comprehended the essence, I could duel with legendaries for 300 rounds." Indeed, during the month back in Sinnoh Town, Luo Yangshua had expended considerable resources to elevate all his Pokémon to the semi-legendary realm using legendary Pokémon cultivation devices, significantly enhancing their abilities. Each of them was eager and prepared to make a significant impact at this illustrious tournament. Notably, it is worth mentioning that Luo Yangshua had also captured a young Lugia. Given that Lugia was well aware of the capabilities of Luo Yangshua's Pokémon, it was only natural for this mother to entrust her young one to him as numerous Pokémon transitioned into the semi-legendary realm. However, the current strength of little Lugia remains rather insufficient, which is why Luo Yangshua did not bring it to participate in the colorful Ghost Conference. Once adequately trained, it could indeed become a formidable force. In light of this situation, Ce found himself at a loss. Should they continue fighting? Every encounter with Giranong resulted in a fierce counterattack, and his Swampert lacked any status-altering moves to weaken the opponent. After contemplating for a while, Ce declared, "Swampert, use Mudslap." Swampert scooped up some dirt from the ground and hurled it towards Giranong. The audience erupted in a chorus of boos. It seemed as if he was resorting to childish tactics due to an inability to win. Yet Luo Yangshua merely smiled and remarked, "Are you hoping to reduce Giranong's accuracy with that Mudslap?" However, he underestimates Giranong, for it is a Psychic-type Pokémon that can strike Swampert even without sight. Giranong let out a cry, activating Mirror Coat, which deflected all the Mudslap attacks. Subsequently, a series of shockwaves struck Swampert. Although the individual impacts were not particularly powerful, their sheer number overwhelmed Swampert, causing it to lose its battle capability. With Swampert incapacitated, Giranong emerged victorious, declaring the winner as Little Luo from Jinshin Town. Announced the referee loudly. Ce, resigned, recalled Swampert and approached Luo Yangshua, shaking his hand as he sighed. "Alas, it appears I still cannot match you, Little Luo. Your strength is truly remarkable. I concede with utmost respect." Luo Yangshua grasped his hand firmly, responding, "You did well too, though you might need to amend that habit of yours. Your strategic thinking in double battles is commendable. With diligent training, you will surely achieve great results. So, what do you say? Would you like to join the Mercenary Guild as my subordinate?" Ce chuckled, replying, "I shall consider it. When my journey becomes untenable, I might try my luck at the Mercenary Guild. However, I feel my travels must continue for now, so I hope you understand." "No worries. I have faith in you," Luo Yangshua said, patting Ce on the shoulder. Ce then departed, concluding his participation in the colorful Ghost Conference, preparing to resume his travels. Luo Yangshua hurried to reunite with Lily AI, eager to watch the battles of Shafia and Xiaoji. With the large number of participants, collisions were unlikely for the time being, yet they remained wary of the seasoned trainers hidden among the throng. Shafia's match was scheduled as the fourth bout in Group D. By the time Luo Yangshua and Lily AI arrived at the venue, the third match had just commenced. After locating Ruby, they settled down to watch Shafia's battle. Chapter 190, The Battle of Offense and Defense. The third match concluded swiftly, revealing a significant disparity in strength. One was a novice trainer wielding an Empoleon, while the other, a middle-aged man using Electivire, possessed far greater battle experience, not to mention a type advantage, defeating Empoleon in just 3 moves. "The gap is too vast," Lily AI remarked as the match ended. "There's nothing to be done. The league has thrown out such a tempting bait," Ruby replied. Luo Yangshua added, "I've seen Shafia's opponent. She is a formidable veteran trainer named Mena, who was the runner-up in the Johto League 8 years ago. We cannot underestimate her. It's all right, Shafia can handle it. As long as she isn't too heavily countered, she should be fine," Ruby reassured. The fourth match commenced shortly thereafter, pitting Shafia against a woman who appeared quite youthful but was nearly 40 years old. Nevertheless, her extensive battle experience was undeniable. It would be a test of whether Shafia could withstand the onslaught. With the referee's signal, both trainers released their Pokémon. 2 beams of light flashed, revealing 2 dinosaur-like creatures in the arena. "Interesting, a clash of offense and defense?" Luo Yangshua observed, smiling at the 2 Pokémon. Ruby responded dryly, "It's a battle between Rampardos and Bastiodon. Quite the coincidence." Rampardos was one of the Pokémon Shafia obtained from the breeding center. Compared to its pre-evolution, Cranidos, it had grown significantly larger post-evolution, with a gray body, blue stripes on its tail, white spikes protruding from the sides of its head and legs, and red eyes. With its toes reduced to 3, Bastiodon was Mayna's Pokémon, resembling a solid stone shield, reminiscent of a Triceratops. Its head was gray with black and yellow stripes. Its eyes yellow with black pupils, and spines adorned both above and below its eyes. Its black back featured a row of blunt white spikes, while its legs and tail were gray, with its body primarily a sandy yellow. Both Pokémon belonged to the Sinnoh region's fossil Pokémon, yet they found themselves battling on the Hoenn battlefield. From a type perspective, Rampardos was at a disadvantage, being a pure rock type, while Bastiodon was rock and steel, providing a counter to Rampardos. However, Bastiodon's attack power was quite lacking, making its defensive strategy against the formidable Rampardos a focal point of interest. Rampardos, use Head Smash. Shafia commanded. Rampardos let out a roar, lowering its head and charging directly at Bastiodon, which immediately fortified its defense with Iron Defense. Bastiodon, use Metal Burst. Mayna ordered. Bastiodon's body shimmered with metallic luster as it opened its mouth to create a white spherical energy before absorbing Rampardos' incoming attack, then launching the energy back at Rampardos, striking it directly and sending it flying. Metal Burst suits Bastiodon perfectly, akin to my Gyuranong, reflecting the opponent's attacks. Moreover, Bastiodon's ability is sturdy, allowing it to withstand one-hit KO moves, making the reflected force truly formidable. Luo Yanshuo mused, stroking his chin. Lily AI nodded. If I were to command Bastiodon, I would likely use the same skill set. Furthermore, Bastiodon has the move Roar, and if I'm not mistaken, the next move will be Roar, forcing Rampardos to use only attacking moves. Next, use Roar. Mayna instructed. Bastiodon disdainfully glared at Rampardos, as if mocking the weakness of its attacks. Rampardos, ignited with fury, gritted its teeth and charged towards Bastiodon. Just right. I want to see how long you can withstand this. Shafia exclaimed. Rampardos, use Earthquake. As soon as she did, Mayna's expression tightened. Earthquake was 4 times effective against Bastiodon. Even with its defensive capabilities, a direct hit would likely be devastating. She quickly ordered, Bastiodon. We will use Earthquake too. Both Rampardos and Bastiodon stomped heavily on the ground simultaneously, sending violent shockwaves crashing against one another, fracturing the entire battlefield. Yet Rampardos' attack was not to be underestimated. With an attack stat of 165, it possessed innate destructive power. Although Bastiodon's Earthquake mitigated some damage to Rampardos, it still landed a powerful blow, inflicting significant damage. Damn it, Bastiodon, use Metal Burst. Mayna commanded. I won't let you succeed. Rampardos, another Earthquake. Shafia shouted. Bastiodon opened its mouth, generating a white sphere of energy, but Rampardos, undeterred, stomped the ground once more, unleashing another wave of shockwaves that struck Bastiodon. The latter stumbled, causing the Metal Burst energy to veer off course, narrowly missing Rampardos and inflicting minimal damage. Now is our chance, Rampardos. Deliver the final head smash. Shafia called out. Rampardos charged towards Bastiodon, its short arms raised high, delivering a powerful punch directly to Bastiodon's shield-like face, depleting its remaining health and rendering it incapable of battle. With Bastiodon defeated, Rampardos emerged victorious. Thus, the winner is Shafia from Mabai Town. The referee announced at the opportune moment. Sophia dashed forward, exuberantly embracing the Bagon, exclaiming, Bagon, you performed splendidly. The Bagon, equally pleased, squinted its eyes in delight, savoring the applause it had received. Mina, retrieving her fortress dragon, shook her head in resignation as she departed from the competition venue. Luo Yanshuo and his companions soon reunited with Sophia, first extending their congratulations on her well-deserved victory, while also checking the competition schedule. Ash's match was slated for the afternoon, so they decided to wait until after lunch to watch. As for the participants from their guild, her match was scheduled for the following day, which would also provide an opportunity for them to observe. According to Zijana's description, the girl named Shirji Lu possessed considerable skill in commanding dragon-type Pokémon. After lunch, the group made their way to the second arena of Group E, where they also met Brock and Serena. However, Ruby noticed the absence of Ji and inquired, Where's Ji? Brock replied, Ji's match is about to commence shortly, and he won't have time to cheer for Ash. The group settled down to watch the matches, which thus far had been competitive but lacked standout moments. Before long, it was time for Ash's battle. Ash's opponent was using a flying leg, while Ash sent out Pikachu to take the lead. The legendary Pokémon, Time, was expected to showcase its prowess, and Luo Yanshuo felt a tinge of anticipation. However, to his disappointment, under Ash's command, Pikachu executed an electrifying thunderbolt, followed by a thunder wave and a thunderball that swiftly incapacitated the flying leg. The efficiency of the victory left Luo Yangshua questioning whether it was truly Ash. Noticing the astonishment on Luo Yangshua's face, Brock chuckled. That guy Ash has been tirelessly striving to surpass you, Luo. He's been training hard for this very purpose. To face you in battle. Luo Yangshua smiled, remarking, this competition is shaping up to be quite interesting. I anticipate it will be quite entertaining. Chapter 191, Yaya vs. Dual-Headed Dragon. Following Ash's triumph, Luo Yangshua and his companions returned to their respective rooms, preparing for the first round of preliminaries to conclude over the next 2 days. This meant that for the subsequent 2 days, there would be no matches, allowing Luo Yangshua and the others to properly adjust their conditions in anticipation of the second round of preliminaries. The next day, Luo Yangshua accompanied Lilia to the A group's third arena for Shirji Lu's match. Meanwhile, Ruby and Sophia explored other venues in search of exceptional trainers whom they might recruit into the guild. Shirji Lu's match commenced swiftly. She was a girl with long pink hair, possessing a somewhat aloof demeanor yet undeniable strength. Her opponent, a boy from the Unova region named Kasa, was ready to face her. Please release your Pokemon and commence the battle, the referee announced. Both trainers hurled their Pokeballs, and 2 Pokemon materialized simultaneously on the field. As the audience discerned the Pokemon in play, gasps of astonishment erupted. Luo Yangshua couldn't help but click his tongue, while Lilia exclaimed, "Is she out of her mind?" Using that Pokemon for battle. Luo Yangshua was equally speechless, as Shirji Lu had chosen Yaya, while Kasa had summoned its final evolution, the dual-headed dragon. Yaya's body predominantly glimmered in cadmium green, with dark green accents from its horns to between its eyes, and a grass-green neck and chest, featuring a prominent white fang and red eyes. In stark contrast, the dual-headed dragon boasted axe-like fangs, adorned with stripes, predominantly olive green, with red tips on its fingers and toes, and a black body marked by spiny protrusions along its neck. The sight of the 2 Pokemon standing side by side evoked the image of a child battling an adult, prompting many spectators to proclaim the match already over. Yet Luo Yangshua held a different opinion. After all, Shirji Lu was a member of his elite team and possessed formidable strength. Furthermore, her mainstay, Charizard, had previously helped her defeat and capture a Latios, so she would never jeopardize her qualification for advancement. Observing Kasa's confident expression, Shirji Lu calmly declared, "I shall attack first." Yaya used tackle. Yaya surged forward, leveraging its small size and agility to ram into the dual-headed dragon, causing its health to plummet to match that of Yaya's. Kasa remained unfazed, knowing that the dual-headed dragon's attributes far surpassed those of Yaya. A minor loss in health was inconsequential. Kasa commanded, "Destroy it, dual-headed dragon, use Dragon Claw." The dual-headed dragon, already incensed from being struck by its pre-evolution, channeled its fury into the Dragon Claw attack, swiftly swiping at Yaya. "Yaya, use Dragon Dance," Shirji Lu instructed. Yaya gracefully maneuvered its body, effortlessly evading the Dragon Claw, while simultaneously enhancing its attack and speed. With each Dragon Dance, Yaya's speed escalated, and its movements became increasingly fluid. While the dual-headed dragon appeared cumbersome in comparison, Kasa quickly realized the gravity of the situation and shouted, "Dual-headed dragon, use Dragon Pulse." The dual-headed dragon unleashed a powerful shockwave aimed at Yaya. Shirji Lu, unfazed, replied calmly, "Hold your ground." Yaya enveloped itself in a crimson glow as the Dragon Pulse struck, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Though Yaya was left on the brink of collapse, it withstood the devastating blow. In the audience, Luo Yangshua shook his head, stating, "It's over." Lilia questioned, "Is Shirji Lu going to lose?" "No, she will win," Luo Yangshua replied earnestly. Lilia appeared puzzled, prompting Luo Yangshua to explain. Shirji Lu was actually preparing for this final move from the very beginning. The initial tackle was designed to ensure that this last strike could take down the dual-headed dragon. The subsequent Dragon Dance was to enhance both attack and speed, allowing her to land that final blow with maximum velocity. As for holding her ground, that was to maximize the impact of the attack. Now, the final move is Revival. Lilia instantly grasped the concept and exclaimed. Accompanied by Lilia's shout, Shirji Lu simultaneously commanded, "Yaya, use your final revival." Yaya summoned its remaining strength, reaching peak speed thanks to the effects of Dragon Dance, transforming into a streak of lightning as it charged toward the dual-headed dragon. The dual-headed dragon panicked, fully aware that if hit, its defeat was inevitable. However, it was too late. Its scales bristled as it unleashed its last stand, the reverse scale. Nonetheless, it was futile. The energy sphere generated by revival struck the dual-headed dragon with tremendous force. With barely a sliver of health remaining, the damage Yaya unleashed via revival was catastrophic. A deafening explosion ensued, sending the dual-headed dragon crashing against the wall, rendering it incapable of continuing the fight. With the dual-headed dragon incapacitated, Yaya emerged victorious, proclaiming Shirji Lu from Chiyoya Town as the winner. The referee waved his flag, affirming Shirji Lu's triumph, his expression one of astonishment. As Yaya's victory over the dual-headed dragon shattered his preconceived notions, Luo Yanshua rose, stating, "Let us depart. There is little of interest left to see. A few of you should take note, as they are all trainers possessing legendary Pokémon. Let us see if we can recruit them into the guild." Lilia nodded, retrieving a compact notebook to review, commenting, "Apart from you, Luo, and Ash, the others are Shirji Lu, Sia, and Dale." She continued, "Ash has registered 3 legendary birds, Suicune and Latios. Shirji Lu has Latios. Sia possesses 2, namely Deoxys and Latios, while Dale has shiny Rayquaza. Indeed, it appears to be a gathering of legendary Pokemon trainers." Lilia noted, "Dale is a girl, so you should approach her. Leave Sia to me. I shall see if I can persuade her to join us. Do not feel compelled. Let them act freely. Whether they join or not is of little consequence. Once we become formidable in the future, attracting talent will be a trivial matter," remarked Luo Yanshua. Lilia nodded, parting ways with Luo Yanshua to search for the girl named Delaware. Meanwhile, Luo Yanshua perused the schedule and noticed that the match involving a trainer named Sia coincided with that of Shishir Lu, which had likely concluded by now. If his instincts served him correctly, Sia would head to the Pokemon Center to restore her Pokemon, making it a logical destination for him. With a clear purpose in mind, Luo Yanshua set forth towards the Pokemon Center, hoping for a smooth journey ahead. Chapter 192, The Essence of Fairies. Upon arriving at the Pokemon Center, Luo Yanshua found Sia, a bright and cheerful boy. He extended an invitation to her, but it was met with a firm refusal. After all, the Pokemon League was currently very powerful, and trainers with aspirations would naturally prefer to join it. Those willing to join the Mercenary Guild were typically less fortunate, either lacking resources or possessing insider knowledge, or they were highly intelligent individuals who sensed something unusual about the guild's establishment and chose to join for that reason. The last category comprised of Luo Yanshua's fans, who were well aware of his significant reputation as a 2-time regional champion and the youngest trainer of the champion level. Under such a spotlight, he garnered a substantial fan base, many of whom were enticed to join the Mercenary Guild due to its appealing benefits. However, Sia did not belong to these categories. Young and ambitious, with 2 legendary Pokemon at his disposal, he naturally looked down upon the Mercenary Guild as a minor force. Luo Yanshua smiled, not pushing the matter further. A trainer of Sia's caliber would undoubtedly attract the League's attention, especially with his experience in capturing legendary Pokemon, marking him as a prime candidate for the League's focused cultivation. Luo Yanshua's attempts bore no fruit, and upon returning to his dormitory, he found Lilia had also been unsuccessful. Dell possessed a background with the League, and her Cydolin had been discovered by her unexpectedly at a volcanic site. The two seemed to resonate well, leading Cydolin to accompany Dell, a fact that the League promptly recognized and acted upon. To Luo Yanshua, this was of little concern. They're merely legendary Pokemon. In the future, I shall have as many as I desire. He had placed all his hopes on the gene sect of Team Plasma, if the raw materials sufficed, with Akroma's expertise. Mass production of gene sect should indeed be achievable. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the first round of the preliminaries concluded, paving the way for the second round. Luo Yanshua's match was the second one scheduled in Group E. His opponent was a master of fighting-type Pokemon from Kalos, whose ace was a wrestling hawk. As they took their positions, Luo Yanshua noted that his opponent was an older gentleman, muscular and clearly a fighting expert himself. Luo Yanshua, not to be outdone, had maintained his physical training throughout his travels. While not excessively muscular, he was certainly well built. With the referee's signal, Luo Yanshua and the gentleman, named Kazan, sent forth their Pokemon. Upon hearing Kazan's name, Luo Yanshua couldn't help but chuckle. Kazan? Why not adopt the moniker Akiji? And what else with the fighting type? Ice is surely your true calling. However, banter aside, the battle commenced. Luo Yanshua sent out his Sylveon, while Kazan unleashed his ace, the wrestling hawk. Luo Yanshua grinned and proclaimed, "Do not blame me for having the advantage. Sylveon, misty terrain." With a light step, Sylveon summoned a pink mist that enveloped the arena, accentuating her charm and allure. Ruby nodded from the audience, commenting, "I've learned a thing or two." Kazan struck a muscular pose, commanding, "Wrestling hawk, throw." The wrestling hawk produced a black iron ball and hurled it towards Sylveon. Unfazed, Sylveon waved her ribbon-like appendages, enveloping the iron ball in the pink mist, reducing its momentum until it came to a halt just 1 meter away, crashing harmlessly to the ground. Luo Yangshua observed the wrestling hawk, inquiring, "Is that a light body ability? Yet within Sylvian's domain, can you truly escape?" He commanded, "Sylvian, use fairy wind." Sylvian twirled her ribbons, unleashing a barrage of pink stars that rained down upon the wrestling hawk. The hawk leapt high into the air, attempting to execute a flying body slam towards Sylvian. In response, Sylvian spun her ribbons, conjuring a swirling vortex of fairy winds that engulfed the wrestling hawk, inflicting significant damage. Luo Yangshua chuckled at the sight of the wrestling hawk caught in the vortex, remarking, "Sylvian's innate power is truly remarkable." The essence Sylvian had grasped was that of fairies, enhancing her fairy-type capabilities. Yet Sylvian was not fond of battling directly, leading her to develop this technique of manipulating fairy power within the misty terrain. One could say this move bore a resemblance to a field effect. Within this misty terrain, it was indeed Sylvian's domain. However, it did not correspond to the powers of a true deity. Rather, it was akin to a pseudo-field. Nevertheless, its effects were significant. Attacks could emanate from all directions, and it constrained the opponent's movements and strength, suppressing them while empowering Sylvian. Yet the drawbacks were evident. It lasted only 5 turns, a brief duration. And as Sylvian had just recently grasped this essence, she could only utilize it once before being unable to transition into subsequent moves. "Sky attack, come forth. Channel your will." Kazan bellowed. The wrestling hawk roared in response, shattering the fairy wind vortex with its sky attack and charging towards Sylvian. Sylvian smirked disdainfully, wrapping her ribbons around the wrestling hawk's waist, spinning once before slamming it down forcefully onto the ground. "Last moonlight," Luo Yangshua commanded. "Aerial ace," Kazan shouted. A bright moon appeared in the sky, its radiant light striking the wrestling hawk directly. Yet, the wrestling hawk assumed a defensive stance, utilizing aerial ace. While recovering health, it relinquished its flying-type attributes and withstood Sylvian's moonlight. As the effects of the misty terrain faded, the arena returned to its original state. The wrestling hawk rubbed its sore wings and launched itself in a flying body slam towards Sylvian. But even having endured the moonlight, how much health remained for the wrestling hawk? Luo Yangshua shook his head, declaring, "Sylvian, unleash the final fairy wind." Sylvian blew forth a gust of fairy wind, which struck the wrestling hawk mid-air, rendering it unable to continue fighting, and it fell limply to the ground. With the wrestling hawk incapacitated, Sylvian emerged victorious, and the referee announced, "The winner is Luo from Shino Town." Kuzan sighed, recalling his wrestling hawk and approaching Luo Yangshua, extending a hand in congratulation. "Indeed, the legendary Pokémon remain a distant dream for me. Young Luo, keep pushing forward. I hope to see you crowned once more." "Absolutely," Luo Yangshua replied with a smile, giving Kazan a thumbs up. As the match concluded, the next competition for Shafia was scheduled for the following day, prompting Luo Yangshua and his companions to swiftly check on Ash's progress. Chapter 193, Alan vs. Ash. Luo Yangshua and his companions hurried to the venue of Group B, where Ash had already begun his battle against his opponent. They quickly found seats and settled in to watch. Ash's adversary was formidable, a trainer utilizing a Charizard, which had evolved into Mega Charizard X using a Mega Stone. This trainer appeared familiar to Luo Yangshua, as if he had encountered him before, but the memory eluded him. Luo Yangshua inquired of the adjacent Lily AI, who is currently facing off against Xiaoji. "Oh, let me check," Lily AI replied as she retrieved her small notebook computer. "His name is Alan, hailing from the Kalos region. He was formerly an assistant to Professor Bratano and is the reigning champion of the last Kalos conference. Quite formidable indeed." In that instant, Luo Yangshua realized this was Alan, the very character who had triumphed over Xiaoji in the anime to claim the championship. With no Xiaoji to impede him, it seemed likely that Alan would easily secure victory. And now, he was once again pitted against Xiaoji. However, Xiaoji had yet to acquire his Greninja, rendering it impossible to witness a reenactment of their animated clash. Nevertheless, this match held its own allure, a Super Charizard X battling against Suicune. "Alright, let us observe a moment of silence for Super Charizard X," Luo Yangshua remarked. Charizard against Suicune, particularly against the legendary Suicune, suggested to him that even his Charizard would merely stand a 50-50 chance. Let alone this Charizard that had yet to ascend to the realm of semi-legendary Pokémon. Alas, what a pity. All they could do was watch to see how long Alan could endure. Luo Yangshua sighed in lament. Ruby nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. I never expected Xiaoji to have captured Suicune. I wonder if this Suicune has mastered its domain." Luo Yangshua shook his head, replying, "Certainly not. Otherwise, what is the point of battling? They might as well hand the championship directly to Xiaoji." Sophia and Lily AI nodded in concurrence. Having first-hand experience of the power of domains, they were the most qualified to speak on the might of such abilities. In the arena, Aelin watched as Suicune effortlessly dismantled his Charizard's assault, a bitter expression crossing his face. Is there truly such a vast chasm between me and a legendary Pokemon? Charizard. Dragon Claw. Aelin commanded. Suicune, Iron Head. Xiaoji instructed. Super Charizard X coiled its claws in verdant draconic energy, flapping its wings as it lunged at Suicune. Suicune gracefully leapt, its crystalline crest shimmering with a metallic hue, effortlessly deflecting Super Charizard X before landing elegantly. Ruby couldn't help but exclaim, "How beautiful! How I wish I could capture a Suicune myself." Luo Yangshua nodded. Indeed, among the legendary beasts, Suicune stands as the most exquisite. Witnessing Suicune up close only amplifies its beauty. Suicune is, after all, the embodiment of the North Wind and legend. Adorned with a headpiece resembling a blue gemstone and flowing white ribbons, evoking an ethereal grace. Its body bore patterns of blue and white, symbolizing the essence of water and wind. Charizard, do not yield. Thunder Punch. Aelin shouted. Finish it, Suicune. Last Blizzard. Xiaoji commanded. To fight with all one's might is a form of respect towards one's opponent. Let us conclude with our strongest move. Super Charizard X roared, striking the ground with a fist, causing columns of flame to erupt and surge towards Suicune. Yet, Suicune inhaled deeply, unleashing a fierce blizzard. The blizzard enveloped the arena. And when it subsided, Super Charizard X remained frozen, its fist poised against the ground, encased in ice. As the ice shattered, Super Charizard X reverted to its Charizard form, having completely lost its combat capability. With Charizard incapacitated, Suicune emerged victorious. Thus, the victor is Xiaoji from Shinno Town. The referee declared resoundingly. Aelin recalled his Charizard, stating, "You did well, Charizard. We'll strive together, and next time, we shall challenge them again." Xiaoji approached, extending his hand to Aelin. "Hello, Aelin. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiaoji from Shinno Town. Your strength is truly impressive. Had you not encountered me, I have no doubt you would have reached the top 32. Aelin shook Xiaoji's hand, responding, "I lost this time, but I shall continue to challenge you. Charizard and I have vowed to train rigorously to become the world's strongest." "Indeed. I look forward to it," Xiaoji smiled. Luo Yangshua observed Aelin departing and stood, declaring, "What a promising individual. I shall extend an invitation. I hope to recruit him into our guild." With that, Luo Yangshua set off, intending to seek Aelin at the Pokemon Center. Ruby remarked at Luo Yangshua's retreating figure. "He truly is a busy president. It seems their SA match of Jia is coming up. Shall we go and watch?" "Yes, let us go," Sophia replied. "After all, my match is tomorrow." Subsequently, Ruby and the others sought out Xiaoji's group, preparing to cheer for Jia. Meanwhile, Luo Yangshua arrived at the Pokemon Center and spotted a somewhat dazed Aelin, accompanied by his travel partner, Manon. Manon was encouraging Aelin, urging him to regain his spirits. That was a truly disheartening defeat. Luo Yangshua approached and said. Aelin looked up at Luo Yangshua and stated, "You are the founder of the Mercenary Guild, Luo Yangshua." "Indeed, that is I, young man. Do you yearn for strength?" Luo Yangshua smiled. "Join the Mercenary Guild. Become my subordinate, and I can teach you how to attain even greater power." Aelin forced a bitter smile, replying, "Let me think it over. I prefer not to rely on others to grow strong. That would stray too far from my original intent. I apologize for worrying you, Manon." Seeing Aelin recovering, Manon nodded. "Yes, I'm glad you're all right. Aelin, let us continue striving." Luo Yangshua regarded Aelin with a smile, saying, "It is your choice. Should you reconsider, come find me in Shinno Town." With that, he departed. The words were spoken. Whether they held any weight would be revealed in time. Luo Yangshua had a premonition that Aelin would inevitably return to him. Upon returning to find Lily AI and the others, Luo Yangshua learned that Jia's match had concluded. Everyone returned to rest, as Sophia had a match the following day and needed to prepare. Yet, Sophia was unconcerned, believing her opponent to be of little strength. The next day, Sophia effortlessly defeated her opponent's Kirin with her mesmerizing gaze, allowing everyone to advance to the third round of preliminaries. However, when the list for the third round of preliminaries was revealed, Luo Yangshua discovered that his opponent was none other than Dell, the girl possessing a Shurdolin. Luo Yangshua chuckled. Turning to Lily AI, "Do you think I should go easy on her tomorrow?" Lily AI pondered for a moment before responding, "It would be best not to. Let her witness your strength. This will be beneficial in the long run. After all, She has already been recruited by the Alliance, and she is bound to be one of them in the future. Thus, it would be wise to assert some dominance now, preventing her from harboring thoughts of rivalry against us. Luo Yangshua nodded, contemplating his decision to have Bangilas take the stage. The following day, Lily AI and the others joined Xiaoji's group at the first venue of Group D to witness Luo Yangshua's match. As both competitors took their positions, Luo Yangshua stood resolutely in the arena. However, the girl opposite him, named Dale, remarked, "I apologize, but your journey in this tournament comes to an end here." "Humph. Who's to say who will emerge victorious? Don't assume that only you possess a divine beast," Dale retorted. With a signal from the referee, the two Pokemon entered the fray. Dale indeed sent forth her ace, Sherdolin, while Luo Yangshua called upon his Tyranitar. The moment Tyranitar appeared, its Sandstream ability instantaneously conjured a fierce sandstorm. Yet, Sherdolin, possessing the steel type, remained unharmed by the tempest. Sherdolin, a creature of a reddish-brown hue, bore a resemblance to a turtle, its body adorned with a mix of brown and orange spots. It featured structures akin to metallic anklets on its legs, with foreclaws arranged in a cross pattern on each foot. The darker side of Sherdolin was gray, its face obscured by a protective gray structure, and its eyes glimmered a fiery orange. Dale, observing Luo Yangshua's Tyranitar, laughed. "You dare to face my Sherdolin without summoning a divine beast? This match is already mine." Sherdolin. Lava Plume. Sherdolin slammed its feet into the ground, causing the earth around Tyranitar to crack, while a tempest of molten lava engulfed Tyranitar. As Sherdolin directed the lava plume towards Tyranitar, it unexpectedly encountered a swirling sandstorm that thwarted the assault, rendering it unable to strike Tyranitar. "Whoever told you that ordinary Pokemon cannot defeat divine beasts? Your Sherdolin is nothing but a featherweight in my eyes." Tyranitar, Earthquake. Luo Yangshua stated indifferently. Tyranitar stomped heavily on the ground, sending violent shockwaves that toppled Sherdolin and reduced its health by half. The lava plume, lacking Shidolin's control, dissipated, leaving molten rock scattered across the battlefield. Yet curiously, there was no lava within half a meter of Tyranitar. The essence mastered by Tyranitar was that of the sandstorm, and it truly deserved the title of Sandstorm Monarch. How is this possible? Dale could scarcely believe her eyes. Her divine beast could not even best a quasi-divine Pokemon. Luo Yangshua coolly remarked, "You remain woefully naive. Divine beasts come in various tiers. Even ordinary Pokemon can ascend to become divine beasts one day. With Sherdolin lacking mastery over its own strength, how could it ever hope to rival my Tyranitar? Tyranitar, finish it with another earthquake. Don't underestimate us. Sherdolin, Stone Edge. Then leap into the air to rest." Dale commanded. The fierce shockwaves surged towards Sherdolin, but it struck the ground with force, causing numerous sharp stones to erupt. Sherdolin scuttled swiftly, using the stone edge to leap into the air, closing its eyes to fall into slumber. Upon landing, it opened its eyes once more, its health fully restored. Luo Yangshua was left speechless. Is this even a legitimate tactic? Dale, witnessing Luo Yangshua's astonished expression, proudly proclaimed, "Do not underestimate us. We have faced many adversaries, and we certainly possess ways to counter Earthquake." Sherdolin, Stone Edge. Luo Yangshua smiled faintly. Interesting. Achieving sleep and awakening within moments is indeed commendable. However, Sherdolin, lacking mastery over its essence, remains no match for Tyranitar. This merely prolongs the inevitable. Sherdolin again stomped heavily, causing a multitude of sharp stones to rise and launch towards Tyranitar. In response, Tyranitar also stomped, sending a barrage of sharp stones crashing into Shidolins, obliterating them, and subsequently striking Sherdolin into the air. "Dark Pulse," Luo Yangshua announced. Tyranitar placed its hands before its chest, dark energy coalescing before launching towards Sherdolin. "Sleep," Dale commanded. Sherdolin again succumbed to slumber as Dark Pulse struck, awakening it, yet its health remained ample. As it landed, the lava plume surged once more towards Tyranitar. "Earthquake!" Luo Yangshua and Dale exclaimed in unison. The two shockwaves collided, diminishing the power of Tyranitar's Earthquake. However, Sherdolin seized the opportunity to amplify the lava plume's strength, ensnaring Tyranitar within a molten sphere. Dale triumphantly declared, "It's over." But in the next instant, she realized her grave miscalculation. A thunderous roar erupted from within the molten sphere as an unending sandstorm burst forth, shattering the sphere and sending Tyranitar, cloaked in the storm, crashing towards Sherdolin, striking it once more with Stone Edge. "Sleep." Dale attempted once more. Yet it was futile. Tyranitar seized Shidolin's leg and executed a shoulder throw, slamming it to the ground, awakening Sherdolin with a pained cry. "End it now." With one final earthquake, Luo Yangshua stated calmly. Tyranitar raised its foot and brought it down heavily upon Shidolan's abdomen. The intense shockwave reverberated within Shidolan, delivering a single, decisive blow that knocked it out. Shidolan lost its ability to battle, and Tyranitar claimed victory. Thus, the winner is Luo from True Newtown, the referee announced. Luo Yangshua recalled Tyranitar and remarked coolly, "You have much ground to cover." With that, he turned elegantly and departed the arena, leaving Dale in a daze as she gazed at her incapacitated Shidolan. TSK, that was utterly merciless, Ruby commented upon witnessing the scene. "Don't be foolish. There's no point in showing leniency to a future rival," Sophia replied. Chapter 195, The Battlefield Scourge. With Luo Yangshua's match concluded, it was now time for Sophia's battle. Her opponent was a man from the Johto region named Ag, known for his prowess with powerful attacking Pokémon to swiftly conclude fights. To this end, Sophia had specially prepared the Pokémon she had captured. Luo Yangshua, having learned of Sophia's intentions from Ruby, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Ag, as that Pokémon was particularly effective against trainers of his ilk. As the referee announced the commencement of the match, Sophia and Ag simultaneously sent forth their Pokémon. Upon the appearance of the two creatures in the arena, Luo Yangshua's forehead throbbed with irritation. He rubbed his temples and muttered, "How did it come to this? How long will this battle last?" Ruby and Lillian wore similarly pained expressions, as Ash and the others had already begun their own matches. They should be finishing up soon. They ought to come watch Sophia's battle, Ruby speculated. Why did he say this? Sophia was using a Metapod while Ag had called forth a Blissey. These two notorious battle stalemates were unlikely to yield a conclusion anytime soon. Sophia exchanged a resigned glance with Ag, who mirrored her expression of exasperation. He merely sought to change his battle style, never anticipating this would be the outcome, nonetheless. Having sent them forth, they had no choice but to continue. Although Metapod had aggressive capabilities, facing a Blissey could lead to an unexpected downfall, so Sophia, opting for caution, decided to adopt a defensive strategy, aiming for a steady path to victory. Metapod, harden, Sophia commanded. Metapod immediately sprouted roots, burrowing into the arena to absorb nutrients and restore itself. Blissey Egg Bomb. Ag, seeing Sophia's lack of offensive intent, launched his attack first. Blissey produced an energy egg and hurled it at Metapod, yet Metapod remained unyielding. It is well known that Metapod is only twice weak to fighting-type moves and 4 times weak to fire-type moves, but it boasts resistances against 11 types, rendering it completely unfazed by Blissey. Moreover, Ag's Pokémon lacked any moves that could effectively counter Metapod, which was why he resorted to using an egg bomb for the assault. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Sophia declared, "Metapod, toxic." Metapod unleashed a stream of purple venom towards Blissey, but it was effortlessly evaded. Saphira need not worry about her nut dumbbell being swiftly vanquished by the Jigglypuff, as it continuously emitted a stream of deadly toxins. Agron could only command Jigglypuff to evade incessantly while hurling eggs towards the nut dumbbell. Observing this scene, Luo Yangshua sighed, "It's over." Both trainers adopted a conservative strategy, and it seemed that the battle could drag on for hours without resolution. Ruby and Saphira wore expressions of concern. Saphira's match was nearing noon, and if this continued, they would likely miss lunch. "How about we go eat first and return afterward?" suggested Luo Yangshua. Ruby hesitated. That doesn't seem right. However, considering the prolonged nature of the battle, she ultimately nodded in agreement, for one cannot starve themselves. The nut dumbbell continued to spew its toxic fumes until it could no longer do so, reluctantly ceasing its assault. Jigglypuff, exhausted from dodging, took the opportunity to utilize its egg move to regain some health. Just as Agron was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he noticed that the entire battlefield was nearly engulfed in toxic sludge, leaving Jigglypuff with minimal room to maneuver. "Hey, keep running," exclaimed Saphira. "Nut dumbbell, unleash a powerful whip." Jigglypuff, dodge. Use self-destruct. Agron hesitated momentarily before voicing his command. Jigglypuff, seeing the thick vine strike approaching, evaded to the side but accidentally stepped onto the toxic sludge. Its body instantly tinged with purple. Without hesitation, Jigglypuff charged fiercely at the nut dumbbell, colliding with it violently. The nut dumbbell, being a normal type, dismissed the attack without concern. Moreover, Saphira achieved her objective of inflicting poison, gradually wearing down her opponent. If Agron wished to avoid this gradual depletion, he would have to employ that move, thus completing all 4 actions, ensuring Saphira's victory regardless. Agron realized this as well, but found himself at a loss, merely stating, "Jigglypuff, refresh yourself, and then use egg move." Jigglypuff complied, using refresh to eliminate the poison status, while simultaneously recovering health with Egg Move. With all 4 moves executed, Saphira was assured of her triumph. Nut Dumbbell. Unleash a powerful whip. Saphira commanded. Dodge and use self-destruct. Agron shouted. Jigglypuff deftly dodged the Nut Dumbbell's fierce whip, became poisoned, and then charged directly at the Nut Dumbbell, creating distance before using Refresh and Egg Move to recover. Luo Yangshua and his companions finally glimpsed the prospect of a swift conclusion to the match. The Nut Dumbbell's ability was Iron Barbs, meaning every collision caused Jigglypuff to endure recoil damage alongside the Nut Dumbbell's Iron Barbs damage. Thankfully, Jigglypuff had ample healing, allowing it to withstand the onslaught. Any other Pokemon would have succumbed long ago. Yet, this stalemate dragged on for nearly an hour, and Jigglypuff ultimately could not hold on any longer, collapsing and losing its combat ability. With Jigglypuff's defeat, the Nut Dumbbell emerges victorious. Thus, the winner is Saphira from Unova Town, proclaimed the referee. The spectators promptly departed to grab a meal, as the match had consumed far too much time. Even Luo Yangshua and his friends felt their stomachs rumbling with hunger, hastily regrouping with Saphira to head to the restaurant. While dining, Saphira lamented, I nearly starved to death. Who would have thought that Agron, known for his aggressive tactics, would suddenly switch to a defensive strategy? Had I known, I would have sent my Torchic. A fire and fighting type would have easily dispatched Jigglypuff. Ruby stuffed a piece of meat pie into her mouth, mumbling indistinctly, that's hard to say. After all, Jigglypuff has earned the reputation of a battlefield nuisance. Luo Yangshua playfully slapped Ruby on the head, admonishing, no talking while eating. They had successfully passed the preliminary rounds, and now the focus turned to the upcoming preliminary championship. This championship would involve double battles, still comprising 3 matches and adhering to an elimination format, necessitating greater strategic consideration. Saphira swallowed her food and patted her chest confidently. No problem. I have faith in my Pokemon. Luo Yangshua, however, harbored reservations about Saphira's chances. After all, trainers who had made it this far were largely elite, and the battles ahead would be increasingly arduous. Saphira, who had only recently embarked on her journey, faced significant gaps compared to these seasoned veterans, leaving uncertainty about how far she could progress. Chapter 196, Battle Against the Rain Team. In the afternoon, all preliminary matches concluded. The list for the first round of double battles was released, and Luo Yangshua reviewed the details of his opponent, a gentleman named Bernard from Waterquiet City. Lilia joined him, glancing at the information and commenting, nothing particularly remarkable about his Pokemon. This should wrap up quickly. Shall we make a guess about the Pokemon he'll use? Luo Yangshua suggested, stepping aside. If I guess correctly, you owe me a kiss. If I guess right, you owe me a kiss. How about that? Lilia retorted, rolling her eyes. Not doing it. I'd be at a loss either way. But I reckon he'll use these 2, she said, pointing to Bernard's 2 Pokemon, a Shuppet and a Dugong. Luo Yangshua inquired, what leads you to that conclusion? Dugong typically possesses the thick fat ability, serving as a solid tank, while Shuppet, a ghost type, excels at disruption. Even if it fails, it can drag an opponent down with it. Lilia explained her rationale. Luo Yangshua shook his head. I believe he'll deploy these 2. He then pointed to another pair of Pokemon, a Pelipper and a Ludicolo. What is the reasoning behind that? Lilia asked, raising an eyebrow. Luo Yangshua chuckled and shook his head. Does our wager still stand? If you guess correctly, you get your kiss. If you guess wrong, forget it. If I guess right, you owe me a delicious meal. How does that sound? Lilia proposed. Agreed. It's a deal. Luo Yangshua affirmed, eager for the outcome the next day. The following day, Luo Yangshua arrived at the second round of the preliminary championship. He was assigned to the A arena for the first match of the morning. As he walked through the contestant passageway and took his place on the battlefield, he noted the increased audience presence typical of official matches. His opponent, Bernard, stood ready, and with the referee's signal, Luo Yangshua and Bernard simultaneously sent out their Pokemon. Luo Yangshua chose Nidoking and Happiny, while Bernard, as anticipated, sent forth Pelipper and Ludicolo. Luo Yangshua glanced toward Lilia, flashing her a triumphant smile. See? I was right. Don't forget our wager. Lilia, biting her nails, murmured, but why choose Pelipper and Ludicolo? They aren't particularly strong. In an instant, a drop of rain fell onto Lilia's nose, and she suddenly understood. It's Pelipper's drizzle ability. The rain-inducing Pelipper granted both it and Ludicolo a favorable advantage the moment they entered the fray. Furthermore, Ludicolo's abilities, Swift Swim and Rain Dish, synergized perfectly with the rain effect, one boosting speed and the other restoring health. Ludicolo, use Hammer Arm on Nidoking. Pelipper, strike Nidoking with Water Pulse. Bernard commanded. Ludicolo dashed forward, slamming Nidoking with a powerful strike, while Pelipper unleashed a water pulse that hit Nidoking midair, sending it crashing against the wall and inflicting significant damage. Luo Yangshua smiled quietly, realizing they had underestimated Happany's healing capabilities. As Nidoking slid down the wall, shaking off the water droplets, it disdainfully beckoned to the two Pokémon. Confident in the support of Happany, as long as it wasn't a one-hit knockout, it had nothing to fear. Nidoking, let them witness true power. With a calm demeanor, Luo Yangshua remarked, Nidoking, unleash your Super Horn attack upon the cheerful Lovedisk. Nidoking let out a fierce roar and charged directly at Lovedisk. Just as Lovedisk attempted to evade swiftly, Happany launched an energy ball skyward, dispersing the rain clouds and causing Lovedisk's speed to diminish significantly. Pelipper, summon the rain. Uncle Berna shouted. Lovedisk, having narrowly avoided Nidoking's Super Horn attack, retaliated with 2 seed bombs that struck Nidoking. However, Nidoking disregarded the entangling vines that sprouted from the seeds, effortlessly breaking free and crashing into the wall, obliterating it into rubble. A collective gasp arose from the audience, astonished by such overwhelming destructive power. This Nidoking is truly formidable. The walls surrounding the battlefield, though outwardly solid, were reinforced with thick metal plates to withstand the might of Pokémon battles. Yet, Nidoking's Super Horn attack effortlessly shattered even the sturdy metal, rendering the wall to mere fragments. Indeed, Nidoking's essence lay in sheer power, absolute might. Conversely, Happany's essence was rooted in healing, greatly enhancing its restorative capabilities. Dusting itself off, Nidoking emerged from the debris of the wall, and without a moment's hesitation, charged again with another Super Horn attack aimed at Lovedisk. Happany chose not to reclaim the weather with Sunny Day, but instead utilized gravity, pinning Pelipper to the ground. Seeing this, Nidoking swiftly adjusted its trajectory, launching a Super Horn attack at Pelipper. Pelipper, defend, shouted Lovedisk. With its movements hindered by gravity, Pelipper could hardly muster any speed, relying solely on its defense to withstand Nidoking's assault. Yet, Luo Yangshua chuckled, you think it will be that easy to block? Nidoking's Super Horn collided with the water gun, shattering the defense and striking Pelipper directly, sending it flying and rendering it incapable of continuing the fight. With unwavering momentum, Happany, Sunny Day, and Nidoking unleashed the final Super Horn attack. Luo Yangshua commanded. Happany instantly dissipated the rain clouds, and Nidoking charged forth for a decisive strike. Deprived of the rain's enhancement, Lovedisk found its speed inadequate against Nidoking. With a single Super Horn attack, it was sent flying, collapsing beside Pelipper, both rendered incapable of battle. With Pelipper and Lovedisk incapacitated, Nidoking and Happany emerged victorious, declaring the winner to be Luo from Shinshin Town. The referee announced. Luo Yangshua smiled as he returned Nidoking and Happany to their Pokeballs. Turning his gaze towards Lily, a mischievous smile crept across his face. Upon noticing his grin, Lily blushed deeply. Ruby and Sophia excitedly rushed over to Luo Yangshua and Lily, eager to share the news of Sophia's successful victory, only to be greeted by the sight of Luo and Lily lost in a passionate kiss. Ugh, such a cliché, Ruby remarked sourly. Chapter 197. Ash's Pokemon. In the afternoon, Luo Yangshua and his companions arrived at Venue B, where Ash was set to compete in his first qualifying match of the tournament. They found Brock and Serena and settled beside them. Luo Yangshua inquired, Brock, which Pokemon will Ash be using this time? Monferno and Staraptor, Brock replied. Ash has brought back his 2 mainstays from the Kanto region. They've undergone rigorous training for 2 months under his care and are now exceptionally strong. Luo Yangshua nodded. I hadn't anticipated Ash would lead with them, but a combination of aerial and terrestrial Pokemon is a common strategy in double battles, so it's reasonable. As for Ash's opponent, he was from the Kanto region's Fiery Isle, known as Xiaofan, who specialized in Fire-type Pokemon. However, after witnessing Sophia's lengthy battle, Luo Yangshua could not discount the possibility of Xiaofan employing an unusual strategy. As the competition progressed, it soon came time for Ash's match. Ash emerged from the player tunnel and took his position in the arena, while Xiaofan stood ready at the opposite end. At the referee's signal, both trainers released their Pokeballs. For Pokemon materialized in the arena, Ash's Monferno and Staraptor against Xiaofan's rather perplexing duo of Rattata and Zubat. This combination left even Luo Yangshua bewildered. What on earth is this combination? What purpose could it serve? The confusion was palpable, echoed by the audience and even Ash himself. Xiaofan, observing Ash's bewilderment, declared, if you won T-attack, then I shall take the initiative. Rattata, Zubat, use Rage Bite. Rattata and Zubat surged forward, exploiting Ash's momentary hesitation to deliver a sudden assault, inflicting significant damage upon Monferno and Staraptor. Ash quickly snapped back to reality, shouting, "Staraptor, Tailwind! Monferno, use Mach Punch on Rattata." Staraptor broke free from Zubat's grasp, flapping its wings to generate a powerful gust that sent Zubat tumbling through the air. Meanwhile, Monferno, now enraged, unleashed a Mach Punch that sent Rattata flying. Seizing the advantage from Tailwind's acceleration, Monferno closed the distance to Rattata, unleashing a flurry of punches that left Rattata incapacitated. At this moment, Luo Yangshua pieced together the strategy. "I suspect that Ash's Suicune has placed immense pressure on them." Their only recourse was to devise a tactic to swiftly inflict damage. Ruby nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if I were them, I'd resort to some form of retaliation to make things uncomfortable." Only Serena interjected, "If they aim to drag Ash down, wouldn't a ghost-type Pokemon be a more advantageous choice?" Lily, exasperated, glanced at Serena and Brock. "Did you even read the competitors' profiles? Xiaofan's registered Pokemon do not include any ghost types. This must be the best strategy he could muster. The initial damage from Rage Bite is merely the prelude to a battle of attrition using Zubat's agility and poison-type attacks." As if to validate Lily's point, Xiaofan commanded Zubat to use Toxic on the attacking Monferno. Monferno, focused on Rattata, failed to notice Zubat's approach. And with Staraptor preoccupied by Tailwind, Zubat managed to evade interference, successfully poisoning Monferno. Luo Yangshua observed Monferno now afflicted with poison and shook his head, contemplating. Ash remains true to himself. Although his strength has significantly increased, his careless nature and impassioned battle style remain unchanged. Having successfully poisoned Monferno, Zubat ascended to a higher altitude, distancing itself from Monferno, who was now unable to retaliate. With the poison taking its toll, Monferno's defeat seemed imminent. Staraptor, enraged by Zubat's escape, let out a fierce cry and charged forward, wings flapping vigorously in a counterattack. Zubat, use Toxic to harass. Xiaofan commanded loudly. Upon hearing Xiaofan's call, Zubat unleashed a barrage of toxic projectiles at Staraptor. Yet, Staraptor's agility was commendable. It adeptly maneuvered through the onslaught, landing a direct hit on Zubat with its counterattack. Zubat, use Leech Life, followed by Poison Fang. Xiaofan shouted. Despite the pain, Zubat pressed on, biting down fiercely on Staraptor's shoulder, causing it to cry out in agony as blood stained the arena. Subsequently, the poisonous fangs of the Zubat unleashed a torrent of venom that coursed through the wound into the body of Pidgeot, successfully poisoning it. Pidgeot, execute a hurricane and bring it down, Ash commanded loudly. Despite enduring the pain and discomfort within its body, Pidgeot charged downwards, propelled by the hurricane. Zubat, unleash Poison Shock, Xiaofan exclaimed, a hint of panic in his voice. At such a height, Zubat might not withstand the fall. In response, Zubat immediately launched a Poison Shock at Pidgeot. But Pidgeot remained undeterred by the injuries. This was its first battle upon returning. It could not afford to lose. Now, Pidgeot, break free from Zubat, Ash shouted. Infernape, revive. At Ash's command, Pidgeot unconditionally obeyed, spreading its wings wide, breaking free from Zubat's grasp and glided sideways, disrupting the momentum of the hurricane. Meanwhile, Infernape had already gathered a white energy orb, which it hurled towards the descending Zubat with tremendous force. Boom. A violent explosion erupted. After being poisoned and with its health dwindling, the reversal unleashed by Infernape was remarkably powerful, sending Zubat flying and rendering it unable to continue fighting. Referee, Zubat is unable to battle. Infernape and Pidgeot are victorious, hence the winner is Ash from Pallet Town. With the referee's announcement, the match concluded. Although both Pidgeot and Infernape were deeply poisoned, neither had succumbed. This was their first official battle since their return, and they had their reasons for not losing. Pidgeot, having previously battled alongside Ash in the Indigo League, was somewhat accustomed to this. But Infernape had been absent for far too long and was in desperate need of a resounding victory to prove itself. Infernape, was also Ash's ace Pokemon. Witnessing Infernape and Pidgeot, even in a poisoned state, striving to showcase their prowess to the audience, for reasons unknown, Luo Yangshua felt a tinge of sadness. In the original story, Ash had released far too many of his main Pokemon, yet now he had reclaimed them all, presenting a different Ash. One that evoked a distinctly different feeling in Luo Yangshua. It could only be said that the regrets once seen in the anime had found a semblance of fulfillment. Chapter 198, The Proud Youth. With the conclusion of today's match, 256 competitors were directly narrowed down to 128, with only another 128 advancing to the next round. Upon returning to the competitors' dormitory, Luo Yangshua and Lily began to review their opponents for the following day. However, upon seeing his opponent, Luo Yangshua was somewhat taken aback and murmured, It's actually him. Who? Lily inquired. As she gazed at the boy's image on the computer, Lily searched her memories but found no recollection of having encountered this individual. Luo Yangshua shook his head and chuckled. You wouldn't know him. He's a boy I met when I obtained Kirichi. Honestly, seeing him reminds me of my youthful recklessness when I first embarked on my journey, fearless and naive. Such a nostalgic sight. So, are you considering recruiting him? Lily asked. Let us assess his strength first. If it's feasible, perhaps I could bring him on board and refine his skills. He might become a formidable individual in the future, Luo Yanshua replied. This boy named Huang seems to primarily use ground-type Pokemon, Lily noted after examining the Pokemon he reported. In a double battle, he seems to favor a Sandstorm team, without a doubt, Luo Yangshua remarked. Thus, Tyranitar would undoubtedly be the first choice, followed by Desert Dragonfly, Boscodora, Swampert, and perhaps even Rampardos as potential selections. After deliberating for a while, the two were unable to reach a consensus on his second Pokemon. As the day grew late, they decided to rest, confident that clarity would come by tomorrow. The following day, Luo Yangshua's match was the first in Group C. Upon entering the arena, he spotted the boy who had attempted to steal Kirichi back in fans. Luo Yangshua smiled faintly and said, Young man, we meet again. What skills do you possess? Relying on numbers? In this double battle, I will surely defeat you one-on-one. Huang retorted. You don't recognize me? I'm rather well known, Luo Yangshua replied, puzzled. Typically, those who knew his identity wouldn't make such arrogant statements. Only those oblivious to television would remain unaware of who Luo Yangshua was. After all, the Mercenary Guild's recruitment advertisements aired daily, and anyone who had watched television would have gleaned at least some information. Who knows who you are? I'd rather spend my time training my Pokemon. Huang scoffed. The referee, unable to tolerate their exchange any longer, announced the commencement of the match. Without further ado, Huang tossed out his Pokeballs, and Luo Yangshua sent forth his own 2 Pokemon. A flash of light illuminated the arena as 4 Pokemon materialized. Luo Yangshua summoned Gyarados and Dragonite, while Huang called forth Tyranitar and Desert Dragonfly. With Tyranitar's entrance, a fierce sandstorm whipped through the arena. Tyranitar, Stone Edge Attack. Desert Dragonfly, Dragon Rush. Deliver a devastating blow to Dragonite. Huang commanded. Devastating blow? Luo Yangshua couldn't help but chuckle. Truly the audacity of youth. Even if both Pokemon attack simultaneously, Dragonite could easily withstand their assaults, let alone if 6 untrained Dragon-type Pokemon were to attack. Moreover, Gyarados and Dragonite had both mastered defensive techniques. One wielded Dragon Scale, while the other bore Water Scale, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. Together with Aerodactyl and Tropius, they formed Luo Yangshua's 4 resilient shields, all specializing in defense. The Stone Edge and Dragon Rush struck Dragonite directly, but they only impacted its arms. In fact, Dragonite absorbed both attacks with its hands. Though it withstood the assaults, Dragonite was pushed back a short distance, leaving deep gouges in the ground. The attack power is commendable. How about the defense? Luo Yangshua mused. Dragonite, Gyarados, unleash a dual flamethrower. Dragonite seized Desert Dragonfly by the head and hurled it away, while a torrent of flames engulfed the airborne Desert Dragonfly. Gyarados also directed a flamethrower at Tyranitar, but it was thwarted by the massive boulder Tyranitar had conjured. Watching the Desert Dragonfly being blasted away by the flames and the attack being blocked by Tyranitar, Luo Yangshua remarked, defense is solid, and the reaction is quite good. Very well. Prepare for a relentless barrage. Gyarados, Dragonite, unleash dual Hyper Beam, rapid fire. Gyarados and Dragonite nodded, swiftly gathering energy within their mouths. Do not allow them to execute. Huang shouted. Tyranitar, Stone Edge. Desert Dragonfly, Dragon Pulse. Too late. The Dragon Pulse from Desert Dragonfly surged towards Dragonite, while Tyranitar stomped the ground heavily, sending countless stone spikes piercing towards the floating Gyarados. However, Gyarados and Dragonite simultaneously unleashed their Hyper Beam. The 2 beams collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion that obliterated the sandstorm, leaving an abundance of ash scattered across the battlefield. Just as Huang thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, 2 Hyper Beams struck Desert Dragonfly and Tyranitar directly, sending both Pokemon flying. Tyranitar, Desert Dragonfly. How could this be? Hyper Beam can't be fired consecutively. Huang exclaimed, incredulous. That's why I said, your strength is rather decent. However, you've only engaged in trivial skirmishes, lacking experience against higher-tier combatants, having become invincible in lower tiers. You've developed a sense of arrogance. Allow me to awaken you and show you that there are always greater heights and more formidable opponents. As the dust settled, Luo Yangshua's composed demeanor became visible. As the voice of Luo Yangshua faded, the Gyarados and Dragonite unleashed a more formidable barrage of destructive beams, intending to overwhelm the Tyranitar and the Desert Dragonfly. The Desert Dragonfly, unable to withstand such relentless onslaught, quickly succumbed, losing its ability to fight. Although Tyranitar, with its rocky resilience, managed to endure a bit longer, it too eventually fell under the continuous bombardment, losing its combat capability. With the defeat of both Tyranitar and Desert Dragonfly, the victors were confirmed as the Gyarados and Dragonite, thus declaring the winner to be the young contestant from Pallet Town. The referee promptly announced. Luo Yangshua recalled his 2 Pokémon and approached the young man, saying, "You are a promising talent and should not squander your potential. Join my mercenary guild. I can elevate you to greater heights." The young man met Luo Yangshua's gaze and after a moment replied, "Very well, I will join your guild. However, I will not regard you as my superior. You are my rival, and one day, I shall defeat you." Luo Yangshua observed the youth before him, noting how the brashness of youth was gradually evolving, becoming more tempered. Yet the confidence radiating from within him was something Luo Yangshua greatly admired, self-assured but not arrogant. Following this defeat, the young man would undoubtedly begin to hone his skills, and when he eventually matured, Luo Yangshua would not shy away from his challenge. Chapter 199, Controlling the Field. The young man's joining was a delightful surprise for Luo Yangshua. Although his match had concluded, the Battle of Shafia was about to commence. The two were scheduled to compete in the same arena, albeit in different matches. Shafia's opponent was an elite trainer named Kao. Aged 25, he possessed a particularly powerful slaking, which he showcased in the first round of doubles, demonstrating the marvels of ability exchange through his combination of slaking and Wobbuffet, leaving his adversaries in awe of the potential of such a strategy. Moreover, Kao's Wobbuffet boasted the rare ability of Contrarian. Have you ever witnessed a slaking chasing after other Pokemon with its arm thrust? It is nothing short of terrifying. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Shafia felt considerable trepidation. Luo Yangshua, however, devised a strategy that would surely instill despair in Kao. Ruby, seated in the audience, expressed his concern. Is Shafia going to be alright? I've seen Kao's slaking. It's incredibly strong, and even Shafia's Blaziken may not stand a chance. There's nothing to worry about. With that Pokemon in play and proper control, a comeback is entirely feasible, Luo Yangshua reassured him. However, it all hinges on Shafia's execution. If she can manage it well, victory is within reach. If not, she may find herself at a severe disadvantage. Hey, your words are only making me more anxious. Ruby replied helplessly. As the contestants entered, Shafia and Kao took their positions in the arena. With the referee's signal, 4 Pokemon emerged onto the battlefield. As anticipated, Kao's Pokemon were indeed Slaking and Wobbuffet. This singular strategy, if left unchallenged, could very well propel Kao into the top 32. Luo Yangshua's gaze shifted to Shafia's Pokemon. One was a Blaziken, and the other a Whimsicott. The key to victory in this match lay squarely upon the Whimsicott. Whimsicott was diminutive, clad in brown, resembling a sheep-like creature. Its back, neck, and forehead were adorned with cotton-like tufts. Much like a cotton ball, Whimsicott had a green, star-shaped stem protruding from its back, akin to a vegetable stalk, with orange, oval eyes and green, curled ears. Wobbuffet, ability exchange. Slaking, arm thrust. Kao commanded immediately. Whimsicott, once more, aim for Wobbuffet. Tackle, energy ball, evade. Shafia recalled Luo Yangshua's guidance and responded promptly. In an instant, Wobbuffet and Slaking exchanged abilities, with Slaking swinging its colossal fists toward Blaziken. Enveloped in flames, Blaziken accelerated with energy ball, deftly avoiding Slaking's arm thrust. The contrarian ability increased Slaking's speed, while Whimsicott raised its hands, generating a sphere of white energy, which it hurled at Wobbuffet, striking it and causing it to emit a bright glow. Luo Yangshua nodded, acknowledging the successful first step. The Wobbuffet is now sealed. Unable to utilize its moves, Whimsicott pressed the advantage. Tailwind, Leech Seed. Shafia commanded. Whimsicott shook its body with remarkable speed, creating a strong gust of wind. Simultaneously, it launched several seeds that penetrated Slaking's body, altering its ability to insomnia. Slaking's arm thrust missed again, as the accelerated Blaziken, empowered by Energy Ball, was no longer within its reach. Furthermore, with the ability now transformed to insomnia, Slaking's speed plummeted after using arm thrust. Seizing the opportunity, Blaziken charged directly at Wobbuffet, engaging in close combat and delivering a powerful kick that sent Wobbuffet flying, incapacitating it. Meanwhile, Slaking, undeterred, unleashed a fire punch that knocked Whimsicott out as well. However, Before Whimsicott succumbed, it executed one last parting gift that left Kao feeling quite nauseated. Luo Yangshua chuckled. Shafia is assured victory. As long as she avoids any blunders and maintains her composure, she will certainly win. This chain of moves was a strategy devised by Luo Yangshua himself. First, immobilizing Wobbuffet, followed by exploiting Kao's reluctance to revert Slaking to its lazy ability, ensured Wobbuffet was rendered ineffective. Next, Tailwind would assist Blaziken in its acceleration while converting Slaking's Contrarian to Insomnia. Finally, before succumbing, Whimsicott maximized its impact with a parting gift. Slaking, bulk up, Kao lamented, as the parting gift inflicted significant damage, leaving him reliant on bulk up for recovery. But Shafia could not let such a golden opportunity slip away. As Slaking utilized bulk up to enhance its attributes, Blaziken unleashed a powerful aura sphere directly into Slaking's abdomen, the fighting type move proving highly effective. Slaking doubled over in agony, clutching its stomach and collapsing. Blaziken, once more with aura sphere. Shafia shouted. Blaziken coalesced light around its right fist. Luo Yangshua's eyelids twitched. This is trouble. Indeed. No sooner had Luo Yangshua spoken than Slaking, with its eyes blazing red, rose to its feet and retaliated with a devastating Giga Impact that sent Blaziken flying, interrupting the buildup of Aura Sphere. This is bad. Shafia is too eager to settle the score, Ruby observed, recognizing Shafia's impatience. Blaziken crashed heavily against the wall and slowly slid down. Yet Slaking, momentarily stunned for just a second, charged at Blaziken once more with another Giga Impact. Blaziken, jump. Shafia urged frantically. She understood that Blaziken could not withstand another Giga Impact and could only hope it would evade the attack. Blaziken did not disappoint her expectations, springing into action just before Slaking could strike, narrowly dodging the Giga Impact. In that very moment, Shafia saw a glimmer of victory. Use high jump kick. Blaziken seized the opportunity during Slaking's brief moment of vulnerability, executing a knee strike that connected forcefully with Slaking's rear knee joint. The impact caused Slaking to lose control and collapse to the ground. Close combat. Shafia exclaimed with excitement. Blaziken channeled its remaining strength, delivering a flurry of kicks directly to Slaking's back. The immense damage proved too much for Slaking to endure, and it fell, losing its ability to fight. With both Slaking and Wobbuffet incapacitated, Blaziken and Whimsicott emerged victorious. The referee raised the flag, declaring the winner to be Shafia from New Bark Town. Absolutely splendid, Ruby exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Shafia and Blaziken executed their final moment with impeccable timing. Lily smiled and remarked, it was indeed thrilling. After all, Shafia had a moment of carelessness. Had it not been for Whimsicott's parting gift, that blow might have directly ended Blaziken. Luo Yangshua nodded in agreement, exclaiming, this match was indeed thrilling. The twists and turns certainly ignited the audience's enthusiasm. Chapter 200, The News from the Brother-in-Law. Saphira met up with Luo Yangshua and, feeling a tad embarrassed, said, I apologize for my earlier impatience. If we had used a kick to take him down, it might have been easier. Luo Yangshua nodded, responding, self-reflection is what matters. After all, everyone makes mistakes. It's about correcting them and overcoming them. At this moment, Ruby interjected, speaking of which, it's about time for Ash to battle Jia. Shouldn't we go and watch? Luo Yangshua nodded in agreement, saying absolutely. It will be interesting to see the fighting styles of both. With that, the four of them made their way to Group A's venue. Unfortunately, they found that all the seats were taken, forcing them to stand at the back to watch. The match between Ash and Jia commenced. Jia utilized Meowth and Metagross, while Ash fought with Pikachu and Tyranitar. From a type advantage perspective, it seemed evenly matched. What astonished Luo Yangshua was that Pikachu had learned Electric Terrain, instantly enhancing its electric-type moves. A few Thunderbolts left Metagross in dire straits. However, Jia's Meowth could also unleash Thunderbolt. Although not as powerful as Pikachu's, it still gave Tyranitar a hard time. Tyranitar and Metagross felt a sense of injustice. Why were they the ones taking damage? Shouldn't the two of you be fighting? Yet, Tyranitar suddenly recalled that after accompanying Pikachu for so long, it too could use Thunderbolt. Thus, Tyranitar began to discharge electricity. Metagross felt the injustice even more acutely and reacted with a decisive stomp. An earthquake will send you flying. The chaos ensued. Pikachu, overwhelmed, leaped onto Tyranitar, who retaliated with an earthquake. The two tremors canceled each other out, but they left the arena riddled with cracks. Seizing the opportunity, Pikachu unleashed a thunder that struck Metagross, depleting its remaining health. With only Meowth left, it struggled in vain before being swiftly taken down by the combined efforts of Pikachu and Tyranitar. Thus, Jia was eliminated. and Ash advanced to the top 64. After watching the match, it was noon. At that moment, Lily received a call from her brother, Gladion. His voice was frantic, but the overall message was clear. He was on his way to Kaio City and hoped Luo Yangshua could extract a certain energy from someone's body. Upon hearing this news, Luo Yangshua felt an ominous premonition. In the afternoon, with no matches scheduled, Luo Yangshua's group, along with Ash's, headed to the airport. After waiting for nearly half an hour, the Ether Foundation's plane landed, and Gladion rushed off the aircraft, cradling a young girl in his arms. The girl was someone they recognized, Platina Berlitz. Luo Yangshua merely glanced at her, frowning as he remarked, "How could Tina possess such volatile power? Did you venture into the distortion world?" Gladion's face was etched with guilt as he anxiously replied, "Xiao Luo, we must save Tina immediately." Nodding, Luo Yangshua placed his hand on the unconscious Tina's forehead and contacted the system to extract the violent energy from her body, acquiring a platinum orb in the process. Holding the small orb, he inquired, "Now, tell us what transpired. How did you enter the distortion world?" Gladion assessed Tina's condition and confirmed she was fine before recounting the events that followed. Initially, he had entrusted the Pokemon egg of Shaymin to Munchlax, but he became intrigued by the location where Shaymin was injured. Despite Luo Yangshua's warnings about its dangers, he foolishly ventured to the Crown Summit in the Sinnoh region. On his journey to the Crown Summit, Gladion encountered Platina Berlitz, who was also traveling to collect minerals for her family crest. The two decided to journey together toward the summit. A series of events unfolded, and Luo Yangshua, observing Gladion's expression, exchanged a knowing glance with Lily. They silently agreed on one thing. There was more than friendship between the two. Gladion typically exuded a cold demeanor, but when recounting his experiences with Tina, his affectionate tone was unmistakable to anyone with eyes. Oh, and let us not forget the oblivious Ash, who deserves a moment of silence for Serena. After such an extended journey, they finally reached the Crown Summit. Gladion paused and said, "Now we come to the critical point. The portal to the distortion world is unstable. I discovered it 3 times at the Crown Summit, each time at a different location. I missed the first 2, but on the third occasion, we were able to enter thanks to the assistance of Silver's battle beast." Luo Yangshua rolled his eyes, retorting, "You truly are courting death. The distortion world is home to Giratina, a being with a notoriously foul temper, who could very well take your lives." Gladion nodded, acknowledging, "I am aware. But I also uncovered certain things. The distortion world consists of floating islands, featuring inverted trees, waterfalls, and even upside-down bodies of water. These islands contain buildings in an inverted state, and although Giratina noticed us, it did not attack. Instead, it expelled us, seemingly intent on preventing us from venturing further, as if it were hiding something." Luo Yangshua gave Gladion a firm smack on the head, exclaiming, "Stop overthinking. The fact that you survived is already a stroke of luck. Do not tempt fate further." Gladion cradled his head, tears in his eyes, yet he persisted, stating, "At least compared to Tina, I am unscathed, right?" 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 out. Luo Yangshua commanded, and Gladion promptly lost consciousness. Lily, worried, called out, "Brother, are you all right?" The others looked at Luo Yangshua with concern, but he shrugged, assuring them, "He's fine, just like Tina. He simply had a stronger constitution and endured a bit longer. I'll remove the violent energy, and he'll just need some rest." With that, he extracted the turbulent energy from Gladion's body. As for why he didn't do it earlier, Luo Yangshua had hoped Gladion would refrain from such reckless behavior. They were fortunate this time. If something had gone wrong, he would have regretted it. Luo Yangshua hoisted both individuals as one would lift chicks, carrying them toward the player dormitory for proper rest, as all hotels were fully booked during the tournament. Meanwhile, upon hearing news of the Sinnoh region, Ash decided that after concluding his journey in the Hoenn region, he would venture to Sinnoh. However, just when Luo Yangshua believed the matter concluded in the distortion world, Giratina transported 2 floating entities deeper into its realm. Gladion's suspicions were indeed correct, yet Luo Yangshua remained skeptical of his claims, viewing them merely as an excuse for Gladion's desire to return to the distortion world.